Chapter 1. Confessing is not an option. The interrogation room was brightly lit by a massive incandescent lamp, making it as bright as daylight. A male and a female officer, having taken over from their predecessors, were repeatedly interrogating a suspect. Name: male. Gender: 19. The female officer clenched her fist on the desk, finally realizing just how tough a nut this guy was, someone even her seniors couldn't crack. She took a deep breath and continued asking in a calm tone. Age: female. Slap. The man's casual and nonsensical attitude infuriated the male officer, who slammed the table hard. Lin Yen. Adjust your attitude now. Leniency for confession, severity for resistance. If you honestly confess to the murder and show sincere remorse, you might even get a suspended death sentence. Think about your family and friends. Do you really plan to keep dragging this out? Lin Yen struggled to lift his eyelids, the nearly 20-hour interrogation having drained almost all his energy. But he still pursed his already dry and pale lips, enunciating word by word a response he had repeated countless times. I didn't kill anyone. Confess? What a joke. Confessing is absolutely out of the question. He really didn't kill anyone. Although he had transmigrated, after fully inheriting the original host's memories, he was absolutely certain he hadn't committed the murder. At the same time, Lin Yen realized a rather serious problem. He had transmigrated into a novel. The transmigration target is actually the ultimate villain. This was the very crime investigation novel he had stayed up late binge reading just 2 days ago, leaving a passionate, hundreds of words long review for the latest chapter, those years of battling wits with high IQ criminals. Indeed, the reason Lin Yen left a lengthy review was because he shared the same name as the novel's ultimate villain, and he simply couldn't comprehend the character's criminal motives. According to the novel's setting, the villain Lin Yen is a wealthy second-generation heir who wants for nothing, with an exceptionally impressive family. A rich father, a politically connected mother, a prestigious grandfather, a tech-savvy grandmother, and mysterious grandparents living in seclusion in the mountains. Who would have thought that such a family could raise a high IQ criminal? If he hadn't transmigrated into the novel, following the original storyline, the protagonist wrongfully arrested and nearly executed as a murderer would have embarked on this irreversible path of crime. He orchestrated multiple near-perfect crimes, becoming the stuff of terrifying unsolved cases in the Security Bureau, engaging in a battle of wits with the male lead for over 1,000 chapters, already stained with countless lives. Not only that, but he was also involved in prostitution, drug trafficking, smuggling, and running casinos, his entire being reeked of the fragrance of the criminal law. Lin Yen, the evidence against you is now conclusive. No matter how stubborn you are, it won't change anything. You'll be transferred to the prosecution tomorrow morning on murder charges. Do you know how severe the crime of breaking and entering to commit murder is? I advise you to confess the details of your crime as soon as possible. Maybe you can even take the fast-track procedure and spend fewer days suffering in detention. Lin Yen. Yes, this is the case. Lin Yen, who already knew the original plot of the story, was well aware of this part. Even if he didn't say a single unnecessary word, a verdict would still send him straight to detention, where he'd quietly await his last meal and a bullet to the head. Perhaps it was precisely this near brush with being framed and executed, coupled with the changed attitudes of family and friends after his release, that made this spoiled rich kid who had grown up coddled and never faced adversity experience such a crushing psychological blow, ultimately driving him down the irreversible path of crime. Lin Yen really wanted to pinch the bridge of his nose to collect his thoughts and defend himself, but his stiff body, practically bolted to the interrogation chair, clearly didn't allow for such a maneuver. All he could do was tilt his head back and stare at the blindingly bright fluorescent light, speaking in a calm yet hollow voice. Investigations must be based on solid evidence. Is your chain of evidence truly complete enough to form a closed loop? Take a look at my clothes. Do I look like someone who just killed a person with a utility knife? Lin Yen let out a long sigh and closed his eyes, overwhelmed by exhaustion and the sudden transmigration into the novel. The victim was 1.98 meters tall with a well-proportioned physique from regular workouts. Me? Just over 1.8 meters, and certainly not a professional killer. Could I have killed him with a craft knife without shedding a drop of blood, leaving no signs of struggle, and doing it completely silently? Also, aren't you somewhat insulting my family background? Even if I truly harbored ill intentions toward him, I could have hired a hitman, couldn't I? By the way, aside from my family background, I should also mention that I've frequently skipped grades since starting school and graduated from university almost a year ago. Lin Yen looked at the two somewhat stunned security officers and finally smiled. With this level of intelligence, why would I need to get my hands dirty to kill someone? Though it might sound a bit arrogant, this was exactly what happened to the original character. After all, transmigrating into a fictional world means things beyond common sense are to be expected. To make the original male lead a true crime-fighting hero, the embodiment of justice, and the guardian of public safety. The author of this book was exceptionally generous in crafting the ultimate high IQ villain. Not only did it give him the background of a wealthy second-generation heir, impeccable super-high intelligence, and a decisive and ruthless personality, but even some special skills were maxed out directly. After all, to engage in the he flees, he pursues dynamic with the original male lead for over 1,000 chapters, how could he repeatedly commit bizarre crimes without some skills? After recording Lin Yan's statements, the two security officers in charge of the interrogation simultaneously fell into silence. The air became eerily quiet for a moment. Suddenly, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open abruptly, and a middle-aged man in plain clothes strode in, casting a sharp and stern gaze at Lin Yan. Very well, Lin Yan. It seems you're now capable of communicating with us normally. Now I'll ask the questions and you'll answer. Any objections? Lin Yan moved his stiff neck slightly and slowly smiled. Ask away. Glancing at the young officer who stood up to offer his seat, the middle-aged man gave a slight nod. Go get a bottle of water. The female officer sitting nearby tightened her grip on the black pen used for recording statements, her expression growing noticeably more serious. And so, the interrogation process repeated countless times for the same suspect began once again. Lin Yan, assuming you are not the murderer, please answer me. Why did you enter the crime scene at the time of the incident? Truly a seasoned officer, cutting straight to the heart of the matter with the first question. Lin Yan's brow relaxed slightly, but his mind grew even more tense than when he had first transmigrated. I was called there by someone over the phone. You should have already checked my call records. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Indeed, the same call record was found on both your phone and the victim's. But why did he call you over? After you arrived, did you have any conflict with him? Yes. Lin Yan answered truthfully. He deliberately made me go on a wild goose chase, and even verbally attacked and insulted me. The moment these words were spoken, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly turned icy. Although it was the deceased who actively called and invited him over, the fact that a conflict occurred after their meeting significantly increases the possibility of him committing a crime of passion, still refusing to admit to murder even under these circumstances. Chapter 2. Opening the handcuffs in 3 seconds. Before the middle-aged man could continue questioning, Lin Yan spoke up proactively, his voice calm and his words coherent. You must have already found out that the deceased was an artist under my entertainment company. After he requested to terminate his contract, even though I had already reduced the penalty fee by half, he still refused to compensate for my financial losses. I don't lack this small amount of money. Since the company is still in its early stages, I just wanted an amicable parting, so I didn't pursue it further. But just yesterday, he suddenly called me, saying he had prepared the penalty fee and wanted me to personally collect it at his home. He also mentioned apologizing for his rashness and job-hopping behavior. His appearance is excellent. I originally planned to groom him as the company's leading actor and had high hopes for him. Since he said so, of course I had to go. At this point, Lin Yan paused to catch his breath, licking his dry, chapped lips before continuing. But when I got there, he suddenly went back on his word and started verbally abusing me. At the time, I had a feeling he was acting like he'd taken the wrong medicine, so I didn't want to keep arguing with him. I just made an excuse and left. So that's why you jumped out of the window from the guest bedroom? The middle-aged man's interruption made Lin Yan nod sheepishly in agreement. He's almost a head taller than me and works out regularly. If we really fought, I'd definitely be at a disadvantage. Considering the image of my startup, I can't retaliate either, so of course I had to make a quick exit first. The middle-aged man frowned, signaling the officer who had left earlier to place the mineral water in front of him, then continued questioning. He owed you money and verbally abused you. It's possible you killed him in a fit of rage. Moreover, the murder weapon was a utility knife from your office, covered in your fingerprints. Even if you jumped out the window to avoid further confrontation, how do you explain this evidence? Lin Yan stared at the bottle of water for a full 2 seconds before weakly saying, Did we get the logic backwards? He owes me money, not the other way around. If he dies, who am I supposed to collect from? You must have investigated already. I have more money at home than I can spend. Starting a company was just to test my abilities. Would I be stupid enough to kill someone over a few $100,000 and get myself shot? And if I really wanted to kill someone, couldn't I just pay to handle the knife, gloves, and surveillance? Would I leave such obvious evidence lying around? The middle-aged man seemed convinced. After a brief silence, he picked up the water bottle and walked over to Lin Yen, unscrewing the cap before placing it on the small table attached to the interrogation chair. Good. If you're willing to fully cooperate with the investigation, even if much of the evidence points to you, we'll ensure you get justice. Lin Yen flexed his hands, which had been restrained by the handcuffs, before finally picking up the water bottle and taking several gulps. After calming his breath, he spoke again. Aside from me, both my chief assistant and executive secretary have keys to my office and can enter freely when I'm not there. That utility knife covered with my fingerprints might have been taken by them. Although I was at the company when I received the deceased's call, I don't have the habit of carrying a utility knife when going out. You've searched me, I only had a fountain pen on me. Did you check my office afterward? If I remember correctly, there was another utility knife in my pen holder at the time. As individuals with the authority to freely enter my office and hold certain positions within the company, both of them could have replaced my utility knife with an identical one. Those items are company-issued with custom logos. Before the middle-aged man could lower his head in contemplation, Lin Yen had already laid out the next investigative direction they could pursue. You can check who replaced the utility knife on my desk and test whether my fingerprints remain on it. That should be enough to redirect the clues toward someone else, right? Also, even though there shouldn't be anything left to investigate on the victim's phone, don't tell me your tech team is completely useless. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, his expression finally softening completely. Very well. Let me introduce myself, Deputy Captain of Criminal Investigation, Zhou Yumin. Lin Yen glanced with some surprise at this middle-aged man whose face, though amiable, still carried a sharpness in his eyes, quickly masking the flicker of surprise in his own gaze. Captain Zhou, I look forward to you clearing my name soon and bringing the real culprit to justice. When reading the original book, Lin Yen hadn't really noticed this point. Who would have thought that the main person responsible for handling the framed case, which drastically altered the original host's fate, would be the male lead's own father. This father-son duo and the original host were truly entangled in an endless feud. The father sent a perfectly fine high IQ rich second-generation heir to detention with a single verdict, awaiting execution, causing the original host to start his descent into darkness. The son, after the original host successfully turned to the dark side and committed a series of bizarre crimes, chased after him relentlessly like a bloodhound on the scent. What a cursed fate! Lin Yen was cursing inwardly, but his face remained expressionless as he sipped water, soothing a body that had endured over 10 hours of continuous interrogation without a single drop to drink. However, before his mind could fully relax, a virtual screen resembling a game prompt suddenly popped up before him, accompanied by a chillingly clear electronic voice resonating in his heart. Host detected to perfectly match all characteristics of a high IQ criminal. Genius anti-forensic system successfully bound. Hey kid, do you have a dream? Do you aspire to fame and a place in history? Come on, unlock those silver handcuffs in 3 seconds, give the officer before you a little shock, become an outlaw dancing in blood, playing with lives and hearts in your palm, make the entire future forensic world tremble at your name. Lin Yen spat out a mouthful of water, splashing Zhou Yumin's entire back just as he was about to walk away. Cough, cough, cough. To prevent Zhou Yumin, the protagonist's father, from holding a grudge, Lin Yen decisively knocked the water bottle to the ground, coughing so violently he could barely catch his breath, as if he were about to drop dead on the spot. Damn it, the sky is falling. Seriously, what the genius anti-investigation system is this? He absolutely doesn't want to spread his wings in criminal law. Okay, is it still possible to time travel back now? Lin Yen coughed up tears with utmost realism, seriously wanting to dig a hole and bury himself on the spot. He could unlock the handcuffs in 3 seconds, but he was already a suspect. If he really dared to pull such a stunt in the interrogation room, would he be able to walk out unscathed? After unlocking the handcuffs in 3 seconds, reward obtained. So what if I like playing with knives? So what if I like playing with knives? As a rich second-generation heir who enjoys studying all kinds of blades, isn't it perfectly reasonable for you to master every knife technique? Lin Yen blinked, the physiological tears in his eyes spilling over, clearly revealing the utter bewilderment in his gaze. although handcuffs shouldn't be casually unlocked. But then again, click. After that crisp sound, the three security officers and Lin Yen in the interrogation room froze on the spot, unable to believe their eyes or their own hands. No, this is the latest upgraded model of silver handcuffs. They require a special key to open. How did this kid manage to open them in the blink of an eye? What kind of background does he have? Chapter 3. A criminal talent kissed by the creator. Lin Yen was about to make excuses, but before he could say anything, a new prompt box popped up in front of him. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. So what if I just love playing with knives? In an instant, detailed information about various types of knives and their usage flooded into Lin Yan's mind like a tidal wave. From the large machete, Zamadeo, and Tanghengdao, down to throwing knives, daggers, utility knives, and even surgical scalpels. Despite the overwhelming influx of knowledge, he felt no discomfort at all. It was even easier than when he first absorbed the original host's memories. After just a brief moment of closed-eye silence, Lin Yen had already mastered and integrated all the knowledge. Now, he knew exactly how to kill someone with a single, fatal strike, leaving the victim no time to cry for help or struggle. How to hold the knife most efficiently, how to avoid hard bones and drive the blade straight into vital points, how to carve out perfectly proportioned human tissue, and so on. Using special knives combined with unique techniques, one can even extract organs from a living body without leaving scars. No, what the hell is this? How is this even legal? Is this appropriate? Lin Yen slapped his forehead hard, feeling as though criminal law and a bullet were beckoning to him. The original host was a spoiled, privileged rich kid who had everything handed to him on a silver platter. From childhood, no matter what trouble he got into, someone always cleaned up his mess. Even in the middle and later parts of the original novel, there were all sorts of people willing to take the fall for him or die in his place, all for money. But Lin Yen was different. He was just an ordinary student who hadn't even graduated from the police academy yet. He held a deep respect for the law and certainly couldn't just accept the predetermined path written by the original author, leading himself astray. What kind of genius anti-investigation system is this? Get lost? Get lost? Get lost. After regaining his composure, Zhou Yumin, feeling the cold and dampness on his back, remained silent for a long time before finally walking back to Lin Yen. Let's go. I'll take you to file a report first, then send you to the detention room to cool off. By the way, where did you learn that lock-picking skill? Lin Yen. How would he know? After spending several hours in the detention room, Lin Yen was finally released. He took a deep breath of the long mist-free air, pulled out his phone that had been away from him for nearly 20 hours, and sure enough, the call log was filled with missed calls. Lin Yen closed his eyes for a moment and stepped aside, just about to hail a taxi to go home first, when the system's electronic synthesized voice once again pierced his mind like a haunting echo. At the same time, the virtual screen resembling a game prompt popped up before him again. Congratulations, host, for partially clearing your suspicion and temporarily leaving the Public Security Bureau. Young man, now that you've regained your freedom, aren't your hands itching to accomplish something earth-shattering? Go forth and showcase that criminal genius kissed by the creator. Current mission: successfully commit a theft without being caught by the security officers. Time limit: 24 hours. Mission reward: who knows computers better, you or me? Lin Yen. Just destroy it all. He's exhausted. God, what a divinely gifted talent for crime. Does he need this? Does he? Sometimes, he really wanted to just lie down on the spot and let out a groundhog scream. Could someone please come and save him? More than an hour later, Lin Yen paid the ride-hailing fare and walked into the villa neighborhood with a somewhat withdrawn demeanor. Staring at the countdown that kept floating in his field of vision without a single second's pause, incessantly harassing him, his mood was complicated. 22 hours, 19 minutes, 43 seconds. He really wanted to know if he failed to complete the mission assigned by the system before the countdown ended, would there be any punishment? But the system didn't seem very intelligent. It only spoke a bit more when issuing tasks. No matter what methods Lin Yen tried, he could only open a blank information panel displaying temporarily unavailable. If not for the countdown box ticking away right before his eyes, Lin Yen would have thought the so-called system he heard was just an illusion. Until he walked back home, Lin Yen was still feeling rather withdrawn. Did you get into any trouble outside? A somewhat authoritative middle-aged male voice rang out clearly. Only then did Lin Yen notice that a man in a suit was sitting silently in the living room. The man casually placed his cigar on the edge of the ashtray, turned his head to look at Lin Yen, his expression stern. Lin Yen blinked his eyes and instinctively called out, "Dad." Lin Songhai gave a slight nod, his imposing gaze sweeping over Lin Yan's clothes several times. Yet the amusement in his eyes gradually washed away the sternness, and his tone softened. "Where have you been fooling around? It's been almost 24 hours without contact. Did you get arrested for soliciting?" Lin Yen? Looking at the barely concealed, somewhat mischievous smile in Lin Songhai's eyes, Lin Yen almost doubted his own hearing. Is this really my father? Does this family really have a place for him? How could a father say such things about his own child? Fortunately, Lin Yen had almost entirely inherited the original owner's memories, and quickly rolled his eyes at Lin Songhai with practiced ease. "TSK, I say, old Lin, you're the one who should be careful don't get caught in a vice raid during one of your business dinners." "Hey, you little rascal." Lin Songhai wasn't the type to back down from banter. Since he'd started this verbal sparring, he was determined to see it through. "Honestly, you should just scrap that entertainment company idea. Come be my executive assistant instead. I'll schedule some business dinners for you tomorrow, guaranteed to land you behind bars." Lin Yen was so amused by this threat that he collapsed inelegantly onto the opposite sofa, replying in an even tone, "Fine then, let's shut down the company. Help me find someone to start bankruptcy proceedings tomorrow." Lin Songhai was a remarkably successful businessman, starting from scratch to amassing assets worth hundreds of millions. Arranging someone to handle bankruptcy proceedings for his company was as simple as sending a single message. "Huh?" Lin Songhai's expression turned serious, his gaze sharpening as he finally regained his composure. "What's the matter? Finally facing reality? Giving up on your startup dreams? No more of this real man competition with me." Lin Songhai glanced at his obviously unchanged clothes and said in a faint tone, "Kid, you didn't get into trouble outside, did you? You actually called me Dad. As soon as you walked in today, that's way too unusual for you." Lin Yen. Lin Yen didn't respond, still lying flat like a salted fish, his gaze at the ceiling somewhat vacant. The original host's intelligence and business acumen were indeed no joke. That entertainment company, newly established not long ago, had already achieved notable success, with many high-quality scripts in preparation for filming. But as the original novel's plot unfolded and the original host embarked on a path of crime, this entertainment company began dabbling in activities explicitly prohibited by criminal law. At present, Lin Yen is plagued by a dirty system. To prevent it from potentially forcing him to evade taxes, engage in the adult entertainment industry, coerce innocent girls into illicit businesses, or launder money, selling off the company now is undoubtedly the best choice. As for how to handle this theft case mission, he still has over 20 hours to carefully consider his options. Chapter 4. Using this to test a cadre? Really? Lin Yen, are you really giving up on your company? If so, I'll sell it for you. You've got some of my old flair, kid. The company's not bad, just offer a slight discount, and someone will surely buy it out of respect for me. Lin Songhai leaned in and rapped Lin Yan's head with his knuckles. "TSK, your brain's not waterlogged. It's just a small company anyway. If you're done playing with it, we'll let it go. How about selling it to get you a few figurines?" Lin Yen blinked, meeting Lin Songhai's eyes. Though they held a hint of amusement, they couldn't conceal their concern. He let out a helpless smile. "Let's talk about it later. I'm exhausted and hungry right now." Lin Songhai then ruffled his hair and said with a smile, "Then go take a shower first. Aunt Lee will bring your meal to your room door when it's ready." Okay. It wasn't until he had washed away his exhaustion and eaten a warm, delicious meal that Lin Yen finally realized another possible reason for the original owner's descent into darkness. Love. The unconditional love and doting from his family, combined with the constant praise he received since childhood for his high intelligence, made him utterly unable to accept the experience of being framed and put on trial. This led to his intense disappointment and resentment toward the law enforcement system. After all, the original book was centered around the male lead Zhou Chuanbai's experiences and didn't provide much detailed elaboration on the original owner's motives for crime, the process of committing the crime, or family relationships. As a reader, Lin Yen had only seen the surface-level investigation reports from the Security Bureau, all from Zhou Chuanbai's perspective. But now, having fully inherited the body's memories and understanding the original owner's experiences, Lin Yen almost instinctively formed a hypothesis. Regarding the current murder case, he's being framed for the real killer, The process of the murder, the motive, and the irrefutable evidence pointing to the culprit were likely all uncovered by the original owner's parents, Lin Songhai and Leng Shiqing, who specifically paid for a thorough investigation. The clever, original protagonist, after being transferred to a detention center awaiting execution, was suddenly acquitted and released. Naturally, he would assume his parents had pulled some strings. As for what exactly this exerting force entails, whether it's hiring a scapegoat, bribing prosecutors, or something else, his sharp intellect and strong sense of pride would likely prevent him from pressing for details. Thus, under layers of misunderstandings, the original protagonist's corruption meter just kept rising. Tisk! Lin Yan leisurely wiped his mouth, placed the empty plate which he had completely cleaned onto the dining cart, pushed it outside the room, and then stretched lazily before flopping onto the large bed. What he said earlier in the interrogation room wasn't an exaggeration. The Lin family's wealth was more than enough for him to squander for a lifetime. With such luxurious living conditions, why on earth would he turn to the dark side? The only troublesome thing was this so-called genius anti-forensic system attached to him. His monthly allowance was 2 million, and during holidays or when his parents were in a good mood, they'd even give him extra. So why would the current Lin Yan ever resort to theft? What are you stealing? Is stealing potted plants from the neighbor's house a crime? Wait, no, everyone in this detached villa community is wealthy. Even a random potted plant here could be valuable enough to warrant a sentence. Lin Yan closed his eyes and simply gave up. Early the next morning, before the sunlight could fully penetrate the gently swaying light-colored curtains, Lin Yan was abruptly awakened from his sweet dreams by a phone call. He sat up with his eyes still closed and answered the call without even glancing at the caller ID. Who is it? Zhou Yumin. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yan's morning grumpiness instantly dissipated by more than half. He pressed his lips together several times before finally opening his eyes to glance at the time displayed on his phone. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. What instructions do you have for me at this hour? Zhou Yumin's voice sounded somewhat weathered, but even more so, it carried a tone of helplessness. There's no progress in the case. Come back for a while. Considering your decent performance yesterday, I won't send my colleagues who stayed up all night to arrest you at your home. Lin Yan. Alright, he's suspecting me again. Lin Yan sighed as if resigned to his fate. I'll wash my face and then go. This Zhou Yumin, truly a seasoned public security officer, actually using this to test a cadre. What appears to be a tactic of beating the grass to startle the snake, essentially telling the suspect in advance, I'm coming to arrest you, so tie yourself up and walk over, is actually a psychological game he's playing. If Lin Yan had even the slightest bit of guilt and attempted to flee, he would most likely be caught on the spot by plainclothes officers stationed near the villa community. By then, Zhou Yumin wouldn't believe a single word he said. On the contrary, if Lin Yan went voluntarily, it would prove his innocence and lack of fear toward the investigation, making his subsequent statements and assistance to the investigative team far more credible. As expected of the male lead's father, what a sly old fox. After finishing his morning routine and stepping out of the bedroom, Lin Yan hesitated for a long while before finally sneaking into Lin Songhai's study and making off with his treasured tea leaves and a gold and silver-plated fountain pen. After carefully storing the tea leaves deep in his bedroom cabinet and tucking the pen into his pocket, Lin Yan finally stepped out of the house with satisfaction. A few minutes later, Lin Yan strolled lazily to the edge of the residential area, yawning. His gaze swept over the few extra taxis parked at the main gate, and suddenly he chuckled. Casually picking one that caught his eye, he walked up and lightly tapped on the passenger side window with his knuckles. Driver to the Public Security Bureau. No fare, still willing to go. The undercover officer disguised as a driver, a young officer, seemingly in his early 20s, opened the passenger door, his clear eyes filled with confusion. How did you figure it out? Lin Yan smiled as he got into the car, leaned back against the seat, and very obediently fastened his seatbelt. This is a high-end villa community. The residents here usually have dedicated drivers when they go out and almost never take taxis. Not only did so many taxis show up all at once, but every single driver inside was sitting bolt upright, like school kids in class. Who would believe there's nothing fishy going on? Not only was the young officer at the wheel left speechless, but his dedicated earpiece also fell into complete silence. The quiet atmosphere didn't last long before the young officer driving slightly turned his head and whispered into his earpiece. Captain Zhou, he's asleep in the passenger seat. Wake up, we're here. Lin Yan rubbed his eyes as he got out of the car, touching his empty stomach. I left in a hurry this morning. Do we get breakfast here? The young officer fell silent for a moment, then mechanically relayed the message he heard through his earpiece. If you can contribute to solving the case, Captain Joe will treat you to the unit cafeteria. TSK, as long as they don't send him to the detention center cafeteria, it's fine. Lin Yen followed the young officer without paying much attention to the route and found himself led into yet another interrogation room. He stared blankly at Zhou Yumin sitting across from him, clearly worn out from the graveyard shift, his gaze quickly sweeping over the ashtray full of cigarette butts in front of him. Lowering his eyes to glance at the silver handcuffs before him, he was already beginning to question his life choices. You guys couldn't find anything all night, and now you're trying to pin this murder on me again? Zhou Yumin, his hair a disheveled mess, fingers yellowed from nicotine, and eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, fixed his gaze on Lin Yan's hands that had clearly never known a day of hard labor. We checked that utility knife you mentioned. It only had the fingerprints of your executive assistant, Su Chanqian. But she has a rock-solid alibi for the time of the victim's death. Then she must at least be an accomplice, right? Seeing the astonishment in Lin Yan's eyes, Zhou Yumin shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse. No, her statement is flawless. As a secretary solely responsible for your daily office activities, isn't it perfectly reasonable for her to bring a new utility knife after noticing yours was missing? Lin Yan nearly choked on his breath, frowning in thought for several seconds before a sudden inspiration struck. Wait a minute. Didn't you recover any useful information from the victim's phone? Chapter 5. Couldn't you at least be discreet? No. The forensic team said there were only traces of a small amount of deleted data on the victim's phone. After recovery, they found it was just some daily photos and normal app uninstallations. After locking eyes with Zhou Yumin for several seconds and confirming the sincerity in his gaze, Lin Yan let out a long sigh. I can help you recover them. It seemed this plot was determined to drag him down, insisting on landing him with a verdict no matter what. A criminal investigation team should be teeming with talent. How could they fail to recover even the slightest bit of useful information? Could that phone possibly have a national-level security program installed? But what Lin Yan didn't expect was that Zhou Yumin didn't agree immediately. Instead, he stared straight into Lin's eyes, his tone completely flat. You're a suspect. I'm just a suspect, not a criminal. The playful smile completely vanished from Lin Yan's face. I know you're worried I might destroy potentially more crucial evidence on that phone, and you doubt whether I even have such capability. As a test, I can help you recover phone data from other cases. He refused to believe it. Can this dirty water splashed on his head really never be washed clean? After a moment of silence, Zhou Yumin still agreed. Fine, but you should understand that the evidence we currently have is sufficient to prosecute you. If you can't uncover anything useful, I'll personally escort you to the detention center. With Zhou Yumin's permission, Lin Yan was soon brought into the technical department. At around 6 in the morning, the technical department had only one exhausted officer still typing away at a computer. Lin Yan sat in front of a computer with its screen lit, checked the data cable connecting it to the victim's phone, and, like the officer, began typing rapidly on the keyboard. His slender, well-defined fingers tapped rhythmically, creating a rather pleasing sight. One might think he was playing the piano. Lin Yan dared to confidently propose restoring the phone's data himself precisely because the system's reward had taken effect. Indeed, Lin Yan himself was quite surprised. He had merely taken a can of tea and a fountain pen from his father's study, yet the system's requirement for a theft case was somehow fulfilled just like that. As for the rewards, Lin Yan could only say they were absolutely outrageous. Who knows computers better, you or me? You are a true computer genius, possessing computer hacking skills far beyond this era, with unmatched brain speed and typing speed in the world. Young man, craft your own anti-forensic program, turn fugitives into your puppets on strings, and weave your exclusive criminal network in this domain. You are already invincible. With the support of this incredible technology and the tug-of-war with the original plot, Lin Yan spent nearly an hour digging out the heavily encrypted and deleted messages from the victim's phone. The originally casually glancing Zhou Yumin, who had been sitting at the neighboring workstation, had only lowered his head to reply to a few messages when he looked up to find Lin Yan already saving the deceased's chat records. Upon seeing the intense, threatening words above, Zhou Yumin's back straightened instantly. Who is this? My executive assistant, Fang Wen. Lin Yan's fingers flew across the keyboard, and the printer nearby began to hum and whir as it started working. Zhou Yumin quickly stood up, dashed over in a few strides, and picked up the printed chat records. The more he read, the graver his expression became. Suddenly, Lin Yan's fingers froze mid-air as he glanced sideways at Zhou Yumin. Captain Zhou, do you want this? On the computer screen, there was a strikingly provocative edited video. Zhou Yumin only glanced at it briefly before shifting his focus back to the chat records in his hand. Don't worry about whether it's useful or not for now. Just save everything. Lin Yan didn't say anything more, only tapping away at the keyboard with a click-clack sound, quickly restoring most of the deleted suspicious messages. When the young security officer arrived at the technical department with breakfast for two, Lin Yan and Zhou Yumin were sitting in front of the computer, reviewing that dazzlingly explicit video. The seductive female voice, the unmistakable suggestive sound effects, and the overwhelmingly white, indecent imagery delivered a powerful psychological blow to the young officer. His grip on the steamed buns faltered, and one of them slipped right toward Lin Yan's lap. Seriously, even if it wasn't technically working hours yet, was it really appropriate to watch such explicit material with a suspect in the middle of an investigation? Couldn't they at least be a little more discreet about it? Lin Yan dodged with lightning speed, preventing the still steaming bun from touching his leg. Meanwhile, Zhou Yumin shot a glance at the young officer. Shaoli, come take a look too. Pay attention to analyzing the possible cause of death from the scene. Li Xiaoxing's face turned red, but he knew that as a security officer, he might encounter such scenes in the future. He obediently sat to the side, meek as a quail. Zhou Yumin pushed his steamed bun in front of Lin Yan and said in a low voice, "Eat first." Lin Yan shook his head. "I don't have that kind of hobby." He wasn't a seasoned public security officer with years of experience, nor did he possess Zhou Yumin's level of mental fortitude. Before long, the video finished playing, and Zhou Yumin had also finished his breakfast, leisurely wiping his mouth. "Shaoli, tell me, what information can you analyze from the things found in the victim's phone?" Li Xiaoxing shook his slightly blank mind and thought carefully. "According to the photos from the forensic team, we can confirm that the victim is the man in the video. If all these videos were shot and edited by the victim, then he likely died from a revenge killing." At this point, he glanced again at Lin Yan, who was yawning. Considering Mr. Lin's framed situation, the perpetrator also possesses considerable computer skills. Taking into account the absence of any other fingerprints or footprints at the crime scene, we can confirm she possesses certain counter-surveillance capabilities. Involving professional knowledge, the blush of embarrassment on Li Xiaoxing's face had completely faded, replaced by a look of intense focus in his eyes. The killer was likely someone who had been filmed in such videos and threatened by the deceased, harboring intense hatred, which led them to meticulously plan this act of revenge. Zhou Yumin nodded and pulled out several printed chat records provided by Lin Yan. From these records, it appears that both Su Chanxian and Fong Wen were victimized by the deceased and had videos secretly taken of them. This edited video features so many different women, yet the deceased is the only man throughout, indicating he harmed numerous individuals and may have already exploited these materials for illegal profit. At this point in the investigation, Lin Yan's suspicion could basically be ruled out. Zhou Yumin patted Lin Yan on the shoulder, finally showing a relaxed smile. "Not bad, your computer skills. Would you be interested in working as a special consultant for us? No fixed salary, but there are bonuses for assisting in solving cases. You'd only need to step in when our technical department staff encounter difficulties. How about it?" Lin Yan smiled but didn't immediately agree. "Captain Zhou, let's focus on catching the person who framed me first. If possible." Lin Yan didn't want to have anything to do with anyone related to the male lead, especially the male lead's biological father. "Tisk, you little rascal, with skills like these, if you're not putting them to use for the people, I might just have to pay you a visit at home every now and then." Lin Yan, anytime. Chapter 6. Now I just regret. Seeing Lin Yan's utterly unyielding attitude, Zhou Yumin couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. If someone with such skills could secure a stable job, it would undoubtedly be a win-win situation for everyone. But recalling how he had just subjected the man to over 10 hours of continuous interrogation not long ago, Zhou Yumin quickly suppressed his thoughts and pointed solemnly at the computer screen. "Are these virtual number IP addresses completely unrecoverable?" Glancing at the call records he had personally extracted from the deceased's phone records that couldn't trace the other party's identity, Lin Yan nodded calmly. "There's a self-destruct program on it. Being able to recover these virtual numbers is already a testament to my technical prowess." That statement was actually quite reasonable. The forensic team had worked all night on the victim's phone and only managed to recover a few harmless daily photos. The difficulty of cracking this phone was evident. Zhou Yumin clearly caught the implied meaning in his words. Thinking of his entire night's labor and the now empty cigarette box, the old man's face couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. All right, Shaoli, have someone bring Su Chanshan and Fong Wen back for questioning. Lin Yan, let's go. I'll take you to grab a meal first. It was agreed upon arrival that if he helped with the case, he'd get a meal, so Lin Yan didn't refuse. He stood up and followed him to the cafeteria. The breakfast at the Public Security Bureau's cafeteria was quite lavish. Plus, since it was still early, many items had just come out of the kitchen, steaming hot. Lin Yan casually picked a couple of dishes and sat down at a spot that caught his eye to eat. Zhou Yumin had clearly already eaten, yet he remained seated across from him, wearing an expression that seemed to hesitate between speaking and staying silent, his gaze frequently shifting between Lin Yan and the sweet porridge. Lin Yan was genuinely getting a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Captain Zhou, if you have something to say, could you just say it directly? It's almost 8 o'clock even if you're not working on a case. Shouldn't you go back and catch up on some sleep? Zhou Yumin smiled, covering his mouth as he gave a light cough. It's fine, you eat your meal. Your suspicion has been cleared, and you can leave after you finish eating. But, would you like to participate in the interrogation of Su Chanshan and Fong Wen? These two, like Lin Yan before, are now considered suspects and can take some time in the interrogation room to reflect on their lives. Of course, Lin Yan would very much like to personally question them. But for some reason, he always felt there was something not quite right about the look in Zhou Yumin's eyes. After pondering for 2 seconds, Lin Yan gently stirred the sweet porridge in his bowl. Just say it straight, Captain Zhou. Knowing he was dealing with a sharp mind, Zhou Yumin didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, if you nod, I'll apply for a temporary consultant work permit for you, allowing you to fully participate in the investigation of the home invasion murder case. He stared straight into Lin Yan's eyes, speaking slowly and enunciating each word clearly, almost syllable by syllable, including interrogating suspects. Lin Yan clicked his tongue, put down the spoon in his hand, and smiled helplessly. Are you trying to trick me? This old fox, knowing full well that Lin Yan was framed, unjustly scolded, and even interrogated for over 10 hours, it's only natural he'd hold a grudge against the person who set him up and might even want to beat them to a pulp. Being able to interrogate the very person who framed you and nearly got you shot, that's an irresistible temptation for anyone. Lin Yan's complex emotions were evident in his eyes. Zhou Yumin cleared his throat, his expression turning more serious. The most important thing is, I think this case still needs your help. Although not much information can be gleaned from an edited video, when each clip is pieced together, they amount to over half an hour. The sheer volume of footage the deceased had recorded must have been astonishing. Zhou Yumin propped his temple with one hand, a faint trace of weariness inadvertently showing between his brows. He was stabbed multiple times, piercing his spleen and causing fatal hemorrhaging. Yet there were no signs of struggle on his body, no traces of drugs or alcohol in his system, and even the vital reaction around the wounds was minimal. This suggests that when the murderer struck, he was most likely already in an unconscious state. Lin Yan picked up the spoon again, his gaze resting on the pale purple sweet porridge as he spoke in a calm tone. So you're saying you want me to help you trace the source of those special drugs he had and track down the headquarters IP address of the website he used to profit from those color videos? Although this statement sounded somewhat like a question, his tone was almost flat, confident, and composed. By the way, I have another question. When did you receive the emergency call? Zhou Yumin, having his thoughts guessed correctly, didn't dwell on the surprise and blurted out as if he were thoroughly familiar with the case. At 13:49 that day, according to the surveillance footage, you had just left the residential area not long before the nearest security officer arrived at the scene. When I arrived with the forensic and trace evidence experts, the body didn't even have lividity yet. But when we tried calling back the person who reported the crime, the number was completely unreachable. Lin Yan took several sips of the sweet porridge before smiling and saying, "Don't you think it's strange? The victim had only been dead for a few minutes. The car I hailed hadn't even gone far when you received the call, and it even pinpointed the exact house number. Who could have such detailed knowledge of what happened in the victim's home?" Zhou Yumin slightly furrowed his brows, rubbing his fingers yellowed from cigarette smoke, his gaze deep and somber. Either it's the murderer or someone was monitoring the victim through surveillance. No. Lin Yan wagged a finger in front of Zhou Yumin, can't be the killer. No matter how confident someone is, they wouldn't believe a hastily arranged crime scene is flawless. They'd definitely clean up their traces repeatedly and inspect everything carefully. Both Fong Wen and Su Chanqian are meticulous people. At work, they would review a proposal multiple times, let alone in a situation like this. Zhou Yumin nodded in strong agreement. Indeed, if the murderer were the one reporting the crime, they would likely wait an hour or two, feeling they've sufficiently handled the crime scene before taking action. Lin Yan rested his chin on one hand, gazing at Zhou Yumin with a faint smile in his eyes, his tone leisurely. So, there's only one possibility left. There was a hidden surveillance camera in the victim's home, and it captured the entire process of the murderer committing the crime. This footage can not only serve as irrefutable evidence for you to convict the murderer but also help trace back to find out who was spying on the victim. Judging by the things the victim was involved in, those spying on him were most likely either the group dealing in special drugs or the higher-ups of an adult website. If it were an ordinary surveillance equipment vendor, they wouldn't have completely omitted their own information when filing the report. So, regardless of who filed the report, it should be the person you're looking for. Zhou Yumin stared blankly at Lin Yan, taking deep breaths of the cafeteria air scented with food, inexplicably feeling a slight toothache. How on earth does Lin Yan's brain work like that? He had only shared a small portion of the autopsy report's information and combined it with the time of the report. Yet Lin Yan was able to deduce so much, not only guessing his thoughts almost entirely, but even laying out the direction for further investigation of the case. Such a genius in criminal investigation, and he had actually offended him as a criminal. Zhou Yumin was filled with regret, wishing he could travel back in time to gently wake his past self from its slumber. Now all he felt was regret, deep, profound regret. Chapter 7. What a coincidence. Isn't it? Lin Yan paid no attention to Zhou Yumin's little schemes. After leisurely finishing his breakfast, he got up to return his tray. In that short time, Zhou Yumin had already received 2 or 3 phone calls, his eyebrows furrowed in anger. Are you all still half asleep? A living person who was just seen on surveillance footage, and you're telling me he's vanished into thin air? Check the surveillance, track the ID card, use the Sky Eye system. I want that man found at all costs. Zhou Yumin hung up the phone and turned back to Lin Yan, forcing a faint smile onto his face. Su Chanqian is being brought back to the station, but Fong Wen is missing. Let's go. I'll take you to get a temporary pass first. Later, I can even apply for a dedicated laptop for you. Lin Yan very much wanted to say he didn't need another computer at all, but considering the joy of being able to personally conduct interrogations, he still followed Zhou Yumin's lead. If it's just a brief interaction, then so be it. Once this case is wrapped up, he'll take the standard concerned citizen reward money and stay far away from the male lead and his son. With Zhou Yumin, the deputy head of the criminal investigation team, personally overseeing it, Lin Yan's temporary credentials were issued in just over 10 minutes. At first glance, the cover of this credential was almost indistinguishable from the public security officer IDs used by Zhou Yumin and his team. Both were small dark green leather booklets containing a photo and job information inside. Home invasion homicide case, temporary technical consultant. Lin Yan softly read the words aloud, his emotions somewhat complicated. From suspect to consultant in the blink of an eye, he had to admire his own cleverness. But no matter what, being a consultant is better than being a scapegoat. Before long, Lin Yan was brought into the interrogation room, this time as an interrogator, sitting beside Zhou Yumin. Su Chanqian saw Lin Yan sitting across from her, looking completely unfazed, and her anxious expression eased slightly. Boss, are you here to bail me out? I'm sorry. I've delayed the work. You still have a meeting scheduled from 3:30 to 5 o'clock this afternoon. Lin Yan glanced at Li Shaoxing, who had recorded every word in his notebook, then looked back at Su Chanqian with a helpless expression in his eyes. All right, you're an educated person. You should know this isn't the kind of place you can just waltz into, right? I don't have many questions, but I hope you won't disappoint me. Noticing the light gradually fading from Su Chanqian's eyes, Lin Yan also grew serious. Zheng Chaojie, you know him, right? After he hurt you, did you ever think about getting revenge? Su Chanqian opened her mouth, but upon hearing the latter part of Lin Yan's sentence, she swallowed the words, I don't know, and changed them to, no. Lin Yan nodded slightly. Even though he could tell at a glance that she was lying, he didn't press further and instead changed the subject directly. I remember Fong Wen was quite close to you when you were unwell during your period. She even took the initiative to help you with your workload. Now that she's missing, do you know where she went? Su Qianqian shook her head, her face pale from emotional turmoil, but it visibly softened a bit upon hearing these words. The day before yesterday, she said something had happened at home. She left during the lunch break and never came back. I ended up finishing her work for her in the afternoon. Boss, how long has she been missing? Has she not been caught on surveillance since noon? Lin Yen smiled, his expression appearing gentle and harmless, as if he had turned the interrogation room into a casual chatting spot, and spread his hands. I also have very limited information. As you know, I leave earlier than all of you every day at noon when work ends. As the boss, I was just too concerned about her, which is why I wanted to do everything I could to help the authorities find her. After all, she's so young and beautiful, and she does her job exceptionally well. Now that she's been missing for so many hours, who knows what might have happened? Zhou Yumin couldn't help but glance at Lin Yen sitting beside him, secretly astonished. So when Lin Yen specifically asked him before entering the interrogation room whether Su Qianqian knew about Zhang Chaojia's death, it was for this exact moment. This kid was setting up a psychological trap here. Judging by her actions, Su Qianqian was very likely an accomplice to the suspect Fong Wen, especially since she had supplied Lin Yan's desk with an extra utility knife, but she happened to have a rather reasonable excuse. As a seasoned detective with years of experience, Zhou Yumin knew very well that someone like Su Qianqian could easily evade charges of being an accomplice if she didn't confess voluntarily. Sure enough, after locking eyes with Lin Yen for a long moment and genuinely seeing the concern and worry in his gaze, Su Qianqian placed a hand on her chest, closed her eyes briefly, and let out a long sigh. Boss, I'm sorry. When Jie and I did want to take revenge on Zheng Chaojia, we had discussed several versions of how to commit the crime, just to make sure his death would look as accidental as possible. But plans can't keep up with changes. That afternoon, Zhang Chaojia invited Wen Jie to lunch and asked her to take the afternoon off. So she took the utility knife from your desk and left. At this point, Su Qianqian, who seemed to have imagined something in her mind, had already teared up. Boss, if Wen Jie really goes missing, it must be Zhang Chaojia's doing. Zhang Chaojia is no good. He blackmailed us many times with those videos. I was even forced by him and his gang to, you know? Su Qianqian sniffled, not daring to look up into Lin Yan's eyes. That day when he asked Wen Jie to go out, it definitely wasn't for anything good. Boss, Wen Jie only took your utility knife for self-defense. You can go to Zhang Chaojia's house to look for Sister One. She must have been illegally detained by that bastard. Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. Only a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Fong Wen was last seen near that area. The police must have already investigated Zhang Chaojia's home. If they could find Fong Wen that easily, they wouldn't have brought you here. Su Qianqian lowered her head, wiped the tears from her face, and silently cried for several minutes before finally speaking as if she had made up her mind. That S house has a basement, which he dug secretly himself. When Jie told me about it, Lin Yen glanced at Zhou Yumin, who was looking at him with admiration, and quickly averted his gaze. Did she tell you where the basement is? Su Qianqian had already mentioned the basement, so there was no need to keep hiding it anymore. After all, at this very moment, she only wanted to rescue Fong Wen from Zhang Chaojia's control as quickly as possible, without giving much thought to why she was in an interrogation room rather than an interview room. Under the bed in his bedroom. Although the bed is flush with the floor, it's electric and can be opened with a remote control. Under the cover of the table, Zhou Yumin gave Lin Yen a thumbs up, but his expression remained solemn as he looked at Su Qianqian. Are you sure? Su Qianqian, you know what kind of place this is. If you deliberately conceal or provide false information that affects our case investigation and leads to serious consequences, he paused before adding, the sentence could be between 3 to 10 years. Su Qianqian nodded deeply, tears rolling down her face in large drops. I'm certain, officer. Sister Wen treated me like her own younger sister. How could I possibly hide any of this? Please, you must find Sister Wen, and while you're at it, arrest that bastard Zhang Chaojia. There should still be evidence on Sister Wen's body of Zhang Chaojia harming her. And the video, I have the video here too. After finding Sister Wen, I'll file a lawsuit against Zhang Chaojia together with her. We must make sure he goes to jail. TSK, what a coincidence. Isn't it? After they find Fong Wen, someone is indeed going to jail. It's just that the gender of the person doesn't quite match Su Qianqian's expectations. Chapter 8. Why can't you just take the blame for me? Lin Yen looked at this foolish girl who still deeply believed that Fong Wen wanted to kill Zheng Chaojie but ended up being imprisoned instead. He didn't say much more. After leaving the interrogation room, Zhou Yumin couldn't help but give Lin Yan another thumbs up. That trick of confusing the concepts, you really are a natural at it. Despite the interrogation disguised as routine questioning not lasting long, Zhou Yumin could tell that the relationship between Su Qianqian and Fong Wen was exceptionally close. They were practically as close as real sisters. Even without overthinking it, anyone with normal logical reasoning could guess. If they had revealed even the slightest hint to Su Qianqian that Zheng Chaojie is dead and Fong Wen is the suspect, she would absolutely stick to saying, "I don't know," and refuse to say anything else. At that time, trying to obtain information about Zheng Chaojie's basement so easily would be nothing short of a pipe dream. On the contrary, if the concept is muddled and only the information of Fong Wen's disappearance is conveyed to Su Qianqian, out of concern for Fong Wen's safety, she would undoubtedly rack her brains and do everything possible to help the authorities find Fong Wen's whereabouts. With just a few words, Lin Yan made the already guilty Su Qianqian firmly believe that Fong Wen had attempted murder but was killed in self-defense, and was likely suffering from multiple instances of assault and humiliation. The art of language here is truly impressive. To make an accomplice unknowingly help them track down the real culprit, now that's truly masterful. Until he arrived at Zheng Chaojie's home with Lin Yan and several security officers, Zhou Yumin was still amazed by his own actions. You've got such a knack for manipulating people's minds, it's a shame you didn't join the criminal investigation team. Lin Yan. Without saying a word, he simply sat down on the large sofa in Zheng Chaojie's house, opened the field bag Zhou Yumin had specially prepared for him, pulled out a laptop, and started typing away. "No thanks. I'd rather not have anything to do with you." Thanks to the information extracted from Su Qianqian, the security officers got straight to the point, searching the entire house for the remote control to open the basement. When people passed by him for the nth time, Lin Yan finally couldn't hold back and spoke up to remind them, "Stop looking. If Fong Wen is really hiding down there, she must have taken the remote control with her." The officers suddenly understood and, without waiting for Zhou Yumin's order, immediately went to work on the large bed pressed tightly against the floor. Before long, the heavy bed was shifted over a dozen centimeters, revealing a downward staircase right before everyone's eyes. "Keep going, move it a bit more." Just as Zhou Yumin finished speaking, a hoarse woman's voice clearly emerged from below. "No need. I'll open it for you." Beep. The sound of the remote control being pressed indeed followed, and the heavy foot of the bed began to rise with a faint creak. When the passage was fully opened, a scantily clad young woman walked up with calm steps, her face deathly pale. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes vacant, with numerous blue and purple bruises on her body and splatters of deep crimson bloodstains. "Fong Wen, come with us." Zhou Yumin gave Li Shaoxing beside him a look, and the latter immediately took off his casual jacket and draped it over Fong Wen's slender shoulders. Click. Fong Wen was handcuffed with silver bracelets. As she walked out of the bedroom, Lin Yan was still intently staring at the computer screen, his thin lips slightly pursed. The moment she saw him, Fong Wen's pupils constricted sharply, and her body involuntarily shrank back. Then, guiltily, she averted her gaze. Amidst his busy work, Lin Yan took a moment to look up and gave Fong Wen a faint smile, his eyes dark and unreadable. In the interrogation room, the bright, incandescent lights cast Fong Wen's pallid face in stark relief. Her gaunt figure and the bruises covering her body made her appear pitifully fragile. "Fong Wen, do you plead guilty?" Zhou Yumin's bloodshot eyes seemed to have grown a few more veins, yet his energy remained remarkably high. "Your body is covered with the victim's blood. Based on the spatter patterns, it's not difficult to reconstruct how you used a utility knife to pierce his spleen at the scene." Fong Wen's expression was extremely calm, even carrying a sense of despondency, as if her heart had turned to ashes. "I confess, I killed him." Without Zhou Yumin needing to press further, Fong Wen had already recounted the process of the crime methodically and in detail. "He assaulted me and then I threatened him. If he didn't do as I said and called the boss, I would fight him to the death. If I died in his house, he would be involved in a murder case, targeted by the security bureau, and forced to hide in the shadows forever. He listened to me. While he was outside provoking Lin Yan, I found the knockout drugs he used and drugged him the moment he returned to the basement. After killing him, I faked the crime scene and hid back in the basement." Hearing this, Zhou Yumin raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Did you hear the sirens when you were fabricating the scene?" "I did." Fong Wen now clearly realized there was absolutely no escape, answering every question truthfully. I don't know who called the police. I cleaned up the scene as quickly as possible and then hid. Tell me your reason for framing me, Fangwen. Lin Yan's voice was calm, but his gaze was icy cold. When you and Su Chanchan were planning the murder, had you already considered all this? Is that why you took my utility knife when Zheng Chaojie asked you to leave? Fangwen closed her eyes and did not answer immediately. The interrogation room fell into silence for a moment. The air so still that only the sound of Li Xiaoxing's pen scratching against the paper as he recorded the testimony could be heard. Several minutes later, Fangwen finally opened her eyes, meeting Lin Yan's calm yet indifferent gaze with a bitter smile. Yes, I deliberately took the utility knife. I wore gloves specifically to frame you, including the chat records on Zheng Chaojie's phone. I deleted those too. Zhou Yumin frowned and spoke up before Lin Yan could ask. Why? As your boss? Lin Yan has always treated you fairly. You know exactly how much higher your salary is compared to others in the industry. Zhou Yumin's fingers tapped rhythmically on the case file, his eyes filled with doubt. Based on our investigation, your company's office environment and work atmosphere are the envy of other workers, and there has never been any overtime. How did you come up with the idea to frame your own boss? Fangwen's lips twitched, her gaze shifting uneasily as she avoided Lin Yan's eyes, her voice dropping to a murmur. He has money. He comes from a wealthy and influential family. His father is Lin Songhai. Even if he were sentenced to death for murder, his family would surely find a way to get him out of prison. At this point, Fangwen finally shed a tear. But I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have such a privileged background or that kind of money. If I get caught, I'll be facing a firing squad. She sniffled, finally mustering the courage to look Lin Yan straight in the eyes, her voice trembling. Boss. You're so rich, why can't you just take the blame for me? Chapter 9. How did she dare to provoke Lin Yan back then? Not only Lin Yan, but even Zhou Yumin found this answer somewhat unexpected. He had thought there was some deep-seated hatred involved. But after all this, it turns out Fangwen was simply a vile person with a wicked heart. Wanting to kill someone and then framing the boss for it, Fangwen was truly a goddamn genius. Lin Yan's gaze remained calm as he locked eyes with Fangwen. Considering they were in an interrogation room, he swallowed back the what the hell that had been lingering in his throat, pressed his lips together, and finally said slowly, Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to get you leniency. Fangwen's eyes trembled slightly as she stared at Lin Yan in disbelief. Her hands, firmly locked in silver handcuffs, unconsciously scratched at the table surface with her fingertips, producing faint scraping sounds. She remained silent for a long while before suddenly bursting into laughter, large teardrops rolling down like broken strings of pearls, her voice trembling. Lin Yan. Oh Lin Yan, you truly are a hypocrite who kills without shedding blood. She has already confessed to the whole process of home invasion and murder, with these ironclad evidence and the facts of the crime, with her own little skills. How much more leniency must be a death sentence? But if Lin Yan used his family's resources, for her to spend money to hire the kind of reputation, rarely defeated lawyers. Fangwen knew very well that just based on those deeds that Zheng Chaojie had done, as long as the lawyer was strong, there was a high probability that she could be resentenced to a suspended death sentence, life imprisonment, or even just 25 years. If all these assumptions came true, Fangwen would really not know how to live on. The memories of her being drugged, violated, and tortured by so many people together are so engraved in her mind that even if she has already killed her enemies, she simply can't do anything about the past and let them go away with the wind. Even if you get a high level of psychological guidance, every moment of the rest of her life, she will still be suffering from the heart of the torment, living in the shadow of those moldy clouds, no peace. What's more? Prison is not a good place. That is a place for prisoners serving sentences to carry out ideological reform, and life inside will never be more comfortable and happy than outside. Whether it is in the labor reform or eat, sleep, she will never be associated with murderer 3 words, even if she was once just a victim. When she thought of the possibility of being numbed and tortured in day-to-day labor, Fangwen was suffocated. She should have had a great future, 10 years of hard work to get out of the mountains, a mouthful of silver teeth to find such a high-paying job, would have been able to excel, so that the people who worked so hard to raise her grow up to enjoy their old age in peace and quiet. But this is all ruined by Zheng Chaojie that, in addition to the immediate execution of the death penalty, regardless of the sentence, Fangwen could not find even a tiny bit of hope to live. Fangwen knew very well that the longer she lived, the more she would be tortured physically and mentally. Likewise, She knew that her boss was a smart man. The fact that he was fighting for leniency for himself was not out of good intentions at all, but simply to get back at her for planting the evidence. He was trying to make sure that she would always live under the shadow of being tortured and the dark cloud of being a murderer, searing with the remorse of her ruined future day after day, making even suicide a luxury. Fong Wen looked into Lin Yan's eyes, and for a moment tears fell like rain, her chest heaving uncontrollably from sobbing and her voice beginning to break. You are sorry. Please, don't interfere with my verdict. I apologize to you. Lin Yan. Boss, you can do whatever you want. I beg you. Until this moment, Fong Wen finally knew regret. Whether it was when she regained consciousness surrounded by 7 or 8 men, or when she brought that art knife into Zhang Chaojia's home, or when she accurately stabbed through the spleen of that living man, Fong Wen had never regretted it. But as long as a little thought Lin Yan home resources, it is not difficult to guess. I am afraid that even when she is serving her sentence, she will also be prepared for some malicious, constantly care. Fong Wen really regretted it. If she hadn't been immobilized in the interrogation chair, she would have knelt down on the spot and begged Lin Yan, "Boss, please, I don't want to. This is an interrogation room, Fong Wen. Please cooperate well with the vigilante's questioning." Lin Yan interrupted her words, his gaze retracting from the crimson blood stains on her hands that he hadn't had time to clean off. He curved his lips extremely shallowly, but the smirk in the bottom of his eyes couldn't be covered at all. Rehabilitate well inside. If you can come out, don't do these killing and planting trades. I remember you came out from the mountain village, right? It's not easy for the old lady to keep such a small amount of land and put you through your master's degree, so don't let her down. You perform well inside. Maybe you can even give her a good old age when you come out. After saying that, Lin Yan left the interrogation room straight away, walking without any delay. Fong Wen froze on the spot, crystal tears dripping down the tip of her chin onto the desktop, a suppressed wail overflowing from her throat. She wasn't stupid, she who could come up with such a perfect planting plan. Her IQ wasn't any lower than Lin Yan's. Of course she heard the threat in Lin Yan's words. What those words translated meant was that if she didn't honestly accept Lin Yan's arrangement and obey the high probability of her sentence being changed to life imprisonment, her grandma who was far away in the mountain village would be in trouble. Only if she performed well in prison and fought to be released as soon as possible could she be in time to see her grandma one last time. Fong Wen froze for a while, then suddenly burst out in a low laugh. Her eyes were lightless and her laugh was demented. She had been walking on thin ice since she left the mountain village, and now she had made such a stupid mistake. How on earth did she dare to mess with Lin Yan at that time? When Zhou Yumin finished his interrogation and found Lin Yan, he was sitting in Zhou Yumin's office tapping on his keyboard. A thick pile of printed paper had been placed under the printer on the side, looking like a slab. Zhou Yumin casually pinched up a small pile, only flipping through a few sheets. His face turned completely cold. These little brats. They don't let people live in peace even for a day. Lin Yan didn't even raise his eyelids. Don't mess up the order. I'm not responsible for not being able to find the key information. Zhou Yumin gave him a somewhat helpless look, knowing that these printed materials were all intercepted from different places, and there was no page number, so he took out his cell phone and made a call. Shaoli, find a few from the technical section that don't have work in hand right now. Come to my office. Not long after, 4 younger vigilantes walked in. After entrusting the job of organizing the information to them, Zhou Yumin also sat down on his office chair and started to get busy. After an hour or so, Lin Yan closed his computer and stood up to leisurely stretch his legs. It's done, Captain Zhou. I've already helped you rake over the information on this color video site. All the downline IP locations and incriminating evidence have been printed off. The video of Fong Wen's murder also exists on the desktop, so you can see the rest for yourself. Saying that, Lin Yan put the laptop on Zhou Yumin's desk. A friendly reminder, although I dug out the exact location of those underlings in this website who were responsible for mesmerizing and filming the video, there are too many of them, so you'd better arrest them all in one breath. If I let them sense that something is wrong and run away, I may not necessarily still have time to help. Seeing that Zhou Yumin was about to stand up from his office chair, Lin Yan hurriedly waved his hand, pulling out a temporary ID from his pocket and placing it on the desktop. No need to send me off, haha. I've already called my driver to come and pick me up. Bye you. After saying that, he slipped out of Zhou Yumin's office like he was on his feet. dashing towards the door of the security bureau like a large dog that had been locked up for several days. Li Shaoxing looked up from the mountains of information and muttered with a light smile. Leaving in such a hurry, those who don't know would think that he has committed something again. Chapter 10. It's hard for me to do things for you with so little stuff. Auntie Li, the nanny, was cleaning when Lin Yen arrived home. When she heard the commotion, she came out of the kitchen with wet hands. As soon as she saw that it was Lin Yen, she immediately smiled and wiped the water droplets on her hands onto her apron, the wrinkles on her face stretching out. Xiao Yen is back. Do you have anything you want to eat? What kind of fruits and drinks should I bring to the office today? Lin Yan's pace slightly lurched, before remembering that he seemed to have a company. I don't know what kind of luck the original owner had, but the company had recruited so many talents. A contracted artist actually dog-dare to the big boss of the general secretary and the general assistant to start. These two aggrieved stupid girl does not think of collecting evidence to the police, backhandedly killed people to the boss head to plant evidence. It was really a blessing for the original owner to be able to recruit a few of them. But Fong Wen had already confessed to the crime, and Lin Yen quickly put it behind him. No, I won't go to the office in the afternoon. Lunch will still be according to the menu. His father, Lin Songhai, had to work, and his mother, Leng Shixiang, often stayed at the office, so Lin Yen and his nanny, Auntie Li, were the only two people in the house during the day. Lin Yen briefly explained some, on the pace of brisk walk up the stairs, head into his room, only to call out the information panel he longed for a long time. The original blank background color written on the temporarily unavailable has turned into a golden 3 big words: unlockable, 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 unlockable. Lin Yen rubbed his hands together with some excitement, and between the slightest movement of his mind, other words finally surfaced on the information panel. Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System. Host name, Lin Yen. Age, 19. Points, 0. Physical, 8. Speed, 9. Endurance, 8. Spirit, 15. Normal human average, 10. Special skills. 1. I just like to play with knives, so what? 2. Do you know computers, or do I know computers? Extraction tasks. Tasks review. Tasks retrospective. Props mall not unlocked yet. Good lord. There's actually something that hasn't been unlocked. Lin Yen swept a general glance and didn't immediately look into the 3 extra functions that had been opened, but instead landed his gaze on the words, points. How was this point to be obtained? He had listened to the words of this hairy dog system, opened the silver bracelet in 3 seconds in the interrogation room, and completed another theft case. So how come he didn't have a single point? Lin Yen touched his chin, his eyes wondering. The text on the information panel in front of him quickly disappeared, and new lines of handwriting emerged. The Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System reward mechanism is as follows. After completing the mission target case, the host will immediately obtain the skills rewarded by the mission. If the case is completed and reaches the maximum time limit of the mission without being apprehended by the vigilante, the base reward points will be awarded. The mission target case has a retroactive period ranging from 330 days, and if it is not captured by the vigilante during the retroactive period, additional bonus points will be awarded. Lin Yen couldn't help but smack his lips and gave a thumbs up to this information panel. Who said this system wasn't smart? This system was too smart. After confirming that this system could give answers based on his thoughts, Lin Yen threw a barrage of questions at it offensively. If this case is known to the vigilante before the maximum time limit of the mission is reached, will the bonus skills I've already obtained be withdrawn? No, it will only be impossible to obtain the base reward points, and there will be no chance to obtain additional reward points. Lin Yen frowned, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. That's not right, is it? I was only seen by the vigilante when I committed the crime. But what if he didn't arrest me? The text on the information panel instantly disappeared, and it took several seconds before 6 dots slowly appeared on it. If he doesn't catch you, you still get points. Oh, it seems that as long as you don't get caught in the interrogation room drinking tea and thinking about life. Lin Yen stroked his chin, and the smile in his eyes couldn't help but thicken a few points. What's in the props mall? Is it true that I can open the props mall once I gain points? The mall pricing won't be outrageous, right? Don't give 10 points at a time and buy something that costs thousands. Tuanzi, other people's travelers Tuanzi. When they meet each other, they will give the host a welcome gift and a big red packet. Don't you have something to show? Tuanzi, Aren't you a bit stingy, Tuanzi? Tuzi, tell me, when you first bound me, you didn't give me any awesome skills, even if you didn't. Why didn't you give me more points after I completed the mission? Looking at the 6 points standing silent on the information panel in front of him, Lin Yen put on a pained expression and sighed in his heart. Alas, Tuzi, it's hard for me to do things for you when you just give so few points. Spending banana money you can only hire? Minions. Don't you understand this reasoning? Eh? After a series of smooth dots were connected to form a line, Lin Yan's heart finally resounded with the system's almost ice-cold electronic synthesized voice, which was word for word and one-pointed. In view of the excellent performance of the host, the following rewards have been granted. Points plus 100. Random skill card 1. Oh, I don't know. Lin Yan looked at the virtual card that appeared in front of him out of thin air. His eyes were suddenly happy, and he raised his hand and grabbed the thin, translucent card in his hand, not forgetting to continue to multiply the rewards to the system. No, Unity-san, are you really swallowing my newbie gift pack? There's no such thing as being a tutelary son like you. You're withholding the host's rewards like this. Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. Where's the complaint channel? Sue to the center. I want to sue to the center. Just as Lin Yan was getting more and more agitated with his thoughts, and had begun to mix in a little bit of true feelings, a small information prompt box suddenly popped up in front of him. Points plus 1,000. Wow, so generous. It's too generous. Lin Yan slowly took a breath, still thinking about whether or not he should continue to scavenge some oil from Unity, when the translucent card that was clutched in his hand suddenly clicked and broke apart, turning into countless pieces that poured into his palm. The sudden noise made Lin Yan's hand tremble, and when he looked down, he realized that his palm was unharmed. At the same time, a new prompt popped up on the information panel in front of him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. I only need to slightly out my foot, and it is already the limit of the human body. I only need to make a slight kick, and it is already the limit of the human body. Your physical genes have been transformed and enhanced, which will greatly increase your running speed, agility, foot power, resistance to blows, and other comprehensive attributes. From now on, coming and going like the wind, as light as a swallow, a kick to fly a tiger will no longer be a legend. Junior, you've got Scud. Can't you wait for a thrilling city parkour? Congratulations to the host for triggering the skill task. Run. I'll just run. Just play. Run. I'll run. Play. Please select a suitable target within 24 hours and let the other party chase you willingly for 1 hour. Remarks. If the host is caught by the other party during the 1-hour chase, the host will be penalized by having of 4-dimensional attributes. Lin Yan. The large white teeth he had bared were retracted in an instant. Damn. This dog system is definitely getting back at him. Definitely, Lin Yan could be considered to have experienced what it meant to lift a stone and hit his own foot, slowly lifting his unharmed right hand. He raised a straight middle finger to the information panel in front of him. He had a line of sweet pear brew that he really wanted to shove into this dog system's head. Chapter 11 Lung Shixiang's Magic Claw. After taking several deep breaths in a row to calm down, Lin Yan put away the quest panel and looked at his 4-dimensional attributes again. As expected, after obtaining the skill, I only need to kick out slightly. It's already the limit of the human body. After that, apart from the mental attribute, the rest of his attributes had received a considerable increase. Directly from physical, 8, speed, 9, endurance, 8, spirit, 15. It became physical ability, 17, speed, 18, endurance, 15, spirit, 15. For a moment, Lin Yan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The good news was that the 3 attributes of physical ability, speed, and endurance, even if they were cut in half, he would still be playing for nothing, purely for nothing. But the bad news was that if the spirit was cut in half, this body's high intelligence label might have to be removed. No, this mission had to be completed properly. Lin Yan lifted his legs and took a few steps in place, and he really had a feeling of lightness in his body and a brisk pace. He suppressed the joy and spit in his heart and looked his information panel over again. Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System. Host name, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Points, 1100. Physical, 17. Speed, 18. Endurance, 15. Spirit, 15. Average value for normal people, 10. Special skills, 1. I just like to play with knives, so what? 2. Do you know computers, or do I? 3. I only need to slightly out of the foot, is already the limit of the human body. Extract tasks, task review, task retrospective, prop small, current task, run. I'll just run. Just play. Mission details. With the points scavenged from the unicorn in the bank. The props mall was indeed open. Lin Yen didn't hesitate to tap on the props mall, and a neat and simple shelf screen appeared. There were only 9 items on the shelves, 3 in each row, 3 rows in total, and a small introduction plate was affixed to the bottom of the items. Mushroom eggs 100 points. A very unique shape of the time bomb, boom, of a moment can destroy the sky and earth. Eliminate the troubles. Oh, where is the boom? Rouge fragrance 150 points. Fast acting, no residue. 1 inhale can knock down an elephant. You can't lose or be fooled. Lollipop 999 points. With it, you can imitate any voice. It's a walking recorder. Ancient martial arts. Bajiquan 555 points. Have you ever seen the existence of practicing a martial art to its peak? Buy it and you'll see it in the mirror. Special skill. Going to work? Who's decent enough to go to work? 1,000 points. Buy it and you'll never need to go to work again. Oh? Lin Yen scrutinized the brief descriptions of each item and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although they all looked good. There were only these 9, nothing else? The system obviously didn't want to talk to him, and didn't give a response for half a day. But after looking at the mall interface once again, Lin Yen finally found a small refresh button at the top of the panel. Refresh mall. 100 points time. So it seemed that with enough points, he would be able to light up a lot of skills for himself. Lin Yan's gaze was on special skill. Going to work? Who's decent enough to go to work? Introduction for a few seconds before decisively buying the ancient martial arts. Baji fist. Although this skill seemed like a bit of a thing, Lin Yen was a rich second generation as it were. Even if he didn't mention the $2 million of pocket money that arrived every month at any time, Lin Yen now had tens of millions of dollars in total assets on his own card. He works. What kind of work? Even without this skill, he doesn't need to go to work at all. If he had 100 points for this skill, he would probably just buy it and see how it works. But this thing actually want 1,000 points. He was out of his mind to buy. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ancient martial art. 8 Extreme Fist. But in just a few breaths, all the moves of the 8 Extreme Fist were engraved in Lin Yan's body instincts. This feeling is very wonderful. Obviously, Lin Yan's memory has never had images of practicing the 8 Extremes Fist, but those moves are clearly and unquestionably engraved in his mind, casually used like eating and drinking water, as simple and natural. Lin Yan was in a great mood, and just when he wanted to look up to the sky and laugh, the door of his room was knocked abruptly. Xiao Yan, the meal is ready. Will you eat it in the dining room or should I bring it to you? It was Auntie Lee's gentle voice with a hidden smile. Lin Yen suppressed the corners of his mouth and coughed lightly. I'll go over to eat later. Leave it in the dining room. After calming down, washing his face and changing into a set of clothes, Lin Yen went out and went downstairs. To his surprise, there was actually an elegant and beautiful woman with a slender body and pretty face already sitting in the restaurant. With just a glance, Lin Yen knew that this was none other than his mother, Leng Shixiang, and his slightly halted pace resumed calmly, with a smile on his face. Mom! Leng Shixiang nodded her head and responded. Between the flow of her gaze, she inadvertently revealed a kind of lofty and bland aura, as if everything was already under her control. Elegant, noble, calm, and careless. However, Lin Yen just sat down. Leng Shixiang immediately showed her original form. Both hands simultaneously pinched Lin Yan's face, pulling up the tender flesh on both sides of his cheeks and pinching them again and again. You brat! What did you get me into outside? Why is someone checking up on me? Huh! Even though Leng Shixiang's smile was bright and flamboyant, the force on her hand was not light at all, pinching Lin Yan's cheeks as if she was playing a stress-relieving pinch. Quickly say, did you harm a good girl from someone's family? Why don't you bring someone back for me to see? I'm telling you, if the girl you chose doesn't pass my test, you'll find a way to get $5 million to hit her head and tell her to get lost. Lin Yen almost died in place by her entirety, slurring his words while leaning back in his body shape. Muyo, muyo. Wafor was wrongly accused of spreading. Leng Shixiang read countless people, of course saw the seriousness in the bottom of Lin Yan's eyes, so she loosened her fingers and turned to rubbing the soft flesh on Lin Yan's cheeks with the palm of her hand, still smiling. So what's going on, a brat? Who's so bold as to dare to wrong you? Lin Yan can finally speak clearly, knowing that the memory of the original owner rarely succeeded in breaking free from the clutches of his mother Ling Shixiang. So also do not struggle, directly feel out his cell phone. Find the photo of the temporary documents that Zhou Yumin gave him. Here, I was first planted and became the first suspect in this case, and was interrogated as a murderer for more than 10 hours and then, maybe originated from the body-blood relationship instinctive intimacy, may also be the bottom of the eyes of Ling Shixiang inadvertently flowed out of the real care. In short, Lin Yan like pouring beans, picking and choosing to say their own 2 days of brilliant experience. The more Ling Shixiang listened, the colder her eyes became, and in the end, she let go of Lin Yan's face and rubbed his hair instead. Good boy. Worthy of being born by my mother. You don't have to care about this matter. I'll handle it next. Chapter 12. Has anyone ever experienced that kind of helplessness? Lin Yan blinked, and when he saw the undisguised concern in the bottom of Ling Shixiang's eyes, his heart felt as if it had been gently pinched, and a gentle and delicate touching sensation all of a sudden draped around his body. But the moment he thought of Ling Shixiang's highly classified work unit, he sweated for Zhou Yumin and Fang Wen. Mom, my idea is to hire a good lawyer for Fang Wen. No wonder they say that mother and son are connected. Ling Shixiang was silent for only a second before she laughed out softly. You want her to change her sentence to life imprisonment? She picked up her chopsticks and gave Lin Yan some food before gently lifting her chin. Then what are you going to do if she behaves well inside and comes out in 20 or 30 years? Lin Yan arched his eyebrows. Even though she caused me to almost go in and eat a gun, I'm not the kind of person who's too petty. I can't let her not even see her grandma one last time, can I? Hee hee, you brat. Ling Shixiang smiled helplessly, obviously guessing Lin Yan's thoughts to a T, but her face was still full of doting. Then lawyer, you contact yourself. I've been busy with work lately, and I can't make this kind of call in my unit. Lin Yan nodded obediently. After eating a meal happily, Ling Shixiang didn't even change her clothes. She carried her bag and went out. Lin Yan sat in the living room and watched her back, which had a slender figure but hurried steps, and shook his head helplessly. According to the information in the original book, the original main character's mother, Ling Shixiang, was the biggest stumbling block on the way to solving the case for the original main character, Zhou Chuanbai. Unlike the businessman Lin Songhai, Ling Shixiang is a powerful person who holds a high-ranking position in a secretive organization that is not clearly written in the original book, and is truly powerful in the truest sense of the word. Although Lin Yan is not quite sure if there is any exaggeration here, he knows how much trouble Ling Shixiang has caused to Zhou Chuanbai, both explicitly and implicitly. It's no exaggeration to say that if it wasn't for Ling Shixiang's power, even if Lin Songhai had more money, it wouldn't be enough for Lin Yan to get away with it for thousands of chapters. In the middle and late stages of the original book, in order to cover up the things that Lin Yan had committed, Ling Shixiang no longer had 2 sleeves of clean hands, and began to almost frantically collect the biographies of the various layers of political personnel, and firmly hold the handles of their illegal and criminal behavior in their hands. This also led to a very interesting phenomenon. Zhou Chuanbai hard work for 2 or 3 years. Lin Yan's tail did not seize, but jerked down a lot of political personnel, and the security system in the assholes. After those people went in, although it was clear that it was Ling Shixiang's hand, they didn't dare to give up any information related to Lin Yan at all, for fear that Ling Shixiang would be unfavorable to their families again. From this, it could be seen that Lin Yan was able to get away with so many chapters under the exhaustive pursuit of someone with a protagonist's aura. How heavy Ling Shixiang's mountain that was pressing down on Zhou Chuanbai's head had to be. Ding dong. The beep of his cell phone pulled back Lin Yan's thoughts. He lowered his eyebrows and unlocked his phone. A transfer message came to his eyes. Cold Beauty transferred 500,000 yuan to you. Remarks. Go out for a walk. Don't go to work for the next 2 days. Mom. It's $500,000. It's a real mom. Pure real money is really useful, simply medicine to the disease. Will Lin Yan's heart of the few remaining depression directly to a sweep away. At this time, just out of the villa district of a low-key black car, Ling Shixiang calmly leaned on the back of the seat of the co-pilot, the bottom of the eyes of the cold aura surging. Until she saw the emoticon sent by Lin Yan, her complexion only eased. Very shallow hooked her lips, copied down the string of numbers in the chat box, and clicked on the open dialogue. After organizing the information printed out by Lin Yan, Zhou Yumin had people move them all to the office of the Criminal Investigation Brigade Commander Wen Shangjuan. regarding these website downliners who use special drugs to force and control women to shoot indecent videos by illegal means. He had only just reported the beginning when his cell phone rang abruptly. As a security officer, especially on the criminal investigation side, cell phones are to be kept open 24 hours a day. Don't say that you are reporting to the leadership or dealing with life's major events. Unfamiliar phone calls also have to be answered. What if it's a police report? What if a few minutes earlier to answer the phone can let the police arrive in time to save the life? So, Zhou Yumin pressed answer without thinking. Hello? Who is it? On the other end of the phone, a melodious female voice rang out calmly, spitting out words very clearly. Hello? I am Lung Shixiang. Zhou Yumin. He opened his mouth and stayed in place for a while. If it was before, he definitely would not have any special reaction to this name. However, during the usual screening of Lin Yan's family members who were suspects in the murder case, when he saw that 6 of the 7 investigation orders sent out had been called back, Zhou Yumin knew that things were not simple. Lin Yan existing these close blood relatives, in addition to a company's father Lin Songhai, the other froze what is not allowed to ask, what is not allowed to check. This can be what simple characters. The reason why Zhou Yumin was most impressed by the name Lang Shixiang is because it is the only name that can be known. The other 5 people he tried several times in the internal information network of the security system. Even a name could not be searched, and no such person. Really, has anyone ever experienced that kind of helplessness? Now listen to the cold poetic love this name, and then look at this did not show any number digits. Only caller, Zhou Yumin people are numb. Not far away. The desk side sitting when Shangjuan see Zhou Yumin received the phone but long speechless. Puzzled put down the cup of tea and asked, "What's wrong? Who called?" Lung Shixiang on the other end of the phone obviously heard the inquiry and laughed out in a low voice. Hee, Captain Zhou? Just call me Mrs. Lin. Zhou Yumin raised his hand and wiped his forehead, wiping the shallow cold sweat in his hand on the side of his waist. Still a little slowed down. Haha. Mrs. Lin, hello? After saying these words, Zhou Yumin touched the pen on when Shangjuan's desk and wrote down Lang Shixiang on a piece of white paper. The moment he saw these 3 words, when Shangjuan closed his eyes, and then slowly gave a thumbs up to Zhou Yumin. Zhou Yumin. He simply averted his gaze, and coincidentally, at this time, Lung Shixiang's voice rang out on the phone again. I'm calling this time, standing as a pure mother. Previously, the investigation orders you applied for were all called back by me. But now, as Lin Yan's biological mother, as long as the questions you ask aren't confidential, I can answer them. It was fine if she didn't say that. But when she did, Zhou Yumin sweated even more. Misunderstanding, Mrs. Lin. We have completely ruled out Lin Yan's suspicion of committing the crime. There is no need to investigate his family members. Moreover, I have to thank Lin Yan for his valuable help in solving the murder case. Don't worry, our criminal investigation brigade is one that makes a clear distinction between reward and punishment. And while we severely punish criminals, we won't forget everyone who contributed to the case. I've already reported Lin Yan's honorary title and bonus. As soon as the city approves it, I'll personally send it over to him. Hee. Lung Shixiang's laughter was like a silver bell. Then thank you, Captain Zhou. It will be my son's 19th birthday in a while. At that time, I will have someone send the invitation. I hope that Captain Zhou will take the time to come. In the smoothly moving car, Lung Shixiang did not have any expression on her face, and in her hand, she idly turned a small bright silver-colored pistol. Chapter 13. Who can stand this? Until Lung Shixiang hung up the phone, Zhou Yumin felt that he was dreaming. Old one, I feel that I may need to take a few days off to rest and relax. When Shangjuan looked at Zhou Yumin, who had a bitter look on his face, the tip of his pen was lifted, and he used the cap of his pen to heavily tap the printing paper on the desktop twice. There are still so many people who have not been arrested. As the vice captain of our criminal investigation brigade, how did you come up with such words? Zhou Yumin. He did not speak, with a kind of I'm about to die in place, eyes staring straight at Wen Shangjuan, as if looking at his last straw. Wen Shangjuan was somewhat helpless by his look, and took another sip of tea before saying in a serious tone, Xiao Zhou, I'm about to retire, you know that. Such a large criminal network obviously you lead to uncover. If the action behind you do not participate at all, the credit can be all someone else's. You should be clear, this scale of the case has been enough to the Ministry of Supervision. If you do a good job, sit on my position is not impossible. Really say quit on quit? Zhou Yumin sighed leisurely. I offended the cold poetic love. I guess now is my rank peak cluck. Moreover, the reason why the IP address and criminal evidence of these downlines are so clear, all is Lin Yan's credit. I applied for a temporary work permit and a computer for him, and other things did not do anything. The breakfast he was invited to eat was all free from our cafeteria. The more Zhou Yumin said, the more he felt that he was mostly finished, and his face became even more bitter. The rest of the work is actually not that difficult. It's just coordinating and mobilizing the security forces across the country, and trying to wipe out everyone on this criminal network within a day. Whether I participate or not, the result won't make any difference. When Xiangjuan shook his head helplessly when he saw the self-absorbed look on his face. Okay, what do you take people cold? Mrs. Lin as. The pause in the words was not long, but Zhou Yumin's eyes couldn't help but light up. Old one, you know her specific position? When Xiangjuan directly gave him a big blank stare. Off. The advice I can give you is, don't think so badly of people. Go. I'll read this information myself. You hurry up and do what you need to do. Congratulations to the host for completing the burglary case and not being apprehended by the vigilantes when reaching the maximum time limit of the mission. Gaining base reward points of 100. The retroactive period for this burglary case is 3 days. After 3 days, if the host is still not caught by the vigilantes, he will receive an additional bonus points of 300. Please keep up the good work of the host, keep a low profile during the retrospective period, and climb to the top. Lin Yan was rather speechless as he looked at the prompt box that suddenly popped up in front of him and slowly gave it a middle finger. His guess at the beginning had come true. This system rewarding points was really stingy. The basic reward of 100 points was only enough to refresh them all once, and one had to think carefully about what they wanted to buy. If not from the beginning of the system that pit to 1,100 points, now Lin Yan will have to find ways to break a point into 8 flowers. Lin Yan looked at the current task, followed by the one that made him gnash his teeth at the punishment with a complicated mood, grinding his teeth and shouting at the system in the bottom of his heart. Why did it trigger the skill mission? Since skill quests have a punishment, what is the reward? Is it that all skill quests have penalties? Can this mission be refused? In certain special circumstances where I can't help it, can a skill task that has already been triggered delay the start of the calculation time? The text on the prompt box in front of him disappeared in an instant, and gradually brand new words began to emerge. 1. When acquiring certain special skills, once this system determines that there is still room for the skill to be utilized and improved, there is a 50% probability of triggering the skill task. 2. The rewards of a skill task are directly related to the special skill that triggered the task according to the degree of completion. You will also be able to obtain more than 100 uncapped points. 3. When a skill task is triggered, there is a 25% probability that the punishment mechanism will be triggered synchronously. For skill tasks cannot be rejected. 5. Except for physiological inability to act, tasks that have already started timing cannot be paused, nor can the start of timing be delayed, so please pay attention to the time limit of the task on the host's own. Lin Yan. What does physiological inability to act mean? He was just spitting out a question, and the prompt box actually did give an answer, such as broken bones, paralysis, blindness, drug-induced coma, serious injuries that could be fatal, etc. Lin Yan. I know, even if he's locked up in an interrogation room thinking about his life, he still has to find a way to sneak out and complete the mission himself. It's like this. Lin Yan. Sometimes, he really wanted to smash this awful system. Can you delete the 3 big words in the name of the system? Anti-criminal investigation. Day after day, the net to him, the whole netherworld skills, the whole skills after the whole to fix him. This who can stand, cannot change the system or something. This time, not only did the prompt box not appear to answer his text, even the entire prompt box disappeared. Lin Yan pinched his brow in a complicated mood and looked at the mission description on the system panel again. Current mission. Run. I'll just run. Just play. Mission details. Please select a suitable target within 24 hours and make the other party chase you willingly for 1 hour. Mission penalty. 4-dimensional attributes halved. This kind of mission more than likely can't randomly pick a lucky guy on the road, snatch the other person's cell phone, and make him run after him. Whether or not that person will actually chase him is secondary. If they directly call the police, Lin Yan's mission will more than likely be declared a failure. After all, he could run no matter how much he could run. He couldn't run away from cars and bullets. Moreover, If he really dared to make a whole thing about robbing in the street and being chased by the police for an hour, Lin Songhai would definitely have to break his legs. If the mission is not accomplished, Lin Yan's life and face are the top priority. Thinking about it, Lin Yan finally opened the chat software and sent a message to a person whose note was, Hao Zi, Shuangmu Cheng Lin, go out to play a while, is there any time? The message has just been sent out. The opposite side is a second reply. Hao Zi, yes brother, yes. Lin Yan helplessly forehead, from memory to find a taste good private restaurant. Casually will booking information sent over. Hao Zi. Okay bro, I won't see you then. Recalling the memories related to this Hao, Lin Yan lightly laughed a few times and booked 2 more sets of tickets at a hot spring treatment club. The reason why he chose Hao was because the other party was also a year-round bodybuilder, and his physique was quite good with a full body of tendons. As long as he throws out some suitable bait, he will surely be willing to accompany him to play urban parkour for an hour. Although the weather was still warm, anyone who ran continuously for an hour would sweat a little. Once the mission was completed, Lin Yan would take Hao to a hot spring and get a massage, which would be very relaxing. Suddenly, Lin Yan suddenly thought of something. The smile at the corner of his lips slowly froze. His gaze was a bit dumbfounded. Chapter 14. How can I live without you, Hiko? If he remembers correctly, this Hao seems to be a male gender, hobbies also male people. He asked people to come out to dinner alone, but also we have to play a little smart on the dinner so that Hao willingly running to catch up with him for a whole hour, and then together with a hot spring. Hao estimate is not going to think much of anything, after all they are a number of years of friendship, is from childhood to play to the big buddies. But his little boyfriend if he makes a scene, but also enough to Lin Yan to suffer although it was for the sake of completing the mission, gleaning points and so on. Lin Yan also did not want to destroy people's good relationship. If Hao favored Lin Yan, his little boyfriend would definitely make more trouble, but if Hao was to engage in this act of forgetting his friends, Lin Yan would be even more wronged. He hurriedly shook off his head, suppressed the slight resistance to a friend of mine, and seized the time to pick through his memories, finally finding another suitable person. Only after he managed to get a date with Gu Wenting did Lin Yan let out a long breath, feeling that his mission was mostly secure. At this moment, Lin Yan didn't even know that asking Gu Wenting on a date would be the most correct decision he had made since wearing the book. The sun was setting in the west, and it was a thin twilight. Hiko, you quickly let me grab a handful Hiko. Wachow, you dog. When did you run so fast? Hiko, what hit you? You don't play like that. You're inhuman. What the hell is wrong with you, Scud? On a wide street with relatively few vehicles and pedestrians, 3 young-looking, well-built men were chasing after each other, running wildly down the road. The one at the front was naturally Lin Yan. Despite the fact that Hao behind him was chasing him while cursing, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. Detected that the host is being chased by a suitable target. Skill mission. Run. I'll just run. And just play. In progress. Remaining time, 0 hours, 9 minutes and 21 seconds. I have to say, I'm already at the limit of the human body with just a slight kick. Although the name of the skill was a bit abstract, the abilities it brought to Lin Yan were real. Coupled with his speed attribute of up to 18 points, even if Hao and Gu Wenting hadn't slacked on their fitness, they were all left behind by him. Of course, Lin Yan hadn't used his full strength yet, he had to catch someone. Of course, he had to leave a ray of hope for the other party. Only Hao and Gu Wenting always felt that, if they worked harder, they would definitely be able to catch up with Lin Yan, and he was able to steadily finish the length of the mission. Hiko, wait for me, Hiko. How can I live without you, Hiko? Seeing that there were only 2 or 3 minutes left of the time Lin Yan had set in advance, Hao began to dryly howl again. Hiko, have you fallen out of love? Or did you go to the police station and get a brain fart? Look at Lao Gu's tall suit. How could you bear to screw him? He's our closest friend. Our brother. Gu Wenting, who had been silently chasing Lin Yan at the side. He turned his head sideways and looked at Hao with a, do you want to hear what you're saying? He looked at Hao with a, do you want to hear what you're saying? Look, and compared to the other party, Gu Wenting was practically as stingy with his words as he was with gold. You're not a good bird either, so why don't you pit me? Being demolished on the spot. The corner of Hao's mouth deflated. Old Gu, you've wronged me here. I'm doing this for your own good. Lin Yan snorted and stared back, looking at the 2 people who were still primping at their feet, slowly giving them a thumbs up. There's still 1 minute left. Whoever of you can outrun me. That little entertainment company is whoever owns it, and I'll call him daddy for a month. The company and everything else was secondary. The fight for a man's dignity and fatherly power was the top priority. Upon hearing these words, Yu Hao and Gu Wenting all looked like they were pumped with chicken blood, almost dashing towards Lin Yan with red eyes. Yanzi, listen to me. Let's not run. Let me grab a handful, just a handful. Lin Yan, I'm not stupid. Quite different from Yu Hao's shouting, Gu Wenting, who was dressed in a suit but running at a speed no less than Yu Hao's, was concise but to the point. Let me win and I'll buy your company at market price. Vu. Old Gu, you don't speak of martial virtues. Yu Hao was in pain. Hiko, don't listen to this clothed beast. This is fair racing. Lin Yan just wanted to turn around. A prompt box popped up in front of him, and an electronic synthesized voice without the slightest emotional color also rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for not being caught up and captured by the target within 1 hour, completing the skill mission. Run. I'll just run. And just play. Received the following rewards. Points plus 250. Free attribute points plus 2. Props. Daylight Ghosts Incense 1. Props. Daylight Ghosts Incense 1. Lin Yan's eyes looked happy, shouted time's up towards Yu Hao and Gu Wenting, and began to slowly reduce his speed, changing from running to walking. Although the points rewarded by this awful system more or less seemed to be embedded in him, he had to admit that Lin Yan was very optimistic about those 2 free attribute points and props. Hiko, you dog. Yu Hao covered his chest and panted heavily, slapping Lin Yan's shoulder fiercely. When did you doggy bastard run so fast? His face was red after a strenuous workout, and although his mouth was unforgiving, he had a smile on his brow. I feel like you were pretending to be a pig before, weren't you? Gu Wenting pulled his tie out of the lapel of his suit, and arranged the tie knot unhurriedly, and pushed the watch between his wrists, matched with that piece of subdued face, looking as gentle as he could be. Happier. Lin Yan was a little weak at the look in his eyes, but still nodded his head a little. Well, I'm much happier after running around like this. This matter of the mission should not be exposed. Since Gu Wenting thought that he had been in the police station in his heart, Lin Yan also went along with it. The 3 of them walked on the wide street for almost 10 more minutes, calming their breaths down, before Lin Yan brought up the second one he had prepared long ago. I've booked the Hua Qing Chi Hot Springs. Let's go and soothe our muscles? Yu Hao patted his chest lightly. The smile on his face suddenly thickened considerably. That's fine, Hiko, Before he could finish his words, the thin redness and blood color on his face brought on by the exercise instantly faded. His eyes bulged out, and his entire body tilted back uncontrollably. Gu Wenting's eyes and hands were quick to hold him up, and Lin Yan's face also changed as he made an immediate decision. Quickly lay him flat on the ground. I'll call 120, you contact a private doctor. Gu Wenting thoughtlessly and immediately did as he was told, but he didn't listen to the second half of Lin Yan's sentence about contacting a private doctor. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves and knelt on one knee, pressing his hands heavily on Yu Hao's chest. Seeing him move skillfully to give Yu Hao CPR, Lin Yan was slightly relieved at the same time. His speech was strangely fast and clear. My friend suddenly fainted to the ground, before he had the action of tapping on his chest. We are giving him CPR. Please rush to the scene immediately. The address is the intersection of East Wudong Road and Birch Street. Offhandedly, just at this moment, another system prompt box popped up in front of Lin Yan. His pupils shrunk, and the cell phone in his hand fell to the ground with a pia de sound. Chapter 15. Becoming a suspect again. Congratulations to the host for participating in and assisting in the completion of a murder case. In light of the fact that the host took the initiative to get involved in the case without a mission and successfully completed the murder of Yu Hao, all rewards for this case are doubled. Points plus 666. Free attribute points plus 4. Special skill. That's right, I'm young for my age. Props. Seeing through lens 1. Props. Seeing through lenses 1. Lin Yan's heart and mind trembled, and even the words on the prompt box in front of him became a little blurry. It was only after several seconds that he slowly squatted down and extended his hand to Yu Hao's wrist. Silence. Deadly silence. Even though Gu Wenting was still persistently performing CPR on him, Lin Yan did not feel the slightest pulse. Yu Hao's heart, it was no longer beating. Lin Yan closed his eyes. His thin lips almost pursed into a straight line. Although he was a book wearer, and the time he had actually come into contact with you how wasn't much. But a life that had been alive and well not too long ago passing away like this right in front of Lin Yan's eyes was still a little hard for him to bear, coupled with the residual emotions of the original owner in his body, which was acting like an overturned paint altar, spreading colors over his heart in large swathes. Lin Yan was already a bit out of breath. I can't save him. Gu Wenting stopped his hand, looked at Lin Yan, whose mental state was obviously not quite right, and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. According to my estimation, I've already pressed and broken at least 2 of his ribs when I gave him CPR just now. But it's still not very effective, so I can only hope for an ambulance. Lin Yan nodded slightly, looking at Yu Hao's face that no longer had any semblance of blood, and did not reply. Even if Gu Wenting had crammed in a lot of medical knowledge after inheriting his family's pharmaceutical company, he couldn't do anything to save the life of a person who had been murdered in a deliberate manner with his bare hands. Not long after, the ambulance arrived at the scene with its lights flashing, and the paramedics quickly lifted Yu Hao into the car. Even though the system had already declared Yu Hao's death, Lin Yan still held a slight chance, hoping that the specialized instruments in the ambulance could bring Yu Hao back to life. But the reality was often against his wishes. Upon arriving at the hospital, before Yu Hao was even sent into the operating room, the white-haired chief physician already announced his death in a heavy tone. Please express my condolences. He no longer has any vital signs. Fang Ruowei, who had hurriedly arrived, sniffled, tears rolling down her face in large chunks. Doctor, please save him. Is there really no way out? We're not short of money, doctor. You save him. Please save him. She was emotional. Her face with delicate makeup was filled with tears, as if she was about to kneel down for the head doctor. Lin Yan and Gu Wenting on the side glanced at each other, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Although it might be a bit bad to speculate on people's hearts like this, as Yu Hao's good brothers, both of them knew very well that Yu Hao's stepmother, Fang Ruowei, did not have a good relationship with him, especially after she gave birth to her youngest son, Yu Han. The relationship between the two of them became more and more tense when it came to the inheritance of the company's shares. Moreover, according to Yu Hao, Fang Ruowei was a playwright who had one thing in front of her face and another behind her back, only showing warmth and concern in front of his dad, and usually just ignoring him. Such a person would be so sad because of Yu Hao's death? The traces of this performance were a bit too heavy. Lin Yan thought of the successfully completed murder on Yu Hao. That was clearly written on the system prompt box and stepped forward to inquire. Doctor, what was the cause of Hao Zi's death? Cardiac arrest. The head doctor took 2 steps back, allowing the nurse to stop Fang Ruowei, who almost knelt down for her and sighed softly. Prepare the aftermath as soon as possible. The body can be placed in our morgue first. Fang Ruowei hung her eyes, only shedding a single tear. Thank you, doctor. I've already contacted the crematorium. Let's let Hiroko rest in peace now. From the looks of it, it was obvious that she was planning to just admit it and cover everything up perfectly with an accidental death. Once the body was cremated, wouldn't the clue to the murder be gone? Lin Yan furrowed his brows, fished out his cell phone from his pocket. His calm voice was loud and clear. Wait, don't cremate it first. I suspect there's something wrong with Hao Zi's death. I'll call the Criminal Investigation Brigade right now and ask them to come and take the body away for an autopsy. No way. Fang Ruowei immediately voiced her rebuttal, her crying red eyes looking straight at Lin Yan. Little Hao is already dead. You still want him to be autopsied, even walking in peace. What kind of heart do you have in mind? My little Hao, in the end, where did you offend? And you out less than half a day. He died tragically on the street. Fang Ruowei voice choked, crying pear blossom with rain. Do not know also thought that the death is her own father. Lin Yan, are you Xiao Hao's brother or not? How can you say such words? Now, not only was Lin Yan skeptical, even Gu Wenting sensed something was wrong. Auntie, according to Hao Zi's usual fitness habits, there's nothing wrong with all the activities we're carrying out today. Uncle, you had a medical checkup at my family's private hospital, and there is no history of heart disease in their family. So how could Hao Zi have a sudden cardiac arrest? There must be something fishy going on here. You care so much about Hao Zi. You shouldn't want him to die for no reason, right? Fang Ruowei was dumbfounded by his words, and covered her face and cried. Lin Yan looked deeply at Fang Ruowei, flipped out Zhou Yuman's phone number from the call log and dialed it. Captain Zhou, it's me. I'm currently at the First People's Hospital. I suspect that there's something wrong with my brother's death. You bring a few people here now and bring his body to your criminal investigation brigade for an autopsy. Even though Lin Yan wasn't staring at Fang Ruowei all the time, he still caught a glimpse of her increasingly out-of-sorts face out of the corner of his eye. Inside the questioning room, Zhou Yumin, wearing a trendy hairstyle determined by the wind direction, looked at Lin Yan with helplessness in his gaze. "Why are you here again?" Lin Yan spread his hands. "I didn't want to come either, but I don't want my brother to die for no reason." Hearing this, Zhou Yumin pinched his brow in a bit of annoyance. "Are you trying to say that Yu Hao's stepmother has problems?" Without waiting for Lin Yan to answer, Zhou Yumin had already touched out a cigarette, held it in his hand and crushed it but did not light it. His face complex like a woolen ball scratched by a cat. "People sued you and Gu Wenting. Now you're a suspect again." Lin Yan. Good guy, he hadn't even said anything about the suspicions on Fang Ruowei. But the other party was the first to send him in first. Obviously in the hospital that will contact the crematorium, and now into the criminal investigation brigade. But first to Lin Yan and Gu Wenting sent a big gift. Fang Ruowei, this play more or less a bit disgusting. Lin Yan exhaled a long breath, looked at the soft sofa he was sitting on, and was so angry that he wanted to laugh. "Captain Zhou, if I'm a suspect, this isn't the right treatment, right?" There was still a big difference between the interrogation room and the questioning room. Generally speaking, suspects accused of murder would be brought into the interrogation room for tea. Only those with lesser suspicions, or those who came in for minor matters, would be treated in the interrogation room with more relaxed conditions and a better environment. Who would have thought that when Lin Yan just casually said this, Zhou Yumin actually did nod his head. "I'll briefly understand the situation first, and when Gu Wenting's side is done explaining, then I'll take you to the interrogation room to sit for a while." Lin Yan. Taking him for a murderer again, right? Chapter 16, do not underestimate the bond between them. Lin Yan this time is really be angry laugh. To sound. Then directly to the sofa a lie, eyes closed, perfect body language to express their attitude. Zhou Yumin opened his mouth, and after a few moments of speechlessness, he simply ignored everything and left the interview room with his cigarette case. Click. After the door of the room was closed, Lin Yan did not open his eyes either, but with a thought, he could still see his system panel. Lin Yan first flipped the previous notification message over, carefully checking every single text on it. The original owner's memories were of some small fights and daily pits with Yu Hao, but there had never been any behavior that might have harmed his life. However, on this system notification, it was written very clearly that Lin Yan was involved in assisting in the completion of a murder case. Judging from the way he died of cardiac arrest, Lin Yan's assistance to the real murderer was most likely that 1 hour of running. Strenuous exercise can cause the heart to beat faster, but with the amount of exercise Yu Hao was used to in his daily life, Lin Yan just warmed him up. Moreover, Yu Hao's cardiac arrest didn't happen during the run, but rather after his breath had calmed down. Plus, in the private hospital owned by Gu Wenting's family, he still kept the physical examination reports of Yu Hao and his father, Yu Yuanshan, and he also clearly knew that the Yu family did not have any history of genetic diseases. These were all points of suspicion. From the performance of Fang Ruowei at that time, even if she is not the mastermind, she must have a number of things in mind, otherwise she would not be so resistant to Lin Yan's words, blocking the criminal investigation brigade's autopsy of Yu Hao, and only thinking of cremating Yu Hao as soon as possible. Lin Yan frowned slightly, turned over on the sofa in the interrogation room, just wanted to see if there was anything in the props mall that could be used, but was suddenly pinched by a hard object in his coat pocket. He got up in confusion and reached in his pocket, and 2 hard items came out. Daylight seeing ghosts haunting soul incense. Do you have a ghost in your heart? Light it up and face your fears with courage. A magical lens that can magnify unusual details in equal proportions and illuminate wherever you are confused. Looking at the descriptive information on these 2 props, Lin Yan opened his mouth, and a bold idea suddenly came to his mind. If he disliked this incense to Fang Ruowei's face, and then used the penetrating lens to take a good look at Yu Hao's corpse, he might be able to solve this case straight away. Lin Yan pressed the corners of his mouth and placed them properly back into his coat pocket, then leaned back on the back of the sofa chair and closed his eyes, checking out the special skill he had just acquired. That's right, I'm a handful of years young. With the ability to forget everything, it makes sense for you to have a double blossom of medical and poisonous skills, doesn't it? Yes, less than 20 years old, but with decades of experience, that's what I'm talking about. You're a dual practitioner of medicine and poison. Junior, it's a shame that you're so skilled in poison, yet you'd leave traces of it in a simple murder case. Should I consider applying for a skill mission from the system and take a good refresher course in poison arts? Skill quests are all-encompassing enhancements to special skills, and after further training, you'll become a master of poison arts, able to make rare and precious products with a purity of 99% or more with your own hands. Lin Yen. You. Still temu purity of more than 99%. His side dare to do Lin Songhai side dare to big righteousness. Don't underestimate the bond between the Flower Kingdom and the forbidden poison Lin Yen breathed a long sigh of relief, almost letting this system make him laugh. He was really wrong about his system just now. This bleeping thing was still so awful. God Thames. Leaving traces in a district murder case. When did he poison Yu Hao? Did he leave that trace? How come he didn't know himself? When Yu Hao was being poisoned, did he know about this messed up knowledge of poison techniques? Lin Yen pinched his brow, and after suppressing his chaotic thoughts, he already had a general direction in his mind for solving this case. No other, only the hand is familiar with it. He did not wear the book before, but the criminal investigation reasoning novel I and High IQ Criminals Fight Wisdom and Courage of those years, from the beginning to the end of the book, on the life of a large case of the investigation process, the direction of the investigation and so on, of course, has long been familiar with the heart. If it wasn't for such a bad system, Lin Yen might actually consider joining the Criminal Investigation Brigade and taking advantage of knowing the plot ahead of time to make a name for himself in the law and order system. Tiske goddamn the system for mistaking me. At that exact moment, Zhou Yumin pushed the door in and looked at Lin Yen with a gaze that was still complicated and helpless. Lin Yen, let's go. I'll take you to the interrogation room. Lin Yen stood up with a calm face, and without saying a word, followed him out. It was that familiar interrogation room again, and the incandescent light that was so bright that it was a bit blinding, as well as the opening statement that Lin Yen had heard so much that his ears were a bit calloused. Name: Lin Yen. Gender: can't tell. Age: Lin Yen. Can't we just get straight to business? In the face of the protégé cast a pleading gaze. Zhou Yumin helplessly pinched the hand, did not light the cigarette. Going through a process well are like this. Okay. Let's not talk too much nonsense. Lin Yen, why did you ask the deceased out for dinner? And after dinner you still run wild on the street? It was fine if he didn't ask that. But when he did, Lin Yen was even more speechless. You still need a reason to find a friend for dinner? I met something dirty in the past few days. There are a lot of things bothering me. So it's not okay to ask a friend for a night run? Zhou Yumin. He seriously suspected that the dirty things Lin Yen said was connoting him, but he had no evidence, and could only compare it to Gu Wenting's statement record, repeating a question recorded above. Why did you suspect that there was something wrong with Yu Hao's death? After the most basic process, Zhou Yumin and Lin Yen unspokenly looked at each other, and the topic started to pull towards Fang Ruowei's body. Lin Yen, are you sure that Yu Hao's stepmother is harboring ill will towards him? If you're confusing the public and diverting the case officer's attention, you'll be held legally liable if the situation is serious. Lin Yen answered with a single, solemn look in his eyes. I'm sure, at that time in the hospital, Fang Ruowei contacted the crematorium at the first opportunity, wanting to cremate the body as soon as possible. But she's only Hao Zi's stepmother. Hao Zi's real father hasn't even seen the body yet. She's so impatient. Obviously there's something wrong, right? Zhou Yumin nodded in agreement. This statement did not differ from what Gu Wenting had said. It was enough to show that Fang Ruowei's behavior was indeed too abnormal, and had already attracted the attention of both of them at the same time. But with this alone, it could not solidify Fang Ruowei's suspicion of murder. You go and stay in the inquiry room for a while, together with Gu Wenting, wait for the coroner's autopsy results to come out. Before Zhou Yumin finished his words, Lin Yen had already interrupted with a serious face out loud. Captain Zhou, I would like to take a look at Yu Hao's corpse as a temporary technical advisor. Chapter 17. Career mostly comes to an end. As Lin Yan's glib words fell, not only Zhou Yumin, but even the young vigilante on the side who was writing furiously to record his statement froze. No, buddy. This temporary technical advisor, is it something you can be just because you want to be? Do you have the skills? Do you think you're some kind of supreme talent? That young vigilante was just about to open his mouth to refute. But Zhou Yumin, who had returned to his senses, had already spoken out. Lin Yen, are you sure? Lin Yen frowned slightly, but still nodded. I don't want to let my good brother die for no reason. All right then, you come with me. After saying that, Zhou Yumin directly stood up from the chair, pulled away the small table plate of the interrogation chair, and without looking back, led Lin Yen out of the interrogation room. The vigilante who was silently taking notes. Huh? Is this right? This kid can't be a relation, right? Inside the forensic workroom, the smell of blood, the faint stench of corpses, and a mixture of multiple chemicals were intertwined. Lin Yen, wearing a mask and gloves, slowly came to Yu Hao's autopsy table, his eyes cold to the core. He didn't disturb the young female forensic pathologist on the side who was focused on fiddling with the solution, but instead, he directly fished out the seeing microscopic through lens from his coat pocket and hovered the palm-sized circular lens in front of Yu Hao's body. The lens clearly showed the pale skin that had been enlarged several times, and even the sweat hairs on the skin were distinct. Not long after, the beautiful young female forensic pathologist put down the solution test tube whose color had no change, recorded a few ghostly drawings on her book, and walked to Zhou Yuman's side. Team Zhou, according to the preliminary autopsy, it can be determined that the cause of death of the deceased was cardiac arrest caused by cardiac arrhythmia. No drug components were detected in the stomach contents, but there was a higher concentration of tricyclic antidepressant residue in the blood. Zhou Yumin instantly frowned, looking towards Lin Yen who was holding a magnifying glass and concentrating on observing the corpse. He had depression? No. The corners of Lin Yan's lips under his mask tugged, and with his knowledge of medical drugs, he knew the cause of his brother's death the moment he heard tricyclic antidepressants. It should be a severe cardiac arrhythmia caused by an overdose of the drug that caused him to have a sudden cardiac arrest, even when his breathing and heartbeat had returned to normal. Zhou Yumin didn't say anything, but the female medical examiner beside him didn't agree. Do you know how much of a tricyclic antidepressant has to be taken in one breath to constitute the criterion of overdose? Are you a forensic scientist? Tricyclic antidepressants have a long half-life and can reach such concentrations in the bloodstream that if he had taken them all at once, they would certainly have induced vomiting, and could only have been the result of prolonged, small, and repeated dosing. If you didn't live with the deceased for an extended period of time, please don't be overly arbitrary and assume that he didn't have depressive symptoms. The female forensic pathologist frowned, and she couldn't help but bring a few moments of skepticism into her gaze towards Lin Yen, who's a proper forensic pathologist looking at a corpse with a magnifying glass. What could this show? If it wasn't for Team Zhou being here, she would have blown the person out of the room. Lin Yen didn't argue with her, even begrudgingly giving her a look, only calling out to Zhou Yumin, "Captain Zhou, come over and look." He suspended the seeing microscopic knowledge through lens over Yu Hao's chest position, and on the magnified pale skin, several staggeringly tiny pinholes were clear and unmistakable. The moment he saw these pinholes, Zhou Yumin couldn't help but widen his eyes. What is this? On the side, the female forensic pathologist who did not look at the corpse through the seeing microscopic lens grunted coldly. That's the steel needle hole left behind when I took the blood. Normal forensic pathologists have to take the cadaver's heart-tip blood. What's so strange about that? But neither Zhou Yumin nor Lin Yen had the heart to pay attention to her anymore. Lin Yen picked up the tweezers on the side, picked up one of Yu Hao's hairs, put it under the lens to compare with those needle holes, his eyes cold. The eye of the needle is about as thin as a hair strand. It's most likely an acupuncture needle from Chinese medicine. Zhou Yumin said nothing and immediately made a call out. File a case, send Fang Ruowei into the detention room, have someone go with Gu Wenting to the private hospital owned by their family to retrieve Yu Hao's physical examination report, and then check all of Yu Hao's medical records within the last year, including Chinese medicine. By the time Zhou Yumin finished his call, Lin Yen had already photographed all the parts of Yu Hao's frontal face with a through lens. The female forensic pathologist on the side was already speechless, standing in place awkwardly like a quail, not even daring to look up at Zhou Yumin's expression. As a professional forensic pathologist, she certainly knows that if acupuncture needles are used to stick treated drugs into acupuncture points, it will indeed increase the level of drugs in the body without God realizing it. If the acupuncture was done often enough and for a long enough period of time, it wouldn't be impossible to build up enough of the drug in Yu Hao's body to cause a serious cardiac arrhythmia. And she almost characterized a deceased person who was deliberately murdered as an accidental death. At this moment, the female forensic pathologist knew very clearly that her career was more than likely coming to an end. It wasn't until Zhou Yumin tapped her shoulder that she came back to her senses in a trance. What are you thinking about? Shaoli, hurry up and help turn the dead body over so Lin Yen can take another look at the back. Oh, okay. The female forensic pathologist came back to her senses and immediately went to work. As expected, there were more pinholes on Yu Hao's back, and a look through the lens almost gave Lin Yan a dense panic attack. After taking a picture of the female forensic pathologist to keep the evidence, Lin Yan put away the see-through mirror, his eyes serious. Captain Zhou, I suggest you have someone properly line up Hao Zi's relationships again, especially that little boyfriend of his. Just with his stepmother's relationship with him, there's no way that woman can talk him into getting acupuncture from a Chinese medicine practitioner. To be able to get so many needles from a Chinese medicine practitioner, Yu Hao definitely wasn't needled while unconscious. The person who would make him go to the doctor willingly, even Gu Wenting, who had a private hospital at home, didn't know about this, was definitely an existence that was very close to him. That little boyfriend of his was already Lin Yan's first suspect. Well, I know, hard work. It's not early now, you go back first. Zhou Yumin waved his hand, his face despondent. If there's still a place that needs you tomorrow, I'll have someone pick you up. The first thing Lin Yan did when he got home was to take a bath. The 3 Hua Qing Chi hot spring club packages that were booked didn't go, but they could help him and Gu Wenting clear the suspicion of Yu Hao's murder, so it was a bit of a use. But if there is a choice, Lin Yan really does not want Yu Hao to die. He closed his eyes under the wash of the warm water flow and stayed in a bit of a trance for a long time before he violently shook his head. Not right. One couldn't take all the pots on himself. Even if he didn't call out Yu Hao to come out for a run today in order to fulfill his mission, after another acupuncture or two, the people who really wanted to murder Yu Hao would still step in and find a way to put him to death. By then, Yu Hao would still be dead. Judging from Fang Ruowei's second-by-second contact with the crematorium today, if Yu Hao's death really didn't involve Lin Yan, he'd most likely be cremated immediately, destroying his body. Thinking about it this way, Lin Yan had even become a big contributor. Chapter 18. Genuine male lead highly intelligent villain. Early the next morning, what woke Lin Yan up even earlier than Zhou Yumin's phone call that day was the emotionless electronic synthesized voice of the system. Junior, you obviously have the world's unrivaled exquisite knife skills, mastering 99.99% of the world's knife usage. At your age, how on earth can you sleep? You're not making progress, you're wasting your skills. Go show off your knife skills that are more perfect than the heavens, and make the split bodies into moving works of art. Current mission: choose a suitable target and complete a body-splitting case without being caught by the vigilante. Mission time limit: 72 hours. Mission reward: little brother obey. I'm the big brother. Lin Yan. Dog system will points you mad. Lin Yan's sleepyhead not out of a few moments to run out, in the bottom of the heart ruthlessly to this dog system, a whole meal to parents as the center of the circle, to the beautiful vocabulary as a radius, connecting the various ancestors of the cordial greetings. After cursing for more than half an hour, Lin Yan gritted his teeth and went into the restroom to wash up. In his previous life, he was an honest police academy student. Is it necessary for this system to mess with him like this? Let him split the body into a hammer. If not for the conditions do not allow, Lin Yan even a little want to cosplay a corpse. He really racked his brain, cannot figure out what in the end he is a sin. This kind of thief is okay. Caught Lin Songhai and Leng Shixiang grip a grip. The day can barely get by this way. But this kind of big operation, Lin Yan has no way to start. Thinking of the previous system prompt box on his several replies, Lin Yan wiped off the water droplets on his face, looked at the handsome face in the mirror that still carried some sense of tenderness, and tentatively inquired at the bottom of his heart. System, if this mission is not completed, will there be any punishment? In the next second, the system prompt box popped up in front of Lin Yan, and it was clear that Lin Yan could clearly see the small translucent blue light screen, but the mirror did not reflect anything wrong. In the few moments that Lin Yan's heart shook, text had begun to appear on the prompt box. If this mission fails, the host will be penalized with random organ damage plus 50%. Lin Yan. Damage to organs was often irreversible, making it quite difficult to treat, and it was also a very painful condition. Once a major organ is damaged and hospitalized, you can't come out without losing 50 or 60 pounds. This goddamned punishment will damage the organs or random in case Lin Yan bad luck, a shot into the soul draw to the heart, he can basically die in place. Not to mention that skin also counts as an organ. Once this punishment content came out, Lin Yan already didn't even have the mood to curse the system. For the first time in his life, Lin Yan had a faint sense of death. Why in the world did he have to wear a book over Wasn't he just leaving a long review underneath the novel? Why did he have to do that? Is it really as bad as that? Lin Yen closed his eyes and let out a long breath. He didn't know what kind of dirty things were at work. His first reaction was actually to start planning the crime flow of the split body case. First find a family in general or live alone, and family relationship is poor, and then use the handsome appearance of the gold will be asked to. No, 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 no. Stop it. Lin Yen slapped his forehead fiercely, shook his head, threw these thoughts of punishment on punishment out of his mind, and pacifyingly touched his thumping little heart. He didn't want to suffer the punishment of plus 50% organ damage, nor did he want to gamble on whether he could hang on to a life after the punishment, but Lin Yen even more so didn't want to embark on the path of no return of breaking the law and committing a crime. Even if he had to rely on certain drugs for life, he didn't want to be like a rat in the gutter, hiding for the rest of his life. If he could only see the light of day in the future, what was the point of having more special skills that no one could beat? Lin Yen might as well find a pleasant hospital to lie in. Contributing research data to Gu Wenting's private hospital seems like a good choice too. After going downstairs to finish his breakfast with a complicated mood, Lin Yen was about to go check out the situation in his small entertainment company when Zhou Yuman's phone call came over. Lin Yen, your temporary documents are done. It just so happens that there's still a bit of a situation over here. You come over? Lin Yen laughed. Captain Zhou, are you using me as your team member? Ahem. Lin Yen, you're our temporary technical advisor now. Unsurprisingly to Lin Yen, Zhou Yumin directly took him to task for what he said yesterday. Now that the case is stuck, don't you have to come over and give us some advice? Lin Yen? Stuck? After a moment's thought, Lin Yen realized that this was just an excuse and helplessly said, "All right, I'll come over right now." In less than an hour, a racy red sports car was parked in front of the security bureau. Lin Yan's long legs hand-hooked a car key to casually turn around. All the way can be said to have earned the envious eyes of those security officers. This time, do not need to be brought. Lin Yen himself on the way to Zhou Yumin's office. At this time, Zhou Yumin full of sadness, desktop ashtray has been full of cannot be full, that chicken nest head look is ravaged by his own a number of times, the bird look at all have to be two tied buttocks. He had an oily, bitter face, and only showed a little smile when he saw Lin Yen. You're here. As he said that, he also gestured to the young vigilante in plain clothes sitting not far away. This is Zhou Chuanbai, just seconded to me. I'll take him on this case. Zhou Chuanbai. Lin Yan's eyes were stunned, and he didn't cry out in shock. Wasn't this the proper male lead of the novel Those Years I Fought with Highly Intelligent Criminals? Since he has been transferred to his own father Zhou Yumin's staff, it means that the plot of the original book has been officially staged. From this moment on, Zhou Chuanbai will be as God's help to solve a variety of major cases. The promotion speed is comparable to the foot on the rocket. Brought out the task force members can be unique, the law and order sector of the various honors to get soft metals hanging uniforms full of. Then, like a hound that smells the flavor, he will bet his life to hunt down Lin Yen, the villain. Lin Yen gently inhaled a breath, suddenly felt that he was a little bit wronged. He now understood why he was woken up early in the morning by that awful dog system. The feeling was because the plot line of the original book had already opened up, requiring him, a highly intelligent criminal, to start committing crimes. After all, the male lead was already in place, and he, as the villain, should also make his debut and embark on the destiny trajectory that had already been written. For a while, although Zhou Chuanbai hadn't said anything yet, Lin Yen was already too tired to speak. Hello, Lin Yen. I heard that your computer skills are quite good, and that you can also discover the fine details on corpses. Please take care of me in the future. The unsuspecting proper male lead stood up and extended his right hand towards Lin Yen, his eyebrows smiling on his handsome young face, looking good-looking and all-righteous. Lin Yen pulled out a smile with a complicated mood, suppressing all the surprise in the bottom of his eyes. Oh, I don't dare to be worthy. Chapter 19. Do you really know nothing? The moment the two of them clasped hands, both of them had a feeling that was very difficult to describe, like a predestined encounter, or like meeting each other after a long time but not knowing each other. A marvelous and extreme feeling was transmitted through the temperature of the palms of their hands as they came into contact with each other. This feeling neither belonged to the physical level nor triggered much feedback from the psychological level, but instead was like a kind of instinct that spread directly to the cerebral cortex of the two of them. In this moment of time, both Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai were a bit stunned. The one who reacted first was Lin Yen, who was a bit more tense mentally. He drew back his hand with a smile on his face. His tone was polite but detached, and the words came out of his mouth casually. Mr. Zhou is really a talented man. He will definitely be able to do great things in the future. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth. Before he could say anything, Zhou Yumin already waved his hand with a complicated expression. All right, Lin Yan, this is your ID, although it's only a temporary one right now. It's enough for this case for now. Lin Yan obediently walked to Zhou Yumin's desk, picked up that small book that looked familiar and glanced at it. Well, Zhou Yumin's work was done meticulously. And the previous home invasion murder case temporary technical advisor is very different. This time the document is written on the Criminal Investigation 1 Group Special Technical Advisor Temporary. Don't you see that this is only temporary? It's not much different from an official document. For any case that Criminal Investigation Team 1 is responsible for solving, you can directly visit the scene to guide an airborne command, without having to listen to anyone's orders. Zhou Yumin turned the lighter on his hand, looking at Lin Yan with hidden expectations in his gaze. As long as the cases you participate in are successfully solved, you'll get a bonus. Zhou Chuanbai on the side received Zhou Yumin's gaze and hurriedly added to his words. The gold content of this document is not low, as long as it is during the case. You can also apply for a group of special police officers from the precinct. Special police? Lin Yan looked at the temporary code on the document. The feeling lingering in his heart was more or less subtle. You father and son, do you really know my true identity? How dare you even give the permission to apply for SWAT support? Not afraid of him parachuting into the scene to give a haphazard command, stirring up the good progress of the case detection to the sky and the earth? Although Lin Yan showed computer skills far beyond the ordinary hacker to help solve the home invasion murder case, but also incidentally to help Zhou Yumin find out the entire color video production and dissemination of the site's downline, as well as those special drug transactions of the connector. But just with the level of rigor within the security system, it shouldn't be enough to let him have so much power right now, right? What? His incredibly powerful and cheap mother made a move? Without waiting for Lin Yan to figure it out, Zhou Chuanbai had already brought him into the interrogation room. The person handcuffed by the silver bracelet on the interrogation chair was no other than Yu Hao's stepmother, Fang Ruowei. Seeing Lin Yan sitting beside Zhou Chuanbai with a calm face, Fang Ruowei's eyes widened and her emotions were obviously a bit agitated. He's a suspect in the murder of my son. Why should he be allowed to interrogate me? I want to file a complaint. You guys are abusing your power. He's a suspect. Bah! Zhou Chuanbai heavily slapped the table, his eyes cold. Fang Ruowei, Lin Yan has been ruled out as a suspect and is still a special counselor for our criminal investigation brigade. Please watch your words. Even if you have doubts about his identity, it's up to you wherever you want to report. As he spoke, Zhou Chuanbai picked up a black water pen and pursed his lips in a very shallow manner. But before that, please cooperate well with our investigation and explain everything you know. Fang Ruowei gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Yan, closing her eyes before giving a cold smile. I still say that, about Yu Hao's death, I don't know anything. You all have been questioning me all night. The time limit for my detention is about to expire. Isn't it? Zhou Chuanbai frowned slightly, and before he could say anything, Lin Yan on the side suddenly stood up. He walked unhurriedly to Fang Ruowei's side, fished out the daylight-seeing ghost stalking soul incense from his coat pocket. His bony fingers unscrewed the cap and waved the lighter in front of Fang Ruowei's eyes. You really don't know anything? Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth, wanting to step forward to stop Lin Yan's movements and tell him that this behavior might be a bit less than the rules. But when he saw Fang Ruowei's obviously vain and evasive eyes, he silently put his already lifted leg back down. Fang Ruowei averted her head and closed her eyes without a word. This was her intention to remain silent to the end. Lin Yan didn't say anything. Ta, pressed the lighter, and lit the finger-thin thread incense on the box. A wisp of undetectable white smoke curled up, wrapped in a special wooden flavor. Lin Yan shook the lighted incense in front of Fang Ruowei twice, and Fang Ruowei, who originally had her eyes closed and looked like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water, opened her eyes violently, and cringed backward with her eyes glazed in anger, her movements so large that they almost drove the entire interrogation chair. In order to ensure that the effect was long-lasting enough, Lin Yan chased Fang Ruowei's nose and moved the incense, continuously letting her inhale it for about 10 seconds before he unhurriedly picked up the lid of the box and screwed it back on tightly. After isolating the air, the thread incense in the transparent box quickly went out. Meanwhile, Fang Wei's body was already shaking like a sieve, and the sound of the silver bracelet being bumped kept ringing out. making Zhou Chuanbai a bit puzzled by the noise. He looked at Lin Yan, who was leisurely sitting back on his side, and came to his ear to ask in a whisper, "What's going on here?" Lin Yan forced down the curve of his mouth and shook his head, glancing at the small light screen on the side of the daylight, seeing ghosts stalking Soul's incense, indicating Fang Ruowei's position. It was as if she had seen something very frightening. Her mental defenses shattered in an instant, and tears gurgled out of the side of her wide-eyed gaze. Finally, without even carrying on for a minute, the intense fear overcame her sanity. Fang Ruowei didn't care if she was in the interrogation room anymore, and shouted out in a trembling voice, "No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill you. I didn't. I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sorry. I really didn't kill you. I didn't kill you. I didn't kill your son either. It's all someone else. It's all Tang Mingdong that made me do it. Zhao Fangyu, Sister Zhao. Spare me. Please spare me. Really, you really didn't kill me. I admit that I locked the door to your room, but I didn't think there was anything to eat in that house. No, it wasn't me. I really didn't kill your son. Don't look for me. Ah!" Fang Ruowei looked like she was being strangled. Her head was tilted back, her voice trembled, and she seemed to be exhausting her entire body just by breathing. "Zhao Fangyu has a head of grievance. If you're really capable, then go find Tang Mingdong." All of this was directed by him. Chapter 20. Thin-skinned old thing. Your son is he let someone kill. I'm just responsible for contacting the crematorium after the person died. This matter really has nothing to do with me. You got the wrong person.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to marry a rich man. Zhao Fangyu, you are dead. Why do you refuse to let me go? Don't. I'm wrong. I'll burn you paper. I'll burn you whatever you want. Watching Fang Ruowei, scared to the point that her eyes protruded, seemed to be really choked by something, breathing poorly, in general pale, trembling body makes the whole interrogation chair shaking. Everyone's brain is a little bit of a what. Lin Yan really did not expect. This daytime sea ghost's haunting soul incense can have such a great power. If I remember correctly, it was only inhaled for about 10 seconds, right? The effect was also too remarkable. This incense only burned less than 1%. Actually really let Fang Ruowei see the people who had been killed by her, forcing her to face the deepest fear of her heart. Look at this, scared out of her wits. It's not like she's acting at all. At the same time, Lin Yan's side of Zhou Chuanbai is really confused. Although he didn't have much experience in criminal investigation yet, but with those things he had learned in the police academy, he could certainly see that every word Fang Ruowei said came from her heart and true feelings. If it wasn't for the firm belief that there is no such thing as ghosts in this world, he felt that this interrogation room was a bit chilly. Even Zhou Chuanbai in the interrogation room was confused, and Li Shaoxing in the monitoring room was even more dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out why Lin Yan just let someone smell the thread incense for a short while, and that suspect started performing without physical objects as if he was mentally deranged, and saying all these nonsense words. Is that incense mixed with some new type of poison? The actual fact is that it's not a good idea to be able to get a good deal of money for the purpose of the money. Moreover, this thing is able to write into the case file and hand over to the top. I'm afraid that just handing over to the Zhou team there will have to be directly called back. Inside the interrogation room, Zhou Chuanbai was a little skeptical of life, with his elbow touching Lin Yan's arm, and asked in a low voice, "Do you recognize the Zhao Fangyu she was talking about?" Lin Yan nodded extremely lightly and typed out a few words on his cell phone. Yu Hao's birth mother. Zhou Chuanbai's eyes were aghast, and the shallow compassion that had just risen due to Fang Ruowei's terrified and miserable state was instantly swept away. What breed of snake scorpion was this woman? Just for the sake of marrying Yu Hao's father and letting her own son inherit the company's shares, she successively participated in the killing of Zhao Fangyu and Yu Hao's mother and son both. This kind of person, if he did not send her in to squat for a few decades, when he thought about it in the future, he had to give his thighs a swollen slap. But unfortunately, in reality, there are often a lot of things that go against the wishes. That's right, after Fang Ruowei was scared out of her wits, she did answer Zhou Chuanbai's questions, and knew everything as if her heart was dead. She almost gave a clear account of the entire process of deliberately plotting to kill Zhao Fangyu. and also told her the whole story of how Tang Mingdong had approached her and asked her to cremate the body at the first opportunity after discovering Yu Hao's death in order to cover up the truth of the murder. Even the reward for this deal, she informed Zhou Chuanbai. But the change just appeared. The middle-aged man in a suit with an impatient face and his lawyer, led by Zhou Yumin, entered the interrogation room, but frowned slightly when he saw Lin Yan, who was sitting calmly behind the table. Lin Yan, why are you here? Yu Yuanshan looked at Feng Ruowei, who was confined to the interrogation chair, and didn't wait for Lin Yan to answer anything before his face completely sank. Lieutenant Zhou, I'm going to take my wife away immediately now. If there's anything you guys ask my lawyer. Before Zhou Yumin could say anything, Zhou Chuanbai had already stopped his pen. Mr. Yu, your wife has confessed to the fact that she participated in the murder of your son, and has confessed to the mastermind who planned this murder. Not only that, she also confessed to having killed your ex-wife, Zhao Fengyu, in its entirety. He fearlessly met Yu Yuanshan's eyes, coldness raging at the bottom of his eyes. This person, you're afraid that you won't be able to take him away that well. But to everyone's surprise, Yu Yuanshan's expression was flat to the extreme, as if he already knew everything. For any of the offenses you accuse her of, I can issue her a letter of understanding and give her sufficient monetary compensation. In addition, please return my son's body immediately. I want to send him to be cremated. Zhou Chuanbai? The unassuming coldness on his face was broken by Yu Yuanshan's short 2 sentences, and he looked at him a little incredulously. She killed your ex-wife and son, Yu? Stop! Yu Yuanshan interrupted him sternly. His brows locked. I don't care how you guys asked for a confession. I can provide a letter of understanding, and I also have enough family money to pay for it. Do you hear me? Lin Yan was also given a few moments of fire by Yu Yuanshan's attitude, flexing his fingers and gently tapping the desktop. You can take away the person, not the corpse. A case has been filed for his death. When we arrest the person who plotted against him, we will naturally notify you to collect the body. Yu Yuanshan looked deeply at Lin Yan, his lips grinning a few times with mockery. You are Lin Songhai's son. I won't make things difficult for you. He's really out of his league. After Feng Ruowei was taken away, only Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan were left in the interrogation room where a pin drop could be heard. This was the first murder case that Zhou Chuanbai had come into contact with since he started his career, and he was full of confidence when he wanted to analyze the truth and catch the real culprit. But he was poured such a pot of cold water by Yu Yuanshan, which made his heart feel a little uncomfortable. That's 2 lives, mother and son's deaths are all related to her. But because of the frivolous letter of understanding 3 words, smashing a little money want to get rid of everything? For a young man who is full of passion and ambition to solve major crimes, this is a big blow. Lin Yan of course knew that he didn't feel too good in his heart, and ghostly, he gently patted Zhou Chuanbai's shoulder. All right, cheer up. What's the point of bothering with a thin-skinned old thing? That's his wife and son. He is indeed qualified to issue a letter of understanding, and in terms of his family fortune, he can indeed afford to pay for it. Feng Ruowei is just an accessory. She is only responsible for destroying the body as soon as possible to eliminate the evidence of the crime. She hasn't even taken any actual action yet. She just makes the mastermind act with a better mind. Even without the letter of understanding, she won't be sentenced for a few days. Let's still check Tang Mingdong first, and that little boyfriend of Haozi's, Lu Songyu, surely also can't be separated from this matter. As soon as he heard this, Zhou Chuanbai again looked like he had suddenly shot chicken blood. Right? Tang Mingdong. He is the mastermind. Feng Ruowei has been released. Once he receives the news, he will definitely seize the time to destroy the evidence. We have to hurry and investigate. Seeing that he had come back to life, just because of his few words, Lin Yan suddenly felt a subtle sense of alienation in his heart. Even the main hero of the book, the chosen son, who had all the author's favorites, was only a rookie when he first joined the Security Bureau. It goes to show that no one is born a criminal investigation expert. The same. He, Lin Yan, wasn't born to be a highly intelligent criminal who was full of evil and blood. Chapter 21 Peach Blossom Totem Embroidered Face Case. On the other hand, outside the door of the Security Bureau, in the luxurious business car that looked like it was worth a lot of money, Yu Yuanshan looked at Feng Ruowei with icy eyes. How were you asked about those things? Feng Ruowei obviously hadn't fully recovered from the shock, and her whole body was in a bit of a trance. She froze for several seconds with empty eyes and a numb expression, and only then, as if her brain had finally finished processing this information, She murmured a sentence in a voice like a mosquito. I saw Zhao Feng Yu. Yuanshan frowned deeply, heavily crushing the cigarette in his hand and raising his eyes to the rearview mirror. The driver sitting in the driver's seat received his eyes and instantly nodded knowingly, fumbling out his cell phone and tapping something with a lowered brow. Not long after, the vehicle started, passing the crane like red sports car, but paused slightly. Lin Yen had thought that he could retire on his own merits, grabbing away from the male lead's father and son, and going to dispose of his entertainment company. However, he had just pulled out the keys to the sports car when Zhou Chuanbai came walking briskly in a somewhat bereft manner. Ah Yen, Lu Songyu isn't saying anything. Do you want to go to the interrogation room with me? He held up the pile of printed paper in his hand. I'm here to pick up the medical records of his multiple purchases of tricyclic antidepressants. Besides that, we also found out that he has a sister who was hospitalized for leukemia, and her medical bills were paid by none other than Tang Mingdong. If you use that, you definitely won't be able to run away from him. Lin Yen. Let's not talk about the case or that. Dude, do we know each other well? Is it right to call him that? Without waiting for Lin Yen to answer, the door to an office not far away opened, and Li Shaoxing walked out of it like a frosted eggplant. Seeing Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai, he waved his hand towards them like a parched flower that had absorbed water and rebloomed in the blink of an eye. Brother Zhou, Counselor Lin, Team Zhou is looking for you. Compared to the morning, Zhou Yuman's office had an additional smell of smoke that was so thick that it was somewhat choking. The sunlight from the window over, the misty smoke in mid-air illuminated as if it were a cloud, a real heaven on earth. Zhou Chuanbai, thin lips pursed, without saying anything, walked over to open the window, frowning into the Chuan character. Lin Yen, also a little bit cannot stand, cover the nose muffled voice. Captain Zhou, what are you doing? Want to choke yourself to the suspect to help? Zhou Yumin let out a somewhat melancholy sigh. Zhai Wenbin died. Zhou Chuanbai turned his eyes in confusion, not really sure who this person was. Lin Yen, who possessed the ability to forget everything, however, instantly realized the identity of this person, and his eyebrows instantly raised. Isn't he the biggest leader of that gang in our Ibiao city? Well, it's him, based on those information you dug out and the combined information in the internal system. He's considered a figure that can speak for himself in the headquarters of the color video crime gang. Zhou Yumin scratched his windswept cocktail head again. But I only got approval from my superiors yesterday afternoon to obtain the authority to request assistance from brother units across the country to arrest him, and he died in the middle of the night. The broken clues are the next best thing. The evidence of the crime in his home was also all destroyed, and computers, cell phones, and other devices that might have hidden key information have all disappeared without a trace. Lin Yan's heart sank under the heavy pressure of the split body case mission. He was more or less mentally tense and sketchy. Are you trying to say that I exposed the news of your operation? Zhou Yumin raised his eyes in some surprise and shook his head almost without thinking. No, I'm just guilty. My side has only just planned the operation, and within a day, the most important suspect in our local area is dead, indicating that there may be a moth within our security system, revealing information in advance to the people in that criminal gang. And the murderer's modus operandi is too sharp, and the methods are highly consistent with an unsolved case from a few years ago. I have to suspect that the guy who did the killing has a high probability of being the suspect in the once Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case. Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case? Embroidered lady. Lin Yen almost subconsciously glanced at Zhou Chuanbai at the side, who was also filled with shock. According to the plot of the original book, the embroidery lady, who had single-handedly plotted the embroidered face case and brutally murdered dozens of people one after another, had only gradually surfaced after Zhou Chuanbai, the main male character, had set up the Unsolved and Strange Cases Special Action Team. Throughout the book, the embroidery lady was only locked in the real identity, about to fall into the net, only then continuously killed a few people, before can be absconded well. Such a guy with cruel methods, ruthlessness, and who has been on the loose for several years, shouldn't have appeared right now. Could it be that his book using computer technology to check out that color video criminal gang, could have caused embroidery lady to strike early to kill and kill? Is the butterfly effect so terrible? No. Isn't embroidered lady a member of the criminal organization Ming Ace, Zhai Wenbin, and that color video criminal gang? Could it still be one of Ming Ace's profit-making means? Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai had no knowledge of Lin Yan's inner shock. They both simply thought that Lin Yan was in shock at the name of the case. And just as they wanted to continue talking, Zhou Yumin's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone, and before he could make a sound, his face became very ugly. After nearly 10 minutes, Zhou Yumin hung up the phone, lit a cigarette, and remained silent for a while with a complicated face. The spring wind still carries some shallow coolness. Indoor smoke has been unconsciously blown away most of the. In the light of the bright cigarette flames, a slightly hoarse male voice finally sounded. In addition to Zhai Wenbin's involvement in the color video criminal gang, helping them solve problems with network technology, he is also a member of another criminal organization, codenamed Spade. Zhou Yumin's voice was a bit vicarious. It was just a call from the security bureau. That criminal organization is widely implicated. After they learned of Zhai Wenbin's death, they discovered that the murderer is most likely a member of the criminal organization they are pursuing, Embroidery. Then, are we still investigating Zhai Wenbin's case? After hearing Zhou Yumin's words, Zhou Chuanbai also frowned. They would reveal this information. They should be planning to take over the case with full authority, right? Zhou Wumin shook his head and pressed his cigarette heavily into the ashtray. They're just here to provide us with some clues, and for us to inform them at the first opportunity when we have news of Embroidery. Spade is dead and has not left any information about that criminal organization. They are not going to send any more manpower to participate in the investigation. They will only continue to hunt down the members of the organization that are currently alive. Zhou Chuanbai. He took a deep breath, realizing that this was very typical white-knuckle behavior on the part of the security bureau. But if they determined that the murderer is Embroidery Lady, why don't they investigate on their own? Even if we can really figure out Embroidery Lady's true identity. For this kind of guy with a huge organization, we'd have to send out the SWAT and security bureau to make an arrest, right? Then wouldn't we be working for nothing? If this case is done well, we can only get a meritorious assistance. But if it's not done well, then we're useless. Zhou Yumin was about to say, you think a criminal organization that requires the security bureau to track down its members would be one that you can casually figure out their identities. But then he suddenly thought of something and raised his head and stared straight at Lin Yan. Don't we still have Lin Yan here? Lin Yan. What? Chapter 22. You treat me as a small day hole? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's first reaction was, Zhou Yumin, this old fox, wouldn't be trying to take advantage of his powerful and cheap mother, right? Lin Yan directly took a step back. "Ba," written all over his face. Stop, stop, stop. I'm me. My mom is my mom. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Yumin was preemptively choked by him and hurriedly waved his hand. I don't mean that. Lin Yan, according to the intelligence from the security bureau side, Spade is a very skilled hacker and has helped that criminal organization deal with a lot of technical problems. You were able to break through his defenses and get a clear picture of the color video criminal gang. So maybe you can follow that line to find out more information as well. It's not guaranteed that we'll be able to uncover the embroidered lady one step ahead of the security bureau and solve the peach blossom totem embroidered face case back then. Lin Yan. Him? Stealing the male lead's limelight and credit and solving the case that the male lead should solve? This kind of thing that couldn't take much benefit and was also prone to risk. Lin Yan was not willing to get involved. Do you think I'm Superman? He looked at Zhou Yumin with a speechless face, and when he thought of the body-splitting case that was pressed on his head because Zhou Chuanbai started to walk the plot, his mood became even more subtle. Captain Zhou, are you treating our country's cybersecurity law as a pose? I helped you find out that information before, knowing clearly that they were all criminals, and only did so at your request. I don't even have an official document right now. You're asking me to find a needle in a haystack and investigate the personal information of ordinary citizens on such a large scale? Are you trying to send me in for a prison cafeteria? I'm kindly helping you to solve the case, and you're treating me like a small day's work? These words made Zhou Yumin a little silent. Without waiting for him to continue saying anything, Zhou Chuanbai had already taken the first step to pull on Lin Yan's arm. All right, this matter is your headache first. We're going to interrogate Lu Songyu. Evidence have found quite a lot, even if Lu Songyu is not the mastermind. He also has the fact of murder. The confession asked out is certainly a life sentence to start. He also did not wait for Zhou Yumin's response, dragged Lin Yan on the bottom of the oil and slipped away. Lin Yan also do not want to continue to be Zhou Yumin entangled, simply follow Zhou Chuanbai's strength to follow him away. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be the first one to get weak and reveal something after all. As a person who has taken the original book from the original book, he would be the first one to reveal something. After all, as someone who had read the original book from cover to cover, others didn't know about the embroidered lady and the bright ace. But Lin Yen did. Although Lin Yen didn't have the ability to forget everything, he still remembered some information about the organization and a few of its members who had their highlights in the original book. In the first and middle of the original book, the members of the Ming Ace organization have already begun to spread their wings in the criminal law. In addition to the embroidery maiden do peach blossom totem embroidered face case, there are also 10 carrying sedan chair night walking case, Salt Lake extraordinary separation of the body case, music classroom corpse shredding and arson case. In short, the shock they brought to the criminal investigation world. Counting down is not less than the original book villain, Lin Yen. In the middle and late stages of the original book, something even more interesting appeared. The boss of the Ming Ace organization, Ming Jiao, fell in love at first sight with Lin Yen and couldn't help himself, bringing a large criminal organization to join him. From then on, the combination of a highly intelligent criminal with a distinguished family background and a criminal organization full of evil has become a major problem for the entire security system. Under the leadership of Lin Yen, the members of the organization, who had already done a lot of evil, could be said to be contempt for the law, unforgivable, and heartless. Under the leadership of Lin Yen, it can be said that the words contempt for the law, unforgiving, and unconscionable have been interpreted to the fullest. It was because he still had an impression of several members of the Ming Ace organization, as well as their true identities, that Lin Yen did not dare to continue this topic with Zhou Yumin. Of course, he did not want to save more living forces for himself in the future, but he was afraid that if he accidentally disclosed some information related to the Ming Ace, Zhou Yumin would not let go. Don't underestimate the insight and intuition of a veteran security officer. When the security bureau asked him how he knew about the Ming Wang brand, and where he got the specific information about so many members of the organization, how was he going to explain? The Security Bureau and the Public Security Bureau didn't act in the same way. As long as they suspected that he was also a member of that organization, or had some involvement with that organization, Lin Yen would really have to go in and squat until the end of time. Anyway, the main hero Zhou Chuanbai has already begun to walk the plot. The Ming Ace organization will be left to him to catch. Sooner or later, he will be able to catch. In the interrogation room, Lu Songyu's face was haggard. His head always hung low, and his gaze on the silver bracelet was almost unfocused. The moment she saw Lin Yen, Lu Songyu revealed an expression of surprise that was just like Feng Wei's, nearly exclaiming in shock. To be fair, Lu Songyu was indeed very pretty. His face, which was big enough to go into the entertainment industry, had an androgynous look to it, and his peach blossom eyes were flirtatious and seductive. Coupled with his white skin, well-proportioned body, character is also gentle and coy, with a kind of I see the pity of the people wife temperament. No wonder can let you how to his love. Sweeping only a few lines of the confession record, Lin Yen looked at Lu Songyu in the gaze of interest. Do you know how Feng Ruowei confessed to her crime of murdering Zhao Fengyu? He unhurriedly pulled out the daylight-seeing ghost stalking soul incense, holding the cylindrical transparent plastic box containing the threaded incense in his hands and playing with it, his tone unhurried. The records of your purchase of tricyclic antidepressants and all of your cases we've checked. The Chinese medicine clinic you took Hao Zitu is also being investigated, and the Chinese medicine practitioner Tang Mingdong paid off won't be long before he'll have to come in to accompany you. Take my advice. Confess and be lenient. You and Haozi have been together for so long. He hasn't done anything wrong to you, right? Although Lin Yen wanted to directly send this person who victimized his good brother to be shot, but now that the matter was not completely watertight, he had to suppress his personal feelings and find out the evidence that would send the real culprit in. Lu Songyu, it's not like we haven't met before. You should know very well who I am. As long as I want, I can give you a guarantee for your sister Lu Songya's medical expenses and personal safety. Do you think, just with Tang Mingdong's ruthless strength, after you have already lost your utilization value and gone to jail, will he still be willing to continue to bear Lu Songya's medical expenses? Businessmen emphasize profit. Lu Songyu, you know Tang Mingdong better than I do, right? Seeing Lu Songyu's eyes getting redder and redder, her psychological defense shaking, Lin Yen continued to add on without a hitch. Don't carry on. You can't afford to carry on alone with my brother's death. If you can confess the clear evidence of Tang Mingdong's murder, it will be considered a merit on the side of law and order, and you can reduce your sentence period. I can also give you a guarantee that I will do everything in my power to use all the medical resources to treat Lu Songya for leukemia. If you perform well inside for a reduced sentence, maybe when you get out of prison in the future, She can even go and pick you up and let her children give you an old age pension. This overly beautiful vision made Lu Songyu's heart flutter viciously, his eyes closed and trembling with tears. His voice choked. I say, but you must make sure that Xiaoya gets the best treatment. Chapter 23. Are you sure you want to pay? Well, say. Lin Yan's face was flat and cold. If I can bring Tang Mingdong to justice, I will have someone visit you every month in the future to convey Lu Songya's treatment to you. Next, the interrogation room was left with Lu Songyu's narration mixed with choking sounds, and Zhou Chuanbai's swish 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 sound of writing. Lin Yan glanced at the monitoring room, went out to replace Li Shaoxing, and planned to leave. How could he have imagined that he had just pulled out his car keys to prepare for a trip home when Zhou Yumin hurriedly arrived? Lin Yan, the situation is urgent. Your sports car is fast. Lend it to us for a while to catch a suspect first. Lin Yan only hesitated for less than a second before he threw the car keys to him and turned to his driver. Although Lin Yan was now considered a consultant, he wasn't so much as to follow a case from start to finish, and more of his time was still at his disposal. Of course, Lin Yan must have had some serious business to attend to when he made a special trip home. Making incense. After all, from a strict point of view, the process of him using the white sun seeing ghost haunting soul incense to interrogate Fang Ruowei was not quite in line with the internal rules of the security system. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, he had to make something with the same appearance and scent as the ghostly incense to cope with possible inspections. Yu Yuanshan's business was not small, so if he really wanted to pursue the matter and make it to the security bureau, Lin Yan would still have to cooperate with the investigation. Fortunately, although this dog system is usually a bit bad, the special skills it gives are not to be criticized. With his rich knowledge of medicine and poisons and his experience that seemed to be engraved in his instincts, Lin Yan quickly mixed dozens of powdered herbs and spices in the right proportions. With skillful movements, he fully kneaded them together and used a mold to make a finger-thick thread of incense. Time might be too late for it to dry naturally in the shade, so Lin Yan could only cover it with 2 layers of tinfoil and send them into the dryer. Ding! As soon as the dryer was turned on, a woody scent that was not far from the daylight seeing ghosts haunting souls incense greeted him, and in just a few moments, it was enough to permeate his heart. The scent, though not strong, wafted out pervasively, and it wasn't long before Auntie Lee, who was cleaning in the living room, sniffled and came to the kitchen door. Little Robin, what are you doing? Why does it smell so good? Lin Yan took the slightly trimmed shape of the thread incense in his hand and shook it. I've been more interested in making incense lately, and it seems to be working out pretty well. Auntie Lee immediately smiled, the wrinkles on her face stretching. So you told me to hurry up and buy all these things to make this. It's so fragrant. It smells soothing. Little Yan is really talented. Before Lin Yan could respond, Zhou Yumin's phone call came back with a very grave tone. Lin Yan, who have you offended recently? Lin Yan frowned, feeling that things might be a bit off. What's wrong? Your car had a car accident. You should go back to the team now.
A car accident?
He was fine when he drove over there this morning? No, ordinary car accidents aren't under the jurisdiction of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Are they? When Lin Yan returned to the Sheriff's Department's Criminal Investigation Brigade, the suspect's statements were all done. He roughly scanned them, and his brows furrowed. According to the surveillance footage near the Security Bureau, it can be confirmed that someone moved his car this morning, over the top of the surveillance in a dignified manner on the brake pump, which will lead to brake failure caused by the car accident. However, the person caught on a hobo because of the involvement of crowd gambling, fighting, provoking trouble by the Security Bureau many times to crack down. No matter how to ask, all biting is to see such a luxury car eyes red, just want to give the owner of the car to find something to do. He is obviously taking money to do things, but due to the lack of transfer records, even if Lin Yan has already guessed a candidate 8, 9, not 10, but also simply cannot find evidence to convict the other side. Zhou Yumin took 2 more calls before he had time to lament to Lin Yan. These rich people play really dirty. Lin Yan casually threw the transcript onto his desk, suppressing the coldness in the bottom of his eyes. How is that vigilante brother? Not much of a big deal. He was transferred from the Armed Police Brigade due to injuries. His hands are very good. He found the brake failure, directly on the spot to crash over the suspect's car. He also jumped out of the car, just rubbed a little skin. Zhou Yumin was still a bit scared even now when he thought back. Your car was hit lightly, but in the process of arresting the suspect is considered a merit. I can make a report and apply for compensation money for you from above. Lin Yan. Breathlessness was written all over his face. That car is over $10 million. It was my dad's 18th birthday gift to me. Are you guys sure you want to pay for it? He said this in a euphemistic way, not directly asking, can you afford to pay for it? Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Yumin, who was thinking of having a mouthful of tea to calm his nerves, was choking to death on this warm tea. And he couldn't wait to slap his own self who borrowed a car from Lin Yan in the first place. That? You want us to compensate or not? Heh. Lin Yan let out a light laugh. You guess. Zhou Yumin instantly had the feeling of lifting a stone and stoning his own foot, smiling dryly and trying to change the subject. Our comrade of law and order is also considered to have risked his life to help you circumvent a possible accident. Don't you have to buy some fruits to see him go? There was nothing wrong with this statement. If it wasn't for that vigilante brother driving his car, the one lying in the hospital right now would be Lin Yan himself. Even if every move of ancient martial arts, 8 extreme fist, was engraved in his heart, Lin Yan didn't have the certainty that he would only scrape a little skin after jumping out of a high-speed sports car. Moreover, since it was the brake pump that had been tampered with, it didn't matter who drove it, it had to be crashed, so there was no need for him to chase after this amount of money for compensation. Lin Yan had something else on his mind and only waved his hand casually. Okay. But I don't have time right now. You give me his card number. I'll just give him a thank you payment directly. Remember to write a good note, otherwise it counts as a bribe. After dealing with the bad things on the side of the security bureau, Lin Yan finally had the time to take a look at his own company. Sitting in his spacious and bright office, he first glanced at the countdown alert box floating in his field of vision, which still had about 60 hours left, before picking up the intercom. Send all the previous contracts, as well as the account books, to my office. The voice on the other end of the line jammed for a moment. Boss, all of these things have been taken. Lin Yan frowned. Who took them? He, who was the boss, didn't even know about it, but someone actually took away such important documents from the company. What were these people doing? Think he's dead? Duan Yu. Lin Yan. Oh, it's okay then. Duan Yu is one of Lin Songhai's assistants, and his business skills are very much online. It was assumed that he took away that information because he was prepared to help Lin Yan sell the company. Since there was a professional out there, Lin Yan wasn't going to continue wasting his time and energy. However, as if fate was working against him specifically, Lin Yan had just left the door of the company with one foot, and the next second his cell phone rang. Boss, there's a fire at the Cloudy Wrong theater set. Chapter 24. Why can't it be suitable? I don't know why. The moment he heard this news, Lin Yan's brain buzzed. Even his heart missed a few beats. He frowned and pressed his chest, but his voice still sounded as calm as water, without a hint of emotional ups and downs. Call 119 if there's a fire, that's common sense. It's not like I know how to put out a fire. Already called. Boss, I'm just notifying you. The voice of the crew chief on the other end of the phone trembled. Do you want to come over to take a look and host the scene? Lin Yan. He got into the car driven by the chauffeur and methodically tugged on his seatbelt. What am I paying you for? I have to handle everything, right? Practically feeling the benefits of being a shirker, but it gave Lin Yan a buzz. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then quit and get out. I'll let someone else run the crew. No, I deal with it. I can definitely deal with it. Boss, you rest assured. Lin Yan didn't bother to listen to the end and directly hung up the phone. The driver, Uncle Zhang, had already started the vehicle, and when he glanced at the impatience at the corner of Lin Yan's eyes, he casually changed the pure music in the car. Young master, is something bothering you? Lin Yan shook his head, and before he could say anything, the phone rang again. He was getting stressed out by Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai's father and son recently, and he hated to just mute the phone. Luckily, this time, the caller ID was a presence that made Lin Yan's eyes soften. Auntie Li, what's wrong? On the phone, Auntie Li's voice was kind and gentle. Xiao Yan, come back for dinner today. Someone sent a salmon. It's still alive. I'll cut it for you now when you're back. Salmon? Alive. Lin Yan's eyes lit up for a moment, a possibility bubbling up vaguely in his heart. Auntie, take good care of it. Make sure it's still alive when I get home. Okay. Little Hikari, you be careful outside. Without waiting for Auntie Li to finish, Lin Yan had already hung up the phone. The corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Uncle Zhang, go home first. Not going to the security bureau. Just arrived home. Lin Yan couldn't wait to enter the kitchen. In the large aquarium, A salmon of about 1 meter in length was swimming leisurely in it, the tip of its tail still swaying, thinking that the body-splitting case that was weighing on his head might be solved. Lin Yen couldn't help but look at this salmon with a light in his eyes, as if he was seeing his new parents. "Auntie Li, let's straighten it out. I'll cut it myself." Strictly speaking, Auntie Li could actually be considered Lang Shixiang's wedding maid, since Lang Shixiang and Lin Songhai got married. She had been the live-in nanny of the family. After Lin Yen was born, it was Auntie Li who brought him up, and as Lang Shixiang's work became busier and busier, Auntie Li spent more time with him than Lang Shixiang did. Because of this, after hearing this harmless request from Lin Yen, Auntie Li rolled up her sleeves without saying a word. "Little Yen, go change your clothes first. I can straighten it out myself. Don't get you covered in water." Lin Yen. Ha! This was an emperor salmon with a body length of about 1 meter. The weight had to be around 20 kilograms anyways. Auntie Li was already over 40 years old, and looked like she was well proportioned, just a relatively hard-working, good family woman, and she was able to straighten out such a heavy big fish from the aquarium all by herself? The people in this book world are all so fierce? Facing Lin Yan's surprise, Auntie Li only casually waved her hand. "It's fine, little Hikari, you're only wearing these clothes for the second time. Change into a set of home clothes. I'll find you another apron." Lin Yen blinked. "Then wait for me later. Don't kill it." Although the body-splitting case only said select a suitable target, it didn't have to let him kill the target before splitting the body, but in order to maximize the possibility of ensuring that the mission could be carried out in one step, Lin Yen still had to be careful in every way. As for whether it was appropriate to select the salmon as a target or not, how could it not be appropriate? Splitting the salmon's corpse wouldn't be considered. Splitting the corpse? Not long after, Lin Yen changed into a relatively cheap set of home clothes from the closet, and returned to the kitchen with a flying pace. Auntie Li deserved to be able to be employed by Lang Shixiang and Lin Songhai for so many years. Her work was done quite carefully. Not only had she prepared an apron and gloves for Lin Yen, she had even prepared a salmon knife, which was neatly placed on the 1-meter-long work table. Seeing Lin Yen return, Auntie Li stepped up the steps and fished in the aquarium with one hand, actually wrapping her arm around the king salmon in the blink of an eye, and while straightening her back, she also brought it out of the aquarium in one smooth motion. Lin Yen, who was wearing an apron on the side, 40-year-old mom single-handedly fishes out over 40 pounds of salmon. Although the seawater in the aquarium was providing some buoyancy, but after that salmon had completely left the seawater, Auntie Li was still full of ease as she clamped it and threw it directly onto the workbench. "Is this really a proper big mom? Little Robin? Don't just stand there. It'll die in a moment." Auntie Li pressed down on the struggling and wriggling salmon. Her face remained normal. Hearing this shout, Lin Yen rushed back to his senses, copied a medium-sized salmon knife, pressed down on that king salmon's head with one hand, and stabbed it dryly into its spinal position. Ta! The king salmon's struggling fish tail instantly hung limply on the workbench, motionless as if it had been zapped with total numbness, but its eyes were still rolling. Auntie Li on the side let go of her hand and slowly gave Lin Yen a thumbs up. But Lin Yen didn't pay any more attention to this super xiong ant. For the rest of the day, his entire attention was on the king salmon, almost into oblivion. It was a wonderful feeling. Under the special skill of, "I just like to play with knives, what's wrong with that?" Special skill, even the long and slender salmon knife could easily be used like an arm in his hands. Each of Lin Yan's cutting movements were all natural, as if an invisible thread was guiding him, causing him to almost have the illusion that it was as if he wasn't cutting salmon, or trying to complete the split case in such a crooked way, and he wasn't wearing an apron, but rather was wearing a beautifully tailored tuxedo, conducting an ensemble in a relaxed manner. The salmon knife in his hand was the baton, and was running calmly according to a trajectory that had already been rehearsed countless times, allowing the salmon, which he had left breathless, to play a melodious and impassioned piece of music. As Lin Yen became more and more immersed in this state of total self-forgetfulness, it seemed as if a marvelous melody was ringing in his ears if nothing else. The shallow musical sound that came from nowhere snapped at his heart, and Lin Yen gradually gained an unspeakable pleasure from the process of dividing flesh and blood. Like a lynx that grew up eating cat food, he suddenly tasted a big, fat fish that was so fresh that it was still alive, and after he brainlessly swallowed the delicious meat and the fishy sweet blood juice into his stomach, the primitive instincts that were hidden in his genetic coding were instantly activated just like Pandora's magic box. Lin Yen had the illusion that he was swimming in the amniotic fluid of his mother's fetus, the pores of his entire body stretched out, and his heart trembled at the tip of his heart with the turning over of his body with pleasure, and also almost at the same time, a thought appeared in his mind uncontrollably. If the one who was cut was a human instead of a fish, would he have gotten more pleasure from it? Chapter 25. 10 out of 10 is 12 out of 10 wrong. Almost the instant this thought appeared, Lin Yan's reasoning returned. As if he had been doused with a pot of water, he almost bit his tongue. The feeling of his heart being soothed to the point of trembling slightly disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a palpitating sensation caused by panic. He immediately lowered his eyes and forced himself to give the king salmon his full attention as he continued to deftly utilize his salmon knife, breaking it into large chunks. Fortunately, his mental quality is quite good. Even if his heart and mind are shaken, the movement only produced a momentary pause, and will not bring this split has little effect. The red and white fish meat was a bit slippery, but it didn't hinder Lin Yan's operation of removing the internal organs. Until the last large piece of fish meat into two, Lin Yan's long-awaited thing finally popped in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the case of splitting the body and obtaining the skill. Little brother obey, I am the big brother. Little brother obedient, I am the big brother. As a criminal genius who is going to reign supreme, how can you not have a little brother who is devoted to you, at your disposal, and at critical moments will also block knives and squat in the police station for you? Don't be in a hurry. This skill will let you get a pair of fiery eyes, all those who have the potential to be taken as your minions. You can see their past deeds through their faces, guaranteeing that everything will be fine. Go, Junior. Use the handle you can see to ruthlessly control those outlaw potentials. Lin Yan. This skill is, well, a bit abstract, but since it was only traded for a salmon, it's not a loss. It's better than actually killing and splitting the body. Lin Yan was in a somewhat subtle mood as he put down the salmon knife and unhurriedly removed his gloves. Auntie, I'll leave the rest to you. The split corpse case had already been completed. He didn't need to worry about receiving the random organ damage degree plus 50% punishment anymore, so naturally he didn't have much interest in the finer cutting operations. Rather than staying here and doing it himself, Lin Yan felt that he needed to find a quieter place to reflect on the situation just now. Well, little Robin, what part would you like to eat? I'll cut you a plate first. Auntie Lee was completely unaware of Lin Yan's inner turmoil, and only thought that he didn't want to continue after the novelty had worn off, still smiling. I'll send some to Shixiang later. You're so good with a knife. I have to let her try it. Lin Yan's headache got worse from her knife skills, barely pulling out a smile. Let's wait until dinner time. I'll go back and wash my body first. It was not until he finished his bath and flattened himself out on the soft and cozy bed that Lin Yan's mood calmed down a bit. But even then, just a slight recollection of the moment the knife stabbed into the salmon's spine and the process of dividing the flesh and blood, Lin Yan's spirit was still involuntarily active, a hidden excitement almost lingering in his chest. Not right, very have 12 points, not right. Before he wore the book is just a police academy student's, family is considered average or a half a big teenager, when the new year to help the family kill chickens. But at that time, he didn't have this kind of soothing feeling like he was high on something not right and dirty. From the original master that inherited the memory, although there is not much blood seen but can be sure he grew up to do the most likely illegal things, is a kick to break the legs of the person who kidnapped him, dabbed a little self-defense it. Lin Songhai from business, Leng Shixiang from power, they are law-abiding people, will not deliberately will be a small Lin Yan to the road of illegal and criminal training. Whether it was from his upbringing or his own personality, Lin Yan shouldn't have felt so exaggerated and like he was dreaming about slicing some fish. It wasn't a mere mental pleasure, but rather took care of every sense of Lin Yan's being almost equally, kind of like the dopamine secretion that comes from enjoying a good meal. He couldn't even remember when the iffy music in his ears sounded and when it ended, nor could he even recall the specific notes, but just knew that the feeling was etched in his mind enough. At that time, he actually thought of really killing someone to share this brain is to have their own ideas how. He even stabbed that fish to death, or little by little cracked its bones, chopped it up and fed it to the dog are all right, but cannot be so to people. Once you're on a path, there's no turning back. Lin Yan exhaled a long breath, his eyes stared at the exquisite hand-carved chandelier on the ceiling, and after eliminating all the possibilities, there was only one thought left in his mind: the power of that original book. It's the power of the original book. There was a difference between bad guys and bad guys. Some people are not competitive and rack their brains to think of breaking the law, but some people have no choice and have to go to desperate measures. Lin Yan's life was quite comfortable now. Even if he did get punished, he still drew the heart with a single shot into his soul, and with half of his organ functions cut off, Lin Songhai and Leng Shixiang were capable of renewing his life for a few years. Because of this, even if he was about to be crushed out of his senses by the hearty feeling of splitting his flesh and blood, Lin Yan still came to his senses at the first moment when his bottom line was touched. But Lin Yan's identity in the original book is a highly intelligent criminal, a great villain, a vicious organization leader, a stepping stone on the way to success for the legitimate hero, and a ladder for Zhou Chuanbai's ascension to godhood in the criminal investigation world. Even if he doesn't want to, he as a person is still being pushed and shoved by the plot and destiny written down in the original book, and is forced to walk towards the path of the highly intelligent villain. This is the only possibility left after eliminating all the impossibilities. No one was born to be a criminal with a high level of guilt, unless that person was created by original book author with villain as his goal. Even if Lin Yan knows that such a family can't raise a vicious person, even if Lin Yan thinks that everything doesn't make sense, even if Lin Yan, who came through the book, was a good and law-abiding student in the police academy. But in the author of the original book, none of this matters. The dragon born of dragon and phoenix born of phoenix, and the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked can all be ignored. He hadn't realized it before, but not long ago. The unspeakable pleasure of cutting flesh and blood had made Lin Yan realize the reality. He mentally did not have the idea of crime, the author of the original book, just work on his physical instincts. Who is a good person to cut a fish, as if violently inhaled a large mouthful of the wrong dirty things But now that the switch has been flipped, Lin Yan must think of some way to suppress his body's instinctive pursuit of this kind of pleasure. Otherwise, he was afraid that sooner or later one day he would really go after humans. Lin Yan didn't get good grades in the anti-drug course, but he knew very well that he had been raised as a house cat since he was young. The lynx that had been raised as a domestic cat since childhood. Once the ferocity and hunting instincts in its genetic code were stimulated, it would never again settle down in a square inch of heaven and earth and live its life on bland and tasteless cat food. Chapter 26. This kid is really criminal. After spreading himself out on the bed for a while, Lin Yan was able to slow down his spirit a bit. He let out a long breath and called out his personal information panel. Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System. Host name, Lin Yan. Age, 19. Points, 1561. Physical strength, 17. Speed, 18. Endurance, 15. Spirit, 15. Normal human average value, 10. Free attribute points, 6. Special skills. 1. I just like to play with knives, so what? 2. Do you know computers, or do I? 3. I'm already at the limit of the human body with just a slight kick. For that's right, I'm a handful of years old at a young age. 5. Behave yourself. I'm the big brother. Extract tasks. Task review. Task retrospective. Prop small. Looking at these skills that were more abstract than one another, but overall quite practical, Lin Yan couldn't help but bring a few smiles to the corners of his lips. Involuntarily, his gaze fell on the name of the skill, Little Brother Obey. I'm Big Brother, and its detailed information quickly popped up. Little Brother Obey. I am the Big Brother. Anyone who has the potential to be taken in by you as a little brother, you can see their glorious past deeds through their face, guaranteeing that everything will be fine. After staring fixedly at its details for several seconds, Lin Yan sat up violently from his bed. He copied his cell phone, tapped into a certain degree, and typed in the name, Tang Ming Dong. A few seconds later, messy webpage information filled the screen. Splat! Lin Yan slapped his head before helplessly sending a message to Duanyu. Shuangmu Chenglin. Assistant Duan, help me find a picture of Tang Mingdong of the Tang Group, and preferably Tang Jili's as well. The opposite side replied almost in seconds. Duanyu, okay, just one of each? Are there any requirements? Worthy of being a professional assistant brought out by Lin Songhai, he didn't ask for any extra words, and just asked to check anything. Lin Yan hooked his lips in satisfaction, and couldn't help but feel that it's good to be rich. Shuangmu Chenglin. I want to see clear front faces. Besides the two of them, there is also Yu Yuanshan of Yu's Real Estate, and his current wife, Fang Ruowei. Not long after, the photos of these people were sent to Lin Yan's cell phone. He casually tapped on the only woman's photo inside, and sure enough, the moment he saw Fang Ruowei's face with delicate makeup, a prompt box popped up on the side of his phone. Fang Wei Ruowei, female, 24 years old. Now has a son, 5 years old. Successful murder of Zhao Fengyu 6 years ago, disguised as an accidental death involved in the murder of Yu Hao 1 year ago. Case is being investigated. Sin value 237. Higher probability of obtaining a letter of understanding. Not recommended to be taken as a junior. Sure enough, I can see the glorious deeds. Only, the things that this woman has done are really hard to say. When she murdered Zhao Fengyu, she was only 18 years old. No, Lin Yan's mind suddenly flashed and realized that this matter was not simple. According to Yu Hao, Zhao Fengyu and Yu Yuanshan were in a business marriage, and although the Zhao family went bankrupt and fell due to a break in the capital chain not long after they got married, Zhao Fengyu was indeed pampered and brought up. At just 18 years old, even the university did not go to the young. How can design a perfect to be characterized as accidental death murder, but also once can be considered a famous noblewoman Zhao Fengyu to the death of the pit? Here is more than half of the handwriting of Yu Yuanshan in. If not, Yu Yuanshan wouldn't have lightly used the words letter of understanding to block their mouths. Lin Yan pursed his lips and clicked on the next picture with a complicated mood, and a new prompt box popped up. Tang Mingdong, male, 23 years old, now has 2 children in their mother's womb. Repeatedly engaged in illegal and malicious business competition, once in the wine blended into illegal additives, so that competitors drink overdose death 3 years ago. The development of building jerry building, resulting in the death of several workers. Illegal detention of Wang Shishir, restriction of personal freedom, forced to make her pregnant. Good lord. A glance is not enough to see the edge. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and searched carefully before seeing what he was most concerned about. Planned and committed murder 1 year ago, resulting in the death of the victim, Yu Hao, by cardiac arrest, case being investigated. Guilty value 611. Less evidence, but a viable talent. Recommended to be taken in as a junior brother. Lin Yan didn't even quite believe his eyes, and read these things written on the tip box twice more. This Tang Mingdong, look at the photo on the human model, look at table of talent. Did not expect so criminal. Still really think of themselves as a domineering president. On the other women, Wang Shishir engaged in her escape. He chased small black room, strong system. Love that set. This kid is really criminal. Punching the criminal law, kicking the commercial law, but also gave the passing construction law a big ear scrape. If this evidence is gathered, he can probably squat in there until he dies. How is it not a skill to be able to enjoy state-level pension services at such a young age? But Feng Ruowei had already gone out. He would have received a warning, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to catch hard evidence that could convict him. If you really want to arrest the person and interrogate him first, it is expected that just before Tang Mingdong enters the interrogation room, someone will immediately come to turn himself in to take the blame for him. Although Tang Mingdong has been in the whole process of money, but alone with a leukemia Lu Songya, can give him enough reason to money. Never mind whether or not they know each other, how they know each other, just one do charity, can be a perfect explanation for the money. Tang Mingdong has committed so many crimes, but still free as the president of the Tang Group, certainly not a fool. It was estimated that even if they started from the side of the Chinese medicine practitioner who had carried out the acupuncture, they wouldn't be able to find any substantial evidence. Lin Yan pursed his lips somewhat helplessly and scratched to the next photo. This was a middle-aged man who looked peaceful. The hair on his temples was a bit gray. His lips were shaped like a smile, and the ends of his eyes were slightly raised, belonging to the kind of looks that made people very comfortable. Lin Yan quietly stared at the photo for a while, and no prompt box popped up. This shows that this person is clean, never done any illegal and criminal things. There is no handle to catch. Naturally, there is no potential to become his little brother. Special skills will not be triggered. Yu Yuanshan's face Lin Yan had already seen. This man was obviously Tang Mingdong's father, the current chairman of the Tang Group, Tang Jili. It was said that looks were born from the heart. How could such a person with a kind face and almost no blemishes on his resume actually raise the kind of self-righteous, sketchy contraption that Tang Mingdong was? Lin Yan was just about to look at Yu Yuanshan's picture when another alert box suddenly popped up in front of him. And unlike the previous one where all the text appeared instantly, on this prompt box, the text slowly emerged one by one. Tang Jili, male, 48 years old, now has a son and a daughter. Son 23 years old, daughter 20 years old. He is in the process of removing the evidence of his son's guilt, and has bought off a number of murderers, and has already begun to kill Wang Shishir, Lu Songyu, Lu Songya, and others. Sin value continues to rise in Lin Yan. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. It turns out that what kind of old man there is, raises the kind of sun. Indeed, Lin Yan had been careless. The law was only the lowest bottom line that restrained one's behavior. Not breaking the law was not something to be proud of, nor did it mean that the person was open-minded and bright. Since Tang's father and son had already pressed into action, Lin Yan had to get busy as well. When the witnesses who can identify Tang Mingdong are dead, this kid will continue to get away with it. Chapter 27. What are you saying this? In the spacious and bright study, the bright sunlight illuminated the shallow smoky incense smoke in the air in an indistinct and leisurely manner. The gentle light and shadow hit the man's side face with picturesque eyebrows, and the white fingers with clear knuckles, just like a painting that had been finely painted, with sharp shades of light and dark. Lin Yan focused on the computer screen, hands like playing the piano in general on the keyboard, flipping fingers like flying. Indoor, a moment only rustle sound of the keyboard. The cell phone screen suddenly lit up. Lin Yan only carelessly glanced at it, and then lightly pressed the Bluetooth headset on the ear. Captain Zhou, I happen to have something to find you. I've already found the evidence of Tang Zhili's buying a murderer. You now send someone to the detention center. Secretly protect Lu Songyu. Once someone makes a move on him, immediately press down. Also, in the hospital where Lu Songya is, there are also people who want to lay hands on her. You hurriedly send people over to guard the point. Zhou Yumin on the other end of the phone? Obviously, he is the leader. Is there such a direct order for the leader to do something? He was silent for a moment, his voice serious. Are you sure? Lu Songyu is in the detention center. A single person in a single room locked up properly. How can someone be there to face his hands? These words directly gave Lin Yan a laugh. The curves of the crimson lips were illuminated by the sunlight, appearing to have red lips and white teeth, as beautiful as a crown of jade. Captain Zhou, I recognize your person and appreciate your 10 years of steadfastness to your faith. But please don't take it too much for granted that others are also like you. People's hearts are fickle. He slowed down his keyboard, tapping a bit, dragging a few screenshots directly into the chat box with Zhou Chuanbai. Now go check Chuanbai's cell phone. I've already provided the clues. If it's because you guys went late and caused them to really die, you can't blame me for not reminding you. Looking at the clear and unambiguous kill request and call record on the screenshot, Zhou Yumin let out a slight sigh. I see. Are you planning to go protect Wang Shishir now? It seemed that Zhou Yumin wasn't stupid and deserved to be the real male lead's own father. The arc of Lin Yan's lips tightened, and the speed of his hands on the keyboard gradually grew faster again. Well, I've already found out where Wang Shishir was imprisoned. As soon as I get her accusation, I'll be able to send Tang Mingdong into the interrogation room. Zhou Yumin glanced at Zhou Chuanbai, who was flipping through the screenshots at the side with a grave expression, and the crease in his brow calmed down slightly. You say an address? I'll let Chuanbai go over to you. You don't have law enforcement power. Forcibly breaking into people's homes counts as illegally obtaining evidence. Zhou Yumin spoke in a serious tone. Don't come to the time when Tang Mingdong has not yet been sentenced. You come in first to squat for a few days. Lin Yan knew he meant well, and found a point on the map where the distance was a compromise, and sent the positioning to Zhou Chuanbai. I'm leaving now. More than half an hour later, Uncle Zhang stopped the car and picked up Zhou Chuanbai, who was waiting at the side of the road. In the back seat, Lin Yan was still wearing a Bluetooth headset and tapping on his computer. The light silver metal watch on his wrist was changing colors in the low light, as if it was covered with a layer of soft-colored light and shadow. This was the first time Zhou Chuanbai had ever faced a hacker's operation, staring uncertainly at Lin Yan's bony hands. As for those fast-beating codes on the computer screen, he felt dizzy when he looked at them, and only occasionally could he understand the pictures and videos saved by Lin Yan. Until the vehicle stopped at the entrance of a mountain villa in a quiet environment, surrounded by mountains and water, Lin Yan closed the computer, put it away properly, and brought Zhou Chuanbai out of the car. The area around the villa was deserted, but the environment was beautiful and green. It could be seen that Tang Mingdong had put in a lot of effort in order to lock up Wang Shishir, the not-so-restful canary. Imagine a woman without a cell phone or computer. Not only does she live in an environment full of surveillance all day long, but she can't even find a person or a car after walking a few kilometers out of her house. And she can't escape from Tang Mingdong even if her legs are broken. Before Lin Yan has hacked the surveillance here, but also closed the villa door alarm function, the two of them all the way unimpeded to the door of the room. Zhou Chuanbai just wanted to raise his hand to knock on the door. Lin Yan has already drip, good password. Directly open it. This. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth, stunned by Lin Yan's memorization of the password. Isn't it not good to enter without knocking? Lin Yen didn't say anything and quickly walked towards the house. The interior was in a mess, dishes and cups were thrown everywhere, exquisite vases, table lamps with handmade traces, and jewelry that was worth a lot of money were also thrown around, just like having a captain of the demolition team. Oh, this is not a canary, but a crazy woman.
Roll O.
Apparently hearing Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai's footsteps as they got closer, a pillow flew at them the moment they opened the bedroom door. Lin Yen had ancient martial arts, Baji Fist, and a speed attribute of up to 18 points, and dodged it with a sideways turn. But Zhou Chuanbai, who was following his side, didn't have such a quick reaction, and was directly smashed in the face by the pillow that had an ethereal scent to it, and the whole person was a bit confused. Who are you guys? When the pillow on Zhou Chuanbai's face fell to the ground, and Lin Yen also walked into the bedroom, Wang Shishir realized that she had smashed the wrong person, and with a flash of panic in her eyes, she hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover herself up. Although it was just a glimpse, she only wore a silk halter nightgown with not too much fabric, and was able to clearly show the heavily colored marks on her body, with varying shades of bruises and purple in succession, and those who didn't know thought that she had been beaten up. Lin Yan's eyes were calm as he looked at the woman's face that had been finely sculpted by the creator, his tone barely rising and falling. Wang Shishir, we are here to set you free. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shishir blinked her eyes, and the peach blossom eyes of Guanxian were suddenly misty with water, and her voice trembled slightly as she reddened her eyes and dropped her tears. Really? I can leave here, no need to be tossed by that again? She was born beautiful, at this time large tears like pearls like rustling rolled down. Looks choo-choo touching, pear flower with rain, to how much to provoke people's love on how much to provoke people's love. Can you really take me away? Lin Yen noticed her eyes with a few strange color, and did not immediately answer. But Zhou Chuanbai, who had seen this scene before, immediately stepped forward and introduced himself. Don't worry, we are from the Public Security Bureau. As long as you cooperate with us and tell us clearly the facts of Tang Mingdong's crime of illegally detaining and forcing you, you will be able to regain your freedom. Glancing at the surprise and contempt in Wang Shishir's eyes, Lin Yen secretly said something bad in his heart. As expected, after listening to Zhou Chuanbai's words, Wang Shishir withdrew her gaze from Lin Yen with some disappointment, sniffled a bit, her tears instantly gathered. Her I-see-it-all temperament seamlessly switched to a frank and calm demeanor, and righteously said, Comrade Law and Order, what kind of words are you saying? What unlawful detention? Forced? That is just a small love affair between my husband and me. Without evidence, you can't just talk nonsense and trespass on people's homes. Zhou Chuanbai. His entire being was a bit dumbfounded, and he subconsciously glanced at Lin Yen, just in time to see his mocking expression that seemed to be a smile or a laugh. No, man, what's going on here? The two of them are really serious couples. Tang Jili by murder kill her for what? Chapter 28 I can afford to pay, but you do not necessarily have the life to spend. Lin Yen good-naturedly wrapped his arms around his chest, his eyes careless. Are you sure you weren't treated illegally in any way? Wang Shishir, the fact that we were able to find our way here means that Tang Mingdong has been targeted. It's just that the evidence is incomplete for the time being. There's a saying that the net of heaven is wide open. Even if he's rich and powerful, he'll have to pay for trampling on the law. The thin red of Wang Shishir's eyes had already faded cleanly, and the smile on her face was impeccable. Comrade Law and Order, I really don't know anything. Although he and I have been together for a few years, and in the middle of that time we did have our breakups, but I really don't know much about him. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth, dumbfounded by these few words from Wang Shishir. He wasn't stupid, of course he had already realized how stupid he had been in declaring himself not long ago, and decided to completely leave the scene to Lin Yen to play out. Well, it would be a help if he didn't drag his feet. Heh! Lin Yen let out a light laugh, pulling the chair by the dresser and sitting upwards, his demeanor calm and elegant. Ms. Wang, I have to say you're very smart. The reason why you played all those overbearing president and arrogant little white flower scenes with Tang Mingdong was to completely eat him up and sit on Mrs. Tang's position. What noble and unyielding, having your heart in the right place, and treating money like dirt are all just means for you to pin him down. Am I right? Wang Shishir's eyes changed slightly, but her face still wore that bright-eyed smiling mask. I can't understand what you're saying. Lin Yen also laughed, and even took off his wristwatch, holding it in the sunlight and gently shaking it twice. You recognized this thing, that's why you were thinking of actually coming with me in the first place, right? You thought that I was an actor hired by Tang Mingdong to test you, and jumped into this trap with false obedience in order to inspire a stronger possessive desire in him, right? Wang Shirshir was a bit dazzled by the brilliance reflected on her wristwatch, and her mental defenses involuntarily loosened for a moment. However, she only gently bit her red lips and remained silent. Lin Yen was not in a hurry either. He put the wristwatch back on unhurriedly, but his lowered eyes gradually diffused an icy color. Let me guess. Whether you said to Tang Mingdong that you like Yu Hao, and Yu Hao is also interested in you. Wang Shirshir's pupils shrunk slightly, but she quickly suppressed the surprise on her face. Who I like is my freedom. Even if you're a vigilante, breaking into a house to interrogate me about this is still illegal. Lin Yen casually pulled out a car key from his coat pocket and threw it on the bed. Tell me the real answer and this car is yours. Wang Shirshir involuntarily gulped, recognizing the car key at first glance. She glanced at the wristwatch on Lin Yan's hand again, her mind quickly calculating. It was just a harmless little problem. Yet she could get a $10 million luxury car. When the time came, Tang Mingdong would definitely be jealous and give her something better. If this luxury car was broken by Tang Mingdong, she could still ask him to pay for it. Before and after adding up, it was definitely enough for her to make a fortune. Maybe she can also use this money to successfully run away with the ball, so that Tang Mingdong completely away from her. Anyway, nothing practical had happened. Just as Wang Shirshir's mental defenses were shaking, Lin Yen threw the watch on the bed again. She sucked in a breath of cool air and bluntly admitted it. Yes, I did say that I like Yu Hao. I was college classmates with him before, and Tang Mingdong was quite jealous because of this. But Tang Mingdong was kinda snap. Without waiting for Wang Shirshir to continue, Lin Yen had already quickly stepped forward and raised his hand to slap her. Although he had reduced his force a bit, Wang Shirshir, who had never received this kind of treatment before, was still dumbfounded. Covering her rapidly swollen face, she slowly turned back and looked at Lin Yen incredulously, tears once again welling up in her eyes. Lin Yan's brows were cold, almost gritting his teeth. If it wasn't for your panic, Hao Zi wouldn't have died. Do you know that all he liked since he was a child was a man? Is not you a bones want to hook up with him did not succeed, only to put this kind of disgusting dirty water to his body? Can you still order billion? Seeing that Lin Yen was really angry, Zhou Chuanbai, who was always a quiet onlooker at the side, rushed forward and pulled Lin Yan's arm. Ah Yen, calm down, calm down. I hear law enforcement recorder is still recording it. Hee hee. Lin Yen lightly laughed, looking at Wang Shirshir with icy eyes. Ms. Wang, that slap just now was for my good brother. As long as you dare, you can go and sue me for violent law enforcement, or provoking trouble or trespassing. I can afford to pay for it, but you don't necessarily have the life to spend it. Saying this, Lin Yen fished out his cell phone to find the picture, and flung the phone fiercely in front of Wang Shirshir. Take a look. The man you thought had already been hooked into a warped mouth by you just paid someone this morning and is on his way to kill you. The moment she saw the cell phone screen, Wang Shirshir was in no mood to count the slap. It clearly stated her address, body shape, room code, mission deadline, as well as her photo, and a transfer record of $1.5 million. With such detailed information, and considering that these two people had already been in for so long, yet she hadn't received Tang Mingdong's life-threatening serial call, what could Wang Shirshir not understand? Ha ha. She cocked her head and snorted out a laugh. My life and the lives of my two children are only worth $1.5 million. Lin Yan's lips pursed, his voice still cold. Recognize the reality? Tang Mingdong will no longer be your backer, only by confessing what he did, assisting the security side to thoroughly investigate Tang's, and letting him squat inside until he dies. Will you not be retaliated against? Wang Shirshir repeatedly closed her eyes several times. Her hand holding the cell phone kept trembling, as if she still didn't quite dare to believe what she was seeing. Lin Yen suddenly swept her stomach with interest, took the watch handed by Zhou Chuanbai and put it on calmly, his tone ghostly. You want to continue to hold him with the child in your belly, right? You know how to utilize people's hearts very well, and you should be clear that once some suspicions arise, you won't be able to fill them even if you put your whole life together. He has already made this decision. Even if you can live fast for a while with this pair of dragon and phoenix babies, after they are ripe, do you guess whether Tang Mingdong and Tang Zhili will choose to go to the mother and keep the son? After the original owner's brotherly love for you how gradually calmed down, Lin Yan's complexion returned to normal, and his lips brought on a few more careless smiles. You guys aren't married yet. By sending Tang Mingdong in, your child will not only get a hefty alimony payment, but also won't have his future affected by his criminal record. You're very smart. Whether you're free to squander his money, or to be disemboweled by him and abandoned as if you're not married, you've done the math, haven't you? Wang Shishir shuddered, subconsciously raising her hand to cover her already slightly bulging belly, her voice sinking slightly. I'll say, but I want you to give me a guarantee. She looked towards the watch between Lin Yan's wrists, her eyes carrying a few points of greed and calculation. If the alimony Tang Mingdong gives me isn't enough, I want you to subsidize my life. Chapter 29, Single Passing Professional Killer Without Injury. Lin Yan. He was directly exasperated and laughed at the words. Because of you, my good brother died innocently and tragically. The murderer is at large, and you're asking me to raise your children? Wang Shishir, you're not stupid. How can you say such words? Wang Shishir's eyes rolled around, and the watery mist gradually spread to her eyes again. At that exact moment, Lin Yan's cell phone rang. He raised his hand and touched his headset, and the call was answered. In the quiet air, Lin Yan's expression gradually became somewhat subtle. Uncle Zhang. Please bring him in. Come directly to the bedroom on the second floor. Not long after, the suited driver Uncle Zhang walked in dragging a slim young man with one hand, casually tossing the man towards Lin Yan's side with a smile on his brow, looking gentle and amiable. Young master, this is the assassin. I found a silenced pistol, 2 daggers, a magazine, and a signal jammer on him. As he spoke, Uncle Zhang carefully looked at Wang Shishir for 2 or 3 seconds and added, "There's also a picture of her." Lin Yan lifted his chin, so Uncle Zhang placed the photo in front of Wang Shishir. Zhou Chuanbai on the side opened his mouth wide and swept his unbelievable gaze over Uncle Zhang, almost looking out for a hole in the man. He knew that Lin Yan's family was rich, but he didn't expect this mediocre-looking middle-aged driver to be able to easily take down a professional assassin who had been hired by Tang Jili at a high price. Look at this suit, there is almost nothing wrinkled on it. Even the meticulous hairstyle is not much messed up. The body is not even a little wound. The killer has a gun. Even if it's a replica gun, a normal person would go weak at the knees, right? How did he do it? Lin Yan's home is not a little something to say. Who hires a driver who can get through a professional killer without injury? This is a serious driver? Compared to Zhou Chuanbai's fuss, Lin Yan, on the contrary, was already accustomed to it. Well, although he is also the first time to know Uncle Zhang still have this kind of ability, but once associated with the home that easily one-handed pinch 40 pounds of imperial salmon nanny and, he also relieved. Lung Shixiang is a confidential unit. Well, it is estimated to be quite dangerous. Family members around a bit of skilled people to protect is also understandable. And after seeing her own clear front face on the photo, Wang Shishir was also completely disheartened. You guys take me to the security bureau. I'm going to sue Tang Mingdong for illegally detaining and forcing me against my will. Once Wang Shishir had changed her clothes, Lin Yan packed her and the assassin together and took them back to the security bureau. The rest of the interrogation process had little to do with Lin Yan. He was too lazy to get involved, and after handing over the weapon carried by that assassin to Zhou Yumin, he leisurely headed for his sofa. What's the matter that will call? Zhou Wumin unwrapped the pistol and took a look, the corner of his lips suddenly twitching. Real gun, live ammunition, your driver is not which special brigade soldier king retired Lin Yan spread his hands. How do I know? Zhou Yumin's eyes were complex as he put them all into the evidence bag and wrote a sticky note to put it on. It's okay. I just wanted to tell you that Fang Wen was sentenced, life imprisonment. Lin Yan had expected this outcome and wasn't much surprised. There's Wang Shishir's and that killer's confession, enough to bring Tang Mingdong and Tang Jili in for tea together. You guys look for evidence and sentence them before it's too late. Right, how are your people? Did Lu Songyu and Lu Songya save them? Zhou Yumin lowered his eyes and sighed. Lu Songyu is in the detention center. That trainee vigilante was just about to make a move on him, but he was held down by the squatting guards. Nothing much happened. But Lu Songya. Speaking here, his face was a little less than pretty. When our people rushed over, she had already been static, pushed about 7-8 milliliters of potassium chloride, now still being resuscitated. Lin Yan. Pretty. He had mentioned it early and still managed to narrowly get away with it. No wonder the original owner was quite critical of the security system. Let a leukemia girl be quietly pushed potassium chloride. Genius. Hoping that the original male lead Zhou Chuanbai, in addition to soaring in place in the criminal investigation world, has also incidentally rectified the entire law and order system. TSK. Sweeping away the moths, punishing the wicked, protecting the people, and purging the law and discipline, is really a great male protagonist. Although Lin Yen didn't say anything, his eyes were as if he had directly slapped Zhou Yumin in the face, causing his entire cheeks to burn. That, Lin Yen, I did send plainclothes to rush over at the first opportunity, but that doctor was too close to her. Lin Yen waved his hand, not wanting to listen to these explanations. Nor was he going to continue to inhale Zhou Yumin's second-hand smoke here. I'm going home first. I haven't had a chance to eat the salmon I just cut. Wait, Lin Yen. I still have something serious to say to you. Seeing Lin Yen stand up from the sofa, Zhou Yumin followed closely and stood up as well. You've made considerable contributions in sweeping out the color video crime gang, the home invasion murder case, and that murder case of Yu Hao's, and the higher-ups have already agreed to my application. As long as you assist Criminal Investigation Team 1 and find out the hard evidence that can convict Tang Mingdong and Tang Zhili, you'll be able to get the province's special talent recruitment quota and become a special consultant recognized by the entire security system. Lin Yen. He was tempted to balk, but only just opened his mouth when Zhou Yumin followed up. Also, the Security Bureau side has heard that a computer genius has come and wants to find out more about you. In fact, it's nothing, it's just a test to see if your computer skills are really that divine. It's estimated that if you perform well, you can still be specially recruited by the Security Bureau. The old fox Zhou Yumin smiled faintly, his tone rising slightly. By then, you'll be able to deal with national-level network security issues. It should be easier than running around solving cases now. Lin Yen. Although he had planned to stay far away from the male lead's father and son after solving Yu Hao's murder case and putting the murderer behind bars, and go about his own abstract but still peaceful little life. But then again, it's still a better place to be in the security system than a semi-mandatory special recruitment like the Security Bureau. Once he was really recruited by the Security Bureau, his future life could not be free and easy, and then the bad system would release some goddamned abstract tasks for him. That day is really can't live. Looking at Zhou Yumin's imperative, chesty smile, the curve of Lin Yan's lips was filled with bitterness. Oh, what's going on with that special talent recruitment quota? Tell me in detail. Zhou Yumin's plan succeeded, signaling Lin Yan to sit back on the sofa, while he turned back to the desk drawer to turn out a document. Lin Yan was thinking of checking his cell phone and soothing his somewhat depressed mood. But then he saw a message that made his pupils shrink. Huang Zhiping, boss, the fire on the cloud smoke mistake set has been resolved. The prop loss is probably around $200,000, but the casualties are more serious. Huang Zhiping, currently 1 dead and 13 injured. The one who died was female number 2 Tian Li. Looking at the words, 1 dead and 13 injured, Lin Yan instantly realized that something was wrong. The timeline of the original book plot seems to be messed up. Chapter 30. You two will be in jail for sure. Lin Yan's brain raced, quickly going through the early stages of the original book's plot in his mind as far as he could remember. In Zhou Chuanbai's perspective, the main character of the original book, he started out as a civil security officer, and on his first day of work, he helped the anti-drug brigade to catch a drug dealer, and that's how he gained the attention of the leadership. This is the first case that Zhou Chuanbai solved in his civil position, and this is the malicious arson case of the Cloud Smoke Mistake crew. He found doubts in this case in a timely manner, bold assumptions, careful evidence, rigorous and professional, so that almost characterized as anti-social personality random arson of the case to see the light of day, determined to be intentional arson, so that the murderer was deserved legal sanctions, which led to his criminal investigation department, the police and the investigation team. That's what led to him being seconded to the CID. In other words, Zhou Chuanbai, who has just joined the police force, should only be an ordinary grassroots civilian police officer, and has not yet been seconded to Zhou Wumin. Can this timeline be right? Zhou Yumin introduced Zhou Chuanbai to Lin Yan before the fire on the Cloud Smoke Mistake set. At that time, Zhou Yumin did say, secondment, which means that Zhou Chuanbai did not become a criminal security officer at the very beginning of his employment. But now, Zhou Chuanbai began to participate in human life cases, even the Tang group said to investigate. He is obviously no longer mainly responsible for the handling of ordinary disputes civil security officers. Which butterfly flapped its wings and broke this timeline into a paper clip? Lin Yan looked fixedly at the text on the cell phone screen, and for a moment he actually felt a little breathless. Obviously the rhythm of his breathing and his body are not abnormal, but it is like there is a big invisible hand choking his neck in general. Every time he breathes, the air that can be sucked into his lungs is pitifully small. Seeing him looking at the phone blankly out of focus, Zhou Yumin did not disturb him, only casually put the file bag on the table, picked up the cell phone ringing a melodious melody. Soon, Zhou Yumin's brows became tighter and tighter, his eyes serious and grave. Well, I will bring people out to the scene now. Zhou Yumin glanced at Lin Yan, picked up the trench coat jacket on the back of the chair, and just walked to the office door. But Zhou Chuanbai suddenly pushed the door in. Team Zhou, Wang Shishir's statement is done. We can already arrest Tang Mingdong. Zhou Yumin's pace lurched, nodding his head in response. Well, there is evidence that Lin Yan has found out. You, by the way, arrest Tang Zhili as well. He definitely can't get away with buying a murderer. Hearing these two names, Lin Yan snapped back to his senses and stood up from the sofa. I'll go too. My people are stalling the father and son at the Tang group. I know their exact location. Zhou Yumin opened his mouth, seemingly subconsciously wanting to refuse, but thinking of the police situation mentioned on the phone just now, he could only nod his head. There's a human murder case with a very bad impact. I'm going to take most of the team out of the scene right now. You follow Chuan Bai under his supervision. You can have a bit of law enforcement power and assist him in arresting people. He spoke quickly, but was quite careful in his instructions. Bring your documents, and bring 2 more handcuffs with you, and arrest them all in one breath. After saying that, Zhou Yumin didn't linger any longer, almost jogging through the corridor. Hello? You can't go in without an appointment. Zhou Chuanbai and the 2 vigilantes who went out with him were wearing civilian clothes, and Lin Yan hardly showed up at business banquet occasions, so they were stopped by the receptionist and the security guards as soon as they entered the Tang Group's corporate gate. Lin Yan pressed down Zhou Chuanbai's hand that wanted to pull out his vigilante card, and shook the folder in his hand that vaguely revealed the edges of a few pages of white paper. I'm Lin Songhai's son. I'm here to deliver documents to him. He's talking to Uncle Tang about cooperation. Gu Wenting is also there. The watch on his wrist was worth a lot of money, and he was wearing a low-key, luxurious, well-tailored designer label, coupled with an aura of calmness and a face like a crown of jade. And after only less than 2 seconds, the expressionless face of the receptionist overflowed with smiles. So it's Lin's young master. Welcome, welcome. You go that way, take the exclusive elevator to the 59th floor. The president and chairman of the board, they are still in the conference room. Under the thumbs-up affirmation from Zhou Chuanbai and the 2 vigilantes, the group arrived at the entrance of the conference room unhindered. Ignoring the few secretaries who were guarding the door to feel the fish, only after the 2 vigilantes watched all the front and back doors of the conference room to make sure that not a single mouse could escape, did Lin Yan kick open the door of the conference room. Bang! The commotion was not insignificant. The people in the conference room who were discussing the details of the cooperation looked towards the door with different expressions on their faces. Lin Yan took in the surprise and anger on Tang Mingdong and Tang Zhili's faces, and with a stride of his long legs, he entered the conference room with a calm gait, and with a pop, he threw the folder he had bought to put on an appearance onto the conference table. Tang Mingdong, Tang Zhili, you're suspected of illegal detention and buying a murderer. Come with us now. Tang Zhili frowned and immediately looked at Lin Songhai, his eyes icy cold. Lin Songhai, is this the good son you taught? It had come to this, and he even had the heart to sneer. No wonder you didn't let him into the company. So he's such a yellow brat who doesn't talk about etiquette and doesn't distinguish between occasions and unreasonable behavior. Compared to my son, he's a far cry. Hee. This comment gave Lin Yan a laugh as he pulled out the silver bracelet from the pocket of his thin trench coat, while walking towards Tang Mingdong with a clear goal in mind. My father is indeed not as good at teaching his son as you are. Surname Tang, you're also really capable of raising a bastard who intentionally murders, illegally detains, and kills his opposite family because of a few dollars. With every crime he uttered, Tang Mingdong's face darkened. But getting up and running in front of so many people was obviously not a wise behavior, not to mention that the front and back doors of the conference room were more than likely already guarded. He could only try to sit as calmly as possible, his hand under the table clenched into a fist. Lin Yan, right? Do you have the power to enforce the law and just barge into my conference room to arrest me? I advise you to think it over. I'm the president of the Tang clan group. If you don't have substantial evidence that can conclusively point to me and directly convict me, you're libeling and slandering me. As Tang Mingdong spoke, his bottom got up and he fiercely slapped the pen in his hand on the table. Lin Yen, it's not easy to get into the security system, is it? If you cause a miscarriage of justice in a case against me, seriously damaging our Tang Group's reputation and business interests, believe it or not, I'll sue you until you take off your clothes and leave. Open your green eyes and take a good look. What is this? Lin Yen had known that he was going to pull this off, pulling out his own special consultant's ID, whose appearance was no different from a security officer's license, and waving it in front of his eyes. Don't say you're just a president. Your father is the chairman of the board of directors will also have to go in for me. Even if the God of heaven comes today, you two will definitely go to jail. Cuff them both. Chapter 31 Torture on Torture Tang Mingnan. When he saw that document shell, Tang Mingdong knew that things were big. He immediately got up and wanted to leave, but was pressed back into his chair by Lin Yen. Mr. Tang, honestly follow me, you can still have a little dignity. Opposite Tang Mingdong, Gu Wenting and Lin Songhai, who were seated in their chairs, glanced at each other, and both saw the color of disguised surprise in each other's eyes. What a good fellow. The feeling that Lin Yen had specifically asked them to keep the Tang clan's father and son in the conference room as much as possible in the morning, in order to come up with such a hand. Wonderful, too wonderful, with this remote control deployed in advance, he came up directly to a precise capture. Looking at Tang Mingdong being held down and wearing a silver bracelet, Lin Songhai looked at Lin Yen with more or less a bit of pride in his gaze. Look, this son not only let him raise a talented man, but now he's also contributing to the country. He has not let down the 2 generations of the Lin family, nor has he let the old man, who has fallen ill and is still unable to move well, get cold feet. As for when Lin Yen quietly joined the security team, it doesn't matter, as long as he is happy. The main seat of the conference room, see his son was handcuffed, Zhou Chuanbai is also walking towards his own fast. Tang Zhili also do not care what face is not face, get up and pull legs to run. What he has done in his own heart, even if those people are unharmed, he cannot wash the matter of buying a murderer. At this moment, Tang Zhili had already begun to regret why did he have to pursue that bit of efficiency at that time and hire a professional killer? I'm afraid that even if he actively explains the information of the underground assassin organization, he won't be able to reduce his sentence much. Without giving Tang Zhili too much time for remorse, Zhou Chuanbai, who had been prepared for this, quickly stepped forward and grabbed him, and with a click, handcuffed him as well. With all the masterminds in the net, Lin Yen handed Tang Mingdong over to a vigilante who was just guarding the door, while he walked quickly towards Gu Wenting. Old Gu, lend me the most authoritative doctor in your hospital. There's a leukemia girl who was static pushed with about 8 milliliters of potassium chloride, and she's still being resuscitated. Ha! Gu Wenting was directly confused by his words. No, Hiko, do you know what the concept of 8 milliliters of potassium chloride, and still being sedated and pushed is? If a normal person's body is a little weaker, around 8 milliliters will give him great damage, a leukemia girl. If she is found late, this amount is almost enough to kill her. Lin Yen looked at Tang Zhili, who was escorted out of the conference room, and snorted coldly. He was the one who bribed the doctor to go and push potassium chloride to Lu Songya Jing. The vigilante arrived in time and pulled out the syringe on the spot. Now people are still in the hospital to rescue you help. If Lu Songya's life is saved, Lu Songyu might spit out more information and let them squat until they die. Also, as Yu Hao's good brother, Gu Wenting of course knew Lu Songyu, and frowned and nodded after hearing Lin Yan's words. I know. I'll contact the ambulance now and go directly over there to bring the person to my hospital. Gu Wenting's private hospital Lin Yan was aware of. No matter if it was the equipment or the doctors, they were all chosen by the thousands and the best regardless of the cost. He will Lu Songya picked up, not only can indirectly control Lu Songyu, but also can effectively prevent that there are still people in that hospital who will be unfavorable to Lu Songya. Even if it really can't be saved, Lin Yan still has a backstroke. Taking the evidence of Tang Zhili's murder buyer and Lu Songya's death certificate and directly disliking her face, Lu Songyu will surely tell everything she knows. Lin Yan had suspected the reason why the siblings had been targeted and successfully utilized by Tang Mingdong, but there was no counterpart on Lu Songyu's statement record. It was not an easy task to find the little man with superior external conditions and good at seducing people and gaining their favor for a rich kid whose gender was male and whose hobbies were also male. Everyone's aesthetic standards are different. And Lu Songyu also happens to have a sister suffering from leukemia, has a handle that can be firmly controlled, and the psychological quality is at the same time strong enough to drug the person on his pillow without changing his face. How can this all be a coincidence? Just a little bit of clues will be connected. It is not difficult to guess. Lu Songyu absolutely still have some information not accounted for. In front of the conclusive evidence, Tang Jili and Tang Mingdong, no matter how silent, is useless. Because of this, the interrogation process no longer required Lin Yan's participation. All he needed to do was to hold the computer Zhou Yumin had given him and find out the actual evidence that Tang Mingdong had killed his family because of a few dollars. It was his own fault that he was so excited at that time, and he accidentally spoke out of turn. After all, the victim had already been recognized as an accidental death caused by excessive drinking. And if Lin Yan hadn't mentioned it, the matter would have been left in the dust. But who is our main man? Zhou Chuanbai just heard about it, and when he returned to the security bureau, he immediately brought Lin Yan a laptop and asked him to start a purely technical crushing performance. Although Lin Yan was bitter in his heart, he had no complaints. The heavier Tang Mingdong's sentence was, the more the residual brotherly love in the original owner's body would be comforted. A single crime has a sentencing limit, and although Lin Yan's mouth was letting off some tough words, he actually knew in his heart that in most cases, only a combination of several offenses could really make Tang Mingdong squat in there until he died. If not, he would not have had to let Wang Shishir loose, but also deliberately confused the person who carried out the operation of buying a murderer, so that she to accuse Tang Mingdong of unlawful detention, forced women. The Tangs are rich enough to hire the best lawyers for themselves, and they are not like Fang Wen, who can be meddled with by Lin Yan. Even though some of the things Tang Mingdong had committed had been in the past for a few years, as long as they had left traces on the internet, they weren't clean to Lin Yan. Not long after, Lin Yan's fingertips paused in mid-air, his brows slightly furrowed as he looked at a photo on the computer screen and fell into deep thought. It was a young woman whose face did not bear the slightest resemblance to either Tang Jili or Tang Mingdong, but the information showed that she was Tang Jili's daughter. As Lin Yan's gaze paused on that exquisitely beautiful face, a prompt box popped up unexpectedly. Tang Mingnan, female, 20 years old. The club under her name is engaged in illegal business activities, organizing the sale of prostitution, whoring prostitutes, congregate gambling, blogging, forcing young men and women to provide xing services, peddling a new type of non-residual dizziness drugs, selling shoddy liquor, managing and manipulating employees by threats, intimidation, and other violent means. Sin value 1018. Deep heart, 8-sided. Good at playing with people's hearts. Suggest to take as a little brother. Yo. Worthy of being Tang Jili's daughter, she was actually raised to be criminalized. The name Tang Jili and the man himself are not even close to each other. This family to do some serious business is not good. Is the Tang group money-making ability is not good. Why do they all like to carry the criminal law on their backs? Suddenly, Lin Yan's mind like a flash of light, eyes locked in, peddling a new type of non-residual stun drug on those words. Wasn't this thing, that color video criminal gang, peddling it? He had already raked out all the big and small uplines and downlines in that gang, no matter whether they were sellers or buyers. Even the ones who had only bought it once were all on the list, and were visited and investigated by the vigilantes, so how could there be no Tang Mingnan's name in it? Chapter 32. Acting, not even acting. Lin Yan didn't doubt the top-notch technology that the system had given him, but instead instantly thought of another possibility. This Tang Mingnan's mind was meticulous enough, and what she did was not just as simple as what was written on this hint box. Ian, what are you staring at her picture for? Zhou Chuanbai came over, a smile slowly surfacing on his slightly weary face. Are you looking at someone else? This computer is for investigating cases. But you're good. You're looking at a beautiful woman? He gently bumped Lin Yan's arm. Treat me to a meal. I'll pretend not to see. How about it? Zhou Chuanbai's natural and familiar attitude made Lin Yan's mind a little taut, but his lips brought a few smiles. I reckon she won't be clean either. Lin Yan was bound to not say anything about the special skills and hint boxes given by the system. Think about it, her brother went in for premeditated murder, and her father went in for buying a murderer in order to eliminate the evidence for his brother. Now, in the entire Tang clan, she's the only one who is the rightful heir. When the verdict comes out, will Tang Jili and Tang Mingdong have any other choice but to transfer the shares they have on them to her? Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth and blurted out almost naturally. You mean, there might be her pushing in the middle? Lin Yan nodded his head, but even though he had already clearly seen the charge from the system here, he didn't say his words too fully. There's a clubhouse under her name, the vast majority of the staff inside are young and in good shape, I suspect that Lu Songyu, and even Wang Shishir might have been sent to Tang Mingdong by her. When something happens to Tang Mingdong and Tang Jili, she is the biggest winner. Zhou Chuanbai sked and slowly gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. You rich people play dirty. Lin Yan. Worthy of being the hero of the original book. Although he had acted a bit rash before, Lin Yan had to admit that his double quotient was quite online. Zhou Chuanbai had obviously sensed that his spirit was a bit tense, and probably realized that his familiar and natural attitude of closeness had made Lin Yan a bit less adaptable. He was removing the strangeness and defenses in Lin Yan's heart. These words appeared to be disparaging Lin Yan along with him, but in reality they were sending a message to Lin Yan. I'm treating you as a good friend, as a brother, as a good like-minded partner, and we can also play harmless little jokes on each other. As the hero of an unfinished detective novel with thousands of chapters written, Zhou Chuanbai is indeed intelligent, worthy of all the unsolved cases he has solved. This also caused Lin Yan to look at him with a somewhat complicated gaze. As expected, creatures like human beings were multifaceted, and that somewhat brain-dead performance when facing Wang Shishir had precisely allowed Zhou Chuanbai, the book character, to step out from being an ordinary NPC and become a flesh-and-blood human being. Even if you know that you are now in the world of the book, and the people around you are all book characters whose fates are set, but this pervasive sense of reality still shook Lin Yan's mind. Where the author of the original book couldn't see, everyone in this book had their own lives and were doing their best to live their own little lives. Their every move may never have been written in the book, but their joys and sorrows, their sorrows and joys, are all real at this moment. It was something that Lin Yan could personally feel. Outside of the main vein of the book's plot, it was the life of each minor character. It was also the openness and leisure of the male protagonist who broke free from the puppet strings pulling him and spent his time as he wished. Just as Lin Yan's mind was gradually opening up, and he felt as if he was about to have an epiphany, a system prompt box suddenly popped up in front of him, and a cold electronic synthesized voice sounded at the same time. In view of the excellent performance of the host in the case of the split body, triggering a special task. Current task, select a suitable target and complete a case of selling ice candy. Make sure that 1 kilogram of ice candy is delivered to the other party without being caught by the security guards. Time limit, 10 hours. Reward, perfection. Do you know what perfect means? Points, 1,000 props. Lollipop with the same voice. Mission failure punishment. Lifelong disability of the left leg. Lin Yan. Vanama. Acting doesn't even work anymore. Lin Yan closed his eyes at once, already beginning to hope that this was his hallucination. But unfortunately, the system's information panel was directly engraved in his consciousness. And even if Lin Yan didn't use his eyes to see it, he could clearly feel every word on this information panel. Goori's awful system. God damn it. How long has he just completed the body-splitting case? Even the longest time limit of the task has not arrived. The first batch of points have not yet arrived. This beeping system cannot wait to give him the whole of this task, right? This mission doesn't have much of an introduction in front of it. The time limit is only 10 hours. And it suddenly appeared when Lin Yan felt the transcendent feeling of epiphany. So who would believe that there's no problem? Look at this generous reward. Special skills cannot see what is not to mention. That 1,000 points is attractive enough, plus a value of 999 points of the same voice lollipop. Who will not say a boss atmosphere? Such a deliberate reward, coupled with that just look. The left leg has begun to vaguely painful punishment. This goddamn dead system is really not acting at all. Also TM let him go to sell ice. 1 kg ice enough to eat the gun. A stupid fork. He was about to be recruited by the security system as a special consultant, and maybe even Leng Shixiang had already helped Lin Yan operate within her purview. It so happened that just when he had already completed the requirements to participate in the recruitment of special talents, this task appeared so suddenly with a huge reward, severe punishment, and a very short time limit. Before, the system had given him 24 hours for a single burglary case. Wasn't it harder to sell this goddamn thing than petty theft? Ian? Is the computer uncomfortable after looking at it for a long time? Zhou Chuanbai wasn't aware of Lin Yan's inner turmoil. Seeing Lin Yan leaning against the back of the sofa chair with his eyes closed and his brow still vaguely furrowed, he only thought that he was knocking on the computer for too long and needed to rest. Why don't we go out for a walk? There's a small park nearby. We've already caught someone. No case in hand now, we can go out and relax. Not counting touching the fish. Lin Yan opened his eyes, and when he glimpsed the color of genuine care in the bottom of Zhou Chuanbai's eyes, he hooked his lips a little bitterly. Well, let's go. sitting in Zhou Yuman's office any longer. He was afraid that he would go crazy in place. He didn't just pit this bad system a little bit of points at the very beginning. This Sima thing is guilty of taking him as a whole. This is really not take him as a person. Two people have different thoughts all the way into the small park without words. Until the field of vision was filled with verdant greenery. Early spring gentle and cool breeze in the surroundings slowly around. Lin Yan's mood only a little soothing. He stretched a big waist, tilted his head back to look at the overlapping new green and the blue color vaguely penetrated in the middle. The taut nerves just relaxed. Behind him came a violent sound of breaking air. Lin Yan subconsciously stooped down to dodge, while pushing Zhou Chuanbai away with one hand. And when he turned back to prepare for a counterattack, he saw that the visitor had dropped his baseball bat and fished out a gun from his lapel. Chapter 33 What Big Brother? I Nim Stack. Not to mention Lin Yan on the side of the body can be stabilized. Back to God's Zhou Chuanbai were frozen for a moment, the body of the hairs of the sweat all of a sudden rooted up. Numb. What the hell is going on? The Tang Zhili hired a high-priced killer with a gun. Even if they came out to stroll a small park to relieve the mood, actually can also run into a gun thugs. The country of flowers is not a universal ban on guns. Zhou Chuanbai behind one hand, mouth faster than the brain. Brother, do you know where this neighborhood is? You're so blatantly attacking the security guards with a gun. But if one of us gets hurt, do you know what the consequences will be? The man with the gun snorted coldly, ignoring Zhou Chuanbai, and pressed down on the gun to pull the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The clearly weakened sound of the gunshot rang out clearly, and the baseball bat that had been casually discarded on the ground cracked open with a click, with a slightly smoking bullet hole appearing in the center. Only then did the man lift his chin and look Lin Yan straight in the eye. Young Master Lin, come with me. You don't want me to break your legs and drag you along, do you? Come on, it was directed at Lin Yan. There was still no negotiation. Lin Yan frowned slightly and slowly raised his hands up, his face calm. Who's in such a hurry to invite me over as a guest? Sending someone as impolite as you, who doesn't even understand the process of announcing yourself? At the same time, a prompt box visible only to Lin Yan had surfaced around the gun-wielding man. Zhang Dong, male, 26 years old. Professional assassin. 84 lives illegal gun possession. Sin value of 990. Good hands, proficient with firearms. Recommended to be taken in as a junior. Don't play smart, young Master Lin. Zhang Dong's face that would not attract the slightest attention when put into a pile of people was filled with ice. I won't reveal any information to you before I bring you to meet my employer. Come with me honestly, and you can still suffer less. Lin Yan. Why did that sound so familiar? He smacked his lips, and very sensibly held his hands up as he slowly approached towards Zhang Dong. And inwardly he could not help but start spitting out his gosh darn system again. He was still trying to collect his little brother, but he was standing in front of him with a gun in his hand, so did he have any way to collect his little brother? This skill is really chicken rib to the maternal grandmother's home to go. Just give a fiery eyes have no use. What kind of outlaw can be controlled just by looking at some glorious deeds? If you can do it, you can control one for me. Just as Lin Yan was about to pout his heart out to the bad system, a cold electronic synthesized voice suddenly rang out. Facing the target's little brother, say, "Little brother obey. I'm the big brother clearly." Then you can activate a special skill to make him go into a trance. Depending on the strength of willpower of the target, you may be able to control him. Depending on the strength of willpower of the target, there is a probability of breaking down his psychological defense and successfully accepting him as his little brother after the activation of the skill. Lin Yan. This system is more or less cheap to the bone, right? Using skills like this, who came without having to say a word of abstraction. He raised his eyes to look at the black hole muzzle that was pointing directly at his head, and his eyes quickly fell on Zhang Dong's emotionless fluctuating eyes, took a deep breath, and drank loudly with a face full of seriousness and words. "Little brother obey. I am the big brother. Zhang Dong? Zhou Chuanbai? The criminal vigilantes who are shrinking the encirclement circle from afar? What are you doing? Could it be that this attack by the gunman was all staged by Lin Yan? Or is he in shock and out of his mind? For a while, let's not talk about whether this special skill has any effect or not. All the people present were more or less in a trance, except for Lin Yan. Lin Yan clearly saw Zhang Dong's eyes that gradually spread the color of confusion. Foot stomp quickly forward. Directly is a sweeping leg. His four-dimensional attributes are far beyond normal people. Even if Zhang Dong is a professional killer, in front of him is still a bit unpracticed. Coupled with the special skill, I only need to slightly kick out, it is already the limit of the human body. His foot power was also increased, and a single kick might even confuse a tiger. How could Zhang Dong, as a mortal of flesh, possibly carry it? The moment Zhang Dong was swept to the ground, Lin Yan stepped forward and stomped on his right wrist, snatching the pistol amidst the clear sound of cracking bones and Zhang Dong's screams. Seeing that Lin Yan managed to subdue the gunman by himself alone, the vigilante who was closing the circle not far away gulped dully and said into the intercom, "That? No, there's no need to send out SWAT support. The thugs have been subdued by the hostages." In the intercom, the young woman's voice was instantly jammed, and it took several seconds before she let out a sound. Huh? On the other hand, Lin Yan, who had gotten the pistol, did not stop there, but grasped the pistol and swung it like a brick towards Zhang Dong's head and slapped it hard. Thunk! Does it sound good? Good sound is good head. Zhang Dong's trance-like spirit was completely dumbfounded by this slap, staring blankly at Lin Yan, who had pressed himself to death on the ground with his knees, and opened his mouth with a dull voice. Big brother? Lin Yan. He weighed the silenced pistol in his hand as if he were weighing a brick, and snorted somewhat breathlessly. What big brother? I nim fold. Not to mention Zhang Dong as the closest bystander, Zhou Chuanbai was also a bit dumbfounded. Lin Yan swept back a glance, raised his hand on the silenced pistol magazine removed. Even the gun with the magazine are thrown to Zhou Chuanbai. He is back to click, unloaded Zhang Dong's jaw. Not long after, the security officers came forward to control the scene. Will only make ABA sound of Zhang Dong was handcuffed and brought back to the security bureau. Lin Yan wanted to leave, but he had just finished his statement, and was about to go home to taste the salmon he had cut up with his own hands, when Zhou Chuanbai silently touched over like a ghost, with a serious look on his face. Ah Yan, there's a situation on Team Zhou's side, asking you to take that mirror and go to the scene. Lin Yan. Well, he hadn't even gotten his official special consultant's license yet, and he had become a brick in the security bureau, and Zhou Yumin could move it wherever he wanted. In an extremely well-guarded and secretive unit, Lung Shixiang was leisurely enjoying the loving afternoon tea sent by Auntie Li with her assistant. It was salmon cut by her son himself, so fresh. Her long and slightly calloused fingers casually scratched the touchpad, and her gaze had just landed on the document that had been flipped over when her office's exclusive intercom rang. As soon as Lung Shixiang answered it, a male voice that tumbled with anger nearly shattered her eardrums. Lung Shixiang, what's with your secrecy? You'd better explain to me why dusk assassin would seek out my precious grandson? With a click, the fork in Lung Shixiang's left hand and the salmon on top of it fell back onto the plate, and her brows instantly furrowed. Dad, speak properly. I don't know about this. I don't care what you knew or didn't know. The male voice was still furious, so mid-sentence it seemed like it could swallow mountains. If you can't take care of my precious grandson, I'll have a helicopter deployed tonight to bring him to me. Chapter 34. Left hand gold dollar. Right hand big smoke bag. Lin Yan had no knowledge of what was happening on Lung Shixiang's side. He had already entered the scene of a murder case under the leadership of Zhou Chuanbai. Zhou Yumin stood at the edge of the cordon with a heavy face, holding a lit cigarette in his hand, but he didn't take a puff for a long time, worried like a big melancholy mushroom. Inside the scene that had been surveyed several times but found nothing, Lin Yan was taking Zhou Chuanbai to observe carefully. It was a separate building inside an amusement park and escape room store, and now all the ambient lights had been turned off and all the headlights in the store had been turned on. Whether it was a cursory sweep or a closer look, it was quickly confirmed that there were no traces of violent coercion or fighting at this scene, and it didn't look like it had been cleaned. Inside the brightly lit room, an adult male with his hands clasped behind his back was kneeling with his head hanging down in an almost reverent kneeling position, with the color of blood spreading beneath him. He was wearing a clown suit stained with a number of spatter-type bloodstains, while his face, a clown face drawn with cat face specimen coloring, was actually sewn on tightly. Not only that, the eyes on that cat's face didn't belong to a feline at all. Instead, they looked like a human baby's. It seems to be some kind of transparent resin-sealed layer of human eyeballs closely supporting the cat face eye sockets. The end of the eye was also sewn slightly up, with the grinning cat mouth showing the clown's trademark exaggerated smile. Lin Yan held the seeing-through lens and scrutinized along the seam between the clown's face and the human's face, his eyes becoming more and more grave. Zhou Chuanbai, who was also observing the corpse through this lens on the side, had a slight pause in his gaze and involuntarily sucked in a few breaths of cool air. Ah yen, not just the face. On his scalp seems to be also cat hair coloring, then made into a clown hairstyle. Lin Yen followed his finger and looked over. His thin lips pursed slightly, and only nodded extremely lightly. In the original book, the main male character, Zhou Chuanbai, had excellent grades in the police academy, and not only had high attainments in criminal psychology, but also knew about traceology and forensics. Since he had said it was cat hair, then it was about right. Lin Yen followed Zhou Chuanbai's gesture and brought the lenticular lens closer to the hairline, and sure enough, he found another fine stitch. The distance between the stitched clown hairstyle and the clown's face was quite close, and there was hair covering the hairline, so this place could not be found without a closer look. Lin Yen took the tweezers in Zhou Chuanbai's hand and partially set aside the hair at the hairline location, his voice sinking slightly. Chuanbai, take a cell phone and take a picture. He pointed with the tip of the sharp tweezers at two suture lines that were extremely close together. These two stitching threads use different needle models, and the threads also differ. They are definitely embroidery needles and silk embroidery threads specialized for embroidery. Every stitch on this falls very steadily, and the stitches are even without any deviation, indicating that the murderer's professionalism and expertise are very high, and the great probability is that he is a professional embroiderer with relevant experience in the field. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai, who took careful pictures of everything, nodded his head and did not forget to add two circles of stitches, sewing human skin as embroidery cloth, and not landing a single wrong stitch. The murderer's mental quality is not something that ordinary people can have. Either he is an extremely perverted and mentally twisted person, or he has had more than one experience of committing the crime. As he spoke, Zhou Chuanbai took 2 more steps back and stood a little farther away to survey the deceased's kneeling posture, his eyes traveling back to the wall he was facing for a moment. This kneeling posture shouldn't be purely to keep the deceased still, it may be to fulfill some hidden purpose in the murderer's psyche. Zhou Yumin, who had been a quiet onlooker on the side, swept away the clouds of worry on his face, and turned his head to look at the shopkeeper, whose legs and stomach were still trembling a little now. What was originally placed on the wall over there? Once this was said, not only the store owner, even the other vigilantes who had already surveyed the scene once didn't look too good. But it couldn't be blamed on their carelessness. All the other props, furnishings, clues and tools in the entire chamber had not been touched, and they had only inspected the wall facing the dead man to make sure that there were no indentations or marks left by certain items installed on it. But now a look at the shopkeeper's somewhat evasive eyes. They knew that they probably missed a rather important clue. This is a major case of human life. The murderer's modus operandi is very bad. You'd better cooperate with our investigation and tell us everything you know. Zhou Yumin was worthy of being an old vigilante. After realizing that the store owner might be hiding something, his eyes immediately went cold. You've opened this store for more than a day or two, right? If we ask around among the customers who have come to your store, there is a person who remembers that you have hung something on the wall. When I ask you again, I'll be in the interrogation room of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. The shopkeeper trembled and hurriedly shivered. I said, this wall is not hanging anything, but whenever someone walks into this secret room, there will be a projection hitting here. Zhou Yumin gave a look to the vigilante on the side. The latter nodded at once and turned off most of the big lights in this secret room, leaving only one, before bringing the door with him. Gada. When the door of this secret room opened again, and the stony-faced vigilante walked slowly, projections really began to appear on that blank wall. Zhou Yumin hurriedly turned off the big lights inside the secret room completely, and the colors brought by the projection lights in his vision really brightened up even more. It was an intensely colored, grim-faced statue of a god, somewhat like the door god that the older generation would put on their doors during New Year's Eve. And the traditional image of the door god Qin Xiong, Yukigong, is very different. This idol does not hold a sword, but instead holds a brass tobacco pouch, on which fell a string of crimson-red blood-colored beads. This idol's face is hideous, vicious, fangs exposed. Only Qin Xiong and Yukigong's killing intent learned from the past, but not half of the divinity, and more, and protect the family home. Quake away the disaster. This kind of good wishes are not even close to the pole. Even Lin Yen couldn't help but TSK at the bottom of his heart. Who would have a proper door god with a gold dollar in his left hand and a big tobacco bag in his right? Is this appropriate? Seeing this abstract and indescribable door god, everyone did not know what to say, and the scene was silent. Until the end of the projection time, The wall returned to smooth and flat. Without a trace, Zhou Yumin turned on the big light in the secret room. For a moment, the gazes of all the people landed in unison on the shopkeeper who had gone limp on the ground, each with complex eyes. Why did you put such a projection here? Zhou Chuanbai confirmed the clearly projected panoramic photo on his cell phone screen. His voice calm. Is it related to the puzzle of this secret room of yours? So it was intentionally designed like this? Or did you simply find it amusing to add to the scary atmosphere? The shopkeeper's eyes glazed over, as if he had been scared a little out of his wits. The theme of this secret room is God Escape, where players need to escape from the pursuit of an evil god. Our staff will wear masks similar to those on the projection and enter the chamber after a certain amount of time to hunt the player down. As he spoke, he took several deep breaths. You can look in the props room in the second door of the east side cabinet. There's a toolbox that says God Escape on the center level, and there are 3 similar masks inside. These words caused Lin Yen to raise his eyes slightly, the corners of his lips slightly hooked. Good. Please take our co-workers and look for them in your prop room. Chapter 35, Too Many Traces of Performance. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Yumin also realized what was going on and hurriedly gave a look to the young vigilante on the side. Although the latter was a bit skeptical of Lin Yan's words, in order to solve the case, he didn't hesitate for anything more and directly went forward to help the shopkeeper up from the ground. Let's go. I'll take you there. If you're really scared, you can get some air outside. After the unrelated people left, only the vigilante and Lin Yan were left at the crime scene. Lin Yan, did you find anything wrong? Zhou Yumin of course knew that Lin Yan had said that on purpose, with the obvious aim of getting the shopkeeper to leave the scene for a while. You suspect that the person was killed by him? Lin Yan handed Zhou Chuanbai the seeing microscopic through lens and told him to continue picking up the places he suspected and observing, while he himself stood up and slightly straightened the rubber gloves on his hands. He's lying. Even if he's not the murderer, he's suspected of assisting in the crime. At these words, the vigilante on the side was instantly a bit unconvinced. We've just ruled out that shopkeeper's suspicion of committing the crime. From the results of the scene investigation, the murderer's mind is quite meticulous. He didn't leave any clues related to himself. He didn't even leave a fingerprint. How could he let the security forces find him in the first place? Moreover, as long as one's mind is normal, when the murderer came to the door hoping to assist in the crime, they wouldn't set the scene at their own store, right? Lin Yan's face didn't change, and even the corners of his lips brought a bit of a smile. There was no surveillance in this store last night, right? How did the store owner explain? No one comes to this store at night. It's also dark. He never turns on the surveillance at night. It's not a problem, right? The sheriff frowned. We checked. Every night this store doesn't turn on the surveillance. Lin Yan nodded, but his gaze had turned to Zhou Yumin. The traces of his performance are too heavy. First, as the owner of this place, he must have seen that evil god statue more than once, and clearly knows that this secret room is themed on God Escape. But just now he was so scared by the evil god statue that he sat on the floor. Is this reasonable? Secondly, even if we can determine that the shopkeeper is a very timid person by combining all the previous manifestations on him, then how can we explain that he was able to answer our questions so fluently? If a normal person is really shocked and has more trouble even maintaining standing, his brain is usually blank and the order of his speech is easily reversed. So why was he able to accurately say the location of the divine escape's mask word for word? Thirdly, based on the contradictory points above, it's certain that either this shopkeeper had already known that we would ask him about the mask, and had already rehearsed the answer in his mind countless times. But why did he prepare this answer in advance, and even in the case of shock, he was still able to pinpoint the location to which side, which door of the cabinet, which floor, and how many masks were in the box? Another possibility is that he is not at all as scared as he showed, before the legs and stomach straight trembling, and was also scared to sit on the ground, are all acting for us to see. Saying that, Lin Yan pointed to the cat-faced clown that was sewn on the dead man's face. As for why he had to create an extremely timid persona for himself, there's no need for me to explain it again, right? As the words fell, not only the vigilante who had just refuted Lin Yan, even Zhou Yumin was a bit levitated and quickly agreed. Indeed. If really a timid person, why would he open a horror-themed escape room? Being said by Lin Yan so wordy and logical, in the hearts of the crowd, the suspicion of that shopkeeper was a few points greater. Zhou Chuanbai put down the seeing microscopic knowledge through lens and wrapped it properly with a piece of tissue paper, but his movements paused slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Where is the shopkeeper? This store isn't big. It takes so long to fetch a toolbox. Zhou Yumin's face changed and he hurriedly went to pull the door of the room, only to find that it had already been locked from the outside. By this time, everyone present realized that something was wrong. The vigilante who had just refuted Lin Yan's words took out his cell phone and hurriedly called the colleague who had taken the store owner to get a toolbox, but no one answered. Lin Yan took the pass-through mirror handed back by Zhou Chuanbai, put it casually into his pocket, and walked straight towards the door. In Zhou Yumin's shocked eyes, Lin Yan lifted his foot and kicked it fiercely. Clang! The entire door of the room fell down. Zhou Yumin looked at Lin Yan's leg and also set up the task at the first time. Xiao Lu, you take Team 1 to clean up the scene and bring the body back to the station first. Team 2, Chuanbai, Lin Yan, all of you come with me. Arrest that shopkeeper. After saying that, Zhou Yumin walked towards the entrance of the store in a robust manner while fumbling for a walkie-talkie. Command Center. Command Center. I'm Zhou Yumin from the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Please mobilize the nearby police force immediately, block all the exits of Changle Amusement Park, strictly check for suspicious persons, and do not let go any adult male around 1.7 m in height. Repeat, pay attention to adult males around 1.7 m in height. While he was speaking, Lin Yan had already used a piece of wire to open the main door of the escape room store from the inside. A group of criminal vigilantes in plain clothes immediately split into two groups of two as if they were well trained, and chased after him in different directions. Lin Yan, the supernumerary, was temporarily teamed up with Zhou Chuanbai, who had just been seconded here and had not yet been assigned a partner. The two of them hadn't gone out far. Zhou Yumin's furious voice sounded behind him again. Attention Command Center. The target thug is suspected to have taken our comrade hostage, and probably already has a gun on him. Repeat, he may have a gun on him. Ghostly. Lin Yan glanced back and saw a wisp of grayish-brown smoke rising from the side of the building body that read, Escape Room. With a frown, he tugged on Zhou Chuanbai's small arm and hurriedly ran towards the way he came, shouting as he ran. Zhou Yumin, find the fire extinguisher. Bang! Just at the moment Lin Yan's words fell, a gunshot pierced the air and resounded over the playground. Ah! At the same time as the gunshot, screams and cries of alarm rang out from all over the playground, with no shortage of cries. Lin Yan pushed away Zhou Chuanbai, who was on his side, and at the same time, in one breath, he added all 6 free attribute points he had saved to speed. In an instant, his speed came to a staggering 24 points, more than twice that of a normal person. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yan directly utilized his speed to the extreme, rushed to Zhou Yumin's front and pounced on him. In the next second, the bullet grazed Lin Yan's back, slicing a gash through his handmade customized slim trench coat, beads of blood splattering up a few drops. Lin Yan gritted his teeth for a moment, getting up and just wanting to chase towards the source of the gunshot. But Zhou Yumin, who had been tackled to the ground by him, grimaced and shouted out, "Wait, Lin Yan!" He fished out a pistol from behind his own waist and handed it to Lin Yan's hand. Take this, he attempted to shoot a vigilante. He can already be shot on the spot. Lin Yan's eyes blinked as he took the gun and rushed out. Although he technically didn't have the authority to carry a gun to enforce the law, many times, firearms were used to deter, not to do harm. Chapter 36 Master of Body Strokes. Lin Yan rushed out with the gun. Zhou Yumin, only Agu, holding his old waist, slowly sat up from the ground. He looked at Zhou Chuanbai, who was also in a bit of a mess, and the smile on his face was full of helplessness. This young man's strength is really not small. In the Changle playground, which had already begun to be chaotic, the father and son duo almost made the same waist-rubbing motion, both recognizing Lin Yan's aggressiveness. Of course, compared to Zhou Yumin, who was directly pounced on by Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai still had it a bit easier. This was already the second time within today that he had been pushed away by Lin Yan. He had been pushed to the point of experience. Okay? Suddenly, Zhou Chuanbai, who went forward and tried to pull Zhou Yumin, changed his color. Dad! Fire extinguisher! Zhou Yumin also froze for a moment and flipped up from the ground in a carp tuck style. As expected, there was a reason why Lin Yan shouted fire extinguisher the moment he rushed over that escape room. So, on the side of that escape room building, a lot of grayish-brown smoke had drifted out, most likely some kind of chemical substance was burning. This thing is not handled carefully. Inside, clean up the scene of the vigilante with the body of the deceased. All have to go to heaven. Zhou Yumin also disregarded the pain in the waist, took out the walkie-talkie and shouted, "All attention! All attention!" immediately looking for fire extinguishers. As soon as possible to return to the escape room. Lin Yan is chasing the robbers. Provide him with cover and assistance as much as possible. While he was talking, Zhou Chuanbai had already madly run around the escape room in a big circle. But the fire extinguishers around the area were like being cleaned up in advance. He had to see the flowers, but also froze and did not find one. Zhou Chuanbai heart straight cursed, gritted his teeth and took out his cell phone, first hit a 119, but also rushed into a small building selling drinks, picking up the people loaded with half of the pure water bucket on the run. Diligent part-time store clerk? He just wanted to go up and chase after him. A coworker beside him pulled his sleeve. "You silly didn't you hear the gunshot just now? That is not popcorn popping. This is a plainclothes policeman on duty. Not him. Then us?" The clerk wanted to say something else, but his coworkers rushed to tear him back to the beverage hut. "Don't you see that silver bracelet on his waist? It's the newest model. If you interfere with his official duties, he may handcuff you and lock you up for 2 days. We don't own this store. Why do you care so much? Are you mesmerized by that plainclothes guy's handsome face and want to go for a chat? Clerk, let's close the store first then." At this time, the various exits of the Changle amusement park had all been locked down. Heavily armed SWAT officers and snipers were in place, and ambulances and fire trucks had also arrived inside the amusement park. But except for the fire trucks, no one immediately joined the battlefield. There is no other reason. The number of ordinary people inside this amusement park is really too much. This is the biggest playground in the city of Ichao, and now it is the afternoon playtime, which is still considered prime time. There are a lot of parents bringing their children to play, and there are also some young people wandering around in 2s and 3s. Most of them are not yet aware of the danger, still enjoying the relaxing rides. At such a time, once the heavily armed and loaded SWAT team enters the scene, it is easy to cause widespread mass panic. For the sake of an armed robber, it makes such a big commotion. The one who commanded it will definitely be scolded, and maybe he will also be disciplined. Therefore, although a group of security officers want to catch people as soon as possible, but they are very tacit understanding of the various exits jammed, did not act rashly. Inside the amusement park, Lin Yan was still performing the he escapes. He chases with the owner. The owner of the escape room was obviously quite familiar with the terrain here, maneuvering between the individual buildings and rides with ease, and even though Lin Yan's speed had already reached 24 points, he couldn't catch up with him for a while due to the obstacles of passing pedestrians. But relatively speaking, Lin Yan's heart was quite relaxed. The amusement park wasn't too small, and many people who were far away from the location of the gunshot hadn't yet realized that there were gunmen here, and were still talking and laughing inside the park. And although the store owner was ducking and dodging and on his feet, he wasn't holding random passersby hostage, he was just running. As long as he didn't have a hostage in his hands, the scene was fairly manageable. If he really let him randomly harm a billion dotty passersby, Lin Yan would be fine, but Zhou Yuman's clothes might not be preserved. His butterfly that stirs up the wings has made the original book hero Zhou Chuanbai early into the Criminal Investigation Brigade. If the hero's own father Zhou Yumin gets suspended for inspection, the plot line of this book can be completely messed up. Finally, the two of you chasing after each other rushed into an alley where the flow of people plummeted, and Lin Yan's speed was finally able to be utilized. Bang! That secret room escape shopkeeper looked like he had eyes in his back, and when Lin Yan was about to catch up to him, he actually fired a shot behind him without looking. Lin Yan's body reacted faster than his brain, and he instantly fell down and rolled over, and the moment he got up, he fired a shot at the shopkeeper without hesitation. Bang! TCH embarrassing. This shot actually didn't even touch the corner of the shopkeeper's coat. The original owner was so smart. How come she was a human body tracing master? Lin Yan was furious and bellowed, "Stop right there, or else the next shot will be to your head." Seeing that the shopkeeper's footsteps didn't pause for a second, Lin Yan loaded his gun with a click and couldn't care less. "Hey, you're just an accessory, you don't have to fight to the death. If you go back with me, you'll only get 25 years at most, and you might even get your sentence reduced if you perform well. But if you run out of here today, you'll be a wanted man." At these words, the shopkeeper who was about to be caught up suddenly stopped. He turned around violently and raised his gun at Lin Yan without hesitation. "Then you go to hell first." Lin Yan was too late to stop or roll to dodge, so he could only try to sidestep the fatal part, while holding the pistol in his hand in a kind of slate position, and threw it fiercely towards the shopkeeper's head. Bang! Splat! The bullet grazed Lin Yan's arm, splattering a string of crimson beads of blood. But at the same time, the shopkeeper was also solidly smashed in the head by the pistol Lin Yen threw out. Lin Yen huffed in pain and bellowed, "Little brother, obey. I'm the big brother." In the next second, the shopkeeper, who had raised his pistol with gritted teeth and attempted to give Lin Yen another blow, was suddenly dumbfounded in place, and there was an obvious pause in his movements. Lin Yen quickly stepped forward and snatched the pistol, at the same time giving the shopkeeper another hard blow to the head before handcuffing his hands together. Right at this moment, Lin Yen instinctively felt a strong instinct of danger and subconsciously kicked the shopkeeper to the side, while he himself took several steps back in the opposite direction one after another. Thump! A small, flying knife that looked like an oversized embroidery needle shot straight from the end of this uninhabited alley, precisely inserting itself into the place where the shopkeeper had just been cuffed. In the silent alley, the conical flying dagger was still swaying slightly, with a thin, crimson-colored silk tapestry falling from it. Chapter 37: Grandma's Heavy Love. Lin Yen breathed heavily and subconsciously looked toward the end of the alley, his heart pounding. But that side was empty. Not even the light cast by the sunlight had changed in the slightest. Lin Yen pursed his lips, put both pistols into his pocket, pulled off a piece of fabric on the sleeve of his trench coat that was cut by the bullet, and pulled out the flying knife on the ground through the fabric, before dragging up the nearly fainted shopkeeper out of the alley. I don't know whether he was knocked silly by Lin Yan's two locks, or saw something unbelievable, but he behaved like a puppet on a string. Lin Yan gave Zhou Chuanbai a location share on the communication software, and then sat down on the ground at the entrance of the alley, seemingly relaxed, but in fact his spirit was still tense. He certainly didn't really have little strength left, but was waiting for that person who threw out the flying dagger, since he had already started to kill the owner of this escape room store. If one attack didn't work, he might come back again. After all, if the shopkeeper didn't know something, that person wouldn't be so determined to kill him. As long as the other party strikes again by Lin Yan to see the front face, most likely to be able to trigger the little brother obey, I am the big brother, see his identity information. At that time, is it not simple to catch someone? After a while of silence, the shopkeeper who had been knocked over the head by Lin Yan's two shots finally turned his head, looking at Lin Yan with a few moments of confusion still in his gaze. "Why would you know that I'm just an accessory?" Lin Yan snorted, casually answering while tightening his arms with the fabric of his trench coat to prevent the wound from bleeding profusely. "With those hands of yours, you're simply not material for embroidery." The shopkeeper fell silent. Not long after, Zhou Chuanbai and Zhou Yumin rushed over with an ambulance and a group of heavily armed special police. The paramedics carried the store owner, whose head was bleeding, into the car at the first time. While the special police entered the alley and started a search, only Zhou Chuanbai went up and carefully pulled up Lin Yan. The ambulance was just about to drive away when Zhou Yumin angrily yelled, "What are you guys doing? Can't you see that our people are also injured?" The corner of Lin Yan's lips pulled out a smile that he didn't really care about, and from his coat pocket, he fished out the flying dagger that was wrapped in the fabric of his trench coat and handed it to Zhou Chuanbai. "Put it in the evidence bag. Don't touch it." Zhou Chuanbai nodded with serious eyes. On the side, the paramedics had just gone and returned when the roar of a helicopter sounded in the sky. In the eyes of the crowd with different colors, the helicopter slowly landed, and the suited Gu Wenting jumped down from it. "Hiko, I'm coming." Behind him, a young woman in a white lab coat walked over quickly, and while tightening the cloth on Lin Yan's arm, she led him towards the helicopter without a second thought. Gu Wenting's amused eyes swept over Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai, smilingly saying, "Captain Zhou, I'll take my brother away first. Let's talk about what you guys have to do afterward." After saying that, he jumped onto the helicopter in 3 or 2 steps and waved his hand at Zhou Yumin. "Remember to apply for a bonus for us, Hiko." These words were like a loud slap, smacking Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai in the face a little bit. They are so many vigilantes present. But let Lin Yan alone to go after the gunman. To the end, even the paramedics did not notice him, so that a person who has been shot twice in the body is exhausted and sits in the same place. Although neither of the 2 shots down had bullets actually penetrated the body, it was a fact that Lin Yan was injured. One of the shots was still taken while helping Zhou Yumin dodge bullets. The fact that Gu Wenting said bonus before he left was a blatant jab at them. Lin Yan followed them to work for so long. Not only a little benefit did not get purely white work, they also ignored the person's efforts and injuries. The medical staff came to only focus on the suspect. This is not the good people as a big wrong doing it. Zhou Chuanbai handed both the evidence bag and the pistol in his hand to Zhou Yumin, his eyebrows slightly drooping. Team Zhou, let's close the team first. Gu's private hospital, inside the neat and clean single intensive care ward. Lin Yan was lying naked on the hospital bed. His waist and left arm were deadlocked by the restraining straps. He couldn't move a muscle, and he was about to be bored to the point of bubbling. On the side, Gu Wenting was holding a laptop computer and tapping away, wearing a gold-rimmed glasses, drooping golden chain with that high-fashion suit that was worth a lot of money at a glance, living a Sven scum. Old Gu. Give me a whole computer to play with too. Lin Yan was already bored to the point of autism. I still have a right hand that can move now. You can't bully a sick person like this. Gu Wenting didn't even look at him, still staring intently at the computer screen. My young master Lin, do you know where the medicine you're putting on your body right now came from? It was handmade by academician Li Huilan and expedited over by helicopter. If you don't want to use it, take it off now and bring it to me to study. As he spoke, Gu Wenting pushed up his glasses, finally giving up a glance at Lin Yan. You kid is in a state of bliss and doesn't know what's good for you, right? Lin Yan. Li Huilan, that's fine. This person in the field of medicine, Ms. Li Huilan, who has already started to retire under the arrangement of the state and has brought out students all over the world, is precisely Lin Yan's grandmother. The cold medication on Lin Yan's body is all from his grandmother's love. With her making the medicine herself, Lin Yan probably wouldn't even have a single scar. After briefly organizing his memories about Li Huilan, Lin Yan quickly figured out one thing. Why did Gu Wenting's helicopter arrive at the Chang'e amusement park so promptly to pick him up, and even brought a doctor with him specifically? Most likely, his cheap old dad had realized that something was wrong and sent a distress signal to his old mother who lived in deep seclusion. As for why Lin Songhai knew about what Lin Yan was doing, might it be related to Lung Shixiang? Ever since he found out that the mediocre-looking driver, Uncle Zhang, was actually able to single out a professional assassin without any injuries, Lin Yan had thought that. He most likely had professional bodyguards hiding in the shadows around him. After all, who hires a nanny who can single-handedly hold a big fish of more than 40 pounds? Only, what made Lin Yan a bit puzzled was that since Lin Songhai and Ling Shixiang had arranged bodyguards for him, why did they do nothing while he was chasing the thugs? Is it possible that as long as he is not dead, his bodyguards will all pretend not to see? Or did he guess wrong? After all, in the original book, Lin Yan is not the first directly kill and set fire to the beginning, but first small things to start, and slowly accumulated to the degree of full of evil. If there were bodyguards around all the time, Lin Yan would have been sent to prison by Lung Shixiang for a bit of rehabilitation not long after he committed the crime, right? It's not easy to raise such a smart son. She will definitely correct him when he only made a little mistake, to prevent him from getting more and more penalized. Lin Yan buried his head into the bedding that carried a faint scent, and let out a long sigh of relief like a large, self-absorbed mushroom. As his field of vision completely dimmed, a small system prompt box appeared alone in front of Lin Yan's eyes, showing the countdown above with a strong sense of existence. 3 hours, 31 minutes, 27 seconds. Lin Yan is broken. He still has ice candy left to sell. Chapter 38 Zhou Chuanbai, You Deserve to Die. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but Lin Yan could already feel his left leg aching. He was instantly jolted and jerked his head up from the soft bedding. Old Gu, how long do I have to apply this medicine? Gu Wenting was still tapping on the computer and casually said, At least half an hour. Why? I'll be able to move in half an hour, right? These words caused Gu Wenting to raise his eyelids in some surprise. That's right, but it's best for you to lie down for a little while longer and wait for the medicine to be completely absorbed before moving. Lin Yan frowned with serious eyes. I can't. I have something to do. Gu Wenting looked at Lin Yan fixedly, and after clearly seeing the gravity in the bottom of his eyes, he nodded slightly. All right, in 25 minutes I'll have someone wrap you in a bandage twice, and you'll be able to go straight away. Lin Yan was instantly relieved. Thanks, Lao Gu. 30 minutes later, the upper body wrapped like a dumpling like Lin Yan out of the Gu's private hospital. At the side of the car driven by Uncle Zhang, Zhou Chuanbai stood there with a sad and bitter face, more like a big melancholy mushroom than Lin Yan. Lin Yan frowned slightly, feeling that things were a bit bad. What's wrong? Zhou Chuanbai sighed. That shopkeeper won't say anything. He has to see you or he'll go on a hunger strike until he dies. Lin Yan. There's no end to it. Although the wounds on his body didn't hurt that much now, his mind was still more or less unable to carry him, and he said in a broken voice, "Okay, but I want you to do me a favor." Zhou Chuanbai's eyes brightened slightly. "The person is you catch, we thank you too late, what help or not, you directly say on the line. Lin Yan, help me find a drug addict." Zhou Chuanbai, huh? He straight away froze. "No, Yan, what are you going to do?" Lin Yan's voice was calm, as if he was casually saying, "What are we going to eat tonight? I'm going to sell him some ice candies." Zhou Chuanbai felt that he may have heard wrong, incredibly frozen for several seconds. "Sell? What? Ice candy?" Lin Yan's eyes remained calm, slightly lifting his chin. "Get in the car. Go to my house first." Until Uncle Zhang parked the car in front of Lin Yan's house, Zhou Chuanbai still hadn't slowed down. He didn't even notice Lin Yan's overly luxurious and expansive home for the first time, but instead said in a bit of a trance, "Ayan? You? Are you stimulated by something? Ice candy, that thing is, can be sold casually. A few grams of it would be enough for a prison sentence, ah boy." The thought that it might have been due to the neglect of the medical staff that made the talented youngster who should have become a special advisor to the security system head towards a crooked path. Zhou Chuanbai's heart felt guilty to the point of almost suffocating. "Ah Yen, if you really have in your home, let us hurry up and give it away. I 1T report you. You cannot go off on a tangent, ah. Listen, you have a great future. Should not touch things we do not touch." Lin Yan ignored him, only nodded to the smiling Auntie Li, and walked quickly towards the kitchen with his feet like the wind. There are only 2 hours left on the countdown box. If this task is not completed, he will never be able to walk again. How can he not be anxious? Zhou Chuanbai, still immersed in his own world of brainstorming, followed Lin Yan into the kitchen in a flash, while his brain raced. "Ah Yan, what do you want to do? We can discuss it all. Those addicts are outlaws. They don't care about anything when they're mad. You're in contact with them." After seeing Lin Yan's actions, Zhou Chuanbai's words were suddenly stuck, only to see Lin Yan unwrapping several bags of icing sugar that could be bought for a few dollars in the supermarket, pouring it into the pot in a brainwave, adding water, and blending in 2 bags of freshly opened sugar. Gah. The fire of the gas stove lit up in response, and Zhou Chuanbai's brain short-circuited a bit after this soft sound. "Not this icing sugar." Lin Yan confirmed the net content of the icing sugar, and only after realizing that he had cooked almost 3 pounds did his mind finally relax a bit. Otherwise, what kind of icing sugar do you think it is? Although the countdown floating in his field of vision was still reminding him of the punishment of lifelong disability of the left leg, boiling sugar wasn't something that could be done in minutes, and Lin Yan wasn't in too much of a hurry. "I'm a good citizen who abides by the law. When Captain Zhou gave me the power to enforce the law, I didn't even shoot the robbers and caught one alive. How could I possibly engage in that kind of criminal offense for the sake of the tiger?" Lin Yan's reply with this righteous face had given Zhou Chuanbai a sense of groundless shame. He helped them sacrifice his life to subdue the gunmen only that afternoon, not only stopping the spread of the fire in the escape room, building body, but also helping Zhou Yumin to dodge the bullets, and even more so, protecting that shopkeeper who was almost exterminated by his accomplices. Knowing that Lin Yan had suffered a bit of aggression at the paramedics, now he was actually so suspicious of him, and rightly thought that he was trying to sell DU products. "Zhou Chuanbai, you really deserve to die." If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't quite right, Zhou Chuanbai might have had to slap himself in the face. Lin Yan, who was stirring the sugar water with a spoon on the side, was a little embarrassed by Zhou Chuanbai's eyes and hurriedly averted his gaze as if nothing had happened. There was no way, time was too tight, and he couldn't explain so much in the car in front of Uncle Zhang, who would have thought that this simple hero of the original book would really treat him as a criminal. Maybe this is the bond between a proper hero and a highly intelligent villain. Even if Lin Yan has already assisted them to do a lot of things in this kind of ambiguous and plausible things, the main male lead will still subconsciously think that he, the high-intelligence villain, is going to go to the criminal law to perform the rock spreading his wings. Alas, Sininga. Gudu. The sugar in the pot had completely melted, and the warm sugar water was bubbling, a sweet scent gradually spreading in the room. It was only after a long time that Zhou Chuanbai looked as if he had finally found his senses. "Ah Yen, those addicts are not good things. In order to suck on 2 mouthfuls, they will do anything. If you really sell this stuff to fool them, they're not sure they're going to get back at you. They do things recklessly. You can't afford to get in touch with them." Zhou Chuanbai fished out his cell phone and raised his hand to transfer $200 to Lin Yen. This way, you sell it to me. Lin Yen? Forgiving the fact that he thought he was already calm and collected enough, he was still confused for a moment when he heard Zhou Chuanbai's words. No, buddy, you're the rightful male lead. Suspecting him of selling illegal filth is the normal reaction. Why did you even buy on? Even if he really bought it, can that goddamn dog system admit it? The original book hero can be a suitable target? Lin Yen opened his mouth and did not know what to say for a long time. He has long known that this mission is fishy, short time limit, reward, heavy punishment, has been as careful as possible. Not only did he not just buy a bag of ice candy in the supermarket and ship it out, but he strictly followed the mission requirements written on the case of selling ice candy, and gave these ice candies a hot bath. Even thought of letting Zhou Chuanbai or Zhou Yumin to find him a real informant to buy goods. Unexpectedly, the real male lead just slightly out of the way, gave him such a show. Chapter 39 Zhang Dong's death cuts off all the clues. Gudu gudu. A warm and sweet scent spread out in the kitchen, the gentle mist of water curling up and wafting, filling the surroundings together with the atmosphere of silence. There was no sound in the kitchen, only the slight sound of the sugar water constantly boiling, signaling that time was passing by minute by minute. Lin Yen blinked, catching a glimpse of the seriousness wrapped up in the laughter in the bottom of Zhou Chuanbai's eyes, before he answered somewhat helplessly. Later on, you first help me take it. Earlier, as he watched the time getting shorter and shorter, Lin Yen had already prepared himself mentally. If it was too late to find a real addict, so that this trafficking in ice sugar case drama sung to perfection, he carried just after a hot bath of ice sugar, to buy and sell to Gu Wenting to come. The good brother is used to pit in this kind of time well. But since Zhou Chuanbai has disrupted his plans, it seems like it's not impossible to try. However, Lin Yen could not just agree to sell him all 3 pounds of rock candy with one hand. In case the hero of the original book couldn't be recognized as a suitable target by the dog system that killed him that day, Lin Yen would have been busy for nothing. By then it might not be too late to boil another pot of rock candy, but the real, suitable target wouldn't be so easy to find. Zhou Chuanbai was only occasionally short-circuited, but in reality he was not stupid at all. If Lin Yen first sold him 3 pounds of hot bath ice sugar, turn around and also led him to contact a drug addict informant, Zhou Chuanbai, even if he did not ask, but also will certainly be in the bottom of the heart-buried seeds of doubt. A person can occasionally abstract, but cannot be abstracted on the growth of a person. And for Zhou Chuanbai, he did feel that Lin Yen was strange at this time. But no matter which way you think about it, Lin Yan's conditions can be considered favorable. Rich dad, powerful mom, plus 5 other investigation orders were handed over to all be called back. A look will not be simple, mysterious relatives. Itself is a high IQ genius. At the age of 18 years old, graduated from the university. Life resume also has no stains. He has that hand of computer technology that almost crushes the current era. Even if he wasn't born in such a family, it's enough to guarantee him a lifetime of honor and wealth. This kind of person occasionally abstract a little bit of abstraction who let people have the strength. In front of the absolute value of utilization, these small things can be put aside first. Touching on his true purpose, Zhou Chuanbai blinked his eyes and moved forward to the stovetop to take a look at the sugar water in the pot, and took the initiative to speak out to break the silence. Yen, the people from the security bureau side will probably arrive in a while. In addition to examining your computer skills, they also have to deal with the gun-toting assassin who attacked us in the park today. Lin Hikari was so uninterested in this that there was little emotional rise and fall in his voice. Aha! The assassin had his jaw removed and his head slapped, so he shouldn't be able to make any waves in the detention center. Lin Yen was even more confident about his computer skills. Now he is only concerned about his trafficking ice candy case. The flame was already at the limit of the stove, but it was far from Lin Yan's limit. Dead pot. Hurry up and cook. I'm invincible, cute. Returning to the quiet air, Zhou Chuanbai's phone rang abruptly, and he hurriedly slid the screen of his cell phone with a slight frown on his brow. What is it? Are you sure? 2 minutes later, hanging up the phone, Zhou Chuanbai looked at Lin Yen with a gaze that was complicated to the extreme, and with a few moments of lifelessness. Yen, that killer is dead. Lin Yen? He stared back in confusion, the movement of stirring the sugar water pausing for a split second as a result. Which one? The one who attacked with a gun in the park and called you, young Master Lin? Hiss. Lin Yen took a deep breath and knuckled down, inhaling the warm, sugary aroma that filled his mouth. In a detention center, a man with his jaw removed and handcuffed can still die? Who killed him? Zhou Chuanbai's face was bitter. The heat of the sugar water couldn't even smother the shame he felt at the moment, even a little groundless.
Suicide.
He had potassium cyanide hidden in his teeth. The paramedics were too late to save him. Lin Yen. His mood was complicated to the extreme, and his gaze towards Zhou Chuanbai also carried a few helpless colors. I even removed his jaw? Who put it back on him? There were so many clues that could be dug out of a person with a silenced pistol who openly appeared in the park to attack him and try to kidnap him. Who had been assigned to him could all be put aside for the moment. Where did he get the pistol? Where did he get the silencer? Where did he get the potassium cyanide? In addition, Lin Yen also threw the special skill Little Brother Obedient, I am the big brother, from that killer Zhang Dong body to see 84 human life it. Zhang Dong might not remember all the identities of these dead people, but he always knew the identity of his employer, right? Who hired him to kill these people? How did he evade justice? These are all things that can be thoroughly investigated. Just like the previous case of Zhang Chaojie's murder by Fang Wan. Although Zhang Chaojie is dead, he exploded a color video criminal gang, plus a long line of no residual stun drug. As long as these things are investigated down the line, they will always pull out the carrot and bring out the mud, feeding a lot of fresh blood into the prison. But now that Zhang Dong is dead, all the clues have been cut off. Zhou Chuanbai obviously also realized this point, although strictly speaking Zhang Dong's death has nothing to do with him, but Lin Yen already, because of the previous misjudgment of the security system, a little bit of a word, and then after such a... If Lin Yen suspected that the security system deliberately or completely feel that the security officers cannot be counted on, how can he give himself abduction a top child help? Thinking about this, Zhou Chuanbai's face is more bitter than coffee. Its captain Wen Xiangjuan won, a hand of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Lin Yan's eyes turned, looking at the sugar water in the pot that had already begun to condense out of the white frosting. His mind slightly relaxed and casually said, he was trying to interrogate, and as a result, the person committed suicide just after his jaw was pressed? Well, Zhou Chuanbai spread his hands. By the time the security bureau comes, he'll be miserable. With Zhang Dong already dead, Lin Yen was too lazy to put more effort into this matter and only barked out a warning. Don't let him touch that escape room store owner. He must know some information about the murderer. Zhou Chuanbai nodded in response. I talked to my dad. Zhou team let him watch that person closely. Lin Yen had known about this and nodded his head without much concern, before continuing to stare intently at the pot. The kitchen was quiet once again, and the icing sugar in the pot was crystallizing more and more, already hanging in a thick layer on the spoon. It wasn't long before Lin Yen finally finished making the icing sugar. He didn't even put these icing sugar into the pot. He threw the spoon into the pot, put the lid on it, stuffed the pot with the lid into a thick insulated bag, and handed it to Zhou Chuanbai, who was a bit dumbfounded. Here, take it. If Zhou Chuanbai took no system prompts, Lin Yen will directly want to come back to resell others. But what happened next was really a bit out of Lin Yan's expectations. In his conception, this pot of icing sugar, which had taken a nice hot bath, should only trigger one of the two outcomes after it was handed over to Zhou Chuanbai, the main male character of the original book. If the system doesn't recognize Zhou Chuanbai as a suitable target, it won't give him the slightest hint and will be as quiet as a saw bucket. If the system really recognized Zhou Chuanbai's identity as a suitable target, it would be time to pop up the tip box and send out rewards to him. But how is this messy code? Chapter 40, a very simple brain fart? Good news. The cue box popped. It really popped. Bad news. There wasn't any reward-related text on it at all. I don't know what brand of rat poison this goddamned bad system had eaten, but in front of Lin Yen, it had started a literal abstract performance. Usually when the prompt box is popped up, the text on it is either line by line or one by one pops out, but it will always show the text.
可此时林燕面前的这个，不仅没有丝毫文字，连模样都不太对劲儿。
With the previous often seen for square translucent light screen is different, this prompt box seems to be stained with something dirty, the shape is irregular even if, but also in self-conscious hot dance, like a colorful bubble will explode at any time. It was no longer transparent, but was covered with magnificent to bizarre bright colors, like a poisonous laser mushroom swaying in the wind, or the kind that would change color on its own. Lin Yen looked at it for a long time, but he didn't see a single bit of text. Worse yet, The countdown box in his field of vision had stopped the passage of time. One must know that before, even if the quest had been completed, this countdown would not stop. After all, after this countdown ended, there would still be a base reward point to hit him with. This was the Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System, S-base reward mechanism. How is it that even this lowest level of operating logic is stuck now? Can this system still be wanted? Lin Yen closed his eyes with a bit of heartburn, more or less regretting it. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken a chance and put Zhou Chuanbai as the target. This target seems to be too appropriate, a little bit fast to his system dry scrapping. But can you take this opportunity to recycle this awful system and replace it with a system that is obedient and understanding and doesn't force him to bounce on the penal code? On the side, carrying a heat preservation bag, Zhou Chuanbai's brain at the moment is also the same as Lin Yan's system, are so billion throw a short circuit. He froze and looked at Lin Yan with complex eyes. A long time before some hesitation said, "Not. Ayan. What are you boiling this for?" Lin Yan averted his gaze from the Q frame that was still cosplaying poisonous mushrooms and emitting radium-brilliant colors, and stared frankly back at Zhou Chuanbai. For fun. Zhou Chuanbai. He had the illusion of being played as a monkey, but there was little evidence. You don't recuperate from a good injury. You rush back in a hurry just to play with this? Or else. Lin Yan was a bit vain, but his reasoning was not straight. I originally wanted to find a junkie to tease him. You were the one who had to buy it over. And now that I bought it, I feel like there's something wrong with it? Glancing at the clear cluelessness and skepticism in the bottom of Zhou Chuanbai's eyes, Lin Yan arched his eyebrows, looking more or less beaten. I'm sorry. Once the goods are sold, there are no refunds or exchanges. Zhou Chuanbai. He was silent and felt the insulated bag in his hand that weighed about 4 or 5 pounds, and he did not say anything for a long time. As a good student with excellent grades in the criminal psychology course, Zhou Chuanbai thought that he already knew enough about the operating psychology of the vast majority of criminals. Psychology is something that is interchangeable. Even if Lin Yan did not commit anything, he can also analyze him a little bit from the perspective of psychology. Prior to this, Zhou Chuanbai had also been feeling that he already had a rough understanding of Lin Yan, confident that he could hold this informant firmly under the premise of giving the other party a good impression. Rich, powerful, skilled, smart, bold, and good with his hands, Lin Yan was simply the best informant every vigilante could dream of. If he succeeded in entering the security system and became an official special counselor, Zhou Chuanbai was still thinking of trying hard to get him to become his partner. If Zhou Yumin had not acquiesced to these little thoughts of his, at this moment Zhou Chuanbai would have gone back to work overtime to solve the case, instead of accompanying Lin Yan to play with the abstract. But ever since he came out of Gu's private hospital, until now, every single thing Lin Yan did, Zhou Chuanbai couldn't find the motivation for his behavior and the logic of his actions. It's like, well, a very simple brain twitch. This kind of thinking out of the box, acting casually as the wind of the abstract style, Zhou Chuanbai really the first time in an adult body to see. But all the people who came out from the childhood age to do anything will be more or less a little bit of motivation and behavioral logic, right? Do all these rich people like to play like this? The two were still looking at each other in the kitchen, when the door of the room was suddenly knocked softly, and Auntie Lee's calloused hand reached inside the door and shook it a bit, and her voice came along with it. Xiao Yan. I've prepared afternoon tea. Why don't you and your guests come and have some? Zhou Chuanbai was warmed in his heart by Auntie Lee's rather measured gesture, and a smile reopened on his slightly stagnant face. Thank you. Lin Yan touched his empty stomach and took the first step out of the kitchen. Although Zhou Chuanbai still remembered the escape room store owner in his heart, Lin Yan was not a person within the security system, and did not have the obligation to be at his beck and call, and even had the right to refuse to provide assistance to the Criminal Investigation Brigade as long as he wanted to. And more than the progress of a case, what Zhou Chuanbai needed was to gain Lin Yan's favor. Because of this, Zhou Chuanbai did not have any urges or reminders throughout the whole process, and behaved politely and humbly in front of Auntie Lee, treating it as if he was just visiting a friend's house and stopping by to eat something to fill his stomach. The two of them both ate a 7 or 8 minutes full before they went to the security bureau together. At the moment Zhou Chuanbai got out of the car with the insulated bag containing ice candy and walked into the door of the police station, the alert box that was always performing the abstract poisonous mushroom dance scene in front of Lin Yan finally became normal, all weird and colorful. All the weird and colorful colors faded away, and the clean, translucent light screen unfolded, and the text on it began to appear in lines. Congratulations to the host for successfully selling ice candy and completing the special mission. Due to your selection of a very suitable special target, all rewards for this mission are doubled. Congratulations on acquiring the special skill, Perfection. What do you know about perfection? Extra skill, hearing voices. Points plus 2,000. Props. Tongue-in-cheek lollipop 1 props. Tongue-in-cheek lollipop 1. Props. Good luck lifelong lock 1. Lin Yan's eyebrows twitched, and his gaze toward Zhou Chuanbai's back instantly burned. Mom, I will definitely hold on to the male lead's thighs in the future. I didn't expect that just selling the ice candy that had taken a hot bath once to the male protagonist of the original book would actually create such a great chemical reaction. You know that the last time Lin Yan got a reward doubled, it was when he was touched with a human life. Unexpectedly, just by selecting the proper male lead Zhou Chuanbai as the suitable target. He was able to get double the rewards without bloodshed as well. No, it's more than double. The last time he accidentally got a little bit of murder and received double rewards, Lin Yan only got 1 skill and 1 prop. But this time, the skills and props were doubled. Looking at his own system, which was abstract and criminalized, but had a bit of stupidity in its determination mechanism, Lin Yan almost laughed out loud. Chapter 41. Under what name are you investigating me? Lin Yan's joy continued until the time he was brought into the interrogation room to face the owner of the escape room directly. He pressed the corners of his mouth, glanced at Zhou Chuanbai, who had picked up a pen at the side with a serious brow, cleared his throat, and asked in a single, step-by-step manner. Name. The owner of the escape room store was really quite trustworthy, and after seeing Lin Yan, he really answered the question honestly.
Bang Li.
Gender. Male. Age. 38. Tell me, why are you offering help to the real murderer? Wang Li raised his head, his gray eyes staring dead at Lin Yan, his voice a slate. To pass the examination. Lin Yan frowned, knowing that the next piece of information would most likely involve that famous criminal organization in the original book, the Ming Ace, and completely suppressed the joy that had risen due to the generous rewards. His tone of voice did not rise or fall in the slightest. What test? Why do you want to participate in the assessment? An organization's submission. Only if I pass the examination can I join that organization. As he spoke, Wang Li lowered his eyes again, and his voice lowered considerably, which seemed to be mixed with a sigh. For money. I need lots and lots of money. Lin Yan's lips pursed, glanced at the message from Yumin on his cell phone screen, and continued to inquire. You don't know the specific name of that organization? Don't know. Then how did you find them? Or rather, why did they find you and gave you the opportunity to participate in this examination? It was they who took the initiative to find me. I ran fast. When Wang Li said this, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at Lin Yan in a somewhat depressed manner. My burst of speed was so fast that they agreed to let me participate in the examination when they said they could help them transport some special items. Of course Lin Yan knew what he was depressed about, but sorry, under his speed attribute of up to 24 points, all talents were younger brothers. What is the specific content of the examination? What I know so far is that there are a total of 3 tests. The first one is to assist a veteran member of an organization to complete a murder case and escape all of them. Wang Li took a long breath and looked at the silver bracelet firmly locked on his wrist. The corner of his lips pulled somewhat bitterly. The second test is to complete a murder case by yourself and not get caught when you can only use the organization's assistance once. The air was a little quiet for a while, only the rustling sound of Zhou Chuanbai's pen tip about to write out sparks. After thoughtfully pausing for a moment to give everyone a bit of time, Lin Yan continued to ask in a calm tone. Don't you know what the content of the third test is? No. Possibly because the residual power of the special skill, little brother obeys. I'm the big brother was still present. As soon as Lin Yan asked, Wang Li answered dryly. Sell 10 kilograms of DU. Lin Yan. 10 kilograms, a whole 20 pounds. Lin Yan's dog system wouldn't dare let him sell that much. If this kind of thing is really done, our not eat gun child problem that is shot 10 minutes later but also back the security system a few lives it. This is a gradual 3 examination so that the identity of the new members of the reserve from criminal to kill criminal and then transformed into a trafficker's DU personnel. Straight away, it was a set of silky smooth little streaks that knotted around each new member like a golden hoop. What else could this be if not the Ming Aces test? No wonder in the original book, Ming-A's every person to the organization has a mind-boggling loyalty, but also to the Ming Jiao issued all the instructions to obey, as if she was a god-general fanatical faith. In addition to Ming Jiao's personal charm, it turns out that there is also a handle that cannot even be grasped with one hand, and is being pinched by others in their hands. Lin Yen frowned slightly with a complicated mood. Confess to tell everything you know about this organization, the more detailed the better. If it helps us catch a few big fish, you will be considered to have redeemed yourself. Wang Li hung his head low and was silent for several minutes. Zhou Chuanbai had already finished writing down all of the previous interrogations, and Wang Li still didn't say anything. He glanced sideways at Lin Yen. His thin lips slightly opened, and just when he was about to ask something out loud, Wang Li's low and hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Embroiderer. I only know that the person I'm assisting this time is codenamed Embroidered Lady. Other things I don't know. His words had just fallen, and Lin Yen hadn't even had time to ask his next question when the door to the interrogation room was violently pushed open from the outside, and a man with a serious face and a military green camouflage uniform walked in with a big stride. He came straight to Wang Li's body, his tone rising. Embroiderer? Are you sure? Wang Li glanced at Lin Yen and hesitantly nodded his head without speaking. The man ignored Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yen, who were sitting behind the interrogation table, and directly addressed Zhou Yumin, who had hurriedly followed him. You don't need to care about this person. I'll take him away now, and you don't need to investigate the 4.16 cat-faced clown case any further. Our security bureau will take over with full authority. Zhou Chuanbai? He ground his teeth, a little angry. When nothing was asked, each and every one of them shunned the cat-faced clown case. Knowing that the probability of the case being done by Embroidery Lady, they didn't want to intervene. Now it is good to hear that someone knows part of the information of the Embroidery Lady. They are rushing to grab the credit. The Embroidery Lady's unique and very bad modus operandi. Absconded for many years and recently committed repeated crimes. Who really caught her? Collective first-class merit is certainly on the nail. But the Security Bureau is higher than the Criminal Investigation Brigade half a level, even if Zhou Chuanbai heart 1,000 times, but also have to endure. Zhou Yumin, however, as if he had already experienced this kind of thing countless times, even the expression on his face did not change. Okay, Team Leader Wang, you can take the corpse over there with you. It just so happens that we haven't conducted a full autopsy yet. Under the stirring of the Security Bureau's Team Leader Wang, the interrogation came to an end. Lin Yen was happy to take it easy, and together with Zhou Chuanbai, he quietly touched the fish in Zhou Yumin's office, ready to look over the new skills he had acquired. But he hadn't even had a few sips of tea before he saw his points balance. And the arrogant team leader Wang, who had just chased after and killed Zhou Yumin's office, staring straight at Lin Yen as he entered. You are Lin Yen? Aha! Lin Yen calmly answered, fingertips still gently rubbing on the teacup. What's your problem? Team leader Wang seemed to be displeased with the way he was still sitting on the sofa as steady as an old dog, his brows already slightly furrowed. The guy who attacked you in the park with a gun is from the Dusk organization. How did you get into trouble with them? Lin Yen? Dusk? What Dusk? Never heard of it. Without waiting for Lin Yen to answer, Team Leader Wang had already spoken coldly. If you can't think clearly, you'll have to come with me for an investigation. Lin Yen? Zhou Chuanbai on the side? Lin Yen directly let this condescending guy make fun of him. I'm just a victim and you're asking me to go under investigation? Team Leader Wang. In what name are you investigating me? Chapter 42. What's wrong with piking the computer skills with the female main character? Lin Yan's fingertips left the teacup and casually rested on the edge of the sofa, a calmness between his eyebrows, possibly due to the fact that the upper half of his body was almost wrapped in bandages. His waist was straight and he appeared to have a body like a pine with a calm demeanor. Even though Lin Yen was sitting on the sofa at this moment, slightly tilting his head to look at Team Leader Wang, he had a face like a crown of jade and a superb temperament, and it seemed that he had been cultivated since he was a child of gold and jade. Even if his expression was bland, his slightly cold eyes could easily give people a sense of oppression without anger. When he met Lin Yan's bright eyes, Team Leader Wang almost instinctively felt an unspeakable sense of fear, and his heart trembled. This is not the kind of panic of a mouse seeing a cat, but rather like seeing his own superiors who demand perfection. He was silent for a moment, very much suspecting that it was because he was aware of the true identities of those family members of Lin Yen that he had a bit of a heart attack on him. How old was Lin Yen now? A 19-year-old youngster with an aura that could make him someone who had faced countless vicious thugs, feel weak and flustered? It was bound to be impossible. He would be a little flustered. Definitely because of those two old men. Poor Wang team leader, of course, he is not clear he is facing, but I fight with high IQ criminals in those years book play the heaviest, the most ink to exist. To say that in a book, what are the people with the strongest aura? In addition to the male protagonist, it must be our biggest villain. Team leader Wang to face the combination of the main hero and the highly intelligent villain. As an ordinary NPC, he will feel a little bloodline suppression, is of course normal. Seeing team leader Wang's slight silence, Zhou Chuanbai also put down his teacup, the corner of his lips with a few careless smiles, but the color of his eyes sank slightly. Team leader Wang, even if you are from the Security Bureau and want to take away our special advisor from Criminal Investigation Team 1, you still have to hand in an investigation order to the top first. What's more, Yen just helped us subdue more than one gun-toting thug today, and now he still has injuries on his body. Isn't it not quite reasonable for you to take away just like you said? Lin Yen raised his eyebrows slightly, and in his heart, he said that this male lead was quite righteous, and just as he wanted to speak, a person suddenly walked in through the open door of the room. That is a very young woman, a little baby fat small round face wearing thick myopic lenses, peach blossom eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, fair skin, exquisite body, waist slung a light pink computer bag. The moment he saw this person, Lin Yen frowned a little puzzled. This appearance features. Although I have never seen it, but how is it so familiar? Always feel like I've heard of it somewhere? The young woman curiously swept a glance at Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai before walking straight to the side of group leader Wang. Her voice clear and crisp like a yellow warbler out of the valley. Team leader, where's the person I want to spar with about computer skills? The moment he heard the words computer skills, Lin Yan's heart thumped. Bad. How could he have forgotten about this? Baby fat small round face, nearly 1,000 degrees of myopia, peach blossom eyes, luo lily body, pink computer bag. Together with this guy is Zhou Chuanbai's official couple. The original book of the real heroine No wonder he felt familiar. The reason why the original book Zhou Chuanbai can repeatedly solve the case, behind the back of this guy in the computer technology support. It is also because of the assistance of Zhou Chuanbai that she has transformed from a little-known security officer into a legendary technical security officer in the security system. Quite a few people, when they came to Zhou Chuanbai to solve a case on a secondment basis, would incidentally invite her over as well. In the thousands of chapters of the case detection, these two mutual achievement of people gradually developed a good feeling, but also agreed to catch Lin Yen to get married to come. Isn't this a lie? Lin Yen would never have imagined that the talented person from the Security Bureau who came to test his computer skills today would be the original heroine, Huang Fuxiangling. However, team leader Wang didn't even realize Lin Yan's inner shock and struggle. He was only glad that the person who had relieved him had arrived at the battlefield, and raised his hand to indicate the young woman who was about 1.6 meters in height and had a delicate figure. Lin Yen, this is Huang Fuxiangling, the computer expert in our group. We have limited time, so you guys can spar here. Lin Yen. Garlic? Garlic. Doesn't matter. He's already selling ice candy to the main hero. So what's wrong with piking with the main heroine about her computer skills? But it's not a problem. But the results are a big problem. This is not a mere technical exchange, but a battle that concerns Lin Yan's reputation and future. If he lost to Huang Fuxiangling, he would most likely lose his chance to become a special technical advisor. If he lost to Huang Fuxiangling, the matter of becoming the special technical advisor would most likely go down the drain. Wouldn't all of his previous efforts, as well as the 2 wounds on his body from the bullets, have been in vain? But if he really won Huang Fuxiangling with a bang, the person who will provide technical assistance to Zhou Chuanbai in the future will most likely be him. After all, Huang Fuxiangling is now a technical security officer within the Security Bureau, is responsible for dealing with the national security level of technical issues. After Zhou Chuanbai's side had a better technician, Huang Fuxiangling naturally had no reason to transfer over. Then the red thread between Zhou Chuanbai and Huang Fuxiangling will be broken. Without a long-lasting silent partnership and mutual fulfillment, how can the two of them spark their love and become the envy of everyone in the law and order system, the sleuths and detectives? It's a sin. Lin Yen received the work computer handed over by Zhou Chuanbai with a complicated mood, and sat face-to-face with Huang Fuxiangling on the sofa on both sides of the sofa. His face was still as calm as an old dog. Cough, cough. Team leader Wang coughed twice. his gaze turning around on the properly prepared Lin Yan and Huangfu Xiangling. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Weiliang. Lin Yan, your test is simple. You can choose the order of the tests yourself. The first item is to create a defense program that can hold up under Xiangling's attack for 30 minutes. The second item is to recover the content of the information that was hidden by Xiangling. The third item is to break through the defense program set up by Xiangling and find out the precise location of the target. Other than the first item, the less time it takes for the other two, the higher the evaluation. Lin Yan nodded slightly. His voice had the calmness of a dead pig in it. Let's do it in reverse order. The first item is placed at the end. Huangfu Xiangling glanced at him with some surprise. The peach blossom eyes, hidden behind the thick myopic lenses, carried a few moments of blazing wariness. Good. Then let's start the timing. As Wang Weiliang pressed the stopwatch, this war without smoke officially opened the curtain. Crisp keyboard tapping sounds rang out rhythmically, appearing exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Zhou Chuanbai watched uncertainly for a short while, and was a little dizzy by the rapidly bouncing characters, and hurriedly walked away from Lin Yan, silently took 2 bottles of mineral water, and put a bottle each beside Lin Yan and Huangfu Xiangling. Time passes silently, but just 3 or 4 minutes, the original posture idle, can still careless drink water. Huangfu Xiangling frowned, hurriedly put down the bottle of water, also began to computer keyboard tapping. When 2 top hackers started operating their computers at the same time, it meant that this unseen war had already progressed to a white-hot stage. In the midst of the rising and falling keyboard sounds, Wang Weiliang's cell phone happened to ring. He handed the stopwatch to Zhou Chuanbai, frowned as he picked up the call, and walked quickly towards the door. Elder Lung. I'm in the middle of Lang Lao? This surname made Lin Yan turn his eyes slightly, distractedly looking at Wang Weiliang's back. Chapter 43, Villainy should be villainy. Lung was not a family name that could be found anywhere. Plus the fact that he could make the security bureau people treat him so respectfully, it was hard for Lin Yan not to think of his mysterious grandfather who lived in seclusion somewhere. Of course, this distraction only lasted for a moment, and Lin Yan was soon back in the middle of his sparring match with Huangfu Xiangling. He had already figured it out. The relationship between the hero and heroine of the original book was decided by the author of the original book. What did it have to do with him, a highly intelligent villain? If the two of them were to have their destiny broken and meet each other from now on because Lin Yan flapped his wings so lightly, then it could only be said that the author of the original book had given them too thin a red thread. Still can't help making and wanting to hold on to the original book hero's thighs as much as possible, so that the genius anti-criminal investigation system, as various tawdry operations are directly linked to Zhou Chuanbai, and fiercely whoring himself out to all sorts of special skills and getting more points, Lin Yan must make this battle win beautifully. Anyway, he had already affected the original book's trajectory more than once, so it wouldn't hurt to have more. No matter who it was, it wouldn't do to stop his future. He was the villain. A villain has to be a villain. As the biggest antagonist in the entire book, a highly intelligent genius who gives the security system a headache, isn't it normal to make the hero and heroine suffer? As expected, under the strong technology of, do you know computers or do I know computers? Strong technology. Even the original book's rightful heroine was ruthlessly crushed by Lin Yan. In just 10 minutes, Lin Yan had beaten up the defense program that had been reinforced by Huangfu Xiangling's layers, and accurately found out the location of the coordinates that had been hidden by 1,000 defenses. Possibly because Huangfu Xiangling had been dealt a blow as a result, she held out for an even shorter period of time in the second test element, and it only took Lin Yan 6 minutes to dig out the information that had been hidden from her. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai silently gave a thumbs up to Lin Yan. Although he didn't say a single word, the slightly bright eyes were enough to say everything. Huangfu Xiangling took a long breath. Her fingertips pressed the mineral water bottle in her hand, her voice a little weak. If the defense program you build in 10 minutes can block my attacks for 30 minutes, you will receive the highest rating. Lin Yan nodded slightly, and after his fingertips scratched the touchpad, he continued to start tapping the keyboard. In this item, he actually didn't intend to perform too brightly. The Security Bureau was, after all, a bit higher in rank than the Security Bureau, so if he performed too well in the test, there was no guarantee that he would be semi-compulsorily scooped up and successfully integrated. This would be completely contrary to his original intention. Lin Yan didn't want to live under tight protection at all, so he planned to mold himself into a crippled genius. The third and second tests were both on the offensive side, but the technical work of the Security Bureau was most likely on the protective side, focusing on maintaining national cybersecurity and classified information at the national level. Hackers who specialize more in the offensive realm are functionally better suited to the policing system. This was because it allowed for faster locking of IP addresses and digging out of criminal information, thus allowing the vigilantes to confirm the exact location of criminals as quickly as possible. If Lin Yan had gotten a good score on the first test, which was obviously protective, the security system probably wouldn't have been able to keep him. However, reality always liked to play jokes on Lin Yan. He had only just started arming himself for a minute or so when his cell phone rang incessantly, with the caller ID Lao Gu. Lin Yan hesitated for 2 seconds, but still picked up the call. What is it? Hiko, that leukemia girl is about to be unsaved. I need to get the consent of her relatives now. We've been working on a new drug recently. Only 2-phase volunteer clinical trials have been conducted. The efficacy isn't very stable yet, but we can try it on her. You help me contact her relatives. If they agree to try the drug, we'll continue to do our best to resuscitate her for a bit. Gu Wenting's voice was serious. If he doesn't agree to try the medicine, let him be ready to deal with the aftermath at any time. Lin Yan furrowed his brows deeply, his eyes heavy. I know. After saying that, Lin Yan directly hung up the phone, and while flipping his fingers on the keyboard, he said to Zhou Chuanbai, Chuanbai, I need to see Lu Songyu and have him personally write down a consent form for a drug trial. Lu Songya's situation is very bleak. Without using the new drug that Lao Gu and the others are researching, the probability is that she won't last past today. Zhou Chuanbai was of course clear about Lu Songya being pushed through potassium chloride by Jing, and nodded with serious eyes. Good. I'll prepare something for you now. Contact the side of the detention center. 3 minutes later, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai took a file bag out of the security bureau and went straight to the detention center. Huangfu Xiangling, who had been left in Zhou Yuman's office, looked at the time that had already begun to accumulate on the stopwatch, and even though she had a million things in her heart to spit out, she could only tap away at the computer to herself, wanting to crack Lin Yan's arming as soon as possible. At the moment, her eyes were full of disbelief. She obviously did not know that the codes that Lin Yan had spent only 3 minutes to write would become a shadow that she would not be able to erase for years to come. Lu Songyu, time is short. I'll make it short. Lin Yan pushed paper, pen and seal paste in front of Lu Songyu in a brainstorming manner, his voice smooth. Tang Mingdong and Tang Zhili bought and killed someone, and gave Lu Songyajing a push of about 8 milliliters of potassium chloride. The person has been resuscitated for almost a day, and is still in a life-threatening condition. You are highly educated. Don't need me to teach you how to write the test drug consent form, right? Let Lu Songya try the new drug developed on Lao Gu's side as a volunteer. She might still be saved. Lu Songyu's pupils shook tremendously, looking at Lin Yan incredulously. But after only freezing for less than 2 seconds, she picked up a pen with firm eyes and wrote on the white paper with a trembling hand. After the short but clear handwriting was completed, he signed his name and stamped a handprint on it, and decisively pushed it in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan took a picture of the white paper and kept it before dialing Gu Wenting's phone. Use the medication and continue the resuscitation. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan, however, did not immediately leave, but instead looked at Lu Songyu, who was so worried that her face turned white, with interest. Your sister was almost killed by him, and you're not going to explain everything? Lu Songyu blinked, her eyes evasive. I've already explained everything that should be explained, right? Hee. Lin Yan let out an extremely light laugh. If I'm not mistaken, Tang Mingnan is your real boss, right? Hearing this name, Lu Songyu's eyes instantly cleared up, like a crazy person suddenly finding his senses, staring straight into Lin Yan's eyes, rehearsing his words countless times, saying word for word, sorry, I don't know the person you're talking about. With this display of his, Zhou Chuanbai on the side also instantly saw the abnormality and frowned. Lu Songyu, if you conceal information and confuse the case officer, the sentence will be aggravated. You already have the fact of murder, and then the mitigation will not be less than a few years, if you continue to know and not report. The corner of Zhou Chuanbai's lips slightly hooked, but the color of his eyes suddenly icy cold down. Do you want us to act on behalf of your sister's funeral now? Or do you want to get out of prison with no one to look around? Chapter 44, This Job You Dare to Take. Lu Songyu closed his eyes and bit his lips, not saying a word. Although everyone present could hear the clear threat in these words, there was still silence in the visiting room. Looking at his defiant attitude, Lin Yan also had no intention of continuing to spend time here, and only snorted extremely lightly. Looks like you don't care that much about your sister's life either. Zhou Chuanbai's words have already said enough to understand. Lu Songya is still in the Gu's private hospital to rescue. Trial new drugs, can hang this little life. Factors can be too much. This kind of fragile to the extreme patient, but where the care of her medical staff and not pay attention, she may literally die in place. That is to say, from this moment on, Lu Songya's life is completely pinched in Lin Yan's hands. As long as he slightly hinted to Gu Wenting, Lu Songya would most likely exist in Gu's private hospital as a simple drug testing volunteer, or simply give up continuing to invest in blood and drugs. After all, after Tang Mingdong entered the bureau, Lu Songya's medical expenses have not been settled. Lu Songyu in prison labor reform of the little salary. His kryptonite life is not enough to hang leukemia patient's life And Tang Mingnan, she is a very thoughtful person. In order to avoid burning herself, she most likely will not go directly to contact Lu's siblings, but will also divide themselves and all this clean. Even if she really love and righteousness, enough righteousness, want to let others in the name of charity to subsidize Lu Songya, but also simply cannot prohibit the investigation. The fact is that the people who are wealthy enough to do so will most likely not be able to do so. Those who are rich enough most likely will not let her drive those who are not rich enough. Why suddenly subsidize a dying leukemia girl? Even if the person who came to sponsor her had a rich family background, if he could be driven by Tang Mingnan, he must have enough lethal handles to be held by her. Then as long as Lin Yan took a look at that person's photo, it was just enough to follow the trail down. Whichever way you look at it, there's no point in continuing to waste time on Lu Songyu's side. But Lin Yan had just gotten up to leave when Zhou Chuanbai pulled his arm. Only to see Lu Songyu behind the iron fence took a deep breath, did not open his eyes, and his voice was so soft that even his lips were trembling. No! You don't understand. I can intentionally murder Squat to death, or I can be shot directly, but I cannot betray the boss. To be known by her. Just this sentence was enough to make everything clear. Lin Yan did not respond again, only extremely shallow tugged the corner of his lips, and Zhou Chuanbai ended the visit with Zhou Chuanbai and left the detention center with the consent form for drug testing that was written by Lu Songyu. He handed the document bag to Uncle Zhang and asked him to send it to Gu's private hospital, while he himself was thinking of going straight home. He had been circling around the security bureau for almost the entire day today, so it was about time to have a bit of time for himself, right? But offhand, Zhou Chuanbai's phone rang again. Lin Yan was already looking at the taxi software, but Zhou Chuanbai pulled his arm. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Chuanbai was filled with bitterness. Ayan? Came to live. Lin Yan? He is not even a formal special consultant. What work have to find him Zhou Chuanbai looked around to make sure that no one looked around before whispering. The 4.16 cat-faced clown case, the security bureau side did not take it, and also kicked the peach blossom totem embroidered face case to us. I don't know who had a brain fart, saying that in order to test the abilities of the two of us, let's try to solve these two cases together, and preferably catch the embroidery lady. Lin Yan? He opened his mouth incredulously. No, let's both of us. Catch the embroiderer? Are they crazy or are you crazy? Lin Yan immediately felt his brain buzzing, and a weird sense of vertigo swept over him for some reason. You dare to take this job? What were you thinking? Zhou Chuanbai took a long breath and spread his hands. It can't be helped, you've performed too well. Let's go back to the bureau first, the specific details and reasons I don't know too much. Wait for this matter to be finished talking about I invite you to eat. Until he re-entered the security bureau and sat in Zhou Yuman's office, Lin Yan was still a little unable to accept this reality. Also in the same complicated mood were Zhou Yumin and Wang Weiliang. On the sofa in the corner, Huangfu Xiangling was still tapping on the computer. The peach blossom eyes behind the thick lenses were full of stubborn luster. The cherry red lips were pursed tightly, as if she was fighting with something. After a moment of silence, Wang Weiliang a smile. Will be in the hands of the file bag open. Take out a bunch of printing paper. That? Lin Yan I heard that you just spent 2 or 3 minutes to make a defense program that resisted Xiangling's attack. And until now it hasn't been breached. After I reported this matter, the first decision from above was to draft you into the security bureau. Speaking of this, Wang Weiliang cleared his throat. We are treated very well, 6 insurance and 2 gold. 10 in the morning and 5 in the evening. 4 days off during the big week. 3 days off during the small week. 13 paychecks a year. And all injuries and illnesses are fully subsidized. Lin Yan closed his eyes, The corner of his lips almost pursed into a straight line. Meow. It's all because of Tang Jili, that old Biden. If he hadn't gotten the bright idea that he had to buy a murderer and deal a fatal blow to the already barely alive Lu Songya, he wouldn't have been interrupted while performing the first test. If Gu Wenting hadn't called him to say that trying a new drug was the only way to hang on to his life, he wouldn't have needed to rush to Lu Songyu at all, and he wouldn't have spent only 3 minutes rushing to make a defense procedure. That way, he would have been able to spend the 10 minutes completely, and then based on his understanding of Huangfu Xiangling's computer skills and techniques in the second and third tests, he would have targeted to make something that would allow her to attack for 35 minutes. That wouldn't have been such a hassle. As for why he didn't let others go to Lu Songyu at that time, for one thing, Lu Songyu might not believe it, and for another, Lin Yan needed to observe his attitude face to face as a way to confirm his suspicions. After all, if Tang Mingnan was really the instigator of the two Lu siblings, it meant that she was indeed the helmsman behind the successive imprisonment of the Tang father and son. After confirming this point, there were many places on Tang Mingnan that were worth looking deeper into. Zhang Dong, who came from the Dusk Killer organization, had 84 lives on his body and a sin value of 990, while Tang Mingnan's sin value had reached a staggering 1018. Lin Yan had just sent the Tang's father and son into the interrogation room with his front foot, and not long after that, he was rushed into the face by a gun-wielding killer. Isn't it too much of a coincidence a little bit? If it was because of those family members with special identities, it should be commonplace for Lin Yan to be attacked by such horrors. But according to the original owner's memories, other than that kidnapping when he was a child, Lin Yan had never encountered these again. And analyzing from the original book, the possibility of Lin Yan having bodyguards around him at all times wasn't high either. If his family had already confirmed that Lin Yan was always in danger, there was no way they wouldn't have hired a few professional bodyguards for him. Considering all the aspects of Lin Yan's attack by the assassin, the reasons were all too speculative. He had to wonder about the guy who had taken advantage of the situation behind the scenes without showing himself and picking himself clean. While Lin Yan lowered his eyebrows in contemplation, Wang Weiliang piled up a smile on his face again, a far cry from his previous attitude of wanting to bring him back for investigation. Lin Yan, how are you considering it? With your ability, joining the security bureau is the optimal solution. Of course, if you don't want to join, we won't have to force you. Wang Weiliang smiled faintly, his tone flat. But on the side of the security system, you'll have to solve the cat face clown case and the peach blossom totem embroidered face case before you can officially become a special consultant. Chapter 45. Really taking him as a soft persimmon? Not to mention Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai and Zhou Yumin on the side felt a bit incredulous when they heard this. This bunch of security bureau stuff is not even a little bit of face. Just for the sake of pulling people over, they exempted all the layers of vetting and harsh inspection processes on the security bureau side, and as long as they joined, it was the most top-notch treatment, but raised the assessment standard for entering the security system to a level higher than their blood pressure. Lin Yan as a supernumerary should not be clear, but they are all like a mirror in their hearts. For .16, that cat face clown case reported up all aspects of the people, like kicking the ball. No one dares to die such a thing. Now this case directly dumped to Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai, the two newcomers not to mention, but also a few years have not made much progress in the peach blossom totem embroidered surface case, also incidentally kicked over. What this is? This is not deliberately making things difficult for people. Acting is not even acting. For a while, the air in the office was terribly quiet. Only Huangfu Xiangling knocked on the computer's da-da-da-da sound, and the occasional sound of the computer reporting errors. Wang Weiliang obviously knew that his words were a bit unorthodox, and smiled a bit awkwardly, trying to warm up the cold field a bit. That? Lin Yan, I can't help it. The order was given to me directly from above. I was supposed to take that gun-toting killer away for investigation. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Weilang coughed awkwardly and slowly pushed the pile of A4 printing paper towards Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai. In order to ensure the fairness of this recruitment assessment as much as possible, the upper side has given you special approval for the treatment of a formal consultant, or the top of the line. But if you and Zhou Chuanbai can't solve these cases within a month. Wang Weilang looked at Zhou Yumin and then at Zhou Chuanbai, and inwardly he was already a little regretful of taking on this thankless task. You're about to report to the security bureau, and Zhou Chuanbai will have to return to his position as a civil vigilante. As his words fell, Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai's faces both became a little unsightly. The two of them were purely lying down. The advisor that was easily going to be set to hand was gone, and the secondment was also revoked. This is to find who to say reason to go. Lin Yen, who was sitting on the soft sofa, remained indifferent, and even idly crossed his legs, his brows calm. Very well, Team Leader Wang. Who gave this order? Wang Weilang opened his mouth, looking at Lin Yan's clear eyes filled with coldness and calmness, suddenly feeling as if his heart had been pinched by something. Worthy of being Leng Lao's grandson. Truly a tiger old man has no dog grandchildren. This aura, he is now really a bit overwhelmed. After a moment of silence, Wang Weiliang's fingertips pressed down on the pile of printed paper, his eyes bitter as if he had fiercely irrigated a large mouthful of Huanglian, but his countenance was as serious as he could maintain. I'm sorry, we do have confidentiality regulations. You're not a member of the Security Bureau yet. You can't know the identity of my superiors. Hey! As expected, people really do laugh a little when they are speechless. Lin Yen didn't even look at the pile of paper under Wang Weiliang's hand. The gaze that was still able to maintain calm gradually roiled with coldness and anger. His bony hand gently tapped the edge of the sofa, favoring a tone that was still careless. Then you can leave. I will not be joining the Security Bureau, and I do not need your merciful charity in the form of a full-fledged counselor. Besides, as a dedicated citizen who assisted the sheriff in subduing an armed robber, I'm still wounded. If you still want to investigate me, remember to bring the investigation warrant with you and look for me at Gu's private hospital after 10 a.m. tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Yen only gave Zhou Chuanbai a look that said to be at ease before he got up and walked towards the door on his own. Maybe it was because the temper he had been displaying was too good. These self-righteous dogs were really taking him for a soft target to pinch, deliberately making things difficult for him. Then he simply quit. Anyway, Lin Songhai's family has a lot of money. As long as Lin Yen can abide by the bottom line of the law and live in style for the rest of his life is not a problem. Is he really out of his mind to go to the Security Bureau to work as a cowboy and live under overly strict protection? Doesn't it smell good to be a free and easy villain? Wait a minute. Lin Yen, you... Wang Weiliang subconsciously got up to chase Lin Yen, and in 3 or 2 steps, he pressed his hand on Lin Yan's shoulder. Clang! In the next second, Wang Weiliang was solidly thrown to the ground by Lin Yen. The moment Wang Weiliang lifted his head, Lin Yen suppressed the heartfelt smile at the corner of his mouth and asked in a seemingly concerned manner, Gu, Team Leader Wang, are you all right? I've always encountered thugs lately here, so I just reflexed. I didn't break you, did I? Although the words are so, but Lin Yen's bottom did not have the slightest apology, even did not move a bit, not only did not want to pull up Wang Weiliang's intention, but also raised his hand to touch the bandage wrapped around his arm. Hiss! I'm in a bit of pain here. Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai, who were shocked by this crisp over-the-shoulder fall. Once they heard this, their faces were immediately filled with caring colors. Zhou Chuanbai even directly got up and rushed to Lin Yan's side, not knowing whether it was true or not, and anxiously said, Did the wound tear open? Let's go. Let's go to the hospital now. Lin Yen followed his force and just wanted to go. But Wang Weiliang, who had risen up in a sorry state, stopped in front of him again, with a kittenish batch face. My young master Lin, do you have to toss me like this, a bitter beaten laborer? This order was discussed between your master and Yang Vice. I'm just the messenger. Anyway, he had already said something. Feeling that his life was more bitter than coffee, Wang Weiliang simply broke the pot. Before I said I was going to take you away for investigation, it's only because your master wants to meet you. I can't send an investigation order to the top because of this little thing. Lin Yen. Combined with the previous Wang Weiliang answered the phone that moment shouted Lang Lao. It is not difficult to guess that this old man is Lin Yan's grandfather, Lang Shixiang's father. As for the Deputy Yang, the possibilities are many. The first thing you need to know is whether you're a deputy captain, a deputy director, a deputy bureau chief, or a deputy ministry chief. The fact that you can discuss things with Master Leng, the level is not likely to be low. Despite the fact that Wang Weiliang had already explained the bottom line pretty much, Lin Yen was not prepared to buy it at all. Oh, politely refused, ha. I quit. You love to find who. Finished. Lin Yen left the office without looking back, all the way out of the Security Bureau unimpeded. Inside the office where the sound of da-da-da-da keyboard tapping was still ringing, Wang Weiliang rubbed his old waist that Lin Yen had wrestled, and looked at Zhou Chuanbai with a complex expression and a slightly furrowed brow, and Zhou Yumin with an innocent face, and shook his head helplessly. Dusk's killer died under Wen Xiangjuan's negligence. He will retire in the next 2 days. You pack up and prepare for promotion. As for the case, it's so hard to have a place that can receive it. I guess even if Lin Yan really quit, you guys have to catch the embroidered lady. Zhou Yuman's large teeth that were almost bared were instantly retracted, seamlessly switching from hee-hee to no hee-hee. The joy brought by the promotion and pay raise was instantly washed away. No, originally everything was fine on our side. I even wrote the application report for Lin Yan. You guys came to stir up the situation, causing me to almost set on the special consultant ran away, not to mention, but also to dump this kind of disciplinary matters on my head? Are you people? Chapter 46. There is a kind of abstract beauty that disregards the death of his son. Whether or not anyone spoke up for Zhou Yumin and Zhou Chuanbai, Lin Yan no longer cared. He flattened himself out on the big soft and comfortable sofa when he got home, and was being medicated by Auntie Li in the posture of a big salted fish basking in the sun. It had to be said that to be one of the earliest founders of the medical field in the Flower Kingdom, Ms. Li Huilan's handmade medicines were remarkably effective. Even if Lin Yan had only been honestly lying down for half an hour, and had spent almost all of the afternoon behind him out on the waves, these 2 marks on his body that had been scratched by bullets had already scabbed over and were healing incredibly fast. Even the Wang Weiliang over the shoulder drop so big action, the arm wound also a little bit did not tear apart. Auntie Li was still skillfully wrapping bandages around Lin Yan when the electronic welcome sound effect of the villa door being opened rang out. "Hello, welcome home." Lin Songhai, who was dressed in a suit, walked calmly, and his originally careless gaze abruptly stopped when he glanced at Lin Yan, who was lying on the sofa, as well as the circles and circles of white bandages on his body. But Lin Songhai, this person, has a kind of abstract beauty that disregards the death of his son. After concluding at a glance that the injuries on Lin Yan's body were nothing serious, and that Auntie Li's face was still calm, the seriousness and coldness in the bottom of his eyes instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a color full of ridicule. "Yo, who did our young master Lin lose a fight with? Look, TSK, you asked me to sell your small company. It couldn't be the compensation for your fights outside, right?" Lin Yan. Ever since he wore the book, he had been wondering every day if Lin Songhai was his real father or not. Nope. Didn't Lin Songhai know he was injured? Then who had asked Li Huilan to personally make medicine for him and expedite the transportation over by helicopter? Leng Shixiang's work was so busy, and it wasn't like she could pay attention to Lin Yan all the time, right? Before Lin Yan had a chance to speak, Auntie Li at the side spoke out first. "This is a gunshot wound." The moment these words came out, Lin Yan and Lin Songhai were both slightly stunned. Lin Yan will be slightly shocked because Auntie Li, a little strong, ordinary nanny, can actually see that his body, these 2 already scabbed wounds are gunshot wounds? This eye of fire, where did you get your training? Lin Songhai, on the other hand, had a lot of thoughts in just a few moments. His dad who wouldn't come out of the mountain until the country was in war, his mom who was an enlightened star in the medical field, his old husband and mother-in-law who were in a classified position researching things they couldn't talk about, and his wife who was a leader in the country's special organization. And the brother-in-law who is either on a classified mission or on his way to a classified mission. Hiss. Sometimes it's not good to have too many bull beepers in the family. His son had been attacked by gunmen, and Lin Songhai couldn't even lock down for a moment which family member's special status had brought about this attack. Thus, after a long silence of more than 10 seconds, Lin Songhai could only ask with a smile, "Aren't you the kid who's been helping out the Criminal Investigation Brigade recently?" Catching Tang Jili and the others was quite impressive at the time. "Did that side find out what the person who attacked you was from?" Lin Yan nodded his head with helpless eyes. The people over at the security bureau said that the killer came from the Dusk organization. Lin Songhai nodded, his eyes slightly sunken, but he didn't say anything more, only lightly changing the topic. "Then you pay more attention to it. Do you want to continue to help the Criminal Investigation Brigade later?" "Well, deserved to be a successful businessman who could start from nothing and work his way up to hundreds of millions of dollars in assets." One sentence asked the most crucial question that was currently in front of Lin Yan. Lin Yan pulled out a few helpless smiles on his lips, and after recalling the state of the original owner and Lin Songhai's daily life together, he recounted what had happened to him in the past 2 days in a pick-and-choose manner. Of course, he completely concealed his emotional bias, as well as all information about the system. By the time Lin Songhai finished listening, he had also smoked most of the cigar in his hand. He casually placed the cigar on the ashtray. His gaze turned around at the white bandage on Lin Yan's arm. His temperament was calm and relaxed between his hands and feet, as if everything was under control, completely making people unable to see through his mind. No matter what you want to do in the future, we will unconditionally support you. The injuries on your body haven't healed all the way. Even though you have your grandmother's medicine, you have to pay attention to it. Auntie Lee, pack some things for him. I'll have someone send him to Gu Hospital later. Auntie Lee answered quickly. Okay, Auntie. Lin Yen? He looked at Auntie Lee's back that went straight upstairs to his room, and then at Lin Songhai's face that was calm on the surface, but in reality seemed to be in a dark tide, more or less unable to believe his ears. How long has he just gotten home? He hadn't even had a bite of hot rice. The bandage had just been wrapped up, and Lin Songhai was about to throw him out. For the first time since wearing the book, Lin Yen began to doubt the love these family members had for him. There's no such thing as a mistake. He suffered a gunshot wound, and it was 2 shots. And when he got home, his father didn't hurt him, his mother didn't ask him, and they just wanted to throw him out of the house and put him in the hospital. What's going on here? Lin Songhai has been in the shopping center for so many years, of course, will Lin Yan's mind to see a rough. But he didn't say anything more, just felt out his cell phone and raised his hand to call Lin Yen 1 million. Songhai Yuming transfers $1 million to you. Transfer remarks. You don't need to care about the small company. Get well for a few days to recuperate from your injuries. Leave everything to me. Lin Yen. Okay, confirmed. It's the real father. Then it's okay. He looked like a yellow-haired boy who had taken a heavenly hush money, and without a word, he put on his clothes, took the light little backpack packed by Auntie Lee, and got into the car that Uncle Zhang was waiting for outside the door. Although Lin Yen has already clearly judged from Lin Songhai's expression, he must know the information of the mysterious criminal organization, Dusk, maybe even quite a lot. But since he even took the hush money, then he must keep his peace. However, the unfolding of this matter was really a bit beyond Lin Yan's expectations. How long has he been traveling through the book? And it seems that the plot of the original book has just unfolded, and he has encountered something that has never appeared in the original book's description. Although Zhou Chuanbai had also encountered more than one assassination in the original book's plot, under the powerful protagonist's aura, his life had never been in danger, and he had also captured those thugs to a great extent. Every single one of Zhou Chuanbai's attackers in the plot had a complete chain of logic and origin. Yet none of them ever came from Dusk. It seems to be similar to what Lin Yen realized when he had an epiphany, that outside of the plot of the original book, there is a vast and boundless world interwoven with the lives of many minor characters. The experience of one person, the main character of the original book, does not represent the entire world. Those places that had not been inked by the author of the original book were not without color. They just had not been seen by the hero of the original book. Although Lin Yen was really curious about what the Dusk was, he didn't chase after Lin Songhai and ask questions all the time, but followed his arrangement to go to the hospital to have a good quiet. After the security bureau people stirred up trouble, he also had to carefully consider his future. The worst result is, rubbing Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist Halo this road cannot go. Chapter 47. System Bug? Gu Clan Private Hospital, inside the intensive care single room specially set aside by Gu Wenting. Young master, I'll be around for the days you're hospitalized, so you can call me if you need anything. Uncle Zhang was still smiling and looked harmless. If you want an escort, I'll go find one for you now. Lin Yen was lying on his back on the soft and cozy big bed, and when he heard this, he just waved his hand casually. No, you should be busy. I just scratched some skin. It's not like I'm crippled. Okay, young master. Uncle Zhang nodded slightly, and after placing Lin Yan's backpack closer to the bed, he quietly left the ward. Lin Yan seemed to feel something, and glanced back at his back with a sideways glance, quickly averting his gaze again as if nothing had happened. He buried his head in the pillow, and although his eyes were closed, his personal information panel was clearly displayed in his field of vision. Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System. Host name, Lin Yen. Age, 19. Points, 3,561. Physical, 17. Speed, 24. Endurance, 15. Spirit, 15. Normal human average, 10. Free attribute points, 0. Special skills. 1. I just like to play with knives, so what? 2. Do you know computers, or do I? 3. I'm already at the limit of the human body with just a slight kick. For that's right, I'm a handful of years old at a young age. 5. Behave yourself, I'm the big brother. 6. Perfect. Do you know what perfection means? Extra skill. Hearing voices. Extract tasks. Tasks review. Tasks retrospective. Props mall. Good lord, it turns out that even on the personal information panel, hearing voices is considered an extra skill and is not included in the list of special skills. Lin Yen was a bit surprised as he locked his eyes on the words, hearing voice recognition, and between the slightest movement of his mind, information about it appeared in front of his eyes. Sound recognition. You can keenly perceive and accurately capture all tiny sounds and quickly lock onto the location of the sound when successfully identifying the source of a sound. There is a certain probability that your gaze will penetrate through the barrier and lock onto the location of the sound source directly and accurately. With it, dodging bullets with your eyes closed will no longer be a dream. Oh my god! How can you hear voices and have some perspective at the same time? This skill is wonderful. After reading so many abstract skill introductions, Lin Yen was still a bit uncomfortable with the short and straightforward introduction of hear sound and recognize position. Suddenly, Lin Yan's mind, blessed to the heart in general, involuntarily recalled not long ago, Uncle Zhang left the ward when his own abnormal feeling. At that moment, it couldn't be that he had instinctively captured the almost imperceptible sound of Uncle Zhang's footsteps, right? Could it be that this skill was a passive attribute that remained on at all times? If that was really the case, would he still be able to sleep soundly in the future? Lin Yen furrowed his brows, and after taking his attention away from his personal information panel, the sound in his ears gradually became clearer. It was the sound of light footsteps in the hospital corridor. It was the sound of light footsteps in the hospital corridor, and there seemed to be the sound of curtains being blown by the wind in the next ward. Lin Yen subconsciously raised his head from the pillow. His eyes almost instantly passed through the snow-white walls, and the curtains illuminated by the moonlight were clearly reflected in his eyes. Lin Hikari. He actually did achieve a perspective effect on this wall. MoMA. Bull. As Lin Yan's mind loosened, the perspective effect disappeared abruptly, and the clean white wall was once again in front of him. But even though it was only a few glimpses, Lin Yen was able to determine that the ward next door was empty. And after this few moments of trying, Lin Yen had basically figured out the mechanism of this extra skill. As long as he didn't think about checking out the outside world, his ears were still clear. In other words, this skill was something that was both being turned on passively and could be used by him actively. When abnormal sounds appeared, the skill would automatically capture them for him. When actively exploring, the range of the skill would gradually expand until it reached the farthest distance. And as long as Lin Yen wanted to, he could also keep his hearing at a normal person's level. With a clear mind, Lin Yan's lips hooked and tapped on another newly acquired skill. Perfection. Do you know what perfection means? Disguise is a skill. Perfect disguise is a talent. Junior, congratulations. You have already mastered the grand technique of the disguise discipline, the disembodiment transfiguration technique. As long as you want and with the help of a few tools, you can disguise yourself perfectly as anyone. Junior, please trust your own hands. Under your disguise, even his own mother will recognize you as her son. Of course, if you're bold enough, you can also try non-humans. Right flavor. This kind of abstract stuff is the kind of skill that this system can give out. After checking out the newly acquired skills, Lin Yen clicked on Quest Retrospective and took a look. Burglary. Approximately 1 day remaining in the retrospective period. Murder. About 2 days remaining in the retrospective period. Body splitting case. About 40 hours remaining in the maximum time limit of the mission. The expected retrospective period is 10 days not yet opened. Trafficking in ice candy. Maximum time remaining retrospective period expected to be 5 days not yet opened. TSK. If you didn't know that the only human life you've ever touched was a bumper sticker, who wouldn't look at this and say, "You're really too criminal"? I don't know if it's the instinct of being the biggest villain, but Lin Yan's second thought after reading this was this can't be known by Zhou Chuanbai. Lin Yan helplessly pursed his lips, and his gaze fell back to that strange case of selling ice candy. The same case where the retroactive period had not yet been opened. The same retrospective period has not yet been opened. The case of the split body above is still clearly labeled. The maximum time limit of the task. How much is left? Why is the information on the ice sugar case a mess of codes? Combined with the fact that after Zhou Chuanbai took the pot of icing sugar into the security bureau, Lin Yan's system panel only returned to normal. He had to think out of the box. Is it necessary for Zhou Chuanbai to sell the icing sugar to the security bureau? Did Zhou Chuanbai have to accept it before the countdown of his mission time limit would continue to jump up and down? Lin Yen took out his cell phone and looked at the time. Realizing that it was already late at night, he silently put the phone back and closed his eyes again. From all the micro-expressions and eyes of Zhou Chuanbai before, the other party must have sincerely felt that Lin Yan was more or less an abstraction. If he were to ask someone in the middle of the night, "Is the ice candy I sold you today good?" Zhou Chuanbai might have to drag him to the mental hospital for a walk. If you are a normal person with no bubbles in your brain, you will not be able to do this kind of thing at all. Anyway, Lin Yan is now considered to be a big points earner, so there's no need to rush this, as he's not that far behind. Compared to this amount of points, Lin Yan felt that his top priority was to find the perfection. Do you know what perfection means? And hearing voice recognition skills, the props that were issued to him together. Previously, the sighting mirror and soul-stalking incense had been issued directly to his clothing pocket. However, the lollipop and good luck lock seemed to be stuck in the middle of the road, and Lin Yan had already changed his clothes and couldn't find them. Couldn't it be that this goddamn dog system had misappropriated them? Or is it that the protagonist's aura on Zhou Chuanbai's body gave the dog system too much of a shock, causing the system to bug out? Chapter 48 followed like a ghost again. Lin Yan searched several times over and over again, but in the end, he found nothing. Garbage system. Wasn't it just a small trauma by the main character's aura of the rightful male lead? As for being buggy and weak like a small robot that hasn't been recharged in 800 years? The arrogance of the moment before the release of the case of the sale of ice candy to him. Lin Yan in his heart ruthlessly towards it than a middle finger, quilt a blindfold, very peaceful sleep. He is now a sick person who needs to recuperate. If this bad system were to just see goodbye with him, Lin Yan's heart would be a lot lighter instead. That way, he would no longer need to rack his brain to prevent himself from touching the red line of the law and going to jail at the drop of a hat, and he wouldn't have to work his ass off to join the security system. Wouldn't it be nice for him to be far away from the hero and heroine, sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars of family assets, and being a dashing, happy, rich second-generation man who does as he pleases? What about the cat-faced clown case? The peach blossom totem embroidered face case? Whoever likes to take this job, after solving Yu Hao's murder case, he would be able to take a break from the current whirlwind of events, and from then on, he would be able to meet and not know everyone related to the rightful male lead. With this little mood of anticipation, Lin Yan was in Gu's private hospital for 3 days. Although he wanted to part ways with the dog system, the system prompts that popped up one after another during these 2 or 3 days clearly demonstrated its existence. Congratulations to the host for completing the burglary case. Congratulations to the host for completing the burglary case. The retrospective period of the case has expired, plus 300 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the murder case. The retrospective period of the case has expired, points plus 800. Congratulations to the host for completing the body-splitting case, and not being caught by the vigilantes when reaching the mission's maximum time limit, gaining base bonus points of 500. The retrospective period for this body-splitting case is 10 days. After 10 days, if the host still hasn't been caught by the vigilantes, he will receive an additional bonus point of 1500. Please keep up the good work, keep a low profile during the retrospective period, and climb to the top. The bright sunlight shone through the spotless glass window on Lin Yan's body, striking him with a side of brightly colored light. Although his gaze fell on the screen of his laptop, his mind was checking the information interface of the genius anti-criminal investigation system. The retrospective period of the split body case had already passed for more than a day, but the garbled code on the countdown of the trafficking in ice candy case still hadn't moved a bit, and the 2 reward props still never appeared. This bad system in the end is to do what? What's the point of this awful system? Lin Yan looked at his remaining points of 5,161 and was puzzled. Forget it. Let's see if there are any fun props first. The props mall is automatically refreshed once every 24 hours without Lin Yan using 100 points to actively refresh it. But just like the usual abstract style of this dog system, this 24-hour automatic refresh was also very strange. It wasn't fixed to refresh as soon as 24 hours had passed, but rather it could be suddenly refreshed at any second within 24 hours. In other words, Lin Yan might happen to fancy something and just want to pay for it, and it would just randomly whip out and refresh it directly. Even if the refresh time was completely random, Lin Yan had no way to determine if the mall interface had been refreshed today. It's just very frustrating. As the mall interface unfolded, the spit in Lin Yan's heart was almost instantly suppressed by a prop. Cleansing flashlight 888 points. Want a guilty sinner with a guilty heart to cry and kneel in front of you? Shine it on him. Shine it on him hard. Let him feel what it means to have a Buddha's light. Hiss. If you take this thing to Tang Mingnan and dislike her face and shine it, can she carry the condemnation of her conscience? Lin Yen touched his chin, hesitated for a short while, and still bought it. Although the chances of bringing this thing to face Tang Mingnan directly were relatively slim, he was now a big points earner. It wasn't that bad. If he didn't buy something he was interested in now, what if he swiped it away later and never saw it again? Points 888. After the deduction prompt appeared, Lin Yen clearly felt something cold and icy sticking up next to his leg. He reached into the quilt and touched it. A light silver flashlight about 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long appeared out of thin air, reflecting the bright metallic luster under the sunlight. Lin Yen pursed the corners of his lips with a complicated mood and casually stuffed it into the backpack on the side of the hospital bed. He quickly scanned the rest of the props that were penalized and bouncing on the penal code, and was just about to refresh the mall interface when the door to the ward's room was softly knocked on. "Ah Yen, I'm Zhou Chuanbai. Is it convenient to come in now?" Lin Yen. Here it comes, this proper male lead has followed him like a ghost again. He had only just cleared his mind for 3 days okay. Even though his heart was full of vomit, Lin Yen still closed his eyes, suppressed all his emotions and raised his voice. "Enter." Zhou Chuanbai did not come empty-handed. He placed the fruit basket and flowers properly before sitting on the accompanying chair beside the hospital bed. "Is the wound better? You were injured in the line of duty. You can fight for reimbursement." Lin Yen non-committally hooked his lips, lowered his eyebrows and closed the laptop, not answering the question, but opening the door. "Look at this dark circles under your eyes. It hasn't been easy lately, has it? What kind of trouble did you encounter?" He. Zhou Chuanbai scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Well, indeed. Anyway, it was all seen out, so there was no need for him to beat around the bush. It's the Tang father and son, and Yu Hao's murder case. The lawyer they hired was very powerful, and everything on Tang Mingdong, including the illegal detention of Wang Shishir and the murder of Yu Hao, were all recognized by Tang Zhili. Originally the evidence was a bit low, and now that Tang Zhili has stirred it up so much, Tang Mingdong will have to be released in the next 2 days. Lin Yan's thin lips hooked, making him want to laugh a little at this. Tang Zhili knows that he can't run away from buying a murderer, so he simply helps Tang Mingdong to carry all the things and let him go out to inherit the company. Ginger is really old and hot. Zhou Chuanbai nodded slightly, looking at Lin Yen with a few obvious colors of concern in his eyes. "We're fine, but you also showed your face at the Tang clan at that time. If Tang Mingdong comes out, he'll definitely find a way to take revenge on you." Lin Yen laughed extremely lightly. There wasn't the slightest surprise or amazement between his gentle brows. Instead, he carried a bright and clear light luster, as if he had already seen everything through. He didn't say anything, so he looked at Zhou Chuanbai with slightly arched eyebrows, as if he was looking at a small rookie who was making a pretense. It wasn't without reason that this guy could have a protagonist's aura and become the male lead of the original book. See, this little psychological hint was used by him in a clear way, and he was almost about to give Lin Yen a hold on him. Zhou Chuanbai saying this wasn't just a simple matter of caring about Lin Yen, but he was plainly telling him, "We really have no way, in order to not let Tang Mingdong out the first time to hurt you, your own efforts, find ways to find his other evidence of crime." Chapter 49. Is this something a normal system can do? Under the bright sunlight, the fresh and slightly sweet fruit aroma in the ward gradually spread out. Neither of the two spoke again, but everything was in the air. Many times, not answering is already the best answer. In this unspoken silent game of heart to heart, in the end, it was Zhou Chuanbai who lost the battle, the smile between his eyebrows filled with helplessness. "Well, Ian, if you don't want to do these things, we certainly won't force you. Don't worry, as long as you don't become a criminal, no matter what your identity is, I will respect your choice. By becoming a special consultant, you are a comrade in arms who fights alongside me. By not participating in the detection of cases, you are still the people I want to protect." Lin Yen still had a shallow smile on his face, and at his words, he only nodded his head extremely lightly, not responding. The words had come to this point, there was no point in saying more. Zhou Chuanbai's heart became even more bitter, but he quickly collected the expression on his face and pulled out a fruit knife from the side of the fruit basket. "Ah Yen, do you want to eat apples, oranges, pears, or pomelo?" TSK. Having the male lead of the original book visit the patient plus peeling fruits. Isn't this Huangfu Xiangling's treatment? Lin Yen felt a subtle sensation in his heart, but didn't politely do so. "Pear." Zhou Chuanbai responded, then lowered his eyebrows and earnestly peeled the pear. Although in Gu Wenting's side, regardless of the cost of smashing the drug, Lin Yan has long been able to go outside to live. But since there are people rushing to give him peeling fruit, he has no reason to refuse, is not it? A future in the security system within the light of the reigning criminal investigation. Now will actually sit on the side of his big villain's hospital bed to give him peeling fruit. Say out who believe. Not long after, a small plate of cut pears was placed on the table, with 2 toothpicks thoughtfully inserted on top. But Lin Yan just ate 2 bites. But several system prompts popped up in front of him. Congratulations to the host for completing the case of selling ice sugar and not being caught by the security guards when the maximum time limit of the mission was reached, and obtaining the base reward points of 1,000. The retrospective period for this case of selling ice sugar is 3 days. After 3 days, if the host is still not caught by the security guards, he will be awarded an additional 3,000 bonus points. Please keep up the good work, keep a low profile during the retrospective period, and climb to the top. Congratulations to the host for completing the case of selling ice candy. The retrospective period of the case has expired, plus 3,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the prop. Same mouth, different voices, Lollipop 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Good Luck Long Life Lock 1. Lin Yan? Wasn't it written on the system panel that the retrospective period for this ice sugar trafficking case is 5 days? Why did it suddenly change to 3 days? Moreover, this information should have popped up one after another within the past few days, so why did it all appear at this time? Without waiting for Lin Yan to think about anything more, he only heard a crisp ringing sound from in front of him without warning. Pia da. In midair, a metallic luster reflecting the sunlight suddenly appeared, and then quickly descended, falling straight onto Lin Yan's leg. He subconsciously raised his hand to press down on the location where it fell, grasping the object in his hand, and for a split second he only felt his brain buzzing. As expected, Zhou Chuanbai, who was concentrating on peeling an apple at the side, had already raised his head and was looking at Lin Yan with a dumbfounded expression, his clear eyes full of doubt. It seems that his hearing and vision have not yet reconciled. Did something just appear out of nowhere and fall down? He hadn't seen it wrong, had he? The moment he met Zhang Chuanbai's eyes, Lin Yan knew it was bad. In a short moment, he had already greeted this awful dog system in his heart 1,000 times. Was this something a normal system could do? In front of the male lead of the original book, having 2 props fall from the sky and land directly on him, how was he going to explain it? Other people may be fine, but what kind of existence is the male lead? That was a person who had gathered the author's thousands of favorites in one place, with a delicate and observant mind. Is there such a pitiful host? And he's saying congratulations to the host? Congratulations, my ass. If the program of this beeping system was written by a human being, then it can't, or at least shouldn't, play this game for him. Isn't it too much of a problem that the male lead of the original book didn't pay enough attention to him? After a moment of 100 turns, Zhou Chuanbai was the first to react. He raised his head to look at the ceiling above the hospital bed, his gaze sweeping twice around the exquisite and luxurious crystal chandelier, with a few flirtations on his face. It can't be that Tang can't help but lay hands on you already, right? Lin Yan also laughed a little. The taut nerves did not relax. Will be their own, pressed by the same voice lollipop, and good luck with the long life lock, firmly grasped into the palm of the hand, casually to Zhou Chuanbai in the field of vision of the blind spot of the empty garbage can's throne. Who knows? Disposing of these 2 props, Lin Yan looked at Zhou Chuanbai with a calm expression, his tone unhurried. Tang Mingdong wants to go out, so let him out. Zhou Chuanbai's action of peeling the apple stopped completely, and simply took a bite of the apple himself, chewing it with a click, click, click. I'm afraid you're in danger. Last time your car was tampered with, the guy who caught it looked like he was here to take the blame. Even though he was doing his best to restrain himself, Lin Yan could tell that his gaze was always directed towards the trash can over there. But Nayad, there was a hospital bed in the middle blocking it. It was impossible for Zhou Chuanbai to see it unless he became a giraffe. Lin Yan turned a blind eye to these dissimilarities, his fingertips gently tapping his laptop. Did you forget about the Tang Ming Nen I told you about? Zhou Chuanbai's eyebrows twitched. I remember. It's that woman who won everything behind the scenes, but never touched a single leaf. Lin Yan unfolded the laptop unhurriedly, a clear laugh spilling out of his throat. Think about it. She secretly controlled Lu Songyu, gave a perfect murderous pawn to Tang Mingdong, and after more than a year of hard work, She realized that her brother, who was sent in with great difficulty, was released within a few days. What would she do? Zhou Chuanbai's brain wasn't covered either, and almost immediately blurted out, "She'll definitely do one thing or another, and use some other way to make Tang Mingdong completely leave the center of power of the Tang clan group. But Tang Mingdong has been in charge of the company for several years, and definitely won't be willing to let go easily. As long as they fight, no matter what the outcome is, we can reap the benefits." Lin Yen casually tapped the computer keyboard a few times, his eyes falling on the screen as he responded carelessly. "Well, Tang Mingdong has just been released back. He shouldn't dare to directly do what's written in the criminal law. Their siblings will most likely collect evidence of each other's crimes first. Whoever gets hammered to death in the trial court first, the other will be able to sit firmly at the helm of the Tang group." After a few words of advice from Lin Yen, Zhou Chuanbai, whose heart was enlightened, was just about to thank him and leave, when he saw Lin Yan's brows furrowed, and his hand that was originally resting on the computer keyboard involuntarily clenched his fist for a moment. Did not wait for Zhou Chuanbai to take the initiative to ask. Lin Yan has been like death, out of the voice. "Chuanbai, let's talk back again. Those two cases are still hanging over your head?" While talking to Zhou Chuanbai, Lin Yan secretly grinds his teeth in the bottom of his heart. This garbage system. This garbage system. You'd better never have an entity. Chapter 50. Can't do it, let's change our name, right? Zhou Chuanbai, of course, is not clear about Lin Yan's mental activities. Only truthfully nodded. "Yes, or a month time. Cannot handle the case, I have to go back to be a civil vigilante." Saying that, Zhou Chuanbai took another bite of the apple, as if biting off the brain of the superior who made this brain-dead decision, chewing and gnashing his teeth. "We also reflected the chills after you were deliberately embarrassed, but those above who made the decision with a slap on the head told us to find our own way to beg you back. And this thing, notice is sent down, we can only admit. Whether you participate in this examination or not, I cannot avoid these two cases." Zhou Chuanbai swallowed the apple, and a few bitter smiles spilled from his lips. "My dad had already handed in your application for special advisor the day before yesterday, but it was still called back, saying that everything is subject to the content of the appraisal that was jointly negotiated by the higher-ups." Lin Yen. Nice guy. This is blocking him. Don't want Billy and But the thought that the male lead's career had also seen an unprecedentedly huge challenge due to the Security Bureau's meddling. Lin Yen had an indescribable sense of alienation. In this book world, it was actually interesting that even the male protagonist would be created equally by NPCs. Lin Yen pursed the corners of his lips in a complicated mood, and his gaze fell back to the computer screen. Of course, what he was looking at wasn't the content on the computer screen at all, but the prompt box of this goddamned awful system. "Junior, congratulations, you have come into contact with the cat face clown case and the peach blossom totem embroidered face case. And you will have the opportunity to unlock one of your most loyal and useful minions, the embroiderer." The embroiderer. Go ahead, come face to face with the embroidered lady, and make him bow down to your suit pants and become a traitor at your beck and call with a murderous and powerful weapon. Current quest. Find the embroiderer and complete a face embroidery case with his assistance, making sure that the subject of the face embroidery will not die until the end of the process. Time limit, 15 days. Reward, no skill, all true feelings. Mission failure penalty, organ lung function reduced by 45%. Warm tip, don't get caught by the vigilantes and go to jail for dinner, Junior. That's not good. Lin Yen closed his eyes and raised his hand to slowly press the computer screen down, already beginning to hope that everything he was seeing was an illusion. But unfortunately, even with his eyes closed, he could still see this awful alert box. Sure enough, some systems, once you get involved, you can't expect to be good in this life. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai, who had no knowledge of all this, put the apple on a clean disposable plate, and while wiping his hands with a paper napkin, he wondered, "Ian, what's wrong with you? Is there something uncomfortable? Do you need me to call a doctor for you?" Lin Yen didn't open his eyes, only shaking his head extremely lightly. "No, please open a window for me. I'm just feeling a bit stuffy." More than a little, he was extremely stuffy. How could he be so virtuous as to say that he could find the embroidery lady? She's a very senior figure within the Ming Ace organization, and a hotshot in the cleaning department who is capable of killing people. Without the full cooperation of the security system, giving him enough privileges and police support, how easy would it be for Lin Yen to come face to face with this guy? Oh, there is indeed another way to meet embroidery early on. Become his next hit target and honestly wait at home for him to deliver the goods and embroider a few peach blossoms on Lin Yan's face as well. Wow! The sound of the wind blowing the leaves of the trees carried clearly into the room through the open window, and Lin Yan opened his eyes, looking at the new green color that was so endearing in the sunlight, and let out a long breath. Chuanbai, do you believe me? Zhou Chuanbai averted his gaze from the trash can that had been pushed under the bed by Lin Yan as if nothing had happened, and nodded almost without hesitation at his words. Of course I believe you. Aha! Lin Yan responded, the smile at the corner of his lips a little bitter. I can assist you in solving the cat face clown case and the peach blossom totem embroidered face case, but if I really do play a key role in solving the case, I need to meet with the embroiderer alone. Aside from being forced to complete this test that was obviously purposely trying to make things difficult for him and Zhou Chuanbai, Lin Yan couldn't think of any other way to quickly meet the embroidery lady. Zhou Chuanbai blinked and did not ponder for long before nodding in response. Yes, as long as there's no serious disciplinary infractions, even if you send me back to my civil post after meeting with the embroidery lady alone, I'll admit it. Hearing this, Lin Yan's bitter smile was instantly replaced by helplessness. That's not so bad. Zhou Chuanbai, however, was serious and said with a serious look on his face. Ah Yan, I just forgot to tell you, due to the Security Bureau side making things too difficult for you, the above decided after comprehensive consideration. As long as you assist in solving the case, after you become an official counselor, you will also be able to have the power to hold a gun in accordance with the law just like us. Of course, before you can hold a gun, you will need to go through a period of training, lest you accidentally injure the people while killing the criminals. Lin Yan. Not that it was necessary. Though it was true that there was no man who didn't want to have a gun of his own, but the original owner was a master of body tracing. Lin Yan had indeed practiced with a gun in the police academy before he crossed over, but unfortunately, after crossing over, he had inherited the original owner's unforgettable brain, along with the attribute of human body tracing master. Really, if he is allowed to face the thug who has taken a hostage with a gun, he may need to aim at the hostage's head and hit it in order to kill the thug, right? Lin Yan hooked his lips in a complex mood. Wait until the case is solved. He now seriously suspected that his dog system was really blinded by Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura. Before the shell stuck well, Zhou Chuanbai came to restore the operation, not to mention that, after a series of pop-up so many tips, the rewards issued actually fell directly from mid-air. Zhou Chuanbai most likely had already seen it, it was just that he had the good sense not to pursue it. This task was even more outrageous. Without assisting Zhou Chuanbai in solving the case, Lin Yan might not be able to find the embroidered lady. Even if he used the skill, little brother obey, I'm the big brother, to look at the photos of everyone in the entire city of Yibiao, and his eyes were blinded, not to mention finishing the embroidered face with embroiderer. Sinning if it wasn't for the fact that Zhou Chuanbai hadn't left yet, Lin Yan really wanted to give this garbage system the middle finger. He was the biggest villain in the whole book. Villain. Do you know what it means to be a highly intelligent villain? That was a mountainous existence that pressed down on the hero's head. Not only was his system casually flashed by the protagonist's aura and almost scrapped, but now he was actually given this kind of mission that favored helping the male lead. This thing is still the villain's exclusive, genius anti-criminal investigation system? If you can do it, do it. If you can't do it, let's change the name, okay? Don't insult the name of the system, okay? Chapter 51, how is it not considered a kind of slap in the face? Possibly sensing that Lin Yan's mood was a bit off, Zhou Chuanbai took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of restoring the atmosphere, picking up what Lin Yan might be interested in saying. Ah Yan, during the few days you were here recovering from your injuries, I worked on 2 cases with the comrades on the civil side. If I remember correctly, the script, Cloud Smoke Mistake, was prepared by your company, right? As soon as he talked about the cases, Zhou Chuanbai's expression gradually became serious as he put the cleanly wiped fruit knife back into the fruit basket. After our investigation, the Clouds of Smoke and Errors Theater Group was not an ordinary fire caused by a wiring problem, but someone maliciously set the fire. I arrested the person the day before yesterday, but the public pressure I faced was a little too great. Zhou Chuanbai pursed his lips, not a hint of a smile between his brows. That person you should recognize, Wang Ying'er. She wanted to bring capital into the group to star as the female number 1. The head of the crew said that she was rejected by you personally. Because of this matter, she had a grudge. smashed a large sum of money to hire someone malicious arson, resulting in the female number 2 died on the spot. The female number 1 suffered extensive burns. Her career is considered ruined. Until here, Zhou Chuanbai's lips tugged extremely lightly, his face full of irony. Although the female number 2 who set the fire was careless and burned herself to death directly in the theater group, but Wang Inger hired someone to maliciously set the fire is not able to escape. The evidence is conclusive. This kind of star, just relying on her own little bit of money and public influence, trampling on the law because of a little bit of triviality, really think that the criminal law was written by her? Lin Yan also smiled extremely shallowly and did not respond. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the male lead of the original book. The case that should be handled by him had to be handled by him in order for the truth to come out and return justice to the victim. But even if the malicious arson case of the Cloud Smoke Mistake crew has already ended perfectly under Zhou Chuanbai's hands, and the murderers have all been arrested, it seems that this timeline of the original book's plot has been completely messed up. According to the original plot direction, Zhou Chuanbai was seconded to Zhou Yuman's men only after the completion of the malicious arson case, and after becoming a criminal security officer. Zhou Chuanbai didn't immediately start investigating the embroidery lady. Now, Zhou Chuanbai was seconded early, but he had to catch the embroidery lady to really stay in the criminal post, and encountered 2 cases that Lin Yan's scalp went numb when he looked at them. Zhai Wenbin's spade murder case and the 4.16 cat-faced clown case. Thinking of Zhai Wenbin, Lin Yan put down his toothpick and asked as if casually, "How's that color video criminal gang caught before?" The case has been completed, coupled with the fact that Lin Yan was already meritorious in this case. Zhou Chuanbai, of course, did not have the reason to take the confidentiality regulations to say something, and answered very quickly. They were all arrested, but after the interrogation, what was asked from these people was not as much as what you found out by following the trail that day. And Zhai Wenbin, that is, that criminal organization codenamed Spade Guy, his death is probable that embroidery due before the Security Bureau is to take over the case. Speaking of this, Zhou Chuanbai's face was bitter. After you were pissed off, that side kicked this case over as well, saying that with one more case, there would be a little more clues that might catch embroidery lady. He sighed quietly, casually picking up the grapefruit in the fruit basket, and while slicing through the grapefruit skin with a fruit knife, he helplessly said, "Actually, all of this is fine. The thing that gave my dad and the others the most headache was that even after the arresting officers turned those criminals' homes upside down, they froze and didn't find a single bit of that new type of drug. Before, Fong won in order to ensure that when she killed Zhang Chaojia, the other party would not wake up in the middle. She used all the new type of drugs that Zhang Chaojia had in her hand in one breath. Now the only thing we know about this drug that can quickly cause a person to faint without leaving a residue is that it's a light pink-colored powder that needs to be mixed with water." Lin Yan lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on the pomelo being cut by Zhou Chuanbai, his thin lips pursing slightly. The fact that embroiderer would step in so quickly to clean up Spade means that that criminal organization had already received the news a long time ago. They should have sent a notice to the people in this color video criminal group at the first opportunity, telling them to get rid of all the drugs. Although Lin Yan knew very well that embroiderer and Spade were affiliated with Ming Ace, he also knew that in the hands of Tang Mingnan, who had gained a lot of money behind the scenes in the case involving the Tang father and son, he would definitely be able to find this drug. But he was partial and couldn't say anything. Zhou Chuanbai might still be a little rookie in the criminal investigation world right now, but his dad wasn't a vegetarian either. Not to mention the Security Bureau guys keeping an eye out. If he were to blow up all the information he knew in one breath, the first person to drink tea in the Bureau would definitely not be Tang Mingnan, but himself. Therefore, wanting to make these things clear in a cocoon, he must rigorously find evidence. Criminal investigation, look at the evidence. Alas! Hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhou Chuanbai's mood was so complicated that it was like a woolen ball scratched by a cat. "Did my dad tell you that Fong Wen was sentenced to life imprisonment?" Su Chen counted as an accessory, but also at the very beginning of confusing the case officers, deliberately concealing the truth, was also sentenced to 3 years and 4 months. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and shook his head extremely lightly. "I just realized that Su Chen was also sentenced to so long." Not bad. It was quite a relief. These 2 guys were so close to letting Lin Yan receive his judgment. Glancing at Lin Yan's eyes and eyebrows, Zhou Chuanbai thought of something happy and laughed. "What's more, the program you wrote down in 3 minutes that day, no one from the Security Bureau has been able to crack it until now." Lin Yan blinked with some surprise. His eyes gradually rippled with a bright color of some pride. After the test, they didn't ask to see the work computer I was using at the time, asked for it. Zhou Chuanbai laughed, even more relieved, his hand still carefully using a fruit knife to cut open the thin skin of the inner layer of the grapefruit. But my dad didn't let it and gave the computer to a colleague in the technical section, so that he just needs to make sure it's on. Whenever that side can crack your arming, we'll give them a tour of the program on the computer here. Huangfu Xiangling isn't the only one. It's rumored that there are so many technical security officers who are staring at your program to attack, just to give their security bureau a chance to win. Lin Yan also laughed out loud, his handsome and clear eyebrows curving out into a nice arc. Then they'll have to work hard. Overall, although this trash system had been punking him, the rewards given out were really no match for him. You know computers, or I know computers. This special skill was like an unbreakable mountain that was solidly pressed on the heads of the Security Bureau technicians. Although it didn't directly slap Wang Weiliang's face, how could it not be considered a sound slap in the face to crush everyone in his group in terms of technology? In their most self-righteous area to abuse them to the skin. How a cool word. Lin Yan just wanted to take Zhou Chuanbai with him to leave the hospital. Zhou Chuanbai's pocket walkie-talkie suddenly rang. Police! Police! A body has been found at the intersection of Yiqiao Avenue and Maple Leaf Bridge. Please have the nearby security officers arrive as soon as possible. Chapter 52. You are quite prepared, ah. Hearing the police report from the command center, Zhou Chuanbai looked like he had springs under his buttocks, and Miso popped up from his chair, subconsciously fumbling with his walkie-talkie, and said with a straight face, Trainee Security Officer 3077, copy. After saying that, he then looked at Lin Yan, who was leaning on the hospital bed, and said with some seriousness, Ah Yan, it takes 2 people to go out to a murder scene. Do you want to go with me? Lin Yan? Of course he was clear that it had to be more than 2 people to go out to a murder scene, but was he in the security system, and Zhou Chuanbai just shouted at him, is this appropriate? Besides, he's just a villain, what's he going over there for when the hero goes out to the murder scene? In case the mysterious power of the author of the original book crept in and stimulated the villain factor that was written into his genetic instincts, Lin Yan would have no place to cry at that time. He could never forget the feeling of his entire body screaming happiness when he split a whole live salmon. A murder scene? No way. Before he was brought into the scene of the cat-faced clown case, it was because Zhou Chuanbai had to borrow his seeing and knowing through lens. Plus, there were a lot of things involved with the security system, so Lin Yan had to go. But now, he was planted Villa murder case solved, involving his company's Cloud Smoke Wrong Crew malicious arson case is also closed. Color Video Criminal Gang are caught almost Good Brother Yuhao's by murder case is also basically to end. He was talking to Zhou Chuanbai about catching the embroidery lady, but analyzing the case, locking in the suspect, and arresting the target, and facing the scene of a major case of human life are 2 completely different things. Okay? Lin Yan didn't even need to think too much. It was directly a negative trifecta. Forget it. I'm not going, you find someone else. Zhou Chuanbai's hand in his pocket paused awkwardly for a moment, and slowly drew out a small book that made Lin Yan's eyes familiar. Ah Yan, this is your ID. People's lives are at stake. Zhou Chuanbai's anxious brow wrinkled. That pair of clear, bright piece of eyes. Once if not the color of scheming has faded, the remaining only sincere. This document was sent to me yesterday. Regardless of whether we can beg you back, its effective period is 1 month. Within a month, you can have the highest authority within the legal scope. So, you can be counted as someone within our policing system, and there is nothing wrong with being out on the scene with me right now. Ian, but for anything that can be identified as male or female, the command center will say male corpse or female corpse. Like this time when they directly say corpse, there's a high probability is that it's a people's fragment. I remember that Maple Leaf Bridge is near this private hospital, so just go out and take a break. Aren't you bored out of your mind living in the hospital for the past few days? Lin Yan. The young man even brought his documents, you're quite well prepared. He's bored out of his mind right now, thanks. Besides, who's going to the People's Debris Discovery Site for a break? Can this be a serious distraction? Lin Yan's brain raced for a moment, but in the end, he let out a long breath of helplessness. Well, then you go wait for me at the door first. I'll change my clothes. Forget it. It shouldn't be a big problem. Those who often read novels know that if it's not about the safety of one's own life, then it's best not to go against the protagonist. Compared to the illusory, awakening the villain's instinct to commit crimes, Lin Yan was still more worried about himself or his dog system being killed by the protagonist's aura. After Zhou Chuanbai left the hospital room, Lin Yan quickly changed his clothes and picked up the lollipop candy and good luck long life lock from the empty trash can. He took a tissue and carefully wiped these two props, and then directly put the small bright gold-colored long life lock on his neck, while the lollipop was put into his pocket. After confirming that there were special props produced by the system in his backpack, such as the daylight ghosts and soul's incense, seeing and knowing through lens, and flashlight to cleanse the heart and face, Lin Yan also stuffed the small book Zhou Chuanbai had given him into it, and only then did he carry his bag out of the house. Zhou Chuanbai, who hadn't waited long, gave him a nod, and the two of them walked quickly towards the stairwell. The intersection of Yibiao Avenue and Maple Leaf Bridge is one of the origins of the city name Yibiao City, the landmark natural landscape, Yibiao River. Of course, Maple Leaf Bridge here is just one of the small branches of the Yabashi River, which is a very favorite place for some fishing guys due to its winding waters and gentle flow. Now that it was just spring, the maple trees near Maple Leaf Bridge were just starting to bloom new greens, and it wasn't in the peak tourist season, so almost only local anglers would come here. When the two of them arrived at the scene, the informant was still sitting on the ground in shock, as if his worldview had been crushed and remodeled. Zhou Chuanbai pulled out his ID and waved it in front of him. "Hello, I'm Criminal Investigation Brigade Zhou Chuanbai. Was it you who called the police?" The person who reported the case then nodded his head vigorously, as if he had just regained his consciousness and strength. Right, it's me, the vigilante. Me, I'm just fishing." He pointed to his own fishing gear not far away. His fingers brought a slight tremor as they wandered to that suitcase. And then, just fished up such a... Lin Yan frowned, first looked at that unfolded suitcase, quickly swept from the scattered limbs body broken pieces inside, then redirected his gaze on the informant. Almost instantly, the information panel that appeared as a result of the special skill popped up in clear writing. Hu Jinming, male, 32 years old, drunkenly followed another person in an attempt to molest profanity, accidentally pushed him down, knocked him to the back of the head and killed him, hid the dead man's split body in a suitcase and threw it into the Yibiao River, waited for months and then took the initiative to fish up the suitcase to call the police. Sin value 113. Incomplete evidence, excellent acting skills, but timid and fearful, not recommended to be taken as a junior. Normally speaking, Lin Yan only needs to fulfill his duties as a special technical advisor. When the sheriff's department encountered difficulties on a technical level, he utilized his technical expertise to provide them with assistance. But at this moment, this murderer had been delivered to his face, so how could Lin Yan let it go for nothing? He took 2 steps forward and raised his hand to reach out to the informant. A gentle peace between his calm brows, matched with his clean and handsome looks. The whole person looked harmless. "Hello. Get up first. Don't sit on the ground." The informant nodded his head, and with a grateful glance at Lin Yan, he took his hand and smoothly stood up from the ground. The moment he interlocked his 2 hands and pulled the man up, Lin Yan clearly felt the strength in this hand that was generally different from that of a normal person. As expected, the look of his legs going soft with fear was just an act, and he would still subconsciously increase his force when being pulled up, preventing himself from falling and sitting back on the ground midway. Lin Yan turned his back to the law enforcement recorder on Zhou Chuanbai's body, hooked his lips in an extremely shallow manner, and fished out the cleansing flashlight from the satchel on his waist, and shook it quickly at the informant's face. Slap! The clear sound of a slap resounded through the riverbank, and Zhou Chuanbai, who was observing the corpse on the side, was abruptly startled and hurriedly leaned over. Almost at the same time, Hu Jinming raised his hand again and threw a hard slap at his face. Splat! Chapter 53. I plead guilty. I'm going to collect the peanuts. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and subconsciously took several steps back, rushing a little closer to Zhou Chuanbai, so as not to be mistaken by the law enforcement recorder's video as him hitting the informant because of the angle. Seeing that it was the informant hitting himself, Zhou Chuanbai was confused for a moment, and his originally tightly wrinkled brow was unconsciously loosened. That? Why did you hit yourself for no reason? Is not too scared? Has not slowed down? Why don't you go to the doctor first? Did not wait for Zhou Chuanbai words finished. Hu Jinming direct left and right bow, snap to his face a fast and fierce pumping, until the cheeks swollen high. He only plop a kneel in front of Zhou Chuanbai. Uncle Dan, I plead guilty. I confess, I'm guilty. Saying this, Hu Jinming actually cried, I'm really not a thing. Pa! Uncle Dan, I really deserve to die. Pa! How did I give birth to a good girl's heart? I simply live snap. This operation of him having to take a swipe at his face for every word he said directly gave Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai a dumbfounded look. Lin Yan was truly surprised that this tiny flashlight could actually have so much power. Buddha's light is 10,000 fathoms. Is it really a realistic word? As a matter of fact, it is worthy of being a product of the dog system, no matter whether it is the daytime ghost stalking incense, or this wash the heart flashlight. Not to mention the function of how good the strength is really big. Zhou Chuanbai, who had never seen this scene before and didn't know why it was happening, was even more confused. He froze and looked at Lin Yan twice, and then turned his gaze back to the informant, Hu Jinming, for a while before he found his voice. You say it properly, what's going on? There's no need to get your hands dirty. Snap! Hu Jinming not only did not listen, but instead raised his hand and gave himself another slap. Ooh, I'm sorry for the country. I'm sorry for the school's cultivation of me. Slap! I'm sorry to the teachers for teaching me, and I'm sorry to society for taking care of me. Snap! I'm really not a person. Why did you have to take those 2 sips of wine? Drinking and then having to stalk people's nice girls Snap! Didn't I ruin someone's life? It's all my fault. P. She was just walking at night properly. It's me. It's me being an asshole. It's me having a brain fart that I had to do it to someone. Said, hit at the same time, Hu Jinming also used the posture of both knees, with the knees forward to the side of the suitcase, to the box full of people debris thud 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 thud. Even a number of loud head. I'm sorry. I give myself up, I confess. I'm going to get peanuts, to the bottom and then give you a good atonement, at your disposal. Zhou Chuanbai, 000? Even if his brain was slow, he reacted at this moment. He subconsciously looked at Lin Yan and fished out a shiny silver bracelet from his pocket. What's your name? Come back to the Criminal Investigation Brigade with us. Hu Jinming immediately raised his hands together, very proactively handing them over to Zhou Chuanbai. Security Uncle Dan. My name is Hu Jinming. I plead guilty. I confess all. This girl was killed by me. I was drinking a little wine. Zhou Chuanbai looked at the snot and tears, cheeks high swollen Hu Jinming. Let him this appearance to get angry and laugh. The corner of the lips extremely shallow tugged, but the voice is icy cold down. All right, come back to the interrogation room with me and give a good explanation. People were just half dragged and half pulled from the ground by Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan. Zhou Chuanbai's phone rang. He picked up the phone with one hand and casually pressed a speakerphone. And Zhou Yuman's voice came through clearly, drifting and echoing in the spring breeze by the river. What are you doing? The command center said you suspected of assaulting the informant. No, the informant. He is probable that he is also a suspect. I now take people back to interrogate. You send someone over to clean up the scene of the body to bring back to the bureau. Zhou Yumin was silent for a moment and slowly spat out a word. Line. Even after sitting in the ambulance that Lin Yan borrowed from Gu Wenting, Hu Jinming's emotions still haven't slowed down, and she's always sobbing and chanting. If not by the silver bracelet to limit the action, he was afraid to let his already pig-headed face to make things worse. But when he was brought into the interrogation room and handcuffed solidly to the interrogation chair, Hu Jinming suddenly woke up. His whimpering and sobbing stopped abruptly, and his chaotic brain instantly cleared up. Hu Jinming felt the hot pain on his face, looked down at the silver bracelet on his hand, and his tear-blurred eyes slowly widened. Hiss! The moment his sanity returned, he truly wanted to give himself a big earful. What was he even doing just now? Were those words something that could be said? Lifelessly looking up at Zhou Chuanbai, Hu Jinming's somewhat hoarse voice was filled with trembling. That? Law and order uncle, I just committed a mental illness. Zhou Chuanbai hummed lightly, raised his finger and pointed to the law enforcement recorder on his chest. Know what this is? Your previous behavior by the Yiqiao River has all been recorded. You'd better give an honest explanation. Confessing and seeking leniency is your only way out. Hu Jinming closed his eyes, although he was already trying his best to recall why he suddenly had a brain fart and gave up almost all the facts of his crime. But the result was nothing. He only remembers a bright golden light shone down. The guilt and fear in his heart was like a torrential river, instantly wrapping his whole person completely. Obviously, he was still standing well on the ground, still free to breathe fresh air. But at that moment he just felt that as long as the deceased did not forgive him, he would drown and suffocate. What in the world is wrong? Who was it that he felt that 1,000 golden lights shone in his face after seeing? Lin Yan, the initiator, of course didn't go to the interrogation room to face Hu Jinming. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from laughing out loud. So Lin Yan, together with another young vigilante, watched the fat-headed, pig-headed man through the surveillance screen in the surveillance room that was one wall away. Under the interrogation of Zhou Chuanbai, who was well-versed in criminal psychology, Hu Jinming quickly gave an account of the crime. Incidentally, he also told the heart of the process of fishing for luggage and taking the initiative to report the crime. The reason why I fished her out and took the initiative to report the case is to clear the suspicion, at the first time to prevent being investigated. I'm not sure if I cleaned up the fingerprints, but with the point of taking the initiative to report the case, even if my fingerprints are still left on the suitcase, you guys won't determine that I did it. Zhou Chuanbai's brow furrowed, handing the interrogation over to Li Shaoxing, while he himself took Lin Yan with him, talking and laughing as he walked towards Zhou Yuman's office. Ah Yan, we're going to be famous this time. Checking out the scene and arresting the murderer who took the initiative to report the crime and confuse the public on the spot. From the time of the crime to solving the case took more than an hour, but it's the first one in Yiqiao City. This kind of drinking too much randomly killed people but also divided the body of the case. If you go through the normal process a little bit to investigate, when we determine the suspect report, he may have fled to the provinces. Lin Yan's lips also pulled out a few points of laughter. Just want to speak? But saw Wang Weiliang taut face quickly walked. Yeah. What big case have you solved? So happy? Just in time. I'm here with the embroidered lady latest clue to find you guys. Lin Yan. The clues sent by the people from the security bureau and about embroidery lady were basically equivalent to murder case. He originally just wanted to be a happy-go-lucky rich second generation Chapter 54. Even the task force are hole up. Obviously see Lin Yan face color is not worried. Wang Weiliang some awkward cough. Taut expression gradually pulled out a smile. That, Lin Yan your old man has a word for me to bring to you. Let's go to the office to say. Lin Yan. He pursed the corners of his lips, and without a word, he followed the pace of Wang Weiliang and Zhou Chuanbai. Inside the office with only empty desks and chairs, but without the slightest personal belongings, the three of them were sitting in separate office chairs, and the atmosphere was slightly heavy. Wang Weilang fished out an envelope from the inner pocket of his clothes and handed it to Lin Yan, his tone solemn. This is what your family's old master asked me to pass on. Originally I wanted to make a trip to Goose Hospital. Since you're here, it just so happens that I'll hand it over to you here. Lin Yan took the envelope with downcast eyes and opened it on the spot. Inside was a triple-folded A4 printing paper with a very neat printing font. After roughly scanning the contents, Lin Yan instantly raised his eyebrows in shock. This was actually an application report for temporary gun possession. The applicant was Lang Changming, and the gun owner was Lin Yan. The red official seal had been stamped at the bottom, and although Lin Yan didn't know who the numerical code on the seal represented, he was clear that this thing had taken effect. What the hell was he doing with this stuff? Until Lin Yan frowned and folded the printout back, Wang Weiliang continued to speak out. Your family's old man said that no matter which path you choose, he will support you unconditionally. But the people you're going to face next are very dangerous. It's a group of guys with no evil and no moral bottom line. He didn't feel comfortable with you, so he prepared this gift for you. He also said, if you find the guy who is guilty of the worst crimes but don't have evidence that can put him in jail, go contact your mother. Lin Yan pursed his lips and stuffed the printout back into the envelope, sniffing and nodding extremely lightly. He didn't follow up on the matter related to Lang Shixiang, only saying, he went back. Wang Weiliang froze for a moment before nodding heavily. Well, what the old master is working on is crucial. He was able to come out to find you this trip, or he used up his annual leave that he had saved for several years. Well, Lin Yan was a gambler at the time and actually missed the opportunity to see his grandpa. In terms of the secrecy level of Lang Changming's side of the job, I'm afraid that even if it was his own daughter, Lang Shixiang, there was no way to directly call him on the phone. Not to mention Lin Yan, who had just been rushed in the face by Dusk's killers. He let out a long breath and rummaged through the original owner's memories for a few moments before an old man with a kind face and full of books floated to his mind. Lin Yan's eyes couldn't help but soften a few points, and his voice wasn't as cold and hard as before. Say hello to him for me, and if you have time, Make me another popcorn machine. Okay. I will definitely try my best to pass the word up. After the topic related to Lung Changming was lightly uncovered, Wang Weiliang reintroduced the main event. A case was found in our next city yesterday, and after investigation, we were able to determine that the probability is that the embroiderer did it, and the security bureau took it over at the first opportunity after receiving the news. He pulled out 2 folders from his bag. According to the instructions from above, I'm here to hand over the case to your task force. Wang Weilang turned his eyes to look at Zhou Chuanbai and slowly pushed the documents over. Of course, in order to improve the efficiency of the case, you can draw up to 2 people from my Linjiang team to temporarily join your task force. Good lord, a task force? Lin Yan's gaze slightly lurched, and a subtle feeling surged in his heart. He had only been hospitalized for observation for 3 days, and the hero's side had even set up a task force? As expected of someone with a protagonist's aura, this efficiency really wasn't something to sneeze at. Even if Lin Yan doesn't get involved, he should still be able to catch the embroidery lady, right? Lin Yan just wanted Zhou Chuanbai to ask Huangfu Xiangling to come here, so that he could happily feel the fish and eat the melon and get high on CP on the spot. But then he heard Zhou Chuanbai say without hesitation, "There's no need. We have enough manpower in the Criminal Investigation Brigade." Lin Yan. Silly child, the red thread between you and the female lead is going to be broken. Do you know that? At this moment, Lin Yan was almost like an old mother who was looking forward to her child's early marriage and children, and said with mixed emotions, "Why don't you let Huangfu Xiangling come?" Before Lin Yan could finish his words, Zhou Chuanbai turned his head and stared straight at him. Clean doubts written in his big, clear eyes. "Ah Yan, do you think you're inferior to Huangfu Xiangling?" Lin Yan. "Oh awful child. You can do whatever you like. Anyway, the one who's with the heroine is Zhou Chuanbai. Not him, Lin Yan. One reminder from him is already enough, and he won't be missing a piece of meat if the CP doesn't get high. There are specialties in the arts, you'd better think about it more. There's quite a lot of talent over at the Security Bureau." Zhou Chuanbai smiled a little. His eyebrows were gentle and warm, making people feel like spring breeze. "It's fine. I believe in you and our comrades in the Criminal Investigation Brigade." Lin Yan. He completely let this deep heart, acting skillful sesame dumplings whole speechless, simply lowered his eyebrows, turned over his waist satchel. The same voice lollipop to pull out and stuffed into the mouth. Light lemon flavor in the mouth instantly melt, sweet and sour moderate at the same time. There is a kind of indescribable gentle flavor. Lin Yan suppressed the strange colors in the bottom of his eyes and quietly watched Zhou Chuanbai and Wang Weiliang's tug of war. Not long after, Wang Weiliang put down the file and left quickly. Only then did Zhou Chuanbai get up and stretched a big waist, finally bringing a few moments of half-true, half-false relaxation between his eyebrows. "Ah Yan, this office was only packed out yesterday. It's our task forces. It's still quite spacious, right?" Lin Yan smiled with a complicated mood. "Just the 2 of us? No, there's also Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing." Zhou Chuanbai breathed a long sigh of relief. "Li Shaoxing you've met. Su Ruffing is the one who drove your sports car in a car accident before. Retired from the Armed Police Brigade, very good hands." Lin Yan nodded his head and didn't say anything more. Instead, he casually took the folder that had just been placed on the table by Wang Weiliang. He only had a little over 14 days left in his mission time limit, and the sooner he caught the embroidered lady, of course the sooner he could complete this awful mission. It was no exaggeration to say that obviously Lin Yan as the villain at this moment, his mood of wanting to solve the case was even more urgent than Zhou Chuanbai, the proper male lead. There was no other reason. He really didn't want to be punished by organ lung function reduced by 45%. He had, "I only need to slightly kick out, it's already the limit of the human body." This special skill, what would it look like if he was out of breath and about to die in place just after running 2 steps? Lin Yan had just flipped open the folder, and before he could finish reading 3 lines of the neatly printed font, the ringing of his cell phone echoed clearly in the office. He picked up the phone, his voice calm. "What is it?" "Lin Xiao. It's been a long time since we've gotten together. Let's go to the Bright Candle Club this afternoon? It's rumored that there's a new batch of young and beautiful ones there, both male and female. You can find whatever you like." Lin Yan? Bright Candle Club? Isn't it the one opened by Tang Mingnan? Lin Yan didn't answer, but instead took his cell phone away and looked at the caller ID on it. At this look, he almost laughed out loud. Chapter 55. Flavorful Zhou Chuanbai. "Hello, Lin Xiao? Do you have the honor to give your brother a word?" On the other side of the phone, Xie Guangquan, who hadn't noticed Lin Yan's difference, only thought that Lin Yan was still hesitating, but his voice revealed an overly obvious hint of anxiety. Lin Yan hooked up the corner of his lips and put the phone back to his ear, his voice calm. Well, it's okay. It just so happens that I've been staying in the hospital for the last few days, bored out of my mind. What time is the venue? Hearing Lin Yan agree, Xie Guangquan's voice suddenly relaxed a lot, seemingly taking a long breath. All right, it's just time for us brothers to go out and relax together. 6:30 in the afternoon. Do you need me to let someone pick you up? Lin Yan's eyes were slightly cold, but his voice did not show any abnormality. No, I'll go by myself then. Just send me a location. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yan just raised his eyes and met Zhou Chuanbai's gaze with a slightly pensive color. It's not like you'd hang out with messy people? Did you find something? Well, although this male lead was indeed occasionally exhausting to the heart, his brain was still quite online. Lin Yan nodded extremely lightly, weighing his words. That assassin from dusk, from before remembers, right? I sent the Tang's father and son in beforehand, and it didn't take long for him to find him, and he even did it in a small park near the sheriff's office in a dignified manner. Don't you think the timing is too coincidental? Zhou Chuanbai sat to the side, and the color of his eyes became serious. If Lin Yan would say that, he must have already ruled out the factor of his several family members with special status before he would place his suspicion on himself. If one were to simply consider the experiences of that period of time, one could indeed designate Tang Mingnan as the primary target of suspicion. After all, Fang Wen and Su Chen were of ordinary background. Embroiderer could have come in person if she wanted to make a move. Fang Ruowei and Yu Yuanshan were both under surveillance recently, with nothing unusual flowing in their funds, and Wang Li, who had participated in the examination, was still in the detention center awaiting sentencing. Excluding these, recently by Lin Yan involved in the matter of people affected, the remaining seems to be only. After clearing his thoughts, Zhou Chuanbai frowned slightly. You suspect that Tang Mingnan hired the people? Well, I now have a very bold speculation that needs to be verified. Lin Yan smiled, looking at the call records with an interested gaze. This Xie Guangquan was playing okay with you. How before? I'm not familiar with him. It's not to such an extent that we go to a clubhouse together. Yet he happened to suddenly ask me out at this time, or go to a clubhouse opened by Tang Mingnan. There's definitely something odd. Lin Yan didn't tell his conjecture completely with his own, but looked Zhou Chuanbai's looks and figure up and down once again. Come with me this afternoon. I'll give you a simple disguise. Zhou Chuanbai's eyes widened, a little incredulous. You still know how to do a disguise? Lin Yan only hooked his lips and didn't answer. Instead, he directly made a call out. Uncle Zhang, help me buy a full set of female cosmetics. Makeup remover should be in small bottles. Buy a few more bottles and send them to the side of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Security Bureau. Zhou Chuanbai? More than an hour later, Zhou Chuanbai stood in front of the mirror in the men's restroom, looking unbelievably at the face that was reflected in the mirror image and was completely unfamiliar to him, and tentatively lifted his hand to touch his own cheek. In the mirror, the young man with red lips and white teeth, eyebrows and eyes, so beautiful that it was almost indistinguishable between male and female, also touched to his own face. I'm going. Zhou Chuanbai directly gave Lin Yan a thumbs up. Even the bone phase has changed quite a bit. Completely unrecognizable. You're bull. Lin Yan looked at the pair of Danfeng eyes that could seduce people's hearts on Zhou Chuanbai's face that had been carefully modified by himself at this time, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Enough to help me block those guys who throw themselves at me. As soon as he heard this, Zhou Chuanbai didn't know what came to mind, and his expression suddenly stiffened. That? To go to that kind of place. You also gave me such a good-looking picture. This is not too appropriate. PFFT. Cough. Lin Yan laughed out loud, glancing at Zhou Chuanbai brow between the color of grief and then light-speed face change. A serious. You're a vigilante. What are you afraid of? If someone really dares to lay hands on you, you can just take out your silver bracelet and smash him in the face. Zhou Chuanbai 00. Lin Yan coughed twice with a straight face. Well, we're going to collect evidence of Tang Mingnan's crimes. This is considered undercover. You're going over there with your own face on. What if she's all cleaned up? She must know that I have top-notch computer skills, and is afraid that I will follow the vine of Tang's father and son, and touch those illegal things she has done, and that's why she tried to lay her hands on me several times. Without taking care of her, can we catch embroidery lady in peace? Zhou Chuanbai pursed the corners of his lips, also figured out this reasoning, and his face looked a lot better. In order to hold on to Lin Yan's thigh, during the investigation of cases related to the embroidery lady, he had to rely on Lin Yan as much as possible. If he really encountered that kind of thing again, Lin Yan has his family behind him. Zhou Yumin, that busy old Deng, may not be able to control him. Besides, it was the duty of the security officers to combat crime. But despite having tried very hard to persuade themselves, see the mirror, that flavorful face, Zhou Chuanbai is still a little numbskull. At 6:30 p.m., Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai arrived at the Bright Candle Club on time. Xie Guangquan, who had dyed a head of red hair, waited at the door like a waiter, and as soon as he saw Lin Yan, he greeted him cheerfully. "Yo, young Lin is here." Lin Yan smiled, suppressed his physical discomfort, and entered the clubhouse surrounded by Xie Guangquan and a few beautiful girls with their own specialties. Even though his gaze only swept over each person's face, information panels about them all popped up, not a single one. Those fat and thin young women were selling prostitution and recording obscene color videos, while Xie Guangquan was sucking du, whoring prostitutes, and gambling. There is no one good thing. Combined with those things seen from Tang Mingnan's photos before, it's not hard to guess that Xie Guangquan was controlled by her with du products. Lin Yan hid the coldness in the bottom of his eyes, in the Ying Yan's escort down to the 4th floor of a box. The lighting inside the box was a bit dim. A few steps inside the door, you can sit in a large sofa surrounded by a short coffee table. Surrounded by the sofa also put flowers and fruit. The interior is filled with a kind of light fragrance flavor. Smell people a little physical discomfort. Xie Guangquan, however, looked as if he was enjoying himself, exaggeratedly inhaling his nose, revealing the same intoxicated expression as a normal person would have when smelling the odor of stewed elbows. Zhou Chuanbai's eyes flinched, almost instantly realizing that there was something wrong with the aroma in this box. However, when he looked at Lin Yan, he received a look of a little peace and quiet. "Young Lin, are we going to drink some first, or play for a while?" Under the dim light, Xie Guangquan's eyes were starting to get a little misty, and he raised his hand to point at the mahjong table placed on the other half of the box. "That's a new machine. It's a lot of fun." Lin Yan casually glanced at him, the coldness in the bottom of his eyes dissipating. "No need. Your kid won't look for me if there's no matter. Say it, what kind of trouble did you encounter?" Chapter 56. Nothing to pretend. What beep a child. Hearing this, Xie Guangquan hemmed and hawed, his posture relaxing quite a bit again. "It's true that I've encountered something recently, but Lin Xiao is still willing to show his face. It's really an honor for my little brother." Lin Yan raised his chin. Although he didn't say anything, the disdainful aura between his eyebrows was vivid and evocative, performing a rich second generation who doesn't do anything serious to the fullest. This means very clear something on the matter. We are not so familiar with each other. Xie Guangquan, however, did not say anything, but gave the side of the few women a look. "What are you waiting for? Do not give us Lin less on the wine." "All right, brother Xie." The woman with strong makeup and cool clothes immediately took out the wine from under the coffee table and opened the bottle cap in a graceful manner, and the action of pouring the wine was also quite elaborate, showing the curves of the body in front and behind, and looking at Lin Yan's eyes, almost pulling out the silk. "Come, young Lin, little sister feeds you." The woman approached Lin Yan with her wine glass, almost sticking to him. Lin Yan dodged backwards, his eyes instantly icy cold. Scram! The woman froze for a moment. Her face quickly brought back a smile, placing the wine glass towards the coffee table. "It's my little sister who didn't serve you well, Lin Xiao. Feel free to do as you please. Anything you need. Can, order, command, me." She took a step backward, half squatting on the ground and tilting her head to look at Lin Yan, only inches away from his crossed legs, her eyes looking as if they had hooks planted in them. "TSK. Tang Mingnan is there not a single decent employee in this club?" Lin Yan retracted his gaze, thinking of his true purpose, and casually picked up the glass of wine on the coffee table and placed it to his mouth. Although there was a smoky scent in the box that made people physically ill, that particular scent in the wine still didn't escape Lin Yan's nose. Under the "that's right, I'm a handful of years old at a young age skills-rich experience in medical and poison dual training," Lin Yan instantly analyzed the ingredients of this stuff. Couldn't be wrong. As long as he drank half a cup of this stuff, he would immediately have to lie here. Lin Yan's eyes changed slightly. He didn't drink a single drop and put the glass back on the coffee table. Xie Guangquan on the side saw Lin Yan's action, and his eyes, which were originally confused, cleared up a few points. Young Lin, what's wrong? Is it the wine you don't like? Or is this little sister pissing you off? As he spoke, Xie Guangquan picked up the wine that another woman had poured and passed it to Zhou Chuanbai, his colorful eyes repeatedly looking at Zhou Chuanbai's body, seemingly wanting to strip the person bare. This little brother looks really strong. How old is he? You want to have a drink? Don't just look at your family's Lin Xiao play ah. Zhou Chuanbai's spirit was tense, just wanted to take the glass. But Lin Yan raised his hand and slapped Xie Guangquan's arm away. What are you? You dare to dunk my people? Splat! The wine glass fell to the ground and shattered into several petals, and Xie Guangquan's face finally turned gloomy. He laughed twice, knowing that he couldn't pour in the wine at all, so he simply stopped pretending. All right, I'll let you see today what am I. Come on people, pour the wine into him. As soon as these words fell, those several princesses with cool clothes and charming eyes all changed their faces, like the big gray wolf lifting the red hood, revealing his hideous face. They swarmed up to Lin Yan, picking up the 2 poured glasses of wine with a clear goal in mind, and were about to pour them towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan frowned, and at the first opportunity, he shoved something into Zhou Chuanbai's hand, and incidentally fed one into his own mouth as well, before he stood up from the circular sofa and ducked in a safe direction. Zhou Chuanbai's reaction wasn't slow either, and after seeing Lin Yan's action, he also quickly stuffed the small pill in his hand into his mouth and dodged towards the other side. Nom! Xie Guangquan spat and actually drew out a knife from the hidden compartment underneath the coffee table. He looked at Lin Yan, who was forced back several steps by the women but never fought back, and made an instant decision to carry the knife and stab Zhou Chuanbai. Zhou Chuanbai? He frowned and hurriedly dodged the blade with a nimble figure while copying the wine on the coffee table and threw it at Xie Guangquan's head. Splat! Xie Guangquan was smashed solidly. The wine and broken glass spilled all over his face, and the knife in his hand almost didn't hold steady. He gestured in the direction of the surveillance and continued to clench his teeth as he chased after the man with the knife. His eyes dyed red with rage. Lin Yan of course noticed the situation on Zhou Chuanbai's side, but he didn't worry too much about it, and only returned to the coffee table under the siege of those women, copied the 2 bottles of wine that had both been poured out a cup. He took a quick sniff of the liquor and confirmed that there was something he was looking for here as well before stuffing the bottles vertically into the satchel at his waist and shouting out towards Zhou Chuanbai. Got the stuff, go? Zhou Chuanbai, their longing for the residue-free stupefying drugs have arrived. Finally have the ability to check Tang Mingnan's exact evidence. This place is certainly not suitable for a long time. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai, who was being chased by Xie Guangquan with a knife, suddenly turned his feet and ran towards the entrance of the box. Lin Yan took a few more bottles of wine and threw them on the ground to create some obstacles for the women chasing him, and then hurriedly followed. The door of the box seemed to be locked, but with Zhou Chuanbai's aura of protagonism, he kicked it twice and it opened. Lin Yan covered the top of his bottle and ran with Zhou Chuanbai all the way down the security passage to the first floor, only to come face to face with a group of gnarled, muscular-suited men. At the head of the group was a woman who looked very pretty, wearing a dark green embroidered cheongsam and flaming red lips, with long eyebrows and a long look. She smiled at Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai with a gentle tone. Yo, isn't this Mr. Lin? I haven't heard about you for some days. How come you've gone to work as a dog for the police now? Lin Yan frowned, his eyes quickly sweeping through the woman's information panel. Chun Ruhong, female, 37 years old, international mercenary, 452 lives on her body, illegal gun possession, trafficking in banned substances, sin value 4,893, excellent hands, ruthless, proficient in all types of firearms, recommended to be taken as a junior. Damn, hardcore. Tang Mingnan, that dead woman mother, has not been written in the information panel. In the end, how much more heartbreak to raise such a person in the clubhouse? Lin Yan took off his satchel and hung it on Zhou Chuanbai's shoulder, his eyes heavy. Chun Ruhong laughed. Young Lin, you're a smart person. You should know clearly that we have a rule at Ming Candle. Drinks can't be taken away. You now put the things you shouldn't take here, and then compensate some money for smashing our venue. Today this matter will be settled. We won't make things difficult for you. Lin Yan also laughed a little, his eyes roaming. All right, there's no need for nonsense. If you have the ability, come and try, see if I can walk out of here standing today. Chun Ruhong's eyes turned cold, lifting her foot to kick off her own high heels. Fine, then let's compare. Zhou Chuanbai looked at Lin Yan, who had a grave expression on his face, and then looked at Chun Ruhong, who had an extraordinary aura and the ruthlessness of having killed someone, and then looked at about 20 to 30 muscular brawny men behind her, and then lifted his hand and touched his pistol from his bag. Bang! The luxurious chandelier in the reception hall on the first floor burst with a sound, and Zhou Chuanbai, who was holding up the gun, had a cold color between his eyebrows as he sternly shouted, "All be honest with me." Lin Yen. Finished. Nothing to pretend what beep a child. It's okay if you don't move your gun. But if you do, Chun Ruhong will have to use real skill. Chapter 57. Do you think Tang Mingnan is brainless? At the same time, inside a luxuriously decorated suite on the 7th floor of the clubhouse, with a mask on her face and wearing a silk halter nightgown, Tang Mingnan was idly watching the surveillance on the computer screen. It wasn't until she got a good look at Lin Yan's face on the surveillance screen that her eyes instantly clouded over and she picked up the intercom on the table. Roll in. Just a few seconds later, the young man who seemed to have been waiting outside the door walked in, and with a plop, he knelt in front of Tang Mingnan's desk, hanging his head low and not saying a word. Tang Mingnan closed his eyes and carefully removed the mask from his face before his brows furrowed slightly. Stupid bastard. Splat. As soon as Tang Mingnan's words fell, the man kneeling on the ground raised his hand and viciously slapped himself, his cheeks swelling almost instantly. It wasn't until the furrow in Tang Mingnan's brow eased slightly that the man spoke out in a calm and respectful tone. "I'm sorry, Sister Nan. I was afraid that he would find out about us. That's why I thought to use some medicine to control him first, and then, bam!" Before he could finish, a transparent ashtray flew straight to his forehead, solidly smashing his head. Ash, cigarette butts, and water mixed together and dripped down the man's forehead, but he didn't dare move a muscle. "Where's your brain?" Tang Mingnan frowned again. The cold aura at the bottom of his eyes was like a needle prick, seemingly able to easily pierce through the man's entire body. "No matter how much he investigates, it's not as much as the handles you've sent to people's hands now." Looking at Chun Ruhong, who had already grabbed Zhou Chuanbai's pistol in the surveillance, Tang Mingnan picked up another walkie-talkie. "Ah Hong. Release them and come see me immediately." After saying that, Tang Mingnan's careless gaze swept over the young man kneeling on the ground with a wretched description, and suddenly laughed a little. "It's a pity that you have this face. The matter has come to this. I won't pursue this matter any further. You pack up and go over to Nanyun tomorrow, manage the field there." Tang Mingnan casually tapped the keyboard twice. "The business over there is more suitable for those like you who do things without thinking. As long as you strike hard enough, you'll be able to manage it." "I think highly of you." The man's spine stiffened, an unspeakable fear wrapping him so deeply that he was on the verge of not being able to find his voice for a moment. Still, he kowtowed respectfully. "Yes, Sister Nan." At the entrance of the Bright Candle Clubhouse, in the sports car driven by Lin Yen, on the passenger seat, Zhou Chuanbai bared his teeth and rubbed his right wrist, the corners of his mouth twitching in pain. "What in the world is that woman's origin? I didn't even see her movements before she took my gun away. Can we train this kind of guy in this country? An international mercenary with over 400 lives on his hands. You think you're joking? Don't use your protagonist aura that just started to take effect to challenge people's rice bowls." "Okay." Lin Yen casually swept him a glance and handed over the 2 beers that were held between his legs and only had half a bottle left. "Take it, I'm driving." Zhou Chuanbai touched the gun in his satchel before he obediently took the bottles, leaning towards the back of the cozy co-pilot's seat, the corners of his mouth pulling out a post-robbery smile. "Ah Yen, what was that little pill you fed me at that moment?" Lin Yen started the car, although he didn't want to answer, but after a moment of deliberation, he still casually made a perfunctory remark. "To set your mind at ease, to prevent you from being mesmerized by the incense." Zhou Chuanbai smacked his lips. "If you look at it this way, the Ming Candle Clubhouse has a big problem. Why don't we go back and apply to the team and arrest them? What evidence do you have?" "This little bit of wine." Lin Yen pursed his lips helplessly. The Ming Candle Club has been able to open for so long, carrying through I don't know how many inspections. Do you think Tang Mingnan is brainless? Zhou Chuanbai frowned and looked at the 2 wine bottles that he was holding steady. "Not right. If Tang Mingnan is really as deep-minded as you say, how can he do such brain-dead behavior today? Not bad. Zhou Chuanbai's brain that just jerked around a bit is back to normal. Lin Yen laughed extremely lightly, his hand holding the steering wheel nodded casually. "That Sister Hong will directly let us go later. it should be Tang Mingnan's intention. The one who used such a clumsy means to call me over to pour wine is probably whichever self-righteous guy under her hand. Zhou Chuanbai's words carried a few sighs. Then this is kind of a two-way grass scare. Tang Mingnan knows that we might be checking on her, and we also know that Tang Mingnan has a ghost in his heart. It seems like it's going to take a lot of effort to turn the Ming Candle Clubhouse upside down. In the electronic synthesized voice of the map navigation, Lin Yan's tone was careless. No need, our main focus right now still has to be on the embroiderer. On Tang Mingnan's side, we just have to wait to be delivered. What does that mean? Zhou Chuanbai withdrew his gaze from the endless stream of traffic and looked at Lin Yan's side face. Tang Mingnan is Tang Mingdong's own sister no matter what. If she says something nice and smashes some interests, we won't get anywhere if we wait dry, right? The main male lead, who has just joined the company not long ago, is really too young and still needs to practice. Lin Yan laughed for a short while before leisurely saying, "The people under my command broke such a big deal for Tang Mingnan. Directly sending this kind of more obvious handle to my hands, with her caution and care, will she continue to keep this person by her side? The one who can have such great authority in the Ming Candle Clubhouse. How can I say that he must be one of Tang Mingnan's beloved ones? Will he not understand Tang Mingnan's style of behavior?" Lin Yan's gaze turned slightly, his face still calm. Tang Mingnan knows that he is being watched by Tang Mingdong and the Security Bureau. He definitely wouldn't dare to directly kill someone at this juncture, but would instead transfer the person, I guess, to an outlying province close to the border. To that kind of unregulated area, she then let people karma waste, chopped hands and feet, live demolition organs. How to deal with it won't be detected. If you were this henchman of Tang Mingnan's, would you be so afraid that you would seek refuge in the Security Bureau? Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth and suddenly realized, if we can successfully receive this person, Tang Mingnan's criminal facts can probably directly grasp a large portion of it. But then sitting in jail under the shelter of the Security Bureau, this person will more likely go to Tang Mingdong. After all, as long as Tang Mingnan goes in, he'll be able to take the money and get away with it. The children are teachable. Lin Yan hooked his lips and smiled, looking at Zhou Chuanbai's pair of soul-stealing phoenix eyes through the rearview mirror, and his shallow laughter overflowed his throat. That Sister Hong is not a light. If she realizes that Guy has the intention of escaping, she may directly take action. Trying to intercept this person in advance isn't that easy. The car stopped at the entrance of the Security Bureau. Zhou Chuanbai got out of the car with his bag, only to realize that Lin Yan was actually still sitting in the driver's seat, as steady as an old dog, and was puzzled. Yen, aren't you coming down?" Lin Yan immediately looked at him with a kind of cute little gaze at him. "It's not like I'm going to do an ingredient test. You can just have the people test what's in those 2 bottles of wine. What time is it? I'm going to go home and get some sleep. Yell at me tomorrow when the results come out." Zhou Chuanbai shouldn't really think of him as someone from the Security Bureau. He also let him work overtime late at night plus a hammer. But not only did Zhou Chuanbai not leave, he even took a step forward instead. "That? You've been in the hospital for several days. Is it that you can't return home recently?" Lin Yan. You kid really know how to talk. Chapter 58. A very obvious identity marker. Lin Yan laughed, having the urge to directly throw the bottle in his face. "I'm going to buy a suite right now, the kind that you can move in with a handbag. The money is capricious." Zhou Chuanbai obviously realized that what he just said was a bit off, and awkwardly coughed. "No, Yen, we have a lounge in the bureau, and I've said I'd invite you to dinner, and after saying it so many times, I've never had the chance." He took the 2 wine bottles Lin Yan handed him and signaled the contents. "I'll send this over now and have it expedited for testing. So what do you say we just go out for dinner?" On the face that had been carefully sculpted by himself and was so androgynous in its beauty, Lin Yan's mood only got a little better. "Okay. Remember to remove your makeup. I'll wait for you at the task force office." Zhou Chuanbai left. Lin Yan parked the car, all the way unimpeded to the empty task force office. The night was deepening, and the office was empty. Lin Yan casually turned on the light, opened the locked file cabinet, find out the day Wang Weiliang sent files, picked a smooth chair to sit down, and looked through it. Only after 2 or 3 pages, Lin Yan's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but move the printout backward, keeping the impactful images away from his eyes. There were several photos of the crime scene attached to the printout, taken with great clarity and vivid colors. This picture can be far more exciting than the previous witnessed a whole suitcase of people debris. At least, Lin Yan think, people should not be used everywhere to describe. But that's what this picture looks like. Flesh and blood tissues of various sizes were blown to bits and pieces, almost spread all over the ground, mixed in a piece of debris that was also blown to the point of not being able to see its original face. A large piece of red in the gray ground under the backdrop of a clear and unmistakable. The reason why this case is considered to be most directly related to the embroidery lady is because on the body parts that can be found so far, as long as the skin tissue is relatively intact, they are all embroidered with beautiful peach blossom totems. According to the site investigation report, there are 21 complete peach blossom totems found so far, and about 39 incomplete ones. Judging from the stitches and habits, all these peach blossom embroideries are from the same person. Embroidering peach blossoms on human skin seems to have become a kind of exclusive symbol of the embroiderer. In addition to him, has not yet heard of anyone with such exquisite embroidery skills and strong psychology. But this case, Lin Yan frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong. According to Time, Embroidery Lady was the one who first disposed of the organization's internal member spades in their city of Ibiao, and then in order to test the newcomers, he did the case of the cat-faced clown together with Wang Li, the owner of the escape room store. It's only been a few days since then. How did he scurry to the next city again and do such an obvious, exploding broken corpse case? According to Lin Yan's impression of the original book's plot, if the embroiderer had committed the crime independently, he would have immobilized the person, embroidered exquisite peach blossom totems on his face, and admired the artwork for a while before letting the victim completely die. This is exactly where the name of the case, Peach Blossom Totem Embroidered Face Case, comes from. That is to say, where the murder was done independently by the embroiderer, the victim would only have the peach blossom totem embroidered on his face, rather than several peach blossom embroideries clearly present on the skin tissue remaining after the explosion, as in this case. This is too deliberate. It's like the embroiderer is deliberately provoking, holding up her middle finger to tell them plainly, I'm next door in the city of Seven Waters. Come over if you want to catch me. After all, if this corpse only had peach blossom embroidery on both sides of its cheeks, putting the bones together and discovering this detail would have consumed a lot of time. Not only would it not have attracted Zhou Chuanbai's and Lin Yan's attention, but it would also have given Embroidery Lady enough time to continue to flee. However, not only did she not do so, but she even left behind a rather obvious identity mark. This is very strange. And this kind of exploding and shredding technique is not something that Embroidery Lady is good at. He was most likely scouting for new recruits for Ming Ace. From the photos of the scene, the entire body of the building in the abandoned warehouse was almost intact after the explosion, and only a stone near the body was blown up together, which showed that the person who created this explosion had quite a rich knowledge of explosions. Trying to control the amount of explosives with such precision was not something that anyone could do. If Ming Ace absorbs such an organization member, then Zhou Chuanbai's life in the future will definitely be more exciting. Lin Yan pursed his lips, and his mood was more or less complicated. He had only accidentally intercepted Embroidery Lady's examination of the owner of the escape room store, Wang Li, and sent the guy who might have the codename Spirit Wind in early to eat in the prison cafeteria, and this organization turned its head to find another, even more antisocial guy. Ya, Counselor Lin. As Lin Yan stared at the clear peach blossom embroidery with a lowered brow in contemplation, a man holding a large stack of documents walked into the task force's office. He looked at Li Shaoxing's awkward appearance with half of his face blocked by the files and brought a light smile to his face. Still working overtime this late? Li Shaoxing carefully placed the file on the table before patting the folds on his clothes. It's not that the task force was just officially formed today. After I was busy with the previous matters, I organized all the case files related to the embroiderer over here. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at the dossier book that was almost half a person high. For one peach blossom totem embroidered face case, there are so many dossiers? Li Shaoxing laughed bitterly. No, this is only half of it. As soon as the words fell, another person with the same look as Li Shaoxing walked in holding the dossier. Lin Yan only swept a glance, and he could tell the well-developed biceps from the thin material of the coat. Was this the Su roughing Zhou Chuanbai had talked about before, the practiced man from the armed police brigade who had transferred over due to injury? Su Ruffing put down his dossier and was first a little surprised when he saw Lin Yan, followed by a bright smile. Good day, Counselor Lin. Although the two had not formally met before, but there was that car accident, Lin Yan, but to the guy's card played 300,000 it, the car did not let anyone repair. It was only normal that Su Ruffing had a good impression of him. When Zhou Chuanbai finished the matter of delivery, remove the makeup back to the office, the three have basically familiarized themselves. Lin Yan order takeout also happened to be delivered. All members of the task force officially met in the office. After eating and drinking, Lin Yan opened the door and said his guess. The scene next door over in Chishui City hasn't been completely cleaned up yet. There should still be some useful traces left, we have to go over there. But this side must also have people keep an eye on it at all times. It's highly likely that Embroiderer is diverting the case officer's attention. Zhou Chuanbai was able to become the male lead of the original book. His talent in criminal investigation was certainly not covered. After Lin Yan raised a few suspicions, he confirmed the course of action on the spot. Success. I'll check the airfare later. Let's leave as soon as possible. Li Shaoxing blinked. His face did not have the joyful look of a business trip at public expense. Can't we go in a police car? The next city isn't far. Speaking of this, Zhou Chuanbai became a little embarrassed. At the moment, our task force has just started, and there has not been much progress in the detection of the case, so we can't mobilize a police car. Lin Yan coughed lightly a few times and slowly hooked his lips. My family has a private helicopter. At this time, Su Ruffing, who had never said much, raised his hand. I have a pilot's license. As soon as these words fell, Lin Yan's heart instantly said, good guy. Chapter 59, The Power of the Protagonist's Halo. Worthy of being a task force formed by someone with a protagonist's aura. Look, in addition to Li Shaoxing, who was once personally led by Zhou Yumin, and Lin Yan, the villain special advisor with a bit of netherworld skills, this brother from the armed police brigade is actually a pilot's license. There is not a single person Zhou Chuanbai has called to his side who does not have something hidden. Feeling the power of the protagonist's aura for the first time, Lin Yan almost drooled with envy. When would he also be able to have a big halo over his head that could turn things around and make things happen? But even though Lin Yan was sighing in the bottom of his heart, he didn't show much on his face. A few people simply agreed on a time. Lin Yan then contacted Lin Songhai and asked for the right to use the private jet. Upon hearing that Lin Yan was going to use it for a case, Lin Songhai agreed very quickly and only gave him special instructions to pay attention to safety and did not ask any more questions. Of course, even if Zhou Chuanbai had a protagonist's aura, the private flight path could not be approved in minutes. It wasn't until noon the next day that the four gathered at the civilian airport and boarded the helicopter with their easy luggage. Both Yiqiao City and the next-door city of Chishui were named for their many rivers, and after the airplane took off, Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai, and Li Shaoxing, who were sitting in the back, looked down from time to time. The phrase, surrounded by mountains and water, was very straightforward to visualize at this moment, especially after getting closer and closer to the city of seven waters. A few people even more intuitively felt the shocking feeling of seven waters surrounding the city, a mortal mist as thin as clouds. This relaxed and happy mood has lasted until a few people arrived at the precincts of the security bureau, saw the fragmented limbs that have not been put together completely, and then gradually sank down. Lin Yan did not have any forensic skills, and even more so, he did not have the time to learn this knowledge on his own, and originally just watched Zhou Chuanbai communicate with the forensic doctors of the security bureau on this side, until he unexpectedly caught a hint of an unusual smell from the chaotic smell of potion, body odor, disinfectant, gunpowder, burning and other mixed scents in the workroom. Only then did he suddenly straighten up his waist. He took 2 steps forward, picked up the tweezers through his gloves, and picked up a piece of broken bone among the body fragments, and sniffed it a little closer. After noticing his movements, Zhou Chuanbai on the side quickly stopped communicating with that forensic pathologist and turned to his side, softly saying, "Did you find anything?" Lin Yan nodded extremely lightly, slowly bringing the bone close to Zhou Chuanbai's nose, his eyes staring. "Don't you think this smell is familiar?" Zhou Chuanbai did not have Lin Yan's sense of smell that had been strengthened by special skills, nor did he have a 4-dimensional attribute that far exceeded that of normal people. He smelled for a long while and did not react, shaking his head very honestly. "I only smell a burnt odor." Lin Yan put the broken bones back on the countertop and carefully rubbed a cotton swab inside before bringing the swab closer to Zhou Chuanbai. "Smell it carefully. It's the smoky scent from the bright candle clubhouse." Zhou Chuanbai raised his eyebrows, sniffed carefully, and his eyes flashed with an aura. "It's really a bit like that." "Ma ye, Counselor Lin, is your nose a dog?" Li Shaoxing on the side gave an admiring thumbs up. "Don't say it's smoky. I can only smell the burnt odor right now." Looking at the cotton swab that was casually put aside by Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai frowned. Why is there that smoky flavor in this corpse? It can still remain in the bones after being blown to pieces. He was afraid that he would have been pickled into flavor during his lifetime. Yen, what can this smoky flavor mean? Could it just be that the deceased just happened to buy the same brand as the Bright Candle Club? Lin Yen didn't answer first, but inquired, can the cause of his death be determined? Zhou Chuanbai shook his head and glanced at the door of the room that had been falsely concealed, confirming that only the task force's own people were left in the forensic workroom, before speaking somewhat helplessly. I've communicated with the forensic comrades here, and since the body is still incomplete, the direct cause of death cannot be clarified at the moment, but it's certain that he had already been dead for a long time when the explosion occurred. Judging from these peach blossom embroideries, when the embroiderer pulled the embroidery threads, it would have caused some strains to the skin tissue, but there was no blood spilled, which indicates that it was a post-mortem trauma. In other words, when the embroiderer was embroidering him, he had already been dead for at least 24 hours, and his skin had all but lost its elasticity. Only then did Lin Yen respond, his voice calm as he threw a heavy bomb to Zhou Chuanbai. The smoky scent we smelled in the Ming Candle Clubhouse earlier, the probability is that it was a DU product with a changed layer of skin. Zhou Chuanbai, Li Shaoxing, and Su Ruffing. Greeting the shocked gazes of Zhou Chuanbai's few people, Lin Yen remained calm and collected, his tone unhurried. I've been sensitive to smells since I was a child, and I'm more interested in Chinese medicine. I've read quite a few books related to Chinese medicine, and I can roughly analyze what herbs that smoky scent is made of. Two of them are the hemp and purple daisy. Purple daisy already contains something similar to cannabis hemp vegetarian and has a floral flavor, can mask the hemp that kind of strong plant odor. These two things mixed with some other, together to make incense smell more is also addictive. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth, more or less fearful in his heart. Fortunately, you fed me a small pill at that moment, or I can't say when I was hit. Lin Yen didn't answer, while Li Shaoxing's eyes widened. Ming Candle Club is so messed up. That's not a catch. Zhou Chuanbai shook his head. I've already had people keep an eye on it. Let's investigate this case first. This kind of incense is definitely not made by a proper manufacturer. I'll have someone follow Ming Candle Club to check upwards. Maybe we can use it to speculate on the cause of death of the deceased. After recording all the findings to the best of their ability, the four of them looked at the body for a while in comparison to the contents of the file, and then shifted their position to the scene of the crime. This was a warehouse that had been abandoned for a long time, and according to the information from the Precinct Security Bureau, the owner of the warehouse had unfortunately passed away in a fire, and the family didn't have an heir, so this remote warehouse located in the suburbs had been shelved. Although it was cleaned up by the Security Bureau, some residual bloodstains and scorched black traces from the explosion could still be seen at the scene. Zhou Chuanbai led the investigation of the scene. Lin Yen did not have to waste his physical strength, so he took the small zipper handed by Su Ruffing and found a position that would not get in their way and took out his work computer. The first time he used his hacking skills, he mobilized the nearest nearby municipal camera. The moment he connected to the camera, Lin Yen frowned. It was too far away. The nearest municipal camera was 5 or 6 kilometers away from this warehouse, and it couldn't even form a closed loop with the other surveillance around it. So trying to look for clues from these surveillance was a fool's errand. Lin Yen closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment. His fingers flew on the keyboard tapping. About 10 minutes passed. A blank icon of software appeared on the computer desktop. He clicked on the icon, and a map with latitude and longitude grid lines was quickly generated. But strangely enough, there wasn't a single landmark building on it, nor was there any place name markers. Instead, there were only red and green dots scattered in a staggered manner. These dots represented the surrounding private cameras in the open and unopened state respectively. Lin Yen calibrated his positioning and clicked on the red dot right next to his positioning. Without seeing it, it was a shock. The private camera represented by this red dot, which was in the open state, was actually shooting at Zhou Chuanbai's position. Chapter 60. Today you've met your ancestor. What a nice guy. I don't know where the mouse came from. Actually dared to stand on the beams and peep at the cat in a dignified manner. Simply the opposite of the Big Dipper. Lin Yen frowned slightly and did not show any abnormality at the first time, but retreated to the desktop and spent another 3 to 5 minutes to write a hidden program to record the whole process, before reopening the camera map. This time, Lin Yen paid special attention to all the surrounding camera locations. As expected, apart from the one facing Zhou Chuanbai's people, there were several other cameras scattered around 1 or 2 kilometers, just enough to capture the area around the abandoned warehouse. What is this? There is nothing in this abandoned warehouse, and the surrounding area is almost all deserted suburbia. The city of Chishui had planned things here in the rise of tourism after the majority of the rotten. The municipal funds have been transferred to the maintenance of scenic spots. Municipal funds have been diverted to maintain the scenic spots. Not to mention people, even birds don't fly much here. There is nothing more expensive than cameras. Naturally, there is no need to install cameras here. These relatively dense cameras were all new models, still solar charged, and obviously couldn't have been left behind by the owner who had something happen a few years ago. Ruling out all sorts of conjectures, there seemed to be only one possibility left that these cameras would appear here. It was put there by embroiderer and the real murderer of this bombing and shredding case. Then what was their purpose? To provoke the vigilante? To take the images of the crime and keep them as a souvenir, or send them to be sold for money? Or is it that, after Spade, who was proficient in computer technology in the organization, was disposed of, embroidery lady, and the others simply didn't realize that a camera existed here, and they were negligent in their efforts, leaving such an obvious breach? Nope. How cautious Ming Jiao was. Every new recruit recruited would never be able to escape Ming Ace's control. Would she rashly let embroiderer dispose of Spade on the premise that there was no second person proficient in computer technology present in the organization? Although in the middle and late stages of the original book's plot, Ming Jiao met Lin Yan and fell in love and lost her mind, and her persona more or less collapsed. But in the early stages, she was a strong, independent woman, and the head of the outlaws who licked blood from the tip of the knife. Lin Yan pursed her lips and looked serious as she went through all the images currently displayed by all the cameras before selecting the one that was shooting at Zhou Chuanbai's several people and started extracting its retained data. After confirming that what he had done was well hidden by the program and completely undetected, Lin Yan then selected all the surrounding cameras with a single click, speeding up the progress of mobilizing their footage. Even if the footage within the cameras had already been extracted and deleted once, as long as something had existed, even if it was deleted cleanly, there would still be traces left behind. That is, do you know computers or do I know computers? Brought about by the computer technology that is far beyond the times. Zhou Chuanbai and the three of them had already finished surveying the scene, and after confirming that there was nothing to discover, they all intended to leave just like that, but at Lin Yan's gesture, they saw a message on their cell phones. Shuangmu Cheng Lin. Keep up the pretense of surveying the scene. Say something misleading. I'm collecting key evidence. Zhou Chuanbai glanced at the laptop placed on Lin Yan's lap, then at the Bluetooth headset on his ear, casually poked over an emoticon, and led Li Xiaosheng and Su Ruffing to start surveying the scene again. Ugh. How can we not find anything? Take a closer look. We must have missed something. As long as it's a case done by a human, there will definitely be traces left behind. Li Xiaosheng and Su Ruffing were both working with Zhou Chuanbai for the first time. Hearing this, they only thought that Zhou Chuanbai was really obsessed with surveying the scene, and without much thought, they resumed their careful observation. Not long after, Su Ruffing actually found something. Team Zhou, Little Li, you guys take a look at this. Lin Yan originally also carelessly swept a glance towards that side, but the distance was too far. With the naked eye alone, he could not see anything. But just as Lin Yan's casual gaze fell back to his own computer screen, he steeply sank. The camera screen that he had placed on his desktop was actually rotating towards the position where Zhou Chuanbai's people were leaning in. Not only that, after rotating to the right angle, the video screen actually began to zoom in. This really made Lin Yan laugh. What a great guy. Criminals are so confident these days. If you are so confident in using a surveillance camera to spy on the scene of a security officer's investigation, you can still turn the camera and zoom in on the picture. This gives you the ability. If Lin Yan did not pull out this guy's IP address, I guess today's squatting will not be too smooth. He immediately changed the idle attitude when extracting the underlying information. Hands on the keyboard, flipping fingers like flying, hand speed almost fast out of the shadow. If it is not specifically with a keyboard mute computer, this moment in the abandoned warehouse is afraid to echo de sound. Zhou Chuanbai, three people over there will be a few pieces of not quite right dry water stains photographed to keep at the same time. Lin Yan also followed the network cable to find a layer of protection of the IP address. He saved the address information properly and incidentally hacked into the nearest camera, to the secluded villa. That thin, weak, well-mannered middle-aged man is a cuckoo screenshot. Before, perhaps no one has been able to help your computer skills, but sorry, today you are considered to meet the ancestors. When Lin Yan's lips slightly hooked, Zhou Chuanbai, three people began to busy. Those unusual water stains that Su Ruffing had discovered were just the beginning. representing the surfacing of a series of clues. After careful observation by the three of them, it could be determined that these water stains were almost all over the entire explosion area. It was only that the previous scene investigators were more focused on the analysis of the blood-spattered state and the collection of body parts and had overlooked this one detail for a while. And Lin Yan hurriedly sent a message to Zhou Chuanbai when he saw the three of them gradually approaching towards him. Shuangmu Chung Lin. Don't lean over. Don't let me get caught on camera. A short sentence with a very big message. There are actually cameras here? Why didn't anyone who investigated this case before realize it? Zhou Chuanbai's eyes instantly gazed up, hurriedly pulling back Li Shaoxing, who wanted to walk towards Lin Yan, and going around Lin Yan's surroundings to continue investigating. It was also fortunate that Zhou Chuanbai reacted in time, not letting Lin Yan, who had a laptop on his lap, be captured by the camera that was following them, and he was able to discover something even more interesting in that villa, which was in the middle of nowhere. A tall, muscular man walked into the workroom of the skinny, middle-aged man, carrying a pocket of takeout in his hand. While they were feasting on that takeout, Lin Yan had already taken a screenshot of a clear image of their faces and sent it to Zhou Chuanbai, telling him to hurry up and compare their identifying information to the people in the information section. Zhou Chuanbai was clearly stunned when he saw the screenshot on his cell phone. No, he hadn't even finished looking at this scene yet. Lin Yan had touched the suspect's lair? What the hell had he missed? It was like he was still stealing the wild piggies in his own red zone, and when he looked up, Lin Yan had already stolen all the crystals. Still not letting people get a little involved, hey. Chapter 61, Technical and Mental Hardness. Of course, Zhou Chuanbai is also the heart of the spit a little. If Lin Yan really directly to the case of all the participants out as Lin Yan begging back to the task force leader, Zhou Chuanbai is also properly a great credit. He immediately sent the photo to the information department of Qishui City, and at the same time, told Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing to stay away from Lin Yan's surrounding area, in order to prevent what he was doing from being photographed. About an hour later, the two people in the surveillance images finished their takeout, looked at the surveillance images here in Zhou Chuanbai, confirmed that there was nothing out of the ordinary, and went upstairs with a relaxed look on their faces, holding their bottles of wine. Lin Yan had also kept all the information from all the cameras, almost drying out his computer's D-disk. He saved another part of the surveillance video in the remote villa, and then left the scene with Zhou Chuanbai and the others. It was just dinner time when the four of them returned to the Seven Waters City Precinct Security Bureau. Li Shaoxing rolled up his sleeves in high spirits, finally getting a bit of the excitement of a business trip at public expense. Are we going to eat at the precinct's cafeteria? Or are we going outside to find local specialties to try? Lin Yan looked at him with a smile, thoughtfully reminding him, it's better to finish looking at those things I've collected first. Then you can decide whether to eat or not. After seeing Lin Yan's skills, Zhou Chuanbai was quite persuasive and immediately decided not to eat first, and immediately contacted the chief of this side's criminal investigation team to ask for a conference room. Hearing that there was significant progress in the detection of the case, Zhang Huiping, the chief of the criminal investigation department of the Qishui City branch, also brought a few people to join in the fun. Inside the conference room, the curtains were tightly closed, the lights were all gone, and only the projection lamps and projection screen were lit up with colors. Lin Yan sat directly across from the projection screen. His fingers kept tapping on the computer keyboard. Clear surveillance video was put on the white screen. After a few minutes of ultra-high-speed rewinding, a human figure finally appeared on the surveillance screen. It was a muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, wearing a very casual leather jacket, jeans, carrying a black school bag, and carrying a straight humanoid object on his shoulder. The humanoid object was wrapped in black plastic, above also affixed with a paper similar to the courier sheet. At first glance, it looks like buying a mannequin on the internet. But wait until the stocky man will that humanoid object to the abandoned warehouse. From the black school bag to feel out the sharp paper cutter cut open the plastic cloth packaging. The crowd only clearly see that is not a plastic mannequin at all, but a real person. The naked slim male was lying straight on the ground. His eyes were tightly closed, and every so often on his white skin was embroidered a brightly colored and finely stitched peach blossom. Hiss! Several voices of sucking in cool air resounded within the conference room. No matter if it was the Zhou Chuanbai trio or Zhang Huiping, the chief of criminal investigation of Qishui City, and the few people he brought with him, all of them were a little bit tingling in the scalp. The embroiderer's peach blossom totem embroidered face case that was done more than 3 years ago shocked the nation, and anyone who had some seniority within the security system was more or less curious about the skill and criminal means of embroidering peach blossoms on human cheeks. But even if some of them have already seen photos of peach blossom embroidery, and even this body fragmented by the explosion they have been in close contact with, now so clearly see a full body embroidered with peach blossom totems of the person, still gave their minds a not-so-small shock. And the playback of the surveillance screen continued. On the screen, the stocky man who had deliberately obscured his face stretched out his gloved hand and rubbed it over the slender man's face and body for a while before methodically starting to install the explosives. Inside the conference room, the female medical examiner's voice seemed to quiver a bit, but the words were coherent and undeniably professional. A human body in a normal coma can't be this straight, which suggests that the deceased was in a frozen state when he was moved here. According to the previous autopsy report, it can indeed be found that the deceased's body was most likely preserved, and the breaks due to the explosion were a little too regular, all of which would indicate that he was frozen very solidly. Judging from the injuries on the surface of the deceased's body, the cause of death was strangulation and suffocation, and according to the strangulation marks on the deceased's neck in the shape of a V upwards, it can be determined that the murderer was about 2 heads taller than the deceased, had immense strength, and conformed to the physical characteristics of the man in the surveillance footage. Zhang Huiping frowned in response, and the conference room once again fell into silence. In the time that the forensic scientist was speaking, the stocky man had already finished placing all the explosives. He packed up the paper cutters, black plastic packaging, and other items before he gestured at the camera's location, and his thick, raspy voice resounded through the abandoned warehouse. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, watch carefully. This embroiderer's most satisfactory work will be blown up into a field of broken meat in 5 minutes. Don't doubt. Don't blink. Brush up your gifts. The more you brush, the more exciting the explosion will be. After saying that, the stocky man put his backpack on his back and left the warehouse with a brisk pace, going under another camera not far away. Lin Yen fast-forwarded these 5 minutes of waiting directly, and in the next second, the fire of the explosion filled the entire screen. Bang! Click, click, click. Apparently due to the fact that the dead man was frozen so solidly, the rattling of the ice bursting apart could be clearly heard during the explosion. The security camera, which seemed to have been broadcasting live at the time, also captured the entire process of the explosion too clearly. The suspicious water stains that Su Ruffing had found at the scene earlier should have been the body fluids from the deceased's body after it had been frozen, as well as some ice ballast. Vomit. Zhang Huiping is okay, can due to the Criminal Investigation Brigade commander have some years of experience, have seen a lot of big scenes but also relatively able to collapse. But he brought a few of those who came to the long knowledge of the young people can be miserable, one by one, the color of the white head to the conference table below. Just ate into the dinner did not take long to explain directly out. Zhou Chuanbai and Li Xiaoxing's face is also not good, but they are busy outside time is not short, the stomach is almost nothing, forced to swallow the acidic water that came up on the white face to continue to see. Only Lin Yen now hates to smack himself a big ear. He is not idle. In the explosion, flesh and blood mixed with internal organs and bones were blown everywhere. His body actually almost instinctively rose a strange sense of excitement, and before the salmon to complete the split that will be almost the same. The secretion of dopamine and adrenaline hardened the physiological discomfort brought by the scene, so that Lin Yen not only looked as normal, but also his hands on the keyboard trembled lightly as if he was satiated. At the same time Lin Yen hastily averted his gaze. Almost the same face did not change much. Su Ruffing could not help but look at him twice more. This Lin advisor is not an ordinary person. Look, a room full of criminal security officers are to be tense big scene. He saw or not change color. Su Ruffing because of the previous years in the armed police brigade to perform some special tasks. Only to this kind of scene is not very cold, but Lin Yen is only 19 years old. This calm and calm paradigm is still hand holding the pinch. Not to say that people can become a special consultant, really technical and psychological quality are very hard. Chapter 62 Black and black before your eyes. Su Ruffing how to think Lin Yen do not know. He now only want to escape, but he cannot escape. As we all know, a technical ape's computer is not to be touched casually. Even if Lin Yen had intercepted the video clip and put it on his desktop for someone else to operate, there could be some minor accidents, not to mention that there were still some programs running on his computer at the moment that hit his previous operations. So, Lin Yen could only bitterly hold out in the conference room, showing these people everything that had happened in that abandoned warehouse. In addition to that explosion-crushed corpse, there are guillotine knife-divided corpse, live take internal viscera, human skin viscera surface-piercing embroidery, bone carving, chopping off hands and feet, and all that is considered light. What was broadcast live to this camera was simply beyond the imagination of everyone present. All kinds of stimulating images, giving the many vigilantes in the conference room to see black and black and black before their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't quite right, they might have even spat out a sentence. "You're pulling the lights on me." Lin Yen originally could still feel the excitement of the criminal factor of the highly intelligent villain, being touched in his body instincts, but as he saw more and more images, he also had the physiological discomfort of wanting to vomit a lot. Not bad. Lin Yen took out a plastic bag and spat out a few mouthfuls of acid, and quietly sighed in relief in an unnoticed corner. The fact that he felt sick to his stomach at such a bloody crime scene meant that the conscience in his soul had gradually begun to overpower the criminal instincts that the author of the original book had given to this body. The hope of getting back on track is finally no longer floundering. In stark contrast to the sense of relief that had quietly appeared in Lin Yan's heart, the people present, including the old vigilante Zhang Huiping and the proper male lead Zhou Chuanbai, had all vomited beyond belief. At first, everyone would still analyze the psychology of the suspects and actively discuss the physical characteristics of the different perpetrators underneath the heavy cover. But later on, there was only silence in the conference room. By the time Lin Yan's saved and visualized video of the crime scene was finished, the time was approaching midnight. At this time, Zhang Huiping had a vegetable face. "That little weak group, this case we can't straighten it out. You reported upwards." Zhang Huiping obviously want to shout a small weak, but words to the mouth immediately changed his mouth. Although according to the age of entry into the calculation so-called no problem, but cannot stand Zhou Chuanbai and he brought people to let him sweat in his jurisdiction after so many rampant crime, criminals also engage in so many lives. Time up to half a year, he froze nothing found. Needless to think, once this matter is reported, his career is more than half to the end. Maybe before he retired, he also had to carry a disciplinary action. The future is dark. Zhou Chuanbai didn't say anything more, but stood up. His eyes swept over all the people present with a serious look and said word by word, "Everything I see here today, I hope you all keep your mouths shut. Not a single punctuation mark will leak out. I believe that with your intelligence, you can definitely guess that the reason why these guys are so rampant must be a bit of a backstage as a backer. Once the news leaks out, they are not sure that they will immediately scatter and flee, and it will be difficult to catch them at that time. For now, our task force will temporarily take over these cases until the ministry issues a new order." Zhou Chuanbai's gaze was calm, giving everyone several seconds to think before he nodded slightly. "Do you guys have any more questions?" Zhang Huiping shook his head and got up to leave without a word and with a sad face. Seeing that he was going to be suspended for an inspection, he simply didn't have the heart to pay attention to a junior standing up for himself. The meeting came to an end, and after the vigilantes on the Seven City of Waters side all left with weak feet, Lin Yen carefully encrypted and saved the video data. He asked for a brand new USB flash drive from Zhou Chuanbai and made a copy of all the videos before the four of them left the Chishui City Security Bureau and booked a large suite in a nearby hotel. Inside the living room of the luxuriously decorated and clean suite, Lin Yen was flipping through the takeout software when Zhou Chuanbai suddenly held 2 bottles of mineral water and came over, with a bit of a not-so-nice smile on his face. "That, Yen. Have a thing wanna find you help is about this case." Lin Yen suspiciously turned his eyes, the smile between his eyebrows careless. Wasn't that moment in the conference room still quite imposing? "Don't you know the bigwigs in the ministry?" Ahem. His mind was guessed all of a sudden, causing Zhou Chuanbai to cough twice in embarrassment. "Where do I know that kind of big brother? It's not that the case is urgent. I'm afraid that if it's reported to the city or provincial bureaus, someone will cut it off in the middle of the day, giving Embroidery Nyang and the others more time to flee. Previously, my dad had only just handed in the report not long before the spades were disposed of by the embroiderer, which means they must have someone on the inside. That camera has captured us. If we accidentally hit the bull's eye when we reported this information, these rampaging criminals might just come straight for us." Lin Yen helplessly pursed the corners of his lips, glanced at the awful task on the system panel that was still pulsing with a countdown, and after several seconds of silence, he still nodded his head. "I'll ask, but I'm not sure if I can find it. She's very busy at work. She only comes home once in 10 days and half a month. Her phone is always out of reach. Whether she can return my message all depends on luck." But completely out of Lin Yan's expectations, he called the phone just rang 3 times. Leng Shixiang picked up. "Yo, your kid still knows to call me? What kind of trouble are you in?" Lin Yen raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but turn his eyes to look at Zhou Chuanbai. Well, is this how a protagonist aura works? Although he spat in his heart, Lin Yen still elaborated on what he had encountered as clearly as possible. The task force I'm working with has found out about a mega serial abuse case. These rampant criminals are also engaging in live streaming, and it's likely that it involves that criminal organization related to the embroiderer. Last time, Zhou Yumin had just typed up the application for a joint investigation, and a key person was disposed of by the embroiderer. I see. Lung Shixiang was able to give birth to a son as smart as Lin Yen. Her own brain was naturally quite online. I can provide you with the contact information of someone with enough weight. Do you have solid evidence? The tacit understanding between mother and son caused Lin Yen to slightly hook his lips and say with certainty, I've checked their live streaming videos to the bottom. As soon as Lin Yan's words fell, Lung Shixiang hung up the phone, but within a minute, a phone number was sent to Lin Yan's cell phone, closely followed by an encrypted private email address.
周川白顿时竖起大拇指，用口型对林燕说了个牛逼。
Lin Yan wanted to spit out a sentence that your protagonist's aura is what's really bull beeping, but he really needed to take care of his own 5 visceral temple that had been empty since noon, and lifted his hand to transfer $10,000 to Sue Ruffing. Brother Sue, order a few takeaways. As he spoke, an email of hundreds of gigabytes was confirmed to be sent, and Lin Yan dialed that phone number. Chapter 63. Will you write a big villain or not? Since it was midnight, the call wasn't immediately answered. However, it was obvious that the phone number that Lang Shixiang had given Lin Yan wasn't for daily contact. It was a number that would only be dialed if there was a special event. Thus, before it automatically hung up, the phone was still successfully connected, and a middle-aged man's hoarse voice with solemn implications rang out clearly, and it wasn't hard to hear doubt in it. What is it? Lin Yan casually pressed the speakerphone, his voice calm. Now open your mailbox and take a look at the video file I sent over. There was silence on the other side of the phone, but the sound of a mouse being pressed could be faintly heard. Li Shaosheng and Sue Ruffing also came over, eyes full of curiosity as they looked at the screen of the cell phone that was casually placed on the coffee table by Lin Yan. Other than on TV, this was the first time they had heard a big brother's voice from such a close distance. Although they didn't know exactly which big brother it was, they were honored to hear his voice. After only a few minutes, the breathing on the other end of the phone steeply intensified. Did not wait long. The clear sound of heavy objects falling to the ground then also came over. The middle-aged man's voice was low, and the words were flooded with coldness and sullenness. Are you provoking me by sending this over? Lin Yan. No, buddy? Could it be that just because of the highly intelligent villain status that original book author set for him, anyone who meets him has to first wonder if he's on the penal law rock? Does that trashy original book author know how to write a big villain or not? Who is the villain who is so intelligent, so close to the devil, who lives behind the scenes, who controls a huge criminal organization, who would make people subconsciously think? Is this young man breaking the law at the very first moment they see him? What kind of bad guy has the word bad guy written on his forehead? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Can this piece of be written properly or not? Can't write him Lin Yan himself to good kid. Don't you know that there's a technique called IP tracking? Dare to provoke me so blatantly? In the moment of Lin Yan's silence, the middle-aged man on the other end of the phone sounded even colder, as if he was already sure that Lin Yan was a criminal with a big crime. You think the technicians we raise are all freeloaders? Hey! Sure enough, people really do laugh a little when they're speechless. Lin Yan completely made this guy laugh. Are you not awake? If I really wanted to provoke you, why would I call you in the middle of the night? Seeing Lin Yan's little temper getting the better of him, Zhou Chuanbai hurriedly pressed Lin Yan's arm, moved a little closer to the phone, his tone calm and gentle. Hello? We're from the Special Task Force of Yiqiao City's City West Branch. In the course of tracking down the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case embroiderer, we discovered that an exploding broken corpse case on this side of Chishui City was most likely related to embroiderer. During the investigation of the scene, our special technical advisor discovered the camera used by this criminal organization for live broadcasting, preserving the vast majority of the crime footage inside. As we had previously identified a member of the same criminal organization as embroiderer in Yiqiao City and were about to make an arrest, he was cleared by embroiderer in advance. Zhou Chuanbai took a deep breath, his eyes solemn. That's why we used some of our connections, bypassing the city and provincial bureaus, and directly brought the case to you. Probably under the influence of the protagonist's aura. The voice of the person on the other end of the phone also eased down. Well, hello? I'm the deputy in charge of criminal investigation at the Ministry of Law and Order, Lon Minju. You guys can just call me Deputy Lon. This case is really big. I can give you the maximum investigative powers within my purview. You don't need to report the progress of the case to anyone and can act cheaply. Lon Minju's voice paused, pausing the video playing on the computer and closing her eyes somewhat ruefully before adding, "But I have a request. I want you to arrest these rampaging criminals before the people from the Ministry of Security do. Also, the man I just spoke with is the special technical advisor for your task force, right? His skills are very good, and I apologize to him for my self-righteousness just now." When these words came out, the four people present were more or less surprised. In their stereotypical impression, didn't this kind of person in a high position like to be condescending? A deputy ministry-level bigwig would actually apologize to a small advisor who didn't even have a rank in the security system yet. Even if it was verbal, it was enough to shock people. Lin Yen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Vice Lon really does have a big heart. Lon Minju responded extremely softly. "Well, there's more. You guys don't have to be a task force anymore. From now on, your group will be changed to a special operations group." As he spoke, the slight sound of a mouse being pressed followed. "I see that there are only 4 of you, right? Those who can do such things are outlaws. I'll give you special approval. Even in cross-jurisdictional arrests, you can mobilize up to 3 teams of special police and 1 team of armed police. If you don't have enough manpower when collecting clues on a regular basis, and you want to mobilize anyone, send me an email tomorrow morning. I've already had this call encrypted today, and afterward, all progress regarding this case, you will report directly to my email." Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth and looked at Lin Yen incredulously, his eyebrows spreading a joyful color. "Okay. Thank you, Vice Lon. We will definitely do our best to catch these criminals. Well, pay attention to safety when handling the case. You guys only need to solve the case and arrest people. Leave the rest to me." Until the phone was hung up, Zhou Chuanbai, Li Shaoxing, and Su Ruffing were all still a little slowed down. On the contrary, Lin Yen remained calm, casually knocking on his computer twice, then leaned towards the back of the sofa chair, closing his eyes and resting his mind. Zhou Chuanbai is the original book's hero, set the author's thousands of favor in one. The protagonist halo, the golden finger are given without stint. This kind of thing in other people may not happen, but in Zhou Chuanbai, how outrageous is reasonable? Who let him be the author's own son? Who does the author favor if not him? Lon Minju, that old den, suspected Lin Yen of being a criminal when he spoke to him once he spoke to Zhou Chuanbai. He gave him privileges and changed his group. The difference was simply not too obvious. Lin Yen not only has nothing in his heart to be jealous of, but instead is also a bit relieved. Although the process out of the billion points small episode, but always let Zhou Chuanbai to the special action group, to the group up, the distance to become the original book of the special action team of the mysterious case is another step closer. It was estimated that with the brightness of Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist's halo, he would be qualified to become the head of the special operations team once he caught the murderer of the exploded corpse case and the programmer. Lin Yan's thoughts drifted, almost directly leaning on the sofa to fall asleep when he suddenly felt his arm being poked and prodded again. And Zhou Chuanbai's voice rang out clearly. "Ah Yen, in that IP location you checked, no one else has shown up until now?" Lin Yen didn't open his eyes and only answered casually, "Well, I set up face autofocus, and when a new face appears, the computer will give me an alarm reminder. This protagonist is still too young. It's good enough to be able to catch these 2 at once. You still expect to catch Embroidery Lady as well?" Thinking of this, Lin Yen suddenly had a flash of light in his mind and hurriedly sat up straight from the sofa. "No, Chuanbai. Over in Yiqiao City, something might be going on. Chapter 64, really think he is Doryman?" These words jolted Zhou Chuanbai, and the rocker instantly straightened up. What? They had previously discussed that the exploding and shredded corpse case over here might be a commotion made by Embroidery Lady in order to plot something in Yiqiao City and divert the case officer's attention. For Lin Yen to say this at this time, he must have thought of something else. On the side, Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing, who were just about to order takeout, also stopped their movements and came over, their faces all as grave as one. Lin Yen frowned slightly, took out a pen and paper from Zhou Chuanbai's backpack and drew a timeline on it. That person embroidered with peach blossoms is the embroiderer's most satisfying work. Without the embroiderer's authorization, I'm afraid no one would dare to touch his things. From the surveillance video, the embroiderer's most recent appearance in Seven City was 2 months ago. He should have just had someone dispose of that corpse, and the person most likely didn't come over. Zhou Chuanbai stroked his chin, his eyes gruff as he said, but this will only further corroborate our suspicions, proving that embroidery Nyang is indeed just diverting our attention. More than that, Lin Yen drew a somewhat scribbled label on the timeline. There had been so many blatant cases of abuse and murder in that abandoned warehouse that had been well hidden, but now they've all suddenly been unearthed. Don't you guys think it's a bit strange? A single clue might get stuck in reasoning, but you guys should remember that the owner of that escape room store I caught earlier, Wang Li. Lin Yen wrote down Wang Li's name, as well as the code name, Spirit Wind, that Ming Ace had already drawn up for him. During his interrogation, he told me that the reason this criminal organization took the initiative to seek him out was because he was a fast runner and could transport some special items. Li Shaoxing on the side opened his mouth as if he suddenly realized. Right-o. What special items have to be delivered by him? His information, I specifically looked for colleagues in the information section to check. His family conditions are very ordinary, poor mountainous areas out. From childhood to adulthood, only running fast this point can be taken out to say. Does not look like it will be these poor and vicious guys. Look at the material. Lin Yen drew a big question mark on the white paper. That particular item, what would it probably be that would require this organization to temporarily select a person like this to transport it? In these few words, Zhou Chuanbai's mind turned. Yeah. How special would this item have to be for them to go out of their way to expose such a hidden crime site? Lin Yen furrowed his brows and closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and when he reopened them, he drew out another blank piece of paper. Make an assumption if I wasn't on the task force, and the three of you chased the traces of the embroiderer here, what would have happened? Zhou Chuanbai and Li Shaosheng and Su Ruffing glanced at each other, having a fairly clear perception of their egos. If you hadn't found so many things from the surveillance video, we would have definitely started checking from the identity of the deceased, and with the time before and after adding up, we would have had to spend 10 days and half a month here anyways. It's also possible to return unhappy and find nothing. Lin Yen nodded. The bottom of his eyes remained calm. This is most likely what Embroiderer and the others were initially aiming for. It will allow Embroiderer, who has just disposed of the spades and finished the cat-faced clown case, to continue to safely move around Ibiao City, and will also allow them to have more energy to work on that special item that needs to be transported by the Spirit Wind. After all, Wang Li has already been captured, so if they want to transport something, they must think of other ways. Zhou Chuanbai's heart shook, his eyes completely glazed over. Then do we still have to continue guarding here now? Lin Yen shook his head. No more guarding. They will take the initiative to expose this warehouse. Even if they didn't expect someone to be able to rummage out so much information from that camera, they must have made some preparations to deal with it. Most of the people who are really important have run out long ago. The people in that villa shouldn't be any big fish. Lin Yen took a long breath and looked at the time on his cell phone. Let's set off, arrest those two guys in the remote villa, and let's fly the plane back as soon as possible. Of course, having said that, the four of them still ate something simple outside to pad their stomachs before contacting a group of SWAT officers to feel their way towards that remote villa. Similar to Lin Yan's guess, the two people who stayed here obviously didn't expect their position to have been exposed, and after confirming through the surveillance along the way that the black vigilante car was heading straight for their lair, they made an immediate decision to run off in a different direction. But with Lin Yen as the remote command of this powerful technician, they were soon caught back. After the live replay video comparison of the exploded body, it was confirmed that the stocky man was the one who installed the explosives. Because this case and the embroidery have a more direct relationship, Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai, several people were involved in the interrogation overnight. Can be angry, this guy is also a hard mouth. Even the basic identity information are found through the portrait comparison. No matter what is asked, he is not a word. The main fight is a resistance in the end. Asked and asked in one sentence. You have the ability to shoot me. Lin Yen yawned, lowered his eyebrows and looked at the wristwatch on his hand, more or less impatient in his heart. Xing Kong Nan, that is, this stocky man's criminal information, he had long ago used the special skill little brother obedient. I am the big brother to Rita 8-9 not very much. It was also because he knew too comprehensively, in the case of not finding sufficient evidence. Lin Yen did not dare to casually open his mouth for fear of accidentally bringing unnecessary trouble to himself. But has been here to consume is not a way. The sooner they go back to Iqiao City, the greater the possibility of intercepting the embroidery. They want to do things. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of interrogation with nothing to show for it, Zhou Chuanbai's patience was completely exhausted, and he directly said to Li Shaoxing, who was also not looking too good on the side. Xiaoxing, go turn off the surveillance. Li Xiaoxing did not say anything. A smoke out of the interrogation room, straight to the monitoring room next door. Seeing him leave, Zhou Chuanbai also brought Lin Yan out of the interrogation room and whispered close to his ear. Yan, do you want to not use that of yours? Lin Yan, 6. Taking him as a tool man, right? Really think he's Doraemon? Who can get any strange prop? Glancing at Lin Yan's eyes that were clearly a bit speechless, Zhou Chuanbai's eyes were sincere. Ah Yan, you don't want to keep asking nothing useful, right? We're still in a hurry to get back. Lin Yan. It's really breathless. His mom opened the door to speechlessness. What a thing to call this. Carelessness. I should have known that I shouldn't have used it in the interrogation room on the other side if Wei in order to try out the effect of the daylight seeing ghosts haunting souls incense. Now, the real hero is haunting him like a ghost, staring at his props and gripping them. It was fine if what he took out didn't work, but if it did, how would Lin Yan explain it? Wouldn't this kind of unscientific, even a little challenging common sense stuff really send him into a lab to be sliced up? Chapter 65, giving a sample to the embroiderer and the others. Seeing Lin Yan's face in distress, Zhou Chuanbai said with a straight face, "It's fine, the price of that kind of herbal product that can aid in interrogation will definitely not be low, and we're flying our own helicopter on this business trip, so if you forget to bring it, you forget to bring it." Lin Yan. The old fox. The son that Zhou Yumin brought out and had the protagonist's aura. Really had a good mind and long sleeves. Lin Yan pursed the corners of his lips somewhat helplessly, hiding all the complex colors in the bottom of his eyes. My specially made incense can cause cognitive dissonance, and will make people think that people who were once killed by him are looking for him to claim their lives. But this stuff doesn't apply to everyone, and for someone like him who has victimized an unknown number of people, he might be scared to death alive by his own hallucinations. When faced with a suspect who was so guilty that he refused to give an account, they could use a little bit of small tactics. After all, the evidence was overwhelming. But if the suspect who has not been sentenced dies in the interrogation room, no matter what the cause of death is, they can be in trouble. Zhou Chuanbai's lips moved, obviously thought of the previous Feng Ruowei in the interrogation room, that look of scared out of their wits. Some helplessly shook his head. Alas, it's fine, after a little while, if we can't scrutinize anything even after turning off the surveillance, let's go back to Yiqiao City. Those video evidence you saved are enough to prosecute him. Even if he doesn't admit anything, he won't be able to run away from the crime of assisting in a crime, insulting a corpse, and endangering public safety. Lin Yan nodded, glanced at Li Xiaoxing, who stuck his head out from the surveillance room, and quietly said, "The surveillance is off," and lowered his eyebrows. "You go ahead and interrogate, I'll go to the restroom." After saying that, he didn't look at Zhou Chuanbai's somewhat complicated eyes and quickly walked towards the restroom on this floor. After finding a cubicle and closing the door, Lin Yan then pulled open his satchel and looked at the contents. Seeing and knowing through the lens, daytime ghost stalking incense, cleanse your heart and face flashlight, and 2 handmade threaded incenses that were not much different in appearance from the daytime ghost stalking incense. Against a guy like Xing Kang Nan, it might still be more useful to have the heart-cleansing flashlight. But Lin Yan only hesitated for a short while before his eyes grew cold and he bought a prop backpack that just happened to be refreshed from the props mall. Points 1234. After quietly watching all the props inside the satchel disappear, hidden in the invisible prop backpack, Lin Yan slightly hooked his lips, washed his hands, and left the restroom with a calm gait. Compared to showing the special features of these props in front of the main male character, Lin Yan was still more interested in preserving himself. Zhou Chuanbai's mind was delicate and intelligent. He must have already noticed his abnormality from the previous traces, only that he hadn't said anything since he hadn't had any clear evidence. Plus, for Zhou Chuanbai now, Lin Yan was still useful, so he definitely wouldn't look for trouble from Lin Yan. But even if Zhou Chuanbai was trustworthy, Lin Yan couldn't reveal his cards to the other party. Gambling on the sincerity and goodness of others is always the most foolish behavior. Where he is a criminal investigation and deduction novel world, not a female frequency Mary Sue brainless love world. Even if Zhou Chuanbai take the ancestor 18 generation swore to help Lin Yan to keep a secret, he also have to think about it. After all, Lin Yan does not have the protagonist halo. The golden finger is always pit him in a bad thing. In contact with the book's main hero, of course, he had to be very careful. Probably because he felt Lin Yan's trolling. The dog system that had been silent for almost 2 days popped up a notification message to him. "Junior. Wake up. You're a counter-criminal investigation genius who's going to reign supreme and cause a bloody storm just by talking and laughing. What's it like to be afraid of others? Look at you. Go and show your superior criminal skills to embroidery and the others. Current mission. Choose a suitable target and complete a murder case independently without being caught by the vigilantes. Mission time limit. 5 days. Mission reward. I'm just a mediocre master of my craft. Mission failure penalty. Permanent loss of vision in the right eye, probability of blindness. Mission failure penalty. Permanent loss of vision in the right eye, probability of blindness. Lin Yen. Oh, sweet pear brew, hit the fart kind of thing. Lin Yen stopped at a position only a few steps away from the interrogation room and slowly took a long breath, itching to directly pull this awful system out of his body and throw it on the ground to stomp on it hard. Garlic. Peace of mind. Peace of mind. Isn't it just murder? What kind of thing to choose to be the suitable target is still not up to him, Lin Yen. Although this awful thing always messed with abstractions, its determination mechanism was really stupid. Although anyone with a normal brain wouldn't think of murdering a fish or a mouse. But there was no way Lin Yen couldn't really do it to someone. It was common sense that murdering someone was against the law, a sand sculpture system. He was really skeptical that this dog system was more than likely driving him to go after Zhou Chuanbai, only there was no evidence. Lin Yen hadn't dealt with the mood to return to the interrogation room. Zhou Chuanbai and Su Ruffing came out of the interrogation room first, but their faces weren't too good. It seemed like nothing had been asked after all. After handing over some of the clues in their hands to the Chishui City Security Bureau, the 4 of them took advantage of the fact that it was still light out and drove the helicopter back to Yiqiao City in the night. In the early morning light, the 7 cities around the mist, the winding waterways covered as holding a lute of the beautiful beauty in general, with a large piece of spring peach blossom, there is a fairy atmosphere of ancient charm. No wonder the 7 cities' tourism industry to engage in a flurry of activity. The scenery and some places man-made is not the same. But on the way back, the crowd was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Lin Yen was resting his eyes in the back seat, but his consciousness was looking at his point balance of only 2,939. Just now, out of consideration for the safety of piloting a helicopter, Lin Yen had bought Su Ruffing a refreshing mints worth 100 points, and his point balance had directly fallen below 3,000. A few days ago, he was still sitting on over 5,000 points. TSK, this thing called points, it's still not too much to spend. In theory, after discovering such a big case, everyone in the special operations team should be working overtime in the office, eating and sleeping in the security bureau, just to find as many clues as possible. But Lin Yen Identity Special, there is no discipline and regulations on the boundaries, and by Zhou Chuanbai before the set of his props behavior of the whole heart a little bit unpleasant, waved his hand back to his own home garden house, do not take away a piece of cloud. It is also because Lin Yen this a little whimsical behavior so that he saw the scene of his own villa froze in place on the spot. The large detached villa seems to have been robbed, large to furniture and appliances, small to paintings and ornaments. Even the kitchen pots and pans have all disappeared. The whole is a family of 4 walls of the war wind. Lin Yen a little unbelievable back out. A smoke ran to the villa next door more than 200 meters apart from the door to look at the family's door number, and a face of skepticism back to their own homes. That's right, it's this house number. He just went out a few days, home, this is what happened? Is it because he as a villain did not follow the plot direction? Good began to break the law and crime, criminal offense, home are let people to steal? Chapter 66. Suddenly sweeping out of the house. Lin Yen silently stood in front of his house for a while, shaking his head after staying up all night, before taking out his cell phone to send a few messages to Lin Songhai. Shuangmu Chung Lin. Where is my home? Where is my big home? Shuangmu Chung Lin. Old Lin. How did you steal my house? Shuangmu Chung Lin. Where did you run off with my home in your arms? Quickly and honestly explain. It was not even 7 in the morning, and Lin Songhai was obviously not awake and simply ignored him. Lin Yen, long breath of relief, picked the original owner often go to the store to eat some breakfast, before finally received a message from Lin Songhai. Old Lin. Oh, we moved. I forgot to tell you. Lin Yen. What a genius. Is there such a thing as being a father? Does Lin Songhai really have him as a son in his eyes? Lin Yen just wanted to call over and break bread with Lin Songhai. A transfer message popped up on his cell phone screen. Songhai Moonlight transfers 5 million yuan to you. Transfer note. Buy your own suite and live in it. Don't bother us in the world of 2 people. Lin Yen. If it wasn't for the warm breakfast scent still lingering around, Lin Yan even wanted to pinch his old waist to see if he was dreaming. A world of two. Do you and Leng Shixiang have that? If it wasn't for Leng Changming, Li Huilan and their urging back then, this couple who were so close together might not even have a child. What kind of international joke is this? Maybe it's a long time to wear a book. Lin Yan now look at the string of cold transfer figures are not much feeling. Compared to Lin Songhai's money to buy a house, Lin Yan is more concerned about his favorite cars. Shuangmu Chenglin. Where are my cars? Where are all my cars? And my clothes and watches? No man doesn't love cars. Even Lin Yan who came through the book can't be exempted. Lao Lin. You can't lose it. I'll have someone send it to you when you buy a house. Lao Lin. Your Uncle Zhang and Auntie Li are still packing up our new home. If you settle down, I can have Auntie Li go over and take care of you. Good for you. This is really abandoning him. Lin Yan exhaled with a complicated mood, poked an emoticon that rolled his eyes, and then subconsciously clicked on the chat box with Yu Hao. Although Yu's Real Estate was not considered a leading real estate company in Yiqiao City, it had developed quite a few properties, both high and mid-range, and should have been Lin Yan's first choice. His fingertips paused, thinking of Yu Yuanshan's attitude that it didn't matter even if his son died. He still silently exited the interface and added the real estate agent sent by his assistant Duan Yu. The friend application went through very quickly, and the other party also sent a message at the first time. AAA viewing agent Xiao Ma. Hello? Young Master Lin. Just speak to me directly about the requirements. What kind of location, area, price are available, you will be satisfied. Doublewood into Forest. Near the Security Bureau West Branch. Area of more than 100 square feet. Better environment. Cleaner. Elevator. Floor is not limited. The best decoration is simple and clean. Can be moved in today. After sending the request, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile a little. A bag? He only has a computer in his bag now. Not even a change of clothes. What kind of bag can he carry? This kind of hand holding millions of savings, but suddenly be swept out feeling is really wonderful. If not wearing a book, Lin Yan certainly never feel. Fortunately, Duan Yu push to the agent is very reliable, efficiency is also very high. In just one morning's time, Lin Yan completed a series of operations such as viewing, transferring, and paying the final payment, and bought a suite in an upscale neighborhood near the city's West Branch. There are no schools or hospitals in the neighborhood, the occupancy rate is not high, it is quiet enough, and the greening in the district is not bad. A staircase two-family, more than 160 square feet of the house, decorated with simple atmosphere, no traces of use at all. Lin Yan is quite satisfied with this, invited a cleaning inside and outside clean to pass, but also let a person change a smart fingerprint lock. His side to open the door password only entered half, accompanied by the sudden ringing of the door behind him. A familiar cannot be familiar with the male voice clearly rang. Yen. Lin Yan? He stared back in confusion, and sure enough, he saw Zhou Chuanbai's face. Lin Yan's eyes went black, and he had the urge to return this house in place. Sinful I should have known to buy in a different neighborhood. Who would have thought that the Security Bureau, the west side of the city branch near the obvious three neighborhoods that meet the requirements of Lin Yan? He closed his eyes and casually choose one, actually can be selected near Zhou Chuanbai. Look at this look. Is still damn right door. I'm not going to be able to do that. The protagonist Halo cannot come to dip Zhou Chuanbai probably saw Lin Yan's stagnation, but he was interested in pulling in a relationship with Lin Yan and completely pretended not to see it, with a delighted smile on his face. You bought the house across the street? Lin Yan smiled dryly twice. Well, buy it closer to the Security Bureau. Back and forth is also convenient. Zhou Chuanbai nodded. The house across the street had its furniture and appliances moved out 2 days ago. You just came today. There shouldn't be anything at home yet, right? Why don't you come to my house for dinner? Lin Yan would like to say, money can make the mill push the ghost. He has already contacted the furniture and home appliances door-to-door installation. Before tonight can give him a clear. But with just a careless glance, Lin Yan saw Zhou Chuanbai's home, the large fish tank that was still refracting the sunlight. He swallowed the refusal that almost bubbled up his throat instantly and replaced it with, yes. Lin Yan deleted the half-entered door lock code, and the two of them smoothly entered Zhou Chuanbai's home across the street. The decoration style of his home was similar to the one Lin Yan had bought. It was a simple and atmospheric, streamlined and practical style, with nothing fancy in the way of molding or decorations. Of course, the lack of redundant decorations did not mean savings. and Lin Yan could still clearly see the heavy texture on these decorations. Compared to Lin Yan's side of the cleanliness without popularity, Zhou Chuanbai's home has a very warm and tranquil atmosphere of fireworks, can be traced from the use of furniture, and some simple and clean ornaments furnishings peeped into the corner of the family's living habits. Zhou Yumin is not here, there is only Zhou Chuanbai at home, and the ingredients he prepared earlier are also for a single person. Being able to invite Lin Yan into his home seemed to put Zhou Chuanbai in a pleasant mood. Standing in front of the open refrigerator door with sideways eyes inquiring, his eyebrows arched. "Ah Yan, is there anything you want to eat? You watch and make it. I'm not much of a picky eater." Compared to Zhou Chuanbai's excitement, Lin Yan's attention was all on the goldfish in his family's fish tank. If he murdered the goldfish in the main man's house, he should be able to fulfill his mission, right? With this kind of mood, Lin Yan slowly walked to the side of the fish tank, looked at those butterfly-tailed goldfish that looked a little bit colorful under the bright sunlight, and asked as if he didn't think about it, "Chuanbai, where did you buy these goldfish from?" Zhou Chuanbai was still in the kitchen, and his slightly raised voice came out clearly. "The food market looked good and bought them back. Today it seems that they have not been fed. The fish food is in the centermost drawer of the coffee table. You help me feed them. 3 or 5 grains per fish is enough." Lin Yan immediately agreed with an arched eyebrow. Good. After being in contact with this original book's male lead for so long, this was the first time when he was commanded by the other party to do something. There was nothing in Lin Yan's heart that was not a comfortable emotion. GGG. There was no better murder in the world than a goldfish. Chapter 67. Everyone is the main character in his own life. Butterfly-tailed goldfish is okay. Some varieties of goldfish have very high water quality requirements. A little less diligent water change immediately die to you. According to Lin Yan's previous life experience, goldfish this thing does not know what is called full, how much to feed, how much to eat. If you eat a little bit more, you will turn over in a minute. Lin Yan full of expectation to find out the fish food, like a Parkinson's cafeteria mom, as much as possible down the leakage of rice. Looking at the dozen or so beautiful butterfly-tailed goldfish scrambling to swim over to grab the food, Lin Yan slowly hooked his lips and already began to silently mourn for them in his heart. "It's my bad system that insisted me to kill you all. Saving someone's life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. So consider it as dying for some unknown, lucky crowd." After all this, Lin Yan put the fish food back to its original position with a calm demeanor, steady as an old dog. Zhou Chuanbai, who was happily cooking in the kitchen, of course knew nothing about it. Not long after, 2 big bowls of hot rice noodles were brought to the dining room by Zhou Chuanbai. The rice noodles are bagged, which was added some additional side dishes. Fat beef rolls give very generous, and hot pot meatballs, oil wheat cabbage, lettuce, shrimp slippery. Seems to have put a little extra rice noodles. Zhou Chuanbai pushed the sesame oil, vinegar, and chili oil in front of Lin Yan. Here, seasoning. The content of this dinner was really a bit out of Lin Yan's expectation. Zhou Chuanbai probably guessed what Lin Yan was thinking, and while skillfully adding the sesame oil to his large bowl, he smiled lightly. "When I was very young, my father was a criminal vigilante, and he rarely came home during the week, so other than buying food outside, I had to dine with the neighbors. Once I could use the stove and had the ability to cook my own food, he would stock up on instant food for me at home. I didn't know you'd be coming over today, and I was in a hurry, so I didn't prepare any dishes ahead of time, or else I'd have shown you a few things." Lin Yan smiled back, casually adding some chili oil to himself. "It's fine. I'm not a picky eater, and your rice noodles are pretty good. When the new home over there is cleaned up, I'll invite you over to eat." Before wearing the book, Lin Yan is also just a family of ordinary police academy students only, and not really high up since childhood pampered young master, someone invited to eat he can pick what. Even Zhou Chuanbai on this kind of bland and cozy fireworks, but to Lin Yan to bring a kind of almost intimate sense of reality. Even if you are in a book world, everyone around you has flesh and blood, their own little emotions and habits. Even the main character is just an ordinary person trying to make it on his own in the rhythm of his life. He will also casually take out his favorite junk food to entertain his friends, will also have a perhaps not good but memorable childhood, will also be organized home decorated with warm and bright. At this moment, the words "everyone is the protagonist in his own life," like a bullet, hit Lin Yan right in the center of the eyebrow. Of course, in all fairness, Zhou Chuanbai's level of cooking is not bad. A bag of rice noodles with its own seasoning packet was just a bag of rice noodles, so you couldn't tell how much he was good at it, but it was enough that all the ingredients in the bowl of rice noodles were cooked just right, not too raw and not too soft. This is a normal person's level of cooking, can eat, the flavor is okay, it is quite good. The duo ate quite satisfactorily, except that due to the special nature of their profession and recent events, it was always inevitable to bring up the case. Zhou Chuanbai held the rice noodles in a fat beef roll and dipped it in the bowl of sesame pepper oil bubbles. His expression still calm. I gave Shaoxing and Ruffing a half-day off today, and after they returned to the station this afternoon, they've been watching those videos you saved. Lin Yan? The kind of videos that would make a normal person vomit up their overnight meal, and they're still watching them? Have they not been abused enough? Obviously sensing the emotions in the bottom of Lin Yan's eyes, Zhou Chuanbai said somewhat helplessly. The vigilantes' work is like this. They called out a well-informed colleague from the information section to watch it together. We only took a cursory look before and confirmed the facts of those guys' crimes. But this is only preliminary. Zhou Chuanbai ate a mouthful of oatmeal without changing his color. His mental quality obviously improved. How many victims there are in total inside, each victim's face and physical characteristics, and how many criminals appear in total, the modus operandi of those criminals, as well as whether there are any habitual small actions. Need to organize the exact data. Only in this way can we find out the identity information of those victims faster, and it will also be easier for us to lock in the suspects. Lin Yan nodded, recalling those images that were not quite broadcast even when mosaicked, and also swallowed the fatty beef roll in his mouth without moving. Well, thanks to the character setting of high IQ villain, other than visualizing those kinds of images, Lin Yan's mental capacity was pretty good, and should have been far beyond normal people. Although this is probably not a good thing. Right at this moment, Lin Yan's cell phone suddenly received a friend request. He scanned the notes on it and agreed to the application. The opposite party immediately sent a few photos of the body test report, as well as a few sentences of text that had obviously been edited long ago. Wei Jianya, hello? I'm Wei Jianya, the chief physician of Gu's private hospital. Wei Jianya. Patient Lu Songya has been temporarily removed from life-threatening conditions after receiving the latest medication, and is currently in the intensive care unit, where we will be arranging for specialized care and preventing all unrelated personnel from approaching. Wei Jianya. But her vital signs may not be able to maintain stability all the time. Due to her complex pathology, the subsequent treatment effect will most likely be affected by her own will to live. I will continue to report her treatment situation to you. Lin Yan did not reply, but pushed his cell phone to Zhou Chuanbai across the dining table. Zhou Chuanbai looked at it for a moment before nodding solemnly. I'll talk to my father about this. As a key witness and the only relative of an accessory, her medical expenses should be reimbursed from above. Uh-huh? Lin Yan answered extremely softly, adding some more vinegar to his bowl. Let's see Lu Songyu again. Maybe we can ask something. Apparently thinking of his previous experience at the Bright Candle Club, Zhou Chuanbai's eyelids twitched very lightly. The lab results of the wine we desperately brought back earlier have already come out, and there is indeed something inside. In addition to several Chinese herbs, some suspected synthetic hormone ingredients were also detected, but the specifics aren't very clear yet. This result Lin Yan had expected, even which kinds of Chinese herbs he had in mind. More than those wines, Lin Yan was more concerned about Chen Ruhong and the mysterious subordinate who had the bright idea to give them such a big handle. Are you still keeping an eye on Ming Candle Club, Tang Mingnan and Tang Mingdong these days? Are there any suspicious people leaving, defecting to Tang Mingdong or the Security Bureau? Right? Has that Sister Hong made any unusual moves? Chapter 68. It's just about the same as Lu Bu in the world. To Lin Yan's some disappointment, Zhou Chuanbai shook his head extremely lightly. No, when the lab results came out, my dad sent plainclothes to keep an eye on the Ming Candle Clubhouse, but that kind of place is full of people coming and going, and the mobility of the people is too great, so it's not good to target them at all. Also, up to now, the mysterious subordinate who had invited Lin Yan behind Tang Mingnan's back and brought trouble to Ming Candle Club was only a speculation after Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai had discussed it. Whether or not there really was such a person was still unknown. Maybe this person was Chen Ruhong? After all, at that time, when they took the wine and wanted to leave the Bright Candle Club, it was Chen Ruhong who stopped them with her security personnel. Chen Ruhong is good to stare, have clear facial features, but she as the head of security in the Bright Candle Clubhouse usually eat and live in the clubhouse, almost not go out much. Staring at her and paid to touch the fish is not much difference. Recalling Chen Ruhong's little brother panel, Lin Yan's heart strangely gave birth to a few points of covetousness. If it wasn't for the fact that he, the biggest villain, had already gone straight and hadn't been a big brother for many years, he absolutely would have been unable to resist gathering this ruthless person to be his little brother. After this period of observation, Lin Yan realized that this bad system of his is also very picky when it comes to choosing a little brother like Chen Ruhong, who is a ruthless person. Those like Chen Ruhong who were ruthless, proficient in all kinds of firearms, and quite good with their hands, were recommended by the dog system. Before that guy who fished out a box of people's fragments and took the initiative to report the case, and was shined on by Lin Yan with a cleansing flashlight, and cried bitterly, the dog system simply couldn't see it, and it was clearly written, not recommended. When he caught Xing Kangnan and the programmer who maintained the surveillance over in Chishui City for Xing Kangnan, who was well versed in explosives and was able to control the portion of explosives to a very precise degree, the dog system strongly suggested that Lin Yan take him under his wing. As for the programmer who was touched by Lin Yan along the network cable to his hometown, he harvested a recruiting him would be better than raising a dog evaluation. However, from Zhou Chuanbai in the middle of the night to let him call Leng Shixiang can connect this point of view. Chen Ruhong this unloaded the pistol of the legitimate male protagonist. I am afraid that sooner or later the protagonist halo will be the creation of death. The two ate and chatted, from work to childhood, and from childhood to the ideal, until Lin Yan has begun to sigh. Zhou Chuanbai's voice is really resistant to manufacturing time. In front of him steeply popped up a prompt box to, "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the murder, acting independently throughout and over completing the task, exterminating all of the target's social circle. Due to the special identity of the target, the host will receive an additional random reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special skill. I'm just a mediocre master. Depending on the number of individuals successfully murdered, the host will receive reward points plus 1,300 props. Ask and you shall receive Imperial Green props. Ask and you shall receive Imperial Green props. Extra reward, random treasure chest 1. Oh no. As expected, Lin Yan's guess was pretty much the same. Killing all of Zhou Chuanbai's goldfish earned him bonus points based on the number of individuals. If you do this, you'll get back the points you spent on the backpack. Well, the points that he spent for Zhou Chuanbai's sake had to be gleaned back from Zhou Chuanbai so that Lin Yan would feel comfortable enough. And after having the prop backpack, the dog system could no longer mess with him when props were given out. Props backpack. A mysterious space in the middle of nothingness that can store all your props. When you use it, you only need to read it in your mind, and you will be able to pull out the props you want in any pocket. Remarks. After having the props backpack, the props rewarded by the system will be automatically issued to the props backpack. Please pay attention to checking it by yourself. There would no longer be any more props falling from the sky and almost hitting Zhou Chuanbai's head. Lin Yan lowered his eyes and helped Zhou Chuanbai put the large bowl that the two of them had used into the kitchen sink, and couldn't help but use his consciousness to directly check up on the information panel of the rewarded props. Question and answer: Imperial Green. A piece of Imperial Green emerald that contains mysterious power. When wearing it, you can select any target up to 2, and the other party will know and answer all the questions you ask them. Note: if the other party's spirit value is too low, their spirit is not strong enough, and they answer too many questions, they may suddenly faint. Good stuff. Harvesting 13 heads in one breath. The props given were really effective enough. Imagine if Lin Yan has already formed a large group of criminals. If he puts this on, he can find out who is the undercover agent in his own group. It's just a matter of asking. If he had this at that time in Chishui City, the information in the brains of Xing Kangnan and the programmer would have been dug out as much as he wanted. Maybe they can directly put the name Ming Ace to the surface. Save has been held in Lin Yan's heart, for fear of what time accidentally said leakage. It's a bit of a shame. However, even though he didn't get an extra skill like hearing voices this time, the gold content of this prop was already enough. Coupled with a random treasure chest, this wave of Lin Yan's blood money, the world where only the goldfish raised by Zhou Chuanbai was injured was reached. Lin Yan gently shook off the water droplets on his hands, hiding all the strange colors in the bottom of his eyes, and smiled at Zhou Chuanbai. Thanks for the hospitality. I'll go back first to look at the furniture and appliances they installed. Just send me a direct message if anything happens. Zhou Chuanbai nodded and raised his hand to point to the refrigerator. Take a bottle of juice before you go. Lin Yan was forced to take a bottle of orange juice by Zhou Chuanbai, and when he returned to his own home across the street, he really found that the furniture and appliances were basically in place, but there was still a little bit of soft furnishings missing, such as sheets and covers, toiletries, and so on. He changed the door code that he had already told the installer and sent his address to Lin Songhai. Within an hour, Lin Songhai's assistant, Duanyu, rushed over with 2 suitcases and arranged Lin Yan's basic necessities neatly inside and out like an old mom. Lin Yan only needed to leisurely play with the piece of question and answer Imperial Green on the sofa and look at his information panel. When he flipped to the introduction of his newly acquired skill, Lin Yan's mood was rather complicated. I'm just a mediocre expert. Ever heard of Regulus shooting? Junior, from this moment onwards, your accuracy is just about as good as Lu Bu's in the world. 100 paces through a poplar. 100 hits. No false starts. That's you, a mediocre firearms expert. As long as you're within the range of the gun and the visual range of the scope, if you say you'll hit your left eye, you'll never hit your right eye. From now on, you don't need to envy those sharpshooters, because you're synonymous with God. Although it instantly makes up for the human body tracing master attribute that Lin Yan inherited from the original owner, he always feels that this skill is not mocking him. It is said that what is lacking will be made up for. Lin Yan lowered his eyebrows and looked at the pure green emerald ring in his hand, eliminating the chaotic thoughts, silently thinking about what ring support to set it on. Ding dong. Right at this moment, the doorbell of Lin Yan's house rang clearly. Duan Yu was just about to put down the work in his hands and go over to open the door when Lin Yan had already walked over with his long legs. Just as the door opened, Zhou Chuanbai handed over a black, fully wrapped pistol pouch. Ah Yen, from now on, several of us will be equipped with guns throughout the day. You keep this, don't leave your body. Duan Yu? The old mom assistant and the main man at the door looked at each other in disbelief, both seeing confusion on the other's face. Chapter 69, A Man Like the Wind. If he wasn't well versed in Lin Songhai's character and had been involved in Lin Yan's growth process for several years, Duan Yu would probably turn around immediately right now and pretend that he didn't see anything. What kind of place had his eldest young master moved to, anyway? That's the neighbor, right? In the middle of the night, this neighbor came to the door and gave a gun? Did he just enter the door in the wrong position? Thus, Duan Yu took 2 steps backward, entered Lin Yan's master bedroom, and gently closed the door. Drip! The bedroom room door opened again, and Duan Yu deliberately let his right foot exit the door first this time, but the result was obvious. Zhou Chuanbai not only didn't leave, but also came in, even as Lin Yan had already taken over that black, fully wrapped gun pouch. Duan Yu only felt that the gold stars were flying in front of his eyes, recalling Lin Songhai's recent mysterious behavior. The sweaty hairs on his body stood at attention, and he neatly stood at attention and rested at ease against Lin Yan. Little young master, are you doing a proper job? Lin Yan? He knew that the author of the original book was definitely a lowball. Don't think of the big villain as a street-roaming punk. Anyone who sees him will subconsciously think that he dares to be non-lawful line of work. This is a criminal investigation and reasoning text. He's a high IQ criminal. The actual person in charge of the most powerful and ruthless criminal gang often looks very gentle and harmless, and even a little bit amiable. Okay? In order to make that often brain-dead fox hero soar all the way to the top, did the author of this original book bring a brain when designing the characters? Lin Yan felt the need to apologize for his previous perception. The fact that Ming Jiao fell in love at first sight with Lin Yan and gave him the entire Ming Ace organization is purely because the author of the original book designed the character with personal feelings. Do you know what it means to be an outlaw? Talking about feelings with outlaws? Or with the leader of the outlaws? Huh? If it happens in reality, there's only one thing for it: she's got a crush on your loins. How many sets of organs on your body are enough to take out? Lin Yan had mixed feelings for a while, and the air in the clean new room fell into a somewhat eerie silence. Zhou Chuanbai looked at Lin Yan with some surprise, and then when he looked back at Duan Yu, he brought a gentle and warm smile on his face, just like a spring breeze. Hello, may I ask if you are? Duan Yu looked at Lin Yan, who had a speechless face on the side, and coughed a little awkwardly. I'm Lin Songhai's living assistant, Duan Yu, and I need to be in charge of the young master's settling in these days. Zhou Chuanbai smiled and nodded. Hello, my name is Zhou Chuanbai. I'm from our Yibiao City Security Bureau, the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the City West Branch, and we've been dealing with very troublesome criminal cases recently. Please make sure to keep all our actions secret. It's very important for us to handle the case. Duan Yu was taken aback, but he quickly regained his usual countenance. All right, after that, I will try to do everything regarding the young master's side personally, and will not let anyone else come to my door. Zhou Chuanbai smiled in satisfaction and nodded to Lin Yan before turning to leave. Under the warm, bright light, Duan swept a glance at the gun pouch that Lin Yan had nonchalantly worn to his waist and slowly gave a thumbs up. Young master is awesome. Now it's also considered a public official. Lin Yan was amused by him, the feeling of helplessness in his heart fading away. By the way, how's that little company handling? As soon as he talked about professional issues, Duan Yu's complexion also became a lot more serious. Sold it to Pang. For the sake of Mr. Lin, the price was about 13% higher than what I had predicted. Nice guy. Lin Songhai sold his company, stole his home, and transferred the money from the sale of the company to him to buy a house. Lin Yan pulled the corner of his lips with a complicated mood, then yawned and entered the master bedroom. You can sleep in the guest room if you don't want to leave after cleaning up, and buy me some breakfast in the morning on the way. The next morning, Lin Yan, who had ruthlessly made up for the big all-nighter he had stayed up and slept for nearly 15 hours, had just gotten out of the master bedroom when he saw a thermos box sitting on the dining room table. When he got closer, there was a sticky note on it, in Duan Yu's thin, flowing handwriting. Young master, there's a share for the neighbors for breakfast. Take care of everything at work. There's a reason why Lin Songhai hired Duan Yu at a steady and high salary, and look at this level of care. It's a good way to make up for his abstract behavior yesterday. It's worth rejoicing. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai had a breakfast together and went out with the printed Lu Songya's case. After it was known that the Ming Candle Club was also similar to that color video criminal gang once, both of which were highly likely to be involved with the source of the residue-free stupefying drug, which was the Ming Ace organization, the duo agreed that prying more information out of Lu Songyu's mouth might work wonders. The car should be the one Duan Yu had someone drive over early in the morning, a fairly low-key laser blue coupe. Zhou Chuanbai drove, while Lin Yan was fiddling with the question and answer Imperial Green on the passenger side, intending to try and use this to pull out information from Lu Songyu's brain. Just when the two of them had traveled most of the way in a fairly smooth manner, Lin Yan's good luck long life lock, which was hidden under his clothes and attached to his chest, suddenly became a bit hot. Lin Yan was scalded by the near-scorching temperature and subconsciously grabbed the tiny golden long life lock through his clothes. It was also at this moment that Zhou Chuanbai slammed on the brakes. Bang! Not far in front of them, a more discreet black business car and a Land Rover crashed together, the front end of the business car instantly deflating. Lin Yan's eyelids fluttered, always feeling that something wasn't quite right, and ghostly got out of the car. The first moment he saw the person with a bloody head inside through the window of the commercial vehicle, Lin Yan was already glad of his decision in his heart. He immediately shouted "Call 120" to Zhou Chuanbai and quickly ran towards the black commercial vehicle. At the same time, Lin Yan also bought something in the props mall that he saw when he woke up this morning. Hanging Life Fixed Soul Vein Silver Needle. Ever heard of the acupuncture sage? That's right, that has nothing to do with this set of tools, but if you want to use the art of acupuncture to hang lives to save people, it is definitely your best choice. Quality is guaranteed. Points 333. It wasn't until he saw the bag of silver needles wrapped in dark-colored fabric in the props backpack that Lin Yan thought with some hindsight. It turned out that as early as the moment he opened his eyes this morning, the good luck together long life lock was already in play. And from the perspective of the others, they had no idea about Lin Yan's inner activities and everything he experienced in this moment. Thus, those on the side who had stopped to watch due to the big commotion of the two cars colliding could only see a windy man rushing to the side of the black commercial car in a puff of smoke, creating an elbow to shatter the window, open the door, and gleaned out the driver inside with a head full of blood. In the rush to the traffic police shouted, "Do not destroy the scene. Do not add to the workload of the medical staff." Lin Yan has already put the driver flat on the ground. From the waist of the satchel touched out the lifeless solid soul vein silver needle. When he saw the silver needle Lin Yan had taken out shining in the sunlight, the owner of the black Land Rover spat viciously and began to reverse the car backwards. His eyes were filled with viciousness as he had turned the steering wheel, aiming to step on the gas in the direction where Lin Yan and the driver of the black business car were. Chapter 70 choose to run away in advance of their smart subordinates. Zhou Chuanbai, who had just finished calling 120, saw that the black Land Rover obviously had the action of crashing again, and made a decisive decision to feel out a pistol from his waist, quickly and accurately bursting the Land Rover's tires. Bang bang! 2 clear gunshots made the surroundings steeply quiet. Want to go forward to pull Lin Yan's traffic police body immediately frozen, face instantly white. Zhou Chuanbai quickly stepped forward and flashed his credentials at the very young traffic cop. "Please don't obstruct my colleague's resuscitation work. Thank you." seeing that Lin Yan had already begun to methodically give acupuncture to the owner of the black commercial vehicle. Zhou Chuanbai's face gradually loosened up as he nodded his head at the young-faced traffic cop. Please, take that Land Rover owner under control. He just had the obvious action of wanting to crash again, which doesn't conform to the logic of a normal person's mind. It's highly likely that he committed intentional murder. I will contact the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Thank you for your cooperation. The trainee traffic police officer whose face was intertwined with green and white then nodded and pulled out his walkie-talkie. This is the intersection of Evergreen Road and Minnan Avenue, according to the analysis of the brothers of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. This traffic accident may be intentional murder. Please support as soon as possible. While Zhou Chuanbai was calling Zhou Yuman's side, Lin Yan's resuscitation work had already proceeded to the most critical time. Although he did not have a license to practice medicine, but with the special skill of, that's right, I'm a handful of years old at a young age. He was just laying needles like a god. Just by observing the driver's trauma and feeling his pulse, he knew almost instinctively what to do to maximize the guy's life. By the time the ambulance roared through the heavy traffic, Lin Yan had already stabbed the man into a hedgehog and used up about 90% of the silver needles in his needle bag. Several paramedics in white coats took over the scene, and after observing the driver's vital signs, the middle-aged doctor took the time to give Lin Yan a thumbs up. Young man, you can Which teacher? Where's your high position Lin Yan smiled and didn't answer. He took the alcohol wipes handed over by Zhou Chuanbai, casually wiped the blood on his hands, and then followed into the ambulance. When the modern medical equipment gradually took over the initiative of hanging the life, Lin Yan pulled out his silver needles one by one at the side. It wasn't until he followed him outside the operating room that Lin Yan's thumping little heart calmed down. This feeling is too exciting for a person who has lived plainly for 20 years. Obviously, he did not have any experience in practicing medicine, but that kind of essence that had been passed down for thousands of years was like a magpie possessing his body and Hua Tuo being in the world, and his powerful instincts manipulated his body, allowing Lin Yan to lay down needles without a trace of trembling or hesitation in his hands. With the assistance of several old Chinese medicine practitioners, Lin Yan was able to save the guy's life without any surprises. The main reason why he thought so highly of that unlucky business car driver was that he saw the other side's little brother panel at that moment. Yan Shangyu, male, 24 years old. One of the controllers of the Ming Candle Club with 28 lives on his body, organizing the sale of prostitution whoring prostitutes, congregate gambling forcing young men and women to provide xing services peddling new types of non-residual stupefying drugs, and selling shoddy alcohol managing and manipulating employees by threatening, intimidating, and other kinds of violent means. Sin value of 3,277. Ruthless means extremely opinionated, but always like to take matters into their own hands, not recommended to be taken as a junior. Of course, at that time, the situation was so urgent that Lin Yan didn't have the time to read all of the contents on the minion panel, but instead, he looked at one of the controllers of the Bright Candle Clubhouse and decided to save him on the spot. There was no other reason. This guy really fit all of their speculations about Tang Mingnan's mysterious subordinates. Both mastered the Bright Candle Club quite a lot of things, committed things in Tang Mingnan comparable, and just in time to be killed and killed, is very much like by Tang Mingnan to find a reason to send out, but chose to run away in advance of their own. Smart. The following are some of the most important things you can do for your business. Of course, even if this Yan Shangyu is not Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai guessed that, since he knows the facts of the crime of the Bright Candle Club, it is also worth saving. Regardless of how many dirty things this person did for Tang Mingnan, and Tang Mingnan's relationship with how close as brothers and sisters, and how obedient to Tang Mingnan worship. At the moment Tang Mingnan sent someone to threaten his life, the past emotions and ties will be a key to empty. To be able to become one of the controllers of the Candle Club, Yan Shangyu is definitely not a bad brain. Accepting the shelter of the Security Bureau and making up for his crime by explaining the facts of Tang Mingnan's crime is much more cost-effective than resisting and being attacked again by Tang Mingnan while he was hospitalized, and then living in the shadow of Tang Mingnan at any time, which is much more cost-effective. Lin Yan sat on a chair outside the operating room, leisurely crossing his legs, very satisfied with the effect of the good luck, long life lock. But this leisurely mood of Lin Yan didn't last long before the door to the operating room opened steeply, and an anxious-faced nurse walked out. Are you the one who gave the injured patient acupuncture earlier? Now that he can't stop the hemorrhaging, Dr. Tang asked you to go in and try. Lin Yan? He frowned, his hand already reaching into his satchel, but he didn't stand up first. I'm not wearing sterile surgical gowns, and I haven't done any sterilization. Are you sure you want me to go in and participate in the resuscitation? The nurse nodded her head like a peck of rice, her tone unquestionable. Hurry up and get in. It's the living that qualify for germs. Well, that does make sense. When the field medic was treating the sick and saving people, he was much more hardcore than Lin Yan. Lin Yan no longer hesitated, quickly took out his needle bag, flung his satchel to his back, and stomped into the operating room. The nurse is right, the smell of blood in the operating room is very heavy. It is estimated that if it is not Lin Yan early to Yan Shangyu hanging life, he may not be able to live into the operating room. It seems that sometimes the craftsmanship inherited from the ancestors, or to slightly better than these ice-cold machines at chip. Lin Yan dismissed distractions, unfolded the needle bag and took out the silver needle, dipping it in the disinfectant solution before stabbing the tip into the acupuncture point. By the time the lights in the operating room dimmed, almost 4 hours had passed. The nurse who had gone out earlier to call out to someone had thoughtfully washed the silver needle with sterilized water and properly put it back into the needle bag, handing it back to Lin Yan with a face that was almost reverent. Looking at Yan Shangyu, whose vital signs were basically stable, Lin Yan looked relieved, somewhat helplessly looking at the blood stains that had been sprayed on his body. On the side, the sweating attending surgeon revealed a post-apocalyptic smile. Great, the person can be considered to have been saved. Otherwise my career would more than likely be accounted for here. This is the truth. The rules in the medical career were very strict. If the main surgeon called out Lin Yan, an outsider, and in the end failed to save the patient, his reputation would most likely be in tatters. He could let an injured patient die on the operating table due to his own lack of skill, or due to various other factors, but he couldn't let an outsider get involved and then still let the patient fail to be rescued. It was no exaggeration to say that the moment this lead surgeon invited Lin Yan into the operating room, he had already gambled his own life. Lin Yan wiped the blood from his hands and raised his hand to pat the main surgeon's shoulder. A good doctor with medical ethics like you will shine wherever you go. It was also at this instant that the good luck companion long life lock that was attached to Lin Yan's chest once again glowed slightly. Chapter 71. Who is so sure that the embroiderer is female? Lin Yan? He raised his eyes suspiciously and took a closer look at the dampened bangs on the chief surgeon's forehead, quickly averting his gaze as if nothing had happened. Strange. This time, the burning sensation of the good luck companion long life lock was not as pronounced as before, but only slightly warmer. This somewhat abnormal temperature disappeared the moment Lin Yan's hand retracted from the main surgeon's shoulder. What was going on here? Lin Yan left the operating room with a calm gait and didn't think clearly about the cause and effect of this bit of abnormality until he completely washed the bloodstains from his hands in the restroom. This kind of prop that doesn't pop up a prompt box is more or less a bit of a pain in the ass to use. However, in light of today's events, the effect of the good luck long life lock was already very good. Lin Yan returned to the ward that housed Yan Shangyu, sent the positioning and information about the ward and bed number to Zhou Chuanbai, asked him to find someone to come and guard it, and prepared to leave. Although Zhou Chuanbai was busy with this traffic accident that arose from intentional murder, Lin Yan was now also a person with documents, and it was still not difficult to enter the detention center to meet with Lu Songyu. And Lin Yan's previous guess is almost the same, Lu Songyu, although the face looks more than before haggard a lot. But there is no sign of relief. Until Lin Yan took out the photo of Yan Shangyu lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and closed eyes. When she saw the face on the photo, Lu Songyu's pupils shook tremendously and her mouth opened wide almost unbelievably. Seeing that it had an effect, Lin Yan silently put away the have a question and answer imperial green, and continued to ride the wave of victory. It seems like you know this person, you should know that he has done a lot for Tang Mingnan, but as you can see, just today he was almost disposed of by the people Tang Mingnan sent. Do you think? Now besides me and the security bureau, who else will care about your life? You can resist to the end, and anyway, a heavier sentence is just eating a gun. But what about Lu Songya? You don't naively think that Tang Mingnan, Tang Mingdong, or Yuanshan's side will still care about her, right? I don't need to give you a breakdown. You should be well aware that her treatment costs are sky high, and if you can't contribute much to the detection of the case, do you think the Security Bureau will continue to reimburse the money? Speaking here, Lin Yan gave a huss smile, and his eye color also cooled down. Or do you think I'm a charity-loving one? Lu Songyu closed her eyes and breathed deeply for a while before she shuddered out. I'll say, Only then did Lin Yen nod his head in satisfaction and said to the vigilantes at the side, "Please prepare an interrogation room. Find 2 more people to interrogate with me. I'll just bring the transcript back directly." There is a saying how to say it. Probably means luck is so much, who first use up who first go. Today, good luck with long life locks has been very obviously in effect twice. Lin Yen is afraid that if he takes Lu Songyu to the security bureau, there will be an accident halfway. He wasn't the male protagonist of this book world, and it wasn't the same as Zhou Chuanbai's kind of existence where the book was written for as long as his life lasted. Tang Mingnan was ruthless and sometimes unscrupulous. Lin Yen was better off sparing his life. 2 hours later, Lin Yen took Lu Songyu's statement back to the security bureau. Zhou Chuanbai was already in his office organizing the information, and when he saw Lin Yen, he somewhat reluctantly pulled out a smile. "I've already told my colleagues over at the propaganda section and internet supervision to pay attention. Once there's news about you saving your life with a silver needle on the street on the internet, delete it immediately. Now that the internet is developed, if Tang Mingnan brushes up to this news, knowing that the person she wanted to get killed was pulled back hard from the ghost gate by Lin Yen, she may not be able to bite the bullet next time and go straight for Lin Yen. After all, she is very clear that once Yen Shangyu loosened his mouth, most of her good days will be down. Might as well pull a few cushions before going in. It is worthy of Zhou Chuanbai, think quite considerate." Lin Yen casually put the confession book to Zhou Chuanbai's workstation table, picked a window workstation to sit down, took off his own satchel and leaned back, exhaled a long breath. "Now I really admire those doctors who are in charge of surgery. A slightly troublesome surgery will stand for several hours." Zhou Chuanbai took the book, the corner of his lips hooked very shallowly. "How can a life-saving job be easy? We raided the interrogation, that hit and run driver all confessed. He did receive money before hitting someone. But there's no direct evidence pointing to Tang Mingnan buying a murderer. Tang Mingnan was able to make Ming Candle Club so big. It was certainly unlikely that she would want to catch her in the act because of this small matter. Even in Lu Songyu's statement, there was hardly any conclusive evidence. When the guy who was hit wakes up, bring him here for interrogation, I guess we'll have it." After saying that, Lin Yen picked up one of the stacks of folders laid out at each workstation and casually flipped through it. This was the original reason for the formation of their Special Operations Group 2. To solve the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case and capture the embroiderer. Not long after flipping through the pages, Lin Yen raised his eyebrows in surprise. It turned out that the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case did not refer to a single case, nor did it refer to 1 or 2 victims, but rather the entire 16 cases, with a total of 18 victims. These victims died in somewhat different ways, but all had exquisite peach blossom embroidery on both sides of their cheeks. No clues such as murder weapon, fingerprints, or footprints were found at the scene, and the only thing that can be determined now is the information about the identity of those victims, as well as the approximate time they were killed. The information showed that embroiderer had completed these dozen embroidered face cases in just 3 years, and then remained silent for more than a year before he used his signature technique to kill Spei Jai Wenbin, who was in the same organization as him. Immediately after that, there was the cat-faced clown case of the newcomer, Spirit Wind, who was being tested. The explosive shredding case had little to do with the embroiderer, and based on the wounds on the body parts, it could be deduced that the victim had already died while he was performing the embroidery, and it was still Xing Kengnan who had actually killed him. Thinking back to Wang Li, the owner of the escape room store who was almost granted the code name, Spirit Wind, Lin Yen fiercely raised his eyes to Zhou Chuanbai, who was also ambling around not far away. "Chuanbai, did you have someone check that special item that needed to be transported by a fast runner?" "There is." Zhou Chuanbai raised his head and shook his somewhat stiff neck vertebrae before adding, "Since it was transported by someone who needed to run fast, I guess that item most likely involved athletic competition, so I checked the sports-related announcements released by our city, and sure enough, I found a cross-country marathon. It's on the 21st of this month, and the venue is set in our western suburb of Songming Mountain. It's a cross-country marathon around the mountain. The municipal side is still repairing and maintaining the venue in the past few days. There are quite a lot of officials in Songming Mountain, and those criminals definitely don't dare to show up. They can only use the name of assessing the newcomers to let the newcomers go and participate in this marathon, and incidentally, it's quite reasonable to transport the things inside the venue. Oh wow, a proper male lead whose career has already taken off is really quite scary." Lin Yen sighed in his heart, his fingertips tapping the unfolded printout in his hands as he leisurely said, "Songming Mountain is a pretty big venue. Even if a few of us go over and carpet search, we may not be able to find what was hidden by them. Zhou Chuanbai also smiled bitterly. Yeah, waiting around for the embroiderer in Songming Mountain won't work at all. We can only try to see if we can ask for any clues after we invite Tang Ming and back to the interrogation room. If there's still nothing, we'll have to look into those 16 cases. Lin Yan nodded slightly, casually flipping through his hands. He actually happened to turn up several front-face photos that had once been designated as suspects. Looking at the waterfall of female faces on them, Lin Yan frowned. Chuan Bai. Who is so sure that the embroiderer is female? Chapter 72. That voice sounded like Sweetie's. Ha! Upon hearing Lin Yan's words that were completely contrary to his previous assumptions, Zhou Chuanbai also put down the information he was reading at hand and walked over to sit down by Lin Yan's workstation. Why do you say that? Ah Yan, did you discover something? Lin Yan's lips pursed. At first glance he was really caught off guard by Zhou Chuanbai's words. Although his dog system was always pitting him, this guy was not only picky, but also very strict. In the previous embroidered face case, Quest released to Lin Yan, since the dog system would use he next to a single standing person for the embroidered lady, it meant that the embroidered lady must be male. But there was no clear basis for this stuff at all, so how could Lin Yan talk to Zhou Chuanbai about this directly? Suddenly, Lin Yan had a flash of light in his mind and flipped the information in his hand that recorded the general rules of the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case to the part of the victim's photo. He raised his hand to signal Zhou Chuanbai to look at the scene photos of these victims. Although there was only one photo of each victim, their posture at the time of their death and a small portion of the surrounding environment were still taken very clearly. Lin Yan's fingertips tapped over the photos of several male victims in turn. His voice calm. You see, just from the photos alone, their figures aren't exactly slim and slender, instead they're the stocky type. But they were bound and immobilized in exactly the same position as several of the other female victims, all on their reverent knees with their hands and feet tied dead behind their backs, and the whole thing bent almost into the shape of the letter C. If embroiderer is a female who works independently, he's afraid that he can't do the same thing to tie up this somewhat toned person like this. Lin Yan turned the black and gold fountain pen in his hand, the tightness in his mind fading away after he found partial support for his statement. Even if we take that special residue-free stupefying drug into account, you should know that once a person faints, the muscles in their body are in a relaxed state, leaving their body without any support. It would be even more difficult for a female with a slim body size to tie up someone who fainted like a dead pig so sturdily. From this, it can be seen that the embroiderer's strength is quite large, not quite fitting the characteristics of the vast majority of women. Zhou Chuanbai stroked his chin and nodded slowly, also feeling that what Lin Yan said was somewhat reasonable. However, he did not dismiss the efforts of the vigilantes who had investigated these cases out of hand, but instead raised his own questioning in a reasoned manner. In the surveillance video you found before, there was a person who appeared to embroider flowers on human skin and internal organs. Judging from that person's dress and figure at that time, it fits the profile of a woman with a slim figure. Lin Yan, who possessed the ability to forget everything, of course immediately pulled up the image Zhou Chuanbai was talking about in his own mind, but in order to take care of Zhou Chuanbai for a moment, he still managed to find the corresponding video clip on his computer. After pausing the video on the image of the embroiderer embroidering a peach blossom on a heart, only then did Lin Yan point at the hand that was pinching the silver needle. The bones of a normal female's hand are rarely this big. As he spoke, the pen in Hayashi Hikari's hand turned, pointing again at the black strands of hair that were exposed in the embroidery lady's cloak and hanging to the ground. It does look like real hair, but don't you think he's being a bit deliberate? Judging from the almost identical peach blossom embroidery on the face of his previous victim, the embroiderer may be more or less tainted with OCD, and in the videos of his appearances, you can also see this from the detail of how he always arranges his embroidery tools neatly and meticulously. But his hair is loose and casual, and it doesn't fit the mentality of a woman who loves her hair to have it peeking out from the side of her cloak when the person is clearly wearing a mask and gloves. Why didn't he choose to tie his hair up or coiffure it? Wasn't he afraid of getting blood in his hair or leaving his DNA information at the scene? This maneuver is like deliberately telling everyone, I'm a woman with long hair past my waist and a good mind. Zhou Chuanbai was obviously moved by Lin Yan's words and nodded in agreement. Indeed, these criminals are very good at hiding their physical features. The embroiderer has done so many embroidered face cases, yet he has gotten away with it so far. He is bound to be the best in this area as well. This hair reveal is also really a bit too deliberate. Perhaps he didn't expect the day the surveillance video was leaked, but is habitually deceiving those who are watching the live broadcast. But I remember the embroiderer seems to have opened her mouth. The voice is also female to come. Can someone disguise their voice that well? Lin Yen turned his head to look at Zhou Chuanbai, the corners of his lips slightly hooked, and the moment he opened his mouth, it was a gentle and sweet female voice, with the right words and slightly raised tones. How could it not be? Sheriff Zhou Chuanbai, 000. At that exact moment, two heads poked in from the Special Operations Group's office. Huh, Group Zhou, you actually brought your pretty sister. Huh? Where did the pretty sister hide? It was Li Xiaosheng and Su Ruffing whose faces were a little pale and looked weak like they hadn't eaten for 2 days. Zhou Chuanbai looked at the two of them rather breathlessly. Hurry up and come in and bring the door with you. We've just analyzed part of the embroiderer's information. Even though it was about business, Li Xiaosheng's eyes towards Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yen were still tinged with gossip. There was no mistaking it. That voice just now sounded like sweet sisters. The two of them must have been groping for fish to chat with a young lady online. They were painstakingly reading those stomach-churning things and hoofing it to organize the information of the victims and criminals, and the two of them were instead chatting leisurely here. Is this right? Li Xiaosheng wanted to roll in place in aggravation when he thought that he hadn't eaten anything for a day and a half. Team Zhou, don't bring you guys to be like this. We're almost starved thin, and you guys are still chatting with the young lady. Although Su Ruffing didn't say anything, from the look on his face, it was obvious that he also strongly agreed with Li Xiaosheng's words. Zhou Chuanbai helplessly looked at Lin Yen, his eyes signaling Lin Yen to handle it himself. Lin Yen. Man. He looked at Li Xiaosheng and Su Rufing's whitened faces again, and suddenly laughed maliciously. His thin lips opened, and what came out was a female voice that was generally the same as that of the embroidery lady, with a bit of a sense of royalty. Yeah, what fish chatting? We are analyzing the case. You. As soon as this voice came out, Li Xiaosheng immediately bent down and turned around, pulling over the trash can beside Lin Yan's workstation and spitting out a few mouthfuls of acid. His face like a big, juicy, glowing green bittermelon. Counselor Lin, don't bring you to play like this. In order to organize all the information in those surveillance videos, they almost watched each clip over and over again several times, especially when it came to the embroiderer. Because wherever embroidery lady appeared, all that she brought with her were the people's fragments and entrails, and they also had to record the information of the entrails one by one, the specific parts of the fragments and so on. Of course, they were clear about embroidery lady's voice. Because of this, as soon as Lin Yen said these words, Li Xiaosheng's mind uncontrollably began to automatically play. Those embroidery needles pierced through the internal organs and flesh images. How can this feeling be described as sour and refreshing? Li Xiaosheng sucked in his nose a little bit hopelessly, crying with a sad face. Counselor Lin, I was wrong. Please don't ever use this voice to talk to me again. Chapter 73. Do you rely on assumptions when handling cases? Comparatively speaking, Su Ruffing on the side still had a stronger mental capacity than Li Xiaosheng. He raised his eyebrows in some surprise, glanced at the teasing smile between Lin Yan's brows, and almost instantly realized what Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai had guessed earlier. You guys are thinking that the embroiderer might be a male? Huh. Li Xiaosheng lifted his head from the trash can with a confused look on his face. Presuming that he's a man based on his voice alone? In the video, he was showing his hair, and his body shape doesn't look like a normal adult male. Lin Yen good-naturedly wrapped his hands around his chest and smiled. Sheriff Li, do you rely on assumptions when handling cases? Why do you firmly believe that criminals must not have some more niche physical characteristics? Is it because you think those guys will never trample on the bottom line of the law? How can anything be absolutely impossible? With the development of technology, it was possible for men to have children, let alone anything else. Li Xiaosheng wiped his mouth with a tissue and nodded his head as if deeply impressed. It's me who took it for granted. Counselor Lin is right. We have to be bold in our assumptions and careful in our evidence when handling cases. Against Li Xiaosheng's bright eyes, Lin Yen knew why Zhou Yumin would personally take him and recommend him to Zhou Chuanbai's task force. Indeed is a pretty good young man, knows how to be modest and seek advice, but not overly self-righteous. The brain is quite bright. Lin Yen nodded slightly, flexing his fingers and gently tapping the information in his hand. Don't stand around. It just so happens that we're all here. Move a stool over and simply open an analysis meeting. As the words fell, Zhou Chuanbai also went to his own workstation, picked up the topmost folder and pen, and sat back down on Lin Yan's side. After Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing took their places, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai first rationalized their previous speculation process in a brief and concise manner. Now, both Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing were completely convinced. Li Shaoxing even gave Lin Yan a thumbs up with a serious face. Advisor Lin, I admit that I had underestimated you before, thinking that you would only be able to play on the computer. Only now do I realize that your reasoning ability is also so awesome. Lin Yan nodded slightly and turned the pen in his hand. Based on the current suspect's characteristic portrait, we can discuss the general direction of the investigation. On the computer screen that Lin Yan unfolded, several words were clearly written in enlarged and bolded font. Possesses superb embroidery skills. Male, approximately 1.7 meters in height. Age 23-38. Strong. Can falsify sounds. Extremely strong psychological qualities. May have engaged in corpse-related occupations. Somewhat psychopathic. Zhou Chuanbai's fingertips almost subconsciously tapped the printout in his hand. His voice calm. Having engaged in an occupation related to corpses, and embroidery skills don't have much to do with each other. Once they overlap, the probability of matching the target we're looking for is extremely high. I don't think the embroiderer should have exposed her embroidery skills to others while practicing this occupation, and this kind of thing is also not suitable to be taken out and shown off in a serious occasion of handling a corpse. On the side, Su Ruffing, who had always been a man of few words, made a few notes in his small notebook before speaking out. Not necessarily, Team Zhou, for many people, muscle memory is unchangeable. Let's assume that the embroiderer had once worked as a mortician or a body plastic surgeon. When he repaired the deceased's remains and mended the face and other parts of the body, he must have involuntarily displayed the professionalism of having once learned to embroider. Even if he never said so, his superiors or colleagues would surely have exclaimed a few words about the rapid progress of his corpse-mending skills when he first joined the profession. The difference between the daily mending of clothes at home and the skills used in embroidery is not small. Lin Yan nodded in agreement with that. I think Ruffing has a point. Embalmers usually have more work to do than posthumous plastic surgeons, and have to cover the entire process of burying the remains. I personally think the probability of an embroiderer being a posthumous plastic surgeon is a bit higher. Finding a posthumous plastic surgeon who is quite well regarded and always gets compliments from coworkers and leaders can be far better than checking out male embroiderers all over the world. After all, embroiderers don't have too rigorous training, practice tests, or even the casual work of amateurs at home that can be used for profit if they get a look in. What's more, some embroiderers are still family legacies, taught by their own grandmothers or mothers, who would come to the door and want to register all these. In addition to the masters of the industry, the small embroidery masters are rarely known even by name, coupled with some of the private masters have little stringent rules. Looking for someone here is no less than a needle in a haystack. On the contrary, the mortician or body plastic surgeon is not the same. These are also considered part of the national establishment, are required to have a real name of the identity of the registration of information. The practice of assessment and practice license is even more stringent, but also must have a heart of respect for the deceased. Even if you work in a private funeral parlor, which is not part of the state establishment, then you have to have a certificate of professional qualification for funeral service personnel, otherwise who would dare to hire? Who would be responsible if they were found out? Lin Yan circled a few words on the information in his hand, and the bottom of his eyes finally took on a somewhat relaxed look. Embalmers or body plastic surgeons need to have medical knowledge, or at least understand anatomy. We can also work on this aspect from the medical profession as well. If a person perfectly fits the height of about 170 males, studied medicine, worked as a body beautician, sewing skills are widely praised, the family may also have inherited embroidery skills, then basically the embroiderer did not run. Unexpectedly, just a simple analysis session, he was able to analyze the comprehensive features of the suspect so much. Zhou Chuanbai was quite satisfied with this. He pulled out his cell phone and tapped on the group of the four of them, and began to assign tasks. In this way, Ayen, you check the network information for the personal information of all the posthumous plastic surgeons in our Ibiao city, no, the entire Liquan province, and record all those who are more in line with these characteristics. If there's no one among the body plastic surgeons that fits the characteristics too well, then expand it to morticians. As he spoke, Zhou Chuanbai even looked up and smiled at Lin Yan. Don't worry, you're now a special consultant for the Special Operations Group. You won't be created by the cybersecurity law during the investigation. Shaoxing, it's too many targets to check directly from the medical profession. Go check the surveillance videos before and after the crimes of these cases. Target adult males around 1.7 meters or females with deliberately obscured faces and carrying toolkits, and start from the nearest. After Li Shaoxing nodded, Zhou Chuanbai looked at Su Ruffing again. Ruffing, you give Ian a hand. If he locks in on a suspected suspect's target, you go to the corresponding funeral parlor to visit and investigate. It's a bit more efficient to synchronize the visits and network information investigation. I'll be responsible for summarizing and investigating the identity information of these 18 victims, and see if I can find overlapping parts from their network of relationships. Get to work. Chapter 74. This embroiderer is bound to be impossible for him to accept. Although it was fairly easy to say when analyzing it, when they actually started to act, the work that each of them was assigned to was quite difficult. Even the seemingly easiest, Li Shaoxing's part of the job, gave him red eyes. Lin Yan's side had just used the program he had written to retrieve the identity information of residents who matched those keywords in big data, when the cyber vigilante from next door came knocking on their office door along the network cable not long after. Zhou Chuanbai took Lin Yan's ID card and went over to explain, and only then did the young cyber vigilante half-heartedly leave. Looking at the bright gold text that had been changed from Task Force to Special Operations Group on his ID, the smile on Lin Yan's lips was somehow a bit bitter. If it wasn't for the mission sent to him by the awful system, Lin Yan would definitely be a happy-go-lucky rich second generation who did whatever he wanted right now. Can this protagonist aura really be so outrageous? Because of Zhou Chuanbai's craving for his fabulous hacking skills, Lin Yan's home was stolen when he traveled once. Zhou Chuanbai intends to want to pull into the relationship with him. Lin Yan closed his eyes in line with his own requirements of the house, randomly selected one, and selected Zhou Chuanbai's opposite door. Zhou Chuanbai suffered a crisis and needed to capture the embroidery lady. In order to stay in the position of criminal vigilante, Lin Yan's bad system issued him a task that now looked at it and made his eyes go black. What is this called? Every coincidence. Are the author of the original book carefully designed? The villain does not have human rights. How can you play like this? Lin Yan closed his eyes with a complicated mood and looked at his system interface again. Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System. Host name, Lin Yan. Oh. Special skills. 7. I'm just a mediocre master. Extra skill. Hearing voices. Extract tasks. Task review. Task retrospective. Props mall. Current task. Find the embroiderer and complete a face embroidery case with his assistants, making sure that the subject of the face embroidery will not die until the end of the process. Remaining time limit, 10.5 days. Quest reward. No skill, all about skill. Reward. No skill, all true feelings. Mission failure penalty. Lung function reduced by 45%. Warm tip. Don't get caught by the vigilantes and go to jail for dinner, Junior. That's not good. Is this awful system his or not? Perhaps the spitting in Lin Yan's heart was sensed by the heavens. His cell phone suddenly spat out a clear transfer broadcast. Ji Fubao arrived. $4,750,000 whole. As soon as this calm and unemotional electronic synthesized tone fell, Zhou Chuanbai, Li Shaoxing, and Su Ruffing in the office all looked at Lin Yan in unison, their eyes shining brightly, full of admiration for money. More than $4 million. Ordinary little vigilantes like them, with a few $1,000s a month, probably wouldn't be able to earn this much money even if they worked hard for decades. It was at this moment that Zhou Chuanbai suddenly understood why Lin Yan didn't really want to get involved with himself before. He had a big family, so even if he didn't work or go to work for the rest of his life, his standard of living wouldn't drop much. What's more, Lin Yan was already equipped with the country's top computer technology. As long as he wanted to, just pick up a job would be enough to enjoy a whole year. Just the $4 million or so that he just transferred in, if he were to deposit it in the balance deposit, the interest generated every day would be enough for an ordinary person to spend it. His family also has such a large garden house, a few of the furnishings at home look like authentic, and his family members have a kind of bullish feeling that they don't deserve to know any information. Lin Yan simply do not see that tens of thousands of dollars of crime bonus. Zhou Chuanbai hurriedly withdrew his gaze from Lin Yan and pressed the corners of his mouth a bit upward. Well, Lin Yan's family condition, even under his pursuit to join the special action team, he must let the young master's spur of the moment interest to maintain a little longer. If Lin Yan found enjoyment in playing with criminals with his computer skills and strange gadgets, the Special Operations Group would be able to get credit, awards, and a raise in pay. What Zhou Chuanbai thought about in this short moment of time, Lin Yan of course had no idea. He silently looked at the transfer note on his cell phone, money from the sale of the company, and somewhat helplessly thought of the hot, all-powerful man Lin Songhai's assistant Duan Yu. Judging from this sudden transfer, He had already told Lin Yan's side of the situation to Lin Songhai. Lin Songhai really is still the same man who can only take money to hit him, and who even pits his own son when he gets up to make waves. Under the persistent efforts of everyone in their respective divisions of labor, the Special Operations team finally locked down a suspected embroidery lady 2 days later. Of course, the reason why this guy is the primary target, Lin Yan in the glimpse face photo, see the little brother panel, has been written clearly. Wu Xiangling, male, 31 years old, the first time I saw the face of the man, the first time I saw the face of the man. Wu Xiangling, male, 31 years old, a member of the criminal organization Ming Ace, codenamed Embroidery, belonging to the cleaning department, specifically responsible for cleaning up the organization's troubles. He has 63 lives on his hands, illegally entering or leaving the country, assaulting a security officer, and endangering public safety by carrying poisonous substances. Sin value 1113, possesses a strong sense of counter-surveillance, superb and unique modus operandi, disregard for life, superb psychological quality, masters a certain degree of disguise, highly recommended to be taken as a junior. It's almost the same as what was written on the embroidered face case mission. This dog system really wants Lin Yan to take embroidered lady as his little brother. Even the word strongly was used. Lin Yan silently gave the dog system a straight middle finger in his heart. Still a little brother. This embroidery lady. He is bound to be impossible to accept. Of course, having clearly known Wu Xiangling's true identity was only within Lin Yan's own perspective. For Zhou Chuanbai, Li Shaoxing, and Su Rufeng, they still needed more definitive evidence as a basis for judgment. Lin Yan methodically threw out the basis, his tone calm. I found out that Wu Xiangling used to study at the Ibiao City Medical University, and that he worked part-time at a funeral parlor in the south of the city during his senior and 5th year of college in order to subsidize his family's expenses, and that after graduation, he obtained a relevant professional certificate and went to work at a public funeral parlor in the north of the city. Su Rufeng on the side also took the information and added to Lin Yan's words. I visited these 2 funeral parlors, and Wu Xiangling did have sewing skills far beyond his peers during his internship, and after he arrived at the public funeral parlor, his skills in plastic surgery of human remains were also well known. But 5 years ago, Wu Xiangling suddenly resigned, and according to his colleagues at the funeral parlor, it was because of a change in his family. Embroiderer was the one that suddenly came out of nowhere more than 4 years ago, and the timeline also matched almost exactly. Speaking of this, in fact, everyone is clear that this speculation has been 8-9, not quite 10, but out of rigorous consideration, Li Shaoxing pulled out the most clear screenshot he found in the surveillance video before and after the crime, the most clear one. This is the clearest and most consistent with the suspect's characteristics of the picture, can be from the characteristics of the cloaked hair. Obviously see the picture of the person is a woman, holding a brand name bag, body shape and face profile, and this Wu Xiangling more similar. As the crowd's gazes shifted over, Zhou Chuanbai also pulled out the useful information he had found out. Of the 18 victims, only 4 of them have slightly overlapping personal networks, which is that they all previously frequented an embroidery supply store, the owner of which is called Wang Jinhua. The information shows that Wang Jinhua was Wu Xiangling's mother and had a superb hand at embroidery, which was said to have been passed down from generation to generation. 5 years ago, Wang Jinhua accidentally died in a fire when these 4 people happened to be in the store. Chapter 75. A little too early to be happy. In this way, Wu Xiangling's motive for killing these few people was also available. Being able to perfectly match so much information, everyone in their special operations team had more or less dabbled in the direction of their investigations, and even without Lin Yan adding anything else, several people also recognized these assumptions. But everyone was a little too happy too soon. Figuring out the identity of the suspect was only the first step, and they still had a long way to go if they wanted to catch him. Just at this moment, for example, after another investigation, the crowd ushered in a big mountain that blocked the road. Data show that Wu Xiangling, this identity has been more than 4 years, have not been traces of use. Whether it is identity cards, bank cards, or other real name information, all is a blank. It was as if this person did not exist at all. Holding the almost empty social activity records, the 4 people at the small conference table were all a bit silent. Although the information wasn't too clear, right? Everyone knew in their hearts that unless Wu Xiangling chose a deep forest to live in seclusion and avoid the world, spending cash and wearing masks, it would be impossible for him to disappear from society out of thin air. Don't all act like a sawbucket. Zhou Chuanbai unhurriedly screwed on the cap of his water bottle, his eyes skimming over the crowd one by one. All expressed their views, brainstorming, just in case it happens to be to the point. Li Shaoxing and Su Rufeng remained silent. Only Lin Yan, asked a question that seemed not too relevant to the current situation. Can the identities of the deceased in the video all be determined? Li Shaosheng and Su Ruffing were in charge of this matter, and the two of them finally stopped being silent and answered almost simultaneously. Well, it's all been checked out, it can all be determined. Except for those people's fragments that the embroiderer took out. Lin Yen stroked his chin, his gaze quickly sweeping over his system panel before continuing. Are you guys thinking that a person who has been committing crimes at a high frequency for 3 years, who has only fallen silent in the last year, and then suddenly commits another crime, it's impossible for him not to leave any traces of his activities in society? So our previous speculations were all wrong, and it's simply impossible for Wu Xiangling to be an embroiderer? Zhou Chuanbai and Su Ruffing didn't say anything, but it was Li Shaoxing who nodded and said rather frankly, "Yes, Counselor Lin. From all indications, this Wu Xiangling is like, well, socially dead, but he always had to eat, drink and sleep when he committed the crime, right?" Lin Yen extremely shallowly hooked up the corners of his lips, slightly nodded, while lighting up his work computer, while casually said, "Send me all the identity information of those deceased in the video." Only after saying this did Lin Yen return to the topic. I rather think that it is precisely because of his complete lack of any social activity track that allows us to completely determine that this Wu Xiangling is the embroiderer. With the advanced level of modern technology, most places will record real name information, not just the official subway stations, passenger terminals, and such places. There is no real estate under Wu Xiangling's name, so where does he live? Sleeping in a bridge hole every day. Whether it's a hotel, a famous lodging, a short-term rental apartment, or a long-term rental, all of them require an ID card, so as long as Wu Xiangling wants a place to stay, he'll have to provide his identity information. On top of that, there are so many places that require real name information, such as online taxi, internet cafes, housekeeping, courier, and so on. Even if Wu Xiangling can pick a remote urban village and rent a private room that doesn't require an ID, he will always need to eat and drink, and he will always have expenses. In this day and age, it's hard to move an inch without a cell phone. Lin Yen did a big data search on the information Li Shaoxing sent, while throwing out his own guesses without slowing down. I have 2 guesses right now. The first is that Wu Xiangling used the brand new identity information provided by that criminal organization. Such identity information, although it's more troublesome to find, it's not that hard to find. Lin Yen confidently hooked his lips. Just check the last 4 or 5 years. If there are any people who came back from abroad, who are around 1.7 m, who had studied the medical profession, then we can get a feel for them. And then see which identity information, only the last 4 or 5 years of social activity records, basically is Wu Xiangling's new identity did not run away. Seeing Lin Yan's fingertips rhythmically undulating on the keyboard like playing a piano, Li Shaoxing couldn't help but follow his train of thought and ask down the line, "What about the second guess?" Lin Yen took the time to take in the expressions of Zhou Chuanbai, Li Shaoxing, and Su Ruffing before nodding slightly. The second guess is that the identity information that Wu Xiangling is currently using is one of the victims in the video. Upon hearing this, Li Shaoxing was instantly a bit dumbfounded. This can still operate like this? Su Ruffing on the side also couldn't help but question. Wouldn't this be too risky for Wu Xiangling? If it's a deceased person, it should be easy to be discovered by those people's former social circle, right? It was probably because Lin Yan's guess was too bold, so shocking that even Zhou Chuanbai frowned. "Ah Yen, aren't those surveillance videos you found only more than half a year old?" Wu Xiangling hasn't engaged in social activities for more than 4 years. Even if she had to use the victim's identifying information, it might not be the ones in the videos, right? Lin Yen nodded slightly, his face still calm and peaceful, and the smile at the corner of his lips didn't change much. "You guys should know what human freezing technology is called, right? The surveillance video is only half a year old. It can only mean that these rampant criminals chose to dispose of the bodies and live stream the process in the vicinity of that abandoned warehouse for nearly half a year. That's all. Who can be sure that those corpses must have died in the last 6 months? Don't you guys think it's strange? According to these identifying information, the victims came from all over the country, but their bodies were all disposed of by those guys by various means, without any of them reporting to the police. No one reported it to the police. No one mentioned missing. Who knows if they suddenly left the local area or died? At this time, Lin Yen is simply like a tongue-in-cheek schemer. Only a few words will Zhou Chuanbai 3 people are said to be convinced. seemingly in order to press Lin Yan as the big villain. Zhou Chuanbai suddenly added another sentence after a moment of silence. Ah Yan, if it's really the same as what you've speculated, the variables are also quite large. His eyes were serious as he pinched the mineral water bottle in his hand. Wu Xiangling might not have been using a person's identity information all the time, and, since the bodies can no longer be retrieved, we're not sure when all these victims died. It's possible that they were just killed and Wu Xiangling took over their identity information. When the next victim appears, Wu Xiangling might change the identity information she used again as a way to keep her identity hidden. As expected of a proper male lead, Zhou Chuanbai's brain was really sharp. Lin Yan hadn't really thought of that at first. But just from the fact that Wu Xiangling had been able to get away with it for so long, and then considering the usual rigor of the organization Ming's Kama, what Zhou Chuanbai said was really possible. Chapter 76. Busybody returning as a newcomer. But even if it might be another wasted effort, Lin Yan also had to check the identity information of these victims, the track of social activities in the last few years to the bottom of the sky. After all, Zhou Chuanbai may still be able to afford to wait, but Lin Yan cannot wait. From Zhou Chuanbai need to roll back to the civil magistrate position deadline. There are more than 20 days. Even if he is really anxious, is not anxious to where Lin Yan is not the same. The remaining time limit of the task, which was clearly written on the system panel, was only 7 days away. Lin Yan didn't want to get rid of half of his lungs at all. Just by slightly envisioning the feeling of never being able to breathe properly again for the rest of his life, Lin Yan's scalp was already starting to go numb. Because of this, after feeling that there was nothing too wrong with his investigative mindset, Lin Yan focused on pulling up the tracks of these victims' social activities. It had to be said that the guys in Ming's should all have their brains pretty much online. Almost every one of these victims had less than happy families. To summarize it simply, it's the dad who always hits and scolds, the mom who cries and cries, the younger siblings who are waiting to suck blood, and the strong and hard-working guy. People who grow up in such an environment usually don't want to have anything to do with their family of origin once they are strong enough. After they come out to work, they surely have very little contact with their families as well. In addition, such people are usually more withdrawn, not so good at making friends, and there are not many people they can make friends with and trust. Because of this, their disappearance will hardly be cared about, and not many people will go deeper into it. Was perfectly qualified to be murdered, and was targeted by those heartless guys. So, a pile of tragedy in the big city in the hidden corners of the occurrence, but also by the night very well to hide. After Lin Yan's side went to work, Zhou Chuanbai assigned Li Xiaosheng and Su Ruffing some tasks. Xiaosheng, you and Ruffing together, go to Shichuan town to visit Wang Jinhua's mother, and see how her current living conditions are. I'll stay here and go to the information section side and ask them to help check Wang Jinhua's and Wang Jinhua's mother's bank flows in the last few years. With the screening conditions already set, Lin Yan slightly moved his cervical vertebrae and wrists, raised his eyes to look at Zhou Chuanbai, who was ready to go out with the folder in his arms, and suddenly called out to stop him. Wait a moment, Chuanbai. How many police cars can our special operations unit mobilize now? Zhou Chuanbai turned back and coughed a little awkwardly. Ahem. In order to keep the brothers over in Chishui City from being too severely disciplined, I gave them the credit for catching those two before us. So, we're still not able to move a single car. Lin Yan. Good guy. Busy work a lot, returns still newbie chanting. From the plot of the original book, this male lead doesn't look like a Holy Father White Lotus flower either. Lin Yan pursed his lips a bit breathlessly and pulled out his cell phone and simply operated it a few times. Okay, I know. The next second, the cell phone in Zhou Chuanbai's pocket clearly rang with a bang. Ji Fubao arrived. $2 million whole. Zhou Chuanbai. He instantly opened his mouth wide. Ah Yan, what are you doing? Lin Yan had already dropped his gaze back to his own computer, and after confirming that the program on it was still running normally, he stood up holding his laptop and headed to his workstation. My car just looks low-key. It's actually quite expensive. It's a specially customized limited edition. You go and buy 2 cars with passable performance, and treat them as our special action team special car for handling cases. If you want to, it's okay to add some things to our office. If the money isn't enough, call me when the time comes. As he spoke, Lin Yan had already properly placed the laptop on the workstation's desk and stretched himself leisurely. I have to keep an eye on the program and can't get away. When you come back, remember to bring me something to eat, preferably another cup of milk tea. Brain work consumes a lot of sugar. Bring some for Shaoxing and roughing as well. Zhou Chuanbai looked at the transfer note on his cell phone for Voluntary Donation Special Action Team to purchase crime-solving supplies, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but gradually rise. Okay. Yen. I definitely won't spend money recklessly. Lin Yan let out a light laugh and waved his hand at him. It's fine, I have a decent amount of savings right now. As long as you don't create a flight out of my car, I can afford this bit of office expenses. Zhou Chuanbai responded and took a big step out the door. He now finally was understanding one thing. Why is it that in some novels, the protagonist's little brothers, licking dogs, little fangirls and whatnot would all betray him, but those under the villain's hand would always be dead to the villain and never leave him? Who wouldn't love a boss who's handsome, rich, and who just throws money at himself every now and then? As long as the money is in place, the life can be sold to the big villain. No, what villain is not villain? He just took the road slightly crooked a little bit. Zhou Chuanbai joyfully drove a brand new coupe back when Lin Yan had already finished sifting through the data, and was standing by the window of his office looking extremely far away, relaxing his eyes. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Chuanbai, who had opened the door by some unknown means and came in holding a printer in both hands, and raised his eyebrows in some surprise. Just bought a printer? Zhou Chuanbai laughed, placing it on the empty desk that was temporarily used as a conference table before moving his cervical vertebrae slightly. This thing to the top of the application to a few days to receive. We recently is the key period of solving the case. Of course I have to hurry to get a whole one. To save always go to rub my father's office that. Right? I also bought a water dispenser. Someone will deliver it to the door later. Lin Yan nodded and didn't say much. The money had been given out. How to spend it was Zhou Chuanbai's business. Spending this small amount of money, but being able to keep that customized laser blue coupe that was very much to his liking, Lin Yan still felt that it was quite profitable. He gestured to his computer screen. I found a bit of interesting information. Come take a look. Upon hearing that there might be progress in the case, Zhou Chuanbai hurriedly stepped away from his long legs and came to Lin Yan's side. Lin Yan pointed at the computer screen with a black and gold-colored pen, his voice calm. Among these 31 victims in the video, I found 3 social activity records with unusual circumstances. First is this Wang Mingyang, male, 34 years old. He didn't have any social activity records left for a whole year from 5 years ago to 4 years ago. But 4 years ago, he suddenly became active again. Only, this person's record of social activities also lasted for just over a year, and before reaching 2 years, he disappeared once again, and hasn't reappeared until now. These words made Zhou Chuanbai couldn't help but give Lin Yan a thumbs up, looking at what was displayed on the computer screen, about some electronic payment records and access information. TSK in his heart. There wouldn't be any sane person who could live a whole year without leaving any track of social activities while being properly alive. Unless he had a brain fart and went off to the coast to fish for a living and become self-sufficient. But would that happen to a hard-working laborer who had worked diligently for several years? Unexpectedly, this seemingly somewhat outrageous speculation of Lin Yan's actually came true. Regardless of whether or not the person using this Wang Mingyang's identity was embroiderer Wu Xiangling, since his record of social activities would reappear a year after his death, it was enough to show that there were rampant criminals amongst this criminal organization who used his identity information. Chapter 77. What are you going to do with those keyboarding hands of yours? No matter who the person using this identity information is, it's worthwhile for their task force to look into it. Since Vice Lan had given them this power, they had to work in their positions, and it was not good to be a corpse and get by. Zhou Chuanbai immediately arched his eyebrows. Today I do not know how many times. In the bottom of his heart lamented a Lin Yan is really good. Pull open the chair on the side of Lin Yan sat down. What about the other 2? Lin Yan turned his pen, his eyes still calm. This Song Meishin, female, 29 years old, social activity track once disappeared for a year and a half, 3 years ago reactivated, until now still in use. The latest record of use was a few days ago to take a taxi to the western suburbs of Tsangming Mountain. There's also Hu Juchi, female, 31 years old. Her social activity track disappeared for a relatively short period of time, only 7 months. It was reactivated 2 years ago, and based on the ride track, it can be found that she came from the side of South Yun province. The most recent record of use was at the supermarket near the upscale neighborhood in our western district, using electronic payment. Zhou Chuanbai couldn't help but smack his lips a little, while his eyes were completely serious. It's right. It's all right. Didn't we previously find out that the special item that the criminal organization was looking for someone to transport was probably in the western suburb of Songming Mountain. This Song Meishin would specifically take a taxi there. Maybe she wanted to go there to pick up the goods, only to find out that that side was already under martial law by municipal personnel. Lin Yan also nodded, agreeing with Zhou Chuanbai's words. However, this Song Meishin hasn't carried out any social activities for at least a week, so it won't be easy for us to uncover her. And this Hu Juchi is very easy to find. I just checked in passing. She should still be in the rental house in the Peony Flower Garden neighborhood right now. Zhou Chuanbai responded and immediately called Su Ruffeng. Ruffeng, come back. Let's go arrest someone. You take Xiaosheng and go directly to Peony Flower Garden neighborhood. Let's meet over at the entrance of the neighborhood. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Chuanbai explained to Lin Yan in a concise manner. At that moment to buy a car, I let the two of them go with me, just bought it down, I let them drive to Shichuan town, and now it is estimated that it has not gone out much farther. Let's also go, and they met up before arresting people. Lin Yan answered extremely softly, locking the screen for his laptop, and picked up his own satchel to follow Zhou Chuanbai. They did not yet have clear evidence of the crime, but only deduced that the person who used Hu Juchi's identity was a member of the criminal organization. So of course they could not hastily mobilize the SWAT team to provide support. For one thing, it is too much publicity. When the time comes to find no evidence, everyone will be very embarrassed. Secondly, the people in this criminal organization are almost all vicious people. If they see a police car from afar and hear the sound of sirens, they will definitely run away immediately. If Hu Juchi took 2 hostages at random, Zhou Chuanbai would be criticized if anything happened to the hostages. The 4 of them with guns should be enough to catch one person. 2 brand new Xiaomi Crisp 8 in the Peony Garden community door meet. The guard room of the security guards see this kind of new car has not yet had time to put on the license plate, immediately have to come over to verify the identity. Zhou Chuanbai showed his credentials, his calm face with a bit of coldness. The security bureau is handling a case. Please open the door. The security guard carefully confirmed the official seal on the document, and then opened the cell door very quickly. A group of 4 people against Lin Yan found out the address, quietly touched the Hu Juchi door. Su Ruffeng just wanted to knock on the door. Lin Yan suddenly raised his hand, directly grabbed his wrist to stop in midair. After giving Su Ruffeng a shoe gesture, Lin Yan signaled them to take out their guns, and pulled out a wire from his satchel. Zhou Chuanbai. No, is this still their special consultant with a huge fortune, superb temperament, and top-notch computer skills? What are you going to do with your keyboarding hands? Huh? You tell me what you're going to do. Is this right? Is it right for you, a rich kid who doesn't have to worry about food and drink, to come and break into a house and pick a lock? Ah? Lin Hikari didn't care about their eyes of varying colors and stuck the wire into the lock hole on his own.
Gada.
In less than 3 seconds, the thick security door opened in response. Zhou Chuanbai gestured, and Su Ruffeng immediately rushed at the front. Lin Yan walked at the end, properly bringing the door to the room before pulling out his own gun. Dang, bang! The sound of a clear fight came from the second bedroom, and the people searching the other rooms all stopped moving and gathered over. It was proven that none of those who could be pulled into the group by Zhou Chuanbai were vegetarians. Su Ruffeng is worthy of being a retired member of the armed police brigade, and Hu Juchi fought back and forth, punching to the flesh. At the sight of the other 3 armed policemen, Hu Juchi gritted her teeth fiercely and decisively gave up resistance. Su Ruffeng immediately stepped forward to cut her hands back, solidly detained people on the ground. Lin Yan, who was following Zhou Chuanbai, frowned and was disappointed when he saw the panel of Hu Juchi's minions. Su Juchi, female, 25 years old, 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 25 years old. Hu Juchi, female, 25 years old, a member of the criminal organization Ming Ace, codenamed Centipede, belonging to the Supervision Department, specifically responsible for monitoring the actions of the organization's members and recruiting new members. He has 37 lives, killed security officers, endangered public safety by researching toxic substances, illegally hunted rare and protected animals, and tested drugs on live people. Sin value 725, non-genetic bearer from a special ethnic group in South Rutland Province, painstakingly researched the family's compulsion art, has successfully used centipedes to manipulate giant pandas. Promising future, highly recommended to be taken in as a junior brother. Although this person is also a member of the Ming Ace, the codename is still Centipede, which Lin Yan has never seen in the original book plot, But it's useless to catch Centipede. The target he needed for his embroidered face case was the embroidered lady. Just as Lin Yen pursed his lips, his mood as complicated as a ball of wool, he suddenly saw Zhou Chuanbai take 2 steps forward and press a few times against Su Juqi's small breasts, also shaking them from side to side. Lin Yen? 000? Mutant? Without waiting for Lin Yen to say something, Zhou Chuanbai had already said something like to himself. It seems like not a man, Centipede Su Juqi's face turned red and white at this maneuver, and he immediately cursed. I go you he. The old lady was originally a female. Your mom is male. Your whole family is male. You broke into people's homes, violently enforced the law, and insulted and molested the people. Which security bureau are you from? I want to complain to you. Zhou Chuanbai blinked awkwardly and suddenly bowed deeply to Su Juqi.
I'm sorry.
I thought you were an embroiderer dressed as a man, and I now solemnly apologize for the offense I just took. After saying that, Zhou Chuanbai straightened his back for a second and looked down at Su Juqi. His eyebrows arched, but his smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes. All right, now we're going to discuss the matter of your offense. Chapter 78. Are you suspecting me of killing them? Originally, when she heard the word embroiderer, Su Juqi's eyes still had a few moments of faint-heartedness floating in the bottom of her eyes. But when she heard the second half of Zhou Chuanbai's sentence, Su Juqi calmed down completely and sneered back. What offense? Are you guys really vigilantes? I demand to see your documents. Without a search warrant, you guys are forcibly breaking into people's homes and violently enforcing the law. I'm going to sue you. Should I say no? Su Juqi's reaction was indeed quick, but Zhou Chuanbai, who had already had a plan in place, was clearly not intimidated by her, pulling out his own credentials and disliking them in front of her. Open your eyes and take a closer look. What is this? After seeing the gold and somewhat reflective special action team leader characters, Su Juqi viciously ground her teeth. Are you wearing law enforcement recorders? Breaking into my house without a law enforcement recorder. You're violating discipline. Zhou Chuanbai was really letting this guy make fun of him. All right, you kinda know the law. Since you know everything, let's not waste any more time. Zhou Chuanbai unhurriedly put away his documents, his eyes slightly cold. Tell me, where did you put Hu Juqi's documents? It wasn't until she heard these words that Su Juqi finally realized why she had been approached. It turned out to be that Hu Juqi's death had already been found out. It was clearly a corpse that had already been disposed of. Where did these dogs find it? Su Juqi tightly frowned, clenched his teeth and stopped saying a word, completely lost the appearance of the previous pair of righteousness. The main fight is a resistance in the end. Zhou Chuanbai signaled Su Rufeng to put on her silver bracelet, leaving Li Shaoxing in the second bedroom to watch. The 3 of them began to carpet search of this rental house. Su Juqi probably never thought that there would be a day when she would be checked along with her identity information. The things were not hidden, and they were found in the master bedroom nightstand in a single rummage. One by one, after confirming all the documents with Hu Juqi's identity information, Zhou Chuanbai waved his hand. Take away! Just as they escorted Su Juqi just out of the unit door before stuffing the person into the back seat of the car. Zhou Chuanbai's police walkie-talkie, which had never left his body, suddenly rang. Police situation. Police situation. Peony Garden 11 Building 29 Floor 2902 found 4 bodies. Please nearby security officers as soon as possible to arrive. For corpses found at once? This is a family that was brutally exterminated? Zhou Chuanbai frowned deeply, glancing at Su Juqi in the back seat of the car, slowly hooking up the corners of her lips, her eyes slightly cold as she pressed the intercom. Trainee Security Officer 3077 received. We are in the Peony Flower Garden neighborhood. We will bring people over right away. After saying that, Zhou Chuanbai's gaze hovered between Li Shaoxing and Su Rufeng, his speech speeding up. Rufeng, you take the people back first. I'll have Team Zhou send someone to meet you at the entrance, and the 3 of us will go to the scene to take a look. Su Rufeng nodded, confirming that the silver bracelet on Su Juqi's hand was still firmly in place before closing the car door and taking 3 or 2 steps into the driver's seat. Lin Yen followed Zhou Chuanbai and Li Shaoxing back to the unit building, and when they pressed the floor on the elevator, all 3 of them looked a little heavy. Zhou Chuanbai and Li Shaoxing probably because of this sudden vicious murder. But Lin Yen was worried about his own mission. Seeing that time is getting less and less, he just caught embroidery lady Wu Xiangling, but it's not enough. He also has to complete a embroidered face case with his assistants. It's really killing me. When will this awful system come out with a reject mission function? He really didn't want to be coerced by these punishments that Net caught him poking his aorta. Just because he wasn't the hero of the book My Years of Fighting with Highly Intelligent Criminals, did he have to be punished like this? Criminals who are about to be shot still have some basic human rights, and Lin Yen, ding! Lin Yen almost couldn't hold back his lament when the elevator finally stopped at the 29th floor. The three of them stepped off the elevator, and the first thing they saw was that the door to 2902 was wide open, and an indescribable mixture of smells was coming from inside. Well, if I have to describe it, it's probably like spoiled lard mixed with rotten eggs, gooey and stirred into a ball, baked under the big sun and started to melt. Cough, cough, cough. You, Li Shaoxing, this child poor Having been created by the surveillance video before, and having been teased by Lin Yen, it wasn't long before he had to face this scene head-on again. This is definitely the fastest part of his weight loss happy time this year. Comparatively speaking, Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai were fine. When Zhou Chuanbai frowned and took out shoe covers, gloves and other things from his satchel to enter the scene, Lin Yen silently flipped through the props mall. Seeing that there was nothing in this batch of props that could deal with this scene, Lin Yen had originally planned to refresh it, but before he could spend these 100 points, the mall interface automatically refreshed. Lin Yan's eyes lit up and he bought a bright pink mask with a very unique shape. Air purifying mask, 220 points. Want to appear in any occasion with ease? Want to dispose of corpses that have begun to rot without changing your face? Wear it and you'll never be struck by any unpleasant odor again. The moment he put on the mask, Lin Yen really felt like he had come back to life. Although its appearance was a bit deathly bright pink now, it didn't matter. As long as his nose didn't suffer, Lin Yen could endure it. He looked at Li Shaoxing, who was standing in the doorway, somewhat hesitant, and then looked at the young woman who came out from the opposite door, wearing several layers of masks and with a very ugly face, and calmly said, "Shaoxing, you go and help Chuan Bai survey the scene first. I'll check the situation with her." Li Shaoxing nodded, covered his nose and stoutly went into the scene. Lin Yen straightened out the mask on his face, then took a few steps forward and turned on the recording function of his cell phone before asking out loud, "Hello? Did you call the police?" The young woman nodded, her brows still furrowed even as her gaze paused a bit when it landed on Lin Yan's bright pink mask. "It's me. I'm a freelancer. Sometimes I go out traveling, about 4 or 5 months out of the year. I just got back today, and before I even entered the house, I smelled a very bad odor coming from the opposite door. I usually know them well, and they help me with my plants while I'm sojourning, and we have keys to each other. After calling several times and getting no answer, I used the key to open the door. You." At that, the young woman apparently thought of some not-so-fabulous image and couldn't help but dry heave into the side for a moment, her face turning even whiter. "I just went in. I saw Grandma Yang and Uncle Wang, they all fell to the ground. That scene almost sent me to see the two milk." Lin Yen nodded, looking straight into the young woman's eyes, his voice still calm. "Do you have anything else to add? If not, leave your name and phone number. If there is a need in the subsequent cases we investigate, we will ask you to assist in the investigation again. By the way, lately, if there is no special necessity, please do not leave the province." The moment these words came out, the young woman's eyes changed slightly, and her tightly furrowed brows involuntarily loosened a bit. "Are you suspecting that I killed them?" Chapter 79. Then you don't care. Anyway, I just picked it up. Hearing this, Lin Yen frowned lightly with some surprise. "This is our routine work. Please don't speculate." As he spoke, Lin Yen showed her the cell phone in his hand that was in a recording state. "If you're not vain, and you're not hiding key facts related to the case, don't say anything that could easily cause us to misunderstand and add to our workload." Only then did the young woman nod her head and leave her name and phone number on the memo on Lin Yan's cell phone. Looking at the 3 big words Gong Shuyun on the screen of his cell phone, Lin Yan's eyes slightly paused and asked again, "Have you had any conflicts with their family?" Gong Shuyun frowned once again.
No.
"If there were conflicts, would we keep each other's keys? Would they help me take care of the flowers and plants while I'm traveling if they had any trouble with me?" "Very well. Thanks for cooperating." After saying that, Lin Yen stopped recording and took a big step into the opposite door, 2902. Thanks to the powerful effect of the air-purifying mask, Lin Yen could no longer smell any corpse odor. Of course, This would interfere with determining the time of death of a corpse. But don't forget, as the main character of the original book, Zhou Chuanbai knows forensics. With him around, Lin Yan's knowledge of forensic medicine, which he had picked up in the course of his medical poison dual cultivation, might seem a bit insignificant. As Lin Yan walked slowly into the living room, the scene described by the informant Gong Shuyun slowly unfolded before his eyes. An old woman with gray hair. An old woman with gray hair and a man of about 40 or 50 years old collapsed in the living room, and further in, 2 children of about 12 or 13 years old, a man and a woman, could be seen. At this time, Zhou Chuanbai was squatting beside the girl's body on the innermost side, his eyes grimly checking out the body, pinching the muscles, moving the joints, rolling the eyelids, pressing the waist and abdomen. Lin Yan watched from a short distance away and sked, his pace involuntarily stopping. Worthy of being the male lead, ruthless. This degree of corruption of the corpse, through a layer of gloves to touch, even the most common disposable masks do not wear, not afraid of being corpse stench pickled into the flavor. Zhou Chuanbai's side finished checking the corpse, just turned back to look at Lin Yan. Li Shaoxing also walked over with a white face. Team Zhou, Counselor Lin, the entire house is clean. There are no traces of fighting, and the door locks show no signs of external damage. I went through the entire house. The closets, drawers, cupboards, and whatnot have not been tampered with, and everything in the restroom is intact. Li Shaoxing swallowed the acidic water that welled up in his throat, clearly feeling that after entering the special operations team, his life had become much more exciting than before. The kitchenware, especially the knives, are still neatly placed. There are still pig's hooves and frozen meat in the freezer layer of the refrigerator, and there are fresh vegetables and fruits in the refrigerated area, and not a single drop of blood has been found, nor have any suspicious hairs been extracted. Zhou Chuanbai nodded and stood up from the ground, his eyes very grave. Preliminary deduction: these bodies have all been dead for 72 hours, or maybe even longer. I didn't find any external injuries on their bodies. If I judge it simply, it looks like an accidental death caused by cardiac arrest. Lin Yan instantly raised an eyebrow, raising a question that but any normal person would have. Even if there is a family history of hereditary heart disease, then it shouldn't be that the whole family suffered a cardiac arrest at the same time? Zhou Chuanbai nodded. Yes, it's not right. If they had a heart attack in unison because they saw something and were frightened by something, then the TV in their home must have at least been turned on. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chuanbai suddenly turned his eyes to Li Shaoxing. Did you find their cell phones? Li Shaoxing nodded and took out a few evidence bags from his own backpack. I put them in the bags. I'll let Counselor Lin take a look at them later. Maybe he can find out something. The corners of Lin Yan's lips hidden under the mask curved somewhat helplessly, saying quietly, I think it's unlikely. Assuming that all of them really do have very serious heart conditions, and also saw something on their cell phones that could make them sick, then there must have been at least one cell phone at the location where each of them collapsed. Or the 4 of them gathered around and collapsed on the side of the same cell phone. Zhou Chuanbai breathed a long sigh of relief, ghosting back to Hu Juqi's rather thoughtful smile when she heard the alarm in the backseat of the car, and her gaze paused for a moment on the overhead light in the master bedroom. I think it's premeditated homicide. What do you guys think? Lin Yan nodded slightly. I agree. After seeing that Li Shaoxing also nodded like garlic, Zhou Chuanbai fumbled for his cell phone and made a call. Team Zhou, here at Peony Garden. Send someone to clean up the scene and bring the body back to the bureau for an autopsy. After returning to the security bureau, a few people first simply washed up before starting to work on the interrogation of Su Juqi, who had been sent back early by Su Ruffing. Since Lin Yan had already seen most of the information about Hu Juqi from his little brother's panel, Lin Yan chose to stay in the surveillance room with Li Shaoxing in order to prevent himself from accidentally speaking out. Through the one-way visual glass, both of them could clearly see the situation inside the interrogation room. Even the sound could be heard clearly. Zhou Chuanbai held the transferred, real Hu Juqi's photo and compared it with Su Juqi, who was secured in the interrogation chair, for a moment before he spoke out almost calmly. Why did you impersonate Hu Juqi's identity information? Su Juqi hummed lightly, the corner of her lips slightly hooked. I don't know, I just picked up an ID card on the road. It just so happens that I don't have this kind of thing coming out of the mountains, so I used it. Hu Juqi has only been dead for 7 months. How could you so coincidentally pick up her ID card and immediately put it to use? Zhou Chuanbai was clearly not going to be wound up by these 2 light words of Su Juqi's. Why are you certain that Hu Juqi is dead? There are so many people who pick up ID cards every year. How come you're the only one who dares to use it directly? Su Juchi rolled her eyes. Then don't you care? I just picked it up anyway. If you guys are really capable, you could have brought her body over and said that I killed her. Instead of grabbing things without real evidence here and planting evidence to slander me with empty words. Hujuchi's body had long been divided into many pieces by those rampant criminals with a guillotine, and now it was impossible to find all of them, let alone look for evidence that she had been killed. As expected, he was a genuine member of the Ming Ace organization, and another hardcore person who refused to say even a single bit of information. Lin Yen lowered his eyebrows and turned the ring on the middle finger of his right hand, his eyes calmly admiring the beautiful and deep imperial green color of the emerald ring. He had previously given the questionable imperial green to Duan Yu and asked him to find someone to set it, with the only requirement being that he couldn't cut even a single slice of this main stone. This ring had just been delivered to Lin Yan's hands this morning, and while it had gained a simple and atmospheric appearance, the prop's special function had not been affected in the slightest. It was probably going to give Su Juchi a taste of saltiness later on. But if Lin Yan had just made a move, Su Juchi's attitude would have been a world away from before. What would Zhou Chuanbai, the old fox with a delicate mind, think of him? No way. There had to be a way to make question and answer a bit more reasonable. Chapter 80 is this information something that can be said. After more than an hour of interrogation, not only Zhou Chuanbai, but Su Rufeng, who had continuously written several pages of nonsense in his statement book, was also a bit overwhelmed. Zhou Chuanbai pinched his brow in some frustration and pulled out his cell phone to send a voice message to Lin Yan. Come over and take a look. Ask out and we can all sleep well tonight. Lin Yan was in the monitoring room next door. Even without clicking on the voice, he knew what Zhou Chuanbai had said, and immediately smiled somewhat helplessly, getting up and coming into the interrogation room. He looked at the relaxed Su Juchi for a few moments, before touching the purely handmade threaded incense he had made with his own hands from his satchel, which looked exactly the same as the daylight sighting soul stalking incense. Using a lighter, he lit the incense unhurriedly and placed it on the small tabletop in front of the interrogation chair before Lin Yan slowly walked back to the table and sat down, his eyes still calm. Seeing that you guys have been chatting for quite a long time, I'll light an incense to let everyone relax and unwind. Zhou Chuanbai looked at the threaded incense that looked familiar, and his eyes instantly lit up. But after several seconds, Su Juchi still looked fearless. Not to mention her color. Even her eyes didn't change much. Zhou Chuanbai? What's going on? Did Lin Yan's secret weapon fail? Wasn't it pretty awesome when the other party if Wei used it before? For a short moment, Zhou Chuanbai's mood was like being on a roller coaster. Obviously, he was a staunch atheist, but at this moment, Zhou Chuanbai had even begun to pray to God in his heart, hoping that Lin Yan's secret weapon would hurry up and take effect. But it was a great pity that what Lin Yan had taken out was an ordinary thread incense made using a mixture of various spices. And even if Zhou Chuanbai could use his protagonist's aura to call out for the descent of God and Buddha, it wouldn't suddenly turn into a daylight sighting ghosts haunting souls incense. TSK, I say, do you guys actually engage in such tactics during interrogation? Su Juchi gave a disdainful snort. Is this considered obtaining testimony by illegal means? When my detention time limit is up, I'll sue you. Heh. Lin Yan let out a light laugh, his eyes coloring with deep meaning. So many of us didn't have any discomfort from this incense. Even if you sue me, what can you sue for?
Su Yikaki Snok Gonli.
Che, they are all your co-workers. Is the testimony given useful? Lin Yan's lips curved slightly, slowly turning the emerald ring on his right middle finger twice, his eyes slightly dark. All right, relaxation is pretty much over. Let's get back to the point. Lin Yan checked Su Juchi, Zhou Chuanbai, Su Rufeng in the optional targets, and when he lifted his eyes again, the color of his eyes was already completely icy. Name. Su Juchi's original eye color was still disdainful, and just as she wanted to avert her gaze, her mouth acted as if it had a mind of its own, dryly spitting out 3 words. Su Juchi. Zhou Chuanbai. 000. It turns out that Lin Yan's secret weapon is not yet old. He was really overly concerned just now. Zhou Chuanbai's eyes inappropriately surfaced a little smile, hurriedly looked sideways at Su Rufeng, signaling him to continue recording. Su Rufeng was also a bit stunned, but after receiving Zhou Chuanbai's eye gesture, he immediately returned to his senses, copied up the black water pen, turned over a brand new page of the statement transcript and began to write. Lin Yen glanced at their small movements, deliberated on the order of his questions, and began to guide Su Jiaqi in a gradual manner. Age: 25. Have you ever killed anyone? How many have you killed? Killed? Can't remember. Should. 30 or so. Why did you impersonate Hu Jiaqi's identity information? Because she just happened to die, and I needed a new identity that was active in the mainland, so I let the organization give me her identity information to use. Lin Yan's lips pursed slightly, suppressing the smile that had almost hooked up, and poked at the topic bluntly and violently. What's the name of the organization you mentioned? How many members are there? Our organization is called Ming Ace, and the members? I don't know how many there are in total. When these words came out, no matter if it was in the interrogation room or in the monitoring room next door, except for Lin Yan, everyone's hearts were shaken. Ming Ace can be considered to have asked out the name of this vicious organization. With this step, they were already considered to be a long way ahead of the security bureau. The most shocked person present was Su Jiaqi. What the hell? Can this information be said? She really wanted to transform into a groundhog right now and yell, "Ah!" Dare to talk about the organization's information like this. She will die 200% of the time. Tonight. No, there was no need to wait until tonight. Maybe later on when Embroidery Lady or Shanglu smelled it, they would have to come over and nung her to death. Why? Obviously she didn't want to say anything at all. Obviously she was already trying her best to shut up. But this dead mouth, as if it has its own ideas, people ask what it says. Shut your mouth. Do you understand? I'm begging you. Okay? Lin Yan could probably guess the screams and distortions in Su Jiaqi's mind. But not only did he not stop, he instead asked knowingly, "What is your code name within the organization? What are you mainly responsible for in the organization?" Centipede. I'm under the supervision department, responsible for recruiting new people and monitoring the actions of the organization's members.
Su Jiaxian, TVT.
The moment she said her code name, Su Jiaqi became completely desperate. Why? Why did the questions this man asked follow his words? It was as if a big hand was pulling and dragging all the information she knew out of her brain, pulling it out of her head in an irresistible way. Save me, save me, save me, save me. Can someone please get a grip on him? He, a beeper cub, is illegally obtaining a confession. At this time, Lin Yan had completely suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth and said with serious eyes, "Do you still know the other departments of your organization?" Su Jiaqi's eyes gradually began to hollow, seemingly not quite enough mental value to carry him. But his mouth didn't stop. Yes, besides the supervision department that I belong to, there's also the cleaning department, which is responsible for clearing up the troubles that the organization encounters. Research department is responsible for developing drugs and DU products. Trade department is in charge of trading. Information department is responsible for maintaining network information. There's also a department that I don't know the name of or its function. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction, grasping at Su Jiaqi's question before she passed out. Which members' code names do you know, and what departments do they belong to respectively? Su Jiaqi lowered her eyes, but her voice continued to ring out on its own, completely out of her own control. Embroiderer and Shanglu of the cleaning department, Doctor and Clown of the research department, and Divine Lord of the trade department, Spade of the information department, unknown departments, lady. After hearing a few familiar code names, Lin Yan was suddenly struck by an idea and inquired again. Do you know what big cases they've all done? No. Before Su Jiaqi could pass out as she wished, she was still wrapped in asked and answered in imperial green, and answered with a single question. Embroiderer has done the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case. Shanglu has done the 10-carried sedan chair night ride case. Clown has done the Salt Lake mega splitting case. And Woman has done the music classroom shredded corpse arson case. Hiss. The words just fell. Zhou Chuanbai, who had heard of the names of these cases early on, suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. These cases were actually all done by members of the Ming Ace. Chapter 81. Dying but still able to eat on his own. Lin Yan, who had read the original book, had already known this information, so of course there was no fuss. Even after this information was spoken through Centipede Su Jiaqi's mouth, he had some feelings of relief in his heart. Finally, there was no need to live with a belly full of secrets. Zhou Chuanbai just joined not too long. Not much experience in criminal investigation, does not mean that people's protagonist aura is not bright enough. In case the peach blossom totem embroidered face case delayed no progress, Lin Yan was anxious to find the embroidery Wu Xiangling, and then by Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura shine a little bit. Accidentally with the Ming Ace related to the news revealed out of the words, he would definitely go into the security bureau for tea before Wu Xiangling, and Leng Shixiang wouldn't even be able to protect him. Do you have any relationship with the Peony Flower Garden neighborhood? The murder of Block 11, 2902? As Lin Yan's heart was unraveling, trying to control the corners of his mouth to prevent himself from accidentally laughing out on such a serious occasion, Zhou Chuanbai suddenly asked out loud. Lin Yan was slightly surprised with a slight sideways glance, and the corners of his mouth that had almost risen drooped all of a sudden. Finished. Zhou Chuanbai spoke in such a way, but it didn't go through the increase of asked and answered imperial green. If Su Juqi gave face and answered it was okay. If she did not answer, the abnormality in Lin Yan's body would definitely be noticed. Why is it that when he interrogates the suspect, he says everything, and when others ask for something, they just open their eyes and get frustrated? This can be right, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's because of the identity of the villain, but the destiny of the book world just likes to play jokes on Lin Yan. After hearing Zhou Chuanbai's inquiry, the color of confusion in the bottom of Su Juqi's eyes faded a bit, and she smiled morosely at him, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. How about you guess? Zhou Chuanbai. He glanced at Su Ruffing, who was writing furiously, and looked at Lin Yan with a somewhat autistic look, with a please continue your performance look. Lin Yan pursed his lips slightly, even though he was tensing his nerves and worrying about his secret. He couldn't carry this protagonist's aura anymore, and could only helplessly say, Su Juqi, have you ever been involved in the murder of the family in Block 11, 2902 of Peony Flower Garden neighborhood? Su Juqi was still smiling, but her eyes were already completely disoriented, even a bit like she was in a sleepwalking state. She seemed to want to say something, but before her mouth opened, her head plopped, solidly stoned on the small table in front of the interrogation chair, fainted. Lin Yan blinked with some surprise, but in his heart, he was greatly relieved. Fortunately, Su Juqi's mental value was not high enough to withstand the torture of the question and answer Imperial Green for such a long time, and fainted in a very timely manner. This ruthless thing could be considered to have gotten a little bit of personnel. Zhou Chuanbai immediately went forward to check. Hand Lin Yan put good thread incense seal tightened, only to look back and said, fainted. Should be too nervous. First, do not send to the detention room. I call the forensic doctor over to give her a look. Leaving Su Ruffing to continue to finish the transcripts, Li Shaoxing to deal with the video, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai went to find the forensic pathologist. In fact, for this kind of person who suddenly fainted, Lin Yan had the hanging solid soul vegetable silver needle in his bag. It was possible to save the person in minutes. But he didn't want to. The information Su Juqi had set out was already quite a lot, and everyone needed a little bit of time to digest it. And Lin Yan estimated that the fainting caused by the low spirit value. Even if he woke the person up, her lucid thinking wouldn't be able to recover in a moment. If Su Juqi wakes up and only says, ABA, ABA, they may have to be labeled as illegally obtaining testimony. Zhou Chuanbai of course knew that Lin Yan had the means to save people, and could probably guess the reason why Lin Yan didn't take the initiative. So he just led the way without saying a word. The main focus was an understanding plus thoughtfulness. The duo had no words along the way, but they had only just gotten close to the forensic workroom when they heard the forensic scientist inside let out a sharp popping sound. Ah. Ah ah. It was a somewhat young female voice. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai glanced at each other, both seeing surprise in the other's eyes, and rushed in with quick steps. What's wrong, what's wrong? Normally speaking, even the young forensic pathologists who have just joined the profession for a short time will be led by their seniors to quickly see a lot of things. They need to conduct autopsies on all kinds of gruesome corpses, and their mental capacity is usually much higher than normal people. Especially Li Shaoxing, a serious forensic scientist, can top 3 or 5 of him still do not bring a corner. Therefore, any forensic pathologist working in the criminal investigation department are seen a lot of big scenes, basically will not need to be dissected on the corpse screaming. On this young female forensic pathologist at this time, the practice has been more or less a bit detrimental to the image of the police appearance. Even if Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai has come to her front, that young female medical examiner is still paralyzed on the ground. Some lost soul looking at the anatomy table, that family of 4 neatly corpses, the whole person is scared silly. Zhou Chuanbai bent down and reached out in front of her. Coroner Zhang, what's wrong? Coroner Zhang Lingxi's body trembled before she finally came back to her senses, almost subconsciously cowering backward, her face pale. I don't want to do it anymore. Hearing this, Lin Yan also suspiciously turned his eyes, looking at this female forensic pathologist who had questioned himself last time. His brows furrowed extremely lightly. So many corpses, yet you are the only one there. It means that you are the only forensic pathologist who is idle in the bureau right now. If you quit, when can we get the autopsy report? Zhou Chuanbai squatted down and patted Zhang Lingxi's shoulder almost gently. His voice calm. Medical examiner Zhang. Talk to us. What did you find out? Don't worry. With the two of us here, nothing will happen. Probably because of the protagonist's aura of damn gentleness again. Zhang Lingxi gradually calmed down, and it was only after several seconds that she finally found her voice. I saw that these 4 corpses had relatively fresh food residue in their mouths, teeth, and throat areas, so I checked their stomach contents. You? Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Lingxi, painfully dry, heaved a few times and coughed for a while with her head averted before she intermittently said a fact that made both Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai a little unbelievable. Inside their stomachs, there are all rotting degrees, completely different foods. That means, obviously, people who have been dead for more than 3 days, they are still eating normally one after another for 3 days after their death. Ahem. You. Zhang Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears, as if his worldview had been turned upside down in its entirety and hadn't yet had time to reshape itself. This isn't right. This doesn't fit the laws of the human body at all. I've checked the mouth, nose, teeth, throat, and even the esophagus I've cut open to see, but there's no trace of being force-fed, and there's no sign of struggle or resistance. They just ate it themselves. They are dead, yet they can still eat on their own. Lin Yan was a bit incredulous at first, subconsciously using the cover of his satchel. He fished out the seeing microscopic through lens from his prop backpack and shone it towards the dissected stomachs of the corpses. At this look, Lin Yan also had a black eye. There were teeth marks prevalent on these finely chopped food, obviously bitten by teeth, rather than being broken up and poured down hard. What Zhang Lingxi said was actually true. They were indeed still eating after death. Chapter 82. Playing remodeling to his worldview? Even though Lin Yan thought that he was already knowledgeable enough, he had never seen this kind of scene before. When he met Zhou Chuanbai's eyes with an inquiring meaning, Lin Yan nodded extremely lightly, his eyes gradually becoming heavy. Zhou Chuanbai subconsciously frowned, also somewhat incredulous. But as a matter of urgency, he needed to first appease the only remaining forensic comrade in the bureau who was still slightly free. Medical examiner Zhang. It's fine. You get up first and wash your hands or something. We have a female suspect there who fainted. You go over and take a look for us. The two of us here will take over for a while. We'll call out to you if there are any more problems afterward. Zhang Lingxi nodded, white-faced. Zhou Chuanbai helped her up from the ground, took off her gloves with a somewhat disoriented look, and looked back at Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan's faces, before she softly and somewhat half-paralyzed, exited the forensic workroom. Here, gloves. Zhou Chuanbai handed Lin Yan a pair of rubber gloves, without a smile on his face. Let's see what's going on here. Lin Yan nodded and first put on the air-purifying mask, before receiving the gloves handed over by Zhou Chuanbai and putting them on carefully. It seemed that there shouldn't be much difference between the description in the original book and the reality. Zhou Chuanbai knew forensics, trace science, criminal psychology, and was an honor student at the police academy. His taking over of the autopsy scene was not inferior to other full-time forensic pathologists, and his professionalism could easily be glimpsed in his every move. After dissecting the stomachs of the other 2 corpses that Zhang Lingxi hadn't finished dissecting as well, they really did see the same sight. The one with the heaviest degree of decomposition would be the silver ear and lotus seed soup. Turning lighter in order would be the cucumber, carrot, and apple. And further back, presumably the stomach acid accumulated in the body had been consumed, and much of the food was undigested. But even if the body does not secrete stomach acid for digestion, they are retained in this airtight, humid environment. They will begin to rot. This is the main basis for Zhang Lingxi to confirm that they are still eating after death. Zhou Chuanbai unhurriedly finished his discovery with Lin Yan and let out a long sigh of relief with some bitterness. It can't be anything strange or weird, right? Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and gave him a somewhat surprised look. If he remembered correctly, the original book seemed to have said that Zhou Chuanbai was a staunch atheist? Could it be that he had stayed with Zhou Chuanbai for a long time, allowing this child to see a little too much unscientific and abstract things, playing remodeling to his worldview? Can't it? Lin Yan helplessly pursed the corners of his lips, weighing his words for a short while before speaking out. Not quite. If it's really according to what you said, that it's an ineffable mysterious power, then the amount they feed on shouldn't be so uniform. As he spoke, Lin Yan showed the 4 corpses one by one. Look, old people, middle-aged people, 12 or 13-year-old children, the amount of food they eat is very different. If there's some strange argument about returning souls and refusing to reincarnate, they should retain the eating habits they had in life. When Lin Yan said this, it directly opened up Zhou Chuanbai's thoughts as well, and he immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, teenage children are just growing their bodies. Their food intake is usually larger, while older people will eat less accordingly due to the deterioration of their body functions. From the size of this middle-aged man's body, and the size of his stomach, he should be the type that eats more. Zhou Chuanbai looked like he had suddenly found his brain, and both his veins were clear. Even if this middle-aged man has the exact same amount of food as a teenage child, that old man shouldn't have eaten that much. As he spoke, Zhou Chuanbai also gently touched the reddish-brown substance inside the old man's abdominal cavity with his tweezers. It's formed from a mixture of blood and body fluids, but the amount of bleeding isn't large, and the state is a bit strange. It should be that this old man ate too much after death and propped up his stomach, causing internal bleeding, but the bleeding from the post-mortem trauma is extremely low, which is why these mixtures are in this state. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Lin Yan would have even wanted to give Zhou Chuanbai a round of applause. It seems that there are times when it's good to reasonably utilize the male lead. With the mysterious power of the author of the original book guiding him, as long as he wanted to do something, it would most likely be smooth sailing. The two of them were busy for a while longer in the forensic workroom, performing a more comprehensive autopsy, before they stood somewhat helplessly by the window looking at each other without words. Silence was the empty forensic workroom. It wasn't until Zhang Lingxi returned with a white face again that this somewhat awkward silent atmosphere was broken. Team Zhou, after my previous preliminary judgment, the cause of death is sudden death triggered by insufficient cerebral blood supply. Zhang Lingxi's gaze avoided the stomachs of these corpses, and her voice had basically returned to normal. All 4 people have the same cause of death. Zhou Chuanbai nodded, pursing his lips as he removed his mask. Well, how about that female suspect? Just a little hypoglycemia. A little rest and a bottle of glucose infusion will be fine. I've already zapped her. Good. Please sew up the body and freeze it for preservation. As for the stomach contents, Zhou Chuanbai nodded slightly with some helplessness. You just write the autopsy report according to the truth. We will continue the investigation first. Zhang Lingxi was jolted and seemed to want to you a little bit again, but her loyalty to her profession still made her resist the urge, and nodded bitterly to Zhou Chuanbai. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai took disinfectant water in the restroom and carefully washed their hands several times before returning to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Su Ruffing was looking over the previously written statement. Su Juqi leaned back on the interrogation chair. Her handcuffed hands were firmly fixed with needles, and an infusion stand stood on the side. The glucose injection was falling drop by drop, as if in silent timing. Zhou Chuanbai looked at the time on his cell phone and rolled up his sleeves. I'll go wake her up. We have limited time, we can't keep running out. Since even the Bureau's forensic pathologists only had one to spare, it meant that there must be a big case on Zhou Yuman's side. Peony Garden, this family of 4 extermination case because of eating after death is too bizarre. Even if they do not want to care, probably will be kicked over the ball. Instead of being forced to catch the ball, why don't they take the initiative, and incidentally, they can also make a good name for themselves. After all, their establishment at least hung in the branch of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. If this case is done beautifully, perhaps they can also make their special operations team in the Bureau of the popularity a little better. Because up to now, due to Lan's request for confidentiality, as well as not needing to report to anyone on the progress of the case, in the eyes of outsiders, the 4 of them in the special operations team are all day long in the fish waiting to die. Zhou Chuanbai pinched Su Juqi's middle for a while with a complicated mood before she finally woke up. The first time she saw the light of day, Su Juqi's pupils were shaken, apparently recalling the uncontrollable stubborn behavior of her own mouth not long ago, and immediately biting her tongue as if she was ruthless. Zhou Chuanbai sensed that something was wrong and wasn't too good at unloading his jaws, and on the spot, He threw Su Juchi a resounding slap. Splat! This time, not only was Su Juchi confused, Li Xiaosheng in the monitoring room was also a bit dumbfounded. Assaulting a suspect? This violates discipline, right? Team Zhou, you're confused. Don't you want your future? For a time, no matter whether it was the suspect or the co-workers, all of them were slapped by Zhou Chuanbai's slap and their eyes cleared up quite a bit. The world was quiet. Chapter 83. Mom no longer need to worry about me not being able to solve the case. Lin Yan also a little confused, but he reacted quite quickly, immediately stepped forward a few steps, click, to remove Su Juchi's jaw. Fortunately, Zhou Chuanbai's slap came in time and did not cause a major disaster. Su Juchi's tongue was only slightly broken a little skin, threatening her life. After seeing Lin Yan's action, Zhou Chuanbai obviously reacted to what he had just done. Thinking about the consequences of violating discipline, his entire body had gone a little numb. Lin Yan gave him a look of calmness and pulled out that threaded incense that everyone was all too familiar with, lighting it and setting it aside. His voice calm and even sounding a bit gentle. Su Juchi, don't try to bite your tongue and kill yourself. It's very irrational. You've already confessed that you've maimed at least 30 innocent lives. What else is there to be afraid of? As he spoke, Lin Yan gestured for Zhou Chuanbai to return to his seat over there and sit down, while he himself stood in place, his arms wrapped around his chest in a good manner, his brows relaxed. Even if you say more next, your sentencing won't be as severe as it could be. After all, you only have one life, don't you? In reality, there is no such thing as 10 minutes of shooting or 100 times of shooting jokes. Even if you are greedy, you can only eat a gun. So, what are you panicking about? Lin Yan spread his hands out. You have a rotten life anyway. Since the moment you were caught by us, you should have looked down on life and death. Su Juchi, if you really want to feel better, you should honestly provide us with more useful information to redeem yourself, right? If you can help us catch a few big fish, redeem yourself, plus perform well inside, you can still come out as a dashing little old lady. Lin Yan's eyes were calm, but the shimmering light inside seemed like it could easily snap the heartstrings, guiding Su Juchi's mind step by step. Su Juchi, is it bad to be alive? In prison. It's just that the cafeteria isn't too tasty, and there's nothing life-threatening when you're reforming inside. If Ming Ace wanted to chase you to the prison to kill you, he'd have to take on another female member. Felons and misdemeanors aren't in the same prison district. Do you think they'd be willing to send an important member to kill you? Seeing Zhou Chuanbai handing him water, Lin Yan nodded slightly and took a few sips before continuing his psychological attack on Su Juchi. You should know that in our security system, there are confidentiality regulations for major cases, right? Not just anyone can know information about our action team. That is to say, it's actually unlikely that the things you've told us would fall into the ears of other organization members. By the way, do you know how Spade died? The reason why Embroiderer disposed of him was because his computer skills weren't as good as mine, and I was able to find out quite a bit of information along the way, so I'm guessing that you guys thought that he had gone rogue, right? It wasn't until she heard this that Su Juchi's pupils shook, looking up at Lin Yan incredulously, her lips quivering and quivering as she couldn't close them due to the removal of her jaw. Seeing that the offense was quite effective, Lin Yan's fingertips gently tapped the water bottle in his hand. Do you still want to continue to resist and keep looking for a chance to kill yourself? Why be so thoughtful? Lice don't itch, and you've already given out enough information. So you're not too far off from a little more, are you? You do realize that we'll only try to save your little life if you behave well enough. Otherwise, we'll release you now, and I'll use computer technology to send the surveillance video of your previous confession to Embroiderer. Guess what will happen to you? Su Juchi looked at the needle on the back of her hand and closed her eyes again before she nodded as if she were dying. Only then did Lin Yan give her a "those who know what's good for them" look and helped her catch her chin back. Cough, cough, cough. Su Juchi coughed a few times and spat blood foam to the side before she took a long breath and said, "You guys ask." Lin Yan sipped his water nonchalantly and glanced at Zhou Chuanbai, leaving the venue solely in his hands to play out. Unsurprisingly, after the autopsy, Zhou Chuanbai's grip on the 2902 family of Four's extermination tragedy became even tighter. Su Juchi, did you have anything to do with the death of that family in 2902? Obviously, Lin Yan's psychological offense was very effective, and even if she didn't have question, answer Imperial Green this time, Su Juchi answered painfully. There is. They were killed by me. As soon as these words came out, Li Xiaoxing's back instantly straightened up in the monitoring room. May Wei, was he dreaming? From the occurrence of the crime to its detection, it actually took less than half a day. Isn't this much more impressive than what Captain Zhou Yumin said about his previous glorious deeds? Not only that, their Zhou group and Lin consultant is simply synonymous with cow beeping ah. It's true. Follow the Zhou group and Lin consultant mix. Mom no longer need to worry about I cannot solve the case. As for the surveillance screen just now, Li Xiaoxing looked at the surveillance equipment and tilted his head somewhat bitterly. At this time, the interrogation room separated by a wall, Su Jiaqi has already explained his crime one by one. I'm a non-genetic inheritor of the South Ruthenian province's indistinct walled city, and our family has inherited the compulsion art for generations. I tried it on animals before. I could manipulate some small living animals, and then I started to try it on humans. But with living people, they always die. Actually, I moved here for something else. Originally, I didn't want to commit a crime. Speaking of this, Su Jiaqi was a bit disheveled, as if she had been drained of her entire strength. But then I heard that there was a conflict between the two families on the 29th floor, and it wasn't small. So I left a letter for 2901. After reaching a partnership with the one from 2901, I had her place my centipede in a place where it could be accessed by the people from 2902, and without them realizing it, they were drilled into their bodies by my centipede. Su Jiaqi paused for a moment, seemingly weighing her words, and stared at the syringe on the back of her hand for a moment before continuing. Later on, after waiting for 2901 to go out on a sojourn and obtain a perfect alibi, I began to act. Zhou Chuanbai frowned, his eyes serious. That family of 4 would continue to eat after death was also controlled by you using the centipede? It was me. Su Jiaqi answered dryly, suddenly smiling a little. This is the first time I've managed to control a human's body. It's really not a good time for you guys to catch me. It's too bad. I should have been able to be promoted to the research department. Zhou Chuanbai's frown deepened, and the hand that was placed under the table clenched vainly, seemingly itching a bit to slap Su Jiaqi again. People who are so indifferent to life, who do not have the slightest feeling of guilt towards the dead, and who only feel pity because they cannot commit another crime, are really hopeless. This kind of thing not shot 100 times those who she tortured to death after death, but also to insult the body how to revenge the injustice. Lin Yan in The Accomplished, after Su Jiaqi completed the psychological attack, has always been calm and indifferent to watch all this. Did not say a word. Although the plot of the original book he forgot part of it, but Ming Ace, what those guys did, only Zhou Chuanbai couldn't think of it. There was nothing they couldn't do. Now Zhou Chuanbai will still be touched by these criminals' behavior emotionally, but to the original book in the middle and late, even he has begun to some emotional indifference. There's no way around it, because he's so used to seeing the vicious crimes that he's become numb to them. Compared to Woman and Thousand Gentlemen, embroidered ladies are already considered trivial. Thinking of his looming goal, Lin Yan suddenly spoke out. Su Jiaqi, do you know where the embroiderer is? Chapter 84. This little girl plays quite comprehensively much like before when she was hard charged by the question and answer Imperial Green. After clearly knowing that she would have to sit in jail even if her sentence was light, and that her promotion to the research department was completely hopeless, the light that flowed from Su Jiaqi's eyes had become much more somber. She didn't even look at the person who asked her question, only shaking her head somewhat sluggishly. I don't know. Although I'm responsible for monitoring the actions of the organization's members, the vast majority of the people in the cleaning department are under the direct orders of the boss. For these people, I only know a code name. As for the rest. Su Jiaqi's voice paused for a moment, suddenly frowning as if she had remembered something, and only after a while did she continue. I remember, embroiderer took a whole year's vacation some time ago, as if she had gone to take care of her family. When these words came out, Zhou Chuanbai almost subconsciously glanced at Lin Yan. According to their previous screening, embroidery lady Wu Xiangling's only remaining family member at the moment was his maternal grandmother, his biological mother Wang Jinhua, who died in a store fire, Zhang Zuelan's mother. Wu Xiangling used neither his own identifying information nor the words of those victims' information. According to Su Jiaqi, it was highly likely that he had used identity information related to Zhang Zuelan. This wave was indeed a big breakthrough. Lin Yan of course felt his gaze, but he didn't look over with a sideways glance, instead continuing to pursue the question. Su Jiaqi, Do you have evidence in your hands that the occupant of 2901 instructed you to kill the occupant of 2902? Su Juchi raised her head slightly, as if the glucose injection had taken effect. Her voice was not as breathless as before. Yes, in the kitchen cabinet of my rental house, there are letters she wrote to me. If she didn't destroy it, you should be able to find my reply letter at her house as well. The paper I used had a special potion on it that made fingerprints easily visible. Good Lord, this would even save time in deducing the evidence. Seeing that the useful information had already been gathered, Zhou Chuanbai hammered it out. All right, you can go to the detention room for a while. If you think of anything, or if there's anything else you want to say, you can find us again. After saying that, Zhou Chuanbai took Lin Yan and left the interrogation room first, going straight to Zhou Yuman's office. Even though he had not been here for a few days, the office was still smoky, with a sense of heaven on earth. Zhou Yuman is not in, obviously, with the Bureau of Forensic Medicine out busy. Zhou Chuanbai directly called the past, briefly and succinctly explained the reason, a few minutes later to open a search warrant for himself. On the side, Lin Yan is still thinking about embroidered lady Wu Xiangling and is not even in the mood for a word of emotion. After Zhou Chuanbai confirmed the address on the search warrant, as soon as he glanced back, he saw Lin Yan with lowered eyelids, seemingly a bit heavy, and immediately went forward to pat his shoulder in a soothing manner. It's okay. I know you're anxious to catch Wu Xiangling, but right now let's solve the Peony Garden case first. Anyway, it's just a matter of passing by. The deadline given to us by the Security Bureau is not 1 month. There are still half a month left. Lin Yan somewhat reluctantly hooked the corner of his lips, nodded his head very lightly, and said nothing. His heart is really bitter. The same thing, the legitimate hero's deadline is 1 month. He is a good villain, actually only half a month deadline. What the hell is this awful system trying to do? In Lin Yan's helplessness, the 4 members of the Special Operation Team returned to Peony Garden neighborhood and arrived at Su Juchi's door without any obstacles. Lin Yan still opened the door in 3 seconds, and everyone immediately went in to look for the letter Su Juchi had mentioned. Lin Yan walked at the end, closed the door unhurriedly, picked a direction where no one searched and walked over, casually pulling open a beige closet that looked very normal on the surface. In the next second, Lin Yan immediately took several steps back, hanging on to a heart attack. There was not a single piece of clothing in this large closet. Instead, there were several large transparent wine altars, and the things inside were nothing else. All of them were human internal organs. Of course, if it was just a little bit of internal organs, Lin Yan would not have backed up one after another. He wasn't scared, but he was purely disgusted. Who would raise worms in a large wine altar full of human entrails? Centipedes that were raised red, colorful poisonous snakes, cicadas, toads, lizards, earthworms, ants, the whole 5 poisons. Su Juchi, this little nymph, played quite comprehensively. Somehow, Lin Yan's mind uncontrollably thought of 2902, that family's stomach, those foods with completely different levels of corruption. For the first time since wearing the book, Lin Yan genuinely dry heaved under the impact of these big scenes. Damn, who still remembers that he originally only wanted to be a dashing. Every day when he opened his eyes is spending money, waiting for death, looking for pleasure, rich second generation to Is he supposed to see this scene? The world in the end cannot be kind to him. The villain has already gone from good to good. The garbage system is ruining my life. When Lin Yan was so hard that he had already produced some physiological tears, Zhou Chuanbai, who had heard the commotion, hurriedly rushed over, just in time to come face to face with these several large jars of entrails and poisonous insects. These things but also very artistic sense. Don't know what technique Su Juchi used, the internal organs obviously still with the color of blood, but was immersed in a completely transparent liquid. And those poisonous insects were soaking in the transparent liquid, stretching their bodies as if they were enjoying themselves in a hot spring. It was as if they had made a deal. No one was biting those internal organs, but instead, they were neatly placing their mouths on their companions, and with a quick glance, one could see that many of them had already been mutilated. Zhou Chuanbai immediately turned his head away and spat out several mouthfuls of acidic water in a row, his face instantly turning white. Obviously, even the main hero could not avoid being disgusted by the backbone members of the Ming Wang brand. Lin Yan's heart was instantly balanced. As long as he wasn't the only one who had been created by this world, he could accept it a little. Human beings always have a little bit of damn curiosity in them. After hearing Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai's dry, heaving sounds one after another, Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing, who were originally rummaging through the other rooms, were also driven by curiosity and quietly felt their way over. Vomit! You! For a while, the 4 members of the special action team, who had gone out majestically, had all folded in Centipede Su Jiaqi's rental house. Li Shaoxing let out a wordy tone of voice, pressing his neck and cursing to the sky. Interrogation time, she must have deliberately not say the things in this room. Really special ah. Zhou Chuanbai closed his eyes, and like death, carefully looked at the mouth of each large transparent wine altar once, to confirm that they are still well sealed, before turning his eyes to look at Su Ruffing. Have you found their letters? Su Ruffing nodded, patting the satchel on the side of his waist. It's already taken, and the messages on it have all been confirmed. Zhou Chuanbai immediately answered, taking out his cell phone to take pictures of these large wine jars to keep before his eyes looked serious, and said, Go catch Gong Shuyun. Until the 3 words Gong Shuyun came out of Zhou Chuanbai's mouth, Lin Yan finally realized that something was wrong. Not right, 10 to 12 points wrong. Gong Shuyun, this name, seems to be in the original book plot, and the main male character quite involved in it. Chapter 85. The life of a man in the bushes, but not a drop of blood on the body. It wasn't until the 4 of them arrived at Gong Shuyun's door, and Zhou Chuanbai raised his hand and knocked on the door, that Lin Yan was able to finally piece together from his own memories what had happened in relation to Gong Shuyun. There was no way, although he had indeed inherited the original owner's unforgettable eyes attribute after traveling through the book, this passive skill did not take effect on things he had seen before and had already forgotten. Because of this, Lin Yan did not realize that something was wrong the first time he saw the name and phone number left behind by Gong Shuyun. According to the existing memory and Gong Shuyun related to the original book plot bits and pieces of the view, this look has been thought about the name of, but the authentic male lead Zhou Chuanbai confidant although it is only one of the confidants, right? But her plot is quite a lot, and the highlight scenes are genuinely quite a lot. If it wasn't for Zhou Chuanbai's official CP, the official female lead who is stuck tightly with him, Gong Shuyun would be the favorite for the female lead. Lin Yan's remaining impression of her wasn't too much, but he was able to roughly understand from the plot line that this Gong Shuyun was a ruthless person. Her father died when she was 3 years old, her mother died when she was 7, and she was brought up by a homeless man. However, the vagabond's evil intentions, in the Gong Shuyun raised to 14 or 15 years of age when the intention to molest her many times, by her a brick slapped, fainted over, frozen in the snow and ice. Since then, Gong Shuyun went to the south to make a living on her own, and basically did all the work she could to earn money. With the ruthlessness of the bones, and since the childhood experience, Gong Shuyun will be her freelance work in the wind, at the age of 26 years old, paid the down payment, bought a suite in the upscale district. Now it seems this suite is undoubtedly Peony Garden District 2901. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Chuanbai's back, and then looked at the slight adhesive marks on the 2901 door number. His heart was more or less a little saddened. According to the plot of the original book, Zhou Chuanbai and Gong Shuyun should have met in a beautiful misunderstanding. Within a month, Gong Shuyun visited 12 stores and 12 store owners died, and the cause of death was all intracranial hemorrhage, neatly unbelievable. Zhou Chuanbai came into contact with her as the head of the Unsolved Strange Cases Special Action Team, as a result of his investigation. But what makes Gong Shuyun such a popular confidant for the hero is her perfect alibi and her plausible motive that can be explained in a few words. In the game of misunderstanding, gradually lifted Gong Shuyun on Zhou Chuanbai's secret feelings, and since then it is to use the name of the store, residence, often appear in the city of Zhou Chuanbai business trips, find ways to contact him. But now they have captured Centipede Su Jiachi. Based on what we know now, Gong Shuyun's somewhat love-brain behavior in the original book was clearly not normal. She had already been in contact with Centipede, a member of the Ming Ace organization, and after Centipede had secretly helped her to complete the 2902 family's tragic extermination, she was sure to be threatened by Centipede as well. Judging from Su Jiachi's modus operandi, the 12 shopkeepers who died one after another after Gong Shuyun's visit to the store in the original book were obviously the same set of tricks they were using at this point. With Su Jiachi providing the poisonous insects, Gong Shuyun placing them, committing the crime after obtaining a perfect alibi, killing the shopkeepers, and both of them still getting away with it. For a moment, Lin Yan was a little bit not quite daring to believe his own brain circuits. Is the author of the original book Really so godlike that even the logic of a supporting character's behavior has such a complete story chain. In the thousands of chapters that Lin Yen had read before wearing the book, there was no mention at all of Gong Shuyun's cooperation with Su Jueqi. Every time this girl appeared on the scene, she was in contact with Zhou Chuanbai in the image of intellectual and elegant, gentle but stubborn, and in love with the head. But obviously, Gong Shuyun, who had contacted Su Jueqi early on, most likely because of the order of Ming-Ace or Centipede Su Jueqi, would have some nonsensical emotions towards Zhou Chuanbai, right? Moreover, there is also a possibility that Gong Shuyun and Su Jueqi's cooperation is attracting Zhou Chuanbai's attention, with the aim of facilitating Bright Ace to secretly engage in some other small actions. If these are all the pen that the author of the original book dropped, then he is really a bit of a supermodel. A little more extended, if Gong Shuyun to Zhou Chuanbai produced true feelings, by then she most likely to become Zhou Chuanbai and Ming Ace between the double-sided spies. A minute force pressure will only knock the computer's legitimate heroine sit firmly on the throne of the strongest confidant. If the author of the original book really has this kind of skillful writing, why did he write Lin Yen into this kind of beep? Obviously, he's a high IQ criminal who's shown his face in the book's title, but anyone who sees him will subconsciously think he's in an illegal business. Also, where's the logic behind the fact that the boss of Ming-Ace, Ming Jiao, fell in love with Lin Yen at first sight and gave away the entire organization for nothing? Lin Yen is the ultimate villain, but Zhou Chuanbai is not so loved by everyone. How come Ming Jiao fell in love with him at first sight and couldn't help herself and wouldn't listen to anyone? Obviously, this persona is a little bit collapsed. This kind of clearer than the left and right brain interplay, sometimes abstract and sometimes meticulous logical thinking, can really appear in one person at the same time. Suddenly, a light flashed in Lin Yan's mind, and he thought of a possibility that made him a little incredulous. This book world he had traveled to was performing logical complements on his own. No, not quite comprehensive. More precisely, it should be something that Lin Yan had thought of before. This world, which had been recorded by the author of the original book with Zhou Chuanbai as the main viewpoint, was not just a two-dimensional record of what had been written and inked. This is a complete, both ordinary three-dimensional space and time dimensions. On the 9 heavens to catch the sun and the moon, in the mortal world can be settled in peace and quiet, under the 9 ghosts can be mining hidden magnificent world. Whether supporting character or confidant, they are all the author of the original book's definition of Gong Shuyun, but outside of the original book's perspective on her portrayal, all of her actions have their own logic and considerations. Even if she killed her entire family across the street by borrowing Su Jueqi's hand, she didn't have a little brother panel appear under Lin Yan's little brother obeys. I'm the big brother special skill, which shows how cautious and careful this woman is. It is completely human life in the bushes, but blood does not touch the body. Another example is at this time, Zhou Chuanbai called the door for so long no one opened. Probably Gong Shuyun most likely has fled the crime and went out to hide from the wind. It should be after the crime, Gong Shuyun did not contact Su Jueqi, and then realized that something is not right. Seeing that Lin Yan was still in the state of being lost in thought, Zhou Chuanbai helplessly patted his shoulder. Yan, you check Gong Shuyun's identity information here. We'll go and look for Su Jueqi's home again. Lin Yan nodded his head and took out his office computer from his satchel, quickly collecting his thoughts and starting to use the cell phone number left behind by Gong Shuyun to look up her identity information. It wasn't long after he had just started his query on his side that the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Lin Yan swept his eyes at the completely unfamiliar phone number that didn't quite look like a real number at first glance, and only hesitated for a moment before pressing answer. Before Lin Yan could speak, a raspy timbre that had obviously undergone special treatment came from the receiver. Lin Yan, if you want to save Lin Fugue's life, don't track down the embroiderer anymore. Lin Yan? Lin Fugue. Who's Lin Fugue? Huh? Chapter 86, How to Become a Family Search Team? Lin Yan opened his mouth and looked at this particular phone number with a little bit of disbelief. It so happened that the computer was running a locator program at the moment, so Lin Yan casually entered this string of numbers into it. As he pressed the keypad, another sentence came from the earpiece. I'm curious. If Lin Fugue's death could be exchanged for the lives of dozens of students, would you? Lin Yan. He frowned and decided to go along with the other party a little. What are you going to do to them? Seemingly sensing the anxiety in Lin Yan's words, the raspy male voice laughed out loud. Want to enjoy fresh flesh and blood exploding into fireworks in front of you? Oh no, that's so cruel. I still prefer it. The way they scream in my carefully formulated potion. Do. The phone was hung up just after those two words. But at the same time, Lin Yan's computer had also dialed through the layers of protection of the phone number, locking down the real IP address of the call. An ordinary private house in Sanshin Town, Chishui City, Liquan Province. Lin Yan frowned and immediately used the program he had written down last time to directly mobilize the security cameras near that private house. Although municipal surveillance could basically not be counted on in this kind of urban village that was a little bit remote, the few residents in the neighborhood probably cherished the vegetables in their fields very much. Almost every house in the neighborhood had a private camera, and they didn't shine on anything else but the vegetable gardens in front of and behind their houses. Lin Yan first picked the nearest camera to look at, but he could only see the back of a woman wearing a long light beige lady's trench coat. He controlled several more cameras in succession before he finally saw the face of the person who had called him. Clear, fair, Danfeng eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, very neutral looks. Seems to be a bit familiar. Who is this? There is no appearance of the little brother panel. This guy has mostly changed his face, right? Or is it that this person is also the same as the programmer they previously caught in the 7 water cities? Is being Ming Ace paid to hire to do some gray work? After all, on the Ming Ace that interlocking newcomer assessment, but all can become their official members, there is not a body clean. Lin Yan zoomed in on the surveillance screen, first intercepted several pictures, before continuing to look at the face carefully. Under Lin Yan's visual rape, this person wearing a long lady's trench coat stomped out of the private house and got into a dilapidated Buick car that was completely different from the exquisite trench coat. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow and continued to lock onto the car with the surveillance along the way, following it all the way to an undeveloped natural scenic area before there was no more surveillance for him to utilize. Recording and retaining all of this information, Lin Yan just raised his eyes and saw 3 people surrounding him at some point. He was so frightened by them that his little heart trembled, and his fingertips that were tapping on the keyboard paused for a split second. Did you guys find everything you should? Zhou Chuanbai calmly nodded his head and patted the bulging satchel on his waist without saying anything, but it was Li Shaoxing on the side who had an excited look on his face. Counselor Lin, who did you lock in on here? Gong Shuyun? Or is it someone else that Su Juchi said? Lin Yan shook his head helplessly. I don't know. Huh. Li Shaoxing scratched his head. If you don't know who it is, why are you tracking him? Lin Yan lit up the screen of his cell phone and showed them the call records he had just made. This guy was so arrogant that he called me directly, and the words he said had a strong threatening tone, so I just went along to check to see whose general this was. I just took a screenshot of the front face. Let's go back and get the information section to compare. Zhou Chuanbai nodded. I just called Gong Shuyun as well. She's not answering. Anyway, we also brought a search warrant. Come all the way here into her home to search it. Can find direct evidence is best. Well. Zhou Chuanbai directly made a whole one of the traditional virtues of the people of the flower country. Come all the way. Lin Yan helplessly pursed his lips, closed the computer, took out a wire in the Gong Shuyun home door lock, poked a few times. The door was opened with a click. On the side, Su Ruffing, who has always been a man of few words, couldn't help but cough a little and pressed the corners of his mouth. Lin consulted this 3 seconds to open the lock of the active skills. No matter how many times I have seen, will still feel abstract. After the door lock was opened, Zhou Chuanbai first thought of pushing the door in. But at this moment, Lin Yan clearly felt that in front of his chest. The good luck long life lock that is always close to his skin is very cool. It was as if it had suddenly switched seamlessly from the spring when everything was reviving to a cold winter of more than 30 degrees below zero. Lin Yan was iced by this sudden coldness and subconsciously tugged on Zhou Chuanbai's arm, pulling him back. Pfft, rustle. A large bag of snow-white flour fell straight down at the same time as the door of the room was opened, probably because the bag had been destroyed long ago, and during its fall, quite a lot of delicate white flour had already flown in all directions. There is no doubt that if Zhou Chuanbai had walked straight into the room, he would have been drenched by the bag of flour and become a little white man. Looking at the living room that white dust splattered, like the scene of cultivation of immortality, the 4 people at the door are a little levitate. This? Who good people will set up this kind of mechanism in front of their own home? Isn't this all used to assassinate the teacher as a child? Especially Zhou Chuanbai, who was nearly hit. His face was very ugly at this time. Getting so much flour here. Are you trying to carry us all away with a dust explosion? This time it was Lin Yan's turn to pat Zhou Chuanbai's shoulder soothingly. Gong Shuyun is obviously prepared. Probably all those letters have been disposed of by her, Are we still going in to see it now? Zhou Chuanbai pursed his lips and nodded. Look, even if we can't find the most direct evidence, the indirect ones will do. Su Juqi has too many human lives on her body. It is unlikely that she will escape the death penalty. If she lets Gong Shuyun run away again, 2902, that family will die in peace. Well, it's true that the main character, the idea of punishing the evil and promoting the good is quite deep-rooted. Without waiting for Lin Yan to say anything else, Su Ruffing had already quickly walked into the living room of 2901, striding to the window, opening all the windows in the living room in 3 or 2 clicks, and closing the kitchen door along the way. With good ventilation, the possibility of a dust explosion would be much smaller. Lin Yan looked at the white flour that was almost sprinkled all over the living room, pursed his lips somewhat helplessly, and followed Zhou Chuanbai and Li Xiaoxing's pace. They seemed to be a special action team, right? This after searching Su Juqi's house and then came to search Gong Shuyun's. How to give the whole into a home search squad. If it is not Gong Shuyun's identity in the original book plot is more special, Lin Yan really do not want to get involved in this matter. Of course, although the heart is still taking time to think about the real identity of the person who called, Lin Yan did not touch the fish when searching the house. But despite this, after searching inside and out, they still found nothing. There were no letters at all, as Su Juqi had said. Without the use of electronic devices to communicate, Lin Yan could not be of much use. Even with Su Juqi's testimony and the letters with Gong Shuyun's fingerprints that were recovered from her home, it wouldn't form a complete chain of evidence for the prosecution, because Gong Shuyun had a perfect alibi. I didn't expect to see the case is about to be solved, but they are all by this sudden little surprise stuck dead. Is this the power of the author of the original book? He wanted to let Gong Shuyun and Zhou Chuanbai to have a period of ambiguous pull. They will not be able to catch Gong Shuyun's evidence of the crime in any case. Chapter 87. I don't know what I'm up to, but I'm busy as hell. Jingle bells. While the 4 of them were still looking at each other in the well-ventilated, flower-strewn living room, an ear-piercing alarm clock bell suddenly sounded from the utility room. Lin Yan raised his eyes slightly, and the good luck together long life lock on his chest once again became cold and piercing. This coldness was not like simply sticking a block of ice on his chest, but rather pressing the ice pick on his skin over and over again and quickly picking it up again and again, repeatedly showing its presence that could not be ignored. Lin Yan, who realized that something was wrong, immediately hung his heart, and Zhou Chuanbai on the side did not immediately act rashly, but instead spoke out on the spot. Let's go out first. Lin Yan just also have the same idea, since Zhou Chuanbai has already made a sound, immediately stride towards the open door of the room. In less than a minute, the 4 members of the Special Operations Group all withdrew from 2901 and stood in the corridor. Bang! In front of the entry door that was haunted by the breeze, Li Xiaoxing, the most talkative of them all, did not even have time to speak before a clear sound of an explosion suddenly rang out from room 2901. The several people standing in the doorway paused almost in unison, and then all of them subconsciously ran towards the stairwell used as an emergency passageway, preparing to avoid the risk to the maximum extent possible. However, the 4 of them soon realized that the explosion did not affect the outside, and they all walked back towards the stairwell in tacit understanding. When walking out of the stairwell door, Su Ruffing moved nimbly to open the fire hydrant, carrying 2 dry powder fire extinguishers out of it, before following the pace of several people. When the crowd returned to 2901, the living room was almost in shambles. The walls of the utility room were blown to pieces, pitch-black wall debris everywhere, mixed in the flour all over the floor, the red of the flames, the black of the scorched, and the white of the flour, forming a very obvious color contrast. Probably because this room that was later partitioned out had piled up a lot of flammable materials at this moment, there were still flames blazing in the utility room, with the intention of not giving up until the entire house was burned out. Zhou Chuanbai's brows were furrowed, and the color of his eyes had gone completely cold. There is no doubt that if Su Ruffing had not opened the window in time to ventilate the living room, the dust density of the flour, once they encountered the open fire in the utility room, I'm afraid that the 4 of them would have to be accounted for here. This Gong Shuyun is really good. Sprinkling flour all over one's house can be boredom and pure fun, but using an alarm clock to transform an explosive detonator, there is nothing to explain, right? If this person wasn't arrested, he wouldn't be able to get a good night's sleep for the next few days. On the other hand, Lin Yan looked at Su Ruffing and Li Xiaoxing's efforts with the fire extinguisher. He now seems to have become the biggest stumbling block on the path of love for the legitimate male lead. Huangfu Xiangling was supposed to be the technician of the Unsolved Strange Cases Special Action Team, but has undoubtedly been squeezed out by Lin Yan, and Gong Shuyun was supposed to have a beautiful encounter with Zhou Chuanbai in a misunderstanding. But at this point in time, these preparations made in room 2901, if the two of them can still be good, then Lin Yan will really have to doubt Zhou Chuanbai's IQ. The first thing I'd like to say is that I don't know what to do. There's a saying that says, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Lin Yan this wave just slightly flapped his wings. The impact can be too big. Garlic. Become a stumbling block on his way to love. It is better than becoming Zhou Chuanbai in the criminal investigation world in situ to fly up the ladder of ascension to God. After the four people dealt with the remaining fire, they carefully searched again in 2901. Probably because Zhou Chuanbai wanted to catch Gong Shuyun foxtail mood too urgent. His protagonist aura once again manifested the spirit. They found some broken furniture furnishings as well as bottles and jars, dishes and cups and whatnot in the cabinet underneath the natural gas in the kitchen. With a blue light lamp, you can clearly see that there are several different sizes of fingerprints on it. Only at this point did Zhou Chuanbai's taut face finally look a little better. Based on the size of the fingerprints, it can be roughly determined that these came from a child around 13 years old. These could be the very source of the conflict between Gong Shuyun and the family across the street. Load them all up and bring them back. While they were all busy, Lin Yan's cell phone happened to ring a few times, so he stepped aside to read the message. At that glance, he instantly raised his eyebrows, giving a nod to his once cautious self. On the way back to the security bureau, Lin Yan briefly spoke to Zhou Chuanbai. The identity of that person who had a car accident in front of us before can already be determined. It's one of the second in command in the Ming Candle Club, Yan Shangyu. The colleague you sent over to guard him was transferred by Team Zhou, and only a few bodyguards I hired were there today. Just now, Yan Shangyu's rice was switched, and the oleander juice component was detected inside. Hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai's heavy face eased quite a bit. It seems that Tang Mingnan already knows that he's not dead and wants to continue killing to silence him. He must know quite a bit of information about the Ming Candle Clubhouse. Ian, can he move now? You have your bodyguard bring him here. Let's give him a direct trial today. Lin Yan blinked and answered with a lowered brow. I'll ask and see. In Zhou Chuanbai, a novice who just got on the road. This is a little bit sparse under the leadership of their recent things are really much. All day long busy work, interrogation of endless suspects. Case but a piece of the case is not complete solved. In the end, when can we catch embroidered lady Wu Xiangling? Lin Yan heart is really anxious, but there is no one can help him share even a little pressure. If Zhou Chuanbai was going to take the entire special operations team to work on something else while time was getting short, Lin Yan would have to fly solo. He didn't have that much time to spend with Zhou Chuanbai. The result was almost the same as Lin Yan's guess. In the next 2 days, Zhou Chuanbai had interrogated Yan Shangyu, the former second in command of the Candle Club, Su Jiaqi, and Wang Li, the owner of the escape room store, and also sent people to search intensively for Gong Shuyun's traces and evidence of Tang Mingnan's crimes. Although Lin Yan, based on the information that came out of the interrogation, already knew that the special item hidden in the western suburb of Cangming Mountain, which was targeted by the Ming Ace organization and preferred to recruit newcomers on the spot in order to get it, was the Dr. S family heirloom pharmacopoeia, right? However, this did not help in any way in capturing embroidery lady Wu Xiangling. Even the person who called Lin Yan that day and opened his mouth to tell him not to continue tracking down embroidery lady, his face didn't compare any results in the information section. Seeing that there were only 4 days left before the deadline for his mission, Lin Yan just couldn't sit still. He found out the information of a brand new identity that had been most closely associated with Zhang Zuilan and had only appeared in the last 2 years, and made an instant decision to go on a business trip. It wasn't until the next day that Zhou Chuanbai, who didn't know what he was working on but was busy as hell, realized something was wrong and looked at the office where only Li Shaoxing was left, frowning in confusion. Where are Yen and Ruffing? Li Shaoxing covered his mouth and sneezed, rubbing his nose before responding. Yesterday, Counselor Lin locked the identity of the suspect and went on a business trip by himself. Su was afraid that he would be in danger and followed him there as well. Zhou Chuanbai couldn't help but let go of his eyebrows and blinked somewhat blankly. It feels as if he, the team leader, is going to be taken flying by a supernumerary? Chapter 88. This Wu Xiangling he's certain to capture. Western Springtown was named after a spring that had been passed down for hundreds of years. There was a huge acacia tree at the entrance of the town, and it was March. The big acacia tree was green and bright and eye-catching. Su Ruffing drove the navigation. All the way to the villagers inquired, parked the car in front of the township security office. After briefly explaining his intentions with the people on the side of the security office, the old security officer, who was over 40 years old, shook his head helplessly with a smile. I know the family you guys are talking about. A few years ago, that old lady's daughter died in an accident. She was picked up by her son's side not long after, and hasn't come back until now. What kind of case are you guys working on here? The creases on the old sheriff's face smiled in a rooted stretch, with a sense of relief that there was no case at all. That old lady's life is quite bitter. Her daughter is filial, but she left early, and it's said that her son and daughter-in-law haven't wanted to support him. But the old lady has no one to take care of. Lonely and unsupported thrown here is not a solution. It can only be taken over. TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm afraid her life will not be easy, yo. Hearing this, Lin Yen suddenly had a not-so-good feeling in the bottom of his heart. According to his investigation, Wang Jinhua and Wu Xiangling's embroidery skills were all brought out by this old lady Zhang Zuelan. The love between the mother and son and the old lady is extraordinary. If Zhang Zuelan's son really treats her very poorly after picking her up, brought in slightly, I'm afraid that Wu Xiangling, who learned everything, would embroider a few peach blossoms on their faces as well. Thinking of this, Lin Yen gave Su Ruffing a look, then strutted back to the car, sat on the passenger side and unfolded the computer, quickly tapping away on it. The old vigilante took a look at this situation and looked at Su Ruffing with some surprise. This little brother is... Su Ruffing smiled and pointed to the sky. Our technical advisor, his ability, above are admired. Saying that, Su Ruffing politely nodded to the old vigilante. Thank you for your cooperation. Then we will leave first. Returning to the car, Su Ruffing didn't start the car first, but first asked Lin Yen for his opinion. Counselor Lin, where are we going now? To Sanshin Town in Chishui City, where Zhang Zuelan and Wu Xiangling are currently living. Su Ruffing didn't ask anything. Like an obedient little follower, wherever Lin Yen pointed he went. The vehicle was traveling on the somewhat rugged township roads, and not long after, Lin Yan's fingertips that were tapping on the keyboard stopped. He frowned with serious eyes. Zhang Zuelan's son's name is Wang Jingue, and the information shows that his family of 4 hasn't appeared on a social activity track for 3 days. Su Ruffing was still staring at the road and didn't turn his head sideways. But he didn't let Lin Yan's words go cold either. Could it be that they live in a private house and have a vegetable garden at home? That's why they didn't go to the market to buy vegetables or something? Even if vegetables can be self-sufficient, would a normal family go 3 days without consuming a single bit of electricity? Lin Yen pursed his lips. Remember that phone call I told you guys about when we were searching Gong Shuyun's house? Su Ruffing nodded in response. Remember, we analyzed it at that time. The clues revealed in that phone call were too deliberate, saying explosion and soaked in medicinal water. It's obvious that it's intentionally guiding our thinking, letting us go towards the heads of other criminals. Thinking. Well, that call was made 3 days ago, and the time of Wang Jingue's family's accident was also 3 days ago. Lin Yen pulled up the location records from that time. The IP address I traced that call to in the very beginning, and all I found out was Sanshin Town in Chishui City. Even if Su Ruffing was the one with the least brain in the special operations team, he reacted at this moment. Advisor Lin, are you saying that phone call at that time was most likely made by Wu Xiangling in order to hide her crime of killing Wang Jingue's family? Lin Yen nodded slightly. The probability is that it was Wu Xiangling who called, but he should have made his move to kill Wang Jingue's family only after realizing that we were on the verge of uncovering him. After all, he has too many lives on him, and being caught is a death sentence. So before fleeing with his tail between his legs, he would definitely be thinking of carrying off all his enemies. Without waiting for Su Ruffing to answer anything else, Lin Yen raised another question. All the work of our special operations team needs to be kept strictly confidential. Who could have revealed the information to Wu Xiangling? Su Ruffing opened his mouth, his foot on the gas pedal involuntarily loosening. Can't be? Although Team Zhou is leading a case for the first time and doesn't have much experience, it wouldn't be so bad as to actively leak information. Shaoxing followed Team Zhou before, was personally led by Team Zhou, and doesn't seem like someone who would defect to the enemy. As he spoke, Su Ruffing glanced sideways at Lin Yen, his eyes more or less dull with doubt. Excluding the 2 who weren't present, the 2 of them, one of them wholeheartedly checking for information, one of them busy doing hard labor, neither of them seemed to be the one who revealed the information. Could it still be that someone had installed surveillance in their special operations team? Lin Yan shook his head helplessly. Forget it, we'll look into this later. In the past 2 days, Chuanbai has been checking on other things. If Wu Xiangling really has a way to spy on the progress of our action team's work, then his guard should have been relaxed quite a bit. Now is a good time to catch him. Su Ruffing nodded in response and asked out of rigor, do we need to contact the SWAT team? Or should we go and explore the road ourselves first? No need. Too much fanfare instead of catching someone. Lin Yan leaned back, leaning on the back of the comfortable chair and resting his eyes. If we can catch Wu Xiangling this trip, I'll personally give you a bonus. From Yiqiao City to Chishui City, it only took a few minutes by helicopter, but by car, the duo traveled for several hours. By the time they arrived at Sanshin Town, it was already dark. The duo casually ate something to fill their stomachs, and after each of them checked their guns, they felt their way towards Zhang Zuelan's home. However, they didn't know whether it was God's will or whether Wu Xiangling had really installed surveillance on Lin Yan and Su Ruffing, but they actually came up empty once again. Of course, it didn't seem very appropriate to say that they had completely flopped. In the cellar of Wang Jingui's home, they found 4 corpses with their hands and feet tied behind their backs and peach blossoms embroidered on their faces. I don't know what kind of perverted mentality Wu Xiangling had to clean up the scene. These 4 bodies all maintained an almost pious kneeling position, being soaked in formalin. Through a layer of glass, in the slightly yellowish clear liquid, one could see the peach blossoms on the cheeks of Wang Fugui's family were colorful and lifelike, just like a finely carved work of art. Su Ruffing took pictures of the scene without a word, while Lin Yan rummaged around and found another embroidery toolbox, which contained a number of embroidery needles and silk embroidery threads. Lin Yan carried the toolbox out of the cellar, looked up at the full moon hanging in the sky. His heart was irritated for no reason. Is it because he doesn't have the protagonist's aura? Even if he has already checked all the information related to Wu Xiangling, he still can't catch anyone? Should Zhou Chuanbai catch the person he has to catch, and no matter how hard others try, they will lose touch with their goal? Lin Yan closed his eyes, exhaled a long breath, raised his hand to the full moon in the sky and erected a straight middle finger. He still did not believe it. This Wu Xiangling he was determined to capture. When he captured the person, he would return to Yiqiao City. Chapter 89. How did you blow up this big Buddha? Counselor Lin, I've already reported the scene to Team Zhou. Where are we going now? Hearing the movement behind him, Lin Yan withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened and signaled the door. Go back to the car first and take a rest. It's been a hard day. Let's talk about the rest later. The duo sealed the scene properly, locking the courtyard door to ensure that no unwanted guests would come and cause damage inside before returning to the car. Su Ruffing unceremoniously lowered himself into the driver's seat, pulled his jacket over his head, and grabbed whatever time he could to fall asleep. Contrary to him, Lin Yan on the co-pilot had no desire to sleep. His eyes were heavy as he looked at the time limit of the mission with only 2 days left. His thin lips pursed and pursed. I can only say that it is worthy of being the embroidery lady who was able to kill 10 people in a row before being captured by Zhou Chuanbai. Wu Xiangling does have some skills on him, and this can even let him get away. No, there must be a way. Zhou Chuanbai was a hanging beep carrying the protagonist's aura, yes. But Lin Yan also had a hanging ah. He refreshed the props mall in the system panel, but excluding the ones that spread their wings on the criminal law, there was only one item that was slightly useful. God of Luck's favor 123 points. Junior, want to bet on the God of Luck's mercy on you? There is no child who cries every day, and there is no gambler who loses every day. Charge, 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 direct bet, in case it's just a shot in the arm. Lin Yan looked at its description for a while, and after only a little hesitation, he bought it directly. Luck was also a part of strength, and it was time to gamble. Points 123. A ball of white light visible only to Lin Yan himself fell into his hand, and in the next second, the white ball of light turned into a kind of peach blossom like pink. Lin Yan frowned, watching the pink light gradually overflow in his own hand until it completely disappeared, a bit not quite daring to believe his eyes. He just spent over 100 points, right? By things can only see a bright other little effect. Garbage props dare to play the capital? Lin Yan did not wait for his heart to curse at the goddamned bad system. He suddenly popped up in front of him a virtual light screen that was more than familiar. It was the props backpack. In Lin Yan's somewhat puzzled gaze, the random treasure chest one in the backpack that he had been forgetting in the corner suddenly opened, and a prop that Lin Yan had never seen before emerged from it. 1,000-mile soul-chasing talisman. Write down the birth date and name of the person you want to track on the talisman paper. and it will guide you to track them for thousands of miles, regardless of life or death. Lin Yen. Mom, the god of luck has really favored me. With this kind of thing, I'm still afraid that I won't be able to find a single embroidery maiden. Lin Yen was instantly overjoyed, glancing at Su Ruffing, who was sleeping blindfolded with his clothes on the side, and still cautiously using the cover of the satchel on the side of his waist. He took out the palm-length golden talisman paper. Slightly recalling Wu Xiangling's birth year and month information, Lin Yen directly used his index finger to leave a light golden mark on the talisman paper. What a good guy, directly giving him the whole cultivation of immortality thing. Compared to the protagonist's halo, this plug-in wasn't bad either. Lin Yen watched with satisfaction as the golden talisman paper gradually transformed into a thin golden aura and was put into his laptop. So he hurriedly opened the computer. As expected, Lin Yen found a large golden dot in a location search program he had written. At this moment, this golden dot was only a few dozen kilometers away from them, and if Su Rufing's car skills were good enough, they might not have to wait until dawn to catch the person. Lin Yen lamented that this thing was more or less cyber cultivation inside flavor. While poking Su Rufing's tight biceps, Ruffing, I found out where Wu Xiangling is. Su Ruffing immediately sat up from his deathbed. Although his eyes were a little bloodshot, he was clearly in high spirits. Let's go, arrest him now. After getting Wu Xiangling's exact location, Lin Yan's mood lightened up quite a bit, and immediately smiled and turned the laptop screen towards him. This golden dot, that's his location, the green one is us. Su Ruffing nodded, twisted the car key and stepped on the gas pedal. The brand new Xiaomi Crispy 8 then rode on, shuttling through the dark night like a rocket. On the main road out of the province in Chishui City, a somewhat eye-catching Wrangler was speeding. In the back seat of the wide and comfortable car, there was an old lady with white hair lying horizontally. At this time, the old lady's eyes are closed tightly, although covered with a very comfortable cashmere blanket. But from time to time, the heart of the brow is wrinkled, obviously sleeping very uneasily. In the driver's seat, Wu Xiangling was wearing a Bluetooth headset. His face was serious, and he almost pressed the gas pedal to the bottom. He was wearing a lady's beige long windbreaker, and his face was wearing light makeup that covered his real face. But no matter how much it was concealed, the gloomy color in the bottom of his eyes almost condensed into substance. Suddenly, the light spot on the Bluetooth headset flickered, and a female voice with a mocking tone came from it. Those hounds are sniffing after us again, embroiderer. It's time for you to make a good decision on whether that old thing stays or goes. If it wasn't for the fact that you had to guard her and took a year's vacation for it, you wouldn't have been outed so quickly. Wu Xiangling frowned impatiently, her voice a little hoarse. I won't bother you with my personal matters. Parrot, you think those things you've done are seamless? Instead of trolling me here, why don't you give yourself a good sweep before you're also targeted by such a difficult hound? These words clearly angered the parrot on the other end of the phone, and the originally still gentle female voice suddenly became stern. Lao Zi specifically gave you the opportunity to keep an eye on that group of dogs, and you're mocking up here instead? Heh, they're all chasing after your ass. So take care of yourself. After saying this, the phone was sharply hung up, leaving only a blind tone in the Bluetooth headset. Wu Xiangling annoyingly pulled off the Bluetooth headset and threw it to the passenger seat. Only when she looked at the white-haired old lady Zhang Zuelan in the backseat of the car through the rearview mirror, her eyes showed a few moments of tenderness. However, in just a few minutes, Wu Xiangling stepped on the gas pedal, foot slightly loose, the heart subconsciously associated with Lin Yan's family history. The second generation of the demolition, only a dying grandfather Lin Fuguwei, every month to collect a few $1,000,000 in rent, typical of the mongrel, uneducated playboy, smashed the money before entering the security bureau as a titular advisor. Such a person probably very need to catch him as a foothold capitalist. After her mind had turned 1,000 times for a while, Wu Xiangling slowly parked herdsman on the side of the road, stepped out of the car and pulled out a carton of cigarettes, leaning against the car door and smoking without a word. Lin Yan and Su Ruffing chased over. Wu Xiangling feet have been thrown all over the ground cigarette butts. The moment they saw Wu Xiangling, Su Rufing's first reaction was to pull out his gun. Wu Xiangling, immediately crouch down with your hands on your head. However, Wu Xiangling didn't even look at Su Ruffing, only sizing up Lin Yan's face a few times. You're Lin Yan, right? He laughed a little, a bit of mockery in the bottom of his eyes. Even how careful you are, you haven't escaped the parrot's eyes. Hearing the word parrot, Lin Yan's heart thumped, immediately pulling out his gun and loading it, his brows furrowed. It seemed like he had flapped this butterfly's wings a little too hard. How had he blown this great Buddha out? No wonder Wu Xiangling had dodged in time several times. It turned out that there was a parrot pointing behind her. Then, at this moment, Wu Xiangling suddenly stopped. Could it be that he made preparations to die with them? Chapter 90. Is this something a normal person can do? Looked at Wu Xiangling that, obviously after disguise, only did not show the face of the little brother panel. Lin Yan eyes in a heavy piece. Just a few moments' time has thought a lot. Wu Xiangling, however, was full of concern and smiled. Her hands spread out. Her expression relaxed, as if she was catching up with an old friend she had met after a long time. She said in a cloudy manner, Lin Yan, I'll give you a chance. Let's talk about a condition. I'll go with you once we're done. How's that? Lin Yan frowned, thinking of the parrot that might still be spying on them through some means at this time, and the deadly weapon that Wu Xiangling might be carrying, and only hesitated for a moment before responding. Tell me, what conditions do you want to negotiate with me? Wu Xiangling leaned back, pressing her entire weight onto the tall wrangler, and closed her eyes, the bottom of her eyes seeming to carry a bit of nostalgia. I want you to help me settle someone. Even if I'm as guilty as I can be, she has no knowledge of any of this and is completely innocent. Your family is in such a good condition. There's nothing wrong with arranging an elderly person in the best old age home, right? Without waiting for Lin Yan to answer, Wu Xiangling smiled to herself, but the smile was full of mockery. If there's a problem, find a way to overcome it yourself. I only care about the outcome. As long as she gets into a nursing home and gets the best care, I'll go with you. And Wu Xiangling straightened her spine slightly. Her gaze flicked between Lin Yan and Su Ruffing, and she smiled lightly. I require a video call with her at least once a month, and if she's always in good shape, I can provide you with information on one member of the organization every month. How's that for a solid deal for you? Lin Yan. Though his heart's vigilance didn't let up, Lin Yan was genuinely tempted to spit, and did so. How come everything good is taken up by you, kid? Letting Zhang Zuelan live in the best nursing home, being waited on by specialists, and also having a professional nutritionist to give her customized recipes. You let her enjoy her old age in peace with empty hands. Not only is Zhang Zuelan comfortable, you yourself can also use the name of revealing information about the organization to stay in the detention center with good food and drink. Wu Xiangling, you're thinking quite beautifully, knowing that once you go in it's a death. You're still using this kind of clumsy tactic to renew your own life. Hee. Wu Xiangling laughed softly and said indifferently, then you have to think about it. If I die here, how many more detours will you guys need to take if you want to capture more members of the organization? The information that Waste Thing Centipede knows isn't as much as the little bit that casually leaks out of my hand. This was the truth. The codename, Centipede, Lin Yan had never seen it in the original book's plot, so he figured it was a less important fringe character. Compared to Centipede, naturally it was Embroiderer, a person with more seniority and more human lives in her hands, who could know more information about the organization. But now that there was the uncertainty of Parrot, Lin Yan could not make a rash decision. He slightly raised his eyes and looked at a surveillance camera a few dozen meters away, withdrawing his gaze while raised his hand and lightly pulled the trigger. Bang! The surveillance camera was shot out in response, and both Wu Xiangling and Su Ruffing, who heard the commotion, were confused for a moment. Even Lin Yan himself was a bit of a novelty. The feeling of painlessly metamorphosing from a master of human tracing into a king of guns who shot 100 times without fail was truly a bit of a marvelous feeling. But Lin Yan didn't show anything on his face. Instead, he raised an eyebrow at Wu Xiangling. All right, let's cut off all interference from the outside world. Now, give your sincerity to negotiate with me, otherwise, I don't mind taking a disabled person back. As he spoke, Lin Yan flicked the gun in his hand. Gada. A single hand was loaded. When Su Ruffing on the side saw this scene, a few little stars of adoration sprang up in his eyes, and his hand that was raising the gun couldn't help but firm up a few points. Single-handedly loaded this operation, when he was still in the armed police brigade, he saw the captain used when he played handsome to them. I didn't expect. Lin Advisor, a rich second-generation male child who looks tall and long-legged and has little combat power, actually will also have this hand. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't quite right, he would have definitely already asked Lin Yan to teach him. Wu Xiangling was also stunned by Lin Yan's maneuver and hardness. A few dashes of somber color crossed his eyes, but thinking of the little old lady in the car who had tried her best to protect him, He still suppressed the almost tyrannical desire to kill in the bottom of his heart. After closing her eyes, Wu Xiangling sighed in resignation. What sincerity you want me to come up with, you can mention it. Lin Yan sighed. I gave Su Ruffing a look, signaling him to look after Wu Xiangling. Himself is fast walking towards the trunk of the car, movement sharp from inside to take out, staring at the green bean eyes of the turtle. See Lin Yan carry out turtle and bring the embroidery toolbox seized at the scene of the crime. Su Ruffing, hanging at the side of the left hand, trembled for a moment, apparently subconsciously want to rub their eyes, but in the way of the scene did not really do so. I don't dare to open my eyes. I hope it's my hallucination. Can anyone come and tell him why their counselor Lin stuffed a turtle in the trunk of his car when he was apprehending criminals? Is this something a normal person could do? Su Ruffing wasn't the only one who was so shocked that he was dumbfounded and lost for words. There was also Wu Xiangling, who was leaning against the side of the Mako. He looked incredulously at Lin Yan walking towards him with the toolbox he used to commit the crime, carrying a plump turtle, and almost instinctively took a step back. What are you doing? Lin Yan swept him a casual glance, his voice calm, as if he were saying, "What's for dinner today? Come over here and help me embroider a few peach blossoms on its face." Wu Xiangling.
Su Rufeng.
If Lin Yan's blow to them before was only at the level of shock, then now Wu Xiangling and Su Ruffing were really a bit skeptical. Were they dreaming? Can this unfold correctly? You, a special consultant of the Security Bureau, looking at the criminals, can be arrested, but backhandedly pulled out a turtle, let people give you a live performance of embroidery skills. This? Su Ruffing never thought that one day he will also be the same as those old, subconsciously want to blurt out a "what a scandal." Although, this operation is probably not against the rules, right? But this can be right. The embroidered lady, Wu Xiangling, has at least 20 lives in his hands. You asked him to embroider peach blossoms on the face of a turtle for you. Isn't this a naked insult? As expected, the reacting Wu Xiangling was so infuriated that her eyebrows were raised and she had already laughed in anger. Are you insulting me? Lin Yan of course knew that he had to be Su Ruffing in the heart cricket's abstract again, but in order to complete the task he could not help. So, Lin Yan took 2 more steps forward, and the distance between him and Wu Xiangling had been drawn in to the point where he was about to face. He evilly smiled, and said with a single word for word, "Little brother obedient. I am the big brother." Chapter 91. Seems like I saw Lin Daiyu capturing Lu Jishan in 7. Wu Xiangling. Why do you say that although Lin Yan is abstract, his mind is not covered? If he shouted this skill activation command to Wu Xiangling right after they met, Wu Xiangling, who was in a tense state at that time, would most likely be able to resist it directly, and would also make him and Su Ruffing feel that Lin Yan was inexplicable. But now, Wu Xiangling had been angered by Lin Yan's series of tawdry maneuvers, and her brain had gone a little wacky. Even if Lin Yan didn't say this gag very loudly, his eyes were instantly confused, and his spirit was clearly starting to drift off. Lin Yan stood in place calmly, slightly lowering his eyebrows as he watched Wu Xiangling's eyes become completely lax, not long afterward but gradually clearing up again. Obviously, Lin Yan had succeeded. Even though Wu Xiangling's eyes were clear, like she was refreshed after a good meal and a good night's sleep, she no longer looked at him with wariness, calculations, and gloominess, but instead was full of respect. While Su Ruffing was completely puzzled, wondering if he should also go over to see what was going on, Wu Xiangling took a step back, and with a plop, she kneeled down on both knees for Lin Yan. Bam! Without waiting for Lin Yan and Su Ruffing to react, Wu Xiangling had already kowtowed solidly to Lin Yan, shouting out word for word, "Big brother, Lin Yan." Well. It turns out that the assassin who attacked him in the park but was dumbfounded by his gun will call out to him as Big Brother, which is the normal behavior after this special skill is activated. Well, it's quite abstract. Lin Yan raised his hand and handed the embroidery toolbox to Wu Xiangling, helplessly holding his forehead. Assist me and embroider 2 peach blossoms on the face of this thing. To not say that the skills given by this awful system of Lin Yan's were overbearing. Wu Xiangling changed her attitude from being insulted to the point of being insulted before and respectfully answered, "Okay, Big Brother." After saying that, he quickly got up with one hand on the ground, squatted down with unrivaled skill, placed the embroidery toolbox on the ground, and took out a series of tools from it in turn. Receiving the turtle in Lin Yan's hands, Wu Xiangling only needed 3 or 2 strokes to very skillfully sew up its mouth completely, in order to avoid this thing from biting them during the operation. Immediately afterward, Wu Xiangling threaded the embroidery thread and handed Lin Yan an embroidery needle as slim as a hair. Big brother, you take it, pick a position you like, and I'll teach you to embroider with my hands. Seeing this scene, Su Ruffing at the side had been completely dumbfounded. This isn't right. Where was the translation fungus? He needed the translation fungus. Who could tell him what was going on? Not only was Lin Yan so epileptic that he was completely baffled, but embroidery lady. Wu Xiangling was also so epileptic that she scared him. Obviously, they were speaking Chinese. Why did Wu Xiangling's attitude suddenly change? No, the focus should clearly be on Lin Yan's operation. Why on earth did he get a live turtle over? Could it be that he wanted to see Wu Xiangling's modus operandi face to face? If you want to see this, can't you just make a piece of ordinary fabric? Do you have to bring a live one here? Su Ruffing walked to Lin Yan and Wu Xiangling's side in a trance, as if he had seen Lin Daiyu capturing Lu Jixin, the Monkey King beheading Hua Xiong with warm wine, Lu Lu's poem in prison, Yang Yuhuan pulling down the willow. Ridiculous, just too ridiculous. Even if he were to retell this scene in colorful detail, no one would believe him. It wasn't until Lin Yan had embroidered almost 3 peach blossoms under Wu Xiangling's guidance and independently completed about 80% of the peach blossom embroidered surface that his dog system finally popped the alert box. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a peach blossom totem embroidery case with the assistance of the embroiderer. And at the end of the embroidery process, the subject of the embroidery has not died. As you have taken the embroiderer Wu Xiangling under your wing, you will receive an additional free attribute point bonus. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special skill. No skill, all true feelings. Free attribute points +4. Lin Yan's lips slightly hooked. The stone in his heart that had been pressed for days instantly fell to the ground, and his entire being was unclogged. He looked at the turtle with green bean eyes that seemed to be in great pain and unwillingness, and took the embroidery needle and dryly stabbed through its throat. All right, this guy has done his job and can be taken to the stew. Great tonic. After handling the turtle, Lin Yan then turned his head to look at Wu Xiangling, who was squatting by his side, full of good behavior, and arched his eyebrows. All right, stick out your hands. Wu Xiangling obediently raised her hands together, just like a good boy in kindergarten. Lin Yan touched out the silver bracelet from his satchel and clicked it to give him a solid cuff, before smiling at Su Ruffing on the side. Take away. On the way back, Su Ruffing still drove. Handcuffed Wu Xiangling sat in the passenger side. Lin Yan was sitting in the back seat. As for Zhang Zuelan, whom Wu Xiangling was pining for, Lin Yan had already contacted his brother units in Chishui City and asked them to bring Wu Xiangling's car along. Where this ill-fated old lady would end up was not something Lin Yan should consider. He leisurely leaned back on the soft back seat of the car, lifting his hand and punching 200,000 into Su Ruffing's card, before looking at Wu Xiangling through the rearview mirror. The person who called me earlier and threatened me with Lin Fugawei, it was you, right? Probably because the effect of the little brother obey. Big brother skill was still occupying Wu Xiangling's nerves. He answered very dryly and decisively. It's me. The parrot told me that you were about to check me out, so I had her put a few layers of protection on my phone number and called you. Lin Yan lowered his eyes, actually really wanting to ask, who the hell is Lin Fugawei? But it was obviously not appropriate to ask Wu Xiangling about this kind of thing. Regardless of whether or not Lin Fugawei existed, he should be a fictional family member that Lang Shixiang and Lin Songhai had created for Lin Yan in order to protect him. Even if the parrot was still very powerful, she was still just a criminal, and it was impossible for her to corrupt all the confidential units in the country and get the information that had been encrypted and protected by layers of encryption. As soon as he thought of parrot, Lin Yan simply closed his eyes, more or less autistic in his heart. If we followed the timeline of the original book's plot, this great Buddha had only just revealed herself at that moment in the 800-odd chapters. She wasn't a simple character. Not only was Parrot a genius girl in computer technology, she was also the beloved of Ming Ace's boss, Ming Jiao, and a formidable enemy of the heroine, Huang Fu Xiangling. Lin Yan originally thought, he has just worn the book over less than a month. This was adopted by the Ming Jiao in the name of the younger sister of the genius girl, should still be in some orphanage in the demolition of the television only to... What did he expect? Not only had she already entered Ming Ace, she had also guided embroidery lady Wu Xiangling's escape operation. If Lin Yan hadn't gone for broke and gambled on a cyber cultivation prop from the random treasure chest, he really wouldn't have been able to catch Wu Xiangling with only 2 days left in the mission's timeframe. That's the problem. There are only 4 of them in the special operation team, and they don't have a lot of electronic equipment, so how did Parrot monitor their actions? Chapter 92. You are my past life, I am your present life. Until he returned to Yiqiao City and escorted Wu Xiangling into the detention room of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Lin Yan still hadn't figured it out either. He himself can do this kind of thing, has been certainly very careful with the electronic devices of everyone in the Special Operations team. Protective software is not stopped. Even if the Parrot was a genius, it couldn't do anything to crush Lin Yan's special skill. Do you know computers, or do I know computers? Right? The dog system's skill introduction had said that the computer technology brought by this skill was far beyond the current era. Could it be a lie to him? Or was it that because he, the arch-villain, had gone good, the skill in his body had lost the beag it was originally supposed to have? Nope. Lin Yan had sparred with the heroine, Huangfu Xiangling, on computer skills, and the result was a resounding victory. Until now, that work computer is still being provided in the information section, waiting for the Security Bureau technicians to break in. But in the original book plot, Parrot and Huangfu Xiangling's computer technology is not comparable. Between the two in the invisible battlefield fighting back and forth, a victory and a loss of things often happen. At that time, the book reviews, but they were all flirting with the author that this is to force the manufacture of industrial saccharin. When Huangfu Xiangling won the Parrot, Zhou Chuanbai was equally happy when she lost to the Parrot. Zhou Chuanbai comforted and coaxed her gently. The two of them fight to be inseparable. Zhou Chuanbai will also unintentionally use their own protagonist aura to help Huangfu Xiangling. In short, if you compare Huangfu Xiangling, the Parrot's computer skills, even if they were really better than hers, wouldn't be that much better. It was impossible for her to easily break through the layers of protection set up by Lin Yan and completely control the movements of all the members within their special operations team. This simply didn't make sense. Then where was this surveillance placed? Lin Yan was puzzled, but when he saw Su Rufing's obviously tired brows, he suppressed his doubts and waved his hand at him. People are locked in the detention room, and we've been up for almost 3 days, so hurry back and rest. I'll reimburse you for what you want to eat. Su Rufing had a jolt and hurriedly waved his hand with a smile. No, Counselor Lin. You just gave me a personal bonus. How can I still want you to treat me to dinner? Where is your home? Can I send you back? Lin Yan shook his head. No, I'll walk for a few minutes. Be careful if you drive. After saying goodbye to Su Rufing, Lin Yan walked home quickly and took a hot shower. Waiting for his hair to dry naturally, Lin Yan wanted to cook some noodles, but when he opened the refrigerator, he saw 3 lunchboxes with conspicuous post-it notes placed inside. Auntie Lee's handiwork. Auntie Lee's handiwork. Heat it up and eat it. Don't be too tired. The handwriting did not look like Assistant Duan Yu's. Instead it looked more like Lin Songhai's handwriting. Lin Yan felt a hint of warmth after a long time, and couldn't help but smile heartily. Well, although Lin Songhai and Ling Shixiang swept him out at the drop of a hat, in the end, they were still his own parents, and their love for Lin Yan was still unquestionable. He stayed up all night and arrived home at 6 o'clock in the morning, but he was able to eat the meal made by the nanny's aunt, which was also considered a kind of happiness. Lin Yan took out his lunchbox, opened the lid a small slit, put it side by side into the brand new microwave oven that had suddenly appeared in the house, and tapped the 3-minute slot before sitting down at the dining table and propping up his chin to look at the system panel. He had been busy catching Wu Xiangling for the past 2 days, and hadn't been in much of a mood to look at it under the pressure of the mission's time limit. And now, with a slight flip through the messages in front of him, he was able to see a couple of prompts. Congratulations to the host for completing the murder case and not being captured by the vigilantes when reaching the maximum time limit of the mission, earning 1,500 base reward points. Retroactive period for this murder case. Oh. Congratulations to the host for completing the murder case. The retroactive period of the case has expired, plus 4,500 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special props. You are my past life. I am your present life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the I don't really exist cloak. Lin Yan had originally just casually swept a few glances, but suddenly caught a word that didn't quite add up. Special props. From Lin Yan's understanding of this dog system, its wording had always been very strict. Like those abstractly named but very practical skills that would be rewarded to him for every case completed, were special skills. The one with a more normal name, hearing voices, was extra skills. And all the props obtained before, no matter which information panel in the system, there was only the word props. However, this time this prop, whose name was more or less inappropriate, was categorized as a special prop. Lin Yen pursed his lips in confusion and took out the "You are my past life, I am your present life" from the prop's backpack, placing it on the dining table and carefully examining it. "You are my past life, I am your present life." Put it on, select someone you've already met, and you'll be able to copy a trait from that person and permanently give it to yourself. This was a mask with only the upper half of the face, the whole of which was a treacherous and mysterious black and purple color, with intricate and magnificent patterns carved on it, and a light halo flowing under the light. Functionally speaking, this prop was indeed very special. If Lin Yen had chosen Lin Songhai's wealth trait, wouldn't he have made it to heaven in one step, and thereafter be able to lie completely flat, never needing to work hard again? But unfortunately, what Lin Yen lacked right now wasn't money at all, but being wrapped up in that awful system, having to abstractly spread his wings on the edge of the criminal law, not having the freedom of being able to do whatever he wanted. Only one chance to copy, of course get something really useful like
Ou je suis en BS protagoniste aura.
But as far as the dog system that always pits his dead virtue, it can recognize Zhou Chuanbai has a protagonist halo? Ding! In the middle of Lin Yan's contemplation, the rice in the microwave was already warmed up. Forget it, eating is the biggest. Lin Yan nimbly stuffed the props back into his backpack, took out the rice in the dense aroma of the meal, and unhurriedly consoled his own organs. Of course, on his way to eat, Lin Yan wasn't completely idle. He added all 4 of his current free attribute points to spirit, and in one breath, he brought his spirit value to 19. After that moment of confrontation with embroidery lady, Wu Xiangling, even if it wasn't explicitly written on the system panel, Lin Yan still had a guess in his heart. The success rate of the little brother obey, I'm big brother skill being activated should have a lot to do with his own spirit attribute. If Lin Yan's spirit value was enough to crush the opponent, then even if he didn't break down part of his mental defenses first, he would still be able to directly follow his words and successfully accept the opponent as his little brother. If the target's spirit value was on par with or even exceeded Lin Yan's, this skill should be very difficult to activate successfully. Suddenly, Lin Yan's ears twitched extremely lightly, catching a hint of an unusual sound. It was the extremely light sound of a security door closing coming from Zhou Chuanbai's house across the street. In my impression, Zhou Chuanbai seems to have never closed the door so lightly as if he was a thief. Lin Yan puzzled to turn his eyes, listening to the sound of the voice skill passive trigger, his eyes directly through the door of his own home, accurately see the situation in the corridor. At this look, Lin Yan opened his mouth, and the chopsticks in his hand were almost pinched off. The one who had just walked out lightly from Zhou Chuanbai's house was no one else. It was actually none other than Gong Shuyun. Yesterday, didn't Zhou Chuanbai still say in the small group of their special operations team that Gong Shuyun had fled completely out of sight? What is she doing here? Chapter 93. One sucks one and doesn't squeak. Lin Yan's brow furrowed extremely lightly, probably under the inherent thinking of knowing part of the original book's plot. His first reaction was, Gong Shuyun would come to Zhou Chuanbai at this time. It couldn't be that she wanted to have a sweet encounter of dewy love, right? But this thought had only just taken shape when Lin Yan ruthlessly threw it out of his head. Dewdrop romance my ass. At this time, although the behavior was reversed, unlike in the original book where Gong Shuyun took the initiative to run after Zhou Chuanbai, but instead Zhou Chuanbai chased Gong Shuyun like a hound that smelled the smell. But he wanted to send Gong Shuyun in to eat in the prison cafeteria. How could the two of them suddenly get along in the midst of such an almost absolute antagonistic relationship? Previously, they were almost carried away in situ by Gong Shuyun with a dust explosion. Even if the author of the book's deliberate arrangements, the two of them really away from the original on the spectrum on the good. Gong Shuyun should not be so blatantly appeared in front of Zhou Chuanbai's home. This neighborhood is in the vicinity of the security bureau. Really think that all municipal cameras are all a pose? The original book will bring the solidified thinking through the scattered. Lin Yan immediately put down the chopsticks, touched the waist of the gun, then quickly stepped towards the door of their own home. DRI. At the same time as the sound of the room door opening rang out, Gong Shuyun in the corridor also touched the side of her waist, her eyes full of wariness. The two had just met in the corridor when they raised their guns almost simultaneously. The light of the morning came through the windows of the corridor, giving both Lin Yan and Gong Shuyun a shallow but bright layer of light and shadow. Gong Shuyun's hand that raised her gun did not move or shake, and there was an icy coldness in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yan. Hello again, Counselor Lin. A short sentence with a very large message. Lin Yan hadn't flashed his credentials when he had routinely questioned her before, But at this moment, Gong Shuyun was able to touch Zhou Chuanbai's home and also accurately called out Lin Yan's position. The person behind the scene must have a high level of guidance. I'm sure it's true that life has a way of working out for you. Even if there was a slight mistake in the direction, Gong Shuyun was still close to the Ming ace. Thinking about this, Lin Yan's eyes also gradually cooled down. It seems that you were chosen by those rampant guys. His tone was very certain, and Gong Shuyun did not deny it, only hooking her lips extremely shallowly. What? Does Counselor Lin also want to give up his life for the people and become a sacrifice for my second examination? Sacrifice my ass. Wait, Gong Shuyun was in the second test? Lin Yan's mind was enlightened, suddenly connecting all the clues he had recently gathered. It's all connected. It's all connected. Centipede Su Juchi was from the supervision department, so she was the one who had the responsibility of recruiting new people. Su Juchi and Gong Shuyun teamed up to carry away the 2902 family of 4, and the cat-faced clown case that Wu Xiangling and Wang Li had teamed up to do before. The pattern was strikingly similar. Moreover, due to being accomplices, neither Wang Li nor Gong Shuyun were shown the little brother panel by the special skill, little brother obeys. I am the big brother. But why did Gong Shuyun use the word? Also, could it be Zhou Chuanbai? Lin Yan frowned, but when he thought of that guy's head protagonist aura, he didn't need to worry too much about his own life as a big villain. He immediately forced himself to calm down. He looked at the police pistol that Gong Shuyun was holding up, the one with the safety not even turned on, which he had apparently stolen from Zhou Chuanbai, and shook his hand nonchalantly to load his own pistol, his tone calm. Your guts are truly not small, but since you dared to come here, you have to be prepared to be caught. Gong Shuyun frowned and raised her hand, aiming her gun at Lin Yan's head. Don't move. If you don't let me go, we'll die together today. Even though I'm a 3 good citizen who's never touched a gun before, at such a close distance, even if you can kill me with a single shot, I'll still be able to teach you a lesson before I die. In the end, she was a ruthless person that the author of the original book had acknowledged. The determined color in the bottom of Gong Shuyun's eyes didn't look like an act at all. But she was the one who got the homeless man who raised her as a teenager killed, and a 3 good citizens? Bah! Lin Yan didn't want to tangle with her too much, and as he slowly lowered his hand, he took advantage of the moment Gong Shuyun was ready to back up, and delivered a crisp sweeping leg kick that swept her off her feet, causing her to fall uncontrollably to the side and back. At the same time that Gong Shuyun was desperately trying to aim at Lin Yan to pull the trigger, Lin Yan had already dodged to her side, grabbing her arm and twisting it backward.
Gah.
What made Lin Yan somewhat surprised was that even with such a sudden change in pain, Gong Shuyun did not let go of the pistol and actually managed to pull the trigger. However, due to the lack of firearms knowledge, the safety that hadn't been pulled off by Gong Shuyun stuck that bullet dead center. Lin Yan didn't have handcuffs with him, so he could only quickly cut Gong Shuyun's hands behind her back, snatched the pistol and threw it to Zhou Chuanbai's doorstep, and pressed her to the ground with a deadly grip. Be honest, or else I'll waste your legs now. Once Gong Shuyun heard this, her struggling strength suddenly gave out most of her strength, and she could only grind her teeth fiercely. I'm going to sue you. You don't have the power to enforce the law. This is violence against a woman's personal safety. Heh. Lin Yan let out a light laugh, pulling off the belt around his waist to tie Gong Shuyun's hands to death. His tone leisurely. Since you know the law, you should know that the moment you were armed and ready to attack me, your identity became that of a gun-toting thug. Let's not talk about violence. Even if I shoot you now, I'm still protecting the general public and preventing them from being attacked by gun-toting thugs. Confirming that the person was under control, Lin Yan pushed her down in front of her house and removed her jaw before quickly walking back inside to find the handcuffs. After handcuffing Gong Shuyun's hands and feet securely and tying them to his own door handle with a belt, Lin Yan then picked up the pistol on the ground and tried knocking on Zhou Chuanbai's door. After waiting only a few seconds, Lin Yan pulled out his ancestral craft and opened the lock in 3 seconds. As soon as he entered, the odor of rotting vegetable leaves mixed with rotten eggs greeted him. Lin Yan furrowed his brows, covered his nose with one hand, stomped into the living room, and opened all the windows in Zhou Chuanbai's house in 3 or 2 clicks. This kind of odor, although he wasn't too familiar with it, he knew it very well. It was the odor of the gas that was mixed in the gas and used as a deodorizer. The gas used in residential buildings was usually colorless and odorless, and in order to be detected at the first sign of leakage, these odorizers were mixed to ensure the safety of the users. After confirming that the ventilation was done properly, Lin Yen turned on his cell phone's flashlight and went into the kitchen, screwing the gas valve completely shut before returning to the bedroom and feeling Zhou Chuanbai's pulse. Well, the heart can still beat, it's fine. Lin Yen called Su Ruffing and asked him to bring Li Shaoxing over to collect the person, and also contacted the emergency vehicle of Gu's private hospital. After handing over Gong Shuyun with Su Ruffing and the others, Lin Yen carried Zhou Chuanbai downstairs and took the ambulance to the hospital. This gas is really good a suck one does not squeak. The original book more than once described Zhou Chuanbai as very vigilant, in the middle of nowhere in the mountains, are able to distinguish the footsteps of criminals from a variety of noisy sounds. But until he was given to check the body, hung up saline, he still sleeps like a dead pig. Lin Yen felt a little amused, but the corners of his lips that had almost curved up drooped when he saw the alert box that suddenly popped up in front of him. Chapter 94. Let's see what's going on. Junior, your performance in the embroidered face case is really remarkable. Not only did you send the embroiderer Wu Xiangling, who fell under your suit pants, to the security bureau, but you also intercepted the new recruit, Gong Shuyun, who was recruited by Ming Wang. What a naughty man who doesn't know how to cherish talent. How do you sleep when you see the sharpshooters in your hands being sent to jail one by one? Huh. How did you do such a thing at your age, huh? Answer me. It's a shame, because you've victimized too many pillars of the anti-criminal investigation community. You've successfully unlocked a punishment mission. Current task: select a suitable target and complete a case of forced female homicide with a final compensation of no more than 5,000 yuan. Mission time limit: 1 day. Mission reward: 1 copy of World Uncaptured Criminal Identity Information Directory, updated in real time. Mission failure penalty: if you give me 3 days of light, mission failure penalty. If you give me 3 days of light. Lin Yen looked steadily at the mission introduction for several seconds and rubbed his eyes again. Did he accidentally inhale a few more mouthfuls of gas when he went in to fish for Zhou Chuanbai and hallucinate a bit? This bleeping mission. This can be right? Lin Yen closed his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and when he opened his eyes again, he immediately took out his cell phone and opened the city's emergency delivery interface, and placed an order for a small rubber wife. If this thing cannot be counted as a suitable target, his mission will be in vain. In the previous missions, no matter if it was a theft, body-splitting, murder, or selling ice candy, he could get money in other ways to get rid of it. Lin Songhai's fountain pen, tea leaves, live king salmon sent by others, Zhou Chuanbai's goldfish. Even if someone really took the concept of equality of life to kidnap him, Lin Yen can only say that he cannot really lay hands on people. Compared to human life, what's wrong with sacrificing something that's already on the human menu? At least it wouldn't send him to the point of no return. But this one was different. Lin Yen is not that heavy taste, cannot do cross-species, can only try a small rubber wife. But perhaps after the spirit value increased, Lin Yan's intuition also became stronger. He always felt that this kind of speculation will not work. After all, this mission had a prefix, punishment. But even if he recognized the punishment, Lin Yen couldn't do anything about it. The damage that this kind of thing causes to a woman is indelible for life. The first thing he couldn't do was to go and ruin a woman's life because of a mission with only a few $1,000s. There is also the fact that he does not want to be so casual. And the most important point was Lin Yen didn't want to tolerate this awful system anymore. In so many previous quests, he had backed down step by step, racking his brain with all sorts of speculative methods to avoid going astray, and he didn't know how many times he would have to be spat out in abstraction. But it wasn't a solution to keep being tossed around like that by it. Life was long. Lin Yan's body was only 19 years old, and he still had at least 30 more years to spend in this book world. He could accept the occasional abstraction to add some fun to his life. But to keep tossing him around like this, to find ways to create a stain on him, to force him to go astray, there was no need, really no need. Lin Yen would rather lose this system, or simply a rotten life and it's stubborn to the end. Maybe a little bit of luck can cross once again.
Ayan?
A slightly cool hand suddenly covered his small arm, and Zhou Chuanbai's somewhat frail voice softly sounded. Lin Yen looked back and raised his eyes, meeting Zhou Chuanbai's eyes that were colored with doubt and bewilderment, and without moving, he drew his arm away and nodded extremely lightly. Well, the doctor said you're fine. Just infuse some saline to maintain the fluid balance. Zhou Chuanbai hid the strange color in the bottom of his eyes and inquired, "What's wrong with me?" Gong Shuyun opened the gas valve in your home. There may be a part of the pipe is still leaking. I have helped you through the wind. A moment before you go back you contact the door to see it. Lin Yen replied in a concise manner. Gong Shuyun brought shoe covers and gloves, and also stole your matching gun. It is estimated that she came over specifically to murder you. Zhou Chuanbai frowned, feeling the soreness and weakness in his body. His eyes suddenly cold. Have the people been captured? I had roughing and the others bring the person back. Hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai's complexion only slightly improved. It's been hard on you, sending me to the hospital not long after you returned. I feel like it's no big deal right now. If you're tired, you can go back and rest now. Lin Yen responded, placing both Zhou Chuanbai's sidearm and cell phone on his side, and left the ward without hesitation. Zhou Chuanbai the kid had the protagonist's aura to protect him. Gong Shuyun had only committed the murder not long ago, and the person was caught by Lin Yen just after he left the scene. So what could he do if he stayed in the hospital? Lin Yen is still more concerned about his punishment mission than guarding Zhou Chuanbai and brushing the protagonist's favorability. When Lin Yen returned to his own door, the little rubber wife had already been delivered. He carried the tightly wrapped humanoid object into the house, eyes cold and unpacked. Sure enough, and Lin Yan's guess is not far from. After a flurry of work, the punishment task still showed no signs of completion, not to mention the prompt box. Not even a punctuation mark popped up for him. On the entire quest interface, there was only a countdown timer pulsing by itself, seemingly mocking Lin Yan's useless efforts. In fact, Lin Yan had long expected such a result, and did not have many emotional fluctuations. Only the color of his eyes calmly cleaned up the scene. The small rubber wife disassembled 8 pieces into a black plastic bag. Just when he packed the black plastic bag, thrown to the downstairs garbage can instantly, in front of actually popped out a prompt box. Congratulations to the host for independently completing a wonderful body-splitting case. In light of the fact that this was an extraordinary performance when there was no system task, you will receive an additional free attribute point reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exclusive skill. Let me see how it goes. Free attribute points +2. Lin Yen. This bleeping system designation is a bit of a major disease. It's not smart when it's supposed to be smart, but when it's not supposed to be smart, it shows off its pathetic brain capacity. It has already ruled his act of splitting his little rubber wife as splitting a body. Why didn't it just rule that as a case of forcing a woman to do the job, so that he could complete his task? What kind of bull logic is that? No. Speaking of logic, Lin Yen suddenly thought of the crux of the problem. The key point of the forced woman case was coercion, and the one being coerced would usually resist during the process. The little rubber wife. Well, there is no subjectively want to resist and put into action function. Did he not buy it smart enough? It just doesn't seem to work. Even if it was smart enough, the little gummy wife's resistance behavior was set up by the program, which was not in line with the logic of forcing others against their will. After realizing this point, Lin Yen only felt his eyes darken, and with a mixed feeling, he scanned through the mission failure penalties. If you give me 3 days of light. If you give me 3 days of light. Suddenly, this line of words became a separate small panel in front of Lin Yan's eyes, with a few lines of explanation underneath. Lin Yan's heart trembled, and he looked over with a bit of a death wish. Chapter 95. He can let others take advantage of him. If you give me 3 days of light. Want to experience what it's like to only have 3 days of light. You're ing tricked. If you already have normal vision, you won't be able to feel the sense of anticipation that 3 days of light represents, so please feel the despair of having 3 days of darkness to your heart's content. Lin Yen blinked. The heart that had just been instantly raised in his throat was slowly put back into his chest, and he let out a long breath. It's okay, small problem. It's only 3 days of blindness. He can handle it. Today, even if he were to die and jump down from here, he would never submit to this beeping system, to do the kind of thing that violates his conscience and brings a lifetime of shadows to her people. Returning home, he took a quick shower and threw himself on the soft and cozy big bed. Lin Yen relaxed and stretched a big waist. His mood was much more relaxed. In fact, if he really swords have to go to honestly complete this punishment task, the one who suffers a loss seems to be him as well. After all, Lin Songhai's family wealth, Leng Shixiang power, Lin Yen himself has tens of millions of deposits, luxury cars, watches, and houses. After the mission was judged to be completed out of compensation, he certainly would not just give people $5,000. In addition, he is a good-looking man. Face value is not inferior to the main male lead Zhou Chuanbai. It is not possible to guarantee that people have to try to find ways to stick to him. He can let others take advantage of him. The abstract can be engaged, but cell sex, that cannot be. Lin Yan rolled over, the quilt a roll, all relaxed sleep. He had to hurry to chase Wu Xiangling these 2 days' lack of sleep to make up for it. Presumably early tomorrow morning, we'll have to pack up and go to the hospital. As for that mission failure punishment, why suddenly have a separate small panel, wait for the punishment down? He naturally have plenty of time to study. Gu's private hospital. Zhou Chuanbai actually could have been discharged from the hospital a long time ago, but I don't know why. His muscles all over his body were just aching and sore, and for no reason he wanted to stay in the hospital for observation. So, in the bright morning light of the next day, Zhou Chuanbai, who went to the corridor to open the window for ventilation, only turned his head and saw Lin Yan, who was being pushed in a wheelchair. "Ah Yan, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this familiar voice that couldn't be any more familiar, Lin Yan turned his head in confusion, the smile on his lips a little helpless. "Nothing. Just came over to check my eyes." Although it was only a single glance, Zhou Chuanbai, whose insight was sharp enough, also immediately noticed Lin Yan's change. His eyes seemed to be unfocused. Zhou Chuanbai took 2 steps forward, raised his hand and waved it in front of Lin Yan's eyes, his voice unconsciously taking on a few tremors. "Ah Yan, what is going on with your eyes?" Lin Yan shook his head, his lips still with a smile. "The problem is not big, just now has been checked. The doctor said that it is a cardiogenic transient blindness. It is estimated that in a few days it will be fine." Saying this, Lin Yan leaned towards the backrest of the wheelchair. The whole person had a sense of relaxation of the years, like a boss sunbathing on the beach. "It just so happens that I'm quite tired from catching Wu Xiangling those 2 days. Taking advantage of these days, I'll be lazy and take a good rest. You guys shouldn't have any problems dealing with the follow-up of this case." Compared to Lin Yan's lightheartedness in knowing clearly that he would only be blind for 3 days, Zhou Chuanbai, who didn't know the truth, was anxious. "Will it really work? Why don't we go to Huajing City now and take a look? Where's your helicopter? Let Ruffing fly it. Let's go now." Even if there was only darkness in front of him, Lin Yan could still hear Zhou Chuanbai's anxiety and concern from his tone. It seems that this protagonist's favorability brush is still good. Just as Lin Yan wanted to speak, another familiar voice came from behind him, and although it sounded gentle and calm, it wasn't hard to feel the sharpness and darkness in his words. "This is not something you should bother about. We have the best instruments and experts in Gu's hospital. If we can't cure Yanzi, I will personally send him to academician Li Huilan's doorstep." It was Gu Wenting. The young man in a suit walked slowly and raised his hand to gently rest it on Lin Yan's shoulder. "Hiko, who's going to take care of you on your side of the house? I'll send over the recipes the physician drew up for you later, so he can follow them." Lin Yan tilted his head sideways in the direction of Gu Wenting's hand and laughed extremely softly. "I don't know. I haven't talked to them yet. They're all pretty busy at work, and this isn't serious for me, so you can just hire an escort for me." After saying that, Lin Yan nodded in Zhou Chuanbai's direction again. "Chuanbai, you go and get busy first. The case is important. Organize the case earlier, and we'll also hand it over to the top earlier." Zhou Chuanbai glanced at Gu Wenting, who had a slightly cold look in the bottom of his eyes, and thought of the embroidery maiden. Wu Xiangling that Lin Yan had worked so hard to compensate the municipal side for a camera money before capturing, and ultimately only nodded his head. "All right, I'll go back to set up the task first, and when we're done with the matter at hand, we'll come over together to see you." The smile on Gu Wenting's face finally took on a few moments of truthfulness as he nodded slightly and said, "You can just go directly, no need to do the formalities. For the sake of Yanzi, I'll waive the medical fees for you as well." After Zhou Chuanbai left, Lin Yan was pushed into the luxurious single room where he had stayed before. Gu Wenting seemed to still want to carry him straight up from his wheelchair, which Lin Yan deftly dodged. "Old Gu, I'm just a little blind, not crippled." Gu Wenting snorted a few times as if he had thought of something funny. "All right then, you go up and lie down by yourself first. I'll contact Uncle Lin." As soon as he said this, Lin Yan's hand that touched the hospital bed paused. "It seems like there's no need to have to tell him, right?" Yes, you cannot tell him." Gu Wenting didn't even look at Lin Yan, still typing to himself. "When he realizes the situation in 2 or 3 days, he'll personally come to the hospital and catch you." Lin Yan. Forget it then. Although Lin Songhai's main focus on Lin Yan was a scatterbrain model, and many things, no matter how big or small, would respect Lin Yan's own opinions nearly 100%, The only thing that was not good for his health was that Lin Songhai and Leng Shixiang were both very strict. As long as the body is not comfortable, even if it is a false alarm, you must at least tell the nanny Auntie Li or the driver Uncle Zhang. Otherwise, once Lin Songhai and their initiative to find out, they have to deduct pocket money. Lin Yan has now sold the company, but there is no independent economic source if he is deducted a month's pocket money. This is simply more than the punishment for mission failure to make him heartbroken. After Gu Wenting reported the situation and also left Lin Yan's hospital room, the air was completely quiet. Lin Yan wanted to pull out his cell phone and play for a while, but he couldn't see anything with his eyes, so he could only lie dry. Nope, still able to see a little something, the information panel of the bad system. Lin Yan closed his eyes and tugged at the covers, mobilizing his system panel with his consciousness, only casually flipping through it. He realized the reason why he was able to confirm the specifics of this punishment. Exclusive skill. Let me see what's going on. Let me see what's going on. Concentrate your mind and expend a certain amount of energy to see more detailed information about something. This was a good feeling. If Lin Yan wasn't blind right now, he would definitely look around like a curious baby, trying to see what could trigger this exclusive skill. Without waiting for Lin Yan to continue looking at something else, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Lin Yan couldn't see it all, so he could only slide the screen a few times from memory and finally managed to connect. Without waiting for Lin Yan to speak, a cold female voice came from the phone. Hello, Lin Yan. I'm Tantra. Chapter 96. A heavy blow, a blow and a blow and a blow on a blow. Gracilaria? Who's general? I've never heard of it. Lin Yan frowned lightly, not answering anything at first, but instead, his brain worked rapidly, trying to find everything related to this Tantra from the plot of the original book. But unfortunately, this Tantra's information was just as black as Lin Yan's vision at this moment. Not a single bit of it. Lin Yan, apparently waiting a little anxiously, Tanter spoke out once more. It's Sister Lung who sent me here. Gu Hospital secrecy is too good. They won't let me in if I can't tell them my identity. You talk to them, let me in first. Let's talk about the specifics when we meet. Sister Lung. Oh, Lung Shixiang. Recently, Lin Yan had been in contact with those guys from Ming Ace for a long time, and when he heard this kind of two-word code name, he subconsciously thought that there was another rampant criminal. But even if this confederate could say Sister Lung, Lin Yan couldn't take it lightly. He couldn't see anything right now. He could kill as many people as he wanted to. If this guy was sent by Parrot to mess with him with a knife in his pocket or something, Gu Wenting wouldn't be able to save him. So, after a moment of silence, Lin Yan only faintly replied back with 2 sentences. That's your own problem. Deal with it yourself. We don't know each other. I won't ask the hospital to put you in. Tanter seemed to suck in his breath with a bit of gnashing of teeth. Didn't Sister Lung send you a message? You didn't see it. Lin Yan let out a huh, his tone still flat. Why don't you guess why I'm lying in the hospital? Tantra. She also let Lin Yan to joke, speechless for several seconds, and finally hung up the phone. Listening to the blind tone coming from his ears, Lin Yan raised his hand and fumbled for a short while, pressing the call bell next to his bed. Not long after, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open, and a gentle female voice rang out clearly. Hello, may I help you? Lin Yan scratched his own cell phone screen twice, gesturing in the direction of the sound source. Please help me turn on the blind mode. Okay. The nurse operated a pass and handed back the phone with both hands, confirming that Lin Yan had no other requests before quietly leaving. Lin Yan fumbled and adapted with the blind mode for a while, borrowing the screen read aloud function and the intelligent voice assistant to successfully open the chat box with Lung Shixiang, and sure enough, he heard the cell phone's AI read a sentence to him. Big Beauty Lung says to you, I've hired a bodyguard for you to go over there, codenamed Tantra. She can help you with anything you ask for within reason. Well, it was Lin Yan who was too vigilant. But it couldn't be helped, after all, he couldn't see right now, so it would be easy to lose his life if he wasn't vigilant. Since that parrot guy saw that he was the one chasing embroidery lady, Ming Jiao's side was probably going to be on him as well. These outlaws have a simple way of dealing with grudges. The first word is pull out the heart, karma waste, poke the lungs, and so on. Lin Yan does not have Zhou Chuanbai's kind of protagonist's aura, so he must be a little bit more careful with his life. Although the world's uncaptured criminal identity information directory was not available because of the mission failure. This thing is not something too useful, so it's gone. Just from the name alone, one could tell that this directory most likely only contained the identity information of those criminals, and even if the dog system really had mercy and wrote down the locations where the evidence of their crimes were hidden, if Lin Yen wanted to pull them out one by one, it would still not be in line with the logic of his behavior in this capacity. He was just a special consultant. How was he suddenly acting like a police dog, sniffing around to find something that could nail those extrajudicial maniacs to the judgment bench? Can this be justified? Instead of taking the job that Zhou Chuanbai should be doing, Lin Yen still preferred to be a mediocre rich second generation. Putting his cell phone casually on his pillow, Lin Yen looked at his system panel again. No skill, all true emotion. Legend has it that the food that can truly be remembered requires the most sincere emotion to be invested in order to produce it. Young man, in the art of cooking, there are no tricks, it's all about true feelings. Let some lucky people provide you with precious ingredients, and show off your enviable level of skill like a culinary god, and bring a little anti-criminal shock to the food world. Lin Yen. Shocking your ass. He almost broke his legs, lost a municipal camera over in the city of Chishui, smashed points and props to catch the embroidered lady, and was targeted by the parrot for this reason, and your system just gave me a cooking skill to light up? Warnamar. The system has given me a cooking skill, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea to use it. I've worked so much, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to make a living out of it. After doing so much work, this goddamned no skill, all true feelings. Skill actually let him be a cook. Lin Yen covered his chest and was genuinely heartbroken. Only by if give me 3 days of light created a bit, did not expect to be this dog system created again and again created. Sure enough, there is no worst, only worse. As if to verify Lin Yan's words, the genius anti-criminal investigation system directly gave him a creation on top of a creation. Junior, you've already mastered top-notch cooking skills that are comparable to those of the god of cookery. Don't you want to show off your skills and make a name for yourself? Go stomp your feet and make the food and criminal investigation worlds tremble at the same time. Current mission: develop ostrich meat buns, kill at least 10 people and make them into meat buns, successfully sell 100 ostrich meat buns without being caught by the security guards. Mission time limit: 20 days. Task reward: the answer to art is in my hands. Mission failure penalty: 2-3 random deaths of family and friends. Since the host is currently in the punishment period of, if you give me 3 days of light, the countdown of the mission will be synchronized after the end of the punishment period. Lin Yen. He closed his eyes and checked the mission details and failure penalties with his consciousness, feeling that he might have read it wrong. This damn thing was even more outrageous than asking him to sell ice candies. Kill 10 people, make ostrich meat buns and sell 100 of them. He's not a witch and this isn't Manchu Road, so why don't you stop with the ridiculous stuff? It's written so clearly that it doesn't even give him a chance to get stuck in the bugs. Although this punishment is not harmful to Lin Yen himself, but picking 2 or 3 of his friends and relatives at random to die a violent death was far more difficult for him than the punishment that actually fell on Lin Yen. Excluding Zhou Chuanbai, the one with the protagonist's aura, Lin Yan's closest walking buddy since he came through the book was Gu Wenting, whose family owned a pharmaceutical company and hospital. But Lin Yen has already been involved with Yu Hao's death. He can't carry away the original owner's few remaining good friends. If that was the case, what was the difference between him and Mr. Ku? But if it is Lin Songhai and Leng Shixiang, Lin Yen is even less daring to think about it. He hadn't even enjoyed his family's love yet, and then he saw such a bolt from the blue. But the details of the mission are clearly written in 10 people. 10 lives, how can Lin Yen lay his hands on them? He's not a psychopath. How could he possibly do something like scraping the bones and flesh and making ostrich meat buns? Nonsense. This is the only dog system left in the family tree. Do you want this top-notch cooking skill? Chapter 97. Will you retreat because of danger? There was never a time when Lin Yen would feel so truly, I'm really convinced with you. Can this bastard dare to make him feel any worse? Forget it, I'm not going to scold it. If it really dares, Lin Yen can just explode on the spot. This day was really impossible to live. Lin Yen lay on the hospital bed, eyes closed like a corpse, wanting to dig a hole and bury himself right now. Just then, he heard the sound of the ward door being opened. The visitor's footsteps were hurried, and Lin Yen could distinguish the special sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor tiles. Very familiar, so he subconsciously inquired. Old Lin. Lin Songhai's pace lurched, reaching out to shake his hand in front of Lin Yan's eyes, only to see that his eyes were still empty and blank, before he let out a helpless light sigh. Good for nothing, why can't you see? Confirming that it was Lin Songhai's voice, Lin Yan's mind was relieved and he couldn't help but smile. It's fine. Probably just tired from running around these past few days. Lin Songhai sat down by the hospital bed, raised his hand and gently pinched Lin Yan's arm. Well, it seems like you've lost a bit of weight. Why don't I ask Auntie Lee to go over and take care of you? Thinking of the terrible cooking skills he had just acquired, Lin Yan immediately shook his head. No, I'm fine on my own. The doctor said there's nothing wrong. Just rest and relax and you'll be fine. You and my mom are even busier at work. You need Auntie Lee to take care of you? I'm so young. Isn't it normal for me to need some personal space? Lin Songhai knew that Lin Yan had been a stubborn ass since he was young, and it was hard to change what he had decided. So he could only sigh helplessly and raised his hand to rub Lin Yan's hair. Okay, you'd better just want to be alone. If you're like the Tangs one, you'll be careful that I won't let you into the house. Lin Yan laughed and ducked a little, quickly failing to dodge because he couldn't see and was forced to have his head rubbed like a large dog. I know, you guys are letting me in now? Lin Songhai was embarrassed by what was said and changed the topic after clearing his throat. I brought Tantra in. This is the bodyguard your mom hired for you. The work you've been doing lately is too dangerous. If there's anything you guys can communicate on your own afterwards. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow in confusion. People are in the ward right now? No, still doing identity registration over at the triage desk. Oh, then it's fine. Lin Yan had the skill voice recognition. If this Confederate could touch into the ward without him realizing it, then she might not be suitable for bodyguard work and should instead become a killer. Right in the gap between Lin Yan's contemplation, Lin Songhai had already taken out his cell phone and made a video call to Lang Shixiang, whose slightly raised voice rang out in front of Lin Yan. Yo, brat. Looks like you're doing okay? Lin Yan smiled a little awkwardly, his eyes not even knowing where to put them due to being completely blind. Mom, you're not busy now? Humph. Lang Shixiang gave a light hum. If I had been busy, would you have never intended to tell me about this as well? Lin Yan pursed his lips, and when he couldn't see how much genuine anger was in Lang Shixiang's expression, he kind of didn't quite dare to answer. And right at this moment, Lang Shixiang suddenly worded, Old Lin, pinch his face for me. Pinch the left side. If a child is born that cannot be used for fun, it will be meaningless. Lin Yan? Without waiting for him to react, Lin Songhai had already quite obediently pinched the soft flesh on the left side of his face, and also pulled it according to Lang Shixiang's habit, even taking the time to comment. Not bad. Not skinny. The muscles on his arm have gotten a bit stronger when pinched. Lang Shixiang nodded with satisfaction. Bastard. It's okay to be a little bit hardworking at work, but now that you have no name and no honor, how is that like a thing? Didn't I give you the contact information of the surname Lon? You go to him like this. Take the ones you arrested, and ask him to hurry up and put your establishment in place, or else beware of the security bureau sniffing around and abducting you. The corner of Lang Shixiang's mouth rose wildly at the thought of the 5 or 6 technical security officers in the entire group, and none of them froze and managed to break through the defenses laid down by her own precious son. I still say that, no matter which path you want to take, I will support you. And I will also lead the way for you as a mother without violating my principles. Speaking here, Lang Shixiang in the video call glanced at Lin Songhai by the hospital bed, and her voice sank a few points. But what you've been doing lately is too dangerous. Really, don't you want to think about changing to a safer job? Like inheriting old Lin's company? Lin Yan lowered his eyes, and after only 2 seconds of silence, he shook his head. Mom, even though you haven't told me what your job entails, I can probably guess that your days are also spent charging into battle and dodging knives on a tightrope. Do you flinch from danger? Lang Shixiang laughed a little. Her eyes shook her head helplessly. Looking at the unconscious color of determination that flowed from Lin Yan's eyes, she eventually just said, Well, it's worthy of being born to me, a good boy of our Lung family. After the video call was hung up, Lin Songhai was also somewhat silent. After a while, he lowered his eyebrows and looked at his wristwatch, got up and gently patted Lin Yan's shoulder. Okay, your kid follows no one but me, obviously so talented in business, but you like to engage in this. The popcorn machine that the old man made for you was mailed to me. Turn around and I'll let Auntie Lee make you some popcorn and send it to you. Good. Only after Lin Songhai left did Tantra enter the hospital room. She sized up Lin Yan for a while before she calmly spoke out. My current name is Bai Fengfei. You can call me Xiao Bai. Aha. Lin Yan's voice was very calm. His eyes had been closed since Lin Songhai left. Hire me a male escort first. This won't do. Tanter Bai Fengfei flatly refused. An escort with a clean bottom may also be bribed while taking care of you. You can't see out of your eyes right now. Are you sure you want to bet on whether or not he'll poison you and stab you in the back for a few $1,000,000? Lin Yan. Rather, there's no need to be so hasty, right? Bai Fengfei spread her hands out and pulled over the accompanying chair on the side to take a seat, even leisurely crossing her legs. Then I don't care anyway. We don't have that much manpower to monitor your escort 24 hours a day, so you can see for yourself. Is this male escort still hired? Lin Yan. It's not necessary. Where did Leng Shixiang hire such a bodyguard for him from, coming up and giving him, his employer, a lesson first? Lin Yan was frantically spitting inside, and his cell phone happened to ring again at this moment. He fumbled around for a while, but couldn't find the source. In the end, it was Bai Fengfei who took the cell phone from him, opened the messaging interface in a couple of clicks, and connected the Bluetooth headset for Lin Yan before clicking on the voice message sent by Zhou Chuanbai. Immediately, Zhou Chuanbai's voice rang by Lin Yan's ears. Ah Yan. Gong Shuyun confessed to a rather troublesome matter. Someone has already run off with the Dr. S family heirloom pharmacopoeia. Lin Yan frowned and quickly pulled up the memories related to this pharmacopoeia. According to Zhou Chuanbai's interrogation of those few criminals, it could be learned that this pharmacopoeia contained the Dr. S ancient family heirloom formula recorded in a special potion. The reason why Ming Ace was so intent on getting his hands on it was most likely to develop more new types of dizziness-type drugs and DU products. If this pharmacopoeia was successfully brought back to Ming Ace, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Chapter 98, The Crucial Pharmacopoeia. At this moment, Lin Yan was really kind of admiring Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura, although he often didn't know what he was busy with in the first few days, but had worked himself into a frenzy. Lin Yan had to admit that all of this information Zhou Chuanbai had obtained was very crucial. If he was also like Lin Yan, and had put almost all of his energy into catching embroidery lady Wu Xiangling, it was possible that they wouldn't have known until now that this medicinal codex, which had been placed under martial law by the municipal staff within the western suburb of Cangming Mountain, had actually been taken away. Sure enough, it is a gang of outlaws who lick blood from the tip of the sword, and I don't know what underhanded tactics and losses were used, but this can be obtained for them. Once the Mingwang card successfully deciphered the contents of the pharmacopoeia, the ancient formula was reproduced, and then combined with a bit of modern medical theory and science and technology. The birth of each new type of DU product would cause countless families to lose their money and turn against each other, causing the anti-drug vigilantes who swore to protect the people to spill their blood, and also allowing the drug lords who manufacture and peddle these things to make a lot of money. Not to mention that, in addition to the DU products, that kind of residue-free stupefying drug hasn't even been checked out yet. Ming Ace is going to update another batch of better effects? Even if Lin Yan still remembers a lot of the original book's plot, he simply can't imagine how much of an earthquake and tsunami this pharmacopoeia would bring to the Security Bureau, and other departments in charge of the nation's security if it were deciphered. No way. This pharmacopoeia must be recovered. In a short moment's time, Lin Yan had already thought a lot. It wasn't until Bai Fengfei tapped on the next voice that she managed to pull Lin Yan's thoughts back. Ah Yan, this matter is too big and can't be handled by the four of us alone. I've already communicated with Vice Lan. I'll take Wu Xiangling and Su Juqi on a trip to Huajing City right now, hand them over to Vice Lan, and then we'll discuss the specific work arrangements together. Are you going with us? The embroiderer Wu Xiangling had been successfully captured, and the peach blossom totem embroidered face case that had shocked the entire country had finally been solved. It was indeed time for them, Special Operations Group, to go and hand over their duties to Lan Minju, who had delegated authority to them in the first place. This was not only about Zhou Chuanbai officially becoming a criminal vigilante, but also about the game between Lin Yan and the Security Bureau. Thinking of Leng Shixiang's words not too long ago, Lin Yan calmly spoke out. Please help me press the voice input button. After Bai Fengfei did as she was told and gently touched Lin Yan's wrist, he spoke out. I know, you guys pack up now and bring Embroiderer and Centipede to Gu's hospital. We're still taking a plane this time. Bai Fengfei finished sending her voice, curling her lips and lowering her eyebrows to look at Lin Yan. I know that private helicopter you use, it's just a medium-sized one. It can't seat so many people, right? Aha! Lin Yan sat up and moved his shoulders and neck, responding casually as he got out of bed. Find old Gu in my address book and give him a call. I'll ask him to borrow a super large one. Although both Lin and Gu had private helicopters, the Lin Songhai one was mainly for his own business trips and visits to his parents, so a medium-sized one would suffice. However, the Gu clan was in the pharmaceutical business and ran a hospital, and the demand for transportation of patients in special circumstances, or medicines and medical equipment that needed to be kept current was not small, so the helicopter at Gu Wenting's house was bought as a super large model with 20 seats. Not to mention bringing along the special operations team, the 2 criminals, and Bai Fengfei. Even if they were to transport some more cargo, it wouldn't be a problem. An hour later, Bai Fengfei pushed Lin Yan's wheelchair and successfully met up with the other 3 members of the special operations team and the 2 criminals, heading straight to the tarmac on the top floor of Gu's hospital. Looking at the big helicopter that had changed its guns, Li Shaoxing rubbed his hands together in excitement. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a license, he would have really wanted to get started and drive it a few rounds himself. Counselor Lin, quickly tell me the price so that I can die. Lin Yan felt the breeze that was slowly blowing over his body on the roof of the building, and hooked his lips in an extremely shallow manner. It's not expensive, about $30 million. Knife music.
Li Xiaosheng.
Mom, it's good to be rich. Compared to Li Shaoxing, Su Rufeng, who held a pilot's license, had long had a good idea of the price of a private jet in mind, and while fixing Wu Xiangling and Su Jiaqi in their seats and fastening the seat belts for them, he lamented, to borrow such an expensive airplane with a wave of your hand, Counselor Lin, just for our sake, you have to hold this friend's thigh. What else did Su Rufeng need to say about this? First of all, not to mention that the original owner and Gu Wenting were considered brothers since childhood. Just because of these Gu hospitals alone, Lin Yan also had to have a good relationship with him, right? When he accidentally clicked into the women's novel forum, he saw a sentence, every domineering president has a doctor friend. After several people took a short break to make sure the criminals' blindfolds, handcuffs, and ankle cuffs were on, and Lin Yan had fastened his seatbelt, Su Rufeng started the helicopter. Compared to Lin Yan's calmness and composure, Zhou Chuanbai, who was sitting on his side, was obviously a bit nervous, and was not even in much of a mood to look at the scenery outside the window. Ah Yen, do you think Lon Weiss will not be too nice to talk to? Lin Yan was still leaning on the back of the chair with his eyes closed, thanks to these invisible eyes. He didn't even need to lift his eyelids. It's fine, don't worry. If he really wasn't very good at talking, he wouldn't have given us the power to investigate the case at that time. Zhou Chuanbai nodded. The apprehension of the upcoming meeting with the big brother soothed quite a bit, and looked sideways at the leisurely drifting clouds outside the window. The bottom of his heart gave birth to a few points of anticipation. Lin Yan is right on that there are more than 30 victims of the image of the surveillance video, has been enough to let the provincial hall directly set up a task force, but Lon Weiss is still willing to give them. Being able to give this heavy trust, how could he possibly deliberately make things difficult for them when they brought up the criminals for a face-to-face meeting? After communicating with Vice Lon in advance, the helicopter stopped at the top floor of a luxury commercial building. Several people took the exclusive elevator straight to the underground parking lot and seamlessly got into the police car. Within a short time, they were brought to the security headquarters, a place that countless vigilantes had worked diligently their entire lives to get into. At the same time that Wu Xiangling and Su Jiaqi were sent to the detention room, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai arrived at a small conference room. Lan Minju was sitting in the main seat drinking tea, and when she saw that Lin Yan had been wheeled in on a wheelchair, she put down her teacup in some surprise. What's going on here? Lin Yan hadn't thought of how to reply. Zhou Chuanbai had already spoken out first. Counselor Lin chased after embroidery lady Wu Xiangling for almost 3 days in a row, and only then did he succeed in capturing the person. During this time he hasn't had much rest, he should be exhausted. The doctor said it's temporary blindness of cardiac origin. He needs to rest and relax his mind in order to get better. Lan Minju nodded, and though her face didn't move, her heart quietly sighed in relief. It was good that there wasn't any major problem. If something really happened to Lin Yan, Leng Changming might not have the time, but Lin Weiguo would definitely want to personally rush to his office and slam his cup, as soon as he thought that the baby bump that Lin and Leng's families had raised with gold and honor would also have to devote himself to the great cause of serving the country and the people. The corners of Lan Minju's mouth rose. Lin Yan, right? I'll personally authorize your special consultant certificate. Where do you want to hang your establishment? Lin Yan was mentally surprised, but didn't agree to it at first, instead nodding at the source of the sound. Thank you, Vice Lan, but the pharmacopoeia that was taken by the criminals is of vital importance. Let's discuss the work arrangement first. I do not know why he always felt that this Lan Vice's attitude, as if it is not quite right? Chapter 99. Is there a bit of evil in it? But since he hadn't directly seen Lan Minju's micro-expressions and glances, Lin Yan couldn't rely on his ears alone to come to a conclusion, and could only steer the conversation back to business first. After putting Lin Yan's wheelchair away, Bai Fangfei left the conference room, shutting the door behind her like a loyal guard. Inside the conference room, Lan Minju's calm voice broke the brief silence. The case is important, but a lot of things have to come one by one. There's no rush. He sipped his tea unhurriedly, his slightly appreciative eyes shifting from Lin Yan, sweeping over Zhou Chuanbai, Su Ruffing and Li Shaoxing in turn, nodding slightly. Later on, you guys and I will go and get the official appointment letter, and then receive the latest model of matching guns and bullets from me, as a congratulatory gift from me to your special operations team for solving major cases. When arresting criminals afterward, remember that safety comes first. Do you have any thoughts on the establishment of Advisor Lin? Zhou Chuanbai lowered his eyes. The first thing that came to mind was his own downtown branch. But he wasn't stupid. Judging from Lan Minju's expression, the other party must have wanted to peg Lin Yan's establishment at a higher level. While this would give Lin Yan a higher base salary, bonus package, and actual authority, it would also mean that other sister units would be able to pry at them openly, calling out for Lin Yan to go over and help out. Unlike the internal establishment of the Special Operations Group, Lin Yan's consultant establishment is a real one. Once in the Provincial Bureau or even the Ministry's Technical Section hung position, some places appear major cases, Lin Yan may have to because of the higher command force to fly solo. No way. He was shamelessly chased to Gu's hospital, peeling fruit and chatting to relieve boredom, and it was not easy to get the consultant back, which cannot be cultivated out of the shade of the tree to others to ride the cool. Then he will become a big wrong kind of it. But Zhou Chuanbai didn't wait to speak. Lan Minju had already sealed the deal. I think it's more appropriate to hang the Lin Advisor's establishment in the Provincial Bureau of your Liquan province, in the technical section over there, as a deputy section chief first. Lan Minju is worthy of being a step by step up to the human essence. The heart is exquisite. Just look at Zhou Chuanbai's look, know what this young lad is thinking. Don't worry. Until you're done with these rampaging criminals, no one will borrow your advisor. Zhou Chuanbai's heart was not up and hanging. But in the way of not being able to lead the pinch, I turned the table. The smile on his face is almost stiff. But the good thing is, Lan Minju very know how to give sweet dates. I read all the information you passed over before. It's very good. You guys are doing really good. I'll discuss it with the top and give you guys credit, just for catching the embroiderer and the centipede alone. At least it should be a collective second-class merit. In addition, the capture of that pharmacopoeia and the other Ming Ace organizations is still given to you guys to take full responsibility for, and if there's not enough manpower, you can directly mobilize all the local police forces. As he spoke, Lan Minju smiled and nodded, his face full of cloudy calmness. If you still need new members within your action group, you can also mention it to me. Once this was said, Zhou Chuanbai finally had the courage and opportunity to interject. Vice Lan, it's true that we do need at least one new member, but I hope that we can have the power to choose on our own.
Lan Minju nốt đét Falati.
Well, anyone within the security system whose rank isn't higher than mine, you can pick as many as you like. After a small meeting here at Lan Minju's place and picking up a bunch of stuff, Lin Yan was quickly sent to the best private hospital in Huajing City. He hadn't wanted to be tossed around any further, and just as he was about to reject those fancy and useless to him tests, he felt a pair of somewhat old but very gentle hands touching him. This feeling is wonderful. It was similar to being near Lang Shixiang at the very beginning, an almost instinctive connection in blood, causing Lin Yan to change his leave to a sentence. How are you? Good boy. Li Huilan gently stroked Lin Yan's forehead and eyes, her well-maintained face carrying the long years of accumulated longing. I'm grandma. Although she couldn't see Li Huilan's face at this moment, Lin Yan remembered her voice, and at the same time he was also very clear. With tantalizing White Fangfei, who had been specially hired by Lang Shixiang, here, there wouldn't be anyone who would dare to come and impersonate his grandmother. Thus, the corners of Lin Yan's lips curved and he shouted out very nicely, "Grandma! Hey!" Li Huilan was physically and mentally relieved by his call, and her eyebrows were all smiles when she looked back at Bai Fangfei with a sideways glance. Has Xiao Yan's examination report been printed yet? It's all done. Bai Fangfei handed over a file bag, looking at Li Huilan with respect and solemnity in her eyes. She only realized a few minutes ago that Lin Yan's grandmother was actually Li Huilan. This was an expert in the field of biomedicine, promoting the combination of the ancient methods and recipes of the Flower Kingdom and the medical technology transmitted from the outside to enhance it, and was the earliest group of cornerstone builders of the domestic medical field. Not only is she full of students and plums, she has brought out disciples who are all hard to find, and she herself is already an academician. Such a person, even if Bai Fengfei comes from a state-controlled confidential organization, it is not possible to see just to want to see. For a while, the only sound in the extremely private single-person ward was that of Li Huilan flipping through examination reports, until Lin Yan's ringing phone broke the silence. Immediately snapping back from her shock, Bai Fengfei picked up her cell phone and glanced at it, frowning slightly. It's Zhou Chuanbai's call, or the video. Aren't Zhou Chuanbai and the others interrogating embroiderer and the others at the security headquarters? Making a video call from the interrogation room? Lin Yan's eyebrows twitched, and he unsteadily fumbled around the bed, finding a pair of sunglasses to put on before he said softly, pick up. The video screen had nothing to do with Lin Yan. He could only hear Zhou Chuanbai's voice. Yan, embroiderer had to see you before she would say those news. Lin Yan's eyes under his sunglasses lifted in some surprise, although he couldn't see anything, but the piece of momentum was still taken. Well, can you say it now? At the first sight of Lin Yan, Wu Xiangling shouted excitedly, Big brother! The next second, he saw the snow-white background around Lin Yan, and the X-ray film in Li Huilan's hand that was vaguely out of the mirror with a little edge, and was surprised. Big brother, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly go to the hospital? Where are you uncomfortable? Do you want to go to the clown to see? Lin Yan. I thank you, still looking for clown? If he really dared to go to clown, then he would really be a clown. If Joker knew that Lin Yan had captured embroidery and Centipede, sent 2 of their new recruits in a row, and was tracking down that medicinal codex, he would definitely pour his heart out to him. In the world that Lin Yan couldn't see at all, except for Su Ruffing, who had seen the embroidered lady call Lin Yan big brother and had been deeply shocked by the more exciting images. Everyone else was confused. For a while, only Li Huilan, who had lowered her eyebrows and focused on the inspection report, was still in a state of lowered eyebrows and contemplation, somewhat oblivious. Security headquarters, in the surveillance room next to the interrogation room, Lan Minju directly choked on his lung tubes from the hot tea that had just entered his mouth, and the glass thermos fell to the ground, instantly shattering. No, this Lin Yan is not more or less stained with a bit of evil. Chapter 100. You're here to play me Super Plus Generation It. Embroidered lady has done what, in the Special Operations Team report written very clear, Wu Xiangling himself has also confessed. If he hadn't been able to provide information on the Ming Ace organization, Lan Minju wouldn't have kept him until now, and would have sent him to the prosecutor's office. But such a vicious, blood-soaked guy actually opened his mouth and shouted big brother at Lin Yan? This Lin consultant would not be in a place they do not know. Took some unseen private work it. Lan Minju covered her mouth, and before she could cough, she heard an even more shocking statement coming from the interrogation room. Under the speakerphone, everyone could clearly hear Lin Yan on the video call saying quite seriously, Don't call me big brother. Cuffed to the interrogation chair, Wu Xiangling immediately nodded her head in a docile manner and said, I'll correct myself if I know I'm wrong. Okay, big dad. Zhou Chuanbai and the others. Oh, this embroidery lady child is smart since childhood? Almost instantly, several explosive news headlines crossed the hearts of the crowd like pop-ups. Villainous criminal organization member admits dad on the spot. What is this advisor really capable of? He is just a consultant, but he can make the outlaw who carries several lives cry out for his father on the spot, uncovering a consultant's legendary ability. Behind the scenes of letting criminals know everything, and on the other end of the video call, Lin Yan, who heard this even more so, almost lost his breath and clenched his teeth in anger. There's no need to call out to dad either. Wu Xiangling blinked almost innocently and asked sincerely, Then what, grandpa? Or ancestor? You're playing Super Edition here. After this, at the security headquarters, even if Lin Yan was innocent, he would have to be investigated a few times. It seems that, in the future, this skill cannot be used casually. Once or twice okay. Can be this goddamned brain cramp must pull Lin Yan down. But if every time so engaged in, but if you do this every time, you can't capture every member of the Ming Ace, who has a bubble in his head and is out of his mind, blindly worshipping Lin Yen without regard to image or logic? Can you? Wouldn't he be the head of an evil cult? Anyone in the propaganda department who has a brain would definitely pull him to promote fraud prevention and staying away from drugs. And if this keeps happening, the Security Bureau will rightfully suspect that Lin Yen might have some hidden secrets with the executives of the Bright Ace. And then they'll have to invite him over for tea again. Lin Yen more or less felt a bit of chest tightness, simply leaned back on the pillow at his back, forcibly wrenching the topic to the right track. Do you know where the headquarters of the Bright Ace is? Wu Xiangling shook her head, completely different from the gloomy eyes when she first met Lin Yen before. At this time, the bottom of her eyes were all clean and adoring colors, like she had been brainwashed by some contraption. I don't know, Big. He obviously still want to shout Big Brother, but only out of an air sound to stop abruptly, continue to say, but I know where they make every shipment and sneak in and out of the country. Saying that, as if she had suddenly thought of something, Wu Xiangling's hand, which was firmly locked by the handcuffs, gently tapped the small table board. Parrot should know that I've been captured, and those who rolled away the pharmacopoeia to leave might change their routes. But there are only 2 entrances and exits that are the safest, and the ones that they've been taking. Seemingly for Lin Yan's safety, Wu Xiangling looked sincere and spoke earnestly. You have to be careful, according to my understanding. With their style of behavior, such an important thing, they will definitely find at least 30 mercenaries to escort it. It was fine if Wu Xiangling didn't say that, but once this genuine implication of concern came out of him, Lan Minju in the monitoring room instantly frowned, feeling that things weren't simple. Could this be the power of their Lin family's bloodline genes? Or had Elder Lin secretly imparted something to Lin Yen? How could something that he had handled become mysterious and bizarre? Lan Minju had read the interrogation report, and Zhou Chuanbai and Su Ruffing had failed to pry open Su Juqi's mouth. But Lin Yen had lit a soothing incense, and he suddenly answered all the questions. This? Thinking of Lin Weigua's spiritedness on the battlefield back in the day, Lan Minju slowly smoothed herself over and decided to turn a blind eye. Forget it, at least what he's doing now is something that maintains the stability of the country. Wasn't he not yet defecting? Although the development of things was becoming more and more shocking, the interrogation of Wu Xiangling was barely completed. On Lin Yan's side, Bai Fengfei had only just hung up the video call when Li Huilan gently knocked Lin Yan's head and withdrew the hand that had been feeling his pulse. There's nothing wrong, but until your eyes recover, you should stay here. Don't go outside and get busy yet. Tell Bai whatever you want to eat or drink. I'll dispense some medicine for you later, and you'll put it on your eyes every day on time, until you can see. Got it? Thinking of those medicines that made all the scars of gunshot wounds on his body disappear completely without a trace, Lin Yen nodded his head obediently at once. Okay, Grandma, I will definitely be obedient. Although he knew that there was no cure for the dog system's punishment, Lin Yen didn't want to let down this warm family love. For so many years, under the special work of these family members, both the original owner and Lin Songhai did not see them often. Li Huilan was already considered the most idle one, and could only send home some medicinal food from time to time. Not to mention that Lin Yan's brother-in-law, who had only appeared in other people's mouths all this time, that was an existence that had only left one photo for his family. Moreover, that photo wasn't taken in the last few years. It was left before he enlisted in the army at the age of 16. This one was completely handed over to the state, and not a single piece of news could be sent back for 3 to 5 years. Because of this, Lin Yen treasured the opportunity to see his family, even if he was blind. In this way, under the constraint of Li Huilan's video calls from time to time, greeting him on the surface but actually supervising him, Lin Yen honestly lay in the hospital for 2.5 days. It was only at noon on the 3rd day, when he repeatedly showed Li Huilan his fully recovered eyesight in the video call, that the old lady finally let go. Lin Yen was overjoyed, taking Bai Fengfei to the big shopping malls in Huajing City for a few hours, spending millions of dollars, and only then did his mood, which had been stifled for the past 2 days or so, finally improve. He knew it. If he didn't have this filthy thing called the Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System, he would definitely be a happy-go-lucky, do whatever you want rich second generation. He didn't know if Lan Minju's news was too good, or if Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura had kicked in again, but Lin Yen had just wanted to ask Bai Fengfei to book a clubhouse to soak in a hot spring, when Zhou Chuanbai's phone call came through. Looking at the caller ID, Lin Yan's upwardly mobile mouth slowly drooped down, picking up more or less a little heart like ashes. As expected, the moment this beeper called, he came to life. Ah Yen, Xiang Ling's side has basically mapped out the movement of that thing. How is your situation now? Do you want to participate in the capture operation? Chapter 101. Are you guys such a special ops team? Xiang Ling? The moment he heard this word, Lin Yan's reaction was, is he talking about Wu Xiangling or Huangfu Xiangling? The author of the original book, This Naming Technique, How a Thing, Are the Heroine is still not good for people to think about the name, can and an antagonist with the same name. Although it is in the information found, Wu Xiangling family since childhood as a girl to raise him, the name is also up bias feminization, and the main heroine renamed, but really, a little bit wonderful. And compared to the Gong Shuyun, this heard through the depth of thought of the name, Huangfu Xiangling, seems to be a little perfunctory. Of course, even though his heart was spitting, Lin Yan knew clearly that Zhou Chuanbai was most likely talking about Huangfu Xiangling. If it was Wu Xiangling, he would have directly called her codename Embroidery. The tone would not be so intimate and natural. There is a kind of feeling that is already in the pink bubbles. Sure enough, fate, this thing, in the original book author's deliberate guidance, it is very unspeakable. It seems that during the few days when Lin Yan was blind, Huangfu Xiangling had parachuted in to take over Lin Yan's duties, using computer technology to track down the traces of the person who was carrying the pharmacopoeia. In this way, the little red thread between Huangfu Xiangling and Zhou Chuanbai should be able to be renewed again, right? Realizing this, Lin Yan's heart felt a wave of relief, not needing to worry at all about becoming a roadblock on Zhou Chuanbai's road to love. The smile that had just drooped came back a little bit, and his tone of voice unconsciously rose a little. Where are you guys? I now go over. The phone is not safe. Let's meet and talk. Zhou Chuanbai immediately responded. Okay, I'll send you the location now. Lin Yan hung up the phone, looked at the hand full of bags, like a drying rack by Feng Fei. Very shallow hooked lips. Just now you see on the two things, have to cut a love out, the group knew a lesbian. But the things were picked by you after all. I'll make it up to you afterward. Bai Fengfei nodded, her facial expression light. It's fine. They were discussing the case in the living room when Lin Yan walked into the rental house with the walking bag carrying machine. While White Fengfei placed the items with brand new bags on the coffee table, Lin Yan lifted his chin very lightly. Everyone picks one item, but once you pick it, you can't back out and don't worry about the price. Wow! Li Shaoxing was the first to speak out in excitement. Advisor Lin is bullish. I'm raising a big flag for Advisor Lin. Lin Yan. Not necessary. Zhou Chuanbai knows Lin Yan's family is not bad. This time do not get on the hand in turn looks rustic. Very positively hand picked up a bag. Seeing what he took, Lin Yan's eyes suddenly brought a few points of helpless smile. This protagonist aura was outrageous. These things he bought ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. Zhou Chuanbai was able to pick the most expensive ones as soon as he took them with his hands. This luck was also no one else. When everyone had finished picking, Huangfu Xiangling still hadn't moved. Lin Yan looked over suspiciously, his tone rising slightly. Aren't you going to pick? Huangfu Xiangling subconsciously pushed the heavy myopic glasses. The surprise in the bottom of her eyes was properly hidden under those lenses. Do I have one too? Otherwise, Lin Yan, who was rich and didn't want to treat the proper heroine differently, asked flatly in return. Aren't you also human? Huangfu Xiangling. Although this advisor Lin was indeed generous with his money, he did speak, as they say. Well, it was a bit abstract. Huangfu Xiangling suppressed the thoughts in her heart, stood up with some urgency and approached the coffee table, raised her hand and wandered twice, then blindly chose a more pinkish-looking bag with her eyes closed. Watching everyone joyfully unwrapping the blind box, Lin Yan signaled by Feng Fei. Remove the rest and put them in a box. You can hold them for me, or you can send them back if you're too troublesome. With Lin Yan warming up the scene with his trenchant spirit, the Special Action Group's people were more energized to do their jobs. Team Zhou has interrogated Gong Shuyun again over there, and it's already been determined that the person who took away the pharmacopoeia in the first place was codenamed Shang Lu. The pharmacopoeia is Gong Shuyun in the name of sketching publicity into the Zhangming Mountain to get. She has seen the pharmacopoeia of the real face but also looked inside the pages. We cannot be too nervous, because the pharmacopoeia has been treated with a special potion, and no textual information can be seen on it with the naked eye alone. It's just that I don't know how long it will probably take for Ming Ace's side to decipher this pharmacopoeia after getting it. Zhou Chuanbai took out a few pieces of printed paper that had been circled, wearing the watch he had just picked out on his wrist. His brow furrowed extremely lightly. Centipede doesn't know too much about Shang Lu, only that he did the 10-carrying sedan chair night ride case, but we did confirm it with embroidery later. Xiang Lu is a male between the ages of 35-45, about 1 meter 78 in height, and an old smoker. Combined with the information about the mercenary that embroiderer said the other day, we can now discuss a specific course of action. Lin Yan sat down on the single sofa that Bai Fangfei had moved in, sniffing extremely lightly and lowering his eyebrows, not intending to voice his opinion. With Zhou Chuanbai's previous case where he had been busy, but had accidentally found out this crucial pharmacopoeia, Lin Yan felt that there was absolutely no need for him to go up and blindly direct. Although Zhou Chuanbai looked more like a novice who was just fooling around, only knowing how to direct blindly, he couldn't help that the protagonist's aura was too bright and always guided him towards the right path. It was because he knew about Zhou Chuanbai's many highlight moments in the original book's plot that Lin Yan did not want to take the initiative to lead the general direction of the operation without being coerced by the dog system. But Li Shaoxing, Su Rufeng, and Huangfu Xiangling, who had no knowledge of the protagonist's halo, were different, and they had a very heated discussion with Zhou Chuanbai, and in the end, I don't know who brought it up first, but anyway, they directly dumped this mess on Lin Yan. Counselor Lin, tell me, which one of us has the most feasible course of action? Lin Yan are thinking about ostrich meat stuffed buns how to season, but suddenly BQ, all of a sudden forced to accept all the neatly stared at, can only be half surprised and half confused to raise their eyelids. How about, you guys draw lots? As soon as these words came out, Zhou Chuanbai, Li Shaoxing, and Su Rufeng, who were already accustomed to being abstracted by Lin Yan, all three of them immediately fell into thought. It didn't even take long before Li Shaoxing and Su Rufeng had already nodded their heads in recognition, and only Huangfu Xiangling stared in disbelief, almost not quite daring to believe her ears. No, buddy? You guys are actually such a special operations team? Actions that just rely entirely on luck? Isn't it too casual? Does the big guy who gave you the power know that you guys are like this in private? In the security bureau, it takes days to draw up an arrest plan for a spy, not to mention the advanced squatting, coordinating plainclothes, and keeping an eye on the public. The whole thing is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and a month or two is considered intensive. But this special action group, although the matter of intercepting the pharmacopoeia is very urgent, but you really need to be so anxious even the lottery this primitive craft are upwhole? Chapter 102. He's even disgusted now, despite the fact that each of Huangfu Xiangling's eyeglass lenses had outrageous written all over them. The drawing of lots went very smoothly. The final result was also very much in line with Lin Yan's expectations. Under the light of the protagonist's aura, Zhou Chuanbai would draw whichever plan of action he wanted. Looking at the name of the plan in his hand, Lin Yan slowly hooked his lips and showed them the three big words, Zhou Chuanbai. Just follow Chuanbai's idea. Let's split into two, and bring people to block the paths of these two entrances and exits. Zhou Chuanbai slowly nodded his head, glancing at Li Shaoxing, whose combat strength only reached the passing line of a vigilante, and very considerately arranged for him to have an overwhelming force value. Shaoxing, you and Rufeng are in a group. As he spoke, Zhou Chuanbai looked at Huangfu Xiangling again and smiled politely and courteously. Xiangling, you've worked hard in the past 2 days. You've already completed your technical work, so you don't need to go for this kind of adventure. Just think of it as a small long vacation in Huajing City and rest for a few days first. If our advisor Lin still needs it, you can just cooperate remotely. Huangfu Xiangling opened her mouth, tempted to say that it wasn't like she hadn't rushed to the front line when she was in the security bureau before, but thinking that she didn't belong to the special operations team after all, and really didn't need to follow them in everything, she nodded extremely lightly and didn't refuse. Lin Yan, who was just about to get high on CP at the side. What is Zhou Chuanbai doing here? I'm not going to be able to get a good look at it, but I'm going to be able to get it. Really no longer maintain a little bit of feelings? Huangfu Xiangling's heroine aura is also pretty awesome, ah silly child. Do you know how much she'll help you in the future? You don't even grasp it? Although his heart was full of vomit, Lin Yan could only avert his gaze almost calmly, casually pulling out a piece of printing paper and writing down the names of a few Chinese medicines as if he were writing a menu. After labeling the number of grams and the initial processing needs, and writing down some of the tools he would need to use, Lin Yan folded the piece of paper and handed it to Bai Fangfei. Buy it back as soon as possible, and after we get it back, we'll pack up and leave. Bai Fangfei nodded her head and left the door almost without a minute's delay. Waiting until Huangfu Xiangling had also packed up her own things and left, Lin Yan then took the biggest box on the coffee table and unwrapped it, taking out 4 brand new satchels from inside. Unlike the one he had casually picked up in the check room earlier, This satchel was much more compact and portable, and could not be seen at all once it was hidden in the clothes. It was made of waterproof and stab-proof material, perfect for the dangerous operations they had been doing lately, and could also hold things like a sidearm, bullets, and a silver bracelet. While Lin Yan was distributing the satchels according to the embroidery of the initials, Zhou Chuanbai and the others were not idle. Everyone knew in their hearts that although waiting for rabbits was a feasible tactic, no one knew how long they would have to wait there. The border between the two countries in Nanyun province is a large area of deep forests, and there are also several large rivers. Really, to the place, those criminals are only one of the sources of danger. But the grave and silent atmosphere didn't last long before Li Shaoxing cheaply approached Zhou Chuanbai and said with a smile, "Team Zhou, how is it? Is the new member in our action group this Huangfu technician?" Hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai's action of packing up his things gave a slight lurch and looked at him with a kind of cute little S-gaze over. "It's not like we don't have any technical talents in our group. She's not as good as Ian. What's the point of having her over? Keeping her for nothing? Just a few people who carry the pharmacopoeia. It took her almost 3 days to check. I'll say something not so nice. If Ian came, maybe in less than half a day it would have been uncovered. Also fortunately is that a few guys do not have a serious identity. The whole have to rely on speculation smuggling. All the way to the grass and trees do not go fast. Otherwise early all ran out of the country. Lin Yan. This stupid kid with a hot hand destroying the red thread. Although Huangfu Xiangling's computer technology is not comparable to Lin Yan, who is skillful, but she is already enough to crush a lot of technicians within the NSA, or else how could she be recruited specially so young? Obviously let people to help. The result of the love of the small spark did not help out, but in turn let Zhou Chuanbai on the people a little appreciation or not. The original book plot, Huangfu Xiangling is this speed, can also help him solve the case. Now he even resented it. Lin Yan had mixed feelings and felt that he should still be able to salvage it a little. I think we can let her come. If there's something like this again, or if I go to work on something else and am not over here, it will save you guys from having to beg for help. Hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai looked at Lin Yan thoughtfully. Yan, you've recommended her to me before? Do you want to get in touch with her more? Lin Yan. I don't talk nonsense. He's already been tossed around enough by the bad system. How could he have the heart to steal a woman from the male lead? Feeling the gossipy gazes that Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing instantly threw at him, Lin Yan's mood became even more complicated. She was specially recruited by the Security Bureau at such a young age. She must be capable. It won't be bad for you guys to get in touch with her more. Zhou Chuanbai laughed a little, not knowing if he really listened or if he went in his left ear and out his right ear, and only lowered his eyebrows to confirm all the items they needed to carry, and didn't speak again. But while he didn't want to speak, Li Shaoxing was an idle talker and soon came over again. Team Zhou. Why do we have to have a new member and a female comrade? Zhou Chuanbai seems to be very helpless to Li Shaoxing, but probably by Zhou Yumin's special account. He is very favor this little chatterbox. To avoid the kind of thing that happened last time. Li Shaoxing didn't know if his brain was out of order, but he actually subconsciously asked a follow-up question. Which one? Zhou Chuanbai. He paused for a moment before helplessly saying, even death row prisoners still have the most basic human rights. When you encounter a man dressed as a woman again, the job of verifying identity is still more appropriate to find a lesbian. Li Shaoxing suddenly finally realized that he seemed to have poked the leader's sore spot, and smiled resentfully. Then let's set off later? Well, put on your equipment and leave now. Nanyun province was a good place with 4 seasons like spring. Of course, if this was reflected in the mountains and forests, in a sense, it was not so friendly to humans. Mosquitoes, insects, rats and ants especially liked this kind of weather, and there were also often small snakes and poisonous frogs with great stealthiness shrinking in the fallen leaves and bushes, so that people walking with a little bit of inattention would have surprises at every step. After entering the woods near the border, the several people of the Special Operation Group needed to walk for some time, probably to the central area of the woods before going their separate ways. Their identity on this trip was that of graduate students who had come to observe rare wild plants up close. Despite wearing long sleeves and long pants with better protection, Li, who had never seen this kind of scene before, was still annoyed by all kinds of mosquitoes and insects and could not stand it a bit. But he soon realized no matter what kind of bugs, small snakes, centipedes, or poisonous frogs, they never came within 5 steps of Lin Yan's perimeter. As long as Lin Yan walked past, they immediately looked like rats that had seen a cat, scrambling to hide away. Li Shaoxing couldn't help but get closer to Lin Yan, wrinkling his nose and sniffing, His eyes instantly lit up. "Counselor Lin, what did you put on you? You smell so good." Lin Yen. His footsteps immediately stuttered in place. The corner of his lips under the mask twitched, and finally only returned 4 words. "I don't engage in strikes." Chapter 103. Having a 6-year-old mother on top and an 80-year-old son underneath. This time it was Li Shaoxing's turn to be dumbfounded by the words, and he scratched his head in some embarrassment. Seeing that Li Shaoxing seemed to be taking it seriously, Zhou Chuanbai on the side finally looked on a bit. "All right, Yen. Don't tease him. He's trying to ask what kind of anti-mosquito stuff you put on your body?" Lin Yen laughed lightly and casually answered. "The Chinese herbs that I let Xiaobai buy for me at that moment." Saying that, Lin Yen glanced backward, and by Fangfei, who had always silently followed behind several people and had almost no presence, then took 2 steps forward and pulled out a large black bag from his backpack. Lin Yen took out a few tea bags from the bag and made everyone a simple scent bag to prevent mosquitoes and insects. "Wear this on your body. It should last for 3 to 5 days. Unlike those like Li Shaoxing, who had grown up in the mainland since childhood, Su Ruffing, who had long ago trained in the field and touched down in similar places, expressed great pity for the seasonings in the simple scent capsules. It's a bit of a waste to put in sesame pepper grains. Let's hunt some wild game later and add it to the absolute fragrance." Well, this is the soldier Zhou Chuanbai brought out. Lin Yen shook his head helplessly in the bottom of his heart, but on his face he did not make a sound. He only looked at the compass and the offline map on his cell phone, and then continued to lead the way in front. What Huangfu Xiangling had found out had already been sent to him, and Lin Yen had already planned a more reasonable course of action for a few people after reworking it before he set off. At the same time, he was also working with Huangfu Xiangling remotely, allowing her to use the program to monitor the movements of Xianglu and the others in a timely manner. Because of this, the atmosphere of their operation at this time was still somewhat relaxed, and everyone was still in the mood to joke around. But before long, just as they were about to come to the turning point and were about to split into 2 groups to go to their respective target locations, a change of heart appeared. Lin Yen was nonchalantly nibbling on a piece of chocolate when he was suddenly triggered by a somewhat peculiar sound that triggered the skill. Hearing sound. I don't know if it was really a mountain god manifesting itself here, or if that dying life was wailing for him with all its might. In any case, when Lin Yen looked over towards the source of the sound, his gaze just like this waterily penetrated through several giant trees in the sky and saw 2 burly men who were hunting. This place, with its steep mountains and ancient trees, was already considered a nature reserve, and anyone who came here to hunt didn't even have to think about it. It was 100% poachers. Lin Yen frowned, thinking about his mission. Originally, he did not intend to care about these idle matters, until he saw what the thing that was being lifted up from the trap by the pugilist with a breath to spare looked like. Chun Bu Mukeo, the ruddy gazelle. This was a nationally protected animal. When Lin Yan's heart and mind were shaken, the gazelle, as if it had sensed his gaze, turned its misty eyes to look straight in Lin Yan's direction, and there seemed to be 1,000 words in the bottom of its eyes. At that moment, the phrase "everything has a spirit" was actually so tangible. Lin Yan closed his eyes, immediately stuffed the rest of the chocolate into his mouth, and ran towards that direction without even looking back. Chuanbai, Fangfei, follow me. Ruffing and Shaoxing. You continue to the target location. Although Zhou Chuanbai was unsure, his trust in Lin Yan made him follow without thinking. Bai Fangfei, whose current mission was to protect Lin Yan, didn't even think twice, and quickly chased after him. Lin Yan had special skills and high speed, plus this was a place between mountains and forests, not an endless plain, so he needed to pay attention to his feet when running, and it didn't take him long to leave Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei behind. Not far away, the unsuspecting poachers were still enjoying the joy of victory. "Hey, second brother, we made a bloody fortune this time. What do you think this thing tastes like?" On the side, the person called second brother sniffed and raised his hand to give the big man a big neck slip. "Be honest with me. This time the buyer wants to live." But now that the word food had been mentioned, second brother's cravings were also aroused. "Lao San, after we finish this job, we can eat anything we want. Hurry up, put the sack on. Don't let it escape." Lao San flung the sack and was just about to put it over the head of the impala. But Lin Yan had already run out of the range covered by the trees, and he caught him in the act. Seeing Lin Yan's hurried appearance, Old San, who was a thief, immediately burst out. "Holy cops!" Without giving the 2 brawny men a chance to think too much, Lin Yan had already pulled out his pistol and pointed it straight at their heads. Immediately put your hands on your head and crouch down. The oldest was obviously confused, not knowing how to handle this situation. But the second brother seemed to be very experienced, directly placing his knife against the neck of that ruddy gazelle. Don't move, or I'll drag it along with me. Lin Yan. The man seemed to have lost his mind a bit. I've seen thugs holding ordinary people hostage, and I've seen some thugs threatening vigilantes by holding their teammates hostage, but this was the first time Lin Yan had ever seen someone take an animal as a hostage. They don't think they're smart, do they? Lin Yan laughed outright. You guys don't look like you have no brains? Do you not know the law? If a hostage is killed by criminals in front of me, it's my negligence. But sorry, no matter if it's dead or alive, you two will have to sit in jail. Since these two guys were using traps and didn't have any of the more conspicuous packages on them, they more than likely didn't have shotguns. At this moment, under the police pistol, all beings were equal. Lin Yan didn't even bother to listen to any more of their nonsense, and directly raised his hand to fire a shot. Under the "I'm just a mediocre expert" special skill, Lin Yan accurately nailed the bullet into the second brother's wrist. The man was in pain, and the sharp knife in his hand fell to the ground in response. Without waiting for Lin Yan to step forward, the ruddy gazelle actually broke free of their confinement on its own, ignoring its still bloodied hind legs and rushed towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan. Are these protected animals secretly becoming fertilized? Not only was Lin Yan surprised, but the two poachers also didn't expect to meet this kind of thing, and seeing that their ducks had flown away, not to mention that they were about to be put in jail, they clenched their teeth, and with a heartfelt determination, they plopped and knelt down to Lin Yan. Big brother, we are also a moment of confusion. You see, this red goat is not a problem, or you have mercy, let us go. I have a 6-year-old mother at home and an 80-year-old son at home, so just look at the fact that it's not easy for me, and pretend that you haven't seen me today? Lin Yan. Not good. He is now on the big brother, this word some stress. These two fools still step on his minefield. He can let go of them on the strange. What's more, poaching of state-protected animals is not a person who can do it on a whim. Behind them there must be a very complete channel of sale of stolen goods, and the size of the sales market is unknown. This thing is not uprooted. They dare to poach first-class protected animals today. Tomorrow will dare to move the special class. Today can catch it, tomorrow can catch two. It was only after Lin Yan used the silver bracelet he had with him to control these two people solidly that he realized something as an afterthought. Where were Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei? These two people, one with a protagonist's halo, the other a bodyguard hired by Leng Shixiang. How could they still not be able to keep up with him after such a long time? In terms of the degree of the protagonist's aura, Zhou Chuanbai will not meet in the middle of the road. What strange encounter it? This kid's sneak development not take him. Chapter 104. Probably this is called following your words. Lin Yan contacted the nearest sheriff's office via satellite phone and asked them to bring someone over to take care of the two poachers. So he looked for them along the road he came from. The strange thing was that the impala with the injured hind leg actually continued to follow him around, as if it recognized Lin Yan as its mother. When Lin Yan took a step, it took a step, and when Lin Yan stopped and didn't go, it tilted its head and looked straight at Lin Yan with big wet eyes. Thinking of the medical supplies in his backpack, Lin Yan helplessly squatted down, and before he could signal anything, this ruddy gazelle, as if it knew what Lin Yan was thinking, directly paralyzed itself on the ground as well, displaying its injured hind legs on it. Lin Yan. Which one of the lucky ones who had shaken the number had reincarnated up there? He was left speechless, but still skillfully used medical supplies to treat the injuries of the red-spotted antelope before he almost gently stroked its head. I still have business to attend to. This side shouldn't be a place you often stay. Quickly go home and don't come over in the future. The gazelle didn't respond, as if it didn't understand, and only looked straight at Lin Yan, its big black grape-like eyes unblinking. Lin Yan helplessly shook his head, or got up and quickly left. But I don't know if Zhou Chuanbai needs to enjoy the experience alone, or this side of the terrain is really too complicated. In short, Lin Yan looked for almost an hour, but also still did not see anyone. Satellite phone cannot be reached. This person is where to go. The junction of the two countries can be in the vicinity. If Zhou Chuanbai silent dry to foreign countries, that and sheep into the tiger's mouth, what difference? Lin Yan's eyelids jumped, no longer like a headless fly like messing around. Immediately opened his system panel to find the mall interface. Perhaps it was the protagonist's aura that yearned for Lin Yan's timely rescue. He only refreshed once and found a prop that could solve the pressing problem. 1,000 threads to find his trace, 150 points. Write down the name, attach the birth date, and you will be able to find his trace. Effective range. Living people who have met within 24 hours and are not more than 100 kilometers away. Good. No wonder this prop is so cheap. There is such a strict restriction on the scope of use. Sure enough, the 1,000-mile soul-chasing talisman that was used to track down the embroidery lady before was still too advanced, and it doesn't matter if the person is dead or alive, it can still be found. Despite spitting in his heart, Lin Yen bought the prop and wrote down Zhou Chuanbai's name birthday on the small transparent card that appeared out of nowhere. Ka-ching! In an instant, the card shattered and the light overflowed. A ball of fluorescent silk threads landed in Lin Yan's palm, from which a light golden thread branched out and turned in the direction of Lin Yan's back. Lin Yan hurriedly reversed his direction, following the guidance of this fluorescent silk thread, as he walked in stride through the mountain forest with no one around. Zhou Chuanbai felt extremely unlucky. He was obviously running after Lin Yan together with Bai Fangfei, but just after rounding a gnarled ancient tree, Lin Yan disappeared. Bai Fangfei obviously had her own ideas at the time and continued to run towards the front, so Zhou Chuanbai followed suit. As a result, Bai Fangfei had an operation as fierce as a tiger, and at a glance at the battle results, he managed to send both of them into a trap. But here, says it is a trap, seems not very appropriate. This is a U-shaped pit. The two of them are at the bottom of the pit. From the traces of the bottom, it is more like a giant tree was dug up by the roots of the traces left behind, has not been filled in. At the bottom of the pit, in addition to dirt and stones, there are white bones as well as a thick stone door. Zhou Chuanbai looked at Bai Fangfei's back that was studying the stone door to the point of oblivion, and somewhat helplessly stretched his forehead and sighed long and hard. Is this person really a proper bodyguard? She's fallen to this kind of place, and instead of thinking about how to get up, she's actually studying the stone door. Do you think you're a grave robber? Probably this one is called the word that follows the law. Even though Zhou Chuanbai didn't say this out loud, it was also honored after just a few minutes. Of course, it wasn't Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei who became grave robbers, but they were blocked at the door by 4 grave robbers. Zhou Chuanbai's eyes went black and he immediately put his hand into his satchel to clutch his pistol. But what shocked him was that these 4 grave-stealing thieves actually pulled out their guns before he did, and pointed them straight at his head. Yo, little brother, which way? Don't you know that this pit is the one we looked at first? Bai Fangfei glanced at Zhou Chuanbai, who was staring at him with a stony expression. His face subdued, his voice becoming on the neutral side. We fell down accidentally. I'm a history student. I saw that the pattern on this door is a bit old, so I took a look at it twice. My brother isn't interested in that, so we'll go up when I'm done looking. Oh so, the pugnacious man with a gun raised in his hand and a scar on his face nodded, trailing off very long. So it's 2 students who don't know anything. You're here to do a research project? Zhou Chuanbai's tense muscles slightly soothed, trying his best to act like a normal person, but his hand did not take it out of his satchel. Yes, I'm a botany major, here to look at some rare plants and write my master's thesis. The scarred man snorted and shook his gun hand. All right, you guys are pillars of talent. I won't make things difficult for you. As he spoke, he signaled the rope they had used when they came down. You guys go up now. Let's pretend we haven't seen it today. Zhou Chuanbai nodded and looked at Bai Fangfei on the side. You go up first. Bai Fangfei's eyes crossed a hidden color of admiration, and just as she took a step closer to those hemp ropes, the scarred man suddenly turned his gun towards her. This little brother, wait first. Since you're a history student, why don't you go in with us and take a look? Although he said this, the scarred man's eyes were very lewd, looking back and forth at Bai Fangfei's body, seemingly on the verge of stripping the person bare. Obviously, he had already presumed that Bai Fangfei was a woman through the curves in her loose-fitting raincoat, if any. Zhou Chuanbai frowned, and just as he was about to pull out his gun, he heard a clear gunshot ring out above his head. Bang! The scarred man was shot in the wrist, and the pistol in his hand fell to the ground. Bai Fangfei reacted quickly and stepped forward to pick up the pistol, and fired several more shots towards the 4 grave robbers. After the commotion below the pit completely subsided, the light from the flashlight shone down. Lin Yan's voice rang out clearly, still echoing several times in the deep pit. The second rope in the clockwise direction is fixed by me, so climb up by yourselves. Although the crisis had all passed for the time being, the sky had also darkened. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei's wretched appearance and couldn't help but laugh out softly. What did you guys find down there? Where are his accomplices? Bai Fengfei looked at the young man on the side who had previously stayed up there to keep an eye out, but at this moment was tied up into dumplings by Lin Yan and curved her lips in an extremely shallow manner. Beaten to death. Zhou Chuanbai looked at Bai Fengfei's side face with some surprise, and when he looked back at Lin Yan, the bottom of his eyes were full of questions. Where did this bodyguard come from, killing for people with a wave of her hand, yet she was still so calm? What bodyguard company could train this kind of talent? Although those people were grave robbers, which would have been a felony in the flower country, but even if Bai Fengfei was Lin Yan's bodyguard, she didn't have the power to enforce the law. What's going on here? Zhou Chuanbai pursed the corners of his lips and only felt a little bit like the sky was falling. But he was still young, and even more sky collapsing was yet to come. Let's go take a look in that tomb. Chapter 105. Happy to die in place. Once Bai Fengfei said this, Zhou Chuanbai's strange eyes couldn't be hidden at all. Privately destroying an ancient tomb is illegal, especially if you still know that this is an ancient tomb. But where there is a valuable artifact inside, you'll have to start with 10 years. But Bai Fengfei didn't know what kind of backbone she had, and all but ignored Zhou Chuanbai's exhortations as if they had fallen on deaf ears. Just as she stood up, ready to put down the backpack on her back, Lin Yan's voice rang out unhurriedly, as rippling as the evening breeze in the dusk. If your mission is only to protect me, then don't act without authorization. Of course, if you have to act without authorization, I won't care. Bai Fengfei almost instantly understood Lin Yan's words, and when she looked back with her sideways glance, she only saw Lin Yan sitting calmly on a large rock, holding a palm-sized small mineral water bottle in his hand, his back straight, obviously in the middle of nowhere, but he looked like he was sitting in a splendid banquet room. Even if his gaze was casual, his demeanor was calm, and his temperament was transcendent. Thinking back to the mission she received, Bai Fengfei lowered her eyebrows, and her eyes appeared to be tangled, obviously weighing which one was more worthwhile, protecting Lin Yan or exploring the ancient tomb. Lin Yan didn't say anything else and just drank his own water. He had already made his meaning quite clear. If this was a bodyguard who ran away when something happened, then there was no need for her to stay by his side. Seeing that Bai Fengfei was shaken and seemed to really want to go down and find out for herself, Zhou Chuanbai helplessly advised, "We are on a special mission right now. If you must be bent on having your own way, in order to ensure that our operation goes smoothly, let's part ways here." He was obviously clear that the bodyguard who could be invited by Leng Shixiang would not be a simple character, and would not be stupid enough to take those 4 lives just now. But I still have to remind you that even if you only damaged the tomb door, a little carelessness is still a legal responsibility. What's down there is anyone's guess. Bai Fengfei closed her eyes and looked sideways at the young man who was shivering and always pretending to be a quail on the side, walking quickly to his side and asking in a condescending manner, "How long has your gang been eyeing this ancient tomb? How much information has been learned?" The young man who had stayed up there to keep an eye out, but happened to be tied up by Lin Yan, suddenly shook his head violently for a moment. I don't know. I really don't know anything." Bai Fengfei frowned, fumbling out her pistol from her waist, her brows cold, her face filled with a stern aura. "My patience is limited. If you don't tell me, I'll shoot you and throw you into the pit. Anyway, this place is deserted. No one will know that I killed you." The young man shook like a sieve and cowered. I really know very little. I was forced. If I didn't follow and watch out for them, they were going to cut off my hands and feet and send me to sell my waste." Lin Yan put away his water bottle, finally raised his eyes and looked over, extremely shallowly hooking his lips. "After we're done with our business, we'll report the coordinate location of this place. Naturally, there will be a professional to take it over. What are you blindly worrying about?" Bai Fengfei lowered her eyes and continued to interrogate the young man for a few moments before returning to Lin Yan's side, her voice softening considerably. "I've seen some research materials before. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be an ancient tomb here." Without waiting for Lin Yan to inquire about anything, Zhou Chuanbai on the side picked up the conversation. "You mean to say that it could be something special down there?" Bai Fengfei shook her head. "No, I just looked at the patterns on the tomb door. They look a lot like something from the Yu Dynasty period. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth in surprise and couldn't help but look in the direction of the deep pit as well, half in awe and half in seriousness. If there's really something that ancient in there, you can't go down there even more privately. In case you damage something inside or step on a trap, affecting the research of the professionals is a small matter, but hitching you in there is not cost-effective. Bai Fangfei was obviously convinced by Zhou Chuanbai, and only lowered her head, sitting to the side without a word, quiet as a statue. Lin Yan also didn't pay too much attention to the Schrodinger's tomb below, but instead pondered on his own mission, the ostrich meat case. The requirements of this mission could be broken down and looked at one by one. First of all, Lin Yan needed to research the seasoning and proportion of the ostrich meat bun filling, then kill at least 10 people and make them into meat buns. Not only that, he also has to sell 100 ostrich meat buns. Not getting caught by the vigilantes is just the basic requirement. Lin Yan only had 20 days to accomplish all of this, and the countdown to the mission had already begun to tick down after his eyes were restored to light. Now he had 19 days left. This mission is simply holding a cane, and must beat Lin Yan to trample on the law, hands stained with blood, villainous righteousness. Lin Yan is a small child, is a full of anti-bone stubborn donkey. The more this goddamn dog system whips him with the cane, the more he won't compromise. Really forced him to be anxious. He directly turned to the small life is good place, pulled out a shotgun, a rotten life is dry. Anyway, in the country he must be dead to the bottom line of the law and morality. Really want to wool gathering, just catch the main man to come. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Yan's tense heart and soul was slightly relieved, and his sideways glance at Zhou Chuanbai also brought a few smiles. Chuanbai, what about the goldfish at your home? Why don't I ask someone to buy a few good-looking ones for you to keep and play with? When Zhou Chuanbai heard this, the look he gave Lin Yan was instantly written with speechlessness. After you fed them, they were so happy that they died in place. This rich second generation has probably not touched the water of the sun since he was a child, and he doesn't even know that goldfish can't be fed too much, or is Lin Yan actually doing it on purpose? He has clearly said a goldfish 3 or 5 fish food is enough, that a whole tank of fish but all can hold up dead. What kind of yama is this? Huffing. Before Lin Yan could reply, several low and short nasal sounds rang around. His eyes snapped, and he instantly looked over with a sideways glance. But unfortunately, this time, it didn't trigger the certain probability written in the hearing voice recognition, and he couldn't see what was hidden behind the forest trees. Bai Fangfei, however, was obviously quite experienced, and her complexion was immediately serious. It's a wild boar. Even though Bai Fangfei's voice was already very soft, the surrounding area quickly resounded with the sound of tree branches being stepped on one after another.
Gating, gatou.
The sound intervals were not short, and it was clear that the boar was approaching towards them. Zhou Chuanbai's face changed instantly and he hurriedly stood up. His voice was light, but his tone was very urgent. Wild boars usually like to work together. Let's hurry and go. Let's go. At this point in time, there is still a hammer. This thing can sprint up to 50 kilometers per hour. Can anyone outrun a wild boar? Even if the protagonist's aura is really quite outrageous, it can't do this, right? Chapter 106, Adding Power to Zhou Chuanbai. In a flash of lightning, a few people looked at each other and set their eyes on the deep pit not far away. With their lives on the line, at a time like this, of course they had to follow the principle of emergency avoidance, putting human life first. Not long after, several people entered the deep pit smoothly, and also brought down the young man who was tied up solidly. Originally thought that the crisis could be passed peacefully like this, but unfortunately, they all thought a little too beautifully. The 5 boars successively came to the edge of the pit and didn't leave again, but instead stared at the several people below the pit, as if they wanted to see a flower in them. Zhou Chuanbai almost subconsciously approached Lin Yan's side, his voice still very soft. I remember. Wild boars seem to not eat people, right? Lin Yan looked at him with some surprise, slightly hooking his lips. Who gave you a package deal? Zhou Chuanbai shook his head. His brow wrinkled dead tight. I read a lot of files when I first joined the job. Anything that involves wild boars, except for poaching, it's basically bumping into and injuring people or the behavior of protecting food or pups. There shouldn't have been any cases of wild boar cannibalism in the country. Lin Yan laughed extremely softly and passed a look upwards, his eyes deep in color. Do you look at their eyes? Like they're looking at food? Let's not talk about wild boars. You let a domesticated pig not neuter. Keep raising it until it's big, you feed it some meat and you see if it eats it? Bai Fangfei on the side also agreed and responded. It's like this, domestic pigs have had precedence of eating people, let alone these ones in the wild. From their eyes, should have already eaten people. As she spoke, Bai Fangfei suddenly laughed. Humans contain salt in their bodies and have a higher body fat percentage than many animals. Even in the eyes of omnivores, humans are a piece of roasted meat that comes with a salty flavor, fat and thin. Especially if they have eaten humans, they will never forget that flavor and will begin to actively prey on humans. These words made Zhou Chuanbai's sweaty hairs stand on end, and he subconsciously put his hand into his satchel. Then are we going to fight back in self-defense? Bai Fangfei laughed again, the bottom of her eyes carrying a gloating undertone. They don't teach this in your shooting class at the sheriff's department? This thing has thick skin and flesh. If you want to kill it with a single shot, you have to at least take a sniper rifle. In our hands, this little police pistol, and this group of tomb thieves' small broken pistol, will only completely provoke them, let them down and we fight. Lin Yen looked at the bodies of the tomb thieves strewn across the ground with a lowered brow, his brow slightly furrowed. They should have smelled these bloody odors and come over. Obviously an omnivore, but his nose is still smart. Looking at the hidden stone door on the side, covered with traces of age, crawling with a lot of moss and vines, Lin Yen suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart and mind. Could this be the original book again? Could it be that the author of the original book was trying to get Zhou Chuanbai to go inside to see what was going on? And only then did he bring out a few wild boars to give Zhou Chuanbai more motivation? After all, Zhou Chuanbai himself does not have the subjective idea of entering the tomb, even if Bai Fangfei must insist. He has been persuaded. Otherwise, this place, how can suddenly appeared 5 wild boars that have eaten people? How bizarre is the world of this book. But should it not be a little logical and respect the objective facts? Simply, and when Zheng Chaojia's cell phone information casually deleted, it is difficult to down all the technicians in the security bureau as away from the original spectrum. It seems that this Zhou Chuanbai in the Fate Guide accidentally opened the tomb copy. He does not want to enter, also have to go in to see. Thinking about this, Lin Yen changed his firm attitude and signaled the stone door not far away. Let's go in and hide. It's not a good idea to stay here and wait with the boars. They might guard for a long time. If Zhou Chuanbai had to go against the author's intentions and fight to the end with this storyline, there might be some bad things that would happen. Zhou Chuanbai had a protagonist aura that wouldn't die. Lin Yen and Bai Fangfei didn't have that. And hearing Lin Yan's words, Bai Fangfei, who had long had this idea, immediately agreed. I feel the same way. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth in desire to speak, then looked at the somewhat reddened eyes of the 5 boars at the edge of the pit, and in the end could only nod his head. All right. Bai Fangfei seemed to have a lot of experience with tombs, and after a little bit of drumming, the stone tomb door automatically parted to both sides, making way for the crowd. Zhou Chuanbai opened his mouth in shock. There can be such advanced mechanisms in this tomb? On the side, the young man who had been roughly thrown down by them and had fallen in a heap immediately brushed his presence, lest he be left here to face the boar alone. Yes, when I went to other tombs with them before, I've seen even more subtle things. Zhou Chuanbai glanced at him, his brows furrowing slightly. Where do we put him? While they were talking on this side, Bai Fangfei had already made a preliminary inspection near the tomb door, and when she looked back, her voice was still quite calm despite her frown. Bring him inside and place him at the entrance. I'll close the tomb door first. Without any surprises, we'll have to spend the night inside tonight. Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai combined their efforts and dragged the person into the tomb door and dropped him at the door. Bai Fangfei fumbled at the door a few more times, and the tomb door slowly closed behind them. The surroundings completely darkened. Lin Yen turned on a strong flashlight and shone it overhead before everyone could see what was going on in here. Almost all of the surrounding area was made of lapis lazuli. The craftsmanship was quite good in ancient times, at least it was polished relatively flat. There were quite a few moss-like plants on the bluestone, a lush piece that looked vibrant. However, Bai Fangfei frowned, squatted down and took out her own strong flashlight, placed it on the ground and shone it inside. The winding green stone staircase stretched downwards, and it was vaguely visible that there seemed to be patterns on it that had once been carved by the top craftsmanship of the time. But in just a few seconds, Bai Fangfei let out a light laugh. This shouldn't be an ancient tomb. Zhou Chuanbai? If it's not an ancient tomb, what else could it be? Bai Fangfei turned off the flashlight and sat down next to Lin Yen before speaking in a calm tone. First of all, this place is just wrong. Ancient princes and kings were not little cuties. They usually wanted to become immortal after death, ascend to the earth, or reappear on earth after 1,000 years. They would never place their tombs in a place like this where there's not much good feng shui. Secondly, undiscovered ancient tombs usually have a heavy scent of mold and dampness or dust, which is caused by years and years of space confinement. This odor will be especially strong when it is first opened, but do you guys smell it? The most important thing is that the ground dust in this place is too little. Bai Fangfei was clearly an expert in this area, and seemed to have actually descended into an ancient tomb, dissecting this place in just a few words. There are usually only two possibilities for an underground space to want to accumulate dust without being heavy. Either the closure of this place is very strong, the air almost never circulates, but we came in and closed the door. Do any of you feel the difficulty in breathing, thin oxygen? Since we can all breathe normally now, and we don't smell anything strange, there's only one possibility left. Bai Fangfei spread her hands out, her eyes teasing. Someone has been using this place and cleaning it regularly. Chapter 107. Some people just look okay. Hearing this, Lin Yen instantly raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhou Chuanbai with some surprise. Worthy of being the original book author's own son, 1,000 favorites in one, running out to the middle of nowhere on the border of two countries to intercept a few criminals could open a hidden, special tomb copy. In complete contrast to Lin Yan's feelings, Zhou Chuanbai thought of more, and quickly frowned. Since this place isn't an ancient tomb, why did they make a stone door like that? Holding her cheeks, Bai Fangfei swept her gaze a few times over the young man not far away and said absently, to hide the real situation inside. Seeing the bitterness on the face of the man who had attempted to steal the tomb, Zhou Chuanbai couldn't help but laugh a little. Then this means of concealment is really not too smart. Attracted a group of tomb thieves. Even if we do not come today, they here must be turned upside down. Saying that, Zhou Chuanbai looked at Lin Yen again, his eyes serious. Ah Yen, do you think we should go down there and take a look? This place isn't quite right, it doesn't look like it's used for serious business, and the ventilation is so good, it means that it's frequented by people, and there's probably more than one exit here. Lin Yen stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking of the original book plot, S great power and the 5 boars above the pit. He nodded after a little contemplation. Let's go take a look then. Zhou Chuanbai was right. This place was indeed very wrong. What kind of place was this? Unlike the mainland where the safety factor was higher, this was the border of southern Yun province, and the neighboring area was a triple zone. Although this place is rich in flora and fauna, it is also full of crises. Who would have the time to create an underground space here and deliberately disguise it as a tomb? So, the three only simply eat something to replenish the physical strength, with a good backpack to the deeper underground space. As for the young man who was tied into a dumpling, he was already begging for help if he still had breath, so of course he was directly left where he was. As the three of them went deeper and deeper, a somewhat strange mixture of scents began to drill into their nostrils. The smell was not strong, but it was like it was pervasive, gradually impacting the senses of the crowd. Zhou Chuanbai was the first to realize that something was wrong, and while pulling out a mask and putting it on, his eyes were serious to the extreme and said, "This odor is a bit like corpse oil. This place is really unorthodox." Lin Yan's mind was shocked, but didn't show it much, only silently pulling down the air-purifying mask on his face a little bit, and his voice was calm. "It still smells a bit like chemicals." Under the rich knowledge and experience in medicine and poison, Lin Yen could actually lock a few reagents through the smell, but he had already been a bit deified in Zhou Chuanbai's eyes and didn't want to show more, just said this and didn't make another sound. Along the winding downward green stone stairs walked for 10 minutes. 3 people came to a somewhat empty underground hall. The scene inside here is even more mind-numbing than what was seen in Centipede Sujechi's home before. Body after body was hung upside down like bats, and beneath each body that was wrapped in black plastic sheeting to mummify it, small wooden buckets were placed. Tick, tick, tock. As the 3 were stunned and shaken by the scene, there was still corpse oil pattering down at the heads of these corpses. They were all shaved and their scalps seemed to have been specially treated. Strong flashlight beam turned around twice. There are at least 50 or 60 mummies, fell into the 3 people's eyes. This has to be how heartless people can organize things. Zhou Chuanbai immediately took out his satellite phone, but found that even the satellite phone could not be dialed. Only then did Lin Yen realize that special high-power directional interference equipment should have been placed here. So he raised his hand and gently patted Zhou Chuanbai's shoulder. "I'll hold up the flashlight, you take pictures first. When we get out, send the positioning coordinates and directly let Vice Lan find someone to deal with it." So many corpses, such a scale, so much corpse oil. There must be a huge criminal gang behind this manipulation. Even if Zhou Chuanbai now immediately shook people, directly let the special police brigade to the side of the ground the entire plow again, they may not be able to find people. These corpses are already dead. There is no meaning of rescue. What they need to do is not to let the bodies into the ground, but to catch the criminals who did all this. In a flash of lightning, after the initial excitement faded, Zhou Chuanbai apparently also realized Lin Yan's idea, nodded with a grave gaze, and together with Lin Yan, they took pictures of this tragic scene. Just as they finished their work on this side, Bai Fengfei stood not far away and waved towards them. "There's more over here." These words made Zhou Chuanbai's heart thump, biting his lip and striding over. In addition to the largest hall where the corpse oil was extracted, there were several underground rooms with different functions around the side. Some of them were filled with human skins, some were filled with altars of soaked entrails, and some were in the process of treating bones with chemicals. In addition to pieces of human limbs, there were also a couple of rooms holding some wild animal limbs. It wasn't until he saw a room piled high with the skeletons of young babies and a surgical area that had been isolated separately that Zhou Chuanbai finally couldn't help but break out in curses. Massive! This bunch of goddamned! He used his camera to take pictures of the surgical tools that were obviously used to extract internal organs alive. His teeth gritted with a cackle. Can't they have children? Can't they have families? Not only Zhou Chuanbai numb, in fact, Lin Yan also numb. At first, when he saw the hall of corpse oil, even if he had an air-purifying mask to isolate the smell of corpse oil, Lin Yan was still a bit nauseous and regurgitated, feeling that he would not be able to look at jerky for at least a month. But as he saw more and more things, the excitement engraved in Lin Yan's bones, the excitement he felt at the beginning of the split corpse operation on the Emperor Salmon, emerged again with great fanfare. I don't know if it's because of the proximity of this place to the Ming Ace and the Ming Jiao, causing the destined trajectory to be frantically calling out to Lin Heiken, or if it's something else that's messing with him. Lin Yan's mind had begun to uncontrollably sprout all sorts of thoughts of torture on top of torture. This handling of human skin is commendable, but the skill of peeling the skin is obviously not skillful enough. Should use a sharp and thin knife along the internal organs are really wasteful. Should use the best spices. The bones will be especially white with this potion, which doesn't reflect the original beauty of the creature. It can be used. No way. It's not right. It's not right. Lin Yan bit the tip of his tongue. The faint taste of blood washed away the chaotic thoughts in his mind, but made his senses more active, as if every cell was screaming excitement. Sensing something bad, Lin Yan immediately reached into his satchel and swiped through the props mall several times to buy a candy. He quickly peeled off the candy paper and chewed on the slightly sour hard candy, before his heart gradually slowed down due to some hidden excitement. Some people just seem to be okay, but in fact have been walking for a while. Suddenly, Zhou Chuanbai's footsteps in front of him came to a violent halt, and Lin Yan, momentarily not paying attention, crashed solidly into him. Zhou Chuanbai staggered forward 2 steps, and when he wasn't paying attention, Lin Yan's hand, hidden in the satchel, had already pinched a small, sharp, and thin knife. Chapter 108. He couldn't control himself at all at that time. Sharp knife 120 points. You read it correctly. This is just a mediocre, at best somewhat sharp knife. But if placed in the hands of a connoisseur, it can wield power far beyond the imagination of the ordinary. At this moment, Lin Yan looked like he was high on the wrong drugs. His eyes became a bit blank and he seemed to be in a trance. He didn't try to stabilize his body at the first time, but instead, he pulled out the sharp knife from the props mall in his satchel, and like a drunkard, he stabbed straight towards the back of Zhou Chuanbai's neck. Under the "I just like to play with knives" special skill, Zhou Chuanbai was not a person at all in Lin Yan's eyes, but rather a living object to be dissected in a well-demarcated area. As long as the tip of his knife along the back of Zhou Chuanbai's neck of the arterial vein into, and then gently a cut, he will immediately lose the ability to resist, to become his dismemberment of. The thought of warm blood spraying onto his hands when his arterial vein was pierced made Lin Yan's heart beat rapidly with excitement. Just as Lin Yan was getting closer and closer to the defenseless Zhou Chuanbai, He tripped over something under his feet, and his entire body flung itself uncontrollably to the ground, and the pointy knife in his hand pointed downwards, stabbing straight into the floor tiles. Luck! After a slight ringing, the sharp and thin blade was solidly stuck in the cracks of the green stone floor tiles, unable to move the slightest bit. The pain of the fall instantly cleared Lin Yan's eyes, and everything that had just happened replayed itself in his mind without a single point. After realizing what had just happened, Lin Yan's scalp instantly exploded, and he took the opportunity to put the sharp knife that had been hidden under his hand into his prop backpack, his heart beating furiously. This super standard protagonist aura without cutting can play? Although his heart was spitting, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a burst of gratitude. Fortunately, Zhou Chuanbai had a protagonist's aura to protect his body. Otherwise, Lin Yan would have just stabbed him in the neck, and he would have been able to pack up and leave this beautiful book world. Goddamned bleeping system to him as a small day hole. What kind of game is this? Yan, are you okay? While Lin Yan was cursing this awful system to death, Zhou Chuanbai also finally stabilized himself and came back to pull Lin Yan's arm, yanking him upwards. Why are you so careless? Lin Yan was bitter in his heart, but on his face he still tried to maintain his normalcy, and stood up in compliance with Zhou Chuanbai's force. Tripped a bit. As Zhou Chuanbai's gaze fell towards the ground, Lin Yan didn't move and lifted his foot to step on the crack in the stone tiles that had just been stabbed by a sharp knife, gently patting the shallow dust that had rubbed off on his hands and body. Why did you suddenly stop just now? Was it because you saw something? Oh, right. Zhou Chuanbai then returned to his senses and shone the strong flashlight ahead. Over there, it seems like an artifact. Artifacts? Lin Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, and as if nothing had happened, he and Zhou Chuanbai stomped over together. Replacing the strong flashlight with an ordinary flashlight, the slightly weaker light hit the strange statue, causing both of them to fall into deep thought for a moment. This statue is strange, like a god not a god even if, but also very elemental mishmash. Obviously posture is like a flying goddess general show graceful dance. Clothing is not flowing beautiful, but like a battle armor. But even if it is armor, but also just in a few important parts of the cover, a layer, arms, legs, back of these positions are all bare. I don't know whether it was the erosion of the years or something else. The statue's facial expression was very fierce, as if it was trying its best to cope with something. That's a war dance statue from the ancient times. Bai Fengfei's voice came through with hidden anger in it. They're really discovering a small ancient tomb and expanding the whole of it for messing with those things. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai glanced at each other and followed the source of Bai Fengfei's voice. And sure enough, they saw more artifacts. But overall, the number of artifacts wasn't much, less than half of the number of corpses in several other underground rooms. Bai Fengfei's expression was cold, her brows slightly furrowed. These artifacts are half true and half fake. They should have sold some of the real ones and imitated some of them with modern craftsmanship and put them here to make them old. Good fellow. In that case, it seemed that the group of experts in archaeology would have to make a trip over as well. Just thinking about the expressions those experts might show when they saw the corpse oil hall and the other rooms, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a few moments of shallow sympathy for them. What a tragedy. Originally, I thought that no archaeological experts would be traumatized by the Schrodinger's tomb, but since they had found these things, it was impossible for them not to come and get traumatized. The three of them didn't act rashly and didn't touch anything here, continuing towards the other rooms. Further in, after passing a small empty stone room, there was a room with a coffin. Bai Fengfei took a flashlight and carefully illuminated the layout and furnishings of the room, her voice still carrying a coldness in it, obviously already furious. This should be the main crypt, but the coffins have already been opened, and the burial goods have been emptied. Well, this is walking past also do not let go of Zhou Chuanbai also really let this group of bold criminals hold speechless. After taking the picture was silent for a while, before only saying out a sentence. They are quite creative. Lin Yan wanted to laugh at his words, but when he thought of his own out-of-his-mind scenario not long ago, he couldn't laugh anymore. The dog system. God damn it. He just ate a refreshing mint candy. Thinking to make himself a little more awake. His mind not to have those messy, criminalized thoughts. What's wrong with him? As a result of this garbage system, I don't know what to do on that sugar. Lin Yan almost stabbed a knife into Zhou Chuanbai's neck. Who understands? He simply could not control himself at that time. Obviously, Su Ruffing had eaten it before, and even flew a helicopter with great vigor. So why is it that when it comes to Lin Yan, it's as if he's been deprived of his sanity? Can this be right? If it wasn't for the protagonist's aura, Lin Yan would have been waiting for an iron door, iron windows, and iron chains. No, if you want to eat anything in the props mall, you have to be careful. If something really happened, Lin Yan would regret it too late. God knows if this book world will continue to exist without the hero and heroine. If it didn't exist, Lin Yan wouldn't even have a place to cry. It's no exaggeration to say that the bad system had directly dispersed Lin Yan's sense of reality due to Zhou Chuanbai's smoldering breath. There had never been a time when Lin Yan so desperately wanted to stay away from this book's male lead. But with the case of the ostrich meat weighing on him, Lin Yan could only take a step forward and see what happens. Can't the world treat him, a good villain, a little bit better? It's not easy to be a villain, especially a good villain. In the midst of Lin Yan's almost frantic inward vomiting and cordial greetings to the system, the three of them walked down the rotating staircase to the second basement level. A wide laboratory came into view. Chapter 109. The author of the original book must be his own son. The first floor was very different from the very primitive decoration. This place was obviously expanded later, the walls were straight and flat, and there was a modern technological atmosphere everywhere. The floor tiles were no longer the green stone tiles that were strewn with traces of age, but rather simple and clean white tiles. The ceiling was also white, and the walls had been painted in white, with an even and flat color. The reason why a glance can conclude that this is a laboratory, because only need to look at a sweep. A few people can see a few huge glass tanks full of unknown liquids. Inside the glass tanks were all kinds of strange things. Some of them were medicinal herbs, some of them were internal organs, and some of them were complete animals, bugs and snakes and so on. The not-so-bright light shone on the room, and even without the flashlight on, the few people were able to see the inside of this room clearly. Lin Yan was still wearing his air-purifying mask. He couldn't smell the air, but from Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei's ugly faces, they could deduce that the smell here definitely wouldn't be good. Bai Fangfei just wanted to step into the confines of the lab, but Zhou Chuanbai pulled her small arm, his voice placed very softly. Don't go. The modern traces here are very obvious. There might be cameras. Now that all signals are blocked, Ian has no way of determining if there's really a camera here. Let's just be careful with everything and not cause trouble for the vigilantes who will follow up to catch the criminals. Bai Fangfei was silent for a moment and nodded rather knowingly, taking a few steps backwards and raising her hand to point in a more internal direction. Based on the structure of the floor above, there will be more than one more room in there. Should we continue over to take a look? Zhou Chuanbai had just used his cell phone to take a panoramic view of this lab, and after hesitating for a moment at his words, he still nodded. Let's just go and look at one more room, then we'll return the same way. The facilities here are too perfect, it's too late for that. Bai Fangfei nodded. So the three of them quietly circled around the entrance of the lab and headed towards the next room. It was clearly a storage room. With a quick glance, one could see quite a few Chinese herbs that had been briefly processed, as well as some molds that were used to make pills. In addition to the tools and instruments, one could also see white coats hanging on hangers near the doorway. Judging from the number of white coats, there should be no one here at the moment. A slight breeze blew past several people's feet, bringing some damp and warm breath. There's an exit over there. Bai Fangfei's voice was soft. Their expressions were serious, and after a brief exchange of eyes, the three of them returned towards the original path in unison. The fact that there was an exit meant that there might be people squatting over there, or surveillance had been set up, so going out rashly would definitely alert the snakes. Anyway, the things here casually take out one are able to convict the iron evidence. They only need to take pictures to keep. As for the rest of the... When the security guard squatting here caught a few criminals who came over to check the situation, the matter here will naturally have a breakthrough. When the three of them returned to the entrance of the tomb, they realized that the young man who was bundled here before had actually disappeared. The only thing left on the ground were scattered ropes and some traces of friction. Bai Fangfei's eyes were solemn as she immediately checked the tomb door's mechanism. Boom, boom, boom. The carved stone door opened again, and only then did Bai Fangfei's face look slightly better. Looks like it's not a too smart one, only utilizing the mechanism to run out, didn't move the other mechanisms. Lin Yan found binoculars from his bag, stood at the entrance of the tomb and looked above the deep pit for a long time, and didn't find those wild boars before he walked out of the tomb silently, and looked at the blind area of his field of vision just now as well, confirming that the surroundings were safe. Only then did Lin Yan tug on the rope that he had once secured and nodded to Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei. You can go up now. The three of them climbed up to the deep pit one after another, and as soon as the flashlight's light shone through, their movements coincidentally paused, only to see that the young man who had been tied into a dumpling by Lin Yan helping to keep an eye out for the tomb thieves, had already fallen into a pool of blood, and the flesh and internal organs of his body had almost been eaten cleanly. Even the flesh on his face and his eyes had not been much left. If it wasn't for the blood-stained and broken clothes on the side, they wouldn't have been able to know the man's identity so clearly. Looking at the man not far away, the rope that was bolted by Lin Yen near the root of a tree, Zhou Chuanbai sneered. "This is called a self-inflicted sin. Can't live, right?" Obviously, this young man was trying to untie the rope that had been secured by Lin Yen, so that they would remain trapped in the deep pit, so that he could buy himself enough time to escape. However, he definitely did not expect that Zhou Chuanbai was with a protagonist's aura. If he dared to pit Zhou Chuanbai like this, he was bound to pay the price. Those wild boars squatting here were also mostly fed by him for a round and were barely considered full before they didn't continue to stay here. Sure enough, but also the original book author's own son. Lin Yen, who thought of this, had a complicated mood, looked at the time displayed on his cell phone and helplessly said, "Let's just get closer to the target location first. Shanglu, they're going slow, but we've also already delayed a lot of time down there." Zhou Chuanbai nodded in response, pulling the shoulder straps of the backpack in front of him. "Ian, you have a good sense of direction. You lead the way." The night stars were sparse, and the full moon was like a wheel. At the same time, Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing had already arrived at the target location, communicating more detailed information with the SWAT team leader assigned to them. Zhou Chuanbai's side's progress was a bit slower, but it was relatively smooth to arrive at the target location. Under the bright moonlight, several groups of heavily armed SWAT officers silently felt their way into the jungle, respectively closing in around the two target locations. Lin Yen, Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei were hanging on 3 different trees, using the night color and branches to hide their figures. Unlike Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei's eyes and ears, Lin Yen was sitting on a thicker branch with a small signal receiver on his head, tapping on his computer keyboard. Through the minion panel seen through the skill minions obey, "I'm the big brother." He had joined forces with Huangfu Xiangling to lock down the location of Shanglu and a few mercenaries. They had entered the southern Yun province an hour ago and were non-stop approaching the border zone. And at this moment, adhering to the principle that it was better to be early than late, Lin Yen was using his computer to connect to Zhou Chuanbai's cell phone, editing the photos he had taken and what they had seen and heard in that underground tomb into an email. After confirming that the information provided was correct, Lin Yen intentionally deleted the coordinates and wrote a special note at the top of the body of the email. "Please do the squatting and mapping work after we have completed the interception of the pharmacopoeia, so as not to frighten the snakes and cause trouble for us. The coordinates location will be provided by then." But unfortunately, Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai could only guard against the obstacles brought to them from the side of the security headquarters. But they froze and didn't remember that there was another department that also operated in the borderlands from time to time and could easily deal them a heavy blow. That is, the General Security Service GSS. They only peacefully squatted for half a night. A gunshot suddenly cut through the silent air, resonating through the woods. Chapter 110. Why is this place so lively today? The moment the gunshots rang out, the sleepiness that appeared vaguely in Lin Yan's few people ran away. Zhou Chuanbai took out his satellite phone to call Li Shaoxing in the first instance, and that side had obviously heard the more than obvious gunshot and picked it up very quickly. "Team Zhou, was it your side that fired?" Hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai immediately frowned, feeling that things were not simple. "No, it wasn't you guys?" "No." Li Shaoxing's tone was sharp. "Ruffing and I are both still squatting properly, and the SWAT side has not encountered any abnormalities and has not acted rashly." Zhou Chuanbai pursed his lips. "All right, I get it. First stay put and see what happens when we find suspicious people." Without waiting for Li Shaoxing to respond, Zhou Chuanbai hung up the phone and raised his eyes in Lin Yan's direction. Between the branches of the trees, the man's upright figure was very well hidden, and if he hadn't already known that he was there, at first glance he wouldn't have realized that there was a person there at all. Zhou Chuanbai subconsciously lowered his eyebrows and checked his hiding place before speaking out. "Ah Yen, what do you think it could be?" If Lin Yen knew about this, why would he still be mixing in Zhou Chuanbai's special operations team? Although he spat in his heart, Lin Yen was aware of the urgency of the situation at this time, and his voice was very soft. "I'm not sure, let's press on. Our mission is only the pharmacopoeia. Maybe the one who wants this thing is not only the Ming Ace, there are other organizations?" Zhou Chuanbai was startled by Lin Yan's statement, But when he thought of the ancient tomb that was extremely well hidden and had been expanded with a second underground floor, he felt that this statement was very reasonable. He glanced at Bai Fangfei, who was always impassive and completely absent, and did not show her form in the trees, and silently adjusted his posture, before continuing to watch the 6 directions with his eyes and listen to the 6 directions with his ears. In the jungle of the border area, a classic scene of he escapes, he chases is being staged at this moment. 4 or 5 lightly armed, well-armed, chest embroidered with the national flag of the flower country pattern of the Special Forces members shuttle in the mountainous jungle, from time to time towards the front to fire a few shots. The object they were chasing was a woman in her 30s or 40s, her hair pulled back, her eyes sharp, wearing a very ordinary, everyday punching jacket plus jeans, with a small, relatively flat hiking bag on her back. If Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai saw this at this moment, they would definitely recognize it right away. This woman was actually Chun Ruhong. She was originally supposed to be properly kept in the Ming Candle Clubhouse by Tang Mingnan, but for some reason, she had actually appeared here with something unknown, and had been chased in such a sorry state. And at this moment, far away on the other side of the borderline, hearing the gunshots ringing out from time to time over there, dozens of big, burly men's faces turned serious. "Boss, should we go over and pick up Red-Tailed Fox? If she is captured by the Flower Kingdom, landside," the man called Boss frowned, his gaze coldly looking at the little brother who spoke. "What do you take that side for? Your family's backyard garden? Is that something you can just say you can go over there? If you want to go and run into the guns of the Flower Country Police, go yourself, don't involve me." The moment these words came out, these burly men kept their mouths shut. As everyone knows, the border defense of the Flower Country is the tightest in the world. This borderline is easy for them to cross over, but coming back can be difficult. As for the red-tailed fox, thinking about what she was carrying on her body, the boss's frown deepened, and without hesitation, he smacked himself in the face just now. "No, what red-tailed fox is carrying is too important. I'll check your equipment. Let's cross the border in 3 minutes."
Bang bang bang.
The sound of gunfire was getting more and more intense. This firecracker-like sound seemed to be about to go off like this until dawn. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai looked at each other from a distance, and both saw surprise in the other's eyes. What the hell was going on here? They had just asked Vicelan, and the General Security Bureau had no operations over here today, which meant that there should have been only them and a few groups of special police here. Could it be that several groups of criminals had gotten into a firefight? Lin Yan just wanted to talk to Zhou Chuanbai about it, but the satellite phone in his hand suddenly lit up, and the caller ID showed Lan Vice. He immediately picked it up, and Lan Minju's somewhat weary voice rang in his ears. "I've asked the General Security Bureau. They're having an arrest today right in that neighborhood. Presumably the target of the arrest ran over. I've communicated with that side about your situation and came to the conclusion, see what happens. If you guys see a female carrying a black hiking bag, you can also help the General Security Administration side intercept it, but everything puts your own safety first. The target of their capture this time is an international mercenary, and she also has a gun. You guys can just shoot the target." After saying that, Lan Minju didn't care if Lin Yan and the others had any problems, and just hung up the phone. Anyway, the police pistol had given them the latest model. There were enough bullets, and the latest technology bulletproof vests had been given to them to wear, so he could only give them a word of advice to be safe. Lin Yan's complicated feelings conveyed Lan Minju's words to Zhou Chuanbai, and just as he finished speaking, Zhou Chuanbai's satellite phone lit up again. A few minutes later, Zhou Chuanbai hung up the phone with a sullen expression on his face. "Ah Yen, it's not good. Just now Xiaoxing said that the location they were squatting at had an influx of 45 people all of a sudden. All of them were loaded, burly, strong men, so it's assumed that they're not coming from a good place. Really good guys. How come this place is so bustling today with all kinds of paths?" Before Lin Yan could say anything, he received a text message from Huangfu Xiangling. "Suspected target has entered no man's land. Oh, this is going to be a complete mess. Things have come to this point. Lin Yan can only go to dig a spoon to taste the saltiness." After exchanging all the information with Zhou Chuanbai, Lin Yan pressed down the miniature headset on his ear and explained the situation to the several groups of SWAT officers who were assisting them in the capture operation. Bang! Chug, chug, chug. Increasingly dense gunshots resounded through the jungle. After those burly men entered the territory, they seemed to be using micro-strokes, and the original single ringing motions all changed completely. TSK, were these contraptions unable to afford silencer tubes? Just as this mountainous jungle was getting more and more lively, Merchant Land, who was carrying a backpack and traveling light, also stepped into this area under the escort of 24 mercenaries. Although the sound of gunshots over there sounds like a situation, but this is the border after all, such things happen all the time. If everywhere was quiet, he would have been worried that someone was squatting on him. And now, since the Flower Country police were busy arresting others, if he didn't run away now, when would he wait? As soon as he thought of his mission's imminent success, the corners of Shanglu's mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. This was $1 billion of sword music. As long as he brought this seemingly empty pharmacopoeia out of the country's borders, he would be able to take 1 billion knife music. In the days to come, even if he took the knife music to light a cigarette, he wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. When the time comes to bring this money to a good place to stay, all the crimes committed by the codename Shanglu will have nothing to do with him. Chapter 111, Gnashing teeth in the bottom of the heart, wearing a smile on the face. In stark contrast to Shanglu's pleasant mood when she was longing for the good Chun Ruhong, who was being chased in a very sorry state, very much wanted to explode in foul language. But she simply didn't have the time. Her side waist and abdomen had already been shot, and the only thing that could support her as she continued to trudge forward was a single thought. The national border was just ahead. As long as she ran across it, the people who received her would immediately give her the best treatment. Even if she only had one breath left, she had to run across, she had to run. As long as she passed, the laws of the Flower Kingdom would no longer be able to restrain her. At that time, she would still have an extraordinary status, and would still be the famous red-tailed fox in disguise. With this hope in mind, even though Chun Ruhong's steps were already stumbling, she was still approaching the border. At that moment, Lin Yen saw Chun Ruhong's face through the night vision binoculars, as well as the little brother's faceplate on her cheek. Chun Ruhong, female, 37 years old. Oh. Wasn't this the head of security that Tang Mingnan kept in the Ming Candle Clubhouse? Why had she fled here in such a sorry state? Rich knowledge of medicine and poison allowed Lin Yen to see at a glance that she was injured and had lost quite a bit of blood. After a slight contemplation, Lin Yen immediately put down his binoculars and looked towards Zhou Chuanbai's position. Chuanbai, when you interrogated Yen Shangyu earlier, did he mention Chun Ruhong? What was his name for Chun Ruhong? Zhou Chuanbai's memory wasn't bad even if he didn't have the ability to forget everything, and he quickly responded, I remember that he was called Ahong. It's different from those ordinary security guards. The relationship between the two of them might not be ordinary. Yen Shangyu said a lot of facts about Tang Mingnan's crimes, but he never mentioned anything about Chun Ruhong, and how he asked was, I don't know. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and after confirming Chun Ruhong's location and her approximate destination, a plan sprang to mind. After properly securing his backpack between the branches of the tree and grabbing all the essentials, he lightly jumped down from the tree and headed towards Bai Fengfei's location. Fengfei, give me the makeup bag I asked you to bring. Bai Fengfei was confused for a moment, almost a little less daring to believe her ears. No, friend? It's the middle of the night in the dark. Who are you putting on makeup for? And still, the capture target is already close to the squatting area, and now you're putting makeup on me for fun? Is this something you should do? Seeing Bai Fengfei frozen in the tree, Lin Yen frowned slightly, and his voice went cold. If you're always like this, you can go back to where you're supposed to be now. Only then did Bai Fengfei react, hurriedly pulling the backpack on her side and taking out a small makeup bag and throwing it to Lin Yen, saying nothing. Lin Yen ignored her, took the makeup bag and unfolded the mirror, borrowing the bright moonlight on the spot and began to smear it on his face. In about 10 minutes or so, Yen Shangyu's face appeared in the compact makeup mirror. Bai Fengfei witnessed this from the tree, and her eyes were suddenly filled with shock. She had indeed seen some disguise techniques, and it wasn't like she hadn't used them herself coming from a special organization, but it was really the first time she had seen one that was so realistic and completely unable to see the original bone features. Even though it was a bit inappropriate to say these words on such an occasion, Bai Fengfei couldn't help but say, afterward, if you still want to change your face, please make sure to take pictures and give them to me, or else I won't be able to determine who my target of protection has turned out to be. Lin Yen didn't even pay attention to her, drawing some more bruises on her neck, hands and jaw before putting a small bottle of makeup remover into her satchel. Looking over towards Zhou Chuanbai's position, and saying succinctly, Chun Ruhong is coming this way. I'm going to intercept him. You guys continue to act as you see fit. In just a few words, he had already explained why he would be painting anywhere at such a crucial moment. Zhou Chuanbai's eyes did not change, nodding in response. Pay attention to safety. Chun Ruhong's file information has a lot of falsifications. She is definitely not a simple character. Lin Yan didn't respond anymore, raising his hand and tossing his makeup bag to buy Fang Fei. He took a big step towards Chun Ruhong's location and touched it. Being shot in the side waist and stomach really affected Chun Ruhong's forward speed. But she was still an international mercenary in the end, and being able to harvest more than 400 lives depended on more than luck, of course. Because of this, Lin Yan didn't have to walk for long before she came face to face with Chun Ruhong. When Chun Ruhong saw Yan Shangyu under the moonlight, a strong shock arose in the bottom of his eyes, and immediately raised his gun towards Lin Yan. Who? Quite vigilant. Lin Yan's heart and mind slightly moved, but the complexity of his face, both the excitement of meeting again after a long time, but also the sadness of being held at gunpoint by his beloved, but also with just the right amount of helplessness, sadness, and remorse. He raised his hands, showing his harmless side, and his voice was slightly muffled, with a bit of indescribable choked meaning. Aum! The familiar voice caused Chun Ruhong to suck in a breath of cold air, slowly lowering the gun in her hand, but the bottom of her eyes still carried vigilance and doubt. Ah, you? Why are you here? Lin Yan sighed, his raised hand slowly lowered, the smile on his lips tinged with a bit of bitterness. I messed up and was sent down here by Sister Nan. Tang Mingnan's tactics, you know. She definitely wants to let the people over here do away with me. Of course I had to run out on my own. Chun Ruhong should have been more vigilant, after all. She was very clear that some drugs could cause people to hallucinate. But what Lin Yan said was all true again. Tang Mingnan did say that he sent Yan Shangyu to Nanyun. The dizziness from the loss of blood was getting worse and worse, and the wound in her side waist and abdomen from the gunshot hurt so much that Chun Ruhong shook her head and looked in the direction where the gunshots were not stopping, and then she lunged towards Lin Yan's arms. Lin Yan. He wanted to hide, but he knew very well that once he did, the trust he had just gained would be instantly emptied, and Chun Ruhong would definitely shoot immediately. Thus, Lin Yan could only open his arms with clenched teeth in his heart and a smile on his face, allowing Chun Ruhong to pounce in. Chun Ruhong probably really lost blood to the mental trance. Obviously Lin Yan's figure and Yan Shangyu different. She also froze, did not find, only to his entire weight on Lin Yan body, slowly pull open their chest zipper. After pulling open the punching jacket, her blood-stained hand reached to the inside of her underwear, and from it, she felt out a palm-sized, small book that was tightly wrapped in cling film. Ah, you? Take this on. Even if I die over here, as long as you have this in your hand, you'll get everyone's attention even after crossing the border. As she spoke, Chun Ruhong stuffed that small book into Lin Yan's hands. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist and took a deep breath of his scent before smiling softly in contentment. This is the pharmacopoeia. It's something that Blue Eagle, Ming Jiao, and Poker, they're all fighting over. If you take it, just defect to whomever you want, and you'll have endless glory and wealth in the future. Chun Ruhong hugged Lin Yan's waist with all her strength, her voice getting lighter and lighter. Take me away, Aeu. As far as you can. Go. At this moment, Lin Yan did not notice at all that Chun Ruhong was taking advantage of his movements, but was so shocked by what was in his hand that he could not speak. Was it really the pharmacopoeia? Why did this thing appear in Chun Ruhong's hand? Chapter 112. My fragrant soft little head. I guess this is called You Can't Plant a Flower If You Want to, but you can't plant a flower if you don't want to. Lin Yan originally just wanted to intercept Chun Ruhong, to see what she ran to this kind of place just to do. He didn't expect that a mistake would actually allow him to get the pharmacopoeia so smoothly. Lin Yan didn't immediately unwrap the plastic wrap to see what this pharmacopoeia's true appearance looked like, but instead decided to put on a full show and gently patted Chun Ruhong's back. Ah Hong, I will take you home. His voice choked and trembled. Still very standard Yan Shangyu's voice line. The same mouth lollipop are eaten, walking recorder is a joke? At that time, Lin Yan also did not expect, just passing by from the door of the interrogation room, actually came in handy today. Pia da. 4 or 5 seconds after Lin Yan's words fell, the pistol in Chun Ruhong's hand fell to the ground with a loud thud, and his body no longer had the slightest bit of support, completely and utterly softly collapsing into Lin Yan's arms. Only then did he relax his tense mind a little, and raised his hand to touch Chun Ruhong's neck. Well, there was no pulse at all, dead through and through. He could guarantee that if he had taken the first time to open the pharmacopoeia, to see what was going on, or if he had shown his original voice, or if he had not acted perfectly in the play, Chan Ruhong's pistol against his waist would have been immediately pressed down. In the end, he was an international mercenary with more than 400 lives in his hands, and he was indeed a ruthless character. Lin Yen put down Chan Ruhong's body, picked up the pistol, and pulled open the backpack on her back to look at it. Inside were a few small books, as well as magazines, bullets, grenades, daggers, and some simple cosmetics. Lin Yen confirmed that there wasn't any locator in the backpack, so he slung it on his back and walked quickly towards Zhou Chuanbai's and Bai Fangfei's location while opening the makeup remover and smearing it on his face. Although it wasn't very polite, the things he had prepared with him weren't exactly complete, so Lin Yen could only wipe his face with the gauze in Chan Ruhong's bag. By the time he re-entered his crouching spot, the gunfire over there had become even more violent. Under the bright moonlight, Zhou Chuanbai saw the bloodstains on Lin Yan's body the first time, and subconsciously inquired, "Yan, are you injured?" "No, it's Chan Ruhong's," Lin Yan casually explained, and just as he was about to go up the tree, the light of a low-light flashlight actually shone through. "Wuko!" Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to go up the tree this time, and on the spur of the moment, he hid behind the tree trunk. Bang! Almost the instant he ducked, the sound of a gunshot rang out, the bullet hitting the place where Lin Yen had just stood straight on, splashing up a gust of dust. Zhou Chuanbai's brows furrowed, and he took out his pistol on the spot, looking towards the location where the gunshot rang out. Lin Yan's heart was beating wildly, but his complexion gradually calmed down, and he began to look through the props mall. The SWAT side all had tactical goggles with night vision capabilities, but due to the lack of special instructions, these people in their special operations team were without them. Although the probability that the businessland and those mercenaries also do not have, but only by the color of the moon to the gun, Lin Yen heart more or less a little bit of the shadow of the human body tracing master in the. Fortunately, only 2 refreshes, Lin Yen saw the props useful to him. Owl Vision Experience Card 150 points. Want to get owl-like night vision? Give it a try once the experience card is opened. You are the master of the night. Remarks. The time on the experience card can be paused at any time, but it can only be actively turned on 3 times if the time on the experience card is not consumed after 3 times. The remaining time will take over your eyes at random moments. Well, no wonder it wasn't sold at a price that was considered expensive. Feelings had side effects. But right now, being held at gunpoint from a distance, Lin Yen couldn't care less and bought this experience card on the spot. In a corner where no one could see, Lin Yan's hand, properly hidden behind a tree trunk, suddenly had a small indigo blue card, which was only labeled with the time. Midnight. Good lord. An experience card with 24 hours. Lin Yen didn't think twice, immediately crushed the experience card, and a dark night light instantly crossed the bottom of his eyes. In the next second, the world in front of him suddenly became clear and bright. Although it was still different from daytime, it was enough for him to see things clearly. Lin Yen glanced at the experience card countdown fixed at the top left of his field of vision and slowly curled his lips. Very good, having both. I'm just a mediocre expert as a marksman skill, coupled with the owl-like night vision. It was his turn to perform. Lin Yen felt out the latest model of police pistol, but did not immediately act rashly, but casually threw a grenade retrieved from Chen Ruhong's bag towards the outside. Bang! The bullet actually accurately hit the grenade, directly detonating the entire thing. If Lin Yen hadn't thrown it far enough, Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei, who were crouching on the tree, would definitely have suffered. Unsurprisingly, this should be the mercenaries who escorted the merchant land. The gun is so good at shooting? Lin Yen pondered for a moment, suddenly a little want to buy the props mall in the destruction mushroom eggs. To try the power anyway, only 100 points. But this thought had only just appeared when he suppressed it. The explosion range of this thing is not clearly marked out. The system panel only wrote a destroy the sky and earth, eliminate troubles. In case Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei are really raised, will not let the opposite side of the Shanglu laugh their teeth off. Just when Lin Yen was in a stalemate with the person holding him at gunpoint, neither one of them could do anything about the other. The support from Lin Yan's side arrived. Several groups of SWAT officers who had been crouching for a long time joined the battlefield, bringing the purest firepower suppression. Lin Yen threw another grenade over, but this time it didn't go off. Instead, he waited for it to detonate itself after it hit the ground, and he knew his chance had come. He made a snap decision to reach out from the trunk of the tree, his hand holding the gun up without moving. Bang! With the addition of night vision, the abilities brought by the special skill were maximized. Lin Yan finally experienced the feeling of real-life CS. One shot a child. Seeing the 20 to 30 mercenaries fleeing in a mess, Lin Yan did not hesitate to pull out his legs and start chasing after them. Don't run. My head. My sweet-smelling, soft little head. Where are you going? Seeing this, Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei stopped squatting on the tree and jumped down to join the battlefield. Probably because the gunfire on this side was too intense, or perhaps because of the delay in waiting for the red-tailed fox to deliver something on the other side of the border, a man with a gloomy face gestured over there. Hundreds of people crossed the national border line in batches in different hidden positions and groped their way through the night toward the increasingly intense battlefield. Qian Jun, will this be too much fanfare? If all these people fold over there, how will Sister Ming's side explain? One more beep and you're rolling over there as well. The man known as Qian Jun spat through gritted teeth. Even if I have to hit you all in, I have to get the medicinal codex. Chapter 113 you'll still have to practice in your next life, old brother. Bang! Chug, 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 chug. Surprisingly similar to the scene on Lin Yan's side, but diametrically opposite. On Lin Yan's side, it was the SWAT team that had brought in fire support, chasing Shang Lu, and the mercenaries escorting him to the ground. On this side, it was the 40-odd burly men who had beaten the 4 or 5 men wearing special operations uniforms with the Flower Country's flag pattern embroidered on their chests to a standstill. Who did not expect in Chen Ruhong death, she escorted things also disappeared after the dispute because of her instead of attacking and defending changed shape. The original chase her people became the party that fled in a mess. And although the border area is long and winding, but the total place is so big. Coupled with the intentionality of those who wanted to do so, since they wanted to escape the pursuit, it was inevitable that they would draw the battle to the border, allowing the two burning fires to intersect, stirring the situation into a pot of gruel completely. Only with complete and utter chaos could they have more chances to fish in troubled waters and rush towards the other side of the border. Thus, it didn't take long for the two sides of the battlefield to be thoroughly mixed together. The SWAT had tactical goggles and wouldn't lay hands on their own people, and they all knew that there was a special operations team in place, so they wouldn't shoot at Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei's people either. But the people on the side of the General Security Bureau didn't know this. Therefore, after seeing that the scene was in complete chaos, Lin Yan made a decisive decision to pick one of the lucky ones to pull. Give me something on you that can identify you. The SWAT guy was confused for a moment, and only after confirming Lin Yan's face through his night vision tactical goggles, and realizing that it matched someone in the special operations team, did he let go of his microchopper. I can't give you my clothes or helmet. But you don't have to worry. If the higher-ups already know that the time of our operation with the General Security Service tonight overlaps, they'll give the people over there a photo of you. Photos? Give a hammer a. Lin Yan, however, knew very clearly that they had only communicated with Vice Lan after the people on the General Security side had started their operation. On top of this kind of battlefield with guns and bullets, a slight lapse of concentration could cost a life, so how could a battle-hardened member of the GSS possibly take the time to look at his cell phone? Was this SWAT guy playing an international joke on him? Lin Yan glanced at the micro surge in his hand and the magazines hanging on his body, and immediately snatched them over, hanging them on his body, and also put the pistol he picked up from Chen Ruhong into the hands of the SWAT guy. Thanks. After saying that, his feet gave birth to the wind, and he ran away in a puff of smoke. SWAT guy, what happened? What just happened? He is not. That person's identity is a consultant of the Special Operations Team, right? It seems to be a technical advisor, not a martial arts advisor, right? He's so skillful at grabbing guns and magazines. Was this advisor really hired from a decent place? Although it's true that he has no defense against his own people, this advisor is too much. Under the bright moonlight, the SWAT team looked at the small broken pistol in his hand and cried a little without tears. Finished hot, went to the battlefield and lost the gun. He most likely to be disciplined. Although the mood is a little low, SWAT brother does not want to pick up the same type of micropunch here, because that would mean that his comrade had died. Lin Yan certainly didn't have the heart to care about that sad SWAT little brother at this time. After obtaining the proof of identity, that he wouldn't be caught by his own people, he was now killing like crazy. Yes, literally killed crazy. Although it is clear that this is again the author of the original book in his body-buried villain gene at work, but Lin Yan is really a little bit cannot control themselves. The feeling of shooting a child is really damn fascinating. Although Lin Yan's will has been trying his best to restrain himself, His body is almost instinctively pursuing the excitement of this gunshot to the head. It was also fortunate that those who could be shot by him were all criminals who were full of evil. In addition to the merchant land that carries more than 100 lives, there are also mercenaries who have done a lot of dirty things, as well as the security personnel in those criminal syndicates. At this moment, it seemed that even the bright moonlight was no longer gentle, but instead was like solid ice that was cold to the bone and could easily absorb any remaining heat from the corpses. With a few special skills, Lin Yen traveled through the mountains and jungles flexibly and quickly, just like a cold-blooded and merciless god of killing, able to harvest a fresh life with the lift of a hand. Obviously holding just a micro-stroke, but froze by him with a sniper rifle general stance, almost routine without a false shot. I'm not sorry for raising my hand, but you still have to practice in your next life, old brother. Not long after, Lin Yen, who had killed his way out, saw a few heavily armed special warriors with the flag of the Flower Kingdom embroidered on their chests. He touched his almost completely empty magazines and walked over quickly, nodding slightly to the two men who were checking the injuries of their comrades. "Thank you. I'm going to borrow your weapons." After saying that, Lin Yen put down the micro-surge that he had borrowed from the SWAT team and picked up the firearm of the team member lying on the ground, and also took away the ammunition. One of the squatting team members just wanted to stop. Another raised his hand. The man's attempt to stop Lin Yen hardened and jammed, turning to hand over the magazine on his waist as well. His voice soft. "Be safe." Lin Yen nodded, brought his equipment and continued to rush into the battlefield at a flying pace. Tonight, this land that had been colored by the blood of countless border guards and martyrs was destined to literally pour a lot of fresh blood. By the time Lin Yen and the groups of SWAT officers had flanked back and forth with Su Roofing's side, clearing out all the unwanted guests that had stepped into the country, the sky had already brightened up. The subtle morning light shone through the jungle, seemingly soothing the air that was overly hot from the hustle and bustle. Lin Yen was so tired that he sat on his butt by the borderline, his clothes almost entirely wet with sweat even though the air wasn't exactly warm. He put down the assault rifle that he had snatched from that Special Forces member, leaned against a tree trunk and let out a long breath, closing the Owl Visual Experience card. Zhou Chuanbai, Bai Fengfei, Su Ruffing, and Li Shaoxing were all sitting not far away as well. But compared to Lin Yen, the one who had taken the most heads but was exhausted to the point of being a dog, they looked relatively relaxed. After all, they had been paddling and groping for fish for almost the whole night. "Counselor Lin, drink water." Li Shaoxing threw a palm-sized bottle of mineral water, and Lin Yen had just caught it when he saw two heavily armed special warriors striding over. He stopped twisting the cap of the bottle, straightened his back, and just wanted to pick up the assault rifle on the side and return it. But he saw the special operations member in the lead raise his hand, remove his gloves, and give him a big neck slip in a solid manner. Splat! Lin Yen was directly dumbfounded by this blow. The clear pain coming from his neck managed to suppress this body's excessive joy from harvesting life, and also caused him to freeze in place in a bit of a daze. Several people not far away were also confused for a moment. Then they all got up and leaned towards Lin Yan's position. Just as Lin Yan came back to his senses, ready to get up and have a good solo with this impolite fellow, that special warrior casually discarded his gloves and slowly removed his helmet. The moment he saw that face, Lin Yan's mind exploded with a buzz. Chapter 114. Feed me peanuts for a second. Feed me peanuts. This is a very young face. Sideburns dampened by sweat were plastered to the corners of his forehead, adding a somewhat delicate and moving beauty to him. That's right, the beauty of this face kind of blurs the gender because this Thames and Leng Shixiang is simply carved out of a mold. But and Leng Shixiang unconsciously exudes the kind of everything in the grasp of the calm and indifferent different. This face, although with her 8 or 9 points similar to the temperament but cold and sharp, like a just sheathed, at any time can take the life of the sharp blade. This is the aura that only people who have fought in 100 battles and in the rain of bullets will reveal. Lin Yan's brain went down for several seconds until Zhou Chuanbai blocked in front of him, isolating that overly familiar face, and only then did he somewhat dully make a sound. "Little brother-in-law." Zhou Chuanbai, oh? What the heck? It wasn't just Zhou Chuanbai who froze. Li Shaoxing, Su Ruffing, and Bai Fengfei who were still approaching at the side, as well as the other Special Forces member who was following behind them, were also confused for a moment. Their brains were finally a bit down under this wave after wave of blows. What kind of brother-in-law? Lin Yen, the leader, actually had such a relative? The Special Operations member in the back gulped, his hanging heart finally dropping. He almost thought that the chief was realizing that this advisor was someone disguised and fake, and his gun was going to be raised. No need to think, if he gave the chief's little nephew a shot back, he would definitely be drilled to death. In the dead silence, Lungpainting laughed softly, her tone slightly cold. Yo, still recognize me as a little uncle? To come to such a dangerous place when you say so, and to rush forward more than all of us, you're quite capable, Lin Yen. Lin Yen. He wanted to say, actually, I'm not that capable, but he didn't dare, although he had never met this brother-in-law. From the fact that the other party was able to become a special operations officer and chase a criminal here, he could tell that he was definitely not a simple character either. So, after Zhou Chuanbai confirmed that it was safe and understandably stepped aside, Lin Yen held up the mineral water that Li Shaoxing had just thrown at him and smiled a little heartily. That? Brother-in-law, drink water. Lang Yingyi let out a heh and glanced sideways at Zhou Chuanbai before extending his hand to Lin Yen. Get up. Lin Yen was unsure, but still held Lang Yingyi's hand and smoothly stood up from the ground. Lungpainting's hand was warm and strong. The closeness from blood and this face that was so different from Lung Shixiang's made Lin Yan's heart and mind relax slightly. The smile on his face finally faded away from embarrassment and took on a few moments of truthfulness. I know what you are doing, but this kind of dangerous place. Lungpainting's voice slightly paused, raised her hand and patted Lin Yan's shoulder, but did not finish her sentence. Just now it was the worry that had accumulated for 2 or 3 hours that had turned over, making him unable to resist confirming the authenticity of Lin Yan's existence a little too aggressively. But now that his emotions had been restrained, it would be a little bit inappropriate to speak like this again. This border of 4 countries is indeed exceptionally dangerous, just like last night, just for a red-tailed fox, for a pharmacopoeia whose authenticity is unknown. An armed conflict with loaded weapons has broken out. But their special operations team can come, those special police can come, their special operation group can come. Why he did not let Lin Yan come? Lin Yan's life was a life, but the lives of those who rushed to the front line of the battlefield where the people couldn't see, who went to the front and back and braved death, were not lives? Such words could be said from the standpoint of a relative. But he, Leng Shui, who was still wearing the clothes of the Dust Python team, with the embroidery of the national flag pattern on his chest, could not say such words. Even though there was not much change in the emotions in Lang Painting's eyes, Lin Yan was able to read 1,000 words from them. He smiled a little, unscrewed the water bottle and handed it over. I know. I will pay attention to safety. You see, I chased them for half a night. Didn't nothing happen? Lung Painting received the water bottle with a complicated mood, drank 2 mouthfuls without a word, looked Lin Yan up and down a few times, and finally said only one sentence. Looks like my brother-in-law raised you well. Lin Yan was just about to nod his head when he suddenly thought of the source of this assault rifle in his hand, and immediately spoke out. Brother-in-law, where's that wounded companion of yours? How is it now? Lung Yingyi's eyes slightly paused, slowly twisting the cap of the bottle. He was injured too severely to be transferred. We've already performed a simple bandage and are waiting for help to come over. Then forget about how your brother-in-law raised his son for now. Hurry up and save your teammates. Lin Yan frowned, touched the satchel on the side of his waist, and made an instant decision. Take me over there and take a look. Ah? Leng Puai hesitated for a moment, wanting to say, aren't you a technical advisor? So it's fine if you know martial arts, but why do you even want to be involved in medicine? But he didn't have time to reply. But before he could reply, Zhou Chuanbai at the side also rushed out. That? You'd better hurry to take him over. Last time there was a criminal who was killed in the street and had a car accident. It was Ian who saved people back. Hearing this, Lung Painting also no longer thought about anything more and immediately looked back. He didn't say anything, and that heavily armed Special Forces member just picked up Lin Yan on his shoulder and rushed out like a small motorcycle. Lin Yan, who had his stomach knocked against his shoulder and was turned upside down. I know you guys are eager to save people, but can you feed me peanuts for a bit? Feed me peanuts. By the time Lin Yan was placed on the ground, the first thing he smelled was the heavy stench of blood. The 2 Special Forces members who stayed by their companion's side subconsciously moved out of the way as soon as they saw that their teammate had returned and was carrying an individual. Where is this doctor from? The Special Operations member who carried Lin Yan over got stuck in his shell for a moment, only spitting out a sentence after several seconds. This is the technical advisor of the Special Operations team. 2 team members? What advisor? Usually for teams responsible for investigating murder cases, Aren't the advisors computer technology and explosives experts? Could this be a medical technology advisor? While they were all confused and didn't know what to say, Lin Yan had already stripped off the bulletproof vest, cut open the gauze, and looked at the man's injuries. The location of the wound was very tricky. The bullet had penetrated into the small gap between the spleen and stomach. The slightest carelessness would cause the spleen to hemorrhage. No wonder Lung Painting E and the others didn't dare to move him. Lin Yan took out a silver needle, and while sticking the needle into this person's waist and abdomen, he said to the three-faced, confused few, "Please help me take off his top." Seeing that he was stabbing needles in a decent manner, the three people didn't think much about it and carefully removed this unlucky man's blouse according to Lin Yan's instructions. After a dozen or so needles were tied, the bleeding at the bullet hole stopped in its entirety. But by this point, Lin Yan had basically done everything he could do. He didn't have any surgical paraphernalia, only some simple trauma bandaging medication, and being able to hang on to his life so that he wouldn't bleed out due to the spleen abrasion was already his limit. It was difficult for a skillful woman to cook without rice. Just at this moment, the sound of a helicopter's propeller turning suddenly resounded in the sky. Chapter 115, which medicine dictionary is the real one. Lin Yan looked up when he came back to his senses and saw an army green helicopter gunship hovering near their sky. Lung Shuyi walked over at this time and gently patted Lin Yan's shoulder. His face was a little complicated, but one could easily tell that it carried a sense of relief. "You did well." Lin Yan hooked the corners of his lips in an extremely shallow manner and let go to the side, quietly watching as the two paramedics who had been brought down from the helicopter took over the scene. They only looked at it for a few moments before giving pretty much the same judgment as Lin Yan did at the time. Abrasions to the spleen. Rash action will cause hemorrhaging. Who stabbed these silver needles? The hemostatic operation is very crucial. Have him come over immediately to assist in the rescue. As soon as the words fell, those three special warriors immediately turned their heads in unison to look at Lin Yan, living like sunflowers searching for the first rays of sunlight in the early morning. Lin Yan blithely accepted their attention, walking calmly out of Zhou Chuanbai's several people's hush-hush, and came to the side of the medical staff clad in white coats. "It's me. What do you guys want to do about it?" Seeing that this needle-tying powerhouse was still on the scene, the over 40-year-old chief physician sighed in relief. "We're going to open up and remove the bullet. Please continue to be responsible for stopping the bleeding at the side, as well as monitoring the injured person's vital signs." Lin Yan responded, unfolding the needle bag again and squatting to the side, first touching the injured man's wrist to confirm his pulse before nodding to the two paramedics. "Vital signs are okay. If you guys move fast enough, you can hold out for the incision." He didn't bark out too many instructions or anything, but instead gave his full attention to his job. To be sent by helicopter to treat the wounded at this time, these two medics must have quite enough field medical experience, and it was useless for him to say more. Cleaning up the battlefield had the SWAT side doing it, so the few people from the Special Operations Team and Leng Painting Yi's Special Operations Team all stood guard to the side. In the middle of the process, Lin Yan waved at Bai Fengfei and said wordlessly with the shape of his mouth, "Bring me my Chinese medicine." Bai Fengfei nodded and complied, carefully placing the large bag of Chinese medicine at Lin Yan's feet. Lin Yan picked a few of them and mixed them together, lighting them on the side, and the bitter aroma of the herbs gradually spread out. After nearly an hour of open-heart surgery, the life of this Special Forces member was finally saved without any danger. When the last stitch was also finished, the battle-hardened main surgeon was fine, but the assistant he brought with him sat on his butt on the floor, wiping the beads of sweat from the corners of his forehead, smiling sideways at Lin Yan. "Luckily you were there. Little brother, are you an inheritor of any Chinese medicine family?" Lin Yan didn't answer, and after confirming that the man's pulse was still okay, he pulled out all the last 3 silver needles from his body, but then re-stabbed him with 2 more. After tying up the needles, Lin Yan raised his eyes to look at Lang Yingyi, his tone calm. "Whenever he wakes up, these 2 needles will be pulled out. Don't let anyone touch them." Lung Painting Yi nodded her head, looking at Lin Yan with an introspective look in her gaze, but it was not difficult for Lin Yan to feel relieved and unwilling to give up. He put on his helmet and gloves again, his voice resuming its cold sharpness. "Collect the team." Lin Yan watched their resolute backs as they carried the stretcher away. His heart suddenly felt like a string had been touched, rippling with a strange feeling. He couldn't describe this emotion, and could only force himself to avert his gaze. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai reached out and waved his hand in front of Lin Yan's eyes, his eyebrows smiling. All right, we should also go back. Right? Go back? Lin Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. Have you already found the medicinal codex? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai was only slightly stunned, subconsciously glancing at the side of the equally confused Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing, who had spoken little throughout the whole process and only had a single fire output, and said in an afterthought, "None of you have found that pharmacopoeia?" Silence, deathly silence. Just. Everything was silent. Lin Yan helplessly held his forehead. "Let's go rummage through Shang Lu's corpse, see if we'll find anything, and for the rest, we'll study it when we get back." He didn't immediately bring up the copy of the pharmacopoeia that Chen Ruhong had given him. Of course, it wasn't for the sake of keeping it private to study it properly, but it was completely unnecessary. Not to mention whether that pharmacopoeia was true or false. What if there were 2 copies of the pharmacopoeia, or it had been split into 2 halves? Either way, it was necessary to go through the corpse of Shang Lu now. With the surveillance screenshots that he had seen from his junior's panel before, it didn't take long for Lin Yan to find Shang Lu among the corpses that had been cleaned out by the SWAT team. The Special Operations Team, following the home search squad, cosplayed as a corpse toucher, turning over Shang Lu's entire body. To Lin Yan's surprise, Shang Lu actually had a copy of the pharmacopoeia on his body. With Chen Ruhong took out the copy of the difference, all are wrapped with plastic wrap, palm-sized small book, was properly hidden in the intimate parts of the body. Lin Yan frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Could it be that the pharmacopoeia seized from Chen Ruhong and Shang Lu were all fakes, and that someone had already crossed the border with the real pharmacopoeia? Or perhaps, the real pharmacopoeia hasn't started to be shipped yet. If a few copies of the fake pharmacopoeia come first and are used to attract all of their attention and firepower, when the attention of the security headquarters and the General Security Bureau left the side and shifted elsewhere, and they then arranged for someone to deliver it, it would be truly indefensible. Thinking of this, Lin Yan couldn't help but purse his lips, forming a very sharp contrast with Li Shaoxing, who was in a state of excitement at the side. Zhou Chuanbai obviously saw the abnormality in Lin Yan's demeanor. He silently pinched Lin Yan's small arm. His face did not move. "Let's also withdraw, first go back and recuperate, then report back to Vice Lan." "Yeah, I want to take a good bath." Li Shaoxing immediately raised his hands in approval. One had to know that they had been crawling around in this deep forest for almost 48 hours. Even if their bodies and faces were covered in dirt, there was also the smell of gun smoke. Even Su Ruffing nodded like garlic, but Lin Yan did not immediately respond to what, but from the satchel to take out the sharp knife. Will Shang Lu hair cut off a hand, into the bag previously loaded with Chinese medicine put away. Zhou Chuanbai on the side was a little surprised, but he was already used to being abstracted by Lin Yan and was not overly shocked, directly pulling out the phone to call for a pickup. They were already dusty enough, and instead of heading directly to Huajing City, they decided to stop over in Nanyun Province to recuperate for a day. In the living room of the hotel suite, Lin Yan was wearing a bathrobe and tapping away on his computer, sending the latitude and longitude coordinates of the previously discovered crime base that had been converted from an ancient tomb to Lan Minju. On the sofa diagonally across from him, Zhou Chuanbai took off his Bluetooth headset on one side and said helplessly, "Ian, my dad said that Gong Shuyun couldn't confirm which pharmacopoeia was the real one, but she was able to confirm that the person who took over after she brought out the pharmacopoeia at that time was indeed a male, and there was indeed only one copy of the pharmacopoeia. She said that it had a very strong smell of earth and rotting wood on it, because it was taken from a wooden box buried under the roots of a tree." Lin Yan did not utter a word. His gaze fell on one of the 2 pharmacopoeias, wrapped in plastic wrap sitting on the coffee table, and he pursed his lips thoughtfully. Wanting to know which book was the real one, there was actually a very simple way. Restore the contents of the above, and won't you see the difference immediately? Chapter 116. If you say that, then I'll be unhappy. But this was just Lin Yan's personal idea, and there were still many obstacles to practicing it. According to the rules, this thing should have been sealed in an evidence bag in the sheriff's office, or appeared on the desk of some scientific researcher affiliated with the state, rather than being left at his disposal. Although it might be a bit unfair to those of them who had worked hard to recover the pharmacopoeia, this was the security system and it had its own rules and regulations. It was not a place where people were left to do whatever they wanted. The commotion of them finding out about the pharmacopoeia wasn't exactly small, and the SWAT team that cleaned up the scene definitely knew about this. If Lin Yan wanted to move it, I'm afraid a nod from Guanglan Minju wouldn't do. Even if it was related to the Ming Ace they were pursuing, the pharmacopoeia Estee or Go was not something Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai could decide at will. Thinking about this, Lin Yen withdrew his gaze almost calmly, closed his computer, and headed to his room. It was a 4-room, 3-bedroom presidential suite which was completely sufficient to accommodate them, and Lin Yen, as the one who paid for it, of course had a separate bedroom. As for how they were going to arrange the rest of the rooms, that was none of his business. Lying on the large, soft bed that had been inspected and organized by Feng Fei in advance, Lin Yen comfortably stretched his body, enjoying the quiet rest that he hadn't seen in a long time. Although it was still daytime, they had stayed up for a whole night, and almost all of them had spent it in the midst of gunfire, and now that their spirits were fully relaxed, fatigue came rushing in like a tidal wave. Lin Yen was woken up by a knock on the door. Although Feng Fei's voice was gentle, it could not be ignored. Lin Yen, dinner is ready. Lin Yen rubbed the back of his neck, which was still vaguely aching, and sat up, expressing great recognition of his brother-in-law's hand strength as he let out a long breath. Got it. The food was delivered by the hotel, and it didn't really match Lin Yan's preferences, but he still ate it with gusto, even to the point where the corners of his mouth could barely be pressed. The part of the previous ostrich meat case that gave Lin Yen the biggest headache, the kill at least 10 people part, had not only already been completed by him, but had also been completed quite brilliantly. Human targets killed. 124. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Lin Yen alone had taken out a large portion of the criminals who had roped in the borderlands last night. And no matter how vicious and blood-soaked these people were, they were still considered humans. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't quite right, Lin Yen would even want to look up to the sky and laugh a little. As long as this was accomplished, the rest of the quest's content was still in his hands. There were so many extra points rewarded for killing a few more goldfish before, and even gave him a random treasure chest. Although he was still several steps away from completing the quest, Lin Yen was already looking forward to the rewards of this quest. The item in the random treasure chest was stuck on the edge of the quest's longest time limit, helping Lin Yen successfully capture Embroidery Lady Wu Xiangling and complete the embroidered face case. The props rewarded at the time, question and answer Imperial Green, also helped Lin Yen immensely during the interrogation of Su Juchi. He didn't even dare to think that once the ostrich meat case was successfully completed, with such a huge number of kills, how awesome the props he would get would be. Lin Yen, who had eaten and drank enough, waved his hand and sent out a big red packet in the group chat of the 4 people in the special operations team. Brother is happy today. What do you guys want to add to our action team? Li Xiaoxing's eyes lit up, and he couldn't even grab the red packet before coming over. Counselor Lin, why don't you add a helicopter for us? A small one will do. Lin Yen. He immediately gave Li Xiaoxing a gentle look of caring for the mentally disabled. If you say that, then I won't be happy. Li Xiaoxing scratched his head and laughed in a silly manner. Just kidding, just kidding. Without waiting for Zhou Chuanbai to come over and fish in troubled waters, Lin Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a video call from Leng Shixiang. Lin Yen put on his headphones and walked into the room before pressing answer. On the screen, Leng Shixiang seemed to be sitting in her office, one hand propped up on the corner of her forehead, and it wasn't hard to see the tiredness and vague murderous intent between her brows and eyes. After seeing Lin Yen in the video screen, the unhappiness on Leng Shixiang's face was swept away, and Lin Yan's thin lips that were 99% similar to Lin Yen hooked up, her eyebrows slightly curved. Bastard, are you done? Lin Yen nodded his head, at this moment, when he saw Leng Shixiang's face. His brother-in-law Ling Painting Yi's face surfaced clearly in front of his eyes again. Mom, I saw my little uncle. Well, Painting Yi has already told me. Leng Shixiang lowered her eyes, her gaze falling on the amber-colored cup of tea in front of her. You kid is good, just like your grandfather back then. It's only been a few days since I've seen you, but you've made self-taught Chinese medicine clear to me. Lin Yen smiled, his eyes not seeing any abnormalities. I feel like it was inherited from my grandmother, and when I reached an age, I naturally became interested in this. Leng Shixiang took a sip from her teacup without commenting, and before the small talk between mother and son could be said, she brought up the matter at hand. I've already read the email you sent to Vice Lan. Do you have any thoughts? That was an email that Lin Yen had transmitted using encrypted means, and if you compare it to Huangfu Xiangling's original book, Computer Technology, it's unlikely that anyone would have intercepted it in the middle of the day. That is to say, This is Lan Minju took the initiative to send to Lang Shixiang. What kind of department was Lang Shixiang in that Lan Minju would send this to her even though she was already the second in command at the security headquarters? For a moment, Lin Yan's mind was mostly occupied by the original book's plot, those descriptions of Lang Shixiang, and didn't answer immediately. This case was discovered by you guys. If you want to manage it, you can take full responsibility. Lang Shixiang only thought that Lin Yan was thinking about the pros and cons, and put down her teacup with an elegant and calm movement. Of course, if you don't want to manage it, someone will naturally go over and take over. Only, if they need it, you will still have to provide assistance to their operations, but without the credit. Nice guy. Lin Yan hesitated for a moment before replying. I'll discuss this with the rest of the action team first? Lang Shixiang nodded calmly. Yes, that's my attitude. After you guys discuss the results, just go and communicate directly with Vice Lan. By the way, so many things happened, but no one on the Southern Yun province side found out in advance. Their career is basically at an end. If you find out who among them is harboring and letting go, directly arrest them. Vice Lan and the Housing Ministry will back you up. Glancing at the bright surprise under Lin Yan's eyes, Lang Shixiang smiled gently, the cold aura under her eyes closing at first. This kind of extra large-scale case is like this: whoever touches dies. You guys just mark those radishes. Naturally someone will go and dig it up by the roots. Until Lang Shixiang hung up the video call, Lin Yan still kind of didn't quite dare to believe his ears. All the politicians in Southern Yun province were casually investigated and arrested, and could directly and semi-compulsorily coordinate with all the relevant departments. As long as they caught the group of people who had transformed the ancient tomb into a crime base, their special operations group, including Lin Yan himself, would have nothing to hide. Is this really the kind of power that he could have as a subordinate villain? Not. In this case, when he can finish the job, away from Zhou Chuanbai and the whirlpool of the original book plot, a little bit. Chapter 117. It fits the beeping pattern of our special operations team. When Lin Yan returned to the living room, his mood was still as complicated as a ball of wool entangled with a cat. Zhou Chuanbai could tell at a glance that Lin Yan's eyes were heavy with worry, and thoughtfully pushed an untouched fruit plate over. Eat something to slow down first. Lin Yan slightly lowered his eyebrows, and saw the peeled and cut pears inside. The pear was neatly shaped, white and glistening. Just by looking at it, it seemed to be able to immediately associate it with the refreshing sweetness after entering the mouth, coupled with the fact that there was a small silver fork inserted on it. The color complementing the pear, it looked even more appetizing. But the thought of Zhou Chuanbai as a pair will be hiding in the hospital recuperation of their own to dig out, will be sent to him on the ship of thieves. Lin Yan instantly appetite is all gone. However, as the saying goes, there's a head for the grievances and a head for the debts. If it wasn't for the bad system that had to give him an embroidered face case, Lin Yan wouldn't have to go along with it and follow Zhou Chuanbai out to the scene where he let the flashlight show off his skills to retrieve the corpse. In the final analysis, in fact, everyone is just utilizing each other. Zhou Chuanbai is using Lin Yan's technology and ability to solve the case, but also in Lin Yan's family history to help. Access to over the level of the report can be independent of the privilege of the case. How could Lin Yan not be utilizing Zhou Chuanbai's plot trajectory to complete the tasks issued by the awful system? If it wasn't for these arrests, Lin Yan wouldn't have been able to complete the embroidered face case, let alone the most difficult part of the ostrich meat case. The moment he met Leng Shuyi, Lin Yan had realized how naive he had been. Lang Shixiang was a powerful man, Leng Changming and his wife were in a secret location studying secret content, and even Leng Shuyi was a sword in the hands of the General Security Service that would kill when it was unsheathed. Plus that Lin Yan do not even know the name memory only at the age of 4 or 5 years old saw a side of the grandfather, and already academician's grandmother Li Huilan. On this condition, Lin Yan wants to go out of the country, not to mention the layers of approval, may also have to have security personnel quietly follow. Imagine when the high-level personnel related to Lang Shixiang wanted to see what the only talented young man of Lin and Leng's generation was doing abroad. The other side opened their eyes and realized that Lin Yan was going abroad. The other party opened both eyes and realized that he had randomly picked 10 lucky children Nang dead on the street, and then also mysteriously research bun filling and sold on the street ostrich meat buns. Oh, that picture, Lin Yan do not dare to think. Of course, must be more serious. In fact, Lin Yan more dare not think is why in such family conditions the original book plot in the Lin Yan can still do so many criminal law written things. Is this the love of parents? Is this the love of parents who would rather watch Lin Yan go astray with more and more debts of blood on his body, than to give him a hand to turn back to the right side of the river? Lin Yen didn't understand, and deeply doubted the author of the original book's logical thinking. In fact, after living in this book world for a period of time, he really found out, want to in this kind of family environment crime still get away with it, the original owner is really have to be honored as a genius. It's probably the mysterious power of the plot at work again. Zhou Chuanbai on the protagonist aura is still supermodel and outrageous, but the author of the original book think it is reasonable. He is the book of the world's destiny of the son, the fate of the favorite, is not governed by the existence of common sense. After all, the male lead, how long the life is, how long the book can be written. Lin Yen lowered his eyes and collected his thoughts, casually forking up a piece of snow pear, feeling the sweet pear juice moisturizing his throat for a moment before speaking out. Everyone, I have something to say. Seeing Zhou Chuanbai, Li Shaosheng and Su Rufing's gazes all fall on him, Lin Yan's face remains unchanged, relaying what Leng Shixiang had said without any haste and giving his own summary. It's better to investigate this kind of case sooner rather than later. If we unanimously decide to take over, we need to be prepared to stay on Nan Yun's side for a long time. Comparatively speaking, although Li Shaoxing was a year or two older than Zhou Chuanbai, his personality was far more lively than the latter, and as soon as he heard of the case, he immediately jumped at the chance to try it out, saying, "Anyway, we also solved the peach blossom totem embroidered surface case. Even the pharmacopoeia are recovered. Go back is also a vacation to eat, drink and play. There is nothing for a while. On this kind of extra large-scale case, it fits our special action team's beeper ah." Zhou Chuanbai's eyes were hesitant and did not say anything immediately. On the contrary, Lin Yen raised his eyebrows slightly, mischievously unfolding his own laptop, finding the email that had been sent to Lan Minju, clicking on the photo to autoplay, and turning the computer screen towards Li Shaoxing. Li Shaoxing. OVO?
Li Xiaoshen. Dot.
After reading the contents of the photo in the email, Li Shaoxing's expression instantly changed from hee-hee to no hee-hee, and directly copied the trash can on the side and buried his head in it. "You!" He rushed into the restroom clutching the trash can in a sorry state, making a sound that delighted Lin Yen. What did it mean to be vegetable and fun-loving? This was the prime example. By the time Li Shaoxing rolled back from the restroom with a pale face and wet sideburns, Su Rufing had also finished reading the photos in the email and was also looking like a vegetable. But comparatively speaking, Su Rufing's ability to withstand is still a little bit stronger. The stomach flipping froze and let him a few mouthfuls of fruit to suppress. Why is it that the one who is created the most miserable is always me? Li Shaoxing had a skeptical look on his face, trying to find some spiritual solace. Team Zhou, Counselor Lin, when you guys saw this kind of image with your own eyes at that time, did you not throw up?
No.
Zhou Chuanbai replied very calmly, feigning beeping invisibly. Can't destroy the scene.
Li Xiaoshen.
Pretend you just, previously in Centipede Sujuchi's house, didn't you almost spit out all your bile as well? Although his heart was spitting, Li Shaoxing still quite reluctantly hooked up a few smiles on his face. Then this case. We manage or not. He admitted that he had just spoken a little too loudly. Compared to the case that would be cared for by nightmares for several consecutive nights, he still felt that going back on vacation was more suitable for his body type as a baby in the flower country. Although this scale of the case once successfully solved, that start to be a first-class merit did not run, but this credit is really not anyone can take. Zhou Chuanbai's mind is delicate, and his observation is equally sharp, of course. It is clear that Li Shaoxing is not too keen to get involved in this kind of thing. So he nodded slightly and said, "You are all members of the special action team. Although I am the team leader, I am not that much nobler than you. Whether or not to take this case depends on the will of all of us." As he spoke, Zhou Chuanbai took out a few pieces of printed paper. "This time we won't draw lots. Come and vote. The minority obeys the majority. Of course, after the final results come out, if anyone wants to quit now, I won't stop them. Each of you is free and has the power to decide whether you stay or go." Lin Yen casually placed his used silver fork onto a napkin, his slightly drooping eyelashes covering the emotions under his eyes, making his entire person look calm and collected. Although it was probably a bit impolite, Zhou Chuanbai's words made his heart flutter. Chapter 118. Could it be that both pharmacopoeias are true? But the reason why this thing is known as the Iron Rice Bowl is because it has other jobs' incomparable stability. Lin Yen is able to wave his sleeve, without taking away a cloud away from Zhou Chuanbai, Zhou Yumin father and son, but his current identity is very different from before. When he first came to the book, Lin Yan was just a rich second-generation man who was a bit of a cow. But now, Lin Yan has managed to become a rich second-generation man in the world. But now, Lin Yan managed to become a special consultant within the security system through his own efforts and the help of the bad system. Although the mode is still considered a contract labor, but his name is hung in the Liquan Province's Provincial Security Bureau, became the technical section of the deputy director there. With this layer of shackles, it is not Lin Yan wanna quit, can just quit. He can quit the special action group, after all, feet long in his own body. No one will tie his legs to prevent him from going, but left this den of thieves. There are other ship of thieves waiting for him, not to mention the security bureau that has been eyeing him and trying to snatch him away from the qualification test. If Leng Shixiang knew about this, she would definitely let Lan Minju arrange a better place for him. By then, without Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist halo to rub off on him, Lin Yan, the whitewashed and weak villain, might not be able to live a good life. Even if you don't have to think about it, you can tell that with the bad system's ability to mess things up, how can he be comfortable in the future? In Lin Yan's helplessness, the paper balls written by each person were mixed together by Zhou Chuanbai, and then unfolded one by one, presenting the results of the secret ballot. It was actually 4 neat, 1. In the rules Zhou Chuanbai had just stated, the number 1 represented agreement to take over the case, while 2 represented opposition. Once this result came out, even Lin Yan was a little surprised. Just now Li Shaoxing is not still knocking on the retreat drum. Why suddenly back to the heart? It seems that compared to the momentary physical discomfort, Li Shaoxing is still more eager to progress. Zhou Chuanbai did not seem to be surprised by the result of the vote, but only nodded his head almost calmly. Since we're taking over a new case, the manpower in our group is indeed a bit insufficient. Do you guys have any ideas? Lin Yan still had no intention of speaking, only picking and choosing to bring up the situation where he had intercepted Chen Ruhong at that time after yet another discussion about new members had also ended without a trace. When she handed me this pharmacopoeia, she also mentioned a few names that were most likely code names. Saying this, Lin Yan wrote down the 3 terms, Blue Eagle, Ming Jiao, and Poker one by one on a piece of paper, his eyes calm. I reckon that the reason there were so many people there yesterday should be that all 3 of these forces sent people down. This is information that we didn't obtain before. It's a pity that we didn't leave any survivors yesterday, or else we should be able to ask for something more. Zhou Chuanbai turned his pen, his brows slightly furrowed. Who do you guys think? Is the boss of the Ming Ace organization in here, or the top brass? He did not set Ming Jiao, which had a word overlap with Ming Ace, as the primary target of suspicion based on mere assumptions, but said thoughtfully, who would be the object of Chen Ruhong's allegiance? Lin Yan recalled what Chen Ruhong had said at the time and raised his eyebrows in amusement. Probably none of them. More than allegiance to someone, I feel that Chen Ruhong is more like an opportunistic middleman who wants to profit from this pharmacopoeia. The fact that she's letting me get by no matter who I defect to means that the odds are that she doesn't yet have a particular specific person she's loyal to. It's possible. Zhou Chuanbai nodded, recognizing Lin Yan's statement. She should have wanted to take this pharmacopoeia, by virtue of her international mercenary status, and go to those 3 to negotiate the price with whichever side has the right price. Li Shaoxing frowned and stroked his chin. So is there a possibility that the pharmacopoeia that Chen Ruhong took is the real one, while the one from Shanglu was swapped? The moment these words came out, the other 3 people present all fell into deep thought. It seems to be quite reasonable. At that time, Chen Ruhong was so sure that her Ayu could take this pharmacopoeia and have endless glory and wealth beyond the national borders. The possibility of her holding a fake copy was greatly reduced. After all, if you take a fake pharmacopoeia to the door, what you get is not glory and wealth but a hammer. But pharmacopoeia was taken away for not too long. Want to fake a copy out to confuse the public is not an easy thing. So, could it be that both copies of the pharmacopoeia are real? Without waiting for Lin Yan to make a sound, Zhou Chuanbai had already raised his eyebrows as if he had come to a realization. Could it be that before Gong Shuyun dug up the portion of the medicinal codex that Shang Lu was carrying, Chen Ruhong's people discovered the other medicinal codex in advance? Lin Yan nodded and didn't steal the limelight with this proper male lead anymore. But what made him feel a bit surprised was that after Zhou Chuanbai's shortcutting, Li Shaoxing acted as his mouthpiece substitute again. Actually, it's very simple to figure out the authenticity of these 2 pharmacopoeias. Can't we just restore the contents above? Dramatically, Su Ruffing also became Zhou Chuanbai's mouthpiece this time. No. Do you think this is a cabbage in your family's field? You can handle it however you want? This thing is only temporarily in our hands, and so back to Huajing City, either sealed in the security headquarters of the evidence section, or take on a certain great power of the experimental table. As he spoke, Su Ruffing patted Li Shaoxing's shoulder as if he was looking at his own foolish son. This is not something we can restore just because we want to. Lin Yan had known that this would be the outcome, and didn't even bother putting a little thought into it. Even if he knew very well that with the medical and poison knowledge and experience that came with the special skill of, that's right, I'm a handful of years old at a young age, he would be able to completely restore the information on the 2 pharmacopoeias that had been hidden by the special medicines on his own. But this was unimportant. Even if we put aside the question of whether he had the authority to deal with the pharmacopoeia, what if after he restored and read all the contents of the pharmacopoeia, the bad system suddenly came to brush his presence again? If he were to get a poisoning case, serial poisoning case, or something else, who would he find to reason with? Once this goddamn dog thing again in the above clearly labeled people, Lin Yan will not blow up. Does he really think that the border zone can come and go as it pleases, and that the most direct firefight is something he can have as he pleases? This kind of good thing he might not be able to touch the second time in his life. That's why rubbing the protagonist's halo a little more is still very beneficial. Nope, bad. While Lin Yan was still hanging on to things, Zhou Chuanbai suddenly slapped his thigh. We left something that shouldn't have been left there at that time. Chapter 119, Born to Eat the Bowl of Criminal Investigation. These words managed to attract everyone's eyes and attention, and amidst the attention of Lin Yan's trio, Zhou Chuanbai slowly frowned and looked at Lin Yan. Ah Yan, do you remember the corpses of those few tomb robbers, grave robbers at that time? We were in a hurry to rush to the target location and didn't care about them. If the criminal gangs that are remodeling the place find this, I'm afraid that we'll be unable to catch anyone even if we wait for a lifetime on guard. When he said that, Lin Yan was also in a state of shock, and secretly said, not good. But thinking of the powerful power of the protagonist's aura displayed one after another, Lin Yan quickly calmed down. Don't worry, according to my observation, those probably experimental contraptions they carried out are not able to produce results in a day or two. The thorough molding of some solutions requires a long time of full immersion. And when we went, there was just a bottom in those corpse oil barrels, so I guess they didn't go over to check it out that quickly. A lot of round trips, but it's easy to be exposed. Meeting Lin Yan's calm and relaxed gaze, Zhou Chuanbai's hanging heart gradually put back. Then what is your idea? Lin Yan slightly hooked his lips. Let's go. Let's go over there now and take a look at the situation. Although the protagonist's halo was outrageous, since the world in the book had been populated from 2 dimensions into a universe that operated on its own, it was bound to be free of things that seriously violated the laws of the universe. For example, the sun wouldn't explode in a billion years, aliens wouldn't suddenly appear and take over Aquamarine, and the Flower Kingdom wouldn't bow down to the Little Days. According to Lin Yan's understanding of the plot of the original book, the fact that Zhou Chuanbai, who wore a protagonist's halo, would suddenly have an idea and remember that there were still corpses over there that had not been dealt with meant that the criminals were probably going to go over there soon to do a routine checkup. Therefore, this matter is very easy to solve. When the protagonist's aura gave Zhou Chuanbai a warning, he immediately went over to dispose of all that needed to be disposed of, and the criminals who went over to check on him would think that nothing had happened. As expected, when they packed up everything on this side and touched back according to the coordinates, everything was as usual at the entrance of the ancient tomb. The corpses that were killed by Fangfei's gun were still lying in a crooked manner not far from the tomb door, with no traces of other people having been there. As for the person who had tried to untie the rope and trapped Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai in the deep pit, but was instead eaten up by the wild boar, the only remaining skeleton was also still left in bits and pieces at the edge of the tree. Although this moment is still outside the ancient tomb, the dead bodies seen are still normal, and even the degree of decomposition is far less serious than the previous family of 4 extermination case in the Peony Garden neighborhood. But it is obvious that the photos in the mail have brought Li Shaoxing, the poor kid, a very serious psychological shadow. He obviously thought of some images that could not quite be broadcast even if they were coded, and covered his mouth with death, his face pale to the extreme. Zhou Chuanbai immediately noticed this and hurriedly fished out a plastic bag from his satchel and handed it over. Don't leave anything suspicious in this neighborhood. If you want to throw up, you have to clean it up yourself. Li Shaoxing didn't even have time to reply, took the bag and went to one side to vomit profusely. Lin Yan couldn't help but tickle his lips, glancing sideways at Zhou Chuanbai. I really pity this child, seeing things he shouldn't have to endure at a young age. Zhou Chuanbai also let out a light laugh at his words. To say age, you are actually the smallest of us here. Saying that, Zhou Chuanbai raised his chin, signaling Li Xiaoxing's direction, not caring if the other party would hear. My dad said that he's very talented, always able to come up with a lot of seemingly whimsical ideas, but verifying them makes people more and more surprised. Born to eat the bowl of criminal investigation. Saying this, it was not difficult for Lin Yan to guess the reason why Li Xiaoxing would be stuffed by Zhou Yumin to Zhou Chuanbai. So it's an idea king disrespectful, disrespectful, disrespectful. It seems that even without Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai's starting point is still very high. One has his own understanding of trace science, criminal psychology and forensics martial arts, has Su Ruffing the special police brigade retired over. Not good at talking but enough firepower output. Together with Li Xiaoxing, the king of ideas, and the original heroine Huang Fu Xiangling's computer skills. Their suspenseful case special action team is simply invincible. Lin Yan had to admit that to be accepted by Zhou Chuanbai and remain in the main character group, Li Xiaoxing's performance as a kid was still noteworthy. Even if he had just thrown up and was dizzy, he also joined in the cleanup of the bodies of the tomb thieves at the first opportunity after organizing himself, helping Zhou Chuanbai, Bai Fangfei and Su Ruffing to share a lot of the work. As for Lin Yan, oh, he was touching the fish on the side. As a technical advisor who contributes his bodyguard to do manual labor, he's already giving face by staying here. Not long after, the bodies of a few of the grave thieves were cleaned up, and Zhou Chuanbai placed the call to the nearest security office in a calm tone. Hello, Liquan Province Special Action Group. I am Zhou Chuanbai, number 3077. When we were arresting criminals over here 2 days ago, we encountered a couple of grave thieves who were armed and attacked the vigilantes, and we have killed them on the spot. We are now placing the body at the coordinate location. Why don't you send someone over to receive it? We have other arrangements for our special operations team. Although the words of this did state the facts, but Zhou Chuanbai, this language art is very okay. Even Bai Fangfei couldn't help but cast an appreciative glance. In contrast, his own protection target really didn't know the slightest bit about compassion. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary here, enough to fool the criminals who came back for a routine check, the few of them walked out of this deserted mountainous jungle and boarded the helicopter that was sent over by Lan Minju, heading straight for the city of Huajing. After arriving at the location, it was still Bai Fangfei who took their few carry-on bags to find a hotel, while Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai simply organized their appearance and entered the conference room where only a few people were present. Lin Yan was originally quite calm. After all, he had long known that Zhou Chuanbai's promotion and salary increase was a common occurrence. All kinds of merits, rewards, honors, and so on will get soft, until he saw a rather familiar person in the lower seats. Of course, he had never seen this person before, but his face resembled Huang Fu Xiangling's by 5 or 6 points. And there was also a proper heroine, Huang Fu Xiangling, sitting on the side. So how could this unfold correctly? If Lin Yan remembered correctly, Huang Fu Xiangling's family lineage was also quite impressive. After all, it is Zhou Chuanbai's official female lead, can give his mother died early. His father is only a criminal investigation brigade captain Zhou Chuanbai to provide family privileges, to help him step up. Her side of the middle-aged man how to see are absolutely not simple. This time, Huang Fu Xiangling is in the action to provide a certain assistance, in Lin Yan blind those days to lock the suspected Shanglu target, but also in Lin Yan into the deep mountains and old forests after the remote technical support. But generally on such occasions, aren't relatives to be shunned? Lin Yan only mused for a scant few seconds before collecting his thoughts, pretending to know nothing. After all, Huang Fu Xiangling was Zhou Chuanbai's official match, and it wasn't like he had anything to do with it. At this point in time, Lin Yan absolutely could not have imagined that this middle-aged man who looked like he had a 3-pointed smile on his own brow would soon bring him how much of a heavenly thunderstorm he would be hit with. Chapter 120. Finding me a big villain to shake a hammer's hand. Originally, this was just a very plain, boring, and at most a celebration plus award ceremony where the people who came were a bit high-powered. Probably due to the fact that the case they were working on wasn't a small one, or maybe it was because of the very strict confidentiality regulations for information related to the Ming-Ace and Pharmacopoeia. In short, there weren't a lot of people in the conference room. As for the lines Lan Minju said, Lin Yan had already seen them so many times in the original book that he could almost memorize them. Trainee Vigilante Zhou Chuanbai in the 4.16 cat face clown case, the peach blossom totem embroidered face case, the the 4.21 mega serial abuse and murder case, the 4.25 family of 4 extermination case, and the 4.30 pharmacopoeia recovery and other special operations, all of which made significant contributions, leading the special operations team to excel in their performance. According to the relevant provisions, by the higher leadership joint deliberation decision, Comrade Zhou Chuanbai has significant meritorious performance and is hereby awarded personal first-class merit once. The internship period ended early and promoted to third-class police superintendent, individual first-class merit. Even if Zhou Chuanbai had long been psychologically prepared, when he heard this, his face took on a few moments of surprise, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but rise slightly. When he first started out in his civilian post reading files and doing odd jobs, he had heard his seniors say that it wasn't wartime anymore and it was only normal to receive third-class merit in person, second-class merit lying down, and first-class merit from family members. And he topped the pressure from all sides and different eyes, with only 4 people counting his group in the cracks run around busy a pass. Actually can get this. Blessed to the heart, Zhou Chuanbai subconsciously glanced at Lin Yan, who was sitting on his side. Undoubtedly, if it wasn't for Lin Yan's excellent skills and his pleas for help, the action group he led would probably have been forced to close down due to its lack of success. Lin Yan was simply his lucky star. In the midst of Zhou Chuanbai's surprise and celebration, Lan Minju's voice continued to ring out. Trainee vigilante Li Shaoxing, for his outstanding performance in the Special Operations Unit, his trainee period ends early and he's promoted to Grade 2 Constable. Security Officer Su Ruffing, excellent performance in the Special Operations Unit, outstanding merit in Joint Operations, promoted to 3rd Grade Superintendent. As the words fell, Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing couldn't help but look at Lin Yan one after another while they were all smiles. The entire Special Operations Group can be said to be a one-man, chicken and dog soaring, that in which repeatedly provide technical support, minutes to dig out the mega serial abuse case live video of Lin Yan, will not be able to get nothing, right? Unexpectedly, Lan Minju's gaze turned to Lin Yan, the corners of his lips slightly hooked, nodding to him. Technical advisor Lin Yan in the fight against color video criminal gangs, 4.10 home invasion murder case, and a series of other major cases to provide technical support with excellent professionalism, and in the joint operation of great merit, to give with the lawless elements of a heavy blow. By the decision of the higher-ups joint deliberations, technical advisor Lin Yan's rank has been elevated to the position of a full section chief of the technical section of Liquan province, and still enjoys the power to act on his own. Full section chief. Lin Yan is only 19 years old. What kind of concept is it to be the head of the section at the age of 19? When these words came out, Zhou Chuanbai and Li Shaoxing were even happier than when they heard their own promotions and pay raises, especially Li Shaoxing, who directly raised his hand to give a small seal clap. Pa pa pa. As soon as he clapped like this, applause rang out one after another in the conference room that only had a handful of people, probably infected by the emotions around him. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel a few moments of joy and relief in his heart. It seemed that Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura hadn't created him for the time being, and the security system hadn't ignored Lin Yan's merits, and had given him pretty much the same commendation. But in the name of fame, there will definitely be people behind the crickets he is relying on Leng Shixiang to get to the top. Forget it, it does not matter. Lin Yan, extremely shallow, hooked the corner of his lips, also raised his hand to applaud Zhou Chuanbai several people softly. Not long after, with a gesture from Lan Minju, the applause in the conference room came to an abrupt end. In addition to individual commendations, your special operations team has a collective first-class merit. Although Lan Minju's smile was shallow, it wasn't hard to see the relief in it. The bonuses for the mega case, the old unsolved case, and the bonus for the cases that Counselor Lin assisted in solving prior to his transfer will all be credited to your accounts within 3 working days. As Lan Minju's words fell, a somewhat complicated feeling arose vaguely in Lin Yan's heart. Since Huangfu Xiangling, who had only provided a little help in this, didn't get the credit, why were she and her family member, who wasn't simple at first glance, sitting here? They couldn't just be here to listen to the sound, could they? Aren't such people always quite busy with their official duties? As Lin Yan wondered, the smile on Lan Minju's face shed its business-like stereotype and took on some genuine colors. By the way, your special operations team just took over a major unsolved case. If you're short on manpower, you can try picking from the people you've worked with. The case is important. If the temporary additions don't fit in, you can reconsider the newcomers. After saying that, Lan Minju nodded slightly at Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan, his eyes signaling Huangfu Xiangling's position, and left the conference room with a calm stride. Without waiting for Zhou Chuanbai to react, Huangfu Xiangling had already walked to the front of the stage, picking up the merit medals that Lan Minju hadn't distributed, and delivering them one by one to the four of them, Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan. Zhou Chuanbai? Isn't this a bit unorthodox? Although he was puzzled in his heart, he didn't show anything. His face remained calm and collected, seemingly unperturbed by favor or disgrace. Compared to his calmness, Lin Yan sighed in relief as he realized something. It seemed that Huangfu Xiangling's family had stepped in, wanting to stuff her into the Special Operations Group and renew the little red thread between her and Zhou Chuanbai. That's fine then. Maybe with the added strength of Lin Yan and Huangfu Xiangling's families, Zhou Chuanbai would lead a much more glorious life than he did in the original book's plot. Sure enough, although this book world was built on the framework of a criminal investigation and deduction novel, my years of fighting with highly intelligent criminals, as long as it's the male protagonist, there's no escaping this. Anything good happens to him. Hello, I'm Xiangling's father, Huangfu Mingda. While Lin Yan was feeling a succession of emotions in the bottom of his heart, the middle-aged man who had been sitting quietly by Huangfu Xiangling's side had at some point slowly arrived in front of them and extended his hand to Lin Yan. Lin Yan? He was shocked and skeptical, but he still stood up and shook hands with Huangfu Mingda with a polite and courteous smile on his face. So it's Mr. Huangfu. I've heard a lot about you. It's really a tiger father without a dog daughter. Long-time admiration, my ass. Your golden son-in-law, the rightful hero Zhou Chuanbai, is on the side. Can't you see? Looking for me, a big villain, to shake a hammer's hand. Although Lin Yan spat in his heart, it didn't affect his impeccable behavior on his face. But just as he intended to draw back his hand, he realized that he couldn't draw it back at all. Lin Yan?
No, Budi?
Giving me a hard time, making me make room for your daughter? Just as the fake smile on Lin Yan's face was almost impossible to maintain, Huangfu Mingda nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, a good lad. In the future, remember to take care of Xiaoling. She's rather shy. But you are both young people, and you are both interested in computer technology. There must be quite a lot of common topics between each other. Saying that, Huangfu Mingda let go of Lin Yan's hand and turned to pat his shoulder. I think highly of you, and I also believe that you can take good care of my precious daughter. Lin Yan, Chapter 121. This preparation of his seems to have done wrongly. Huangfu Mingda's words were simply like a June snowstorm and heavenly thunder rolling over him, directly confusing Lin Yan. No, buddy. Do you have to be so messy with your lovebirds? Zhou Chuanbai is your son-in-law. What are you staring at him as a villain for? Lin Yan was mentally prepared to be deliberately targeted and make room for Huangfu Xiangling. But he seemed to have made a mistake with this preparation. Huangfu Mingda, you do not eat oil cake. Spare Lin Yan has been in the bad system of the drill. Practiced a certain face without changing color. Heart does not jump ability. At this time also cannot help but show a few points of real feeling of surprise and amazement. Really? This development is too beyond his expectations, is simply in his minefield crazy bouncing. Huangfu Mingda seems to have long anticipated this point, and did not wait for Lin Yan to say, I will take care of her as if she were my own sister. The rejection of the meaning of a clear scene, only to the side of Zhou Chuanbai nodded his head, and left the conference room in stride. Looking at his calm and unruffled back, and on his shoulder that temporarily cannot be seen rank, but definitely not low shoulder badge, Lin Yan very autistic silence. True Nima away from the original on the spectrum. Yen, we now want to go to Nanyun province first? Or go back to Liquan province a trip? Lin Yan has not slowed down. Zhou Chuanbai has reached out in front of his eyes shook, face still with a smile. It's not bad. I came to receive an award and meet my future father-in-law. Lin Yan. Do you know that Huangfu Xiangling is your official heroine, a silly child? Lin Yan pressed his temples with a complicated mood. Big brother. I'm only 19 years old. My parents don't care about me in this matter. He wants to be my father-in-law in a few words? If any of you guys dare to rush me into marriage, I'm going to attack your age. All of you present were not cuties. Huangfu Mingda's words were already quite blunt, almost as if he had directly shoved the account book into Lin Yan's hands and said, go get a license when you're old enough. But Lin Yan is only under the coercion of the bad system, seems to be a little like to engage in the abstract, not stupid. Every villain who steals a woman from the male lead will end up in a miserable situation. Therefore, even if Huangfu Xiangling was still in the conference room, Lin Yan's words were indeed a bit inconsiderate of her face. He still had to say so. Zhou Chuanbai raised his eyebrows undeniably. Okay. I can't beat you in the age department, I admit defeat. After saying that, Zhou Chuanbai turned to the other side and politely nodded to Huangfu Xiangling. The case we just took over is very troublesome and also tests physical fitness. Do you really intend to participate in it for the time being? Zhou Chuanbai is also a person, of course, clear to just Huangfu Mingda's attitude, even if they do not semi-active at this time to invite Huangfu Xiangling to participate in the back of the Huangfu Mingda will find a way to give her hard to stuff over. At that time, it would be even more embarrassing for everyone. Anyway, before Lin Yan also recommended Huangfu Xiangling to join, he is not unable to try to accept a little, this surprisingly also quite a background of the technical security officer. Huangfu Xiangling had long been given a special explanation by Huangfu Mingda, even if Lin Yan didn't seem to have any meaning for her. This kind of thing that could be dipped into the credits, she couldn't knock back before she left, so she gently nodded her head and said, I can do it. If I can't stick it out, I'll take the initiative to quit and not cause any trouble for you guys. Zhou Chuanbai smiled and didn't say anything else. Then let's borrow a small conference room here first. Analyze the case and discuss some countermeasures before going over to South Yun province. Inside the conference room, Zhou Chuanbai had thoughtfully prepared trash cans for Li Shaoxing and Huangfu Xiangling. Lin Yan connected his computer to the large screen monitor and leisurely tapped the keyboard on the side. In a short while, the clarified and processed photo was dropped by him on the oversized screen that took up half of the wall. Seeing this version that was clearer than before, Li Shaoxing covered his mouth again, his face resembling a big juicy bitter melon. In comparison, Huangfu Xiangling's performance was very commendable. She only shivered a few times and rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, but there was no other abnormality, and her eyes, which were concealed by the heavy myopic lenses, kept staring at the screen, trying to analyze something from it. Stop! After continuously playing several photos of the hall where the corpse oil was extracted, Zhou Chuanbai shouted stop, casually turning the pen in his hand. What do you guys think these corpse oils will be used for? As soon as the words fell, the 5 people present all fell into deep thought. Corpse oil was not something like soybean oil, corn oil, peanut oil, and no one would use it for frying. Then the use of this thing is worth investigating. Maybe if we knew the actual use of these corpse oils, we could know where they were going, and we could also follow the trail to launch what the identities of the guys who extracted the corpse oils were. But this kind of hypothesis from nothing, it is important to realize that a human being cannot say out of thin air something that is beyond the scope of his own cognition. Even the boldest assumptions have to be rolled out based on what's already in your head, not being made up out of thin air. And they had all grown up in a peaceful and friendly environment. Who would know what corpse oil could be used for? There was silence in the conference room for a while, or Zhou Chuanbai added another sentence. In the forensic knowledge I've learned, corpse oil can only assist in determining the time of death of the deceased to a certain extent. There's no other use for it. Lin Yan propped his chin with one hand, his brain working frantically. In the original book's plot, there seemed to be a case related to corpse oil, but with thousands of chapters, he couldn't know everything. After a moment, Lin Yan, who could only think of 2 keywords, was determined to break the silence. What do you guys think? Could these corpse oils be related to the evil cult? When a thing could not be found useful no matter what, according to common sense, then it was time to consider whether it was some strange, anti-human, anti-social belief issue. Zhou Chuanbai pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. I think we can think along this aspect. To handle a case is to make bold assumptions and carefully seek proof. Not long after, Zhou Chuanbai, whose thoughts had been thoroughly led onto the road, spoke out again. Ah Yen, do you remember the idol in the secret room during the cat-faced clown case? In the end, it was still this male lead who had a lot of ideas. Lin Yan thought back a little, then immediately struck the keyboard and projected that photo onto the big screen as well. Before, there wasn't much thought, but now projecting that chamber idol towards here for a moment. Why does it have a damned familiar look to it? Lin Yan had a flash of light in his mind, and then he also put up the statue of the war dance that Zhou Chuanbai had photographed in the ancient tomb, in the ancient times. Comparing the two, the similarities immediately became apparent, causing everyone present to faintly stare. Although the color of the war dance statue had completely faded after an unknown amount of years of erosion, leaving only a miserable white and grayish color, the outline of the war dance goddess's face in the sculpture was still clearly visible. Her face was grim, as if she was struggling against some powerful enemy and was doing her best. And what was strikingly similar was that the grim expression on the face of this god statue in the secret room of God Escape was exactly the same as the one on the war dance statue. Chapter 122 thoroughly disorganized into an exploding head. However, compared to the grayness of the statues, the colors of the idols in the chamber were very vivid, and the colors used were strong and exaggerated. Even though they were all carved and preserved as idols due to their faith, there was no trace of divinity in their looks and movements, only the purest killing and viciousness. Especially in the chamber idol, the portrait of the god also left hand gold dollar, right hand big tobacco bag. But if you compare carefully, you can also see that the posture of the chamber idol action and the war dance statue is very similar, as if they originally belonged to the same battlefield, only in the implementation of a different division of labor. Although Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai are very clear, at that time the escape room owner Wang Li has clearly said, in the theme of this room, the existence of the statue of God was originally evil God. But Wang Li can so accurately make such a statue of God, behind the back may be a high person in the guidance. After all, the concept of evil God is too easy to express. He could have made a monster like Mr. Ku that doesn't look too humanoid, or he could have found some horrible beasts in the Shanhai Jing. But he used such a portrait. For a while, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai both fell into deep thought unspokenly. Let's write this down first. We'll contact Yichao City afterward and rearrange Wang Li. Zhou Chuanbai sealed the deal, signaling Lin Yan to continue showing the other photos. As the photos of the corpse oil portion were played, and the human skin, internal organs, bones, and baby portion were pulverized, Li Shaoxing still couldn't help but hug the trash can. Huangfu Xiangling was originally able to resist, but this operation bar, it just had an amazing contagious power. Thus, a few seconds after Li Shaoxing hugged the trash can, Huangfu Xiangling also silently bent down and aimed at the trash can placed on the ground.
Fum.
She was probably still a bit shy, and her voice was all much lower than Li Shaoxing's. Lin Yan and the others were used to this, and the photos on the big screen were still playing downward without much pause. But despite having gone through the photos, they found almost no usable information in them, except for Lin Yan's mention of the evil cult, worthy of being what even Lan Minju would call an unsolved case. There didn't seem to be any place to start on this case other than waiting around for the criminals to return to check on the lab at regular intervals and arrest them. But the person who can quietly make such a crime base definitely has a strong sense of counter-surveillance. Su Ruffing gently patted Li Shaoxing's back, his brows slightly furrowed. Even if we manage to capture one or two of them, I'm afraid they won't be their core members. At that time, once we startle the snakes, even if the criminal gang behind this won't relocate immediately, they will definitely keep their tails between their legs and dive into hiding for a while. That would make it difficult to catch them. Although they were considered a special operations group directly under Lan Minju's jurisdiction, and they did get the enviable merit if they spent a year and a half on this case. When the aura of merit gradually faded, they would also face the same dilemma of forming a special task force in the beginning. Everyone present except Li Shaoxing, who had a big heart, and Huangfu Xiangling, who had just joined temporarily, understood this. They didn't have that much time to spend. Especially this kind of big case involving ancient tombs from the ancient times, not only the security headquarters, but probably the national level was also paying attention. Zhou Chuanbai nodded slightly, and his eyes were also very grave. Even if we see the criminals who came to check out the situation and follow them all the way to their destination, it most likely won't be the lair of this criminal gang. After hearing this, Lin Yan nonchalantly turned the fountain pen in his hand, his expression still calm. There's another factor you guys should consider clearly. Southern Yun province is a special place. Smuggling and trafficking in DU is much more serious than the mainland. Even if we don't leave our firearms behind, it may not be safe. This is indeed a difficult point. The previous few tomb thieves were able to get a small broken pistol, not to mention the criminal gangs that could commit such heinous acts. Take over the case when the passionate, but to start investigating the time, it is really a step ahead of law. How about we start checking from those 3 code names? Being Su Ruffing patted the back for a while, slowed down a lot of Li Shaoxing finally raised his head and wiped his face with a dampened paper towel. A criminal gang that can do this kind of thing is definitely not small. Even if it doesn't have the most direct relationship with those 3 code names, it most likely has interests with them. Not bad, the king of ideas has come up with new ideas again. But this time, the ideas don't seem to work that well. Not even waiting for Lin Yan to speak, Zhou Chuanbai had already helplessly glanced at Li Shaoxing. The things in this ancient tomb are not good to check. But do you think that those 3 code names are good to check? Lin Yan agreed with this and nodded slightly. That's right, if we want to find out any one of those 3 code names, we have to solve at least one outstanding case or strange case that has been backlogged in the country for several years. Probably because Lin Yan's words were a bit of a leap. He had only just finished speaking when Zhou Chuanbai, Li Shaoxing, Su Ruffing, and Huangfu Xiangling all looked at him in unison, their eyes carrying an almost identical look of doubt. Lin Yan. It seems like he accidentally said something about the original book plot that can't be covered at the current stage. However, very quickly, Lin Yan thought of all the information he had obtained during his previous interrogation of Centipede Su Jiachi, and his heart was instantly bolstered. Think about it, just a single Ming Ace organization. The members within it, Embroidery Lady, have done the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case, and Shang Lu has done the 10-carrying sedan chair night journey case. Now that Embroidery Lady has been captured and Shang Lu died at the border, let's forget about it for now. But there's still the Salt Lake mega-splitting case done by Clown, and the music classroom shredding and arson case done by Lady. If we want to find out the code name and identity of the head of the Ming Ace organization, we have to at least solve the Salt Lake massive body-splitting case and catch Joker, right? Hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai expressed his strong approval and nodded his head. According to the information that Centipede confessed to earlier, Clown is affiliated with the research department, while the department that woman belongs to, Centipede is not clear about. This is enough to show that Lady Boy's rank within the organization should be a bit higher than Clown. Saying that, Zhou Chuanbai casually wrote and drew a few strokes on the printout in front of him. So, if we really want to start with the Ming Ace organization, prioritizing the detection of the music classroom corpse arson case and catching the lady is the optimal solution. Lin Yan. Did he say something he shouldn't have? Zhou Chuanbai shouldn't be trying to catch the lady boy right now, right? Thinking back to the original book plot's timeline that was completely messed up into an exploding head, a few feelings of powerlessness rose in Lin Yan's heart for no reason. It's a mess. It's all messed up. The original book's female lead and her own father had set their sights on him as a villain. Not to mention that the main male lead was also off the beaten path. Can this world be good or not? Chapter 123. The CP that I was high on was demolished by my own hands? Zhou Chuanbai's power of observation was so keen that he quickly noticed the abnormality in Lin Yan's demeanor, and immediately said with a sideways glance, "Ah Yan, do you have any other ideas?" Lin Yan recalled that it would probably be around 600 or 700 chapters into the original book before Zhou Chuanbai would set his sights on him and embark on a battle of wits girl. And after hesitating for a moment, he still chose to go with his heart. For that kind of case to remain undetected for so many years, it might be more difficult than checking directly from the ancient tomb side. And Lin Yan rested his chin on one hand, a few careless smiles on his lips. Even though those cases done by members of the Ming Ace organization have all become old and strange cases, they all still have jurisdictions. We're only just getting credit now. Our actual authority is no different from before. If we go to other jurisdictions to steal their cases while already taking over a mega unsolved case. Looking at Zhou Chuanbai's gradually changing eye color, Lin Yan nonchalantly turned his pen. If we can directly detect it and successfully catch someone, it's fine if things go wrong. Instead, it will do us more harm than good. On the side, Li Shaoxing threw away the paper towel he had wiped his face with and expressed his strong agreement with Lin Yan's statement. It's indeed like this. Team Zhou, let's go over there like this and forget about the effort. In case we really make progress, the time spent is longer. Or if they find some excuse to snatch the case back, we'll be giving away the credit we've been given. Hearing Li Shaoxing's words, Su Ruffing agreed. That's right. Once something like this happens, there's no place for us to argue. Lan Minju would back them up, but it wasn't honorable to take credit for something like this. And in the event that it did happen, Lan Minju's first concern would be the face of the entire security system, not the interests of their special operations group. Even if Lin Yan's background wasn't bad, Lan Minju would still be able to use his technical advisor to help him. Even if Lan Minju's background wasn't great, Lan Minju would be able to use the special nature of his position as a technical advisor to give Lin Yan a separate share of the credit, leaving everyone else to work for nothing. Zhou Chuanbai lowered his eyebrows, also thinking of many possibilities in just a few moments. What they said did make sense. Unlike the Peach Blossom Totem embroidered face case, which was an unsolved case that took place near the precincts of Iqiao City, Zhou Yumin couldn't give them carte blanche to investigate, and all of their actions in other precincts had to be coordinated with the local security. Once something like this happened once, it wouldn't happen just this once. If they didn't fight to the end the first time and gave away the credit, something similar could happen every time they took over a case in another jurisdiction in the future. You have to know that merit does not only represent honor, but also promotions, raises, and bonuses, as well as quarterly and annual merit ratings and awards. Even if they put in a lot of hard work, it would be easy for them to fall head over heels in the face of the local precinct's joint calculations from top to bottom. In that case, they wouldn't have to mix with the special operations group afterward. After all, for the entire security system, as long as the old cases are solved, that is a happy thing. Thinking about this, Zhou Chuanbai's mind that had just risen silently rested, and returned his sight to the present. Then you guys think, what else is there to start in this case? This word out, the conference room once again quiet down. After 10 minutes, Zhou Chuanbai shook his head helplessly. All right, pack up. Let's go back and rest for a while and have a meal outside. It's useless to just sit here and think dryly. Why don't we combine labor and leisure for a bit? In the box that was decorated in a quiet and elegant manner and filled with the smell of food, Lin Yan sat with Zhou Chuanbai on his left and Huangfu Xiangling on his right, only feeling one head and two big ones. He actually felt that he was very bright, the kind that had thousands of whats. But on the contrary, Huangfu Xiangling barely looked at Zhou Chuanbai, only focusing on Lin Yan. I don't know what Huangfu Mingda said to her. This obvious behavior of getting close to the side of the white Fangfei can't help but frequently look sideways, feeling a little bit wrong. The intuition from the professional bodyguard made her feel that this girl's proximity had an ulterior motive. Bai Fangfei put down her chopsticks without moving, lowered her eyebrows and sent a few messages to Lang Shixiang before picking up the teapot and refilling the teacup in front of Lin Yan between Huangfu Xiangling's eyes. Lin Yan's mind was slightly relieved, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but hook. Next time, Lin Yan must wait for this female lead with a pit in her brain to sit down first, or have Bai Fangfei keep a close eye on the seat on the other side of him before he sat down again. If he went through this whole thing a few more times, Lin Yan would really get sick to his stomach. Counselor Lin. Huangfu Xiangling wasn't stupid either, obviously noticing that Bai Fangfei's gaze on herself seemed a bit off. Looking at Lin Yan with just the right amount of tentativeness in her eyes. Can I call you Ian just like Chuan Bai? Lin Yan. He was so close to choking on this mouthful of tea that he swallowed it down hard while smiling politely. That's not quite appropriate, Ms. Huangfu. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai's gaze shifted back and forth between the two of them several times. And when he heard this, his heart couldn't help but produce a few moments of gratitude. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough to open his mouth and call Ayen directly after hearing Zhou Yumin's words, without even asking a single question. As it turns out, it's the brave who enjoy the world first. After hearing Lin Yan's words, Huangfu Xiangling almost didn't even change her color, still wearing a decent smile. It's okay. You can call me Xiangling. Lin Yan. It seems that the contents of the original book can't be trusted either. In the original book, didn't this Huangfu Xiangling grow fond of each other only after a long day of full cooperation and mutual fulfillment with Zhou Chuanbai? Lin Yan knows that he is the butterfly that stirs up the wings on this plot line, but one can't, or at least shouldn't, have changed so much, right? How in the discovery of Lin Yan's family history is extraordinary. This heroine even the hero does not care about a little, directly is sticking to him. This is called how a thing. You don't want your simple white flower persona anymore? Thinking of his own in the book before, but also a little stand Zhou Chuan by ex Huangfu Xiangling, this pair of CP Lin Yan on the mood complex. The real Mu away from the original on the spectrum. I am high on the CP was I personally demolished. Lin Yan got goosebumps from his own thoughts, put down his chopsticks and stood up, nodding slightly to Zhou Chuanbai on the side. I'm going to the restroom. You guys go ahead and eat. Order more if you don't have enough. After saying that, he took a big step out of the box and entered the restroom under the guidance of the beauty, wearing a new Chinese cheongsam. In the shallow but fresh smoky scent, Lin Yan washed his face with cold water, looking at his young and handsome face in the mirror, but his eyes gradually sank. Regardless of what purpose Huangfu Xiangling and Huangfu Mingda were harboring, he would not consider selling his looks or burying his marriage freedom. But just as Lin Yan was about to leave the restroom, a system panel actually popped out in front of him again, as if it was engraved on a mirror, every word clearly visible. Junior, you've clearly gained the favor of a key person, but you're too timid to take the initiative. How is this like a counter-criminal investigation genius? Lin Yan. I thank you. Chapter 124. I, the king of the gambling table, have returned. Amidst the thank you to the whole family, that kept flashing in Lin Yan's mind. The text on the system panel continued to appear line by line, and the key person into the relationship and gradually will be completely controlled by the other party, play in the palm of your hands, is a counter-criminal investigation genius should do things. Go ahead. Get up close and personal with the other person and make her fall in love with you in minutes. Current mission. Complete a robbery with Huangfu Xiangling as the target, without being caught by the security guards. Mission time limit, 12 hours. Mission reward, I, the king of the gambling table, am back. Mission failure penalty. Bank card balance randomly reduced by a certain amount 1% probability of being empty. Lin Yan. You mom. Make it unforgettable. Is it by way of robbery? This beep system is a 10,000-year-old single dog, right? If it wasn't for the fact that there might still be someone else in the restroom, and that the attendant who had just guided him over might still be guarding the door, waiting to take him back, Lin Yan would have been cursing out loud by now. What the hell? And a robbery, really? This is knowing that Lin Yan will speculate on things involving human life, choosing a variety of ways to cope with it, and now you're engaging in this kind of special. But this was the first time that the dog system had directly helped Lin Yan choose a target. The usual quests, no matter what they were, could be picked by Lin Yan himself, suitable target. Even the first time Lin Yan selected the target as Zhou Chuanbai, it was only after Zhou Chuanbai took the initiative that Lin Yan tried to sell him that hot water bath of ice candy. But now, the district was just a female main character. Could it have so much energy? No, it should be said that wherever the villain really should do something, this goddamn system is always extraordinarily fond of pushing him over. Looking back at the previous various tasks, theft, murder, split corpse, trafficking, ice sugar, embroidery face, to the recent ostrich meat case and this robbery case, if Lin Yan hadn't been smart enough to think of all kinds of ways to deal with the situation, he would have been in deep trouble by now and would have had enough to eat a bullet if he hadn't cleaned up his act. And obviously, even if Lin Yan hard to carry through the punishment of, if you give me 3 days of light, this bad system still does not intend to let him go, have to drive him to the wrong way. And strange. This bad system is not secretly poked and prodded upgraded? Or did it make some changes in the determination mechanism? From clearly labeled kill people to naming Huangfu Xiangling, it seemed that as Lin Yan had gotten a variety of countermeasures out of the way, this dog system was different compared to before. Lin Yan frowned, gradually smoothed his brow in the mirror again, re-washed his face and left the restroom. Thinking about it more was not beneficial. There was a saying that there are policies at the top, but there are solutions at the bottom. As long as this awful system didn't have him rubbing his hands on nuclear weapons and stepping on time machines, he'd always have a way to deal with it. When Lin Yan returned to the box, everyone had basically eaten and drank their fill. Probably the plot of the original book was still somewhat in play. At this moment Zhou Chuanbai was chatting with Huangfu Xiangling about something, and they seemed to be having a good time. Lin Yan did not go back to his previous seat, in between them, cross a foot, but sat on the side of Li Shaoxing and Su Rufeng, lowered his eyebrows and played with his cell phone. Seeing that Zhou Chuanbai had already pulled Huangfu Xiangling into their special action group, Lin Yan moved his eyebrows and looked at Li Shaoxing, who was contentedly rubbing his belly on the side. Receiving the signal, Li Shaoxing was confused for a moment, not immediately reading Lin Yan's meaning until he scanned Lin Yan's cell phone screen, and then he took out his cell phone as well, as if in a state of realization. Not long after, 2 messages popped up in the group chat of the 5 people. Li Shaoxing. Huangfu Big Beauty sends red packets. Li Shaoxing. Starry eyes. GIF. On the other side of the dining table, Huangfu Xiangling and Zhou Chuanbai's cell phones rang at the same time, and they smiled at each other almost politely, briefly ending the conversation before opening their phones one after the other. Upon seeing the message, although Huangfu Xiangling was a bit surprised, she did not look for a reason to excuse herself, but instead, she was quite quick to send out a red packet. Seeing that Li Shaoxing had already claimed one, Lin Yan was no more polite. While the animation of the red packet being unwrapped finished playing, a prompt box popped up in front of Lin Yan. Congratulations to the host for completing the robbery, acting independently throughout and very quickly. Due to the fact that the host performed the robbery operation in full accordance with the target character specified by the system, and caused the target, Huangfu Xiangling, to have special emotional fluctuations, you will receive an additional random prop. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the special skill. I, the king of the gambling table, am back. Random props treasure box 1. Good. The determination mechanism of this awful system is really not very smart as usual. Luckily, it didn't take everything into account, or else Lin Yen would be sweating his ass off. If you did the math carefully, this seemed to be the shortest time Lin Yen had ever spent between accepting a mission and completing it and getting the special skill reward. Lin Yan's thin lips slightly hooked, although he was already restraining himself, but after realizing that the bad system was still as stupid as ever despite the changes it had made. He couldn't hide the pleasure in the bottom of his eyes, until he saw the amount of red envelopes displayed on his screen. This was a spelling luck red packet. Huangfu Xiangling had sent a total of $1,000. The total number of red packets was 5, which was already the upper limit of the software's red packet amount. Even if the average share down, counting Huangfu Xiangling himself, each of them can almost get 100, 200 or so, right? But Lin Yen, the second one to grab the red packet, got an amazing $9.88. That's right, not even $10. Lin Yen blinked and put away the system tip box. The smile on his lips couldn't help but be a little helpless. It seems that the fate between Miss Huangfu and I is very shallow. Under the light of the protagonist's aura, Zhou Chuanbai had grabbed nearly $400, directly taking all the portion that Lin Yen hadn't grabbed. It was really worthy of being written by the author of the original book as a complimentary and win-win pair of CP. Lin Yen had just finished speaking when another red packet appeared in the group chat, and the sender was Zhou Chuanbai. He raised his eyebrows, a little surprised to look at Zhou Chuanbai, glancing at the bottom of the eyes of the smile. Lin Yan's fingertips actually also ghostly clicked on the red packet. After the 4 words, "good luck," flashed, the amount of 530.77 appeared on Lin Yan's cell phone screen. He subconsciously looked at the total amount of the red packet. 1,000. Lin Yen. Although what he had just robbed wasn't much after completing the robbery and preserving his bank card balance, he wasn't too far off. Zhou Chuanbai to so give him find a scene? Lin Yen was almost spit out blood by the protagonist's aura and pulled the corner of his mouth in a complicated mood, directly ignoring the strange gazes that Huangfu Xiangling threw at him. Garlic, at least Zhou Chuanbai's impression of him is quite good, did not let the protagonist aura directly create death him. Even though this meal had left Lin Yen a bit drained, it was good that he had taken the time to complete a robbery and gained a special skill plus random props, and in general he had made a bloody profit. As for what exactly happened to the development of this pair of CPs afterward, that was none of his business. He had already clearly expressed his refusal anyway. Currently, what Lin Yen should be working on the most was not solving any major cases, but rather his ostrich meat case. Chapter 125, all politeness and not a touch of truth. The hardest part was completed, but he still had 4 other parts of the task that hadn't moved at all yet. It was just a pity that reality often went against his wishes. After resting in the hotel suite for a small half-day, Zhou Chuanbai finally decided to go back to Yiqiao City, Liquan Province, to arraign Wang Li, the owner of the escape room store. After all, at present, there are only 2 directions that can be investigated. The risk of waiting for the rabbit is too great and for a while cannot catch any really useful fish. Rather than in the South Yun province this side of the time-consuming and exhausting, it is better to go back to see in the content of the possible involvement of the evil religion, cannot pull out some useful clues. After listening to Zhou Chuanbai's narration, Lin Yen did not intend to follow him back even though he nodded his head in recognition. Let's do it this way, Rufeng, or Shaoxing and I will first go over to the southern Yun province side. I've observed the map, there's only one city road that can lead to the ancient tomb side, so we can first squat and visit over there, and we might be able to obtain some useful information as well. As he spoke, the corners of Lin Yan's lips hooked up slightly, his face normal. As far as the things inside that ancient tomb are concerned, it's not something that can be transported away by manpower alone. Of course, nothing is absolute. If they really want to transport it by manpower, then they will pass through the corresponding road sections in a short period of time and at a high frequency. I'll bring people to guard there, so I might just be able to spot a few suspicious targets. If they're using vehicles for transportation, then they'll definitely cover the carriages very obviously, and they can also try to discover the situation from that. Zhou Chuanbai frowned slightly, clearly not wanting Lin Yen to lead his men there alone. If you directly bring someone to guard there, it will be easy to alert the snakes and expose our purpose. Lin Yen, however, looked as if he had known he would say this, the curve of his lips unchanged. I can go and set up a stall. Those active on the front line in the criminal investigation brigade were already often wearing plain clothes, and when squatting near the suspected criminal's location of activity, they also often utilized various identities to disguise themselves. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Lin Yan wanting to wear plain clothes to set up a food stall. This is exactly the way he thought of to sell 100 ostrich meat buns openly. Regardless of whether or not he succeeded in squatting the criminals, he would be able to complete the mission issued by the bad system and get a generous reward. Wouldn't it be great? Solving cases, arresting people, punishing evil, fighting crime, and so on, that was something that the light of criminal investigation should do, and Zhou Chuanbai, the main male character, would be enough to do it. As for Lin Yan, he only needs to guard against being killed by the bad system, and fight with it to completely tame it for his own use as soon as possible. That's it. After Lin Yan's words fell, after a short period of contemplation, Li Shaoxing, Su Ruffing, and Huangfu Xiangling all agreed with this, nodding their heads in response. Without waiting for the others to speak, Huangfu Xiangling had already spoken out first. Then I'll accompany you over there, Counselor Lin. Lin Yan. You old milk back off. He was just about to voice his refusal, when Li Shaoxing, the sweet child, who obviously already knew Lin Yan's attitude, ventured out in time. It's better if I join Advisor Lin. He smiled at Huangfu Xiangling, looking harmless. I've heard from my seniors that there's a lot of work to do to set up a stall, preparing the ingredients, washing and cutting and cooking and all that. You have to put in a lot of effort. Advisor Lin definitely needs a right-hand man. I can do any dirty work. Saying this, Li Shaoxing also patted his chest, indicating that he was very reliable. On the side, Su Ruffing had long ago acted alone with Lin Yan and had taken the considerable bonus that Lin Yan had privately issued. Having already tasted the sweetness of this, he certainly didn't want to just give up on the possibility of obtaining the bonus again, and followed suit and spoke out. How much manual labor can you do here with this small body? As he spoke, Su Ruffing actually didn't forget to show off his well-developed biceps. Reaching out and knocking on them himself. Counselor Lin, pick me. I've got a handful of strength. Carrying 50 to 60 pounds of ingredients is no problem. Lin Yan. It doesn't have to be this way. Huangfu Xiangling opened her mouth, but froze without saying a word. She really had never thought that this young advisor who looked gentle and elegant but liked to engage in abstraction would actually be so sought after in their special operations team. With this rush of people, she couldn't create any opportunities to be alone with Lin Yan, even if she wanted to. What Huangfu Xiangling didn't expect even more was that Zhou Chuanbai, after a short period of contemplation, had also participated in this manhunt. Then I'll go with you to Nanyun Province, Ayan. Zhou Chuanbai glanced sideways at Huangfu Xiangling. The smile on his face was all politeness and did not contain a trace of true feelings. Xiangling, you just joined our action team. You don't need to do this kind of physical work as soon as you come in. We don't have too many rules. You, Shaoxing, and Ruffing will go to Yichao City first, and grab Wang Li to interrogate him about the god statue and the war dance statue. Communicate with us promptly if there is any situation. Li Shaoxing and Su Ruffing glanced at each other. Both said nothing more and accepted Zhou Chuanbai's arrangement quite frankly. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that the reason for this seemingly absurd robbing people was to protect the innocence of their Lin consultant. Regardless of how favorable Huangfu Xiangling's conditions are, as long as Lin Yan does not want to, they will not do that kind of make room for them to contact, thus causing Lin Yan to resent the behavior. After all, Huangfu Xiangling might not be able to stay for long, but Lin Yan is definitely the golden thigh that their special action group wants to hold on to. As far as those stunts Lin Yan carried, those who had seen them all said yes. A great treasure like their advisor Lin. How can a random woman compare to him? So, with Zhou Chuanbai's decision, the 5 members of the Special Operations Group went their separate ways for the time being. Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai plus by Feng Fei, booked the nearest high-speed train ticket and took a little stroll around Huajing City. As for that helicopter, since it was borrowed, of course it has to be returned. Gu Wenting is not taking the initiative to ask for it, but Lin Yan cannot keep hogging people's things. In the crowded mall, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai were sitting on either side of a coffee table, surrounded by a transparent glass fence that allowed them to clearly see the situation on the floor below. Bai Fengfei put out coffee and dessert for them, and herself stood by the glass fence holding a cup of milk tea, her eyes lowered, not knowing what she was thinking. Her shoulder-length short hair was slightly raised by the air conditioning, just enough to perfectly block the miniature earphones in her ears that were closed from time to time. Lin Yan only glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze and casually digging into a spoonful of cake. The sweet cantaloupe flavor escaped in her mouth, just the right amount of sweetness for dopamine to gradually begin to secrete. Suddenly, Lin Yan's gaze slightly lurched, clearly seeing a proper face between glimpses, but just in time for a minion panel to pop up. Chun Jiangtao, male, 36 years old. Class of fugitive wanted criminal with 15 lives on him, assaulting a security officer, endangering public safety by carrying explosives, and illegally trading in cultural relics. Sin value 201, has a certain anti-social personality, has already planted a bomb in a shopping mall, does things recklessly, not recommended to be taken as a junior. Lin Yan has already planted a bomb? Chapter 126. Just because I took one more look at him in the crowd. Well, what do you mean by flying into a rage? This is it. Lin Yan only felt that the cake in his mouth didn't even smell good anymore. The cantaloupe flavor that was fresh and sweet just a moment ago was suddenly a bit sweet and snoozy. He just wanted to stroll around a little bit before going to the plainclothes stall in Nanyun province, soothing the heartache that he had only just been created by Huangfu Xiangling, the unorthodox dog heroine, and he actually managed to come across this kind of thing. It's really going to be the life of the... Although normally speaking, if he and Zhou Chuanbai could have discovered it in advance and disposed of all the bombs that this person had made to ensure that none of the casualties were sustained, it would have been a great achievement. But how could Lin Yan explain it? He knew that he had just planted many explosives in this mall and was ready to detonate them at any time just because he took one more look at him in the crowd? These eyes are even more outrageous than clairvoyance? A human scanner? Zhou Chuanbai cannot be stupid, even like robbing the small heart of Bijin like exquisite, head also top a protagonist halo, and his success rate of lying is definitely worrying. Some lies once uttered, then have to use countless lies to round it. Lin Yan didn't want to be a slave to lies, always watching out for his own words. That would be too tiring. But now this situation. Lin Yan was also tired. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the satchel on the side of Bai Fangfei's waist. A thought flashed through his mind in a flash of lightning, and Lin Yan immediately put down his fork, took 3 or 2 steps around Zhou Chuanbai, came straight to Bai Fangfei's side, and put his hand into her bag. Bai Fangfei was slightly stunned, and after seeing Lin Yan's face, the gesture of her hand, which had already formed a claw with 5 fingers, instantly relaxed and turned to cast a puzzled look over. Lin Yan didn't say anything. He just took out 5 piles of money from inside, casually picking apart the banknote tying paper. He threw the red banknotes downstairs. When he saw the large amount of money flying through the glass fence and landing directly in the crowd of people loitering downstairs, Zhou Chuanbai couldn't help but widen his eyes and subconsciously looked at Lin Yan. But Lin Yan has been a little oblivious, while continuing to throw money, while casually shouted, "This young master is happy today, so I'll give everyone a little bit of joy." The red banknotes flew into the crowd like snowflakes, causing a burst of screams and cheers, and from time to time, a few words like, "Young master, look at me," and "Brother, I can" came out. The crowd soon became chaotic, like fighting for fish food, and crowded towards Lin Yan's direction. Lin Yan continued to spread money while locking onto Chun Jiangtao's position based on the conspicuous panel of minions. Chun Jiangtao was probably very short of money, and when he saw this kind of good thing falling from the sky, he seemed to have forgotten all about his original business, and was happily picking up money as well. Lin Yan looked at Zhou Chuanbai and put the last 2 piles in front of him. "Keep spreading. I'm going down." After saying this, Lin Yan signaled the satchel on Bai Fangfei's waist, and quickly bypassed the crowd, took a step of 4 or 5 steps in an inconspicuous corner, and quickly blended into the downstairs. After receiving this kind of mission from Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai also roughly understood Lin Yan's intentions. Although he was not clear about Lin Yan's real purpose, he believed that Lin Yan would not be aimless, so he also followed Lin Yan's example, pinched up a small half of a thick pile of red banknotes, and scattered them towards the bottom. Although it is more or less a little heartbreaking, right? But looking at the white Fangfei put 2 piles of red banknotes to their own hands, Zhou Chuanbai's mood and calm down, and even a kind of bizarre drunkenness, waving money like dirt, like comfort. In Zhou Chuanbai, pain and pleasure, when spreading money, Lin Yan has quietly touched the Chun Jiangtao neighborhood. At this time, Chun Jiangtao can be described as a shadowy creep. This mall in Huajing City belongs to the middle and high-end level. Not everyone has the financial resources to come over to spend money. Because of this, the people who came here actually had a little money at home. The cash that Bai Fangfei had with her was just for emergencies. Not much, and Lin Yan couldn't afford to throw away $10,000 like those money is like dirt dudes. Therefore, not everyone was able to put themselves down and pick up the red tickets that had fallen to the ground. But Chun Jiangtao completely disregarded this. At this moment, it was as if he was blinded by money, and he was busy picking up the bills scattered on the ground while catching the ones falling from the sky. Lin Yan didn't move and got closer and closer to him, just as he was keeping his eyes peeled to see where Chun Jiangtao had hidden the bomb's detonator. He only felt a blackness in front of his eyes. Something red and red came straight at his face. Splat! Lin Yan was so focused on peeking at Chun Jiangtao's coat pockets, backpack, and those places that he didn't even notice the rest, and was solidly smashed in the head by a small pile of red tickets. Lin Yan. He caught the red tickets that fell from his head into his hand, and almost subconsciously looked upstairs, and through a layer of transparent glass fences, managed to meet Zhou Chuanbai's somewhat bewildered face. Zhou Chuanbai smiled embarrassedly and dispersed the money in his hand before continuing to scatter it down the stairs. Only then did Lin Yan retract his gaze and look at Chun Jiangtao again. In an instant, the two of them met their gazes, and Chun Jiangtao's movements couldn't help but pause for a moment, and his brows furrowed in a tight frown. However, when he glanced at the brand new pile of red bills that Lin Yan was holding in his hand, which appeared to be red bills that had been thrown down from the upper floors, he averted his gaze as if nothing had happened and continued to look at the ground, searching for the scattered bills. Lin Yan. Bull beep. So it's the power of the protagonist's aura. Disrespectful, disrespectful, disrespectful. In such a short time, he was too late to disguise himself. Once Chun Jiangtao realized that the beginning of the money scattered, and at this time silently close to him is a person, but also not guaranteed to do anything too radical. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chuanbai accurate shooting sent this pile of tickets actually have such a use. But even if Lin Yan is close to Chun Jiangtao, he still has a big problem to face. From Chun Jiangtao's behavior, he did not seem to use a time bomb. After all, if this thing is timed, his actions now cannot be so leisurely, but will be panicked, rolled up the money as soon as possible to run away. Since the bomb wasn't timed, then Chun Jiangtao must have a detonator or something like that on him. If Lin Yan didn't make him lose all resistance in the first place, things would become very troublesome. Thinking about this, Lin Yan lowered his eyebrows to try and lower his presence, and at the same time, almost subconsciously looked at the system panel. The number of special skills he possessed now wasn't small, but none of them seemed to be truly specialized. If he used ancient martial arts, Baji Fist, in the event of a physical conflict with Chun Jiangtao, once he accidentally pressed the button on the detonator, everyone would have to play together. And little brother obey. I'm the big brother needed to face the target and still have a clear bite to ensure that the other party had heard the 8 words uttered by Lin Yan in full. But in Zhou Chuanbai's continued spreading money, this floor is noisy. Chun Jiangtao is still crawling in the shadows. This road does not seem to work either. Seeing the frequency of Zhou Chuanbai spreading money gradually decreasing, Lin Yan hurriedly clicked on the props mall, intending to treat the dead horse as a living horse once. Chapter 127. This scene is just too explosive. The mall should have been secretly refreshed when Lin Yan didn't notice, and the goods inside were completely different from what he saw this morning. After just a quick scan, Lin Yan noticed a special skill that had been refreshed again after many days. Special skill. Going to work? Who's decent enough to go to work? 1,000 points. Buy it and you'll never need to go to work again. But this time, after the exclusive skill, let me see how it goes, was triggered. The detailed information of this special skill was quickly displayed in front of Lin Yan's eyes. Going to work? Who's decent enough to go to work? As the saying goes, no man is rich, no horse is fat. If you want to stay away from going to work and stop being a hard-working cow or horse, you just need to master a handful of stealing skills that can make the world shift. Go on, young man. Go ahead and take whatever you see. Take as much or as little as you want, and bring 1 billion points of small, wonderful hand shock to the world. After reading the skill description, Lin Yan's eyes immediately lit up. Although stealing is wrong, but at a time like this, what to steal? He is clearly protecting the lives and property of the general public. The matter of fighting against illegal crime, can it be called stealing? Lin Yan's lips slightly hooked, immediately bought this special skill. In just a few seconds, a variety of arcane techniques and skills have been familiar with. Lin Yan even felt his hands a little itchy. He pinched a bunch of red vote tickets, covered his mouth and coughed lightly, and continued to follow the conspicuous and incomparable minion panel, feeling his way towards where Chun Jiangtao was. At this time, Zhou Chuanbai upstairs had finished spreading his money, and Bai Fengfei's bag of red tickets had been completely emptied. The two of them looked at each other at the coffee table, and then looked towards Lin Yan's location. As the rain of banknotes stopped, the crowd stopped clamoring and the density gradually decreased. It wasn't long before the two of them accurately captured Lin Yan's silhouette. Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei in the doubtful eyes, Lin Yan in the side of Chan Jiangtao passed 4 or 5 times, and respectively from the person's bag, took a pack of toilet paper, a detonator, a folded-up hand-drawn maps, a sandwich twists. Zhou Chuanbai, Bai Fengfei, Oh?
No, Budi?
Li Jie gone God and the devil? You're throwing out $70,000 to $80,000 in red tickets just to steal something from a guy's bag? With that kind of money, you can't buy anything you want. With Lin Yan's family background, which was enough to call him rich, this scene was really too explosive. It was so explosive that Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei didn't even pay attention to why this person had a detonator in his bag. Just as Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei's worldview was about to be shattered to pieces, they saw Lin Yan silently fumble out something that looked a bit like a walkie-talkie from the man's backpack behind him. Chun Bu Mu Chao. The moment she saw this thing, Bai Fengfei understood everything. Her complexion suddenly changed as she bent down and whispered in Zhou Chuanbai's ear, "This thing is a push-button bomb detonator." Zhou Chuanbai. His worldview, which had just been shaken to bits and pieces, quietly glued itself back together a little, and he hurriedly stood up. "Then let's go help." In most cases, the threat level of explosives such as bombs was even higher than firearms. After all, the kind of small pistol that criminals could get their hands on could no longer burst. It couldn't do the job of killing 7 or 8 people in seconds at once. But bombs, especially bombs installed in crowded areas, the human damage and property loss is often to be beyond imagination. Not long after, Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei also rushed down the stairs and leaned towards Lin Yan's position. And at this time Lin Yan was a bit of a mess. Going to work? Who's decent enough to go to work? This special skill brought by the stealing technique is indeed very bullish. He pulled out things from Chun Jiangtao bag or almost to fill his own satchel. Chun Jiangtao also froze what did not find. But not to say that this mall is a middle and high-ended. The security guards here have sharp eyes and quick hands. Lin Yan had already got the pressure bomb detonator, just intended to go up to Chun Jiangtao to press. As a result, this wave was a pure failure. He is still 5 or 6 steps away from Chun Jiangtao. I do not know where to rush out of the security guard with a riot fork. The sky descends on the general, justice directly to his fork on the ground. Not only that, this security guard in the control of Lin Yan, but also very polite to Chun Jiangtao came to a sentence. "Hello, sir. We now caught a thief on the spot. You see if there is anything missing in the bag?" When Chun Jiangtao heard this, his face directly changed. The look he gave Lin Yan was icy cold to the extreme, and he immediately pulled the backpack in front of him to take a look. Lin Yan, who had been rendered immobile by the riot fork and could only sit on the ground. Not good. It's broken. He made the security guard so angry that his brain buzzed, and saw that Chun Jiangtao had already realized that the detonator was missing, and was gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he walked towards himself. Looking like he was going to blow him to pieces, Lin Yan teeth a bite hard across. Directly from the satchel drew out a pistol. One-handed fling while pistol loaded, pointing straight at Chun Jiangtao. "Don't move. Give me both hands," holding the head crouched down. But obviously Lin Yan's previous behavior was too shocking. Whether it was the security guard who created him with a riot fork, or Chun Jiangtao, who had just lost the detonator, both froze and did not realize Lin Yan's true identity. The big brother of the security guard was also a sense of justice. After seeing Lin Yan's pistol, he clutched that riot steel fork, his eyebrows went up, and he shouted in an exasperated voice, "Good eye you. Even if you stole something, you still cosplayed a vigilante with an imitation pistol?" He didn't let Chun Jiangtao continue to approach Lin Yan, and even used his hand to slightly cover Chun Jiangtao's figure, and while his other hand was holding down the riot steel fork with a deadly grip and controlling Lin Yan, he didn't forget to sidle up and command, "Quickly hit the demon spirit. Send this person to the security center. Let him steal in broad daylight and scare people with imitation guns. This kind of person needs to be taught a lesson." Lin Yan. He had sort of realized what it meant to be heartbroken. Truly, the preconceptions in a person's mind are a big mountain. Chun Jiangtao originally had some uncertainty in his heart, but after seeing Lin Yan's delay in taking out his papers and explaining the situation to the security guard, he also sort of believed what the guard said, thinking that Lin Yan was only holding an imitation pistol. After pressing the red ticket into his pocket again, Chun Jiangtao didn't take his cell phone at all, but instead took 3 or 2 steps around the security guard's barrier and headed straight for Lin Yan's side. His goal was very clear. His eyes were filled with the murderous aura that would only appear after he had killed someone and seen blood, almost condensing into substance. Lin Yan's heart thumped, secretly said, "Bad." In the nick of time, Zhou Chuanbai used a very standard sliding shovel on the smooth floor of the mall and neatly sent Chun Jiangtao flying out. The big brother of the security guard was like an enemy, immediately pulling out his walkie-talkie. "Call for support. Call for support. The burglar has more than one accomplice. Lin Yan. This security guard is really a genius." Chapter 128. Seems to have been acted out by the security guards and the police jointly. It had come to this, and this big brother security guard actually thought that they were the criminals. What could Lin Yan say? Congratulate this security boss for never having seen a plainclothes case before, and for being a pillar of excellence who grew up in a law-abiding, peaceful, and loving environment? Under the cover of Bai Fengfei's deliberate efforts to block certain sneak peeks, Lin Yan raised his foot to kick away the riot steel fork and stood up from the ground. At this point, Chun Jiangtao probably finally realized that something was wrong. He seemed to have been acted out by a combination of security guards and cops, and had already started to run away on the spur of the moment. But what was Zhou Chuanbai carrying on his head? The protagonist halo, ah! How could the criminal he wanted to catch run away in front of him? Wasn't that the equivalent of slapping the author of the book, My Years of Fighting with Highly Intelligent Criminals, in the face? Thus, after only a few minutes of the he fled, he chased scene. Chun Jiangtao was pressed to the ground under the pursuit of Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai. Seeing Zhou Chuanbai pulling out big shiny handcuffs and handcuffing Chun Jiangtao's hands together, the security boss finally reacted. He dragged the riot steel fork that had just given Lin Yan a heavy blow and scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, comrade policeman, I really didn't expect that when you guys arrest a target you'd still use, Thinking of Lin Yan's repeated thefts but also a theft of a habitual thief behavior, the security brother's words just stuck in his throat. Said also not, said also not. As soon as Lin Yan saw the riot steel fork in his hand, he felt a little pain in his ass. The fall. He was on the verge of catapulting, but he let this thing hit his stomach and gave him a solid but squat, unprepared. His ass, which didn't have much fat to cushion it, definitely took a bad fall. Sinful. As soon as he thought of the high-speed train he was likely to take later this evening, Lin Yan wanted to pick up the riot fork and give the security guard a good thrashing as well. Where woo. I don't know which onlooker had struck the demonic spirit, but just as Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai had finished searching Chun Jiangtao to make sure he didn't have any other dangerous items on him, a group of heavily armed SWAT officers and a few plainclothes vigilantes joined the fray. Zhou Chuanbai gave Lin Yan a look, then took out his ID and took the initiative to go forward to negotiate with the leader of the SWAT team. Bai Fengfei looked at Lin Yan somewhat helplessly, and also took the initiative to lean towards the plainclothes vigilantes. Not long after, a few plainclothes officers walked into the crowd with their IDs and demanded that these onlookers delete everything they had just filmed. And Lin Yan also brought Chun Jiangtao closer to the group of SWAT officers, taking out the map, detonator, and triggers he had just stolen from his satchel. Let's rule out the bombs in this mall first. In case he set the timer in addition to the manual detonation, it'll be troublesome. As soon as his words fell, the few SWAT officers around him looked over in unison. Lin Yan ignored these gazes with good grace, unfolding the somewhat rough, half-hand-drawn map, indicating the places on it that had been highlighted and circled. Please send someone to these places to take a look. The SWAT team leader nodded slightly, and someone on the side then immediately took that map and quickly began to move. How did you realize that something was wrong with him? The SWAT team leader sitting in command looked at Lin Yan with a gaze full of sizing up. To be able to recognize him at a glance from such a dense crowd, Advisor Lin really has good eyesight. Zhou Chuanbai heard the man's words and his brows furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to voice his dislike back, Lin Yan had already laughed out. This is a Class A wanted criminal? You don't recognize it? He spread his hands out, his eyebrows slightly raised as he nonchalantly leaned back. If we didn't happen to be here today, when this guy detonates the bomb, you guys are going to hit the big time, yo. Offhandedly, just as Lin Yan's words fell, a voice came out of the SWAT team leader's walkie-talkie. Holy, this is Raider 8. I found a bomb in a fire hydrant in the children's clothing area on the 3rd floor of the mall. Is it to be defused immediately? Not only the SWAT team leader, after hearing this inquiry, Zhou Chuanbai, and the two plainclothes vigilantes on the side all had a slight change of color. Only Lin Yan, who had long been aware of all this, remained calm, and even raised an eyebrow at the SWAT team leader in an almost provocative manner. The face under the helmet of the SWAT team leader completely blackened, and pressed the walkie-talkie to say in a cold voice, "The detonator has been seized. Once the bomb is found, disarm it immediately." Ahem. That. Team leader Zhou, Counselor Lin. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, the plainclothes vigilante on the side rushed forward to divert the attention of the crowd. "Is it convenient for you guys to time this?" He wore a smile on his face, a benevolent aura if nothing else, making him look gentle and harmless as a whole. "If it's convenient, you also follow the trip back. Let's go through the process, make a statement, but also convenient to rationalize the causes and consequences of this matter together." Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai looked at each other, although the heart are a little helpless. But no way. When Lin Yan decided to stop the explosion, he had to be prepared for trouble and delayed travel. In this way, Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai, and Chen Jiangtao enjoyed a handful of police cars and were brought into the precinct security office. The process of making a statement is very simple. After all, Chen Jiangtao's identity is here. Lin Yan is also known for his amazing memory. The sentence, "I feel that this level of fugitive wanted criminal will not leisurely come to visit high-consumption shopping malls," perfectly explains everything for Lin Yan. As for the abstract behavior of stealing, in the end it is still flawless. After making a statement, Lin Yan was not too good at rubbing his buttocks in public, and could only retreat to rubbing his old waist that had been hit hard by the security guard. He was still thinking about how he could comfortably arrive in Nanyun province, when the plainclothes vigilante who had invited them to make a statement earlier walked out of the interrogation room with a vegetable face. He had obviously learned quite a bit of information and came straight towards Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai, who were about to walk out of the door of the security office. That. Team leader Zhou, Counselor Lin, wait. If your arrangements aren't in a hurry, can you interrogate the suspect? After all, this person was discovered by you and caught by you. By then the prize money and credit will also be yours, haha. Ahem. I heard that your interrogation level is very high. There's no mouth you can't pry open. Lin Yan was a little surprised as he looked at the relatively young, blushing vigilante and didn't immediately respond. Inviting someone else to help them interrogate a suspect was more or less a bit of a slap in their face. Just how big of a wall had this young man encountered on Chen Jiangtao's side? And after losing his pride, he wasn't even going to protect the little face he had left. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai had noticed Lin Yan's hand on his waist, rubbing it lightly from time to time. Knowing that the security guard's riot fork had brought Lin Yan a very sour wound, and thoughtfully said, Yan, let's stay here for a while. I'm just a bit tired. I also want to take a rest." Lin Yan's lips pursed. His gaze towards Zhou Chuanbai was more or less helpless. This brat definitely wanted to see him use the questionable imperial green. One more time. Definitely. Although it was only a moment of eye contact, Lin Yan inexplicably felt the illusion that his secret had been spied on. Chapter 129. Going home but receiving a jar of lime. The interrogation room was quiet and somewhat oozing, the bleak white light hitting Chen Jiangtao's lowered brow, adding a sense of decadence to his whole person. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai sat at the table, quite tacitly remained silent, and on his side sat a young security officer who made a statement. I don't know what Chen Jiangtao said to them, but when the security officer went out to invite Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai, he had already spent a certain amount of time, and the young security officer was actually still writing. Lin Yan was originally still somewhat absent-mindedly turning the ring on his hand that was inlaid with the Ask and Receive Imperial Green, and after noticing that the person's pen hadn't stopped, he almost subconsciously looked over. The beginning is not the cliched name, age, but instead is a sentence from Chen Jiangtao's mouth out of the 16 years ago. Good guy writing a novel here? Lin Yan's eyes slightly moved, hurriedly suppressed the curiosity that gradually emerged. Looked back at Chen Jiangtao. His expression remained calm. Not long after, the sound of falling pens finally stopped. The interrogation room completely became pin-drop audible. Chen Jiangtao, male, 36 years old, class of fugitive wanted criminal, has brutally murdered more than a dozen people. The chain of evidence is relatively complete. Zhou Chuanbai read the information on the desktop unhurriedly, looking at Chen Jiangtao with a measuring look in his eyes. You should be clear that with all these human lives you're carrying, once you're caught, it's a death. Instead of resisting, why don't you honestly explain your motives for planting the bomb in the commercial building? And if you help us catch a few big fish, you might even be able to redeem yourself and fight for a lighter sentence. Heh. Chun Jiangtao let out a light laugh, still looking like a dead pig. I've already said that this was all my own idea. No one else was involved, and there were no big fish. You all have asked me so many times. Don't you think it's a bit of a waste of each other's time? Zhou Chuanbai wanted to laugh a little at this, but his expression did not change in any way due to the occasion. No one instructed you? Then where did you get your bombs and triggers? We also found a detonator on you. How do you explain that? Although the process of searching out is not so legal and compliant. Just say whether it was found on his body or not. Although detonators can be purchased through legal channels under the premise of legal use, its control and approval is not lax. At the very least, an ordinary hitman would not be able to apply for it at all. It was also because of the need to learn the source of these bombs, triggers, and detonators that they needed to interrogate the wanted criminals again who were already enough to eat a gun. But it was clear that even with Zhou Chuanbai's personal intervention, Chun Jiangtao was still resisting. It's all rubbed by my own hands, okay? Zhou Chuanbai. He was completely speechless, almost subconsciously glancing sideways at the thoughtful Lin Yan. Feeling Zhou Chuanbai's gaze, Lin Yan casually pushed the pile of information in front of him, his brows lightly furrowed as he looked at Chun Jiangtao, his eyes complex. Let's put aside what you did for now and just talk about cause and effect. You killed those 15 people to avenge your daughter and wife, right? Lin Yan's emerald ring-wearing finger gently tapped the tabletop, word by word. If your wife and daughter are alive in heaven, they should be proud of you for doing this. Obviously touched by a soft place in his heart, Chun Jiangtao's complexion moved slightly and did not immediately answer Lin Yan, but lowered his eyes slightly reddening. Very well, it seems I was right. Lin Yan nodded slightly, seeing that Chun Jiangtao had already been touched emotionally. He continued to ride the wave of victory. Your daughter was bullied to death, so you killed those classmates who hurt her. Your wife was killed twice, so you killed their parents. You also thought that what you did was right? Lin Yan's eyes grew cold, the emotions that had once swirled within them disappearing into thin air. That old father of yours who is nearly 60 years old is alive and well. So all of this that you have done has nothing to do with his grudge. If you were trying to continue to seek justice for your wife and that unborn child, then you should have gone to the hospital that made their resuscitation ineffective. So, you're calling for justice for your daughter. Lin Yan was always keeping an eye on Chun Jiangtao's expression and eyes, and when he saw a slight change in his complexion, he knew that his guess was already 8-9 out of 10. He turned the ring and pursed his thin lips slightly. Well, let me continue to guess. How much of an injustice it must be to require you to use such an extreme method to make the person in charge of this precinct show his face on the news. Seeing that his motives were already on the verge of being completely dissected, Chun Jiangtao simply stopped hiding and yelled excitedly. He deserves to die. Oh! Ha 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 ha. His already reddened eyes were almost in a rage at this time, shedding tears and crying and laughing madly at the same time. They deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Oh! My daughter. She is only 16 years old. When I received the news and rushed back, I didn't even see her last. Do you know what those did to her? He. Bang! Chun Jiangtao's handcuffed and confined hand was raised high, fiercely slapping the small table board on the interrogation chair. Those are underage even if they forced women dry. Tortured to death evidence is conclusive, but also cannot sit in jail for a few years. But my poor daughter, her bones are not surviving said here. Chun Jiangtao's emotions are obviously more agitated. His hand with the handcuffs on the tabletop smashed clunk. They didn't go through my consent. Directly cremated the person is already excessive enough. That gang of living actually gave me an altar of lime. Lime. Are they still human? Is this something that people can do? Chun Jiangtao's voice trembled, roaring hoarse. My wife went to them with a big belly to reason with them, but they joined forces and took my wife as well. Oh, the law won't punish them heavily. Then I will personally seek justice for my wife and daughter. I ask you all, what's wrong with me? Huh? We would have been an ordinary but happy family of 4. Ha 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 ha. I was going to send a big news to this place with this mall. Who gave them the power to harbor that crematorium? Who gave them the authority to casually take away my daughter's ashes to match a plutonium marriage? The interrogation room wasn't exactly big, and his words almost produced a few somewhat muffled echoes in the room. Whether it was Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai in the interrogation room, or the security guards in the monitoring room next door, all of them fell silent amidst Chen Jiangtao's questioning voice. At such a time, say a no longer want to revenge, cannot kill, cannot trample on the law, and so on, will seem too pale. And here, Lin Yen is also clear about the reason why this person will appear on the little brother panel with a sentence, with a certain antisocial personality. But, despite Chen Jiangtao's saddening experience, the purpose for which he and Zhou Chuanbai were sitting in this interrogation room had yet to be accomplished. Chapter 130. A gentleman does not force himself on others. Lin Yen lowered his eyebrows and gently stroked the face of the Emperor Green Ring. His tone still cold and even. Your explosives. Where did you get them all from? Chen Jiangtao's emotions obviously hadn't slowed down yet, but under the wraps of the question and answer Imperial Green, he answered sharply and dryly. I know a few miners, from their hands to buy, and their own way to change the change. Not bad, this answer was right on the money. Lin Yen just happened to ask in passing. After the death of your wife and daughter, you should have spent all your savings on revenge against your enemies. Where did you get the money to buy this kind of dumped and overpriced detonator? Chen Jiangtao did not seem to want to say. His expression was very awkward, but his mouth was not at all under his own control, completely with his own thoughts. I am more familiar with a dumping, followed him to run a pit, sold 2 pieces of cultural relics. Stealing the tomb, also sell cultural relics. As Chen Jiangtao's words fell, the sighs in the hearts of the people present were instantly swept away, replaced by surprise and gravity. Originally thought that just caught a wanted criminal with antisocial tendencies, did not think, there is an unexpected surprise. Although he did everything for a reason, the law sometimes does tolerate love. But love is not so tolerant. Even if Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai found the bomb in advance, and did not let it be successfully detonated to avoid serious consequences, but Chen Jiangtao carrying explosives jeopardized public safety, is the fact that cannot escape. Lin Yen looked at the clear suspicion and killing intent under Chen Jiangtao's eyes, and motionlessly cancelled the have a question and answer Imperial Green selection. The questions that should be asked had almost been asked. If he overdid the display of divine power, it might bring him unnecessary trouble. Lin Yen is really a little bit unable to sit on the bench, did not wait for that young security officer to write a good statement, left the interrogation room, straight out of the security office. In the bright spring light, Bai Fangfei was sitting on a roadside bench near the security office, leisurely crossing her legs and holding a cup of milk tea. The dappled shadows of the trees hit her, and her short shoulder-length hair was lifted by the wind, making her whole person look relaxed and idle. How is it? Should we go to the hospital? When Bai Fangfei saw Lin Yen walking over but not sitting down, she couldn't help but bring a few smiles between her brows. Lin Yen. His face darkened, and just as he wanted to dislike him back, the cell phone resting in his satchel rang, and the caller ID showed old Lin. Lin Yen put on his Bluetooth headset, thinking of the money Lin Songhai had called. The mood he had just been stabbed by Fangfei was slightly soothed. Not busy, old Lin? Aha! Lin Songhai didn't seem to be in a joking mood, and after answering the voice, he went straight to the point. Have you met Huangfu Mingda? TSK. This old boy is really well informed. Lin Yen subconsciously glanced at the humanoid monitor by Fangfei, who was still drinking milk tea, and frowned lightly. Yes, I've met you. Is there any grudge between you guys? No, but their family is really not bad. Lin Songhai's tone of voice was proper for no more than 3 sentences before it started to turn sour. Your mom and I have discussed it. If you have plans in that area, you can get in touch with Xiangling. Lin Yen. Your old man is called quite affectionately. It was also that Lin Songhai couldn't see right now. Otherwise Lin Yen would have rewarded him with a big blank stare. You think their family is good. Why don't you join the family in the past? Lin Songhai. Bastard speaks with no sense of humor. Okay, I didn't force you, but you're not too young now, it's time to think about this. Early to meet the right, early to become a family. Like when your mom and I were. At your age, our bellies were big. Lin Yen. He's only 19, not 29. Is there any mistake? Lin Yen instantly felt a head of 2 and let out a long breath. No need. I don't have any feelings for the Huangfu family. and I don't intend to consider this matter for the time being. If I meet a suitable one, I will naturally take the initiative to mention it. You guys don't have to worry about this anymore. Aren't things at work busy enough? And Lin Yan's situation is similar. Only just walked out of the security office. Zhou Chuanbai also received a phone call, or a completely unfamiliar number. As soon as he connected, a somewhat familiar voice came from the opposite side. Hello, Team Leader Zhou. This is Huangfu Mingda. Zhou Chuanbai frowned, and although his heart sank slightly, his tone remained calm. Hello, Mr. Huangfu. Do you have any instructions for calling specially? Hehe. Team Leader Zhou is polite. No emotion could be heard in Huangfu Mingda's words. I've heard that before you guys left, you've done another amazingly big case in Huajing City. Very good, really good. Zhou Chuanbai's frown deepened, intuiting that the other party was probably coming from a bad place. But polite words still came out of his mouth. Where? Maintaining public safety and protecting the people. These are what we should do. Well, it's really good that you guys have such thoughts. Huangfu Mingda really turned his tone, leading the topic to where he really wanted to say, but, are you guys questioning Xiang Ling's ability in any way? Why don't you see her getting involved? Zhou Chuanbai's eyes turned cold, glancing at Lin Yan, who stood not far away in the light and shadow of a tree branch, and let out a light laugh. According to different work arrangements, our action group is splitting up. Xiang Ling is already on her way back to Yiqiao City with 2 other members. The work over there is equally vital. However, it was clear that Huangfu Mingda had no intention of just buying it. Team Leader Zhou, you should know that I think highly of Advisor Lin. A gentleman has a man's heart. Looking at Lin Yan's cold face after he hung up the phone not far away, Zhou Chuanbai's tone also chilled. Mr. Huangfu, a gentleman does not force himself on people. Everyone has the freedom to choose their own life trajectory. Well, good, very good. Huangfu Mingda laughed softly a few times. I know your attitudes. After saying this, he directly hung up the phone, not giving Zhou Chuanbai any room to add anything. Zhou Chuanbai looked at the string of phone numbers and pondered for a moment, but still wrote a note on it to save it, and then lifted his steps towards Lin Yan and Bai Fangfei's location. After the 3 of them met, except for Bai Fangfei who was still drinking milk tea by herself, both Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai could feel that each other's mood was not too good. Combining the phone call from Lin Songhai just now, and Zhou Chuanbai's action of answering the phone, Lin Yan could actually probably guess what had happened. He laughed extremely lightly, the depressed color on his face gradually fading away. It's fine, don't worry about that. If they have to play nasty, I can just quit and put my leave slip up high. After thoroughly confirming that the dog system seemed to have taken the judgment mechanism and exchanged it for certain things that were still chicken ribs, Lin Yan felt that he was fully capable of facing all the tasks to come. The bad heroine's family, if they really had to create him, also just sent Lin Yan the opportunity to part ways with Zhou Chuanbai. He wore If a Dragon Aotian novel is okay, usually that kind of book in The Little Brother, as long as good to follow the male lead, all kinds of benefits are inevitable. But in this kind of criminal investigation and deduction novel, the people around the protagonist are the easiest to block the knife for him. Good luck with a long life lock. Cannot save the kind. After all, after Lin Yan's personal confirmation, Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura is ridiculously bright, not something he can just fight against as a villain. He usually was bad system chuang, even if, really if you can have the opportunity, or away from this hero a little bit better. After getting to Lin Yan's meaning, Zhou Chuanbai raised his eyebrows thoughtfully, and was just about to say something when a sharp sound of brakes suddenly resounded through the intersection. Chapter 131. He became a part of their play, is it? Lin Yan's chest was iced by the good luck long life lock, so cold that his heart trembled, and he subconsciously dodged a few steps behind Zhou Chuanbai. After all, the protagonist aura is here. If it is true that even Zhou Chuanbai was the sudden heavenly disaster down, the big deal is that Lin Yan went to ask Li Huilan to cure him. The result was similar to Lin Yan's idea. That car straight towards Lin Yan's waist hit the car. In the moment he hid behind Zhou Chuanbai, I do not know whether it is the driver inside the conscience, or in a hurry to turn the steering wheel, or by some kind of mysterious power to push a little. In short, the car did not crash into Zhou Chuanbai, but instead rushed towards Bai Fangfei, who was sitting on the side. With one hand, Bai Fangfei's white palm pressed on the wooden bench, and her whole body was like a dexterous rabbit, lightly jumping to the back of the chair, like a graceful ballerina landing calmly on the ground. Even the milk tea in her hand did not spill a drop. Lin Yan watched in wonder from the sidelines, and at the same time, His heart couldn't help but be a little shocked. See, he was right in his thinking. This car wouldn't hit Zhou Chuanbai, but it would indiscriminately go and create everyone around Zhou Chuanbai, except for this young man's official heroine, Huang Fuxiangling, who can have a good time with him. Not far away is the police station. The driver's vehicle stalled. The front end of the car is also embedded in the bench. Just parked here, cannot move, not a few minutes to be brought into the center. This time, Zhou Chuanbai did not choose to go back, but looked Lin Yen up and down a few times, and then looked at the high luxury watch on his wrist. Nodded. I don't feel right. Let's not delay our trip later. Hurry and go over to Nanyun province to take a look. Lin Yen nodded, recognizing Zhou Chuanbai's idea. All right, Feng Fei, you call a car. Let's go to the high-speed train station now, lest there be any more changes. Zhou Chuanbai, who had a protagonist's halo on his head, could feel that something was wrong, and Lin Yen, as a book wearer, should really pay attention to it as well. Their itinerary today should have been to go directly to Nanyun province, stepping on the location close to the ancient tomb, checking the situation, and waiting for the ingredients to be used for the stall to be delivered. But coincidentally, Lin Yen was obviously sitting on the second floor, but he was able to see Chun Jiangtao's face through a layer of glass, and that's how he saw that little brother's panel. At that time, Lin Yan's mind was thinking about all the bombs that had been installed in the mall, and did not think too much about other things, but now when he thought back carefully, it was really strange. Especially linked to the security guard who thought he was incredibly smart and confidently created him with a riot steel fork after he pulled out a gun, as well as the owner of this inexplicably twitchy car now. Zhou Chuanbai couldn't figure out what the special force was blocking his trip, but Lin Yen knew exactly. Those big fish in the South Rutland province, and the tomb of the large serial security involved in these criminals. I'm afraid that Zhou Chuanbai is not at this stage of the existence of this stage should be arrested. That's why the original book's plot is desperately trying to fix the bugs, trying to keep him here first. Without a doubt, if Lin Yen had broken his bones from that fall caused by the riot steel fork trauma, or if he had just failed to dodge this car, Zhou Chuanbai would definitely choose to stay here to take care of him. After all, under the combined efforts of Lin Songhai and Huang Fumingda, Zhou Chuanbai could surely think that once he chose to continue traveling to Nanyun province, the division of labor in their special operations team would become like this. Zhou Chuanbai, Su Rufeng, and Li Shaoxing will meet in Nanyun province. Lin Yen will stay in the hospital. Huang Fuxiangling will most likely be under the guidance of Huang Fumingda, attentively guarding his bedside. Zhou Chuanbai was a righteous person. He would not let Lin Yen be so vulnerable, but he did not even have a trustworthy person by his side. Thinking about this, Lin Yen slowly raised his head. His eyes fell on the verdant greenery on both sides of the road that blocked most of the sunlight, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but purse and purse. This butterfly's wings have flapped like this. The original book authors will left in this world, actually still correcting the plot. After learning that even Zhou Chuanbai would be swayed by the self-correcting plot, Lin Yen actually already knew the reason why Huang Fumingda would look at himself. Aside from the Lin and Lung family's family lineage and Lin Yan's own conditions, the original book author's will was definitely creeping in. Didn't the protagonist of his book call his brother and sister to the villain, tethered to a supposedly evil villain, and begging for help? He directly sends the official female lead to the villain's hands, and while the female lead, due to her family background and beauty, launches an upside-down pursuit of the villain, the protagonist, a roadblock that flashes up from time to time, also brushes his face in front of the female lead. As time passes, the protagonist and the heroine will still be guided by fate to grow fond of each other, fall in love with each other, and, like the original plot direction, embark on a sensational, free love without fear of the world's eyes. At that time, Lin Yen, the villain, would naturally retire. Both he and Huang Fumingda had to become the flint for the heating up of each other's feelings between this pair of hero and heroine. He became a link in their play. Is it? These things do not think deeply, okay? Once so linked up to think a clear, Lin Yan's mood is as complex as a woolen ball mixed with a cat. Could it be that, in the end, everyone's emotions, behavior, thinking, logic, and even everything have to be the author of the original book led by the nose? Then why let Lin Yen know the concept of the world in the book explicitly? Playing with people for fun? Tricked in to kill? In the fresh breeze of spring and summer, Lin Yen stood amongst the shadows of the trees without a word, the emotions in his heart flipping over and over, already on the verge of breaking the dike completely. All right, let's go first. Zhou Chuanbai gently patted Lin Yan's shoulder. His face was still calm and gentle. He didn't seem to have gone through too much thought. He just felt almost intuitively that today's trip couldn't be delayed. Ah Yen, the car is here. Lin Yen back to God. Eyes are still a little heavy, only very light nod. Then take the lead to lift the step towards the back seat of the car. The phrase, "it's hard to be confused," was indeed very true. If Lin Yen didn't realize that he had come to a book, but remained as an NPC that could be arranged at will, he wouldn't have such complicated emotions. Just like Zhou Chuanbai at this moment. He didn't realize that he was just a character in a book, nor did he know that he had a protagonist halo over his head. He was no different from millions of ordinary people, working hard in the direction he loved and planning to dedicate his life to it. But Lin Yen had a lot more to think about. Perhaps, while fighting with the bad system, he really had to think about the direction he was going to take in the future. But where there was still a chance that he could fight, Lin Yen didn't want to be manipulated by the author of the original book. The purpose of his traveling through the book was not to become a chess piece that would jump around on the board by itself, but to become the real chess player. The car that inexplicably crashed over was like a signal, representing the official start of the game between the book wearer and the author of the original book. Chapter 132. Do you know what you're doing? Even though Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai were both a bit preoccupied, the three of them managed to get on the high-speed train relatively smoothly. Lin Yen put the seat down and he himself smoothly half lying down, took out his eye mask and put it on, intending to just out of sight, out of mind, and arrive in Nanyun province as smoothly as possible. The more the author of the original books will prevent Zhou Chuanbai from going to Nanyun province right now, the more Lin Yen was going to go against it and rush there with Zhou Chuanbai as early as possible. Even if the Class A wanted criminal appeared in front of him again, or even popped up right in front of his eyes, he would definitely not care anymore. The fact is also true, and Lin Yan's expectations are almost the same, at least in the first program. Lin Yan do not hear things outside the window in both ears. Almost all did not take off the eye mask. Pure and simple is not able to sleep, also hard to lie down. But Lin Yan is really unexpected. By Fangfei fixed high-speed rail ticket, midway actually need to change. He was dumbfounded when he was shouted up by Fangfei, and if it wasn't for the fact that the time to change trains was relatively valuable, Lin Yan would definitely want to dislike Fangfei first. And not surprisingly, the accident came at this time. Lin Yan saw a very special panel of minions amongst the crowd. Xunyu Hoven, male, 20 years old, transporting artifacts. Apart from the introductory name and age, the entire minion panel only had 4 dry words plus a punctuation mark, and there was no sin value written at all. Moreover, this little brother panel wasn't always there. It was like smoke that would drift away at any time, appearing and flickering. Often, when that young man with a backpack and student dress lowered his head, this little brother panel would suddenly flash, but it quickly disappeared. What was this called? Schrodinger's crime? Lin Yan frowned in confusion, only looked at Xunyu Hao's face twice more, then ignored it, walked straight to his seat, and directly put the seat down. Garlic, the matter is not a matter of concern. Could this person still take the artifacts he was transporting and come to this side of the business seat to create him with his face? The privacy of this seat was great, and no matter how powerful the author of the original book was, it wasn't outrageous to this extent, was it? And so, with Lin Yan's deliberate avoidance, the second leg of the high-speed train also went smoothly. But I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but from the time he came out of the high-speed train station until he got into the cab, Shen Yuhei had been walking on Lin Yan's heels, and his corresponding minion panel had been swaying from time to time. What's more, when Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei got out of the car and went to look at the house with the landlord they had contacted in advance, Shen Yuhei was still here as well. Lin Yan's lips pursed slightly, and he felt like an old monk who was sitting still. The other vigilantes who had just joined not long ago were reading files and doing miscellaneous work in the file room every day in the earnest expectation that they would be able to solve major cases. And Zhou Chuanbai, he has already done a big case, took the first-class merit not to mention, and now also by a humanoid self-propelled credit to run after. What was this called? Lin Yan turned away his gaze, completely treating Xunyu Hao and the panel of minions that appeared and disappeared above his head as air. In fact, even if he really wanted to go over and press this person, there was no reason to do so. After all, Xunyu Hoven wasn't a wanted criminal, and based on the on-again, off-again status of the minion panel, it could also be rolled out Xunyu Hoven himself probably didn't even know that the thing he was transporting was a cultural relic. Even if such a person was caught, the most that could be done was to recover an artifact, that's all. In the country of flowers, stealing tombs, trading in cultural relics, and trafficking in drugs are all heavy penalties, and those who dare to do this kind of thing usually have a low sense of counter-surveillance. Xunyu Hoven's mouth cannot pry out any useful information. Lin Yan went up to cause Zhou Chuanbai suspicion for nothing? Until Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei finished looking at the house and signed the contract, Shen Yuhei still didn't leave, but was in the alley at the side of the small courtyard of this self-built house, seemingly waiting for someone. Lin Yan was too lazy to care about him, looking around this small courtyard that was cleaned up and planted with several kinds of flowers, stretching a big lazy waist in the bright sunshine. But while Lin Yan didn't want to care about anything, Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei found something wrong. Zhou Chuanbai walked out of the small courtyard and casually wandered around the periphery, while Bai Fangfei crouched behind the wall, keeping an eye on Shen Yuhei's side. Bai Fangfei's thoughts were simple. As a professional bodyguard who had been hired over, she had long since noticed this person who had been wandering around Lin Yan's neighborhood. Even if this person appeared to be just a clear-cut male college student, she couldn't take it lightly. One had to go and eliminate all possible sources of danger around Lin Yan. Zhou Chuanbai, on the other hand, felt in a blessedly intuitive way that this person was a bit out of the ordinary. The self-built house BB they had chosen to get as close to the squatting location as possible was relatively remote, and had to be 6 or 7 kilometers away from the city's main road. There was neither a university, nor an office building, nor a distinctive tourist area in this neighborhood. So what was this college student-looking guy waiting for here? Thus, the duo who were getting closer to Shen Yuhei, almost simultaneously, heard the words spoken by this clear-cut male college student. "I've been waiting for almost half an hour. Why aren't people coming? Do you guys want this thing or not? Huh? Stuff? What stuff?" As soon as these words came out, those seemingly normal behaviors of Shen Yuhei before instantly became full of holes in Zhou Chuanbai's mind. His brows furrowed, but he didn't immediately act rashly. Instead, he silently returned to the small courtyard and came to the vicinity of Bai Fangfei. Lin Yan was still sunbathing leisurely on the rocking chair placed in the small courtyard, intending to just quietly watch the male lead perform. About 10 minutes later, the person who had handed over the items with Shen Yuhoven finally arrived. Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei also unsurprisingly pressed them both all, and retrieved a carefully wrapped piece of porcelain from Shen Yuheit's backpack. Seeing this small and delicate porcelain, Bai Fangfei almost subconsciously made a sound. Secret colored porcelain of the late Tang and 5th dynasties. She looked incredulously at Shen Yuhei, then at the young woman who had come to him to get the item, and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Shipping such national treasures? What were you thinking? Trying to find a place to feed and house yourself for the rest of your life, where you can eat and drink without worrying? Although Zhou Chuanbai didn't know much about cultural relics, he knew more about the legal provisions. Seeing that Bai Fangfei had already affirmed the value of this porcelain, Zhou Chuanbai's eyes also turned a few points colder. "Do you know what you are doing? I don't know that this is a cultural relic." Shen Yuhoven was obviously a bit stunned. The panic on his face did not seem to be faked. I can provide chat records. I really don't know this thing, you guys also saw it. It was wrapped in a little bit can't be seen. I was just helping her bring the overpriced tea set that her family bought for her. I really don't know that this is a cultural relic." Zhou Chuanbai frowned, didn't say anything else, only quickly took out his cell phone and dialed Demon Spirit in 3 or 2. If Shen Yuhoven was indeed completely unaware, plus the transportation process was not negligent and did not cause damage to the cultural relics, then he really does not need to bear legal responsibility. But this person who came here to get something most likely can't run away. Lin Yan's original mood was still quite stable, until the sound of the police siren was getting closer and closer. Then he realized something as an afterthought. Bad had they been trapped. Chapter 133. Always feeling something is wrong. Normally speaking, honors and rewards above the third-class individual merit would have to be made public in the internal network of the security system. Although the cases handled by their special operations team had a higher level of confidentiality, Zhou Chuanbai's individual first-class merit and the operations team's collective first-class merit would definitely be publicized internally. The content of the public announcement is that it will keep the case and the action confidential throughout, but they are not special nature of the vigilantes. They will not be arranged for them to have a pseudonym. That is to say, all the people within the security system can be on the intranet to check the 4 of their names and merits. And at this time, Zhou Chuanbai, this phone call, this smuggling of cultural relics of 2 people to the jurisdiction of the Law and Order Office a hand. They came here, the news simply cannot be hidden. You have to know, under the authorization of Lang Shixiang, they are going to pull down the public officials in Nanyun province who are involved with the crime syndicates together. The big fish in South Yun province are not stupid. If there really are public officials who have abandoned their beliefs, when they know that the special action team, which only handles major cases, has members on this side, the other side will definitely choose to avoid the front line for the time being. Whether it is to destroy their own incriminating evidence, to help the criminal group abscond and hide, or to break the pot and arrange for people to strike directly at them, undoubtedly, the difficulty of their investigation is mostly likely to skyrocket. After all, it's not like this kind of thing hasn't happened before. Zhou Yumin had just sent the application for a joint arrest in the afternoon, and in the middle of the night, Spade Zhai Wenbin was disposed of by embroidery Wu Xiangling. Who would believe that there was no mole? How could it be a coincidence that Shin Yuhoven could carry a national treasure on his back, frantically brushing his face in front of a few vigilantes, repeatedly jumping sideways and being full of loopholes? The original book author's will to do this is really a bit disgusting. Lin Yan originally thought that as long as he pretended to be blind the whole time, he would not be created, but Zhou Chuanbai he is still the original book author's own son in the end. This identity is going to bring him benefits and convenience, but when the puppet strings that pull him want to make him to accomplish something, this power is also really a little difficult to resist. Thinking of this, Lin Yan suddenly smiled a little, got up and moved his muscles leisurely, then walked straight into the house. This was a two-story, self-built house BB with a sunny glass room attic. Not only was the small courtyard cleaned up and the flowers and plants well tended, the interior decorating style and hygiene were impeccable. The first floor has almost all the functional rooms, but also with a guest room, and the second floor is two spacious bedrooms with their own restrooms and small check rooms, sandwiched between an office study. So it seemed that Bai Fangfei's eye for selecting things was still okay. Lin Yan went up to the roof of the house, blew the wind by the sunroom separated by glass, quietly admiring a distant emerald-colored mountain for a while. Then he saw Zhou Chuanbai wrinkling his brows and walking into the small courtyard. Zhou Chuanbai raised his head slightly, properly putting away all the impatience and annoyance in the bottom of his eyes when he saw Lin Yan. "Ah Yan, let's go over to the ancient tomb first now to take a look and set things up a little? I always feel that there's something wrong, but I can't tell." Lin Yan didn't respond, and only laughed extremely softly before turning around and descending the stairs. "I can actually still feel that something is wrong. Zhou Chuanbai, this is a slight awakening. Instinctively do not want to be completely by the original book author leading the line at random, or guided by the original book author to the idea of going to the ancient tomb." Lin Yan had no way of knowing for a while. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, he also decided to go with Zhou Chuanbai to the ancient tomb to see. Although the self-built house BB wasn't too far away from there, the ancient tomb was in a deep forest, so even if Lin Yan was willing to throw money at it, the cab wouldn't be able to get through. Therefore, by the time the three of them arrived at the entrance of the tomb, a string moon was already hanging high. They had all changed their appearance under Lin Yan's skillful hands, and their faces and bone structure were very different from before. The three of them first placed a few pinhole cameras in a hidden place outside the ancient tomb, before groping their way into the interior of the tomb. The long green stone staircase was almost the same as before, only the dust seemed to be a little more. When passing by the hall where the corpse oil was extracted, several people noticed the most obvious change here: the thin layer of oil in the barrels. Originally there was only a thin layer of corpse oil in the barrels, but actually almost 1/3 of it had been collected. If we simply calculate according to the extraction time of the corpse oil, this criminal gang shouldn't even come over to check in the next month. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai glanced at each other, still picking a relatively hidden place and fixing the pinhole camera in the stone crack. Not long after, they arrived in front of that lab door again. Zhou Chuanbai pondered at the door for a moment, still not intending to go in, but continued to go deeper under the leadership of Bai Fangfei. As they passed by the storeroom, they all noticed that the white lab coat inside hadn't moved. After the three of them briefly conferred at the fork in the road, they followed the rotating downward bluestone steps, arriving at the second basement level almost unimpeded. At the end of the stairs was a locked iron door. Probably because they were very confident in the security of the place, the iron door only used an old-fashioned lock. Lin Yan opened the lock in 3 or 2 clicks, pushed open the iron door through a layer of skin-colored rubber gloves, and took the lead in stepping into this level of space. In stark contrast to the things on the first floor that made one's spirit value drop when looking at them, the second ground floor seemed to be all storage rooms. Boxes and boxes of water, vacuum-compressed food, various medications without any markings, raw materials with different uses, brand new unopened packing supplies, and drug packaging boxes. Zhou Chuanbai pulled out his cell phone and took pictures of everything he saw to keep, while Lin Yan was taking additional detail pictures as he carefully looked over these items. Before, just looking at the things on the underground floor, they couldn't surmise much useful information for a while. But this time, when they gave up the exit on the other side of the fork in the road and chose to enter the second underground level, the real purpose of this underground space, which had been transformed from an ancient tomb, had already unveiled the tip of its mysterious veil. After the three of them had scrutinized and photographed everything stored in the second basement level, they became entangled at the stairway leading to the third basement level. Looking further down, it might be possible to thoroughly check the purpose of this place out clearly, or it might be possible to spook the snakes and directly lose the whole thing. The mere seizure of these unmarked and currently unknown drugs would indeed be a blow to this crime syndicate as well, but it would be treating the symptoms and not the root of the problem. Without catching the criminals who did all this, they will still be able to make a comeback and create such a crime base again. By then, due to the lack of raw materials, wherever they go, the number of disappearances and homicides will surely skyrocket. Just when the three of them were at opposite ends of the spectrum, and no one could convince the other for a while, Lin Yan's mind was in a state of awe, and he suddenly caught a trace of an unusual sound. Kala! This should be the sound of chains being moved, and although it was only a single sound, it was accurately transmitted into Lin Yan's ears in the middle of Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei's words. His heart thumped, and almost subconsciously, he looked towards the source of the sound. The moment hearing sound recognition was triggered, Lin Yan actually saw a living person. Chapter 134. Who in the world is in this southern Yun province? It was a very gloomy room, surrounded by stone walls, completely contrary to the slightly decorated style of the second basement level. Obviously, this room is most likely in the second floor of the ground floor. Space is not enough, only extra excavation out make very rough. In fact, there was no decoration here at all, but a pure prison style, with almost no furnishings or layout. It was a complete blank canvas. But there were 4 metal rings embedded in the stone wall. These metal rings were connected to thick iron chains and tied to a person's limbs. Due to the room being too dim, Lin Yan couldn't see the man's face or exact condition at all. But just from the fact that he had just been able to make the chains rattle, it meant that this was still alive. But he seems to be in a very sorry state. Before the effect of hearing voices ended, Lin Yan saw what seemed to be dark-colored liquid on that stone floor. That was mostly blood. Lin Yan frowned slightly, and when he looked back at Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei, his voice was soft but his tone was very grave. Go down and take a look. If we really want to be exposed, we should have been exposed a long time ago, so we might as well take a look at it all at once. Only if we know ourselves and our enemies, we can have more room to think when we embark on investigating and arresting them in the future. This was indeed reasonable. The more clues discovered, the higher the possibility of pointing to the true identity of the criminals. Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei no longer dwelled on it, but followed Lin Yan's lead, walking successively into the rotating downward staircase. Not long after, a layer of pure burr reflected in the eyes of several people. Lin Yan changed his strong flashlight to a low light and walked at the front with a calm gait. After consecutively walking through 2 rooms that only had bloodstains and iron chains, but no other presence, they finally arrived at the room that Lin Yan had seen through hearing voice recognition. The moment the flashlight's light shone through, Zhou Chuanbai sucked in a breath of cold air and nearly cried out in shock. Although Lin Yan and Bai Fangfei didn't show too much obviousness, their brows were both deeply furrowed. The scene was indeed similar to what Lin Yan had seen before, but it was different. The iron chains were not chained to the man's limbs, but rather pierced through them. The blood stains on the stone floor were red and black, and there were more than a few injuries on the almost dying man's body that had been penetrated by the chains, enough to see how brutally he had been tortured and abused. In the end, Zhou Chuanbai was still a bit young. After reacting, he jogged to the man's side at the first opportunity, bypassing the blood stains on the ground, and raised his hand to test his nostrils. Lin Yan slowly followed. The hand that was originally hanging at the side of the waist reached into the satchel and took the needle bag out of the prop's backpack. Ah Yan, you want to try to save? Through a layer of mask, Zhou Chuanbai's voice was a bit muffled. If we really can't save it, at least let him briefly wake up and talk to us. Lin Yan's eyebrows slightly moved, did not say anything, only squatted on the other side of this person, raised his hand in his neck and touched. After carefully taking a pulse, Lin Yan gently exhaled. Can't save him, but it can bring him back to life for a while. Zhou Chuanbai closed his eyes and pursed his lips as he nodded. I know, hard work. Lin Yan didn't say anything else, but took out silver needles and quickly sealed a few of his acupoints. But the art of acupuncture was not foolproof. The reason why Lin Yan dared to talk to Zhou Chuanbai like this, the bottom line actually came from a prop. Return to light, death, smile, 10 points. Don't doubt it, this is an elixir. As long as the subject of use still has a breath of air and can still consume it, it can fully stimulate the last of the subject of use's bodily potential, allowing him to live and breathe for a good while at the cost of burning out the rest of his life force. Remarks. The length and specific effect of the return of light is related to the physical quality and severity of the injury of the object of use. Lin Yan pursed his lips and bought the pill, forcing it into the man's mouth, and then waited to the side with his brows lowered. He probably knew the reason why the original book's authors will had to leave Zhou Chuanbai elsewhere, using all sorts of chores to try and trip him up. Even when Bai Fangfei couldn't buy a proper airplane ticket at the time and had to settle for a two-way high-speed train ride. Lin Yan instantly knew why. This person was chained through his limbs and suffered a lot of abuse. But until now, he was still able to leave a breath, which means, if they had come a bit earlier, this unlucky person just didn't need to die. Without a doubt, if they were really delayed in their travel and chose to come here tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, what they would see would be a corpse. Even if they caught up with the high-speed train ticket that Bai Fangfei had booked on time and arrived in Nanyun province without any problems, after the delay of the Tang Dynasty secret color porcelain artifacts incident, there was only a little bit of breath left in this person. If it wasn't for Lin Yan's habit of checking the props mall every day, the information in this man's mouth would have been buried silently along with his life in this sunless tomb for all eternity. Lin Yan's thin lips under his mask tugged gently, and although it was a bit out of place, he was really going to laugh at this self-correcting plot. He just couldn't understand. Who in the world is in this southern Yun province? In the end, which is a shocking big fish, then Zhou Chuanbai, this authentic male lead, is still favored by the heavenly Tao, even if the creation of flying Zhou Chuanbai everyone around also froze and did not allow him to come over to check. What the author of the original book also wore in. Also became a certain reigning villain? Although Lin Yan wearing the book, I fight with highly intelligent criminals those years, is not yet finished. But 1,000 or so chapters of the content Lin Yan is all read. Except for Lin Yan, who was still at large and making money by utilizing the methods written in the criminal law, he really hadn't found any other villain with so much power. If it was a big fish that could turn the world of law and order upside down, it was impossible for Lin Yan not to have a little impression. Could it be that when Lin Yan wore the book, the identity of this villain had not yet been revealed? Just as Lin Yan's thoughts gradually diverged, this dying unlucky man was finally waking up. The first second he opened his eyes and saw Zhou Chuanbai, his eyes went cold. Zhou Chuanbai frowned, his eyes intolerant. I am Liquan Province's security officer Zhou Chuanbai, number 3077, responsible for thoroughly investigating the cases involved in this ancient tomb. Why are you here? Only after hearing this did the man's eyes ease up. He seemed to be trying to raise his hand, but his blood-lost body was numb and cold, and he could only barely move his lips, his voice hoarse. I am the narcotics drug policeman, Zhou Peng, number 0751, once responsible for tracing new DU products and special psychedelic drugs. Speaking, Zhou Peng's brow moved, then raised his hand somewhat doubtfully. It is really weird. He obviously lost blood to the point of dying, but just a few seconds after waking up, he felt that his body was warm, like he had endless strength. Zhou Peng sat up independently, even if he drove the chains to clatter. He also seemed to have no sense of pain and generally did not care, but stared straight at Zhou Chuanbai, his words compared to the previous smooth a lot. I collected a part of the evidence, and also tracked down the identity information of a few members of the criminal gang. But they quickly set their sights on me and my 2 co-workers. By the way, since you guys were able to come over and find me, did you already meet them? Chapter 135, 1 Fried Taro Balls Gift Plus. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Chuanbai's eyes gave a slight lurch, and for a moment, he was completely at a loss as to how to reply. Why? Zhou Peng laughed somewhat to himself, obviously realizing that even he was in this ghostly state, and that most of his colleagues had already cooled off. It's fine. Even if I also die here, it doesn't matter. You guys get out of here as soon as possible. This criminal gang's people don't come over very often, but they've arranged for the villagers in the neighborhood, and every now and then someone will come over to make a round of inspection. Remember, never just pick up any villagers that appear in this territory, even if they seem very simple. Zhou Peng frowned, as if he felt a few moments of power, his speech speeding up significantly. The thing I hid is placed in Tong Rhyme Town, Golden Pillow Village, under the main plaque in the ancestral hall on the mountain. It's a yellow cloth parcel, and that book contains photos as well as some of the messages I wrote down. I shouldn't be able to get out alive. You'd better leave quickly. Don't ever go through the exit inside. Go back the way you came in and leave from where you came in. Don't turn back. And don't take away my body. Before you guys find out everything, don't ever talk to anyone about my existence. Saying this, Zhou Peng suddenly laughed somewhat mockingly. This gang of criminals have their hands in the air, and I don't know what means they used to buy off the people above them. Our anti-drug team of 5 people, suspended 2, the remaining 3, including me, all will die in their revenge. Zhou Peng's speed of speech was slowed down, but the amount of information brought was really huge. The more Zhou Chuanbai listened, the tighter his brow wrinkled, and the hand hanging down at his side clenched tightly into a fist, making a slight ringing sound. Lin Yan did not say a word, but his heart was in a state of shock. The criminal who can be described by the mastermind. Is there something that the author of the original book didn't have time to reveal? Or is it that this part, like the previous Centipede Sujiachi, is also something that was not covered in the plot of the original book? Without waiting for Lin Yan to overthink anything, Zhou Peng opened his mouth once again after a short silence. By the way, thank you all for allowing me to pass on this information. Otherwise, I would have absolutely died in peace. Zhou Peng was saying with a smile, looking like he was playing a harmless little joke with his like-minded colleagues. And even the bottom of his eyes didn't have any bitterness in them. Instead it looked like relief. Zhou Chuanbai. Seeing as we are both surnamed Zhou, can you help me buy a fried taro balls? I think I saw my dad, he said. I'm his pride.
He.
Zhou Peng laughed again, his arm pierced by the chain supporting his body, his back straight. ISN. It, like our family's police number, is going to be permanently sealed. Dad, little uncle, brother, I have not discredited the police number you have used, right? Zhou Peng closed his eyes, as if he had only just remembered, and miraculously barked at Zhou Chuanbai in the state of already being in a trance. Jean Pillow Village is a clan village, very focused on the ancestral shrine. When you guys go to get the evidence, you must not directly explain the purpose with them, otherwise, you guys will definitely be blasted out. Think of other ways. At the same time as the words faded out, Zhou Peng's closed eyes never opened again, lying straight on the ground. Inside the underground room with only burlap, the atmosphere was silent and somewhat terrifying. Zhou Chuanbai closed his eyes and took several deep breaths before getting up from the floor. Although Lin Yan appeared to be emotionally stable on his face, only he himself knew that the thin lips under his mask were almost pursed into a straight line. Without a word, he pulled out all the silver needles from Zhou Peng's body and put them away individually before looking at Zhou Chuanbai, who was still calming down. Let's hurry up and leave. Zhou Chuanbai did not respond. Only nodding extremely lightly, he turned around decisively, striding towards the direction of the stairs. Lin Yan and Bai Fangfei followed behind him, not uttering a single word the entire time. The 3 of them, according to Zhou Peng, did not go wondering about the exit on the other side of the fork in the underground floor, but instead strictly returned the same way, straight out of the ancient tomb and climbed up the deep pit in 3 or 2 tries. But just as their hearts were still churning with unspoken emotions, a change of heart occurred. Surrounding suddenly sprang out a group of loaded, heavily armed SWAT, black hole micro-impulse gun muzzle aimed straight at the 3 people. The leader of the SWAT little brother toned cold and hard. Don't move. Immediately give up resistance. Hands above your head. Lin Yan. He subconsciously glanced at Zhou Chuanbai, only to find that Zhou Chuanbai had similarly looked towards himself, and that the cluelessness in the bottom of both of their eyes was almost identical. After a moment, Zhou Chuanbai was the first to raise his hand. This is not the place to talk. Go with them first. Although for the sake of safety, but also in order to perfectly fit into the role-playing persona of like wilderness adventure, they did not bring their documents out of the house. But when the makeup was washed off their faces, they could still prove their innocence with just their faces. So, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai once again enjoy a police car transportation and even put on the latest silver bracelet. And this time, this thoughtful service also brought along Bai Fangfei. The moon was moving in the west, and the wind was cool and cold. When Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei realized that they had been brought into a security office that was not at all under their jurisdiction, it seemed to be a bit too late. All the items they had with them had been searched, and even though Zhou Chuanbai had been explaining, none of these special police officers froze and listened. After all, the place they entered was indeed a bit sensitive, and they did not have their documents with them. Once in brother unit conflict, everyone is loaded with weapons and ammunition to produce the consequences will undoubtedly be more serious. Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan are locked in two neighboring iron door, iron windows and iron chains, looking at each other in silence through the iron fence. All feel that things are a little bit wrong. On the other hand, Bai Fangfei, like Lin Yan and the others, should have enjoyed a complete and strict set of body search services. But her mind unconsciously recalled Zhou Peng's words and also thought of the previous sitting in the police car. No matter what Zhou Chuanbai said, those SWAT officers all turned a deaf ear to the scene. When the female SWAT officer's hand reached for her waist side, Bai Fangfei frowned and made a decisive decision to hold the other party's hand back, and with her amazing arm strength and dexterity, she gave her a solid over-the-shoulder fall. Bang! Seeing that the person who had just cooperated in removing the backpack was now suddenly resisting, the female SWAT officer's eyes were stern, and just as she was about to get up, Bai Fangfei had already pressed on top of her, and as she pulled out the pistol on the female SWAT officer's waist, she fired a shot at the ground by her cheek. Bang! Looking at the female SWAT officer's pupils that were slightly trembling from fear, Bai Fangfei's eyes were ice cold and her tone was not to be questioned. Be honest. Let me borrow your cell phone for a bit, and this matter will be resolved. Otherwise, but where my protection target is missing a hair, I'll shoot you. Chapter 136, Losing All Strength and Means. The sound of the pistol was really not small. In just a few moments, the SWAT officers guarding the outside, still heavily armed, rushed in. Even with the muzzles of 4 microcharges pointed at her in unison, Bai Fangfei's face did not change in any way, and even her voice remained cold. Cell phone. The female SWAT officer exhaled softly, her tone as calm as possible. Calm down for a moment. We're both human beings. I can understand what you're saying. Just to borrow a cell phone to make a call, you don't have to use this extreme way. Knowing that the other party was looking for an opportunity to try and counter herself, Bai Fangfei's expression didn't move or waver, still repeating her request. Give me the cell phone. Okay. 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 Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Just from that crisp over-the-shoulder drop just now, plus the smooth and incomparable gun-grabbing maneuver, the female SWAT officer knew that this person was definitely a professional. Although she was still more or less unconvinced in her heart, she could only collect her little thoughts and obediently said, "My cell phone is in my jacket pocket on my right-hand side. You can take it yourself." Seeing that she was finally willing to cooperate, Bai Fangfei also didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. Her right hand was still holding the gun up to this female SWAT officer's head, while her left hand smoothly found the cell phone. She skillfully and incomparably typed in a string of numbers, and then directly turned the phone on speakerphone. The blind tone only rang twice before the phone was picked up, and an ice-cold female voice came out from inside. The moon and stars are thin, and the magpies are flying south. Almost subconsciously, Bai Fangfei replied back, "The wind wraps around the fire tree. The southern branch can be relied upon." After hearing what Bai Fangfei said, the voice on the other end of the phone obviously faded from its icy coldness, and after the code word was completely correct, it readily revealed its identity. "This is the headquarters. I'm Iris." Bai Fangfei let out a long breath. The hand that raised the gun remained motionless. "Tantra." She reported her code name almost calmly, her speech speeding up. "Team Iris. My protection target has encountered very difficult trouble. In the course of investigating the case, he was taken by a group of special police officers to an unregulated place of detention and searched away all his belongings." As she spoke, Bai Fangfei's gaze swept over all the SWAT officers with guns pointed at them in turn, her brows furrowing more and more tightly. "For safety's sake, we did carry out disguises. But no matter how my protection target explains it, name the number, photo ID, request for makeup remover, and a police pistol in the bag, these SWAT officers all remain silent." The Iris on the other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds, the gentleness that had only just appeared in her voice disappearing without a trace. "I know. I will immediately let the nearest group members go to support. You can now use any means to ensure the safety of yourself and the target you're protecting." With these words, Bai Fangfei's hanging heart finally fell back into her stomach. She hung up the phone and casually tossed it aside, but the gun in her hand was still pointed at the female SWAT officer's head. "All right, before my backup arrives, It's best if you guys don't act rashly. Regardless of who you had taken orders from, the target of my protection, you all can't afford to mess with. Several SWAT officers armed with microcharges glanced at each other before one of them spoke up. This is not an unregulated place of detention, but a temporary place of detention for the Security Bureau. What you have done involves a special case with a very high level of secrecy, and we are also duty-bound to do so. Bai Fangfei smiled in an unspecified manner and didn't respond anymore, but slowly got up from the female special police officer's body, and incidentally brought her up from the ground as well. It was obvious that Bai Fangfei didn't trust these SWAT officers. In a very standard tough guy stance, she pressed her gun against the policewoman's neck, and step by step, she brought her out of the room where she was being searched. Take me to my protection target. I want to make sure he's safe. In fact, theoretically, at this point, Bai Fangfei could already be shot directly. However, thinking about the previous phone call, coupled with the fact that Bai Fangfei really hadn't harmed any of them, the several SWAT officers, after a brief face-to-face look, still took her to where Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai were being held. After all, they were only responsible for catching and locking people up, and indeed did not harm them. And at this time, Lin Yan, still wide-eyed with Zhou Chuanbai, stood in silence across a layer of sturdy iron fences, as if he had lost all his strength and means. In fact, Lin Yan originally can be 3 seconds to open the silver bracelet, and then pry open the door lock, directly with Zhou Chuanbai jailbreak. But then, they are afraid to jump into the Yellow River cannot be washed. Here is not the jurisdiction of the security, guarded by all the special police. They dare to run, the special police will really dare to shoot. Because of this, even if the heart is really a little bit of no bottom, the two of them can only enjoy the VIP service in this single room. Yan, we can't keep waiting here. Zhou Chuanbai just finished saying this. Lin Yan did not even have time to reply. He saw Bai Fangfei holding a female special police officer, under the escort of 4 heavily armed special police officers, came to the outside of the iron door. Rao has guessed that Bai Fangfei may have a special identity, but at this time to see this kind of situation, Zhou Chuanbai is still a little surprised. Gosh, holding the special police hostage, in this kind of place to come and go freely really have you. Unlike Zhou Chuanbai's surprise, Lin Yan frowned slightly and said succinctly, called for backup? Aha! Bai Fangfei gently nodded her head, and after confirming that Lin Yan hadn't even lost a single strand of hair, she didn't do anything else, and just held a female special police officer hostage and guarded the iron gate, like a loyal stone statue guard. After almost half an hour of stalemate, the support called by Fangfei finally came. There was only one person who came, wearing a fire-red thin slim-fitting trench coat. Inside was a red and black color coordinated fishtail skirt. Her feet stepped on black high-heeled shoes, her face was cold, and she walked with the wind. She stood next to Bai Fangfei and slowly removed the sunglasses that covered half of her face, first sizing up Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai for a moment. It was only after a moment that the visitor elegantly and calmly turned around and faced those gun-toting SWAT officers directly. Introducing myself, belonging to the State Security General Bureau, member of the Vermilion Bird Group, Rose. She took out a small book with gold letters on a red background from her pocket, and only showed the first page with State Security General Bureau Vermilion Bird to these SWAT officers, her flaming red lips slightly hooked. Release them immediately and return all their belongings. Thank you for your cooperation. Seeing the profound steel seals on the documents, the several gun-wielding SWAT officers then put down their microcharges and nodded slightly in the direction of Rose and Bai Fangfei. Offended? Just duty calls? Mutual understanding. Bai Fangfei somewhat mockingly hooked her lips and lowered the pistol against the female SWAT officer's neck. Although she didn't say anything, her expression was already enough to say everything. Before Zhou Chuanbai's lips were all worn out, he was reporting his number and photo ID, and even asked for the return of their makeup remover. Why don't these people understand each other a little bit? If she hadn't realized in time that something was wrong, and used some special means to call for support, they still don't know how long they'll be locked up here. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai had thought that the oolong that had been deliberately created would disappear with the arrival of the backup. But what they never expected was that after retrieving their belongings, the SWAT team gave them a big surprise. Chapter 137. I'll take power over people today. Originally, after they took their personal belongings, they could already leave. After all, they had other things to be busy with, as well as many factors that needed to be reconsidered and considered, and had to be carefully clarified. But, not to mention that the matching guns in Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai's bags had been completely dismantled, The Chinese medicines in Bai Fengfei's bag had all been razed. The cosmetics had obviously been maliciously destroyed. The small bottles of makeup remover had been poured empty, and the bristles of the makeup brushes looked like they had been chipped by a bomb. All three of their cell phones were also without exception, and even their phone cards had been broken. What made Lin Yan's anger go to his head the most was that the laptop in his backpack had actually been smashed. Although to him, this computer wasn't worth much money, the data inside and the programs he had written down were all very important things. Looking at the laptop that had obviously been soaked in makeup remover and then smashed by external forces, even the screen was shattered into several pieces. Lin Yan directly made them laugh in anger. Is there clear evidence to confirm that we are some kind of international spies or evil cultists? Who gave you permission to destroy our private property like this? Who gave you the right? Tell him to get his ass out here and talk to me. Even though Lin Yan's face was cold, and the bottom of his eyes were ice cold, none of these SWAT officers froze and came out to say something, as if they had taken a dumb pill at the same time. Lin Yan's gaze swept over them in turn, nodding extremely lightly. Very well. If you guys can't come up with a reasonable explanation for me, then I'm sorry. I'll take power over people today. Zhou Chuanbai didn't have a computer in his bag, and comparatively speaking, his loss was very small and not enough to the point of anger. However, he knew very well what data Lin Yan had in his laptop, and what pictures he had taken on his own cell phone not too long ago. Because of this, Zhou Chuanbai was very understanding of Lin Yan's anger, lifting his hand to gently pat his shoulder as he looked at those SWAT officers with an icy gaze. In our country, no matter whether it's an ordinary vigilante or a special police officer, or an armed police officer or a special armed department, wherever the law enforcement officers belonging to the state management are not allowed to arbitrarily destroy the private property of an ordinary citizen during an arrest operation. Even if there is a clear necessity of last resort, the citizen needs to be given an equal amount of financial compensation afterward. If there is already clear evidence that we are the guilty terrorists, then we have nothing to say if you do so. But all of you should have good memories and know very well what I told you after we were obediently taken to the police car, right? The latest model of police pistol, you guys don't fail to recognize it, do you? Please answer me why, after seeing the police pistol, did you still get bent out of shape, not believing that we were the members of the special operations team who had come to work on the case, and deliberately destroying the computers that held the evidence of the crime? Zhou Chuanbai in the end is still the rightful male lead. At this time the words are cold and harsh down. The momentum is already enough to press these SWAT officers head on. Influencing us to investigate the case is a misunderstanding, but deliberately destroying the computer that holds evidence. Please correct your attitude. Answer me. Who gave such an order? Dead silence, still dead silence. No one answered Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai. They were like NPCs who had lost their language function. They would just stand silently at the side and let them vent their anger. There was no doubt that all of this was deliberately done by someone. Lin Yan closed his eyes and glanced at the Rose, who was standing at the side of Bai Fengfei and had come to provide support. The sulking color at the bottom of his eyes was suppressed for a few moments. Trouble you? I need to borrow a cell phone. Rose raised her eyebrows with interest, taking out her cell phone but not handing it to Lin Yan, instead throwing out two words almost calmly. Number. Lin Yan uttered a string of numbers word for word. This was exactly what Leng Shixiang had given him in the beginning, that string of private numbers that could only be clamored for by special things. Not long after, Lan Minju's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. Who is it? It's me, Lin Yan. Lin Yan's tone had calmed down completely, and instead of relaying the story like a tattletale, he gave the SWAT numbers one by one, succinctly. I want to know who authorized their actions tonight. What's going on? Lan Minju's tone was a little surprised, but after he'd given the special ops team another cell phone number, this was the first time Lin Yan had ever called this one, so it was clear how serious the matter was. I'm looking into it, so you can talk to me about what misunderstanding happened between you. Misunderstanding? Lin Yan is really speechless, can only sneer. The cell phone to Zhou Chuanbai hands a put, and then refocused on his laptop. After taking over the heavy responsibility, Zhou Chuanbai lived up to his promise and recounted everything that happened tonight in a simple and straightforward manner. There is such a thing? On the other end of the phone, Lan Minju's voice faded into laughter. Can those people hear? Can. Zhou Chuanbai held the phone on speakerphone, his gaze turning to the SWAT team. I'm Lan Minju, you should have more or less heard of this name. For everything Zhou Chuanbai and the others have said, do you guys recognize it? After a brief face-to-face look, seeing the power behind Lin Yan and the others digging in bigger and bigger, one of the SWAT officers finally managed to hold his tongue. It was us who did it, but we were also obeying the orders of our higher-ups. He said that these 3 people are international spies with many disguised identities, so that we don't have to believe everything they say, just lock up the people and destroy all their personal belongings. Then, he'll take care of the rest. Aha! Lan Minju answered almost calmly, his words not angry. Tell me directly, who let you do this? Don't talk nonsense. It's Hong Shufeng. Have you gotten the stamped arrest warrant? Got it. There is indeed a picture of the 3 of them on it. That's why we dared to act like this. That's what officer said, and actually did pull out a few photos from his breast pocket. Bai Fangfei stepped forward to receive the photos, and the more she looked at them, the tighter her frown became. Lan Minju on the other end of the phone didn't know about these actions, and only said nearly word for word, "Okay, I get it. Now, release all of my people. Return and compensate them for all of their personal belongings. As for you, with your arrest warrants, listen to Zhou Chuanbai and Lin Yan's command for all your recent actions." After the phone was hung up, Bai Fangfei took the photo to Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai at the first opportunity. Lin Yan's mind was interrupted from checking out the props mall, and when he looked over in passing, his gaze gave a steep start. These photos were actually very clear surveillance screenshots. In other words, as early as when they had changed their faces and walked out of the rented self-built house BB, someone had utilized the eye in the sky in the security intranet, screenshotting their clear front faces and started to submit this arrest warrant. Not only Zhou Chuanbai, even Lin Yan was a bit incredulous. How much power did this person have to actually be able to do this in a short period of time? If it wasn't for Bai Fangfei realizing that something was wrong in time, they might have been starved to death in the detention room, or brought to the front of that big fish behind them. At that time, perhaps Zhou Peng's today would be there tomorrow. What a great guy! Could it be that the original book author's will to do everything possible to stop Zhou Chuanbai from coming over was still motivated by the safety of his life? Chapter 138. Is this a game of demoralize for me? After all, they were that much closer to a midway demise. After Lan Minju hung up the phone, the room was awfully quiet. Not long after, it was Lin Yan who was the first to compose himself, looking at the 2 satchels that had been soiled, the smile on his lips tinged with mockery. By the way, there's something I hope you guys understand. Our satchels are 150,000 apiece and cannot be washed. If you can't change them back to their original appearance through dry cleaning and maintenance, please pay the price. For Lin Yan, although 150,000 wasn't expensive, he really needed to find a vent for the breath in the bottom of his heart. Since the other party had no qualms about creating them, why should he be merciful? Regardless of these simple to obey the orders of the superiors of the special police innocent, since they can do this kind of thing, they have to pay for what they did. After all, this kind of behavior brought them a lot of trouble. Not long after picking and choosing the already damaged personal belongings and bringing them out of the temporary detention place, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai's 4 went straight to the mall that was open 24 hours a day. In fact, normally speaking, after accomplishing all the purposes for which they had come to provide support, it was time for Rose to leave. Everyone in the Vermilion Bird group wasn't free. They usually had their own things to do. But it couldn't be helped. Right now Lin Yan, Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei couldn't come up with a cell phone, so they had to let Rose come and pay for them first, and rearrange their cell phones, phone cards, bank cards, and other things. When all these miscellaneous jobs were finished, and the makeup on several people's faces was removed, the sky was bright. After a busy night, everyone was actually very tired. But reality clearly had no intention of letting them have a good rest. After the 3 of them returned to the rented self-built house BB, Zhou Chuanbai had just raised his hand and was about to push the door, when Lin Yan was suddenly iced by the good luck together long life lock that was pressed against his chest. After this prop had been triggered several times, Lin Yan had already gotten a clear idea of the way it signaled an alarm. Warmth meant good things, coldness meant danger. And the colder it was, the more serious the consequences of that danger. Feeling the coldness of the eternal 10,000-year-old ice at his chest, Lin Yan's heartbeat was like a drum, and he hurriedly took a step forward, grabbed Zhou Chuanbai's wrist, and yanked him backward. Although Zhou Chuanbai was caught off guard, his trust in Lin Yan allowed him to not make any acts of resistance, but instead followed Lin Yan's force and took a few steps backward. Seeing Zhou Chuanbai's back was about to close to his chest, and once it was close, The coldness of the good luck together long life lock was bound to be impossible to hide. Lin Yan took a backward step to avoid Zhou Chuanbai, while frowning at Bai Fengfei. This was probably the self-cultivation of a professional bodyguard. After receiving Lin Yan's eye gesture, Bai Fengfei took 2 steps backward, walked straight to the alleyway by the self-built house BB, climbed up the wall in 3 twos, and looked over from the side towards the entrance. Without looking, it was a shock. What was placed behind that doorway was actually a large area of throwing grenades. The densely packed grenades looked like potatoes that had just been dug out of the ground, almost giving Bai Fengfei a dense phobia. Even though she thought that she was already knowledgeable enough, seeing this kind of scene at this moment, her scalp was still a bit numb. These throwing grenades seemed to have been fixed to the ground. The pull ring was tied to a transparent fishing line, and the end of the line was connected to none other than the gate of this small courtyard. If just now Zhou Chuanbai really directly pushed the door, at least a small half of the grenade pull ring in this will be pulled open. At that time, the first explosion triggered after the explosion, this small courtyard will be blown into ruins in an instant. And just right in the doorway of them, what will be the end? There is no need to say. What flesh and blood can carry so many grenades were detonated at the same time. Even if Iron Man came, have to scrape off some paint, right? In this land known for seasons like spring, the morning breeze was cool and refreshing, but Bai Fengfei somehow felt a slight chill on her back. She pursed her lips. With the newly purchased cell phone will be those grenades as much as possible to shoot down. But also do not forget to zoom in the picture. Take care of each nearly transparent fishing line before jumping back to the ground. At this time, Lin Yan is rubbing Zhou Chuanbai's protagonist aura. Their cell phones and computers were smashed, and they were all doused with makeup remover water in advance, and it was too difficult to recover the data inside by unusual means. Lin Yan remembered that when he completed the robbery before, he also got a random prop treasure box to come. However, because he had spent too many points recently, the retroactive period for the body-splitting case and robbery case hadn't arrived, and the ostrich meat case hadn't been completed yet. The points in Lin Yan's pockets were really stretched to the limit. He didn't have that many points to brush up, and by the god of luck's favor, so he could only pin his hopes on the protagonist's halo. If Zhou Chuanbai's subjective will of wanting to solve the Tomb mega serial case was strong enough, this random prop treasure chest would more than likely be able to open something that would be helpful in recovering computer data. Although there is the will of the original book's author, and the self-correcting plot interfering, right now Lin Yan could only give it a try. After resting his hand on Zhou Chuanbai's shoulder for several minutes, Lin Yan landed his consciousness on the treasure chest in the prop's backpack, and silently recited, "Open," in his heart. In the virtual light screen visible only to Lin Yan, the original treasure chest slowly melted into tiny dots of light, replaced by a small translucent card. Information access chip. Place it in the same confined space with any electronic device. Wait for a certain amount of time and it will copy and store all data table information on the electronic device. Remarks: the number of electronic devices to be placed is unlimited even if it has been damaged. It can still read the data table information in it once it is used on a damaged electronic device. It can only be used once, but the information in it will be permanently preserved. Nice guy. It seems that even if the author of the original book actually wore in the power of the protagonist's halo is still bull's tea in this book world. Lin Yan hooked his lips in satisfaction, and just as he raised his eyes, he saw Bai Fengfei frowning and striding over, and showing them a few photos. After seeing what was on them, Lin Yan laughed again, even having gotten so angry that he could only flirt. Awesome. Is this a game of demonish for me? Although these grenades are placed in a way that is indeed very much like a game of fun, but wherever there is a first blow-up, the 3 of them will also have to fun here. Unlike Lin Yan's speechless reaction to the extreme, Zhou Chuanbai was quite calm at this moment, and even the change in his expression was very subtle. Let's go. Let's find a place to settle down before we start the next thing. This house obviously could not stay. Even if they cleared away the grenades that littered the ground one by one now, they would still have restless nights. Who would know what else those heartless contraptions would come up with after these 2 successive failures of their moves? Chapter 139: Escape Chase Game Gifts. Tickets Plus. This was a book world after all. Even if coincidences were allowed to exist here, then there shouldn't be so many of them one after another, right? They had just left the house when someone acquired their very clear facial information after they had changed their faces. Just after coming out of the ancient tomb, they were caught red-handed by the squatting SWAT team. Only under the pressure of Lan Minju and the Vermilion Bird Group, they managed to leave the temporary detention area and return to the BB, and then so many grenades appeared out of thin air in the small courtyard. Do you really think these things are potatoes in the ground, digging up sacks of them? What kind of person could get so many grenades with just a wave of his hand? Everyone knew in their hearts. Even if Lin Yan didn't want to look for his mom for anything, he really wanted to give Leng Shixiang a call. This world that is built on the basis of the framework of criminal investigation and deduction novels and is complemented by the rules of the universe itself is really too scary. How rampant, how many favors had to be taken from criminals, and what kind of high-ranking public official had to be in order to lay this kind of side-of-the-road black hand on them. The three of them didn't even take a nearby cab, but instead called a car on the software and went straight to the most expensive 5-star hotel in the downtown area. Lin Yan, when he first got into the car, asked Zhou Chuanbai for his scrapped cell phone, put it and his old cell phone and broken computer into a backpack, and silently stuffed the information access chip into it. The moment the zipper of the backpack was tightly closed, a countdown visible only to Lin Yan immediately popped up. 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 21 seconds. Luckily, there was only an hour or so left, and after a good bath and a pad in the hotel, all the data from the damaged equipment would be stored in the chip. Lin Yan's mind was just slightly relieved when the good luck long life lock attached to his chest suddenly started to get cold again. The coldness was not continuous. It was more like holding a piece of ice and repeatedly touching the skin before removing it, flickering and flickering. Lin Yan knew very well that the appearance of such a situation meant that the possibility of danger arriving was sporadic, and that it wouldn't necessarily be accurately created to Lin Yan. But thinking of the big fish behind them that repeatedly intended to get them killed, Lin Yan was still very cautious and said, "Pull over, I'm going down there." Zhou Chuanbai glanced at Lin Yan at his side with some doubt, thinking that it was him who had discovered those grenades inside the small courtyard door in advance as if he had foreseen it. He suppressed his doubt and stupid curiosity and politely said to the driver, "Please, I also have something to go out for a while." The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, looking at the two handsome faces of Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai. His tone was quite gentle. "Parking is prohibited here. I'll drive another 50 meters or so across the intersection, and you can stop in front." "Aha," Lin Yan answered extremely softly. "Then you drive slower." Not long after, the vehicle steadily stopped at the side of the road and put on its double blinkers. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai got out of the car, very tacitly went to a convenience store to buy a bottle of water, and then returned to the car as if nothing had happened. Zhou Chuanbai was obviously puzzled by this, but he very considerately didn't ask anything, and Lin Yan wasn't going to say anything either. It wasn't until the vehicle started off again that the good luck long life lock that was flashing coolly in Lin Yan's chest completely subsided. The three of them also arrived at the hotel without any danger, and successfully checked into the presidential suite that had been booked in advance. Lin Yan's hanging heart and mind relaxed a little, placing the backpack with the broken electronic device onto the sofa, and giving an explanation to Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fangfei. "Without my permission, no one should open it. Right, Fangfei? Now that we're in a special situation, you remember to check all the food that the hotel sends." After saying that, Lin Yan went straight into the master bedroom and took a comfortable shower. Although his body instinctively wanted him to rest as soon as possible, the anger that had accumulated from the repeated threats to his life made Lin Yan unable to sleep at all. He returned to the living room in his bathrobe without even bothering to wipe his hair, and after confirming that the countdown on his backpack had shown 0, he took out the contents one by one. Guided by a system visible only to himself, Lin Yan lifted the back case of his laptop and took out something that looked a bit like a USB flash drive from inside. He directly inserted the USB flash drive into the newly purchased laptop and began to read all the information stored down. While the data from the original computer was being recovered, Lin Yan also saved the latest photos from Zhou Chuanbai and his own cell phone. At that exact moment, Lan Minju sent him an email. Lin Yan clicked on the email, and the first thing he saw were two photos. The first was a red-backed ID photo of a man who looked to be in his mid-20s, with a country face, thick eyebrows, and a straight face. The second was obviously a recent photo of the man. The man on it was wearing an executive jacket, and the shadow of the first photo was vaguely visible from his bone structure, but the original righteousness on his face had disappeared, and was replaced by a sense of grace that had been inculcated by the desire for profit. Lin Yan frowned and raised his eyes to look at the first photo again. Obviously, these two photos are the same person, but the first photo is clean and dry, without triggering any abnormalities. But when Lin Yan looked at the second photo, he could see a clearly worded little brother panel. Zhang Jiqiang, male, 51 years old, now has 4 sons and 7 daughters. The sons are 25, 25, 20, 17 years old, and the daughters are 23, 23, 23, 20, 20, 18, 18 years old, respectively. Directly or indirectly caused the death of 93 people illegally giving and receiving bribes, embezzlement of public funds of more than 20 million yuan, and the circumstances are serious connivance and harboring of the criminal group poker, forced women, multiple bigamy, sin value of 1700, with the crime syndicate poker cooperation for a long time, do not recommend to accept as a little brother. Good, good, good. He has so many children of the same age, they can't all be twins or triplets, can they? How many illegitimate children did he have to force on different women? The evil member of Ming Ace, embroidery lady, only had a sin value of 1113 when viewed on the little brother panel. This Zhang Jiqiang is really criminal, too criminal. Lin Yan had not yet had time to lament a Lan Minju efficiency is good. In front of him suddenly popped up another system prompt box, as if tightly presented on the computer screen in general. Strong cover the original content on the screen. Feeling the provocation from another anti-criminal detective, triggering a special task escape chase game. Junior. A random little karami can commit murder on you continuously. Don't you feel your face being slapped? Go on. Have a good battle of wits with Jung. Send him a pair of shiny silver bracelets to let him know who is the real big brother, who is the most awesome and sacrosanct being in the field of anti-crime investigation. Current mission escape chase game. Successfully intercept Zhang Jiqiang, find out at least 2 evidences of his crimes, and apprehend him. Mission time limit, 10 hours. Mission reward, special technical bulletproof vest 2. Points plus 1,700. Mission failure penalty. Zhang Jiqiang escapes overseas, and you will forever face the pursuit of the crime syndicate poker. Chapter 140. A pair of twin girls. After reading the content of the task on the system prompt box, Lin Yan's mood had an indescribable complexity. Has this system secretly developed again? Why has it changed its nature? If in accordance with the previous behavior of this beep system, it should let Lin Yan with Jianghu people their own way, to Zhang Jiqiang a good lesson, alright. At least have to let the things that once happened to Zhou Peng, 8-9 not very 10 in Zhang Jiqiang body properly staged once again, right? Why now suddenly kind up? Just let Lin Yan to catch people into it. Moreover, the word used by this dog system is arrest and return. Oh my god, this was just too good to be true. If he didn't pay attention to the rest of the mission details, Lin Yan would have thought that he was bound to a genius criminal investigation system. Could it be that because Zhou Chuanbai has been hanging around Lin Yan lately, this bad system has been successfully transcended by the protagonist's aura of Buddha's light? It's really rare. Lin Yan lips cannot help but hooked up a few arcs. A time really do not know how to evaluate. This name is actually called Genius Anti-Criminal Investigation System thing. Although this kind of seemingly righteous arrest and return to the case operation, better than directly create death Lin Yan. Let him cosplay a professional killer, static step over the people knife to be stronger. But maybe by this bad thing pit too much, Lin Yan always feel that there is something wrong, but cannot say. Until the corner of his eye swept into the field of vision, the top off the ostrich meat case countdown thing. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 47 seconds. Ha! Even if Lin Yan always felt that there was something strange about it, this a game of chase and escape had officially begun. Lin Yan's lips pursed slightly, put away the system panel. When the light screen that strongly covered the computer screen disappeared, the original content of the email continued to be clearly presented. Hong Shufeng is the immediate leader of those SWAT officers. He received the order directly from Zhang Jiqiang, and the official seal on the arrest warrant was also stamped by him. The process of stamping is not standardized. The odds are that this man's bottom line is not clean. If you can find out what he's guilty of, you can just arrest him. Well, since even Lan Minju had said so, Lin Yan of course couldn't let go of the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and fulfill his mission. He didn't immediately reply to the email, but instead sent a screenshot of its contents to Zhou Chuanbai and directly began to investigate this Zhang Jiqiang. Regardless of the requirements of the special mission fugitive chasing game, or the internal regulations of the security system and the inspector system, it was necessary to see evidence before arresting someone. Lin Yan had obtained a pair of fiery eyes through the special skill Little Brother Obedience. I am the big brother, but the Little Brother panel was only visible to him and could not be used as evidence to convict someone. More often than not, the Little Brother panel was to help Lin Yan determine the direction of investigation. Like at this moment, after clearly knowing that Zhang had more than a pair of sons and daughters of the same age, he could directly start investigating his sons and daughters. Generally speaking, this kind of person who was in a high position and was fond of broadcasting his seed was very concerned about the issue of the color of the top of his head. Even if it was clearly known that those women he had forced to be with him were the only men during this period, Zhang would most likely have conducted paternity tests with these children. Although, in the vast majority of cases, the paternity test report is not networked and is something more private. But Zhang Jiqiang's children, the youngest is also 17 years old. When they were 10 or 20 years ago, the paternity test report should not have such a perfect confidentiality clause, and it was still very promising to find some clues from the network information. Lin Yan's mind was running very fast, although this idea might not really be feasible, but since he had found a route to try, he would try it first. Zhang knew that he was in a high position and that it would be very troublesome for him to be found out about these things, so he shouldn't have chosen to do the paternity test in a public hospital. It was even possible that he had conducted the appraisals at separate private hospitals with the help of the crime syndicate poker. But that's precisely why. For this kind of face that has appeared on TV, it is impossible for private hospitals not to take extra care. They may not know exactly how many illegitimate children Zhang Jiqiang has, but they will most likely keep Zhang Jiqiang's paternity test report carefully as a basis for blackmailing him in the future. These private hospitals may not have initially thought of breaking the law or committing a crime, but there is an idiom in the Flower Kingdom that says, "Be prepared, don't be afraid." In the event that they were really involved in some kind of outrageous medical trouble, this paternity report would be able to save the hospital's reputation. For a while, in the living room of the suite, only Lin Yan's da-da-da sound of the keyboard was left, just like playing a beautiful moonlight sonata. But the original computer data and programs have not been fully restored, in the end, still pulling Lin Yan's retrieval progress. After all, even if it is a private hospital, the entire South Yun province also has a large few hundred, excluding specialized ophthalmology, oral, detoxification, and other hospitals, there are still quite a few. The number of patients that these hospitals needed to see each year was even more countless. Lin Yan's eyes were almost spent, and he was busy for almost 2 hours before he finally found the paternity report of a pair of twin girls that had been specially labeled. After testing, the cumulative paternity index of the examined father Zhang Jiqiang and the children Xinlanxin and Xinlanyi is 1,200,000:1, and the probability of paternity is 99.9999%, which supports the existence of a biological parent-child relationship. Lin Yan took a screenshot of this paternity report and saved it before leaning back against the back of the sofa, closing his eyes to soothe himself. Well, even though only one report and a pair of twin girls were found out, it was still hard work for him. It wasn't until he saw Lin Yan in a state of rest that Zhou Chuanbai, who had long since organized himself, slowly stepped forward. "Ah Yan." Fang Fei went to buy boiled rice. The casserole is still in the warming bag now. The temperature should be just right. Knowing that Lin Yan was really tired and didn't really want to open his eyes, Zhou Chuanbai also very thoughtfully put a small bottle of eye drops into Lin Yan's hand. "This is for relieving visual fatigue. I opened the seal and checked it. There's no problem, you can try it." "Aha," Lin Yan casually responded, looking at the light pink-colored eye drops in his hand. His mind that had stayed up all night and been busy for so long was really comforted. It seems that in the original book plot, those members of the action team who followed Zhou Chuanbai with their hearts and souls were not all for the sake of merit. Zhou Chuanbai's charisma was indeed one of the factors. Lin Yan put drops of eye drops into his eyes, feeling the gentle moisture soothing his eyesight, and was closing his eyes in contemplation when his mind suddenly flickered, blessedly remembering something. If he remembers correctly, in the original book plot more than 800 chapters before the appearance of the genius girl parrot, Ming Ace core members, Ming Jiao beloved, Huang Fu Xiangling's formidable enemy, it seems like her real name is Xinlanxin? What's that? Lin Yan instantly opened his eyes, not even caring about the eye drops sliding down his face, and immediately recalled up the screenshot of the paternity report he had just taken. Chapter 141. They are the ones who need to run away. This paternity report came from almost 18 years ago. That is to say, that the current Xinlanxin, as well as her twin sister Xinlanyi, are all 18 years old and are Zhang Jiqiang's 2 youngest daughters. Looking at Lin Yan as if he suddenly rang up something, eye drops just dripped in and opened his eyes. Zhou Chuanbai, who had just walked away for 2 steps, walked back again and smoothly sat on Lin Yan's side. "What's wrong? Did you find something?" Lin Yan pursed the corners of his lips, nodded extremely lightly, and while receiving the tissue Zhou Chuanbai handed over to wipe the eye drops from his face, he gruffly said, "In the normal public information, It can be learned that Zhang Jiqiang does not have a wife. Then these two girls, they should both be Zhang Jiqiang's illegitimate daughters. They are twins, all of them taking their mother's surname. Try to see if you can find their mother's report record in the Law and Order intranet. The 800 or 900 chapters were relatively recent, and Lin Yan clearly remembered that Parrot Shin Lanqin had spent time in an orphanage. However, if she had a relatively happy family, she shouldn't have ended up in an orphanage and been spotted by Ming Jiao, breaking the rules to join Ming Ace. From this, assuming that this Shin Lanqin is not a rename and is really Parrot, then their mother not only was forced by Zhang Jiqiang, but also did not get any alimony from Zhang Jiqiang. And even she herself might have to be threatened by Zhang Jiqiang. After all, the twins she gave birth to were girls, not boys. The fact that these two girls were born with their mother's name was probably because Zhang Jiqiang had already left them behind, once he knew the gender of the fetus. Glancing at the grave color in Lin Yan's eyes, Zhou Chuanbai responded, "All right, I'll check. Let's eat something first." Lin Yan was already a special technical advisor with the rank of a department. Of course, he also had the authority to use the security intranet, and the authority was not low. But he couldn't be allowed to do all the work. Zhou Chuanbai's head is topped with a protagonist halo. Lin Yan and Zhang Jiqiang's game, if there is his participation, certainly can be twice as effective. That's called utilizing resources wisely. Bai Fengfei didn't know what she was doing outside again, and there was only Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai in the suite at the moment. There was an empty casserole on the dining table, while the other two casseroles were properly wrapped in insulated bags. At the same time, Zhou Chuanbai was fiddling with his cell phone, going directly to check the information of the reported crimes over the years on the southern Yun province side through the permissions Lan Minju had given him. Lin Yan had already unwrapped the insulated bag and pushed one of the casseroles in front of Zhou Chuanbai. Both casseroles were very sumptuous. Not only did they contain preserved sausage and fried eggs, but also extra ribs and bacon, and with the tender green color of the baby bok choy, it looked appetizing. Lin Yan first ate a few pieces of the fruit platter that Bai Fengfei had cut up herself before he started to take a big bite of dry rice. Zhou Chuanbai also looked up the information of the reported case from 18 years ago through Shin Lanqin and Shin Lanyi's ages, as well as their mother's name. 10 minutes later, Lin Yan was still unsteadily gnawing on his ribs when Zhou Chuanbai suddenly put down his spoon and handed his cell phone to Lin Yan. "Found it." On it was a very brief and concise report of a crime, almost only a few words. Shun Jiangchun accuses Zhang Jiqiang of having female sex and threatens her with violence. Even if Zhang Jiqiang is no longer a mastermind, any information that has been neutralized in the security system cannot be deleted. It is to be retained permanently. Even if the person who reported the case later dropped the charges, this information could not be erased. Lin Yan nodded in satisfaction, swallowing the rice in his mouth before speaking out. "Send this information to the computer. I'll check it later." Since he's done something like this, he's probably done it more than once, so we might be able to find some more. Saying this, Lin Yan lowered his eyebrows and looked at his system panel. After Zhou Chuanbai had found out Shen Jiangchuan's reported information, a small bracket had appeared behind the line. Find at least 2 evidence of his crimes. 1-2. Not bad. Congratulatory. It seemed that Lin Yan's initial thoughts were a bit off from what the system recognized as evidence of his crimes. The moment he had previously only found the paternity report of the two Shin Lanqin sisters, this bracket had not appeared. But even so, Lin Yan still intended to check out the paternity reports of Zhang Jiqiang's other children as well. The more he could find out, the better. Even if those women hadn't left any reported information in the security system, with the example of Shin Jiangchuan's mother and daughter, a not insignificant number of illegitimate children would be enough to nail Zhang to the pillar of shame. This time, after the data and programs in the damaged computer had been completely transferred over, Lin Yan's inquiry went much smoother. In less than an hour, Lin Yan had found 9 other paternity reports. It seemed that Zhang Jiqiang had been very cautious, with a total of 11 children, all of which had undergone paternity tests in different private hospitals. Just as Lin Yan slightly hooked his lips and saved all of these paternity reports, Zhou Chuanbai, who had packed up the casserole, brought him some not-so-good news. "Ah Yan, I just found out that Shin Jiangchun died accidentally 17 years ago due to fungus poisoning. And at that time, her twin daughters who were only a year old were all sent to an orphanage. In all these years, no one has claimed to be their relatives, and no one has offered them any help. Fungus poisoning?" Lin Yan's brows furrowed, and his eyes briefly met with Zhou Chuanbai's for a moment, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. "This matter is not quite right, right?" The people of South Yun province were under special geographical environment and growing conditions, very keen on eating all kinds of wild mushrooms, but that all had to be after elders or relatives had passed on safe cooking methods before they would eat them. Modern, which has what Shinnong tasted 100 herbs. All is the experience passed down from generation to generation of ancestors. Moreover, although fungus poisoning is going to cause some irreversible damage to the nerves, most of the fungus eaten by people in South Rutland province will not really be fatal. At most, they would just meet a small person. Not to mention that Shin Jiangchun has 2 daughters who are just over a year old. It is even more unlikely that she would take the initiative to try a type of fungus that she has never eaten before or cook the fungus in a substandard manner. Because cooking is not standard, or try a new kind of lie plate example is there, but this is unlikely to appear in a need to raise 2 young daughters a lone mother, just when the 2 of them were unspoken, ready to continue to dig deeper into the cause of Shin Jiangchun's death to see if there was Zhang Jiqiang from it. The door of the suite was sent outside to open. Bai Fangfei walked in with a cold face and a shopping bag in her hand. She carefully closed the door and came straight to Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai's body, casually placing the shopping bag and stating the facts in a flat tone. There are at least 3 wrong people outside. You guys should be targeted again. Lin Yan. Well, it turned out that in this game called Escape Chase Game, in Zhang Jiqiang's perspective, they were the ones who needed to escape. Before Lin Yan could say anything, Zhou Chuanbai on the side raised his eyebrows and almost subconsciously spoke out. Then we must be cautious and cautious and cautious. Zhang Jiqiang will repeatedly block us from investigating the case of the ancient tombs, and it's likely that he has a strong relationship with the criminals who did all this. It's possible that these people authorized by him have special drugs produced in the ancient tomb in their hands. Lin Yan. Yeah, there's still this. Chapter 1. 42 Cheap Father speechless, just hitting the money. Previously, they had only seen the appearance of those products in the ancient tomb, and of course they couldn't tell what it was all about with just the naked eye. But thanks to Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai's hard carry with the plot of the original book, they arrived in the ancient tomb as quickly as possible and found the dying Zhou Peng in time. And according to Zhou Peng, their 5-member narcotics drug team responsible for tracking down things is a new type of DU product and special psychedelic drugs. Zhou Chuanbai would say this, most likely simply being reminded by the protagonist's aura. However, Lin Yan was aware of it. According to the information on his little brother's panel, Zhang Jiqiang was the one who had a strong relationship with the Tomb Crime Syndicate poker, and had been coming and going for years. Undoubtedly, if they really let these people, who had already been recognized by Fangfei as not right, get close, I'm afraid that they'll be sprinkled with powder in the face. Then also, escape game my ass, directly overturned. Seeing Lin Yan in deep thought, Zhou Chuanbai, after a short period of contemplation, proposed again. Zhou Peng has already hidden some of the evidence, and there might be something in it that can point to Zhang Jiqiang. Should we go to Tong Rime Town's Golden Pillow Village now to take a look and take out this evidence? Lin Yan frowned, although he knew that this was indeed a solution. But his special mission couldn't wait for anyone. Even if Tong Rime Town's Golden Pillow Village was not far from here, that ancestral hall was on a mountain, so they had to climb the mountain, right? What's more, this clan village placed extreme importance on the ancestral shrine. Even if Zhou Chuanbai can, I only need to slightly out of the foot, is already the limit of the human body. Even if Zhou Chuanbai also knew this special skill, if they directly spiraled up the mountain, the path to the ancestral hall might not be easy. I'm afraid that the back and forth will take at least 5 or 6 hours. At that time, Lin Yan can be even more passive. After figuring out the stakes in just a few seconds, Lin Yan directly shook his head. No, let's not talk about whether or not we can enter someone's ancestral hall in a clan village, in the middle of the room. As for this current situation where we don't know how many people are staring at us in the open and in the dark, even if we really get this evidence, we may be intercepted halfway. Even if we really get caught with Lan Weiss and the others around, personal safety is still more or less guaranteed. But if it's like before, where all the belongings were destroyed the first time they were searched, all of Zhou Peng's and their efforts would be all for naught. Hearing this, Zhou Chuanbai also frowned, but after a moment, he nodded, recognizing Lin Yan's statement. Indeed. Then what are your thoughts, Yan? Lin Yan pondered for a moment, recalling Zhang Jiqiang's little brother panel. His just slightly nodded thoughts instantly cleared up. Let's split up the work now. I'll continue to check Zhang's criminal evidence. You contact Vicelan and ask him to get the 3 of us a new identity, an ID card and bank card that can be used normally. Zhou Chuanbai also knew that there were people outside watching them at this time. Changing their faces and using new identities was the safest way to act, and immediately nodded his head, picking up his cell phone and sitting down on the opposite sofa. Lin Yan and Bai Fangfei exchanged glances, then picked up their laptops and continued to tap away. For public officials, multiple bigamy, forcing women, and having multiple illegitimate children, although it was considered a fairly serious style problem, it was not enough to directly bring down Zhang Jiqiang. Zhang Jiqiang must have already cleared the evidence after he directly or indirectly caused the death of a person, and it is not easy to investigate from scratch. Illegal giving bribe, accepting bribes. Bribe usually use cash. Criminal groups poker can achieve this scale. It is unlikely to leave too obvious evidence. Therefore, want to find the most direct evidence of the crime, directly to Zhang Jiqiang, a blow to the head. The best path to take is the one that corruption, smuggling of public funds of more than 20 million yuan, and the circumstances are serious. Lin Yan had always been clear that no matter how bad this dog system was, its wording was absolutely precise. Before it used he when referring to the embroidery lady, the fact that Wu Xiangling was a feminized male was revealed early on. In the regulations regarding embezzlement of public funds, no matter how much the amount is, there are only a few items that can be called aggravating circumstances. First, he embezzled disaster relief funds, and then he embezzled public funds. First, he has embezzled specific funds for disaster relief, poverty alleviation, or epidemic prevention. Secondly, he has caused substantial losses to the interests of the state or the public. Third, he refuses to return or transfer the stolen money. The third can be left aside until it is discovered, while the first two are the best to investigate compared to Zheng's other crimes. This is because when the state makes allocations for disaster relief, poverty alleviation, epidemic prevention, etc., announcements will be made. Even if, due to the severity of the disaster, under the need for timely rescue, the state treasury will first allocate funds, the corresponding formalities afterward must be made up. And it was unlikely that something that could cause a major loss to the country or the public's interests wouldn't make it to the news, such as the collapse of a certain section of a bridge, the death of a person caused by an irregularity in a certain track, and so on. Lin Yan, while clearing his thoughts, while on the keyboard flipping fingers like flying, tapping tempo obviously accelerated. He had obviously gotten a bit carried away, not even noticing the movements of Bai Fangfei and Zhou Chuanbai leaving the suite. Time passed silently. When the local time went past early morning, the sunlight outside the window gradually brightened up and began to approach the warmth of midday. The sky was blue and cloudless, and at a glance it looked like a carefully washed picture scroll of the blue sea. Lin Yan exhaled a long breath. His gaze slightly paused as he looked towards the clear sky, and he couldn't help but hook his lips. Ding dong. The new phone's default ringtone that hadn't had time to be replaced suddenly rang, followed by an emotionless voice announcement. Ji Fu Bao arrived. $10 million. Lin Yan suspiciously lowered his eyebrows, unlocked the lock screen, and saw the transfer from Lin Songhai. Nice guy. His cheap father didn't say a word, he was just hitting the money. The huge amount of money arrived. Even Lin Yan, who had been busy for a long time and hadn't gotten any rest, couldn't help but smile, his mind slightly relieved. By the time Bai Fangfei and Zhou Chuanbai returned to the suite with large shopping bags, Lin Yan had already found out a relatively complete chain of evidence. Zhang Jiqiang's means is actually not much clever. Lin Yan really want to check. These traces will really be gripped out of the water. False contracts, invoices that have been tampered with, forged reimbursement documents, false expenditure accounts, cash withdrawal records, offshore accounts and public money accounts, and his personal account transaction water flow. Although these things are rather scattered, searching, there are almost a whole lot of them. Moreover, the reason why it was recognized by the dog system as serious circumstances was because the money that Zhang had embezzled was supposed to be used for the relief of a major natural disaster in a portion of the South Ru province. It was no exaggeration to say that every bit of public money that Zhang Jiqiang put into his pocket was sucking the blood of those affected people. They were suddenly affected by the disaster, and were struggling to scrape together the hope and courage to continue living, but without knowing it, they made a dowry for this beastly thing. Lin Yan pursed his lips to slightly calm his emotions and looked at the thoughtful Zhou Chuanbai. Did you get what we wanted? Zhou Chuanbai nodded at his words, but his tone was a little strange. The thing indeed got it. But there was a slight, small accident. Chapter 143A Really Heavy Blow Votes Plus. Accident? What accident? Lin Yan subconsciously saw Zhou Chuanbai from head to toe, and carefully looked around at Bai Fangfei. There was nothing wrong with either of them? Then what kind of accident could it be? Without waiting for Lin Yen to ask, Zhou Chuanbai coughed lightly and took the initiative to answer. Vice Lan gave us 3 ID cards, 3 bank cards, and also gave these people's information. But there's only one male inside. Zhou Chuanbai cleared his throat, seemingly wanting to laugh a little. But in order to take care of Lin Yan's emotions, he held back his laughter. That means that both you and Feng Fei will have to use female identities. Lin Yan. His good mood of having just received a huge sum of money was instantly washed away quite a bit as he raised his eyes and asked in return, "Why don't you use a female identity yourself? Let him wear female clothing. Then where would he put his face and face as a villain?" It wasn't long ago that he had been repeatedly provoked by Zhang Jiqiang, and he had been punched in the face, and now he was asking Lin Yan to wear women's clothing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he died today and jumped from here, he definitely wouldn't wear this women's clothing. Obviously seeing Lin Yan's heart and mind shaken, Zhou Chuanbai finally couldn't hold back a laugh. His hands splayed out, his face all helpless. "It can't be helped, Yan, I don't know female voices. Although this thing can be learned now, but Zhang Jiqiang's moves against us aren't too few. If I accidentally miss the trap, won't we be passive?" Lin Yan. He really wanted to greet Lan Minju properly now. How to drop this kind of chain at a critical moment. He had managed to not be created by the dog system today, and had thought that the original book plot targeting him was finally going to be tempered. Before that, Lin Yan had even wanted to open champagne to celebrate the fact that the system that had been creating him since the book was written was finally going to be adjusted by him into his own shape. Which into thought, today's share of the bad, actually Lin Yan never thought of Lan Minju to give. The world had to do this to him. Seeing that Lin Yan's eyes were already a bit skeptical of life, Bai Fengfei on the side suppressed all the smiles from the corners of her eyes, and said with a serious face, "Don't worry, just with your disguise skills, you can definitely turn into this character very perfectly." She covered her lips with her fist and coughed lightly twice. "That's right, I've also bought you a corresponding prosthesis, so if you use it boldly, it can definitely make you front and center." Lin Yan. He turned his eyes to look at Bai Fengfei, his lips curling into a not-so-polite smile. "Then do I still have to thank you?" Bai Fengfei of course saw Lin Yan's eye gesture and hurriedly pressed down the corners of her mouth, looking at him with very sincere little eyes. Lin Yan was also created to laugh by them. "Do you guys think that women over 1.8 can be found everywhere, and you just gave me this whole status?" Zhou Chuanbai raised an eyebrow when he heard this, showing his cell phone screen to Lin Yan. "That's something Vice Lan thought of. He really did find you a woman who's 1.8 or 3. Lin Yan. Enemy damage could only be an appetizer. The trauma inflicted by teammates was the truly crushing blow. It was a time like this when Lan Minju was able to be thoughtful. Lin Yan pinched his brow and dropped his gaze onto his computer screen, first glancing at the system panel. As expected, after he'd gathered a more complete chain of evidence, the brackets after "find at least 2 pieces of evidence of his crimes" changed again. 2-2. With solid and sufficient evidence, Lin Yan was already in a position to use his full power to inquire about Zhang Jiqiang's whereabouts at this point in time and apprehend him. Lin Yan suppressed the complexity into a mess of emotions. All the evidence will be packaged into the mail and put an international common gesture emoticon in it, and then sent directly to Lan Minju. It was probably because Lan Minju wasn't too busy, or maybe he had put all of his attention into what Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai were dealing with at the moment. In any case, when Lin Yan's trio left the presidential suite, casually found a high-traffic shopping mall, and entered it in preparation for their makeover, Lan Minju's reply was sent directly to Lin Yan's cell phone. "Lan Minju, you don't have to worry about it. I'll send someone to catch him right away." Lin Yan. This old wall light created him again. Obviously said before, if you can find out his evidence of crime you can directly catch, how now also backtracked. How to use up and throw it away. If Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai withdrew now, what about his special mission, escape chase game? Lin Yan grinded his teeth in anger, placing the makeup bag in his hand towards Zhou Chuanbai's hand and directly typing and sending. "Lin Yan, the evidence is what I found, and people have already committed more than one intentional murder against us. Lin Yan, are you sure you want someone else to take over everything now?" Lin Yan, I don't care how serious all this is that he's involved in, and who should be caught according to the rules. Just based on those grenades he had someone put at my door, I won't even need to sleep if I don't catch him today. Hayashi, of course, if you're not going to understand us, I won't continue to obey your orders. Lin Yan. And I have reason to suspect that you're creating room for Zhang to escape, harboring him. Lan Minju was clearly rendered speechless by Lin Yan's half-threatening, half-compulsive words. The other party is in the middle of typing, recurring several times. But in the end, he chose to compromise due to various factors. Lan Minju, 12 hours? I can only give you guys 12 hours. Lan Minju, if you don't catch the person within the allotted time, I'll have the supervisory team go over to him directly with the evidence. Only then did Lin Yan coldly hook his lips and returned then put away his cell phone and looked at Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei at the side. They were currently on the top floor of the mall, in a small room dedicated to the cleaning staff for rest, with a small door directly connected to the public restroom here. It wasn't time for the cleaning staff to clean up, so they closed the door to the room, intending to cross-dress right here. If it wasn't for Lan Minju suddenly creating him, Lin Yan would have at least finished Bai Fengfei's makeup by now. He suppressed the anger that crept in and out of his heart, took the makeup bag handed to him by Zhou Chuanbai, placed it on the sink that had already been wiped down by Fengfei, and began to trace Bai Fengfei's brows and eyes against the photo. Being the same female, it wouldn't be difficult to modify Bai Fengfei's face. Moreover, with the reference of her face, Lin Yan's every brushstroke had a corresponding purpose, making it relatively easier than a hard modification without reference. Even Zhou Chuanbai, who was to be similarly transformed into a person of the same sex on the side, was easily transformed by Lin Yan. Before long, both Bai Fengfei and Zhou Chuanbai, who had changed their clothes in the cubicle, returned to the mirror, staring uncertainly at Lin Yan's face. To change one's face from male to female, even imperfect. Do you know what perfection means? This special skill, it also took a certain amount of time. Especially when this 1-meter-83 woman was still a bright, atmospheric, and voluptuous-looking woman. Lin Yan's hand holding the makeup brush was steady, but his mind was really a bit on the edge of blowing up rock. There is no way. Could only count all the heavy blows he received today on Zhang Jiqiang's head. Lin Yan almost gritted his teeth and thought, when we catch the person, we must make him look good. Chapter 144. Well, hurt each other, right? Although his mood was very complicated, Lin Yan's hand was steady from the beginning to the end, just like a master who had perfected his skills. Not long after, his original clean and handsome face with a dusty temperament was traced into a bright-eyed, charming and attractive female face. This is a very beautiful and aggressive face. Danfeng eyes, bird's eyebrows, high nose, deep contours, properly thick face system of the great beauty, coupled with flaming red lips, is simply synonymous with imperial sister. Even though Zhou Chuanbai and Bai Fengfei were almost staring at Lin Yan's operation, they couldn't help but be a little stunned. Especially Zhou Chuanbai, who was already too shocked to speak. Gosh, Lin Yan just used a few makeup brushes. First this way and then that way. He actually directly from a man, the water spirit of the change into a woman. This is not to mention the fact that even face recognition can be passed in minutes, not to mention just by the naked eye. Previously, Lin Yan's operations had always been to disguise himself as the same sex, and he hadn't shown his skills that way yet. But now, with this kind of high-end operation, who wouldn't say, Lord Nuwa, please pinch my face? At this moment, Zhou Chuanbai's desire to hold on to Lin Yan's golden thigh reached its peak. Although Lin Yan is a little son of the abstract cells in the body, before also cut a handful of Shanglu hair, was part of the sweat Team Yang also carefully collected, do not know exactly what to take for. But it doesn't matter. As long as it is a person, there will be shortcomings, no one is perfect. Lin Yan of course noticed Zhou Chuanbai's little eyes, but looking at the task countdown is left more than 5 hours. He did not have so much leisure to flirt with what, straight pick up the shopping bag into the cubicle. In about 10 minutes or so, a 1-meter-8 beauty with a curvaceous, graceful and slender figure came out of the cubicle. Taking a look at the knot in the throat area that had been deliberately modified by Lin Yan and had almost no presence, Bai Fengfei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that you were the target of my protection. Lin Yan tugged the corners of his lips extremely shallowly, and when his thin lips slightly opened, they had completely and utterly transformed into a wan and melodious female voice. Dispose of all the bags. Bring only the necessary things. Let's stroll around this level of the mall twice before leaving. In a mall with such a large flow of people, they had completely changed their faces and outfits, and had taken the corresponding ID cards and bank cards. Even if Zhang Jiqiang was, no matter how bullish he was, he would definitely not be able to continue controlling their traces. After 10 minutes of loitering and perfectly blending in with the general public, in order to avoid the possibility of being locked in numbers when the other party clearly knew that he would disguise himself, Lin Yan chose to act together with and Zhou Chuanbai. Bai Fangfei, on the other hand, was going to be not too far away from them and act on her own as she saw fit. Obviously, Zhang Jiqiang already knew that they had entered this mall. Anyone who walked out of here, regardless of gender, would have someone come to try and find out. Lin Yan only put his eyes on a sweep and found a few people who were out of place through the panel of minions, immediately curling his lips. He moved a little closer to Zhou Chuanbai's direction, and his hand took his arm. Brother-in-law, after shopping with you for so long, why haven't you picked out a suitable gift for my sister yet? Zhou Chuanbai. Friends? How anywhere size acting it. Lin Yan, obviously very perfect, will be their own substitution into the sister-in-law. This role, the tone of voice, the end of the voice up, coupled with the small eyes of the world in chaos, directly to Zhou Chuanbai's head are dry down. But to become the original male lead, Zhou Chuanbai's reaction speed is not covered. In less than a short second, he realized the purpose of what Lin Yan would say, and also substituting himself into the role. He raised his hand and pinched Lin Yan's little face. What's the point of panicking? Isn't there still a lot of time left? Don't be in a hurry, first buy all the ones you're looking at. Lin Yan. Well, hurting each other, right? He was directly pinched by Zhou Chuanbai these 2 times and got goosebumps, feeling like his scalp was going to explode. But in order to get into character, Lin Yan could only wear an impeccable fake smile on his face, raising his hand to gather the chestnut-colored wig raised by the wind behind his ears. Brother-in-law is so good to me. Not far away, Bai Fangfei. Oh? Although they know that they are trying to avoid certain people's trials, but this acting skill is a pity if they don't enter the entertainment industry. Lin Yan had the bright idea to cooperate with Zhou Chuanbai in this play, which was obviously very successful. Little brother panel clearly written on the crime syndicate poker official members of the few people, after hearing this conversation, only looked at them for 2 more eyes, and then retracted his gaze, continued to wander around the mall. However, it was probably because of the success of this drama that they were targeted by another guy, Kim Guangqi, male, 28 years old. Kim Guangqi, male, 28 years old. Nicknamed Stick, he is a habitual thief, with a cumulative total of more than 300,000 yuan. Sin value of 214, timid and fearful, colorful and weak, the level of theft barely reaches the pass line. Do not recommend to accept as a little brother. The man rubbed himself against Zhou Chuanbai's side, frowned back at Zhou Chuanbai, snorted coldly, and walked forward as if nothing had happened. Lin Yan raised his eyebrows and immediately clutched Zhou Chuanbai's arm, his eyes signaling Jin Guangji in front of him. Under Lin Yan's successive hints, Zhou Chuanbai hurriedly touched the leather backpack on his waist side. In the next second, Zhou Chuanbai's eyes suddenly changed. His cell phone and wallet were actually gone. Zhou Chuanbai, who completely understood, immediately did a 100-meter sprint and pressed Jin Guangji to the ground in a few steps. He seemed to be trying to use the grappling technique taught within the security bureau, but just as soon as he had some reason to do so, he immediately changed it and directly pounced on Jin Guangji like an ordinary person, pressing the person down to death. How dare you steal from me? Jin Guangji was caught on the spot, knowing that this matter would not do him any good if it became a big deal. He hurriedly surrendered his weapon. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't do it on purpose. I'll give it back to you. I'll give it back to you. I'll give you some more compensation. Okay? Look in my bag. All the cell phones I stole today. You can pick one at random, as I give you compensation. Zhou Chuanbai. If it wasn't for the fact that at this time they still had something very important to do, he would definitely send this person directly to the precinct security office. Catching a thief and catching a dirty one. What a perfect little piece of merit. But unfortunately, in order to maintain the identity as soon as possible to complete the goal, Zhou Chuanbai can only conform to the persona, cursed a few words, take away their own cell phone wallet, and casually took an old cell phone to go. In Zhou Chuanbai and the habitual thief tangled, Lin Yan, although it is interesting to stand on the side of the drama, but always pay attention to the surrounding. Seeing that no members of poker noticed them, he then let his heart down a little. Whose side was this original book author's will on? They had all avoided the special eyes and ears, but they were actually almost flipped over by a thief. Doesn't this world favor the rightful male lead anymore? Even if Zhang Jiqiang really had a villainous aura that Lin Yan probably didn't have, the will of the plot didn't make sense to use such a small coincidence to stop Zhou Chuanbai in order to shelter a vicious thing. right? In case Zhou Chuanbai didn't change his habits and used a special grappling technique, he habitually put Jin Guangji in a stooped position with his hands behind his back. But if they are found to be wrong by the members of the poker, things are going to be wonderful. Chapter 145. This hand has reached into our home. In order to avoid the possibility of exposing their identities to a certain extent, their police pistols can be placed in their bags. Not usually placed on the side of the waist, pants pockets such as this can be drawn at any time the part of the gun. Although Lin Yan had just watched carelessly, but at this moment, excluding Jin Guangji, a habitual thief's minion panel, there were 6 people carrying minion panels around. In addition to the 5 poker full members, there was also the presence of a senior member. Even without using his brain to think about it, Lin Yan could guess that they must be carrying the special psychedelic drug that Zhou Peng had traced. If this was before, they were completely unaware of the effects of this drug, so it might not be so hasty. But in the case where Lin Yan was framed for the crime involving the color video gang, they used a new type of non-residual psychedelic drug. Fong Wen was able to easily take down a strong man of 1 meter 9 and succeeded in committing the crime with just a small knife, relying on this very same drug. With so many lessons learned from the past, how could Lin Yan not pay extra attention to these drugs? Who could give him a guarantee that those residue-free stun drugs were not researched by the crime syndicate poker? It was because of these considerations that Lin Yan felt that this plot was not right. Since the moment this escape chase game started, the relationship between him and Zhou Chuanbai and Zheng Jiqiang could be highly summarized in 8 words. Both divide high and low, and also decide life and death. Regardless of which side is planted in the pit, there is a high probability that they will have to account for their lives. And in a situation where 2 against 6, with a high likelihood of getting close, Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai were afraid that it wouldn't take long for them to be put down by these drugs. That must be a whole big rollover. On the side, Zhou Chuanbai, who had organized his backpack, although he wasn't aware of how many members of poker were blocking them with drugs around, he wasn't stupid and could certainly guess some not-so-good possibilities. Therefore, when their gazes reconverged, they both saw the color of gravity in each other's eyes. "All right, brother-in-law." Feeling a few moments of gazing with a measuring meaning, Lin Yan's slightly furrowed brows loosened for a second, and his grave and deep eyes seamlessly switched into a flirtatious and moving one, as if with a hook. "Let's find a hotel to rest for a while first. Don't affect your mood for this crap. Okay?" This was originally part of their plan, to find a relatively secluded place for Lin Yan to use the computer and try to find Zheng Jiqiang's whereabouts. Since Lin Yan had already brought it up, of course Zhou Chuanbai wouldn't be uncooperative, and even went along to touch Lin Yan's face again. Fine, let's take a break first. Lin Yan, don't you go too far." Although the corners of Lin Yan's eyes were still curved with a few smiles, there was a warning in his eyes. Zhou Chuanbai returned a rather innocent gaze, and the two of them then found a mid-range hotel near this mall. Inside the big bedroom, Zhou Chuanbai pulled the curtains. The dog sneakily looked out through the gap in the curtains, did not dare to face Lin Yan. The time limit for the mission is still ticking by the minute. Lin Yan did not break up anything with him, but tightly knocked on the computer keyboard. But since even the will of the author of the original book was favoring him, how could Zheng Jiqiang's whereabouts be so easy to find out? It wasn't really that hard to understand. Generally speaking, public officials of this level traveled with a full-time driver. Coupled with Zheng Jiqiang greedy a lot of money, daily spending also rarely used electronic payment, only ever left some large amount of deposit and withdrawal information. Want to rely on this little thing to lock his location? It is too difficult. Directly let Lan Minju call over and ask people if they are working normally, of course, is also a good way, but Zheng Jiqiang wasn't stupid. What level is Lan Minju? That was the deputy department in charge of criminal investigation in the security headquarters. This level of people suddenly cared about a public official in South Rutland province whether or not work normal? Although the beat the grass to scare the snake is indeed a means of capture that allows the prey to actively jump to the front of the stage, but used here does not seem to be appropriate. Just as Lin Yan's brow slightly wrinkled, already considering whether to open a hang in the props mall to look through the time, Zhou Chuanbai's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and walked over from the curtain side to Lin Yan's side, sitting down on the edge of the big bed as well, before tapping on the answer and directly turning on the speakerphone. "What is it?" On the phone, Su Rufing's voice rang out clearly, and it wasn't hard to hear the helplessness in it. "Team Zhou, we've been suspended." "Zhou Chuanbai? He didn't react at all at first glance and directly inquired, "What the hell? You say it again." Su Ruffing did not speak, but it was Li Shaoxing's voice that rang out. "That's right. Team Zhou, you heard correctly. All of us in the Special Operations Group, with the exception of Counselor Lin, are going to be suspended for inspection. The exact time when they can be reinstated will have to wait for notification from the higher-ups." Zhou Chuanbai. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Yan and frowned in confusion. "Why are you suspended? What mistake did we make? Who gave the order?" Li Shaoxing sighed helplessly and quietly. "I don't know, Pinch. Anyway, the notice says that the three of us should go home within 3 days and wait for the investigators to come to our door. And don't leave the province or attend any more official business during this period." "Hey!" Lin Yan on the side directly laughed out loud. "How interesting. This hand is reaching into our home. This routine sounds too familiar. Zhou Peng's 5-member anti-drug team. Not 2 were suspended? The 3 who didn't obey the suspension can all die outside. The bones are gone." Zhou Chuanbai obviously also realized that things were not quite right through Zhou Peng's experience, and immediately asked on the other end of the phone, "Then what is Ian going to do now?" "Not quite sure." Li Shaoxing sounded hesitant. "It seems like he's been assigned a big case, and is going to be temporarily transferred to another task force. Counselor Lin's side should receive a notice asking him to arrive within however many hours to provide technical support, assist in the investigation, or something like that." Lin Yan. Abacus beads crumbling all over the place. Boy. It's no wonder Zhou Chuanbai didn't react at first. Not only him, even Lin Yan was completely surprised. They have Lan Minju protection, the dark side and cold poetry look. Zhou Yumin can also pocket a little, and even the General Security Bureau belongs to the Vermilion Bird group of confetti are here. Zhang Jiqiang actually managed to cross these mountains directly and suspended Zhou Chuanbai's 3 men and sent Lin Yan to another task force. "I'm not sure if you've got the skills to do it. The big man in Liquan province and his relationship must be how iron this kind of work also dare to take." Listening to Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai's side for a long time without words, Su Ruffing spoke out again. "Right, Team Zhou, Counselor Lin. Before we were suspended, we managed to arraign Wang Li and learned the real reason why he took the Ming-Ace test at the time. You guys might not believe it when I say it." Chapter 146. Seems to have just formed a closed loop. Lin Yan and Zhou Chuanbai glanced at each other, both tacitly not making a sound, quietly listening to the call. He did say before that he needed a lot of money, and that was indeed the case. But the reason Wang Li needs a lot of money is actually to raise a child. Speaking of this, Su Ruffing also couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his tone sinking slightly. His hometown is from the southern Yun province, and a few years ago, there was a major natural disaster accident in the southern Yun province that caused many people to be displaced. And the mountain village where Wang Li was from was almost completely wiped out. Fortunately, at that time, a few of the resident teachers in their village just happened to take all the children from a few nearby villages out, thus escaping this natural disaster. But the family elders of these children, without exception, all did not survive. Wang Li was originally an orphan, was eating 100 rice, was raised by all the people in these nearby villages. He has always been grateful to them, originally intended to make a fortune, and then one by one to return the favor. Who would have thought that what came first would be an accident? Su Ruffing's voice paused, even if it was just a paraphrase. He couldn't help but be touched by yet another emotion. Because of these, Wang Li took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of raising their children. But the children of several mountain villages, the number is not small. His small store of secret room escape can earn money again, but also cannot provide for the children's increasingly large spending. After all, after the destruction of their homes, they were completely displaced, and without a familiar elder around to take care of them, the cost of living wasn't low. This is the main reason why Wang Li would be easily persuaded to participate in the Ming Wang license examination. After saying this, Su Ruffing let out a long breath, his words carrying a few moments of doubt. "I think it's a bit strange, Team Zhou. For a natural disaster of this level, the Central Treasury would definitely have allocated funds to provide relief and resettle the victims. If the person in charge of this at the time had been a little more attentive and responsible, even if Wang Li had taken the initiative to fight for it, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to take on the heavy responsibility of raising these children. Out of humane care, they are all allowed to go to the orphanage regardless of their age. But we've checked Wang Li's bank flow, and not long after the disaster, He did have a large amount of expenses, and the amount spent on those children over the past few years has indeed gotten larger and larger. How come he didn't know how to apply for a subsidy from the local area? After hearing this, Lin Yan immediately let out a cold snort. That's a coincidence. Zhang Jiqiang had embezzled the disaster relief money at that time, causing almost all of the orphans in those mountain villages to be left unsupported. Wang Li, who had been favored by those villagers but still had a little bit of conscience, how could he possibly watch them starve to death? As for why those orphans almost starved to death, this is to ask Zhang Jiqiang. He dares to covet any money. He really deserves to die. At this moment, the trajectory of fate seems to have just formed a closed loop. If those children who lost their closest relatives in major natural disasters and became orphans could be properly taken care of, fed, clothed, and given a place to stay, how could Wang Li possibly be short of money and thus move closer to Ming Ace? There was a saying that a half-big boy eats a poor old man, and this was not an empty saying. I think in recent years, as these children grow older, eat a lot when they are growing up, and are prone to rebellion, Wang Li's savings that could barely hold out must have become increasingly stretched. He is from the mountain village out, of course, know that out of the mountains is the best gift for these children. Most likely will not deduct their tuition. Tuition, school fees, clothing, food, housing, transportation, medical care, adolescent small vanity, climbing heart. Wang Li was absolutely clear in his heart that even if he sold his little escape room store, he wouldn't be able to support these children for long. And with the loss of his main source of income, there was even less he could do to provide for their lives. It's heartbreaking, but realistic. If he wasn't desperate, it was unlikely that Wang Li would have gone to the extreme and resolved to join Ming Ace. In fact, by now, Lin Yan also knew how much the plot trajectory had shifted because he had only flapped his wings gently. If he hadn't captured Wang Li at that time, but had allowed him to successfully pass the examination and join the Ming Ace, there was no doubt that the orphans that he raised would have been targeted by the Ming Jiao. What a good seedling for crime. Fatherless, motherless, parentless, and without a family, they hadn't yet had time to construct a complete outlook on life and values, and whoever treated them well would be able to manipulate them. No crime boss can resist raising these good kids. It is no wonder that, in the plot of the original book, in the middle and late stages, the members of the Ming Ace are getting younger and younger, and also how to catch cannot be caught. Zhou Chuanbai saw Lin Yan looking at the computer screen and gazing at the computer screen in contemplation, knowing that he had started brainstorming again, so he didn't interrupt, but instead walked to the side and continued to talk to Su Ruffing and Li Shaosheng and the others. Where's Huangfu Xiangling? Has she received any notification yet? Not at the moment. Li Shaosheng's voice seemed to carry a few other implications. After all, Huangfu's technician is not from our system, and coming here to do a favor won't change her own establishment, so of course she won't be affected. Aha! Zhou Chuanbai answered with a lowered brow, his heart already having a rough idea. After a short moment, he gave a few simple instructions. The two of you should rest at home for a few days first. Consider it a vacation. It just so happens that I haven't given you a vacation yet after the last case. What Ian and I are doing right now is very dangerous. You guys don't need to get involved. After we finish the matter at hand and arrest the people we should arrest, we still have to go and take care of the case over at the ancient tomb. After saying that, Zhou Chuanbai, as if he was afraid that they would ask anything else, directly hung up the phone and turned it to vibrate. And at that moment, Lin Yan did receive the message that Li Shaoxing had said. The wording in the text message was quite polite and courteous. Hello, Counselor Lin. I'm Wang Shufan, the leader of the task force in Yibiao City, Liquan Province, and as instructed by the higher-ups, I'd like to ask you to arrive at the Yibiao City Downtown Public Security Bureau within 24 hours to provide technical support to our task force. Lin Yan was really a bit pissed off, but also knew that there was no point in passionately disliking each other with this Wang Shufan. So he only pursed his lips extremely superficially and didn't reply anything. If you casually send text messages or make phone calls, you will expose your IP address. He has just changed Zhou Chuanbai's phone location to the suburbs. For this kind of meaningless text message exchanges, Lin Yan is really too lazy to change his IP address. He simply did not reply, and focused all his energy on catching Zhang Jiqiang. Since this old Biden had already put his hand on his doorstep, he couldn't just take so many provocations for nothing, right? Does he really think he is a donut, just pinch and knead? Thinking of this, Lin Yan glanced sideways at Zhou Chuanbai and hooked his lips. Chuanbai, you left the contact information of that group of special police, right? I'm looking for them for something. Chapter 147, Don't They Want to Lose Face? Plus, at this moment, somewhere inside a brilliantly decorated villa. Zhang Jiqiang was embracing a young and sexy woman when his cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as he pushed the woman away from his arms, his face was filled with impatience. You better really be up to something. The person is missing. Hearing this, Zheng's brows instantly furrowed deeply, and he pinched the woman's thigh fiercely, leaving a bruise. Didn't I have someone use heaven's eyes to keep an eye on it for you guys? You can still lose them even with this. Is it that you didn't bother to send senior members to me? As he spoke, Zhang snorted coldly, his hand continuing to pinch over the woman's body, his eyes cold. You guys don't think you want to go along with it and just end our partnership, do you? Don't forget who told you guys to stand your ground here. After calming his emotional mood on the completely submissive sexy woman, Zhang gradually revealed a rakish smile on his face. You guys better remember, but whenever something happens to me a little bit, the last thing you want to see will randomly appear on someone's table. The man on the other end of the phone was silent for several seconds before he let out a soft laugh. I don't need you to teach me the truth about lips and teeth. At the same time, I hope you also understand that without our protection, you are equally vulnerable to a single blow. Zhang Jiqiang's movements of pinching the young woman gave a slight lurch. His hands couldn't help but push a few points harder. The pain on her legs caused her to frown straight away, but she froze and didn't dare to move a single muscle. A moment later, Zhang Jiqiang sneered. Since we still have to maintain our cooperation, then don't engage in these unnecessary things with each other. I don't care what methods you use. You must find that consultant and confirm that he has left Southern Yun province. As for the others, I've pretty much dealt with them already, so I don't need you guys to do it again. I don't want to receive any more phone calls until this is resolved. Is that clear? After saying that, Zhang also didn't even wait for anyone to answer and directly hung up the phone. He casually threw the cell phone away and stretched out his hand towards the sexy and beautiful young woman. Come here, sit here. The woman's raised leg trembled a little from fear, but she still very obediently sat over according to Zhang Jiqiang's request. There was no way. More than dignity, she needed to save her life. Anyone who was tired of being played with by Zhang Jiqiang or didn't listen properly, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, could all completely disappear, directly checking for no such person. You're really something, Yen. Inside the hotel's king-size bedroom, Zhou Chuanbai gave Lin Yen a thumbs up, with an undisguised smile between his eyebrows. Lin Yen casually tickled the corners of his lips, and although he didn't reply, his eyes carried a look of relief. It was the same as what he had first guessed. Although that group of SWAT officers had been directly assigned to Zhou Chuanbai by Lan Minju, requiring them to follow Lin Yen and Zhou Chuanbai's commands directly, their original top boss was named Hong Shufeng after all, and Hong Shufeng was mostly in cahoots with Zhang Jiqiang. Therefore, Lin Yen directly asked Zhou Chuanbai to find a random excuse to send this group of SWAT officers to guard the borderline. As expected, when Lin Yen remotely monitored their cell phones and traced the signals, he found that this group of SWAT officers had passed the information to Hong Shufeng while heading to the borderline. Without any surprises, Hong Shufeng would most likely relay the message to Zhang Jiqiang after learning about it. At this point, Lin Yen only needed to closely monitor Hong Shufeng's every move through his far ahead of its time computer technology. So naturally he wouldn't worry about finding Zhang Jiqiang. In contrast, Hong Shufeng then those special police calmed some and did not immediately pass the message out, but with a few insignificant people sent some content without much nutrition.